Gushin. Chu-chun. Amidst the haze, a frantic voice pierced through, gradually restoring some of Chu-chen's awareness. Fortunately, I am temporarily unscathed. How about you, Gao Wei? He inhaled deeply, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to clear his mind. I'm fine, but this storm is exceedingly swift and powerful, and its vastness has caused us to deviate significantly from our intended landing point. Regardless, we must find a way to land safely. Gao Rui's voice faltered, clearly affected by signal interference. My escape pod appears to be damaged. I am uncertain if it can withstand the pressure. Rui, take care of yourself. Listening to the incessant beeping of the pod's alarm, Chu-chen's eyes dimmed. When the escape pod was ejected from the lander, it had been violently jolted, likely struck by debris from the disintegrating lander, causing damage to the pod's shell. He could feel the cabin pressure plummeting, and he knew what that meant. Idiot. What are you saying? Hold on for me. I will come find you. Gao Rui's desperate shout echoed. All right, he'll wait for you. Chu-chen's eyes reflected despair, and after a brief silence, he spoke again. The condition of the escape pod was dire. The chances of survival in this terrifying storm were far from favorable. Yet, he could not allow Gao Rui to lose hope. He needed to instill a glimmer of optimism in him that might, in turn, enhance their chances of surviving the landing, regardless of how long they could endure thereafter. The storm is too powerful. The deviation is severe. I recommend activating the cushioning system at an altitude of around 100 to 500 meters. Gao Rui's signal became increasingly fragmented, as if their distance was rapidly expanding. Understood. Take care. Rui. Chu-chen could sense that the signal was about to cut out. Indeed, the silence that followed was deafening, but thankfully, Gao Rui's life detection signal remained a steady green. Crack. A clear sound pierced through the buzzing of the cabin, and Chu-chen's face paled further. It must have been a protective panel or landing gear dislodging in the ferocious storm. Am I really going to die here? His lips trembled, his heart heavy with sorrow. Many claim to fear not death, yet when faced with the specter of mortality, how many can truly remain composed? In this perilous situation, death could arrive at any moment, and no one could remain indifferent. There are still regrets in this life. I have yet to find that answer. Perhaps my impulsive decision was indeed a mistake. Chu-chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, a sense of utter exhaustion. Who are they? Where are they? Are they still alive? This question, pondered countless times before, resurfaced in his mind. Originally, if the journey had successfully returned to Earth, Chief Engineer Sun had promised to leverage certain connections to delve deeper into the records of the past, perhaps, uncovering a clue. Yet now, he realized he might never see that day. Thoughts of his parents emerged, and he could not even recall their faces. At this moment, all he felt was resignation, devoid of any other emotion. After over 20 years of relentless struggle, it seemed everything was about to dissolve into nothingness in the face of this terrifying Martian storm. Familiar figures flickered through his mind, seemingly replaying the story of his life. One particular visage, radiant and resolute, flashed before him, her determined gaze turning away. The tender moments they shared, once vibrant and colorful, burst like fragile bubbles in the wind, leaving nothing but a fleeting chill. It was this very past that had driven him to make an impulsive decision, to seize the opportunity to land on Mars, a historic first for humanity. Ultimately, he had triumphed through layers of scrutiny, achieving his goal. Yet, this very decision had also led him to the brink of life and death. What a failed life it has been. What does it feel like to die? Is it truly an eternal descent into darkness? Chu-chen lamented inwardly, his mind blank. The escape pod, tossed about in the external tempest, felt like a desolate leaf, swirling aimlessly, and even with rigorous training at the Space Center, he began to feel dizzy. Humanity is so fragile. Over 2 decades of relentless effort and perseverance could not withstand the whims of nature. Life could vanish at any moment. To live, though arduous, allows one to savor various experiences, but what of death? In this moment, he found himself pondering that question with bewilderment. Even the tiniest creature clings to life. Better to live, however miserable, than to succumb. Deep within, a flicker of survival instinct began to emerge. Even if it meant merely postponing the inevitable by a few days, or even just a minute, Why must one resign to fate? For over 20 years, had he not been battling against it? That will to survive intensified within him. I must live, even if it is merely for an extra second. Gradually regaining a semblance of calm, Chu Chen's gaze swept across the control panel before him. Wind speed, 161 meters per second altitude, 1,534 meters pressure, 4.2 millibars oxygen content, 0.12. Observing these external environmental readings, Chu Chen's mind began to race with calculations. This was an era of unprecedented technological advancement. Human civilization had swiftly risen to dominance over the planet in just a few thousand years. Yet, humanity remains solitary to date. No other forms of life have been discovered in the boundless cosmos. Many rumored extraterrestrial beings have been debunked as mere fabrications, and whether any have been deliberately concealed by governments remains a mystery. Thus, from the public's perspective, there is overwhelming support for governmental and commercial space exploration, with hopes of uncovering traces of life beyond Earth. In recent years, countries have indeed intensified their efforts in the space industry. Mars represents humanity's first venture into extraterrestrial exploration. Over 30 Mars probes have been launched in human history, leading to extensive observations that have unveiled much about the current state of Mars. Yet, the more they learn, the more enigmatic Mars appears in recent years. However, the pace of technological advancement in space exploration seems to have hit a bottleneck, with no groundbreaking technologies emerging. Nonetheless, nations persist in their endeavors, eager to unravel the secrets of the cosmos. Yet, such exploration is fraught with challenges. The costs are immense, and the harshness of the extraterrestrial environment is far beyond imagination. Martian storms are the most fearsome natural phenomena on this barren planet, often stretching hundreds to thousands of kilometers and lasting for months at a time. This poses a significant obstacle to humanity's further understanding of the planet, as nearly all successful Mars landers have ultimately met their demise in these dreadful storms, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, coupled with other compelling reasons, the manned spacecraft Xuanwu-1 was slated for development, with hopes of transcending previous knowledge and unveiling Mars. True Nature. Chu Chen and Gao Rui, the first astronauts to set foot on Mars, were informed just as they neared the Martian orbit that a storm was brewing at their intended landing site, which would greatly impact their landing and exploration. Considering the limited supplies, the space headquarters decided to alter their plans, daringly attempting to land before the storm's onset. However, fate had other plans. The storm emerged suddenly and intensified at an alarming rate. As the lander entered Mars' atmosphere, preparing to secure its landing position, the storm's energy levels surged dramatically. The lander was engulfed by the tumultuous storm, struck by an unknown object, and soon began to tear apart under the strain. The two astronauts had no choice but to make a desperate escape, abandoning the lander and entering their respective escape pods. But the moment when Chu Chen's escape pod detached from the landing apparatus, it was violently struck by an unknown force, the tremendous jolt nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 0002. The descent to Mars. The wind speed continued to escalate, reaching a perilous 171 meters per second, while the cabin pressure plummeted below hazardous levels. Chu Chen had no choice but to don his spacesuit. At that moment, the escape pod was descending from a height of 895 meters. But the storm was so terrifying that it tossed the pod erratically, failing to descend normally and instead propelling it far away. Chu Chen was utterly oblivious to where he would ultimately be taken. As the altitude decreased, it seemed that more debris emerged within the storm, occasionally striking the pod's exterior with a jarring thud, sending chills down his spine. The escape pod could easily meet the same fate as the lander, facing imminent destruction, and communication with Gao Rui remained elusive. Time passed agonizingly, and the escape pod finally descended to 390 meters. Chu Chen understood that lingering in the storm could prove increasingly perilous. It was time to consider landing. Based on the current wind speed and altitude, the thruster's fuel should barely suffice for a landing. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely pressed the red button. Boom! The thruster ignited, and the escape pod's tail expelled a searing plume of flame, carving a path through the storm as it plunged diagonally downward. Hurry and land! Chu Chen shouted internally, simultaneously releasing the cushioning foam within the pod. He knew that landing in a stable position was impossible. The only option was to rely on the pod's exterior to absorb the impact. However, what would transpire upon landing was entirely beyond his control, as the tremendous force posed a lethal threat to the astronaut, yet survival necessitated a gamble. To achieve a successful landing, a minimal angle of descent was essential. Only by skimming the surface could a safe landing be accomplished. This required a landing site devoid of hills or rocks, with soft sandy terrain being the optimal choice. Yet, within the storm, visibility of the ground was utterly compromised. Perhaps due to damage to the detection equipment, the surface scanning signals were unstable, rendering the autopilot ineffective. Chu Chun had no choice but to switch to manual mode, relying on his subtle sense of gravity to guide the escape pod. The radar feedback indicated fluctuating ground distances: 341 meters, 403 meters, 296 meters, 87 meters, 215 meters, 362 meters. As the altitude dwindled, the surface miraculously began to flatten. 124 meters, 97 meters, 82 meters, 63 meters, 75 meters, 56 meters, 44 meters. Come on. Chu Chun clenched his jaw, gripping the control stick tightly. Time seemed to freeze as he closed his eyes, fixating on a singular thought: I must land alive. The Martian storm now spanned a diameter of 1,300 kilometers, enveloping everything in its path, with sand and debris soaring skyward, obscuring the sun at the horizon. A small silhouette, trailing a luminous tail, streaked through the storm, entering the horizon at a minimal angle. Boom! The tremendous impact shook the desolate sandy terrain, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. Yet, in an instant, the dust was swept away by the ferocious storm, leaving behind only a crater over 10 meters in diameter and a trail stretching hundreds of meters behind. Within the crater lay the severely damaged lander, its nose half buried in the hard, rocky ground. After an indeterminate duration, Chu Chun slowly opened his eyes. The beeping alarm persisted, and the warning lights flickered ominously in red, casting a harsh glare. The control panel in front of him had become deformed and twisted from the violent impact, with several sections completely shattered, leaving the cabin in disarray. Am I still alive? He slightly turned his neck, feeling aches throughout his body. The immense force during landing had caused his blood to rush to his head, leaving him unconscious. Over 3 hours had elapsed. The cushioning foam had leaked out entirely after the cabin's rupture, and he meticulously examined his suit, feeling a surge of relief knowing it remained functional. Otherwise, he would likely have perished during his unconsciousness. He maneuvered his body to the hatch, straining to open the locking valve, but the cabin had warped, leaving the door ajar only a crack. Peering through the narrow opening, he observed a dim world beyond, not significantly brighter than the flickering red lights within the pod. Yet the storm had diminished considerably. He kicked forcefully at the hatch, delivering over 10 kicks before it finally opened wide enough for him to squeeze through. Is this the true face of Mars? What region is this? As Chu Chun crawled out of the sandy pit, his heart tightened. In the haze of sand and dust, there lay an endless expanse of yellow-brown plains, the ground cracked and littered with debris, while a dim sun struggled to pierce the dust, casting a wan glow reminiscent of a desolate Gobi at dusk. Amidst the dimness, a solitary figure stood like a statue in the swirling sand, embodying an indescribable solitude. To set foot on Mars, this was humanity's dream, now realized. Yet there was no joy, at least not for Chu Chun. The supplies within the escape pod, per standard configuration, would last merely 3 days, and 3 days would never suffice for rescue, unless he could locate the lander, which contained enough provisions for 3 months. However, the lander had disintegrated, emitting no locator signals. Searching for supplies amidst the storm was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, an impossible endeavor. It appeared that the so-called successful landing and escape merely delayed the inevitable. Perhaps this protocol existed to allow astronauts to exert their last efforts in the face of calamity, imparting some experience to those who might follow. Standing at the edge of the crater for a prolonged period, Chu Chun felt engulfed in despair, utterly lost. He had no sense of direction and eventually snapped back to reality, wondering how Gao Rui was faring. He cautiously descended into the crater, re-entering the damaged escape pod to see if he could re-establish contact with him. However, upon stepping inside, his gaze swept across the control panel, and he froze. The once green indicator signifying Gao Rui's vital signs had turned completely red. Rui. Chu Chen's eyes widened within his helmet, a cry of despair escaping his lips as tears welled up. Just moments before regaining consciousness, he had glimpsed the control panel, which still displayed green. In a mere 10 minutes, Gao Rui's life had come to a sudden end. Recalling the year of training during which Gao Rui had guided him selflessly, like a brother, Chu Chun felt a sharp pang of grief. The ever-composed and magnanimous Rui had perished so abruptly, and although his own time was limited, he could not suppress his tears. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Chun sensed a chill coursing through his body, a profound sorrow emanating from within. On this vast Martian landscape, he was now the sole survivor, and his own countdown had commenced. There was no way to wipe away his tears. He slowly gathered all the life-sustaining supplies from the escape pod, stuffing them into the exterior pockets of his suit, 10 bags of nutrient solution, and 2 high-pressure oxygen canisters. The escape pod was severely damaged, severing all communication with the orbiting vessel. As for Gao Rui's escape pod, based on the weak low-frequency signals, it was at least 1,000 kilometers away, with an unknown position. There was no way to reach it in 3 days. He glanced past the remaining supplies, disregarding anything that could not sustain life, as they held no significance. At the threshold of the hatch, he hesitated, contemplating the solar energy gun embedded in the interior wall. With a heavy heart, he unclipped it from his waist. At the edge of the crater, he stepped back onto the desolate rocky ground, surveying his surroundings before setting off towards a slightly elevated mound. Boundless dust, a solitary figure, and the silence of the planet. Chapter 0003. Vitality of the poles. The mound was not merely a mound. It was a severely weathered boulder, now taking the form of a slope over 10 meters high, which Chu Chen easily ascended. Indeed, the ascent was effortless. Despite donning cumbersome protective gear, the gravity on Mars is less than half that of Earth, significantly easing his movements. Standing unsteadily atop the boulder, Chu Chun gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing deeply as his eyes met a desolate expanse of unending yellow. In that moment of hesitation, he found himself uncertain of which direction to pursue. The center of the storm had receded, yet the winds remained formidable, scattering fine grains of sand that rustled against his suit. Should he remain in the escape pod, awaiting the inevitable? Or venture forth in search of the remnants of the lander, now lost to the void? In a daze, he descended the boulder slowly, a chill creeping through his body, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead, nearly immovable. In a state of confusion, he settled down on the leeward side of the rock. Gao Rui was dead. What was he to do now? In retrospect, death seemed less terrifying than the agonizing wait for it, a desolation compounded by the grief of losing a dear friend, almost driving one to madness. How had it come to this? Chu Chen's eyes reddened. As the fortunate one to have set foot on Mars for the first time in human history, one life lost while the other awaited a similar fate. How utterly suffocating and helpless. With a sudden impulse, he slapped the rocky wall beside him, causing a fragment to shatter and tumble down the slope, rolling a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Chu Chun was taken aback. He looked down at the spot where he had struck and realized that it was not merely his rage that had caused the stone to break, but rather the extensive weathering that had left the boulder riddled with cracks. He reached out to touch the fissure, contemplating the countless ages that had eroded once solid rock into decay. Many years hence, would humans again tread upon Mars? Would anyone discover the remnants they left behind? Perhaps nothing would remain. Soon, the relentless winds and sands would cover him or scatter him to the winds. Retrieving his hand, he gazed at the grains of sand clinging to his glove, murmuring to himself, perhaps one day, I too shall become one with you. Chu Chen remained in that position, motionless for an extended period, not frozen, but rather lost in thought. His eyes, however, bore an unusual glimmer, fixated in excitement upon his left hand. For, quite unexpectedly, he noticed several white grains of sand gradually becoming translucent, shrinking in size. Could this truly be? Ice shards. A shiver coursed through Chu Chen's body. Throughout the ages, Mars-orbiting probes and rovers had long indicated the presence of ice on the planet, yet now, he was witnessing something akin to it with his own eyes. He abruptly turned and began to dig vigorously within the crevices of the rock wall, uncovering more white grains amidst the yellow sand, grasping a handful tightly and kneading it. Moments later, when he opened his hands, the white grains had vanished. But to his astonishment, the yellow sand in his palms exhibited signs of moisture. Though faint and fleeting, it was enough for Chu Chun to ascertain that it was indeed ice. He was near the pole. If he could find more ice shards, surviving for 3 days might not be out of reach. These ice shards were likely not uncommon in the area, but the mighty storm had swept them away, leaving only remnants in the sheltered crevices. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked up at the dim sun on the horizon. Although its position had shifted, it had not set, further affirming his hypothesis. This was the Martian pole, and it was currently experiencing polar day, like someone invigorated by a stimulant. He sprang up and hurried toward the dilapidated escape pod, a thought igniting within him. Surviving on Mars for a month might not be an impossibility. Several hours later, Chu Chun returned to the edge of the crater, now equipped with a rudimentary box, his laborious creation, a makeshift solar oxygen generator. This was made possible by the seemingly simple solar gun, which could produce concentrated laser beams at temperatures high enough to cut through the hardest alloys, akin to those used in spacecraft. However, the solar gun was also a weapon, programmed to require fingerprint identification, accessible only to astronauts who had boarded the spacecraft. Over the course of several hours, he had meticulously adjusted the gun's power, either cutting or welding, disassembling and reassembling all usable components within the escape pod, ultimately crafting the life-saving device he had envisioned. Its principle was straightforward. The solar panel converts sunlight into electricity, melting ice shards into liquid water, which is then electrolyzed to extract oxygen. Now, if he could find a substantial amount of ice shards within 3 days, the oxygen supply would be secured. The immediate concern was to determine the proper direction toward the actual pole. If he could locate an abundance of ice, surviving for a month was conceivable. Chu Chen glanced toward the sun's position, picking up a stone to sketch various shapes and lines upon the ground. He understood that Mars was currently undergoing a significant geomagnetic shift, which disrupted communication, preventing a stable connection with the spacecraft Xuanwu-1. This also rendered the directional system in his suit ineffective. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the angles of Mars' orbit and rotation to gauge the approximate location of the pole. Soon, he had his answer. A clear arrow etched into the ground. Checking the time on his wrist, he turned back to confirm the sun's position, and without a moment's hesitation, he set off. This was no ordinary journey. It was a true quest for survival. With each step, he measured a meter, advancing neither hastily nor slowly, but at a steady pace. Chu Chun monitored his pulse rate and oxygen consumption, striving to maintain his energy at the lowest possible expenditure, since he could only estimate the direction without knowing the distance. Conserving strength while progressing was imperative. Otherwise, should his 2 canisters of high-pressure oxygen deplete before he found a substantial amount of ice, he would face a dead end. In contrast, the immediate need for water was less pressing. The protective suit was equipped with a solar charging system, barely managing to sustain its fluid purification and insulation systems. While the solar energy was a minor concern, replenished continuously during the polar day. Moreover, with 10 bags of nutrient solution, if he utilized them cautiously in the presence of ample water, sustaining himself for a month should pose no significant issue. These conclusions were drawn from Chu Chen's careful assessments. Thus, the quest for ice shards at the pole was the crux of all his challenges. A month, given current technological capabilities, as long as the base was willing to invest. Dispatching a spacecraft on the shortest route for rescue remained theoretically feasible. The Xuanwu-1 mission had initially included contingency plans, with another spacecraft and 4 astronauts undergoing synchronized training. Chu Chun was wagering his life, betting on the decisions made at the Earth-based Space Center, to search or to forsake. The fate rested in the hands of those in power. Though hope was faint, it still existed. Chapter 4. The Solitary Traveler at this moment. The space center was teeming with people, all lamenting the misfortunes of the Xuanwu 1 mission. Unbeknownst to them, amid this failure of a manned Mars landing, there were still those fighting for survival. Within the launch facility, towering rocket scaffolding had partially extended, seemingly undergoing final checks, ready to pierce the heavens at a moment's notice. The central conference room was abuzz with heated debate, attendees divided into 2 factions, their faces flushed with fervor. We have a backup spacecraft and personnel, all prepared. If we arrange for an immediate launch, we could reach Mars orbit within 30 days. As long as we can obtain their pulse positioning signal, we can surely bring them back, exclaimed an elderly man with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, his hands firmly planted on the table as he glared at the opposing group. The lander has undoubtedly crashed. Although records indicate they entered the escape pod, the chances of surviving such a massive storm are scarcely 50-50. To endure for 30 days, we must locate the downed lander, which is exceedingly difficult. Even if we find it, do you truly believe the supplies are intact after the violent explosion captured by the orbital satellite? Thus, the probability of their survival until rescue is nearly 0. Countered a middle-aged woman with short hair, her tone icy. And what of our lengthy exploration plans? Abandoning them would be a significant blow to our research. The elderly man's face flushed red, clearly aware of the slim chances of rescue, yet unwilling to concede. The latest data analysis has been released, and I trust you have reviewed it, Chief Engineer. The internal expert group has determined that the risks of proceeding with exploration at this juncture have increased tenfold. We cannot endorse such a perilous launch plan. Therefore, the proposal has been unequivocally rejected, interjected a man in gold-rimmed glasses, producing a thick dossier. Stop with the excuses. This is merely about profit for you. I must report this matter. The elderly man slammed his hand on the table, realizing that continuing the argument was futile. Engineer Son, I must remind you, when our group initially invested and signed the agreement, it was explicitly stated that the group held veto power over the launch plan. The short-haired woman retorted dismissively, reclining in her chair. I will not abandon them. The old man's eyes dimmed, and he turned, hastily exiting the conference room. Stubborn old fool, the short-haired woman scoffed. In the desolate polar landscape of Mars, one solitary figure traversed the ochre terrain, the hazy sun's illusory glow preventing this world from succumbing to complete darkness, an apparent boon from the heavens for Chu Chun. The efficiency of his spacesuit was remarkable, sustaining internal systems while simultaneously recharging the energy of his solar gun. The emergency system of the suit functioned normally, emitting high-frequency signals every hour in an attempt to connect with the still operational Xuanwu 1. Even capturing a positioning signal would suffice to attract attention back on Earth. The sole beacon of hope for Chu Chun. As he walked, he looked up to see, faintly illuminated in the distance, 2 moons, Phobos and Deimos, hovering above. The terrain resembled a plain, yet it was riddled with craters. Despite his efforts to conserve energy, after nearly 3 hours of walking, Chu Chun began to feel fatigued. In the distance, he spotted some undulations. Are those mountains? He quickened his pace. What appeared to be a short distance turned into a half-hour trek, and upon arrival, he felt a wave of disappointment. It was merely a small meteorite crater, no more than a few kilometers in diameter. The edges had been worn smooth by countless storms, and while the periphery retained some irregularity, the central area had long since flattened, offering no remnants of ice. Disheartened, Chu Chun sought refuge in a depression to shield himself from the wind. He cautiously sipped nutrient liquid through a tube and adjusted his breathing rhythm, closing his eyes to rest and recover. This was the essence of survival, a fundamental principle from the astronaut training courses, minimizing metabolic rates to prolong physiological function. If a turtle were placed here, it might outlast him. Sitting there, his mind still buzzed with anxiety, reflecting on such trivial matters. Half an hour later, he set off again, crossing the small crater and advancing forward. The winds had lessened. He paused several times to search for ice, but beneath the protruding rocks, he found not a trace of white remnants, as though this area too had been ravaged by the earlier storm. The hazy sun arched across the sky. Having completed a circuit around Chu Chun, marking over 30 hours since he began his journey, he adhered to a strict regimen, resting for half an hour every 3 hours and sleeping for 2 hours every 10. This schedule ensured he maintained mental stability while maximizing his progress. Chu Qin calculated that he had covered nearly 300 kilometers. Walking that distance in a day and a half was fortunate only because of the weak Martian gravity. Had he been on Earth, burdened with over 30 kilograms of protective gear and supplies, he would have collapsed long ago. Even so, exhaustion etched lines across Chu Qin's face. For the strain stemmed not only from physical exertion, but also from the psychological toll. For the past several hours, he had been silently encouraging himself, convincing himself that the base would not abandon him, that rescue would come. His first high-pressure oxygen supply had been nearly depleted, yet still, no sign of ice had emerged. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. If the storm's reach were too vast, if he were too far from the pole, it might all be in vain. With apprehension, he ascended to the highest nearby mount. What is that? Suddenly, Chu Qin squinted, attempting to discern a glimmer in the far distance. He regretted not bringing the small radio telescope, originally intended as a backup in the escape pod. It seemed a strategic oversight. That shimmer was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Yet, considering the cumbersome weight of the 20-kilogram device, he sighed, realizing that had he carried that heavy apparatus, he might not have made it this far, and quickly found solace in that thought. Nearly an hour later, Chu Qin joyfully collapsed beneath a rock, gently brushing his hands over the ground. To his astonishment, he discovered a patch of white sand, half a meter square. The glimmer he had previously observed was sunlight refracting off the sheltered white sand. Though it was a mere thin layer, less than a centimeter thick, it ignited a flicker of hope within him. This discovery validated his earlier hypothesis, perhaps entirely correct. He carefully collected the layer of white sand and stored it in his makeshift oxygen generator. Soon, a transparent liquid began to flow into the electrolytic cell through the tube, followed by a gentle stream of gas from the 2 delivery hoses. The electrolytic reaction was functioning perfectly. Chu Qin's heart raced. The final check for harmful substances in the oxygen was straightforward, as his suit was equipped with a built-in detection probe. After inserting it into the tube, the data confirmed that all parameters were safe. Heaven has not forsaken me. Unable to contain his elation, he raised his fist to the sky in triumph, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 0005. A River or a Path. After nearly half an hour, I successfully gathered 7 patches of thin ice of varying sizes in the vicinity and connected the oxygen separation hose of the oxygen generator to the air tank of my protective suit. With a formal attempt, I found that my breathing was entirely unimpeded. The collected ice alone should suffice for 1 to 2 hours of oxygen requirements. If I could discover more. Chu Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed into the distance. In that moment, he radiated vitality, as if the dim world around him was infused with boundless life. In the distance, 2 peaks emerged side by side, each reaching an altitude of perhaps 300 to 400 meters, promising even greater bounty. He hastened toward them. At this point, it seemed the storm had completely receded. The wind had nearly vanished, and the dust that had drifted across the sky began to settle back to the ground. The impurities in the air diminished, and visibility improved significantly compared to the initial conditions. Meanwhile, the protective suit indicated an external temperature of approximately -41 degrees Celsius, typical for the surface during the polar day. Fortunately, it was not during the polar night, when temperatures could plummet to -170 to 80 degrees. Without energy replenishment, it was likely that the energy stored within the protective suit would deplete in less than 12 hours. Chu Qin felt a wave of gratitude for this fortunate circumstance. As he advanced, he occasionally brushed off the sand and dust that clung to his suit, ensuring it remained in an energetically efficient state, for he could not ascertain how much longer the polar day would endure. The 2 mountains appeared deceptively close, yet it took over an hour of walking to approach them. As he drew nearer, Chu Qin was increasingly astonished. These peaks were indeed extraordinary. Although they displayed some height variations, the slopes on either side were remarkably regular, instilling in him an uncanny sense of symmetry. The Martian climate had sculpted such a peculiar terrain. Even in these challenging times, he found himself marveling at the sight of the 2 peaks before him. Setting aside his momentary awe, Chu Chun moved toward the wind-sheltered side, where he noticed several pristine white areas in the distance. After more than an hour of diligent searching, Chu Chun stood up and began his ascent toward the mountain's summit. At this point, the oxygen generator on his back was already filled with melted ice water, enough to sustain his oxygen needs for approximately half a day. He replaced the residual liquid in the recirculation system of his protective suit. Although the reclaimed bodily fluids had been treated and bore little difference from normal water, there remained an inherent psychological discomfort. Now, he could confidently ascertain that he would find ample ice, alleviating his former scarcity. Abundant clean water would at least maintain his physical condition in a relatively favorable state. Standing atop the lower peak of the two, Chu Chun gazed into the distance. The sunlight, though still somewhat dim, seemed more abundant than it had on the ground. Before him lay a series of flat earthen slopes, scattered toward the horizon. Observing these slopes rekindled the peculiar feeling he had experienced earlier when gazing upon the two peaks. Those slopes, despite their varying sizes and heights, if one looked along the valley between the two mountains, there appeared to be a remarkably straight depression, reminiscent of a riverbed. Had there once been a river valley here? Chu Chun furrowed his brow. Yet, it was far too straight. No, it resembled more of a street. His eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by incredulity. How could this be possible? Chu Chun startled himself with the thought. Could it be true, as many on Earth speculated, that Mars had once harbored a civilization? For a moment, he was transfixed, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. If his judgment proved correct, then what of the descendants of Martian civilization? Had they perished due to the cataclysmic changes in their environment? Was this merely a coincidence wrought by nature, or did an unknown civilization truly exist? His eyes clouded with confusion. After a prolonged silence, Chu Chun regained his focus. He could not fathom why, but the more he pondered, the more he felt that the scene before him was not a product of natural formation. If it were a road, then what lay at its end? Gradually, some deductions formed in his mind. This was the polar region of Mars, subjected to the weakest solar energy. If remnants of civilization could be found anywhere on Mars, it might be here, and that seemed plausible. Imagining the scenario, he envisioned a life-bearing planet besieged by violent solar storms, its atmosphere distorted and shattered, the terrifying energy from the sun engulfing the planet, swiftly transforming it into a fiery inferno. The equatorial regions would suffer the most, directly enduring the solar wind's energy onslaught at a 90-degree angle. In mere days, the planet would become a furnace, every trace of civilization reduced to ash, with the once thriving life now extinguished, leaving only two polar regions shrouded in ash. Could it truly be so? Chu Chun asked himself, yet found no answer. What else lay beyond? He hesitated no longer, inhaling a deep breath of the nutrient solution before descending the mountain. Though his body was weary, the tumult of thoughts within rendered him incapable of tranquility. He yearned for clues. Even if he were to lie down in that moment, his mind had already soared far away. A straight path, or perhaps remnants of a river valley. As he walked, Chu Chun felt diminutive, not in comparison to the vast expanse of sky and earth, but in relation to this path, which evoked a sense of sanctity. With an inexplicable thrill, the pursuit of the unknown almost made him forget that he hovered on the precipice of life and death. If this truly were remnants of Martian civilization, it would send shockwaves through the lonely existence of humanity on Earth, for it would affirm that life on Earth is not solitary in the cosmos. And perhaps he would become the first witness to such a miracle in the annals of human history. The path of solitary exploration is often long. Chu Chun felt as if he had traversed centuries, yet the road beneath him showed no sign of conclusion. Had he overthought the situation? The fatigue of his body compelled him to pause for the third time, lying on a sloping surface, gazing at the dim sky where two faint moons were discernible, his confidence wavering. This was the third day since his descent onto Mars, and after more than 50 hours. Whether it was due to overwhelming fatigue of body and mind or the anticipation that bore no fruit, he felt a disorienting sway in his vision. Perhaps he truly was exhausted. Chu Chun closed his eyes, hoping for a brief respite. Yet, upon closing his eyes, he still sensed that unsettling motion, and the sensation grew more pronounced. No, it was an earthquake. A fleeting thought pierced through the drowsiness, and he sprang up, scrambling to the nearest high ground. In the distance, he could hear a low rumble, and beneath him, the ground trembled slightly. Fortunately, the sensation was brief, gradually dissipating. It was likely the magnetic poles were shifting, causing instability within Mars' crust and triggering tectonic movements. Chu-Chin soon discerned the reason. Now that he understood, he no longer felt anxious. Unless the tremors reached a magnitude capable of tearing the surface apart or triggering nearby volcanic eruptions, it was improbable that he would be in any danger. He forced himself to relax and continued to rest, recovering his strength. Chapter 0006. A life sustained by the mountains. Chu-Chun had slept soundly for nearly 5 hours when a violent tremor jolted him awake. Another earthquake. This time, however, the disturbance was far greater than the previous one, and the ground beneath him quaked violently. In his shock, he stumbled as he struggled to climb the dirt slope. Once atop the rise, he forced his eyes open to survey the surroundings, only to be gripped by terror as he noticed, in the distance from where he had come, plumes of dust and debris rising ominously into the sky, indicating a large-scale collapse had occurred. A chill ran down his spine. Should a similar event happen here, he would have little to no chance of escape. With this thought, he fled in a panic, disregarding any concern for his physical stamina. His singular focus was to distance himself from the ominous clouds of dust. Though it was already the 3rd day since his descent onto Mars, this was his first experience of truly running on the planet. His steps, once buoyant, became increasingly unstable on the trembling ground, and he nearly fell several times. Fortunately, after undergoing hundreds of hours of zero-gravity training at the space agency's facility, he gradually regained his balance after a few minutes, and the tremors finally subsided. Yet, Chu-Chin dared not linger. He ran for over an hour, panting heavily, before he began to slow down. Although his pace was relatively low on Mars, each stride measured nearly 3 meters. After this frantic sprint, he estimated he had covered at least 30 to 40 kilometers. Along the way, he caught sight of a vast expanse of white in the distant valleys. After much hesitation, he resisted the urge to linger, for the imminent threat posed by the earthquake was far more pressing. He needed to distance himself from the epicenter of the tremors. On the 4th day of his descent, Chu-Chin finally beheld a true mountain. A solitary peak, standing nearly 1,000 meters tall, loomed before him, evoking a sense of oppression. This was the highest and most magnificent mountain he had seen since arriving on Mars, and he was elated to see that one side of it was covered in pristine white snow. Given ample food and sunlight, he felt confident he could endure here for a month, or even a year. However, such optimism was predicated on conditions that were far from guaranteed. The nutritional liquid he had planned to sustain him for a month had dwindled to 4 bags after several days of strenuous trekking, despite his best efforts to conserve it. Moreover, the phenomenon of continuous daylight could not last indefinitely. His initial estimates had been overly optimistic. He had never anticipated traversing hundreds, if not 1,000 kilometers on foot. Chu-Chun now faced a formidable challenge. After 3 long hours, he finally reached the base of the mountain. Gazing at the thick layer of snow that measured half a foot deep, his initial excitement had faded. Finding a water source in the desolate Martian landscape was a miracle, but securing food seemed utterly impossible. Perhaps the only course of action was to minimize his bodily expenditure. With an abundance of ice shards available, further exploration was unnecessary. The once speculated remnants of an unknown Martian civilization no longer seemed relevant. The pressing issue was how to endure until the faint hope of rescue from Earth materialized. Chu-Chun recognized that he could no longer afford to explore. If there was a future, he would seek it then. After a brief observation of his surroundings, he chose a slightly elevated and gentle area that received sunlight for 3/4 of the day, situated only a few hundred meters from the ice shard region. This would be his refuge for the coming month. Chu-Chun was acutely aware of his predicament. He filled the oxygen generator with liquid water before returning to his refuge to rest. His primary task was to sleep, as much as possible, to conserve his energy to the bare minimum. The desolate Martian landscape was now dominated solely by the relentless storms that raged across the terrain. Lying atop the slope, he basked in the feeble sunlight, his spirits plummeting. The once constant yellow sun, hovering above the horizon, now appeared to be sinking towards it. This was a troubling sign. The period of continuous daylight was nearing its end. At this point, it was only the 9th day since his arrival on Mars. Once the continuous daylight ceased, he would face increasingly longer nights without the ability to replenish solar energy, and the temperature would plummet. If the energy consumption of his protective suit escalated rapidly, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his already dire food shortage. What could he do? Chu Chun felt utterly helpless. In such circumstances, any individual might struggle to achieve better than he had. Yet even so, the prospect of enduring for another 20 days seemed bleak, a countdown to inevitable demise. On the 16th day, Chu Chun moved from the original flat area to a position halfway up the mountain, adjusting his location in accordance with the sun's trajectory to maximize his exposure to sunlight and maintain the operation of his suit systems. However, this location was not without its dangers. In recent days, several earthquakes had occurred, though none as severe as the initial quake. Each tremor caused the mountain to rumble, sending stones tumbling down, and he began to doubt whether this ancient mountain would collapse in a powerful quake, burying him beneath its weight. Yet he had no choice but to remain. Otherwise, he would immediately confront a crisis of energy depletion, with oxygen expected to run out within 3 to 4 days. This was under the condition that he had already utilized the suit's micropressure system to recharge 2 nearly depleted high-pressure oxygen tanks. He had to persevere until rescue arrived. Chu Chun, physically exhausted, touched the signal transmitter on his shoulder, his gaze dimmed, silently encouraging himself. On the 24th day, Chu Chun had ascended to the mountain's summit. Yet even there, he only received sunlight for half the day. When would help arrive? Gazing up at the dark abyss of the sky, he prayed silently, feeling too weak even to turn over. In his waist pouch, only 1 bag of nutritional liquid remained, the lifeline he needed to survive the next week. If he could not endure this period, all hope would be lost. Fortunately, beneath some large rocks and in crevices at the summit, there were still plenty of ice shards. Otherwise, merely searching for ice to produce oxygen would have been beyond his capabilities. On the 31st day, Chu Chun felt dizzy, his body at the brink of collapse. His vision blurred, with everything appearing as a series of overlapping shadows. In the sky, the sun peeked out only halfway. Yet he had been fortunate that storms had not affected this area recently, allowing for some clarity. The faint reflections of Phobos and Deimos provided his suit with a minuscule energy boost. Without it, he might have frozen to death atop the mountain. At this moment, he was too weak to search for ice shards and had just managed to connect a high-pressure oxygen tank to his suit. He had truly reached the end of his resources. Chapter 0007. The desperate head Chu Chun lamented. In a haze, he seemed to have glimpsed his own demise. Had the Space Center acted promptly following the incident, they would surely have reached Martian orbit by yesterday. His protective suit would still be operational, sending out pulse positioning signals at intervals, which they would undoubtedly have received. However, the anticipated contact he had yearned for over the past month ultimately did not arrive, indicating but one grim reality. The rescue operation he had envisioned never took place. Despair. Brother Rue, I shall remain here with you. Chu Chun sighed inwardly, devoid of even the emotion of sorrow. Numb, he lay on the ground, his eyelids drooping as he slipped into a stupor, not even contemplating the last remnants of nutritional fluid he possessed. A rumble. In the polar region of Mars, the earth trembled as the ground roared, and a boundless yellow mist rose from the sandstone surface. This tremor seemed far more terrifying than any he had previously experienced. Gradually, fissures began to appear on the surface, snaking outwards, some collapsing into deep abysses, while others slowly rose, threatening to become mountainous elevations. This seismic upheaval did not occur directly beneath Chu Chun, but the proximity was not insignificant. As the tremors intensified, the affected area broadened. Among the 2 symmetrical peaks Chu Chun had once traversed, one succumbed to the quake, a massive chasm, some 70 to 80 meters wide, cleaving the straight path and slowly displacing it. At last, the 1,000-meter peak began to quake, emitting a dull, resonant rumble, while loose rocks gradually broke free from the mountainside and tumbled down. Let it shake. To be buried here is not so bad. Chu Chun awoke abruptly from the immense vibration, but after his hopes had been dashed, he felt utterly indifferent. Whether he perished here or at some later time made little difference to him. Moreover, he genuinely lacked the strength to move his body. Crack, crackle. The mountain's interior seemed to emit a series of muffled yet thunderous sounds. Atop the mountain, Chu Chun lay supine, gazing into the profound night sky, awaiting the final moment's arrival. 32 days had passed, his body and mind subjected to relentless torment, fully aware that hope had evaporated. At this moment, hearing the sounds of the earth fracturing, he found himself wishing for a swift conclusion, his eyes reflecting a sense of liberation. Yet, after a brief pause, the mountain merely trembled and swayed, showing no signs of imminent collapse. Instead, the previously dull cracking sounds became increasingly sharp and frequent. Chu Chun was taken aback. While he could not ascertain what sounds an avalanche should produce, the noise he now perceived resembled glass or ice gradually shattering. Could it be that beneath this mountain lay a colossal polar ice cap? Before he could ponder further, a sudden sensation of weightlessness overtook him, and Chu Chun found himself plummeting. From a different perspective, one would clearly discern that the upper half of this 1,000-meter peak had disintegrated like a mound of sand. Yes, it had scattered, much like grains of sand. However, the gravitational pull on Mars was nearly half that of Earth, so Chu Chun's descent was not particularly swift. With the summit now fractured, Chu Chun thought he might finally attain his wish and end his suffering when, with a resounding thud, his head violently struck a rock, and he instantly lost consciousness. Cough, cough. Uncertain how much time had passed, a suffocating sensation jolted Chu Chun awake. He gasped for air, aware that his supply of high-pressure oxygen was nearing depletion. How was he still alive? This was his first thought. To have emerged unscathed from such a terrifying collapse was nothing short of miraculous. A bitter smile formed within him. The earthquake had ceased. In the dim light, he realized he was lying horizontally within the crevice formed by two massive stones, one of which emitted a faint luminescence. This stone? It was ice. As he struggled to turn his head, his vision, laden with heavy shadows, suddenly froze, and for a moment, even his breathing and heartbeat seemed to halt. In the direction of his gaze loomed a shadow resembling a head. A colossal head, akin to a small mountain, stood amidst the dimly lit shattered stones. Though indistinct, he could still discern the vague outlines of facial features. How could this be? Had he died? Had he entered another world? Yet the extreme pressure in his chest confirmed his existence. Was it an illusion? He exerted all his strength to close his eyes and then slowly opened them again. The head remained, confirming it was no mere figment. This was Mars, not Earth. How could such a thing exist? A sudden realization struck him. Could his previous conjectures be true? Behind those two symmetrical peaks lay, indeed, a street. Chu Chun's mind erupted with tumultuous waves. Such a lifelike head could not be a natural formation. Leaving only one possibility. An unknown civilization had once thrived on Mars, constructing streets and this visage. In that moment, exhilaration surged within him, transcending his fatigued body. He shakily propped himself against the giant stone and stared at the head. He had to see it up close. This became his singular thought. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and opened a small cover at the neck of his protective suit, revealing a button. His finger lingered there for an extended moment before he finally pressed it. A slender needle ejected from the seam of his helmet, adjusting its position before accurately inserting itself into his carotid artery. A wave of warmth coursed through him within seconds, his blood boiling as his bodily functions rapidly revived, seemingly returning him to peak condition. This was a potent peptide adrenal stimulant, an emergency medication enabling severely injured individuals to recover bodily functions temporarily, escaping peril or increasing the likelihood of successful rescue. However, it also bore significant side effects. The effects lasted roughly 6 hours, and without timely follow-up treatment. The mortality rate was exceedingly high. This was precisely why Chu Chun had refrained from using it over the past month, and his earlier hesitation was justified. Given his current predicament, death was inevitable, and he felt less inclined to be cautious. He truly wished to see that head. He connected the last high-pressure oxygen supply to his protective suit, downed the last remaining sip of nutritional fluid, discarded the rudimentary oxygen generator on his back, and Chu Chen set off, unencumbered, swiftly climbing toward the enormous head. The recent tremors had indeed been terrifying. The once 1,000-meter peak now stood at barely half its height, with the apex being that very head. The ruins, composed of massive rocks and white ice, led Chu Chen to surmise that this colossal head had likely been buried within the mountain's midsection, covered by a thick layer of ice. The surface rocks were likely the result of accumulated sand or ejected volcanic lava, and this recent quake had shattered the ice layer, ultimately exposing the head. What civilization had placed such a massive head in this polar region, and what significance did it hold? This was the most pressing question. Navigating the jagged, shattered rocks with utmost caution, Chu Chen carefully climbed through the gaps. The randomly fallen ice and rock were unstable, and should he meet his end from a fall after surviving the avalanche, it would be the gravest of ironies. After more than half an hour, Chu Chen finally stood at the foot of the gigantic head, gazing up in awe. This head was not stone. It appeared to be composed of some special metallic substance, still reflecting a faint dark luster despite being buried under ice for countless years. A veritable marvel of human ingenuity. As he beheld the enormous visage up close, Chu Chen felt increasingly dazed. The head bore wide eyes and a broad mouth, strangely reminiscent of the crude stone sculptures found in many primitive relics on Earth. Yet here it was far more exquisite and lifelike. How could this be? The renowned enigmatic statues of Easter Island, the Sphinx of Egypt, and the stone masks and murals unearthed from the remnants of ancient civilizations around the world have all graced his experience within museums and various visual documentation. Yet, he found himself pondering whether the clumsy sculpting techniques were merely coincidental or if they were inherently depicting similar entities. In that moment, he was left in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 0008. The colossal enigma before Chu Chen stood ahead, exquisite and realistic, even in the dim light, far surpassing anything he had seen on Earth. This enormous visage, towering at an impressive 50 to 60 meters, was coupled with a robust neck, and a small portion of the right shoulder was also visible. Chu Chen harbored a suspicion that a complete body might lie beneath, as the sight before him suggested it was entirely plausible. He leapt from a massive rock, eager to approach and examine the material of this head more closely. Thud! Clang! As Chu Chen landed on the giant's shoulder, a fist-sized rock tumbled down beside him, both sounds echoing ominously. It appeared to be some form of metal. Was there emptiness beneath? Chu Chen stood frozen, having previously believed this to be a solid statue, its durability unscathed after being buried beneath ice for countless years. Yet, the reality seemed to contradict that notion entirely. If it were hollow, what lay within? How could this hollow statue remain intact beneath the mountain? A series of astonishing discoveries stirred his curiosity deeply. Even with mere hours of life remaining, he could not remain calm in the face of such a mystery. If he did not seek to uncover the secret, he might carry regret into death. Crouching on the statue's shoulder, he picked up a stone and began to strike it against the surface, and indeed, he could still faintly hear the hollow resonance echoing beneath his feet. However, no matter how forcefully he struck, the dark material showed no signs of denting, suggesting that this seemingly unremarkable substance was extraordinarily hard. Activating the light on his helmet, he circled the enormous head twice, noting that the statue appeared to be bald with its eyes tightly shut, yet he gleaned no further understanding. What purpose could a hollow statue serve in this desolate expanse? Or did it hold some function? After pondering for a considerable time, he concluded that the thickness of the statue was surprisingly thin, at least in relation to its overall size. Based on the amplitude of the echo when he struck it, he estimated that the layer of dark material could not exceed 1 meter. At the base of the neck, where he could reach, it might be only 20 to 30 centimeters, or perhaps even thinner. The notion that such a slender layer could support such a colossal form was simply unfathomable. He lifted a basin-sized rock and brought it down with force, shattering it upon impact. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly retrieved his energy gun from his waist. When set to maximum power, the laser beam could reach temperatures in the tens of thousands of degrees. having previously allowed him to slice necessary components from the life pod with ease. He intended to test whether he could penetrate this dark metal. With a sizzle, a brilliant beam of light struck at the statue's neck, causing wisps of faint white smoke to rise as the dark metal began to yield. Moments later, a hissing sound emerged, suggesting that the laser had pierced the material, allowing gas to escape through the red-hot small hole it had created. The power of this laser was indeed impressive. Chu Chun marveled at the hissing aperture, yet something felt amiss. The small hole emitted a persistent red glow, refusing to dim, which seemed less a result of the metal being scorched and more like light emanating from within. What lay inside? He leaned closer to the small opening, observing that deep within, a flickering red light pulsed, accompanied by a slow, rhythmic thumping sound that resonated from the statue's shoulder. This sent chills down Chu Chen's spine, prompting him to rise abruptly. A colossal statue deeply embedded in the Martian polar mountains, radiating red light and producing mysterious sounds. Could it possibly house Martian life? The thought of fleeing this uncanny statue crossed his mind, yet as he stepped back, a sense of melancholy washed over him. With only hours left to live, what was there to fear? It would merely hasten his demise. Should he not investigate what lay within? Resolute, he directed the energy gun at the statue's neck, determined to carve an opening. Remarkably, the dark material proved resilient. It took nearly an hour to cut out a circular door measuring half a meter square, and his energy gun was now nearly depleted. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust at his feet. Was another storm approaching? Chu Chen glanced around, but the entire polar landscape remained shrouded in darkness, offering no signs of abnormality. Returning his focus, he pushed against the piece of black material he had severed, only to find it surprisingly lightweight, though something pliable within resisted his efforts, preventing it from falling inward. Nevertheless, the intense red light that seeped through momentarily dazzled him, and it took a while for his vision to adjust. As his sight cleared, he finally beheld the interior, an array of translucent, thread-like structures interconnected like a mass of cotton, illuminated by the red light, casting a soft rosy hue. Chu Chen squeezed through the partially open gap, and as he forcefully parted the threads, he began to comprehend why the segment of dark material had not fallen away. The strands were intricately linked to the interior of the statue's black shell, their remarkable flexibility preventing him from plummeting. What on earth were these strange threads? Struggling to separate them, he crawled deeper, sensing that the source of the red light lay below. Yet, the multitude of threads refracted the glow in every direction. After a brief respite, he resumed his descent, but the sheer number of threads, along with some varying, curved pillars, greatly hindered his progress. With immense effort, he managed to descend only a few meters, almost losing his sense of direction in the process. However, the source of the red light was close, brightening the space and shimmering alluringly, while the rhythmic thumping he had heard from outside seemed to emanate from that very spot. After a moment of rest, he pressed on, but as he approached the light, unease began to creep in. The red glow appeared ominous, and he felt a prickling sensation on his skin, even through his protective suit. Squinting downwards, he sensed that it would be prudent to avoid the area, prompting him to move laterally with great difficulty. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Chan halted abruptly. An inexplicable staircase appeared before him. More accurately, a series of threads had been arranged to resemble steps, extending both upward and downward. The strands here seemed to have been cleared, forming a passage just wide enough for a person to traverse. There was no doubt that this had been deliberately crafted. Yet in such an environment, it felt eerily surreal. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Chan resolved to explore further down. Navigating the staircase proved significantly easier. Yet he had not descended far when he encountered a black door that would not budge, seeming to swing outward. Standing before the door, Chu Chun pondered thoughtfully, coming to a realization. The material of this door was akin to that of the statue. If the statue represented a complete figure, then, based on the descending distance, this point should lie at the chest or abdomen, a location still embedded within the mountain and thus impossible to push outward. The path ahead had vanished. One could either retreat and ascend once more or meander aimlessly through those delicate threads. Undoubtedly, the former choice was preferable, as navigating through those strands proved exceedingly arduous. Ascending step by step, he estimated he must have climbed several dozen to 100 meters, eventually arriving at a semi-spherical platform measuring around 7 to 8 square meters. There are people. Chapter 0009 Martians? At first glance, Chu Chun was startled to discover a seated figure facing away from him, nearly causing him to tumble down the steps. Despite his prior belief that Mars had once harbored a civilization, the bizarre sight before him sent shivers down his spine. He remained frozen on the rope ladder, head barely visible as he gazed at the silhouette. "Hello," he managed to utter, though the figure offered no response. "Hello, bonjour." He attempted several languages known to him, yet the silence persisted. Gradually, his heart eased. This figure was likely not a living being. Initially, he had suspected as much. But the strange occurrences within this peculiar statue had left him grappling with the incomprehensible. Even if this were a living entity, he might have to swallow his apprehension. Cautiously stepping onto the platform, he maneuvered to face the seated figure. A sigh escaped him. Indeed, it was as he feared. The figure, having long since transformed into a dull skeleton, bore a striking resemblance to humanity, with a notably fuller forehead and larger eye sockets. Chu Chun found himself at a loss for an explanation. Perhaps the trajectory of evolution was largely similar, and a humanoid form was simply the most fitting choice for advancement. As for the black robe that shrouded the figure, he felt a reluctance to disturb it, considering it a mark of respect for the deceased. "What is that?" Chu Chen's gaze fell upon a peculiar object partially exposed beneath the skeleton's black robe. He cautiously tugged at it, inadvertently brushing against the robe. With a poof, the seated body disintegrated, the black robe and the bones within collapsing into a heap of ash, a mixture of black and white powder. Chu Chen stood in a daze, unable to fathom the passage of time that had led to this moment. His unwitting touch had caused the remains to disintegrate into dust. He clasped his hands together and bowed toward the ashes, apologizing silently for the disturbance. In his hands lay a thin book, upon which rested a small square object, about an inch in size. The small square, neither metal nor wood, was smooth to the touch and felt surprisingly heavy. Aside from a minor chip on one corner, it bore no distinctive features, resembling an ancient paperweight in Chu Chen's interpretation. The book itself was intriguing. Its semi-transparent material, crafted from an unknown film, was riddled with cracks yet remained intact. It was densely inscribed with a multitude of symbols. Clearly, these were the writings of Martian civilization, and perhaps he could attempt to decipher some of its contents. Chu Chun felt a surge of excitement as he clutched the book. His protective suit housed a rudimentary computer system with basic decryption capabilities. Perhaps he might unveil some secrets within its pages. After scanning the scant few pages, a translation emerged in mere minutes. However, the content left Chu Chun frowning in confusion. It was likely due to the system's limited decoding ability or the small corpus of text. Or perhaps the Martian civilization's expressions were simply too dissimilar from Earth's culture. Ultimately, the translation was a jumbled mess, barely coherent. After several readings, he could discern only a few vague phrases. Seeds, escape, inscribed upon bones, day of reversal, rebirth. What could this possibly signify? Chu Chen sat cross-legged upon the gray-white ground, lost in thought as he contemplated the book in his hands. At a certain moment, as his peripheral vision swept across the ground, he noticed something unusual. The gray-white surface seemed to shimmer with iridescent colors. Upon closer inspection, however, it appeared to vanish. "No, something feels amiss." Moments later, he suddenly crouched down, peering closely at the ground, and the rainbow light reappeared. Laser discs? The term, long obsolete, flashed into his mind. The surface resembled the laser discs he had seen in a space museum, where such archaic storage media would display vibrant rainbow hues when viewed from varying angles. This gray-white platform, composed of an unknown material, seemed to refract light in complex ways, producing that elusive rainbow glow. If this hypothesis held true, then the ground, Chu Chun activated the helmet's light, pressing his head against the surface, and this time, he truly beheld it. What appeared to be an ordinary gray-white floor was covered with an intricate array of patterns. While not reaching the precision of nanotechnology, It was astonishingly close to the original disk's accuracy. These patterns were undoubtedly not natural formations. Had the ancient Martian civilization achieved such advancement? Perhaps even more than that. Gazing across the expansive surface of gray-white, Chu Chun was astonished. The area measured 7 or 8 square meters. Such meticulous craftsmanship had not been reported in any era of Earth's civilization. Upon closer inspection, the intricate lines resembled a complex circuit. It was difficult to ascertain whether they operated on the same principles, and the nature of their energy supply remained a mystery, as he had never encountered such material before. Thinking of energy, Chu Chun glanced at his wrist. Astonishingly, his power was fully charged. It must be due to the red glow surrounding him, yet he sighed once more. Even with abundant electricity and oxygen, what of it? The peptide adrenal injection had been administered nearly 4 hours ago, leaving him with approximately 2 hours of life. Though there might be slight variations, no miracles would occur. No one would come to his aid here. In these final moments, the opportunity to glean some secrets of Mars was an unexpected fortune. He felt no regrets. Let everything be buried with him here. Perhaps years later, someone would return, discovering his remains, and might even regard him as a Martian. But wait, what of that seated figure? Could it have been a fellow traveler like himself? The thought struck Chu Chun, though he dismissed it as improbable. Anyone who could reach this place would surely have their own means of passage. It was unlikely they would remain here unintentionally, just as he had. The notion of encountering another fallen traveler seemed to invite too many coincidences. In the end, he shook his head, relinquishing the absurd notion. The secrets of this place appeared limited. Aside from the statue that emanated an unsettling light, no further astonishing discoveries awaited him. This realization was a reflection of his own numbness after enduring a series of incredible events. Had anyone else been here without the specter of death looming? They would likely have been compelled to scour every inch of this place. Chu Chun felt his physical state declining, unwilling to continue exploring. In these last 2 hours, he simply desired to spend his time in tranquility. Mimicking the earlier figure, he settled into a meditative posture. Within the confines of this strange statue, the only sound accompanying him was the faint rhythmic thumping echoing in the background, a soft cadence devoid of any other noise. Suddenly, a low rumble disrupted the stillness. Not long after, a subtle vibration coursed through the stone floor. Had there been another earthquake outside? The geological upheaval caused by the inversion of Mars poles has indeed escalated in severity, yet what relevance does it hold for oneself? Chu Chun did not even bother to open his eyes, merely allowing this thought to silently arise within him. Perhaps the profound silence of this place induced a sensation akin to tinnitus, as the once muted sounds now resonated with a newfound intensity. Soon, he would truly face death. What did the tumultuous world outside matter? However, this state of emotional detachment could not endure. Although his eyes remained shut, he sensed a gradual illumination enveloping the area, revealing a vivid crimson hue before him, a consequence of the blood beneath his eyelids being penetrated by a blinding light, ultimately reaching his retina. Chapter 0010. Hope what has transpired? He abruptly opened his eyes, and his pupils constricted sharply, for the space around him was ablaze with a dazzling red light, transforming into an ocean of crimson radiance. The once gray-white floor and the ceiling of this hemispherical chamber were now illuminated by this brilliant glow, creating an indescribable atmosphere. At that moment, Chu Chun realized that the thundering sound he had sensed growing louder was not merely a case of tinnitus. The sound was indeed escalating in intensity. What on earth was happening? Unable to remain still, he rose and approached the entrance of the staircase, peering downwards. There, the same blinding red light was present, yet it appeared even more luminous than within this hemispherical space, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed by the crimson brilliance, unable to discern the unfolding events. However, based on his previous observations, he surmised that the source of the light must be the origin of the disturbance, though the deeper reasons eluded him. At this very moment, Chu Chun was unaware that the surface of Mars had erupted into chaos. The ground trembled and yellow dust swirled as countless storms wreaked havoc across the desolate planet. with sand and stones being swept up in a terrifying cacophony that resonated through the heavens. More alarmingly, as the tremors intensified, vast fissures began to appear on the once endless sandstone surface, revealing patches of dark red beneath. In some areas, the ground heaved with a thunderous roar, exhibiting a tendency to rise into plateaus. The towering Olympus Mons, the highest peak on Mars, which humans on Earth had named, was now beginning to sink, its mountains fracturing and collapsing, with many regions plunging below the surface. Long dormant volcanoes, which had lain silent for countless years, were suddenly awakened, unleashing a series of earth-shattering roars as columns of magma surged skyward, thick black and gray clouds swirling into the atmosphere, rapidly dispersing amidst the colossal storms. In a short span of time, an endless cloud of volcanic ash mingled with the already obscuring dust, enveloping Mars's thin atmosphere and shrouding the barren, ochre-hued surface, rendering it impossible to discern the events transpiring below. In the orbit of Mars, over 30 reconnaissance satellites had already focused their lenses on the planet, transmitting countless video feeds as high-frequency electromagnetic waves back to Earth. Various space agencies and astronautic centers were bustling with activity. As researchers and external media fixated on the ultra-clear screens, the incessant clicking of camera shutters filling the air. This marked a significant event in humanity's venture into the cosmos. As they witnessed the unprecedented transformation of Mars, researchers had reached a definitive conclusion. The magnetic poles of Mars were on the brink of a complete reversal. Originally, such a phenomenon was not anticipated to occur for at least another year, according to simulations run by central computers. Yet, the reversal was not unfolding as expected. Over the past fortnight, Martian geomagnetism had become increasingly chaotic and disordered, nearing a state of undetectability, while storms erupted near the equator, escalating in intensity and rapidly spreading to other regions of the planet. This unforeseen occurrence had caught all experts off guard. Otherwise, they would not have launched a crewed spacecraft to Mars for exploration over 2 months prior. Their plan had been to gather first-hand data before the magnetic poles reversed, allowing them to observe the effects of geomagnetic reversal on the planet and potentially prepare for similar challenges that Earth might face in the future. However, 2 distinguished astronauts had tragically perished, and it now seemed that the landing craft being caught in the storm was no mere accident. In the aftermath of the landing craft's crash a month ago, there had been plans for a rescue operation, which, fortunately, had ultimately been dismissed. Had it not been for that decision, not only would countless resources have been expended, but the rescue team might have encountered peril themselves. At this moment, Mars appeared increasingly obscured on the large screen, as ash and dust permeated the thin atmosphere, blocking all reconnaissance efforts and leaving only a plethora of speculation and debate. This unprecedented spectacle was being broadcast globally, inside a luxurious villa-esque bedroom within a financial district. A young girl with a delicate visage nestled in the arms of a middle-aged man, her gaze fixed on the live feed, seemingly lost in thought. "What's wrong? Schwerer, are you thinking about him?" The middle-aged man inquired, his brow furrowed. It's been a month already. What is there to think about? He chose to leave, and fortunately, I've moved on. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face all of this now. The girl replied nonchalantly. I must thank him. Though, without him, I would never have met you. Had he not fallen on Mars, our company would have undoubtedly supported that rescue effort. In hindsight, my selfishness proved advantageous. Sparing the company considerable losses, the middle-aged man remarked dismissively. Enough about him. Remember, you promised me a gift for my birthday next month. The girl began to pout. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. Now, I'll go freshen up, the middle-aged man replied before rising to leave. As the middle-aged man departed, a flicker of melancholy crossed the girl's face. Why bother working so hard? You're gone now. Let the past remain in the past. In the polar regions of Mars, fierce winds howled as countless stones rolled across the trembling ground, and volcanic ash began to blanket the area, plunging it into an encroaching darkness. At this moment, Chu Chun felt an inexplicable tension, his heart racing uncontrollably. Not only was the interior of the statue glowing ever more intensely, But the very ground of the hemispherical space was also beginning to emit light, distorting his vision. The effects of the drug would not diminish for at least another hour, and he had never heard of it affecting visual perception. What was happening? Could the reversal of the Martian magnetic field influence spatial dimensions? There had been no mention of such phenomena in previous research materials, and even if there were anomalies, they were supposed to occur a year from now. As he pondered, the visual distortions intensified. The books and paperweights that had once seemed so near now appeared to recede into the distance, while the gray-white ground seemed to expand rapidly, its edges stretching towards the horizon until they nearly faded from view. The thundering sound had ceased its steady rhythm, now echoing like muffled thunder, resonating within Chu Chen's chest. In the final instant, the brightness of the gray-white ground reached an overwhelming intensity, eclipsing the red glow, transforming into an excruciatingly bright orb akin to the sun. Boom! In that moment of sensory deprivation, Chu Chen felt an indescribable sensation of clarity wash over his entire being. Even penetrating his very soul, the magnetic field reversal, the day of inversion. Could there still be hope for my survival? What was that just now? In the monitoring hall of the space agency, an elderly man with graying hair, who had been seated with a furrowed brow staring at the large screen, suddenly rose and exclaimed, "Director Liu, rewind that last footage slowly." "Understood. Please hold on, old Chi." A bespectacled man nearby responded, "Xiao Song. Set the playback to 1/10 frame rate." "Got it." The large screen shifted back to the previous scene from several seconds ago. Mars, shrouded in a yellowish haze, revealed a glimmer of light emerging from a specific location. Then, a brilliant flash of white light appeared before the glow gradually faded, as if it had never existed at all. "Zoom in on that area," Old Chi commanded once more. The screen transformed again, the image slightly blurred but far clearer than before. It depicted a vibrant array of colors slowly materializing, with a diminutive white cylindrical light source at its center seemingly erupting in an instant, only to vanish, as if the radiant display had been born solely for that luminous point. As the white light extinguished, the colorful display swiftly dissipated. What was that? An aurora created by the magnetic field reversal? Could it have been a lens flare? Perhaps something catastrophic occurred there in the crowded hall, everyone fixated on the large screen, their voices rising in a clamor of discussion. Some individuals swiftly crowded around Elder Chi, inquiring, "Elder Chi, based on your assessment, what was that just now?" Chapter 0011. The transformation of the statue. At this moment, time seemed to lose all significance. The vast expanse of light enveloped Chu Chen, rendering him a mere fragment of consciousness, severed from his corporeal form. In the final moments of luminous upheaval, a thought struck him. After the deciphering of the hemispherical space's tome, a cryptic term had been repeatedly mentioned: the day of inversion. This frequently referenced phrase undoubtedly held immense significance. Otherwise, it would not have recurred so often. The reversal of Mars' magnetic poles, when interpreted literally, appeared to align perfectly with the notion of the day of inversion. Logically, this so-called day of inversion should pertain to the magnetic pole reversal of Mars. But was it not supposed to occur for another year? Was the deciphered content erroneous? Or was there pertinent information yet to be unveiled? Were these two phenomena truly unrelated? He found himself in a quandary. After an indeterminate interval, the white brilliance gradually waned, and even the red glow began to dim. His fatigued body re-established its connection with his consciousness. Why does it feel heavier? In that moment, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him, as if his body had grown weighty. The prior anomaly had not improved his condition. The effects of the multi-amino peptide adrenaline were visibly dissipating. Chu Chen glanced at the time on his wrist, letting out a sigh. There remained approximately an hour, and the peculiar circumstances he had just experienced lasted only a fleeting instant. Strangely, he discovered that the monitoring data of his protective suit had changed. The external atmospheric pressure had surged to an astonishing 97.2 kilopascals, nearly equivalent to Earth's atmospheric pressure. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. For Mars' atmospheric pressure is notoriously low, barely constituting 1% of that of Earth. How could it have surged over 100-fold following an earthquake? This was entirely implausible. Could it be a malfunction of the suit's detection equipment? Chu Chun furrowed his brow deeply. Within the hemispherical space, the red glow continued to fade, and the once audible thudding had completely vanished, transforming instead into the faint sound of rushing water. Perhaps there had been a change in the light source. Reflecting on that light source, Chu Chun felt a stirring within. During the earlier anomaly, he had fantasized about what might occur to ensure his survival, yet miracles had evaded him. Now, with the red glow dimming, the previously inaccessible light source might hold some revelation. It was only at this moment that he realized he truly did not wish to perish. Even in this dire predicament, his subconscious still clung to the hope of a miracle. Amidst the dim red light, he began to descend along the tendrils, quickly reaching a position parallel to the light source. Through the wisps, he could perceive a faint red glow. The sound of rushing water grew increasingly tangible. Yet it did not emanate from there, but rather from a darkened area close beneath him. How could there be water? Was there an underground river beneath the poles? Chu Chun activated the light on his helmet and peered downward, utterly astonished. Less than 10 meters below, he beheld liquid resembling water churning violently, terrifyingly. As the water level rose at a discernible pace, several elongated dark shadows could be seen thrashing within, creating a cacophony of sounds. Where could this water have come from? What were those shadows? The unknown instilled a profound fear within him, for he sensed that the shadows below posed a grave danger. Though a multitude of questions raced through his mind, there was no time for contemplation. He could no longer afford to ponder the secrets of the light source. He turned and scrambled upward with all his might. Above him lay the opening he had created at the statue's neck. He had to escape through it swiftly. After climbing approximately 40 to 50 meters, Chu Chun maneuvered through the tendrils, estimating that traversing laterally from this point would lead him to the opening. However, the complexity of the tendrils made his progress increasingly arduous, and the previously receding sound of rushing water now seemed to grow ever nearer as the water level continued to rise. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, the first time since his arrival on Mars. This was the first encounter with living beings on this desolate planet in a month, and visions of monstrous creatures from films flooded his mind. Even if death awaited him, he could not bear the torment of being viciously tortured to death. Perhaps the light source had completely dimmed, or perhaps it was the encroaching water that cast everything into darkness, leaving only the small area illuminated by his helmet's light. As he struggled amidst the tendrils for over 10 minutes, he finally glimpsed the opening he had excavated. Yet, upon seeing it, despair gripped his heart. The half-open aperture was now also leaking water. The statue had entirely submerged. The water pressure below had intensified, transforming the opening into a vent for the gas trapped within the statue. This was easily comprehensible. Suddenly, a violent surge rippled through the water beneath him, and as he glanced down, he caught sight of a head the size of a basin, emerging from the water, its menacing mouth agape. It seemed ensnared by the tendrils, and before it could break the surface by even half a meter, it plunged back into the depths with a resounding splash. Could this be a giant serpent? Was there truly such a terrifying creature lurking in the underground rivers of Mars? His legs felt weak. Was he destined to become a meal for this Martian monster? The fleeting glimpse of those eerie eyes and serrated teeth sent shivers down his spine. Regardless, he had to escape the statue first. Gritting his teeth, he reached the opening and squeezed through, simultaneously gripping his energy weapon firmly. As anticipated, the small opening at the statue's neck had become an exit for escaping gas. The moment Chu Chun emerged from the aperture, he was propelled upward by a torrent of bubbles. The buoyancy provided by his protective suit allowed him to ascend effortlessly. The water appeared remarkably clear, and he could discern a source of light above, akin to the sensation of diving in the ocean, albeit clad in a space suit instead of a diving suit. With all his might, he kicked his legs to hasten his ascent. The brightness above intensified, and a dizzying sensation made Chu Chun question the reality of his surroundings. Suddenly, the surface of the water erupted in a shower of droplets as a silvery gray object burst forth. "This is..." Chu Chun frantically paddled, striving to maintain his balance in the water, but he was momentarily stunned. The surface was shrouded in mist, and although the sky was obscured, he sensed it was high above, completely unlike the polar landscape of Mars he had struggled in for a month. Had he transcended dimensions? Observing his arms, he noted he was still clad in his protective suit, with his right hand gripping the energy weapon. He was still himself. Not as in tales where one dies and their soul inhabits a feeble vessel. How, then, had he arrived here? In the distance, a colossal bird call echoed faintly. This was undeniably not Mars. But if there were birds, there must be vegetation and land. Recalling the monstrous serpent within the statue, he dared not linger for a moment, propelling himself swiftly towards the source of the avian call. Though fatigue began to set in, the hollow design of his protective suit allowed him to drift forward like a small vessel by merely paddling with his hands. Yet, he had scarcely covered any distance when a shadow in the mist caused his heart to race. The figure seemed to slowly rise and fall in the water, and upon closer inspection, it resembled a corpse. Chapter 0012. The terrifying lake, how bizarre. Having inexplicably arrived at this unknown place, having just escaped the jaws of a giant serpent, Chu Chun now beheld a corpse drifting in the water. He felt his calves growing unresponsive. Daring not to disturb the surface further, he gazed at the body as it slowly floated away, and at that moment, he was almost certain it was a female corpse, for her hair was long. Until the figure vanished into the mist, Chu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. The lake's surface lay still and windless, an eerie tranquility that sent shivers down his spine. He dared not linger any longer and paddled with all his might towards the sound of chirping birds. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. Splash! A sound from behind startled Chu Chun, and turning around, he saw a dark dorsal fin breaking the surface a few dozen meters away, resembling a colossal fish that surged toward him with alarming speed. The blackened back protruded more than a foot above the water, leaving him to wonder what monstrous entity lay beneath. Chu Chen's face drained of color. Having narrowly avoided the giant serpent and the female corpse, he now faced what appeared to be another terrifying creature. What kind of hellish place was this? The creature beneath the surface moved with astonishing speed, and before he could paddle even a couple of meters away, the ominous fin was upon him, parting the water as a massive fish had emerged, jaws agape, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. "Get away!" Chu Chen shouted in panic, activating his energy gun and wildly striking at the water behind him. A brilliant beam of light silently swept across the enormous fish head, causing the beast to writhe in agony. Its tail lashed out, crashing against the surface and sending a spray of water soaring 3 meters high, while the fin grazed Chu Chen's body as it dove below. The tumultuous waves tossed Chu Chen about, forcing him to struggle for breath amidst the crimson-stained water surrounding him. Desperately, he swam forward, but the crisis was far from over. Through the mist, he spotted 2 more black fins breaking the surface in the distance. Let me die in peace. Must I be devoured by fish as well? This thought fueled Chu Chen's frustration, prompting an urge to scream. Boom! Before he could make a hasty escape, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, a colossal wave rising dozens of meters high, akin to a torpedo detonating beneath the water. As he glanced back, a horrifying sight unfolded before him. A gigantic gray-white claw, over 10 meters long, burst forth from the churning lake, reaching for the black fins. Crash! The massive claw struck the water with a deafening sound that nearly rendered Chu Chun unconscious. The surging waves swept him away, engulfing him in mist. Wave after wave, he felt himself being carried hundreds of meters away before the tumult began to settle. Could my understanding of reality be further shattered? At that moment, Chu Chun found it hard to articulate his emotions. The impossibilities unfolding before him led him to question whether he was teetering on the brink of death in a surreal dream. Yet, the intensifying weakness in his body dispelled that notion. Adrift, he caught a glimpse of a gray shoreline ahead. Finally, he was nearing the bank. His consciousness began to blur, fatigue and hunger rendering him utterly weak, compounded by the lingering effects of adrenaline. He was on the verge of collapse, as the waves gently nudged him to the shore. Unfamiliar trees and wild grasses swirled in his vision, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds. Had he returned to Earth? A surge of inexplicable exhilaration propelled him to stand, albeit unsteadily, as he stumbled onto the riverbank. The sight of green grass, lush leaves, wild flowers, ancient trees, and the misty landscape felt achingly familiar. In a daze, he moved forward. Is that food? Chu Chen's eyes widened as he gasped, spotting a stone platform not far away, seemingly piled high with fruits and meats. At that moment, his stomach growled audibly, and he felt saliva pooling in his mouth, unable to resist swallowing hard. In a frenzied rush, he stumbled and crawled towards the platform, throwing himself upon it and grasping a bright red fruit, bringing it to his mouth. Thud! The fruit collided with his helmet. The helmet. In that instant, he remembered he was still wearing protective gear and hurriedly fumbled to unfasten the clasp at the back of his neck. Click! The helmet came loose, and he tossed it aside along with the energy gun, eagerly grabbing the red fruit once more to take a bite. The sweet, cool juice flowed down his throat, delivering a sensation akin to transcending to another realm. At that moment, he had completely forgotten how he had ended up here. Not even considering whether the air was breathable after removing his helmet, the reality of his surroundings faded into irrelevance. The overwhelming hunger stripped him of rational thought, and recognizing the familiar environment convinced him of its safety. Every action he took was instinctual, and the rest meat. He devoured half of the red fruit in mere bites. And before he could fully swallow, he spotted a sizable piece of roasted meat. Its golden sheen and the tantalizing aroma of rendered fat wafted enticingly to his nostrils. Clutching half the fruit in one hand, he reached for the nearest piece of meat with the other, ready to consume it. However, as he lifted his gaze to take a bite, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a shadow amidst the mist not far away. A crowd of people? Indeed, a large group. His motion to bite froze in midair, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him, breath caught in his throat. The crowd, men, women, and children, kneeled in a dense mass across from him, their expressions one of shock, their eyes fixed upon Chu Chen, yet not a sound escaped their lips. Their stares seemed to convey a singular question. What is happening? An eerie tableau unfolded in silence. Chu Chen, one hand clutching half a red fruit, the other grasping golden roasted meat, remained motionless, as if turned to stone, facing the throng. Before a stone table laden with food, a sea of people, several hundred, squatted on the ground, clad in animal hides and rough garments reminiscent of primitive humans, staring blankly at him. No one dared to break the silence. Both sides remained in a state of quiet confrontation. Yet, such stillness could not persist indefinitely. Eventually, it was Chu Chen who succumbed first. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him, causing his legs to buckle. The fruit and meat slipped from his grasp as he faltered, reaching out to steady himself against the stone table, but ultimately, he collapsed to the ground. Before his heavy eyelids descended, he heard a phrase he could not comprehend. This is neither Mars nor Earth. This thought lingered in his mind as he slipped into darkness. In the vastness of the universe, countless galaxies moved in accordance with their intrinsic rhythms, with stars occasionally erupting in brilliant displays and black holes appearing to devour all in their vicinity. From humanity's perspective, these events seemed to unfold at a languid pace, yet in the context of the universe's nearly infinite timeline, they were but fleeting moments. In the boundless darkness, Chu Chen floated in a haze of disorientation, feeling as if he had become an ethereal nothingness, unable to act, yet sensing something distant at the edge of the void, a connection, albeit faint, to something beyond. Around him, peculiar entities began to materialize, resembling countless shimmering strands that spiraled toward him. These wispy tendrils, akin to smoke or waves of light, were indistinct yet palpable, and each time they encircled him, they seemed to stir a ripple of awareness, evoking strange and chaotic visions akin to a dream. A slender blade of grass sways gently in the breeze, surrounded by an endless multitude of its kind. Suddenly, a colossal shadow looms overhead, and it feels itself severed in twain. With only a few roots still anchored in the soil, a diminutive insect arches its body, slowly advancing across the tender green leaves, occasionally pausing at the edges to nibble on a succulent leaf, savoring the delightful taste. A small fish frolics joyfully with its companions in the water, occasionally leaping from the surface in playful antics. These fleeting scenes evoke a serene stillness, devoid of overt emotions, yet some moments stir a profound resonance within. A powerful beast, as formidable as a lion, gallops through the jungle in pursuit of a plump wild sheep. In no time, the sheep stumbles, and the beast lunges forward, seizing its throat. Blood splattering in the air. A great bird descends from the sky to strike a ground-bound serpent, which coils defiantly, meeting its adversary in a fierce struggle that endures for an extended period. Ultimately, the serpent succumbs, its body gruesomely torn apart. A figure stands at the edge of a shallow pool, where countless large fish thrash about, unable to escape. The person leaps into the water, capturing with abandon, seemingly engulfed in boundless joy. Chapter 0013. Where is this? Is this a dream? Or a scene once seen? Chu Chun felt a sense of bewilderment. The image of fishing appeared to him as if it had been witnessed countless times before. Simultaneously, a sense of dread enveloped him. For these fragmented visions seemed to possess an extraordinary force, threatening to unmoor him from his original position. Although he could not articulate where he stood, the peculiar sensation lingered, leaving him in a state of disconcertment. Countless strands surged forth. On an endless prairie, a woman clad in red rode away on horseback, her beauty evident even from behind. Yet, she did not glance back, gradually vanishing from his sight. Who could she be? Chu Chun pondered, recognizing this scene as eerily familiar. Beneath a great banyan tree, a young man displayed agility as he darted about, at times swift as a hare, at others as still as a statue. Ultimately, he grasped a long sword, conjuring dazzling silver blossoms with his movements. This too stirred a sense of recollection within Chu Chun. Time was immeasurable. Fortunately, despite the seemingly potent forces at play, Chu Chun felt anchored in place, or at least, that was his impression. During this interval, the connection to the distant unknown in the darkness fluctuated erratically, lacking stability. At last, a moment arrived when a blinding light burst forth from the darkness, dramatically reinforcing the tenuous link from afar. The long-standing sense of void dissipated, and the strands vanished instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Chu Chun thought he heard a peculiar bird call, perhaps the crowing of a rooster. This sound was reminiscent of what he had heard upon his arrival by the Great Lake. It was the second occurrence. At this juncture, he sensed he was on the brink of awakening, yet the vivid images he had just experienced began to fade rapidly from memory. In the end, he could only vaguely recall a girl departing. Was it her? And then a mud pit teeming with fish. Once more, he dreamt of those strange visions. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and he struggled to open them. An aged face, creased with wrinkles, danced before Chu Chun's eyes. Though he could not comprehend the words spoken, the tremulous features unmistakably radiated joy and excitement. He remembered that wrinkled visage. Before his unconsciousness, this old man had knelt before him among hundreds of others. They had saved him. In an instant, Chu Chun reached a clear conclusion. He was a person who valued gratitude immensely. He yearned to rise and express his thanks to the old man, but his body felt overwhelmingly feeble. With all his might, he could merely lift his head slightly and move his lips a few times, producing nearly no sound. The old man spoke urgently, gesticulating fervently, seemingly attempting to pat Chu Chun's arm, though his hand never made contact. Chu Chun understood this was the old man's way of comforting him, urging him not to move. Yet, something struck him as peculiar. Despite his proficiency in several foreign languages, the old man's speech was entirely unfamiliar, possessing an odd intonation that felt distinctly different from that of a typical conversation. Seeing Chu Chun still, the old man appeared to relax, a smile spreading across his face. He turned and spoke in a flurry of strange words. At this moment, Chu Chun seized the opportunity to scrutinize his surroundings. The old man was clad in animal hides, adorned with peculiar trinkets around his neck and waist. Strangely, he had several small braids cascading down his back, unlike the long braids of feudal societies on Earth. These were numerous thin plaits, giving an incongruous impression. Behind the old man stood 4 or 5 others, similarly attired, who, upon receiving some instructions, promptly departed. Soon, voices echoed from outside, indicating many awaited beyond. Once the group left, The old man turned to face Chu Chun, a hint of awkwardness on his face, before he began to babble again, ultimately regarding Chu Chun with an expression of anticipation. Alas, Chu Chun could not decipher his words and felt at a loss for how to respond, offering only a slight nod of gratitude with a smile. To his surprise, the old man's face lit up with delight at this gesture. He patted his chest and continued his animated chatter, eventually raising both hands high above his head and bowing slightly toward Chu Chun. This behavior left Chu Chun utterly perplexed. The old man's gaze flitted about unpredictably while he spoke, leaving Chu Chun to wonder about his intentions. It was evident that this was an exceedingly cunning individual. But what could this display signify? Why did he seem to show such deference? Before Chu Chun could ponder further, the old man cautiously began to retreat, moving backward with great care. Was he afraid of me? Chu Chun was taken aback. Once the old man departed, Chu Chun found himself alone, the surroundings gradually quieting. This provided him the chance to examine his environment in detail. He lay in a circular wooden hut upon a spacious bed, his protective gear inexplicably removed, leaving him entirely unclothed beneath a large blanket. The most embarrassing realization struck him. He felt something thick beneath him, rather akin to a blanket. In a flash, he deduced what it was: diapers. Perhaps these people feared he might soil the bed. The thought struck him as both amusing and exasperating. The walls of the wooden hut were adorned with animal hides, and a large black bough hung near the entrance, exuding a strong sense of primal wilderness. A lamp suspended from the ceiling cast a soft yellow light, creating a surprisingly comfortable atmosphere. This place could not possibly be Earth. In this modern age, it was inconceivable for such primitive tribes to remain undiscovered. Even the most remote and perilous tribes of the Amazon rainforest reportedly had learned to use radio communication. Naturally, it was equally implausible that he was on Mars. So where was this? How had he arrived here? Regarding the former, he found it utterly unfathomable. Throughout his life, he had never encountered any verified evidence of extraterrestrial existence. As for the latter, he now harbored a vague suspicion: the hollow statue at the Martian pole. The very existence of that statue was bizarre, and the ground within its hemispherical space was unimaginable. When the statue emitted light, he had witnessed a distortion of space, perhaps indicating that he had been transported here under such extraordinary conditions. However, the reasons behind this phenomenon eluded Chu Chun. The concept of a distorted space creating a bridge for connection, thus facilitating ultra-long-distance spatial jumps, remained within the realm of unproven scientific exploration. Otherwise, humanity would have long since accomplished interstellar travel. What was unequivocally certain now was that this world was real, possessing an atmosphere akin to Earth's, and nurturing a similar biosphere. Reflecting on these thoughts, Chu Chun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. What he had once deemed a hopeless situation had led him to this unfamiliar world, defying the odds. As he pondered these matters, a sense of nostalgia for his past life on Earth enveloped him. His journey had indeed been fraught with trials and tribulations. Chapter 0014. Heritage. On a fateful night over 2 decades ago, a newborn boy was abandoned in a dark corner of the street. Fortunately, a kind-hearted passerby discovered him and rushed him to the hospital. However, it was soon revealed that the child had been subjected to intense radiation, causing a mutation in his blood. Despite consultations among numerous medical experts, no viable treatment plan could be devised. As the child grew weaker, hope seemed to fade, yet miraculously, he survived and, 2 years later, made a remarkable recovery, eventually being taken in by an orphanage. In his school years, the boy's loneliness cultivated a character marked by restraint and resilience. Transforming his fate became his highest aspiration, propelling him to excel in his studies and ultimately gain admission to the prestigious Longshan Space Center-affiliated hospital. There, he met Fan Lianxue. Perhaps due to his outstanding performance in the academy, the goddess unexpectedly became his girlfriend, and his once guarded heart began to open. For years past, filled with the most beautiful memories. Although her aloofness occasionally unsettled him, he found himself captivated by the vanity of youth and often indulged her whims. After graduation, it was only natural for him to enter the aerospace department of Longshan Center, where he was nurtured as a promising candidate. However, the arrival of Mr. Pan, the head of the Center's largest sponsor, the Panyu Group, jolted him back to reality. He realized he was merely an ordinary man, brilliant in a limited sphere but overshadowed by the might of wealth and status. The goddess was divine, deserving of reverence and support. As their relationship began to cool, on a bright and sunny day, she resolutely departed with a final verdict. I wish to pursue my future, and you cannot provide what I desire. With that, his dreams shattered. The heart he had once opened was coldly locked away again, and the vastness of the cosmos became his sole pursuit. Shortly thereafter, the space agency announced a plan for humanity's first landing on Mars, aiming to gather crucial data before the planet's geomagnetic reversal. With danger and glory intertwined, the unprecedented space technology came with its own risks. The agency candidly warned that Mars was in a highly unstable period, making the mission perilous, with the return journey being mankind's inaugural attempt. Faced with such uncertainty, not everyone could easily make a choice. Thus, the newcomer, originally part of the reserve team, was granted an opportunity. After a series of rigorous tests, he and Gao Rue emerged as the final candidates. Following 3 months of intense training, they embarked on their journey, only to face a disheartening conclusion. Perhaps such a choice was unnecessary. He began to doubt his decision. Had it not been for his emotional turmoil, he might not have felt compelled to seize this chance. Following a conventional path would likely have led to a steadier success in life. Perhaps he merely sought to prove something to himself. Reflecting on the past, Chu Chun sighed in melancholy. Earth seemed a distant memory, and he feared that his life might end in this desolate world. However, as he calmed down, curiosity about his surroundings grew. Here lay a mysterious realm that transcended his previous understanding, with a life system akin to Earth's, yet filled with terrifying elements, such as the enormous claws lurking beneath the water's surface. He pondered the nature of the colossal serpents and fish. How did they reproduce and thrive? Would humanity here, these beings so similar to Earth's inhabitants, evolve towards a civilization akin to that of Earth? Were it not for his debilitating weakness, he would have longed to venture outside. He lamented the overwhelming side effects of the peptide hormone, which had nearly drained his vitality. He had lost track of how long he had been unconscious before awakening. Though his mind was clear, his body remained difficult to control. He wondered how these primitive beings managed to revive him. Lost in thought, the door of the wooden hut creaked open. A girl clad in animal hide entered, cradling a large bowl in her hands. Her voice was melodious, yet Chu Chun could not comprehend her words. As she spoke, she carefully brought the bowl closer to him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the girl's crude attire, her features pleasant, but her skin rough. Yet, her eyes shone with a crystal-clear purity. Seeing Chu Chun's gaze fixed upon her, she appeared slightly flustered, her cheeks flushing as she timidly murmured a few words. Then, she took a white spoon and scooped some broth from the bowl, bringing it to his lips. At that moment, Chu Chun realized the bowl was fashioned from an unknown skull, and the spoon was distinctly a bird's beak. This revelation startled him, causing him to recoil, tightly shutting his mouth. The girl, surprised, seemed to attempt an explanation, bending down to offer the bone spoon again. However, as she reached out, the neckline of her hide garment gaped open, revealing a considerable expanse of soft, white skin. Chu Chun's face flushed, and his mouth, which had been tightly closed, fell open in shock. Despite having had a girlfriend for several years, his extreme discipline and solitude had prevented him from crossing certain boundaries, making this sudden view quite overwhelming. In his moment of distraction, the girl seized the opportunity to feed him several spoonfuls, and as her garment shifted, he dared not look further, hastily shutting his eyes, his heart racing wildly. This scene made him overlook his prior aversion to the bone utensils, and he unwittingly consumed the entire bowl. As the girl joyfully left with the empty bowl, Chu Chun's thoughts began to settle. Upon reflection, he realized the broth was surprisingly refreshing and flavorful, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth, while a wave of warmth spread from his abdomen throughout his body, providing immense comfort. After this picturesque meal concluded, boredom set in, prompting Chu Chun to ponder once more. The humans here bore a striking resemblance to those on Earth, with perhaps only slight differences in physique, more graceful and lithe. The girl, appearing nearly perfect by earthly standards, seemed to be around 20 years old and stood close to 6 feet tall, certainly fit for modeling. Conversely, the old man, despite his seemingly advanced age, retained a robust stature, standing tall and firm, unlike the frailty often seen in earthly elders. The same applied to others he had encountered in the hut. From these observations, it appeared that the physique of the inhabitants here was even more robust than that of Earth's people. Whether this was due to genetics or environmental factors remained a mystery. As Chu Chun's stomach rumbled once again, the girl returned, bearing the same large bowl, spoon, and her cheerful chatter. At this juncture, Chu Chun surmised that her words were likely akin to an invitation to eat or take medicine. He smiled and nodded, prompting her to beam with delight. This time, he had gained experience. Knowing the broth's taste was quite pleasant and beneficial, he no longer resisted the bone utensils. However, as she fed him, he dared not open his eyes, allowing her to serve him. Once the bowl was emptied, he finally opened his eyes and, with a slight parting of his lips, managed to utter a soft thank you, though it was merely a whisper of breath. This caused the girl, who had just turned to leave, to pause, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Ultimately, she seemed to muster considerable courage. After a lengthy monologue filled with disjointed phrases, the young girl gazed at Chu Chun with a mix of unease and faint hope, lingering instead of departing, as if awaiting a response. Chu Chun found himself momentarily bewildered. It appeared that the girl was unaware of his inability to comprehend their language, leaving him at a loss for words. Uncertain whether his hesitation had led to a misunderstanding, he noted with growing concern that the girl's eyes began to redden, her lips pressed tightly together, as tears gradually streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 0015. What do you want? It is not as you imagine. Chu Chun had an aversion to seeing girls cry. This moment left him in a state of panic, unable to articulate his thoughts. Even if he could speak, the other party would not comprehend him. In his frantic state, his fingers finally moved, gently swaying to the left and right in front of the young girl. The girl noticed the movement of Chu Chen's fingers and seemed to express her curiosity. Her face radiated an expectant gleam. Chu Chen, feeling utterly helpless, observed her expression, sensing that she was seeking his approval on something significant. If he were to refuse, it would undoubtedly leave her heartbroken and disappointed. Very well, he decided to acquiesce for the time being. Ultimately, not wishing to evoke any more intense emotions from her, Chu Chen steeled himself and offered her a tentative nod. Upon witnessing Chu Chen's laborious hesitation finally yield a decision, the girl appeared momentarily stunned, then burst into tears of joy, repeatedly bowing her head in gratitude towards him. In her excitement, she dashed away, even forgetting to take her utensils. Oh no! It suddenly dawned on Chu Chun that he might have inadvertently embroiled himself in a predicament. Observing the girl's demeanor, the matter she had sought his opinion on seemed rather weighty. That hasty nod might have thrust him into a position of vulnerability. Reflecting on his fleeting interactions with these indigenous people, whether it was the elderly man or the girl, he sensed a certain reverence and hope directed towards him. Otherwise, they would have no reason to care for him so attentively. Why would they treat him with such deference? Moreover, it appeared they remained oblivious to his utter inability to comprehend their language. This was quite peculiar. As an outsider, what led them to assume he could understand their words? What if they continued with such assumptions? Although currently immobilized in bed, this was merely temporary. Eventually, he would regain his strength. How would he communicate? How would he face them? Chu Chun found himself increasingly anxious, torn between his awe of this unfamiliar environment and the gratitude he felt for the indigenous people who had saved him. It was challenging to feel at ease while harboring deceit in their interactions. What to do? Before he could ponder a solution, the worst of his fears materialized. The hurried footsteps outside heralded the arrival of the girl, accompanied by the elderly man and a dozen others, both men and women, who entered in an orderly fashion. After taking their positions beside the bed with a respectful demeanor, it was the elderly man who stepped forward, bowing deeply before speaking. The elderly man, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke through tears and gratitude. Chu Chun, taken aback by the intensity of his expression, felt as though a nightmare had come to life. His mind raced as he sought a feasible response. Once the elderly man finished speaking, the hopeful gazes of the crowd fell upon Chu-Chen. He feigned a moment of contemplation, casting a serious look at the elderly man, his brow furrowing slightly, as if weighing the stakes of the situation. The tension in the room was palpable. The silence in the wooden cabin was profound, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Estimating that the moment had arrived, Chu-Chen altered his expression as if arriving at a decision, nodding affirmatively at the elderly man. He summoned all his strength to lift his head, attempting to rise. Yet, at the critical juncture, Chu-Chen suddenly emitted a pained groan, collapsing back onto the bed, his face contorting in a desperate display of agony. The group, initially brightened by hope, reacted with alarm at this unexpected turn, rushing towards the bedside. Chu-Chen exerted every ounce of energy he had accumulated over the past half-day. Feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as though he were on the verge of a serious crisis. Chu-Chen, known for his upright character, was not adept at such theatrical displays. Had it not been for the elderly man's exaggerated demeanor, he would never have resorted to this deception. Fearing the implications it might entail, the commotion left the group flustered and unable to continue their earlier course of action. In the chaos, Chu-Chen maintained his faade, portraying an expression of intense suffering, ultimately succumbing to a feigned slumber as they attempted to soothe him. A burly middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself. Turning to the elderly man with a troubled expression, speaking in hushed tones while pointing at Chu-Chen, the elderly man's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he regarded Chu-Chen. He pulled the middle-aged man aside, seemingly explaining something to him. The middle-aged man gestured towards the outside, and after a moment's contemplation, the elderly man shook his head. Eventually, the group departed, unease etched on their faces, with the girl lingering at the end, her expression filled with genuine concern. Once the last of them had left, Chu-Chen, feigning sleep, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had navigated this hurdle, but the future remained uncertain, requiring him to take each step as it came. Time sped by as Chu-Chen oscillated between feigned sleep and genuine slumber, suppressing the gnawing hunger within him, surviving the day. The elderly man visited several times, shaking his head in resignation upon observing Chu-Chen's immobility before leaving once more. Later, when the girl returned, somewhat dazed, cradling a large bowl, Chu-Chen stirred slightly, catching her attention, prompting her to rush over. However, upon meeting his gaze, a hint of confusion crept onto her face. Although Chu-Chen's eyes were open, they bore a look of bewilderment, as if he were seeing her for the first time, laced with a sense of wariness. Unable to restrain her curiosity, the girl inched closer, speaking gently. Chu-Chen maintained his expression of confusion, recoiling slightly at her approach, his eyes reflecting trepidation. The girl, increasingly puzzled, tentatively spoke again. Chu-Chen's fear intensified, evident on his face. Seeing his distress, the girl's expression turned frantic, and after a brief hesitation, she dashed out of the room. Before long, the elderly man returned with several others. Amid their concerned inquiries, regardless of what they said, Chu-Chen remained resolutely expressionless, feigning complete incomprehension. This left the group in a state of shock, their expressions darkening as some began to cautiously touch Chu-Chen's forehead and examine his eyelids, searching for answers, but ultimately uncovering nothing. The group gradually fell into discussion, escalating into a heated debate. The elderly man raised his hand, signaling for calm, and summoned the girl to his side. After a brief exchange, the girl glanced back at Chu-Chen, who was huddled beneath the blanket, seemingly hesitant to voice her thoughts. Yet, upon witnessing the elderly man's growing sternness, she acquiesced with a nod, indicating her agreement. The group dispersed, leaving the girl seated in front of Chu-Chen's bed, her face etched with worry and sadness. Lost in thought, after a while, she suddenly recalled something, brushing her eyes, and picked up the bowl, preparing to feed Chu-Chen the broth. Chu-Chen, however, was far from oblivious. The earlier performance had been a reluctant necessity. He remained uncertain of the indigenous people's intentions, yet he dared not exhibit his inability to understand their language outright, opting instead to maintain an appearance of confusion. If these people had ulterior motives, they would likely refrain from immediate harm. Optimistically, he hoped they might endeavor to restore his faculties. This was the only strategy he could devise to alleviate the impending crisis. Naturally, when the girl offered him food, he knew he must not behave as he had before. Otherwise, his ruse would be revealed. As the spoon was brought to his lips, he took a cautious sniff, glancing up at the maiden with a wary gaze. Her eyes were slightly reddened. Yet she smiled gently, making a sincere effort to convey goodwill. At last, under her gentle coaxing, Chu-chun took his first bite. After savoring it thoughtfully, the vigilance in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an intense longing as he fixated on the bone bowl. The maiden's expression softened further as she scooped another spoonful of broth. Thus, Chu-chen's pace quickened, and soon the entire bowl was emptied. Throughout this process, although the vast expanse of white before him was both enticing and overwhelming, he dared not show any sign of aversion. Gazing at the empty bowl, he licked his lips, revealing a lingering desire for more. The maiden, seemingly having forgotten her earlier troubles, smiled and softly reassured Chu-chun. A pang of guilt stirred within him. It appeared that this girl harbored no ill intentions. While she sought something from him, her care seemed genuinely rooted in kindness. However, he remained uncertain about the old man's true motives, and he sensed that not all the others were benevolent, especially one middle-aged man who feigned ignorance, his eyes occasionally betraying a glimmer of greed. What were they truly after? Chapter 0016. Entrapped in the following days, the girl seemingly complied with the old man's request and became a permanent resident of the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Chu-chen's condition gradually improved. He was able to sit up and utter sounds, yet he continued to perform cautiously, fearful of revealing any flaws. By observing the expressions and gazes of those around him, he tried to gauge their emotional shifts. Although he still struggled to comprehend their language, he had begun to discern the personalities of a few familiar faces. At this juncture, his objective was clear. He needed to ascertain the intentions of these indigenous people to establish a grasp on the situation at hand, thereby enabling genuine dialogue. Learning their language became his foremost task. In truth, he had not actively pursued this learning. The girl had inadvertently begun guiding him. This brought him a measure of joy, for his intention had been to lead these natives to believe that his memory was severely impaired, to the extent that he had forgotten their language. It seemed they had indeed understood this subtle hint. Spoon. The girl slowed her speech, waving a bone spoon before Chu-chun. Spoon. Chu-chun awkwardly attempted to mimic her, but since this was a new language, the phonetic patterns did not align with those of the several languages he had mastered on Earth, causing him to stumble over his words. I, mouth, mouth. It must be said that Chu-chen's capacity for learning was remarkable. Within a day, he had managed to articulate the names of objects and simple actions that he could see within the cabin, although his pronunciation remained clumsy. The girl could clearly understand what he was saying. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of wonder at his learning speed and perhaps a glimmer of hope. Drink water. The girl mimicked the action of drinking from a bone cup. Drink. Chu-chen began to say, but suddenly halted, his expression stiffening. Urinate? The girl giggled, her bright eyes reflecting a playful and kind smile. Chu-chun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This matter had been his greatest concern in recent days. Having been in a coma for an extended period, he had not consumed food normally, causing his metabolism to plummet and resulting in no need for elimination. However, upon waking, he realized he could not recover without nourishment, and after each meal consisting of a large bowl of broth, he found himself unable to rise, yet plagued by an urgent need to urinate. The first time he was forced to hold it in. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he prepared to wet the bed. In that state, the girl had looked at him curiously for quite some time before seemingly coming to a realization. Flustered, she hurriedly retrieved a hollowed-out bone as thick as her thigh from outside, blushing as she tucked it under the blanket. She then reached around the blanket to roll Chu-chun onto his side. Despite the overwhelming awkwardness, Chu-chun could only obey his body's signals. When the girl finally extracted the bone from under the blanket, he was met with a sight that nearly drove him to madness. The girl held the bone aloft, droplets falling from it, and she stood there in shock before letting out a scream and fleeing outside, not returning for quite some time. In that moment, Chu-chun wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, contemplating the humiliation he felt. Fortunately, the following day, he was gradually able to move his arms and shift his body. The tragic situation did not repeat itself, and with the girl's assistance, he managed to cope, though he still found it quite undignified. Of course, he was most grateful that he had been consuming liquid food these past few days. When the girl returned, she found Chu Chun wearing a pained expression and smiled, curving her lips in a gentle arc, seemingly encouraging him to be less troubled and more cheerful. This small gesture warmed Chu Chen's heart. Over these few days, he had sensed that the girl possessed a pure and kind spirit. Perhaps burdened by the old man's pressure, she genuinely sought to assist him. "If you encounter any difficulties, I will do my utmost to help you," he sighed inwardly. A week later, Chu Chun was finally able to rise from the bed, albeit with difficulty. The girl supported him as he, wrapped in animal skins, took his first steps outside the wooden cabin, finally witnessing the world around him. They stood at the edge of a dense forest at the base of a great mountain, where lush greenery enveloped the distant peaks, shrouded in a light mist. Towering ancient trees nearby, some 7 or 8 meters in circumference, cast expansive shadows, allowing sunlight to pierce through the leaves and dance upon the ground, creating serene patches of light that rendered the place exceptionally tranquil. In the distance, there was another cluster of similar wooden cabins, where figures moved busily, yet no one approached their location. "House." The girl pointed at the cabin. "House." As Chu Chin stepped outside, the girl had new lessons to impart, and he diligently engaged in learning, eager to uncover the reasons behind the natives' previous kindness towards him. The old man, seemingly of significant standing among them, visited daily, even as Chu Chun feigned ignorance. It seemed unlikely that he would do so without compelling reason. "Mountain." The girl pointed to the nearby mountain. "Mountain." As they engaged in their educational exchange, the old man approached with several others from a distance. "Elder." The girl looked at the old man, her gaze imbued with complexity. "Elder." Chu Chun dutifully mimicked her, though he remained cautious in the presence of these elders. Observing Chu Chin's naive imitation akin to that of a child learning to speak, the onlookers exchanged glances, pondering the extent of his mental faculties. After all, Chu Chun was genuinely starting from scratch with their language, and his awkward, off-key pronunciations were utterly sincere, presenting no hint of deceit. This reality cast a pall over the group, for they had invested considerable effort in their plans, only to witness a flicker of hope now seemingly extinguished. The old man's face bore a look of disappointment as he muttered unintelligibly, while the girl appeared somewhat aggrieved. "What time?" "The elder saved you," a middle-aged man interjected with a mocking tone. The girl, sensing the tension, looked to Chu Chun, who tugged at her clothing from behind, prompting her to remain silent. Having gleaned a few words from their conversation over the past few days, Chu Chun found himself increasingly perplexed. The girl should logically share a unified goal with her kin, yet it seemed the reality diverged from his expectations. Her people appeared to harbor little affection for her, and the middle-aged man's reference to saving her left him bewildered. Feigning fear, Chu Chun gently tugged at the girl again. "Hope." The old man paused as if to assess Chu Chun before shaking his head in resignation. After whispering a few words to the others, he cast one last glance at Chu Chun, hidden behind the girl, before leading the group toward the mountain. Chu Chun observed the weapons they bore, bone spears and bows, and noted that 2 of them carried a large, woven frame resembling a heavy load, rendering him speechless. These tools bore a striking resemblance to those on Earth, suggesting that such instruments and cold weapons were indeed inevitable products of a certain level of intellectual development. "Heavenly Pinnacle." "Great Sage." The girl pointed again toward the mountain, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Heavenly Pinnacle. Great Sage?" Chu Chun was at a loss. They had been discussing a mountain, yet now it morphed into something else entirely. "Heavenly Pinnacle, Great Sage." The girl seemed to sense his confusion. Pressing her hands together beside her tilted head and mimicking a sleeping posture. "Tianji, Great Master, sleeping?" Chu Chun was bewildered. This Tianji Great Master was an enigma, but from the girl's expression, it was clear he must reside in the mountains. "I am Ling Zhao." The girl raised her hand and pointed to her chest. "You, Ling Zhao." Chu Chun nodded slightly. After waking up for several days, He finally learned the girl's name. At that moment, he recalled that the old man had indeed referred to her by this name several times during their conversation. I am Ling Zhao. You. The girl spoke again, her face expressing curiosity. You. Ling Zhao? I. Chu. Chun. The girl was astute. Her simple expressions allowed Chu Chun to grasp their meaning, yet he was uncertain how to articulate his own name in this language. So he merely pronounced it as it sounded in Mandarin. Chu. Chun. For some reason, a peculiar smile suddenly crept onto the girl's lips, and a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes, causing Chu Chen's heart to skip a beat. It seemed he had been a moment too slow in his reactions. He had just fallen into a trap. Chapter 0017. A distinct world. You don't comprehend my words. The young girl Ling Zhao narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Chu Chun. Although he did not fully grasp her meaning, her intent was unmistakably clear, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He looked at Ling Zhao with unease, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. You know. I know. They do not know. Surprisingly, after a brief moment of scrutiny, Ling Zhao did not press him further, but instead shook her head slightly, regarding him with a look of pity. However, after expressing this, her own mood seemed to sink, as if she were reminded of something sorrowful. Chu Chun did not expect Ling Zhao to exhibit such emotions, and in his confusion, he found it difficult to decipher her thoughts. Where are you from? After a considerable time, Ling Zhao's expression gradually returned to normal as she lifted her gaze to Chu Chen, her eyes reflecting genuine perplexity. Earth. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Chun decided to be truthful, knowing that Ling Zhao had already discerned his act of feigning ignorance and had promised to keep his secret. Yet, his honesty seemed to bear no significance. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment, then shook her head, indicating her lack of understanding, though her expression hinted at a semblance of comprehension, leaving Chu Chun thoroughly baffled. I will not speak. Ling Zhao reiterated her vow of secrecy to Chu Chun. This declaration finally eased his restless heart. Regardless of her reasons, it was ultimately a positive development. The two refrained from delving further into the topic and resumed their studies of the local language. However, Chu Chun could distinctly sense that Ling Zhao's spirits were somewhat diminished, as if a persistent worry plagued her. The day here appeared to stretch longer than on Earth, as the sun dimmed and twilight enveloped the surroundings. Chu Chun was astonished to note the absence of a moon. After the sun set, only the vast expanse of twinkling stars remained. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Ling Zhao ventured out once more, returning with a bowl of broth and a piece of golden roasted meat. Observing the glistening surface of the meat under the light, Chu Chun suddenly contemplated a matter. He glanced up at the lamp suspended from the central beam of the ceiling. After all these days, he had not seen Ling Zhao change the lamp oil. How had it not extinguished? According to his understanding, the lighting fixtures in such a primitive tribe should resemble ancient oil lamps from Earth. Ling Zhao seemed to have sensed Chu Chen's bewilderment and executed an astonishing maneuver that nearly left him speechless. She bent her legs slightly and leapt up, effortlessly grasping the beam to retrieve the lamp. It was remarkable. The beam stood 4 or 5 meters high, and she had leapt up to it as if it were nothing. Was she truly human? Chu Chun could only stare in astonishment. Ling Zhao gracefully descended, presenting him with a diamond-shaped crystal that emanated a soft yellow light. This is... Chu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the luminous crystal in her hand, which challenged his understanding. How could such a gem continually emit light? The night fire wolf. Uncle Amon is dead. Ling Zhao spoke with a hint of sorrow. Uncle Amon. Night. Fire. Wolf. Chu Chun faintly grasped a fragment of understanding. This glowing crystal must have come from the so-called night fire wolf. But who was Uncle Amon? Uncle Amon is gone. The revelation seemed to deeply affect Ling Zhao, as a trace of mistiness flickered in her eyes, indicating that Uncle Amon was likely a significant figure in her life. Chu Chun fell silent, realizing his curiosity had inadvertently plunged Ling Zhao into grief. He felt a pang of guilt yet was unable to offer solace. Merely placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, Ling Zhao made no resistance, sitting silently for quite some time before finally looking up at Chu Chun, urging him, eat. The two sat across from one another, quietly finishing their meal. Chu Chun could not discern any flavor, his curiosity about this world intensifying. As he found Ling Zhao increasingly inscrutable, a few effortless leaps of several meters, and a crystal that radiates light. Perhaps these were merely commonplace items in this world. But to Chu Chun, they seemed almost like pseudoscience. On Earth, who would believe such tales? Aside from learning the local language, the two found little opportunity for further communication. Chu Chun returned to his large bed, while Ling Zhao, as she did every night, assumed a peculiar seated posture upon the animal hide on the ground. Only then did Chu Chun realize that Ling Zhao was not without a bed, but perhaps had her own reasons for this nightly ritual. Cultivating skills. The thought crossed Chu Chun's mind, seemingly absurd. Such practices were relegated to ancient times or mystical pursuits on Earth. Yet, Ling Zhao persisted with her nightly routine, suggesting it must yield some benefit. However, witnessing her occasional expressions of profound pain left him puzzled. Was this process truly arduous? Recalling Ling Zhao's earlier leap, Chu Chun felt a stirring in his heart. The gravitational force here appeared comparable to that of Earth. If she could accomplish such feats, it was conceivable that her training was indeed challenging. Chu Chun felt a yearning to engage, but was thwarted by their inability to converse normally, leaving him to silently endure the turmoil within. After a long while, he finally drifted into slumber. Morning dawned. As the first light began to emerge outside the wooden cabin, Ling Zhao pulled Chu Chun from his slumber, still shrouded in drowsiness. He wondered why she had roused him so early. Ling Zhao said nothing, leading him slowly to the edge of the dense forest, gazing toward the distant mountains. What awaited there? Chu Chun strained to open his sleep-laden eyes, but the early morning mist enveloped the surroundings, and amidst the chirping of birds, he could discern little beyond the shadowy outline of the mountains. Wait. Ling Zhao seemed to anticipate his confusion, offering a single word without turning her head. Her gaze still fixed on the distant peaks. Chu Chun grew increasingly perplexed. Was she bringing him to witness the sunrise? This location hardly seemed suitable. Having only learned the local language for a few days, communication remained quite challenging, and he could not pose any questions, merely following her instructions to gaze toward the mountains. The morning light gradually dispelled the darkness, and as the peaks became clearer, Chu Chun suddenly felt that something had changed since yesterday. A peculiar dark spot appeared atop the highest peak, resembling either a massive bird or the statue of a large rooster standing there. Yet, that was impossible. After all, the summit was at least several miles away. How could he possibly see a bird from such a distance? By proportion, that statue would be dozens, if not hundreds, of meters tall. Who could have possibly placed such a large statue there? How was it transported to the summit? Just as Chu Chun prepared to voice his myriad of questions, the first ray of morning light descended, illuminating the peak and casting a soft glow upon the statue. It appeared almost animated, as the head seemed to rise majestically. In that moment, the dawn's light seemed to surge toward the statue, making it radiate with resplendence and causing the mist at the mountain's base to begin swirling and rising. Chu Chun found himself instinctively rubbing his eyes, questioning whether his vision was deceiving him. A resounding bird call echoed, like the breaking of dawn for all living things, reverberating through the mountains. In an instant, the chorus of birds in the forest fell silent, as if only that singular bird call remained. The melodious chirping of the bird is a sound that Chu Chun hears every morning, yet he has never contemplated the nature of the being that produces it. At this moment, he is finally witnessing it. His heart is overwhelmed with astonishment. Could it be that the distant mountain peak truly harbors a colossal bird? How is that even conceivable? What manner of world is this? In that instant, he suddenly recalls the enormous claw he observed in the water, measuring over 10 meters. With such a vast appendage, perhaps a bird of this magnitude is not entirely implausible. Tianji the Great. Is this the Tianji the Great that the girl spoke of yesterday? Could it be a gigantic bird? As Chu Chun stands there, dumbfounded, Ling Zhao finally turns to regard him. You have never seen it before, have you? Chapter 0018. The Path of Civilization. Indeed, I have never encountered such a thing. Chu Chun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. He comprehended the girl's intent. The young woman had discerned the secret of his feigned ignorance, rendering concealment unnecessary. Ling Zhao had brought him here to ascertain certain truths. We were mistaken. Ling Zhao gazed at Chu Chun, revealing a peculiar expression of self-mockery intertwined with disappointment. It should be, yes. Chu Chun sighed inwardly, and at that moment, he vaguely understood. The indigenous people had rescued him and treated him like an honored guest due to a misunderstanding regarding his origins. As for their ulterior motives, they had become irrelevant, as he could never fulfill their expectations. If that were the case, his ultimate fate would likely not be favorable, once they realized he was merely a worthless outsider. I know they are unaware. The girl remained calm, likely sensing Chu Chen's unease, and expressed her thoughts once more. I wish to leave. Chu Chan could only choose to trust the girl. Remaining here posed increasing danger. He hoped to enlist her assistance. You cannot leave. The girl deliberated briefly and, using the simplest of words, shattered Chu Chen's hopes. He was momentarily taken aback, although he did not understand the reason behind her assertion. Her earnest demeanor suggested it was not a mere whim. Perhaps, as he garnered more knowledge about this place, the reasoning would become clear. He nodded slowly. The days that followed were tranquil, with the girl diligently imparting knowledge to Chu Chen as a devoted teacher. The elder and others would occasionally visit, but they always departed with expressions of disappointment. Chu Chun began to feel a sense of unease. He sensed a shift in the way the elder and the others regarded him. Gone was the initial reverence, replaced by a slowly creeping sense of greed. After more than a month, Chu Chen's health had fully restored, and he experienced a peculiar sensation that he had somehow changed, though he could not articulate in what manner. His range of movement expanded, and he gradually became acquainted with the surroundings. Many of the indigenous people were aware of Chu Chen's presence, perhaps due to the elder's warnings. They had previously kept their distance from his wooden cabin. Now, he could engage in simple exchanges with them. And he found that most of the indigenous people were warm-hearted and kind. Many children even delighted in following him around, sharing tales often left unspoken by adults. The sacred lake. It was the very body of water where Chu Chun had first arrived in this world, spanning hundreds of square kilometers, shrouded in perpetual mist. Within it lay a forbidden entity that the indigenous people dared not mention, and Chu Chun speculated that it was the enormous claw he had once encountered. This tribe, comprising fewer than 2,000 souls, had lived in the dense woods by the lake, subsisting on hunting wild beasts and foraging for fruits. The creatures here were far more terrifying and perilous than those Chu Chun had encountered on Earth. Although the species bore similarities, they were larger in size. Akin to prehistoric beasts, Chu Chun had witnessed a group of indigenous hunters returning, dragging an enormous green buffalo that measured a staggering 7 to 8 meters in length. The bounty was met with joy, yet it was also tinged with sorrow, for during that hunt, lives were lost. Just like on Earth, the tribe interred their deceased in the ground, but they held the hope that the departed would one day return, as such occurrences were said to have transpired before. Not long after, one fateful night, a terrifying roar jolted Chu Chun from his dreams. The girl hastily lifted him and climbed to the top of a nearby tree. Through the dense foliage, Chu Chun glimpsed a group of menacing shadows wreaking havoc in the area where the tribe's wooden abode stood, accompanied by cries and shouts. While flickering torches provided a glimpse of what appeared to be 4 or 5 meter long tiger wolf-like creatures. Numerous robust indigenous men charged from their wooden dwellings, brandishing bone spears in defense. However, the distance and darkness obscured Chu Chen's view of the unfolding chaos. All he could hear were the roars of the beasts and the anguished cries of the tribe members, struggling against the ferocious predators. Moments later, a piercing bird call echoed from above, prompting the tiger wolf creatures to flee in panic. Chu Chun refrained from questioning Ling Zhao again, but he gradually grasped the reason behind her assertion that he could not leave. This untamed world was fraught with peril. The tribe's territory was already a relatively safe zone, while the vast unknown beyond was an almost impossible realm for one to survive independently. Once the danger subsided, Ling Zhao guided Chu Chun down the tree and swiftly made their way to the gathering place of the indigenous people. They arrived to find that many wooden structures had collapsed amidst the flames, with chaos reigning as people lay on the ground, uncertain of their fate. Chu Chun spotted a woman weeping as she cradled a child, whose body was covered in blood, one half grotesquely mangled and lifeless. His heart sank at the sight. The child, merely 7 or 8 years old, had frequently accompanied him and had been full of life just the day before, now extinguished forever. He looked around, sensing that many lives had been lost. Let us see if there are any survivors. Ling Zhao urged Chu Chun as they hurried through the ruins. As dawn approached, order gradually returned to the chaos. In one night of tragedy, over 60 members of the tribe had perished, with more than 100 injured. Each person's eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Exhausted, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao returned to the small cabin, sitting down in silence. This tribe of over 1,000 souls thrived here only because of the protection of the great celestial deity. Without such guardianship, they would likely have long since faded into obscurity. Ling Zhao spoke softly. Humans rely on the protection of a bird. How absurd. Chu Chun shook his head in resignation. This world was entirely different from Earth. Now, tell me about your origins. The girl regarded Chu Chun with seriousness, a topic they had yet to explore in depth. After 3 to 4 months of learning and interaction with the indigenous people, Chu Chun had gradually grasped the nuances of their language. Although his speech remained somewhat halting, basic communication posed no issue. Chu Chun looked at the girl, momentarily lost in thought, feeling as though he were still ensnared in a dream. I come from a place called Earth, and my arrival here was entirely accidental. Chu Chun endeavored to articulate the layout of Earth and his experiences using simple language, recounting the development of human civilization, global conflicts, national formations, technological advancements, and tales of falling to Mars and the Black Statue. Like a storyteller, Chu Chun spoke intermittently for more than an hour, while the girl listened intently, offering no inquiries, save for a flicker of astonishment in her eyes when he mentioned the Black Statue. It appears my suspicions were correct. Once Chu Chun finished his rambling, the girl sighed softly. Can you comprehend the world I have described? This time, it was Chu Chun who felt perplexed. He had assumed the girl would be astonished by the geopolitical landscape and technological advancements of Earth, yet that was not the case at all. You are a tribe that has strayed from the righteous path, the girl declared. Chapter 0019. The cultural maiden. The young maiden Ling Zhao maintained a calm demeanor as she spoke. Your clan's system is commendable, yet the essence of life lies within oneself. You are excessively reliant on external entities, and you wield powers beyond your control, teetering on the brink of peril. I struggle to comprehend your words, Chu Chun replied, furrowing his brow in earnest inquiry. Your kin typically live to around a century, do they not? She countered. That is about right, Chu Chun nodded. What relevance does that hold? If I were to tell you that certain beings can endure for thousands of years, perhaps even longer, or are nearly immortal, would you believe me? Ling Zhao's gaze grew distant. How could that even be possible? Chu Chun was taken aback by her assertion. There is nothing impossible. It is merely that your world constrains your imagination. For instance, have you not glimpsed the great celestial master from afar? He has existed for at least 2 or 3 millennia, she remarked, shaking her head. Even if your technology advances further, how much can it truly extend the limits of life? Can one survive in the cosmos without relying on external aid? After a century, all will dissolve into nothingness, rendering prior endeavors as mere illusions. Thus, the continuous strengthening of life itself is paramount. Only then can one aspire to grow stronger and journey further. Chu Chun found himself at a loss for words, as Ling Zhao's observations posed a profoundly realistic and crucial dilemma. A person's centennial existence is spent in ceaseless learning and growth, yet time is finite, and one's abilities are severely restricted. Once life has waned, all efforts become futile, and countless individuals merely repeat the mistakes of their predecessors, achieving refinement but struggling to attain true transformation. Consider the simplest of hypotheticals. If a scientist were to live for 5 millennia, their accumulation of knowledge and expertise would likely surpass the entirety of current civilization. If humanity dedicated more resources to the study of life sciences, it is likely that our lifespans would have easily surpassed the present limits, and thus, the advancement of human civilization might have been accelerated. Moreover, many individuals are consumed by material desires and fleeting pleasures, meticulously calculating gains and losses. When viewed from a broader perspective, such pursuits appear foolish and absurd. There is no doubt, this wisdom has been gleaned over countless eons by numerous clans throughout the cosmos. She asserted with unwavering conviction. I concede your point. Chu Chen admitted. Yet, as I converse with you, I can't help but feel that you are distinct from the others here. This notion had vaguely crossed his mind before, but it was now more pronounced. This maiden is quite cultured, he mused. To put it bluntly, I am not a native of this place, Ling Zhao replied with a bittersweet smile. Her eyes clouded with reminiscence, as if Chu Chen's question had stirred memories of the past. Really? Chu Chen was taken aback. In truth, I arrived here at the age of 7 with Uncle Amon. She began to recount her origins. Long after, Chu Chen was nearly speechless, completely astounded by her revelations. If what she said were true, then his 20-plus years on Earth had been nearly for naught. Ling Zhao hailed from a prosperous planet, but her family had incurred the wrath of a formidable power and faced a dreadful reckoning. A close relative had fled with her from their homeland, ultimately adopting a hidden identity on this remote and savage world. According to Ling Zhao, Uncle Amon, who had brought her away, was capable of traversing the cosmos on his own, a notion so unfathomable that Chu Chen could scarcely grasp it. One must acknowledge the terrifying cold of outer space, the absence of air, and the ubiquitous cosmic radiation. How could life endure? How could one navigate such an environment over vast distances, especially while carrying a child? The existence of such an unimaginable life, pursued and hunted, raised questions about the nature of those even more powerful than him. Chu Chen's worldview was thoroughly upended. Ling Zhao, would you be willing to teach me? Suppressing the tumult within, he suddenly considered the possibility that if he could attain the level of Uncle Amon as described by Ling Zhao, perhaps a return to Earth was not out of reach. Chu Chen finally summoned the courage to speak, yearning to embark on a path entirely divergent from his former world, a fresh and uncharted journey. You wish to become my disciple? Ling Zhao appeared genuinely surprised. Indeed, I observe you meditating each night. That must be why you can effortlessly leap several meters, correct? Chu Chen ventured cautiously. You are not mistaken. Ling Zhao regarded him with interest before adopting a serious tone. But do you understand what it means to take on a mentor? What does it signify? Chu Chen hesitated, recognizing the gravity of a teacher's reasonable demands that a student must never defy. What you describe is merely a form of commitment, she replied, shaking her head. If I were to teach you, it would be a transmission of knowledge. Generally speaking, one does not easily accept disciples unless there is profound trust. Are you truly willing? Is there such an intricacy? Chu Chen was taken aback. Ling Zhao's words were evidently not unfounded, yet the possibility of returning to Earth still stirred his heart. If I were to agree, could I possibly reach the level of your Uncle Amon? That is somewhat challenging, but nothing in this world is absolute. Ling Zhao seemed momentarily stumped by Chu Chen's question, contemplating before continuing. This depends on each individual's comprehension, opportunities, and efforts. I can only guide you onto that path. The extent of your attainment ultimately rests upon you. If there exists even the slightest chance, I am eager to try. Please, teach me. Chu Chen's fervent desire to return to Earth intensified his urgency. Though everything he had learned thus far appeared to transcend conventional scientific understanding, there must be reasoning behind existence. Perhaps Earth's civilization had yet to reach such profound depths. Delving deeper, it might not be impossible to explain it through scientific means. Very well, I shall agree. I can guide you in your initial steps, but you must promise to assist me with one task when you are able. Ling Zhao pondered for a long while before finally fixing her earnest gaze upon Chu Chen. Please, tell me. Chu Chen exclaimed joyfully, unhesitatingly responding. If you ever manage to leave this planet, you must help me locate my family and slay the gray serpent demon in the sacred lake. Ling Zhao's countenance turned pale for reasons unknown. The gray serpent demon? Why must it be me? What about you? Chu Chen immediately grasped that the creature she referred to must be the formidable claw within the sacred lake. Ling Zhao's expression grew increasingly ashen. It won't be long before the gray serpent demon turns its attention to me. Turns its attention? Chu Chen was further perplexed. This situation is rather complex and relates to you as well. After Uncle Amon departed, it was not long before the gray serpent demon arrived at the sacred lake. It killed the originally docile stonefish master and took control of the polar eye, demanding a maidenish tribute from our clan each year. Initially, it paid me no mind, but after Uncle Amon left and never returned, I waited anxiously for years, attempting to break the restrictions he had placed upon me. As a result, over a year ago, I triggered a blood anomaly that drew the attention of the gray serpent demon. Ling Zhao sighed. Then why do you not flee from here? Chu Chen pressed, though he did not fully grasp some of the more obscure elements of her speech. Yet, having witnessed the terror of the claw firsthand, he now understood the source of her constant anxiety. Flee? Do you think I do not wish to? Ling Zhao forced a bitter smile. The gray serpent demon is exceedingly cautious. It covets my bloodline while being wary of my origins, which is why it has yet to act. However, it has inscribed a mark upon me, and should I attempt to escape, it will undoubtedly retaliate immediately. Alas, how could it come to this? Yet how does it pertain to me? Chu Chen sighed for the young girl. Feeling trapped by such a dreadful entity with no means of escape, this predicament bore an uncanny resemblance to her own previous fate of waiting for death. On the day of your emergence, an unusual celestial phenomenon graced the sacred lake. Initially, we all presumed it was a sign of a formidable being's arrival. At that moment, our clan had just completed a sacrificial rite, having sent off a girl, and before we could depart, you emerged alive from the sacred lake, where the gray dragon demon resided. Hence, everyone believed that the terrifying commotion was wrought by you. Therefore, you must comprehend why these indigenous people are willing to go to such lengths to consult the esteemed Tianji, offering up their long-cherished essence to rescue you. The girl gazed at Chu Chen, her eyes increasingly filled with complexity and sorrow. Chapter 20, Apprenticeship. This truly is a monumental misunderstanding. Chu Chen was at a loss for words, completely taken aback by the reality of the situation. The female corpse he had seen that day must have been the young girl sacrificed by the indigenous people. However, she appeared to have already perished at that time. In light of this, the initial reverence the old man held for him began to make sense. Their true aim was merely to ingratiate themselves with him, seeking protection for their tribe against the threat posed by the gray serpent demon once he regained his strength. Yet, everyone had misjudged him. He was not the formidable figure they imagined, but rather an ordinary person who had inexplicably found himself in this place. Wasn't this tribe under the protection of the great celestial lord? Why did they not seek his assistance? Moreover, as you mentioned, how could the gray serpent demon allow me to come ashore? Had it not been for its pivotal moment of swatting away the great fish, I would have surely met my demise in its belly. I cannot shake the feeling that the timing seems too fortuitous. Chu Chen was still plagued by numerous questions. The great celestial lord merely permitted this tribe to dwell within his territory. He may not have harbored an overwhelming fear of the gray serpent demon. Yet he would not engage in a futile battle for a declining human tribe at the risk of his own interests. As for the matter of dispersing the great fish, it indeed seemed peculiar. Considering the gray serpent demon's caution, I suspect that perhaps the lingering aura of a powerful being about you instilled fear within it. Prompting a gesture of goodwill, the girl appeared contemplative. An aura of a powerful being. Chu Chen was bewildered. How could he possess such an aura? The statue that brought you here is not merely a statue, but the remains of a formidable individual. The girl sighed, estimating that it was your connection to his essence that caused the gray serpent demon to be wary. If that person were alive, even a mere flick of his finger could annihilate the gray serpent demon. So that was a person's body? Chu Chen was taken aback, feeling as if his worldview was on the verge of collapse. This world harbored immense beasts and monsters, as well as divine figures. It felt akin to the myths of old. Could it be that the legendary beings and creatures from Earth's myths were real? Was he the one losing his mind? Or was the world itself unraveling? Yet, as he reflected, he recalled the structure within that statue bore similarities to human anatomy. The dark exterior resembled skin. The thick tubes were akin to blood vessels. The flexible strands represented muscle tissue, and the glowing source seemed to correspond to the heart's position. Such thoughts had been unfathomable before, and he had never made these connections. Now, having witnessed the terrifying claws of the gray serpent demon and gazed upon the great celestial lord, the girl's words made him feel as though this was how it ought to be. According to your description, that being was at least of the sun-soaring realm, possibly even at the radiant transformation level, while the gray serpent demon was merely in the container realm. The girl Ling Zhao paused, sighing. Although it was merely in the container realm, To me, it seems as distant as the heavens. I fear he will not be willing to wait much longer. I sincerely apologize. My presence has inadvertently placed you in greater peril. Chuchen took a moment to regain his composure, slowly attempting to accept this reality. Although he was curious about the realms the girl spoke of, he refrained from asking questions. Nonetheless, he now understood the serious implications his presence had brought upon her, and he felt a deep sense of remorse. This cannot be blamed on you. It was merely a coincidence. Even if you had not appeared, the gray serpent demon would not have waited indefinitely. It cannot allow its prey to escape. My background merely served as a deterrent, and it was testing the waters during its wait. It understands the dangers of prolonged inactivity. Your arrival has only urged it to make a swift decision. Ling Zhao did not harbor resentment towards Chuchen. After all, she had already discerned the truth and had no need to continue teaching him the language of this place. How long do you think the gray serpent demon will wait? Chuchen began to worry for Ling Zhao. Your arrival will cause it to restrain itself significantly. It is unaware of your true nature, and out of fear for a superior, it would not dare to spy on you. However, this cannot last long. It will inevitably grow suspicious. I estimate it will not exceed a year. If one day it comes to seek your audience, that will likely mark my final moments. Ling Zhao seemed to possess prior judgment, though she appeared disheartened yet composed. At this juncture, she lifted her delicate fingers to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, instinctively brushing against a pale golden hairpin atop her head. In that moment, her body tightened, and the joints of her fingers seemed to whiten from the pressure. Is there truly no way out? Chuchen refused to give in. Unless my uncle Amon can return, but it has already been a decade, I fear he. Ling Zhao did not continue. What about seeking the great celestial lord again? Your family was originally quite formidable. Perhaps you could promise some benefits? Chuchen pondered and suggested. Given Ling Zhao's analysis of the local dynamics, it seemed that only the great celestial lord had a chance of confronting the gray serpent demon. If you wish to become my apprentice, there is something I must ultimately disclose. In truth, my family was once extraordinary, but our adversaries are far more powerful. If the great celestial lord were to uncover my true identity, the repercussions could be dire, potentially far worse than falling into the clutches of the gray serpent demon. Ling Zhao shook her head. Let us not dwell on this. By now, you should understand my reasons for asking for your assistance. Are you certain you wish to learn from me? Ling Zhao turned to Chuchen and asked one last time. I am certain. If you were to face misfortune, I would undoubtedly come to confront the gray serpent demon myself, and afterward, I would seek out your family. Chuchen contemplated briefly before solemnly making his promise. This reflected Chuchen's genuine sentiments. He was inherently a reserved person who valued gratitude, a trait cultivated by his upbringing. From her previous attentive care to her earnest instruction of the local language, and now the prospect of becoming her apprentice. He was aware that achieving this goal would be challenging, yet he remained resolute in his commitment. To him, this was the natural course of action. Just as in his separation from Fan Lianxue, where he had experienced profound inner turmoil, he had not forced her to stay, respecting her choice. That chapter of love had imparted upon him the joy of affection. Though he felt a sense of longing, he held deep gratitude. Your willingness is commendable. There is no need to force yourself. Ling Zhao was completely unprepared for Chuchen as promise. After a moment of surprise, she spoke gently, her clear, bright eyes reflecting a soft warmth. A melodious bird song echoed from the distant mountains, drawing Chuchen's attention to the fact that dawn had broken outside the wooden house. There will be many matters to attend to in the tribe today. You should rest for a while. We shall begin tomorrow. With this, Ling Zhao affirmed their master-apprentice relationship. Thank you, Teacher Ling Zhao. Chuchen bowed deeply in gratitude, embodying genuine sincerity and appreciation. Although Ling Zhao appeared younger than him, he felt profound gratitude for her instruction in the local language. While I am guiding you on your path and teaching you how to cultivate, let us still address each other as friends. The girl seemed slightly embarrassed. Chapter 21, A Sudden Change at Noon. In a vast grassy expanse not far from the indigenous settlement, countless wooden stakes stood firmly in the ground, each encircled by a ring of stones. This was the burial ground of the natives, devoid of earth mounds, merely simple stakes marking the resting place of the deceased. Today, thousands gathered here, their faces etched with sorrow. The tragic events of the previous night had claimed the lives of dozens within the tribe, a devastating blow, particularly as many of the fallen were young adults. Chuchen accompanied Ling Xiao, having made the acquaintance of several natives over the past month. Most were sincere and peaceful, and despite his demeanor of feigned ignorance, they exhibited no signs of discrimination or hostility towards him. With the tribe now in mourning, he felt compelled to witness their plight. Standing silently at the back of the crowd, he shared in their helplessness, though their tribe numbered nearly 2,000. They appeared feeble against the fierce beasts that roamed the wilderness. The elder stood at the forefront, bowing deeply before the newly formed graves. Honoring the brave souls who had perished, he expressed a fervent hope that they would forever remain with their kin, safeguarding the tribe as they thrived in this land. Free from disruption, the heartfelt chants of the thousands echoed around the burial site, deepening the atmosphere of grief as the wind swept through, rustling the grass. The elder continued with an elaborate ritual, eventually igniting a large bonfire around which the crowd circled 7 times. Finally, he ascended a humble stone platform before the fire. His eyes filled with sorrow as he surveyed the assembly. He lamented how their once prominent lineage had dwindled over the centuries, reduced to mere survivors in this savage land, oppressed even by the wild beasts. With a heavy heart, he declared that after much deliberation with the other elders, they had resolved to take a bold risk, committing to nurture a few exceptional young individuals who would lead the tribe out of the wilderness and back to their ancestral homeland within a century. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly darted toward the rear of the crowd, proclaiming that they now had a remarkable opportunity. Chu Chun, observing the elder, was overcome by a profound sense of unease. Leave the wilderness. Return to our homeland. The crowd seemed to resonate with the elder's fervor, their voices rising in a thunderous roar. Alarmed, Ling Xiao suddenly grasped Chu Chen's hand, urging him to retreat. What is happening? Chu Chen exclaimed, nearly losing his balance. Don't ask. We must escape. We cannot be captured. Ling Xiao's eyes were wide with fear as she hastily pulled him away into the dense forest. Capture them. The elder, witnessing this scene, appeared momentarily stunned before rallying the crowd. Most of the 1,000-strong assembly wore perplexed expressions, unaware of the unfolding chaos, yet dozens of young men surged forward, brandishing bone spears and howling as they pursued Chu Chen and Ling Xiao. In that instant, Chu Chen's heart sank. It seemed the natives were turning against him. He could not fathom why their attitude had shifted so drastically, but the threat was undeniably real. Ling Xiao, slender yet surprisingly powerful, nearly lifted him off the ground as she sprinted, her speed rivaling that of a cheetah. You cannot escape. However, the young natives were equally formidable, armed with spears and bows, swiftly closing in as they fanned out to encircle them. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Don't be foolish. Let him go. We swear we won't harm you. The middle-aged man who frequently visited Chu Chen shouted in desperation. I know you wouldn't dare harm me, but I cannot stand by and watch you kill him. Ling Xiao dashed into the underbrush, her resolve unyielding. This was Chu Chen's first venture beyond the confines of the settlement into the untamed wilderness, and even amid their flight, he marveled at the primal essence of the forest. Towering ancient trees, some several meters in diameter, loomed over them, entwined with thick vines. The ground was littered with remnants of broken vines and tree trunks, suggesting past confrontations with colossal creatures. The undergrowth was teeming with unknown thorns and the occasional massive beast bone. Despite it being noon, the sunlight was filtered through the leafy canopy, casting a dim ambience. As Ling Xiao navigated through the foliage, their pace slowed, and the pursuing natives, seemingly more familiar with the terrain, began to close the gap. You are no longer the powerful being you once were. You cannot escape the control of Lord Jiao Wang. Hand him over to me, and once we extract his true blood, we may seek the favor of the esteemed Tianji. You may yet have a chance. The middle-aged man urged Ling Xiao, his anger palpable yet laced with fear. In their eyes, Chu Chun, though now seemingly dull-witted, was still the source of a terrifying phenomenon. If he were to escape, the repercussions could spell doom for their tribe. Hato, you need not say more. I will never hand him over. Ling Xiao skillfully maneuvered through the dense woods, undeterred by the man's words, for she had already grasped the clarity of her future. Ling Xiao, do not force my hand. In light of the assistance Lord A Ming once offered my tribe, I grant you one final chance. Release him immediately, or we shall show no mercy." The middle-aged man's voice thundered with fury. "Do you even remember Uncle A Ming? It seems you have long forgotten the promises made." The girl retorted, her voice brimming with resentment. A swift sound sliced through the air, striking a tree several meters away with a thud. "Ling Zhao, let me go. Their target is me alone. You need not risk your safety for my sake." Chu Chun felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had discerned from their brief exchange that the natives were not after Ling Zhao but aimed solely at him. Despite her efforts to flee, their escape appeared increasingly hopeless. Were it not for Uncle A Ming, your tribe would have perished over a decade ago. You would not be here today. You have broken your promise to him, and it is I who stands at the brink of ruin. She seethed, revealing her desperation. But carrying me along will only complicate things for you. Even if we evade their pursuit, how long could we survive in this wilderness? It would only bring you more trouble. Chu Chen sighed. One step at a time is better than facing certain death at their hands, and my time is running short. Ling Zhao pressed on, her determination unwavering. For a moment, Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had no desire to fall into the hands of the natives, for he could only imagine the horrors that awaited him. Perhaps, as the girl suggested, it would be prudent to cherish each fleeting moment of life. "Miss Ling Zhao, you and Lord A Ming have done much for my tribe, but would you have us all incur the wrath of Lord Jiao Wang? That is inconceivable." The furious shout of Ha Tong echoed as he relentlessly pursued from behind. Yet, the girl, burdened with Chu Chun, found her pace somewhat hindered. The indigenous people, armed with bone spears and longbows, gradually closed the distance, encircling them from the sides. Some had drawn their longbows, aiming directly at the girl and Chu Chun, poised to unleash their arrows at a command from the middle-aged man. Chapter 22. Pursuit. Do you still remember these things? With every utterance of Lord Jiao Wang, have you forgotten the countless tribesmen who perish by the sacred lake each year? Don't think I'm unaware. If you truly cared for your kin, handing over the clan's secrets to the esteemed Tianji would surely secure your freedom. It is merely the selfishness of a few among you that is to blame. The young girl expressed her discontent towards the middle-aged man with unabashed candor, her words resonating clearly with the indigenous people who followed closely behind him. These secrets, perhaps unknown to the majority, were laid bare by her, causing the faces of the pursuing youth to stiffen momentarily. Is what she says true? One of the young men, his eyes reddened with fury, surged toward the middle-aged man. Hachimu, do not listen to her nonsense. Such things do not exist. The middle-aged man admonished sharply, though a flicker of panic danced in his eyes. Hachimu. Chu Chun's heart stirred. Hachimu was the brother of the girl who had been sacrificed to the Gray Jiao demon on the day of his arrival. He had heard whispers among the village children about how Hachimu had clashed with the elders for his sister's sake, imprisoned for a month before being released. If Ling Zhao's words held any truth, it was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, and Chu Chen felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man. To witness his sister being sacrificed while remaining powerless to intervene, bound by the elders' pretense of safeguarding the clan, what grief and helplessness could words even begin to convey? Hato, stop deceiving yourselves. You guard the clan's secret tome not for the sake of the tribe, but in hopes that your descendants may one day practice it. The girl scoffed, her insinuations cutting deeper. Hato, did you not claim that the clan's secret tome was lost years ago along with the divine cauldron? How can Ling Zhao assert that it remains in your possession? At this moment, several others could no longer restrain themselves and began to advance towards the middle-aged man. You fools, do you take this little girl's lies at face value? If they manage to escape, who among you will bear the brunt of the elder's wrath? Hato bellowed in exasperation. For long, suspicions have lingered regarding this matter, and today you must provide us with an explanation. Another voice rose from the indigenous crowd. Chu Chen's mind cleared, realizing that Ling Zhao's claims were most likely true. Power was concentrated in the hands of a select few within the clan, who were unwilling to relinquish their hold on its treasures, keeping the rest of their kin in the dark. Should a rift occur among the indigenous people, there might truly be an opportunity to escape. He silently admired Ling Zhao's cunning. At such a critical juncture, she had thrown down a bombshell that had momentarily stalled Hato, allowing her to retreat further back. Let us set this aside for now. Once we capture them, I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Before Chu Qin could savor his fleeting relief, the voice of the clan elder echoed ominously from afar. Trouble is upon us. The elder approaches. Ling Zhao gasped. Turning to glance behind, Chu Qin discerned shadowy figures moving through the dim forest. Seemingly more were arriving. Would they truly be captured? Clenching his fists, he felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Just days prior, he had witnessed two young tribesmen sparring playfully. And though he prided himself on his physical conditioning from training at Longshan Base, he was no match for these indigenous people, who had honed their survival skills in the wild. Any one of them could easily overpower him, both in strength and agility. Should we fall into their hands? Death is certain. We shall fight. Let us venture into the den of the venomous beasts. Ling Zhao glanced at Chu Qin, seemingly seeking his approval, while deftly plucking a fist-sized yellow fruit from a thorny bush as they passed. Do as you wish, but perhaps you will bear the consequences. Chu Qin replied, a mix of gratitude and resignation in his tone. Having known the girl for merely 4 or 5 months, she had imparted so much knowledge to him and unflinchingly aided him in dire circumstances. Regardless of other complexities, her kindness was a debt that would be difficult to repay. Without hesitation, Ling Zhao led Chu Qin diagonally away from danger. Behind them, sensing the elder's arrival, the throngs of indigenous people set aside their previous conflicts and resumed their pursuit. Ling Zhao, I know you harbor resentment and anger towards our breach of trust. But if you were in my position, would you truly gamble the lives of your entire clan for a mere promise? I had to. Am willing to bear this ignominy for the sake of our people, but I sincerely hope you let go of this matter. Should we obtain even a shred of his blood's secret, we shall certainly return to negotiate with the esteemed Tianji on your behalf. I believe the esteemed one would lend his aid. Though the elder's words were few, they carried an urgency that alarmed Chu Qin. The elder appeared frail, yet wielded an authority surpassing that of the younger tribesmen. Elder, I respect your age, but your words seem to mock my youth, which is rather laughable. You cannot bear to risk the entire clan for a promise. Yet do you not realize that your current actions are equally perilous for all? Do you think I have been blind to the truth all these years? Even if you achieve your desire, it is likely that you would merely mention my uncle Aming in passing. How could the esteemed Tianji easily intervene on my behalf? Even as Ling Zhao sprinted for her life, her thoughts remained lucid, impervious to the elder's rhetoric as she raced determinately in one direction. Ling Zhao, do not be obstinate. I have read of such conditions in ancient texts. The original consciousness has plunged into darkness and is nearly impossible to revive. Only by adhering to my plan can you hope to survive. The elder's tone grew colder. I have long understood that destiny must be grasped in one's own hands. Relying on others is ultimately unreliable. Ling Zhao declared, her resolve evident. Ling Zhao, out of respect for the venerable Aming, I have tolerated you time and again, but should you continue in your obstinacy, do not blame me for lacking compassion. The elder's anger was palpable. Heh, do you dare to kill me? Ling Zhao retorted coldly. The Lord Jiao Wang has taken an interest in you. I could never harm you, but if you think to escape with him, you may find that opportunity elusive. The elder finally revealed his true intentions. Fire the arrows, as long as they do not die. Whoosh! Dozens of arrows whistled through the air, aiming straight for Ling Zhao and Chu Qin. Within the tribe, the elder commanded with undeniable authority, and at his signal, the majority of the following tribesmen raised their longbows, targeting Ling Zhao and Chu Qin. However, among them were exceptions. Hachimu and a few others lingered at a distance, observing with cold indifference, evidently harboring great dissatisfaction towards the elder. Humph. The elder noticed their demeanor but chose not to react immediately. The arrow sliced through the dark, howling winds, forcing Ling Zhao to evade, guiding Chu Qin behind the shelter of an ancient tree. Ling Zhao, do not resist. This delay allowed the elder and his followers to close in swiftly. The distance between them was now less than 50 meters. Ling Zhao, her heart racing with urgency, had to take another risk. Whoosh! Another arrow shot toward Ling Zhao's midsection, this one humming ominously, its power far exceeding that of the previous volleys. Ling Zhao's heart raced with alarm. She suddenly stomped the ground and leaped into the air to evade the arrow. Yet, Burdened by Chu Chun, her leap was hindered, and the arrow's speed was formidable. In the fleeting moment of her ascent, the arrow grazed her calf, splattering crimson. Ah! The girl gasped in pain, nearly losing her footing as she landed. Ling Zhao, are you all right? Chu Chun exclaimed, panic taking hold. I'm fine. Just hold on a bit longer. We're almost there. She gritted her teeth and pressed forward with determination. Quickly pursue. Ling Zhao is injured and cannot run far. The elder commanded his tribe. Chase. The middle-aged man led the charge, accompanied by dozens of others. Let it go. It's futile. Chu Chun lamented, watching the throng of figures closing in behind him. He truly wished to spare Ling Zhao any further harm. He could clearly perceive that Ling Zhao's pace had slowed, her running becoming increasingly labored, indicating that the previous arrow had indeed inflicted harm upon her. The indigenous people seemed resolute in their pursuit, which deeply unsettled him. The middle-aged man and the tribal elder incessantly demanded his true blood, but what exactly did that entail? If he were to be captured? Even if he immediately confessed to being merely an ordinary person inexplicably thrust into this situation, it was unlikely that a favorable outcome would ensue. He was now mentally prepared for the worst. Do not rush. Their cruelty would not excuse me from being ruthless. The young girl remained unwilling to relinquish hope. Chapter 0023. Poisoning. In the midst of their frantic escape, Ling Zhao leapt over a heap of animal remains, instinctively seizing a bone approximately a foot long, which she hurled upwards with great force. But that was not the end. Unbeknownst to her companion, she had also retrieved a yellow fruit, roughly the size of an egg, which she crushed with a decisive squeeze. With a loud pop, the fruit exploded into a mist, releasing an oddly pungent odor. Ling Zhao and Chu Chun dashed through the haze, continuing their reckless flight. Chu Chun, bewildered by her actions, instinctively glanced upwards at the flying bone. To his horror, he discovered that the ancient trees nearby were adorned with numerous orb-like structures, each about the same size as the bone, and the projectile had struck one, causing it to sway violently. A strange hum filled the air, and from within the orbs, a swarm of dark shapes erupted, diving towards them at lightning speed. The buzzing intensified, as if triggering a chain reaction, and countless dark dots began to swarm out, casting an even darker shadow over the area. What is that? Chu Chun exclaimed in shock. Hold your breath and do not speak. Ling Zhao urged urgently, her feet propelling her forward without pause. In the dimness, only the ominous buzzing remained, and Chu Chun felt as if thousands of small stones were pelting against him. Ugh! Ling Zhao emitted a muffled groan. Just as Chu Chun turned to glance at her, a terrified shout from the clan elder behind them pierced the air. Run! Before the elder's warning could fully echo, cries of distress erupted, and chaos ensued behind them. Ling Zhao, seemingly unfazed, continued to drag Chu Chun forward, soon escaping the terrible vicinity. But the cries of the elder and others faded behind them, and her steps grew increasingly unsteady. Ling Zhao, how is your leg? Chu Chun noticed something was amiss. Suspecting her injury was more severe than she let on. I fear I may not hold on much longer. Ling Zhao's breath became irregular, her speech faltering. No sooner had she spoken than she stumbled over a vine, dragging Chu Chun down into a thicket of thorns. Ling Zhao. Chu Chun scrambled to his feet, only to find Ling Zhao sprawled on the ground, motionless, his heart sinking in dread. He quickly turned her over. The dappled light filtering through the leaves revealed that her eyes were tightly shut, and she had lost consciousness, her complexion an unsettling shade of ashen gray, far from normal. Could she be poisoned? Chu Chun pondered, recalling tales of arrows coated with venom during humanity's primitive warfare, often used to swiftly dispatch prey. Yet, upon examining her wound, he noted that her calf bore a 2-inch gash, still oozing bright red blood, which did not suggest poisoning. As he supported her shoulder to help her sit, he felt a protrusion near her scapula. After a brief hesitation, he pulled aside her hide garment. Is this a venomous stinger? He gasped, observing a dark red swelling the size of an egg, with a wooden spike embedded within. Gently grasping the base of the spike, he extracted it with a hiss. Black blood spurting forth, the spike was half an inch long, tapering to a needle point, still writhing, as if alive. This must be the stinger from those flying insects. He realized, recalling Ling Zhao's mention of an insect nest. I need a knife to open the wound and expel the toxins. Otherwise, Ling Zhao is in grave danger. His basic first aid knowledge surged to the forefront, but in this untamed wilderness, where could he find a knife? Desperation set in as he scanned the surroundings, swiftly breaking off a sharp thorn from a nearby bramble, but hesitated again. He couldn't be sure of its properties. Then his gaze fell upon the belt at Ling Zhao's waist, and hope ignited within him. Perhaps the sharp beast's teeth attached to it would serve better. Without further thought, he unfastened her belt, grasped one of the elongated teeth, and cautiously pierced the wound, making a horizontal incision. With a splatter, more black blood, reeking of decay, poured forth. Chu Qin supported Ling Zhao upright, applying pressure to the shoulder above the wound, until her hide garment was thoroughly soaked, and the expelled blood began to return to its vibrant red hue. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he had completely drained the toxic blood. Having only theoretical knowledge of first aid, he had never practiced such a procedure. To ensure her safety, he leaned closer to the wound, forcefully sucking the remaining blood until the foul stench finally dissipated. He then cut a clean piece of hide from his own garment, pressing it firmly against her shoulder, and stood to check on Ling Yao's condition. At that moment, a wave of heat surged through him. As if countless flames ignited within his body, the intensity escalating uncontrollably, compelling him to collapse in agony. Had his efforts to extract the poison from Ling Zhao inadvertently affected him? Chu Qin's heart sank. They had narrowly escaped the hunters. Yet now he found himself ensnared in peril, and the specter of death loomed over them both. The searing pain was unbearable, as if flames were consuming him from the inside out, and his vision blurred in a matter of moments. He felt as though he truly was engulfed in fire, for his hide garment had ignited, releasing tendrils of black smoke. Was it a hallucination, or was he spontaneously combusting? Chu Qin could scarcely comprehend the bizarre events unfolding within him. The torment had overshadowed all else, for a terrifying pressure began to build within, inflating him like a balloon. His skin taut, and on the verge of rupture. Would he self-ignite, and then explode? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his internal organs rebelled, and the excruciating pain shattered his last vestiges of consciousness, rendering him unconscious, or perhaps plunging him into a state of shock. In medical terms, shock can be viewed as a protective response of the nervous system to prevent bodily overload. Chu Qin was ensnared in such a predicament. The sudden agony had surpassed the limits of his nerves. This was an extraordinarily perilous moment, as the primal forest harbored countless threats. Where the law of the jungle reigned supreme, and Ling Zhao and Chu Qin lay defenseless on the ground, akin to fish awaiting slaughter. In the dim underbrush, Ling Zhao's breath was faint, her life hanging in the balance, yet her body emitted an unusual faint glow, pulsating rhythmically. Meanwhile, Chu Qin lay less than 3 meters away, shrouded in a faint gray flame, the surrounding vegetation charred black, his hide garment long since consumed by fire, his body swelling and deflating erratically, contorting in the midst of the gray flames, as he endured unimaginable agony. Suddenly, a massive python, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, slithered through the grass from a distance, ignoring the still Ling Zhao, its attention drawn to the convulsing Chu Qin. As it approached, it opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs, preparing to swallow him whole. Such a monstrous serpent, once consumed, would surely spell doom for Chu Qin. Chapter 0024. The unblemished forebear, yet a bizarre occurrence transpired. Before the great python's massive jaws could engulf Chu Qin, the gray flames made contact with its fangs. Sizzle! It was as though a spark had fallen upon a cotton swab soaked in gasoline, and in an instant, the great serpent was enveloped in gray flames, mirroring those on Chu Qin. Hiss! The python emitted a terrifying shriek unprecedented to the ears, disregarding its prey within arm's reach, its body convulsing as if struck by lightning in a frantic attempt to flee. The powerful tail of the python struck against the ancient trees with a resounding thud, sending countless leaves cascading to the ground, while the surrounding thorns and underbrush were left in disarray beneath its thrashing form. However, the serpent's struggles were in vain. The gray flames seemed to ignite from within, remaining unabated. In mere moments, the The python was reduced to a twisted, charred carcass, motionless. The foul odor of burnt protein wafted through the dim forest, momentarily settling the chaos. Yet, it was not long before a pair of luminous eyes emerged, an entity resembling a black panther, stretching 4 to 5 meters in length. Drawn by the earlier commotion of the great python, stealthily approaching. With elongated, vigilant eyes, it observed for a while before cautiously nearing Chu Chun and Ling Zhao. It glanced at Ling Zhao with a hint of hesitation, but ultimately chose to approach the twitching form of Chu Chun. Unlike the reckless python, the panther extended its paw with utmost caution, testing Chu Chun's reactions. Yet, this prudence proved futile at the moment its paw was about to make contact. Like the giant python, the panther was suddenly engulfed in gray flames. Howl! The panther emitted a spine-chilling roar, leaping several meters into the air in a desperate retreat. Alas, it was too late. The gray flames enveloped it completely. After fleeing a mere 100 meters, it could no longer control its descent and crashed into the thicket of thorns, writhing in agony for a brief moment before succumbing to death. Surrounding its charred remains, numerous thorns had been singed to a brittle yellow, yet thankfully, the flames did not spread. Otherwise, the entire untamed forest would likely have ignited. Following the panther's demise, yet another spider, the size of a grinding stone, quietly descended from the trees. It appeared instinctively wary of Ling Zhao, yet still prepared to strike at Chu Chun, with an outcome all too predictable, another pile of charred remains. As time passed, this place seemed to transform into a cursed domain. Within a mere half-day, over a dozen predatory creatures had been drawn here, all inevitably reduced to ashes, perishing within a 100-meter radius of Chu Chun and Ling Zhao. The eerie atmosphere seemed to finally alert the nearby venomous insects and beasts, instilling a fear of the perilous aura that lingered here, deterring any daring souls from approaching. A vast, tender leaf trembled gently in the morning sun and breeze, exuding an extraordinarily fresh aroma, with the tips of its leaves adorned with glistening dewdrops reflecting the early sunlight, as beautiful as diamonds. A shallow pool of water revealed countless large fish thrashing about, a sight that filled one's heart with unparalleled joy, promising a bountiful harvest. Father, grant me another chance. Watching the robust figure of the man fade into the distance, one could only helplessly scream. Seemingly stirred by this cry, the figure finally halted. Turning back to look, yet his features remained indistinct. You have disappointed me greatly. Grant me another chance. I can surely succeed. Faced with the cold words, there was only a powerless plea. Impossible, you cannot do it. Wake up. The man's voice was frigid. Father, believe in me once more. I know I can. Suppressing the anguish within, one was still unwilling to relent. You should wake up. The man appeared somewhat impatient. Wake up. The man's anger surfaced as he repeatedly uttered this phrase, each iteration more intense than the last, as if capable of shaking the very heavens. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Chu Chun. The voice calling out grew increasingly vivid, and Chu Chun abruptly opened his eyes to find Ling Zhao, with a concerned expression, crouched beside him. Ling Zhao. Chu Chun gasped in astonishment, realizing he was not dead. It turned out that he had merely been dreaming, those chaotic visions still causing his heart to race. How are you? After a fleeting moment of disorientation, Chu Chun noticed Ling Zhao's lips were quite pale. Suddenly recalling their earlier pursuit by the clan elders, he immediately attempted to rise. Do not. I am fine now, although I cannot recover in a short span. At least I am not dead. Ling Zhao hurriedly raised her hand to stop him. Where are my animal hide clothes? Chu Chun suddenly noticed the chill enveloping him, realizing he was only covered by a few large leaves. It might be an unfortunate incident. Ling Zhao's face flushed, her speech becoming disjointed. Oh! Chu Chun suddenly remembered that he had unfastened her belt earlier to extract the poison from her shoulder. Now in this state, he wondered if she would harbor any misunderstandings, feeling a touch embarrassed. Thank you for removing the venomous stinger of the ghost flame bee. Otherwise, even if I did not die, it would have taken me a long time to recover. Ling Zhao finally broke the silence, still carrying a hint of shyness. I am uncertain if that insect was indeed a ghost flame bee, but if gratitude is due, it should be from my end. Had it not been for your efforts to help me escape, you would not have had to endure such hardship. Chu Chun expressed heartfelt appreciation after this brush with death. He felt the girl before him appeared significantly more beautiful than before, though he was not one to articulate his feelings eloquently and could only speak awkwardly. By the way, before I fainted, there seemed to be a hallucination. I felt engulfed in gray flames. What was that about? Chu Chun wished to shift the topic away from the poison extraction incident. You mean, there were gray flames emanating from your body? No wonder. Ling Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had heard something utterly incredible. Indeed, I am not certain if it was a hallucination, but my animal hide clothes were. Chu Chun unwittingly returned to the previous topic. No, that is impossible. Ling Zhao half opened her mouth, her expression filled with disbelief, staring at Chu Chun as if he were a monster. Furthermore, it felt as if my body was about to explode. Chu Chun added, unblemished. You actually transcended to your true self before achieving purity? How could such a thing happen? The girl murmured, her gaze seemingly lost in the void, filled with endless questions. What does that mean? Chu Chun thought to scratch his head, entirely oblivious to Ling Zhao's mutterings, but as he wiped his hand across his scalp, he felt an unexpected smoothness. His hair had vanished without him realizing, leaving only ashes in his grasp. This, Chu Chun was utterly stupefied. Inner combusting true fire. Entirely unblemished. You have already progressed to the second stage. Pray tell, what transpired earlier? Ling Zhao, having witnessed everything, completely disregarded Chu Chun's astonishment at his own transformation and instead expressed great curiosity about his prior experiences. Chapter 25. The system as you were running, you suddenly fell, and I noticed an unusual pallor on your face, leading me to suspect that you might have been poisoned. Chu Chun cautiously sat up and began recounting the events that unfolded after the girl fainted. What? You sucked the poison from my shoulder wound? Ling Zhao exclaimed suddenly, her voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chu Chun, startled by her outburst, quickly offered an explanation. I apologize, Ling Zhao. At that moment, I genuinely did not know whether the toxic blood had been fully extracted. I had no choice but to suck the wound. Oh, the girl paused, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she waved her hands in protest. No, that is not what I meant. I just suddenly thought of some possible reasons for the changes you experienced. Please, continue. While the blood I extracted still bore a hint of the toxic essence. I feared for your safety and ended up taking several more sips. Chu Chun recounted every detail without omission. Upon hearing this, the girl's gaze softened, as if she were touched by his concern. Finally, excruciating pain erupted throughout my body, and I could no longer endure it and fainted. I am unaware of any other occurrences until you roused me just now, Chu Chun concluded, observing the girl lost in thought, hesitant to interrupt as he remained puzzled by the depth of her contemplation. After a considerable silence, the girl lifted her gaze to Chu Chun. This matter is quite complex and difficult to ascertain. Let me first explain how this world differs from your previous understanding. I once mentioned to you that the goal of life is to grow stronger continuously. Your kind has embarked on a path reliant on external forces, whereas we emphasize the inherent strength of life itself. The most significant distinction, aside from longevity, is that once you grasp the essence of formidable power, it may lead to uncontrollable devastation. In contrast, a life that is inherently strong can effortlessly wield such power. In historical records, many tribes akin to yours have existed. Yet they ultimately either transformed or faced annihilation. How did they meet their demise? Chu Chun asked in astonishment. Earth's progress is astonishing, having recently begun to delve into the mysteries of the cosmos. If what the girl previously mentioned holds true, they are perilously close to danger, with potentially terrifying consequences. There are natural disasters as well as man-made calamities. When life lacks sufficient strength, even a minor accident in the cosmos can place an entire tribe in mortal peril. Of course, there are also instances of self-destruction due to uncontrolled power, and then there are those who are deliberately suppressed and obliterated by the truly powerful. The girl sighed and continued, generally speaking, the strong have little interest in tribes like yours. To them, you are even less significant than ants. However, should you gain access to terrifyingly destructive means, They will act without hesitation once they become aware. The destructive means you refer to. Chu Chun felt a tremor of fear within. Perhaps the capability to obliterate a planet. Based on your prior descriptions, your tribe is not far from that threshold. The girl said softly. Indeed. Chu Chun felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Humanity on Earth has long been researching nuclear energy. While current weapons may not be capable of obliterating the planet outright, a large-scale war could lead to the collapse of Earth's life systems multiple times over. He suddenly began to worry about the future fate of Earth. However, this is merely a side note. Your concerns here are ultimately meaningless. Destiny is always in one's own hands. Ling Zhao seemed to sense Chu Chen's unease and offered reassurance. In the vast cosmos, countless forms of life exist, and the path to strengthening oneself is fundamentally similar. Whether humans, beasts, insects, fish, plants, or even stones and decayed wood, any of them may transcend their primitive nature under the right circumstances. Are you suggesting that plants and stones can also grow strong? Chu Chen was taken aback, the girl's words completely upending his understanding. Precisely. It's just that humans and birds possess greater advantages in their primitive states, while insects and plants are comparatively weaker, and other forms face even greater challenges, Ling Zhao affirmed. There have been legends on Earth of birds, beasts, or plants and stones achieving sentience. Chu Chen suddenly recalled the myriad of myths and legends from ancient times, both Eastern and Western, filled with supernatural beings. Could those tales have held some truth? The myriad of life in the world can embark on numerous divergent paths. It is not surprising that such exist where your tribe resides. Perhaps they simply failed to pass down their legacy, or they eventually grew strong enough to depart. The girl elucidated for Chu Chen. These matters cannot be succinctly explained in a few words, but for those truly embarking on this path, the process of evolution encompasses the shaping of the true self, achieving purity, assimilating essence, and ultimately transcending the constraints of the primitive world to traverse the cosmos. This is the path you must undertake in the future. Before Chu Chun could voice another question, the girl continued, Your current condition is rather perplexing to me. I can only tell you that you are no longer the person you once were. You have skipped the initial stage of true self and ascended directly to a state of purity, which is something I have never encountered before. After much contemplation, it might be attributed to my blood and the venom of the ghost flame bee, or perhaps the elders fed you true essence. Or there may be other unknown factors resulting in this unexpected outcome. The girl carefully considered her words, striving for Chu Chen's understanding, yet he found himself increasingly bewildered. After Ling Zhao elaborated for quite some time, he finally grasped some fundamental concepts. The process of life advancement can be broadly categorized into stages: true self, purity, essence assimilation, and cosmic transcendence. Reaching the cosmic stage allows one to metamorphose and utilize their power to escape the confines of their birth planet and traverse the cosmos freely. Of course, according to Ling Zhao, there are even higher levels beyond that, but even the prospect of reaching the cosmic stage filled Chu Chen with exhilaration. The thought of soaring through space without the need for spacecraft or spacesuits was simply unimaginable. If he could indeed achieve that, there would be hope for returning to Earth. What should I do now? Chu Chen asked, his impatience palpable. Now, your immediate concern is simply to find a way to survive in this wild forest. The girl smiled, a genuine innocence shining in her eyes. Actually, you are quite adorable. Chu Chen felt a stir within him as he gazed at the girl. Initially, he intended to mention her somewhat rough complexion, yet her smile was bright and captivating. Fearing she might take offense, he ultimately chose to refrain. At that moment, he found it peculiar that despite the dim lighting, he could discern the girl's features with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing his words, the girl appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by his compliment. This wild forest does not seem as dangerous as imagined. Otherwise, we would have likely been devoured by beasts by now. Chu Chen, feeling a bit awkward, quickly shifted the focus of the conversation. Not dangerous? Allow me to show you. Ling Zhao shook her head with a smile, tearing off a large piece of animal hide from her skirt and tossing it to Chu Chen, revealing a significant portion of her long, slender legs. Make do with this for now. With that, the girl turned her gaze elsewhere. Chu Chen understood her intent and promptly wrapped the piece of hide around his waist. tightening it securely before standing up. Let us proceed. The girl took a step forward, though she still appeared somewhat weak, swaying slightly with each step. Noticing this, Chu-chan rushed to support her, but his sudden movement almost caused him to trip. After steadying the girl, Chu-chan felt an odd sensation. Having leaped to her side, he found it remarkably effortless, entirely unlike his previous walking experience. You feel it now? This is the transformation following the state of purity. The girl seemed to have anticipated his reaction. How astonishing! Chu-chan was momentarily speechless, feeling his body light and vigorous. The sudden change overwhelming him as it felt challenging to control his newfound strength. Each step required a conscious effort to temper his power. He harbored doubts, wondering if, at this moment, he could leap as effortlessly as the young girl, soaring 3 or 4 meters into the air. Chapter 26. Kindred Spirits Beneath the Stars. This must be a golden python. With Chu-chan's assistance, the girl approached a twisted, charred carcass measuring over 10 meters in length. Such a massive serpent, how did it meet its demise here? Chu-chan was taken aback. Consider it your doing. The girl replied with a smile. But that's not all. There are others as well. After a moment, they circled the area, thoroughly bewildering Chu-chan. I did nothing. How could they have died here? Chu-chan looked at Ling Zhao, utterly perplexed. Every life enters this world tainted by impurities. Once the true self is refined and consciousness solidified, one can ignite the inner flame to cleanse these impurities, transforming oneself into a pure and perfect being, blessed with heightened senses and robust vitality, free from affliction. Yet, this process is perilous and agonizing. Many lives falter at this juncture. Now I understand why, even in this dim environment. I can discern the nuances of the girl's face. You inadvertently ignited your inner flame, placing yourself in grave danger. To survive, this is truly miraculous. I have never heard of such a phenomenon. These savage beasts must have encountered your body during your transformation, leading to their own demise as they were consumed by your inner flame. How could such a thing occur? Chu-chan chuckled helplessly. Under ordinary circumstances, any one of these beasts could easily kill me, but what exactly are these impurities in the inner flame? This is difficult to articulate, as those impurities are imperceptible before one shapes their true self. To clarify, every life is born with an array of minuscule substances, aiding survival during its most vulnerable phase, coexisting within as it grows. The girl pondered, seemingly unable to provide a clearer explanation. Is that not akin to bacteria? Chu-chan was momentarily stunned. The girl's analogy immediately conjured images of the myriad bacterial colonies present within the human body. I do not fully grasp your words. Perhaps one day, when your true self is complete, everything will become clear. The girl had no better explanation. In any case, those tiny substances within a life, when ignited through special means, are entirely consumed, leaving you as the sole occupant of your body, achieving a state of purity. But what of beneficial bacteria? Can a person maintain normal physiological functions without them? And how did the inner flame not incinerate you? These were Chu-chan's concerns. Scientifically, such a scenario seemed impossible. Yet the girl spoke with unwavering conviction of her purity, showing no signs of discomfort, her vision remarkably enhanced, suggesting that the scientific understanding he once held was significantly limited. However, he knew that even if he inquired, Ling Zhao likely could not provide a satisfactory answer, and so he buried his questions deep within. In truth, had you not inadvertently ignited your inner flame, even if we had escaped the elder's pursuit, we might have perished in the bellies of these savage beasts, Ling Zhao remarked, seemingly relieved. You are feeling better now. We should leave this place post-haste. Chu-chan, recalling the elder's relentless pursuit, felt a surge of concern and urged the girl to distance themselves from their current location. Yes, it is indeed time for you to depart. Ling Zhao gently turned, gazing at Chu-chan with a flicker of something unusual in her eyes. Moving towards the midday sun, if all goes well, we should emerge from this wilderness within 2 to 3 months. From there, all will depend on your own efforts. Remember, you must remain vigilant and avoid the beasts of this wilderness. They are not foes you can confront. You must survive and escape. As she spoke, the girl forcefully tore a nondescript gray shell pendant from her belt and placed it in Chu-chan's hand. This encapsulates the essence of ascension until you reach the starry realms. Keep it safe. Ling Zhao, are you not coming with me? Only then did Chu Chen realize that the girl intended for him to journey alone. Clutching the still warm shell, he felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. From Earth to Mars, and from Mars to this untamed land, in this alien place, it was only this girl who had truly entered his world, sharing in the life and death crisis. Ling Zhao had become the person closest to him. You know, the gray flood dragon left its mark on me. Once I step beyond a certain range, it will sense my absence. If I leave with you, not only will I be unable to escape, but you will also be implicated. The girl shook her head, her demeanor seemingly despondent. But if you remain here, you will ultimately face the same fate. It would be better to leave together and make one last desperate attempt. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Chu Chen's heart raced, and without hesitation, he blurted out his thoughts. Ling Zhao gazed deeply into Chu Chen's eyes, as if genuinely moved. From her clear expression, he could discern her hesitation. What do you think the chances are of your Uncle Aming returning here within a year? Chu Chen had already silently analyzed Ling Yao's situation. If everything she said was true, her chances of surviving, regardless of whether she stayed or left, were nearly zero. Waiting for a miracle to occur was hardly a wise course of action. It has been 10 years. If he could return, he would have done so by now. Ling Zhao spoke mournfully, her implication unmistakable. Even she held little hope for her Uncle Aming's timely return. Then what is there to hesitate about? Let us go. Chu Chen, feeling inexplicably agitated, hoisted Ling Zhao onto his back, determined to leave. Let me go? By doing this, you will only drag yourself down with me. Ling Zhao struggled to break free from Chu Chen's grip, but her frail body proved unable to resist. Perhaps Chu Chen was holding her too tightly. As tears began to well in her eyes, Ling Zhao, I have shared with you my experiences upon arriving here. Under my circumstances, with my understanding at the time, it felt like a certain death. Yet here I am, still alive. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping, you must not give up. Chu Chen felt his blood surging. From the depths of his heart, he refused to accept Ling Zhao's fate of waiting for the gray flood dragon's final judgment. This was not her destiny, but you need not go to such lengths. Bringing me along, you will find it equally difficult to escape this wilderness. Ling Zhao, carried on Chu Chen's back, felt tears welling in her eyes. Kindred spirits beneath the stars. Chu Chen, unable to see the girl's face, was suddenly reminded of a classic line from Bai Zhi of the Tang dynasty. Kindred spirits beneath the stars. Ling Zhao echoed softly from Chu Chen's back, falling into a contemplative silence. With Ling Zhao upon his back, Chu Chen strode forward, feeling the warmth of what seemed to be droplets falling upon his bare back. Chapter 0027. Hachimu. As dusk fell after half a day's journey, the forest was shrouded in dim light. Chu Chen cautiously led Ling Zhao, both of them carefully crouching within a massive crack in an ancient tree, holding their breath. Thud, thud. It sounded as if boulders were descending from the heavens, causing the ground to tremble and the dry leaves of the ancient tree to cascade down. A colossal shadow, towering at least 60 to 70 meters, ambled forward with heavy, deliberate steps, brushing aside the branches as it moved away into the distance. Chu Chen peeked out, gazing at the immense figure, a shiver coursing through him, his legs trembling slightly. Good heavens! Is that a giant? It wasn't he until the footsteps faded into silence that Chu Chen exhaled deeply, unable to suppress his astonishment. What giant? That is an enraged ape. Ling Zhao chuckled softly. This behemoth is the most formidable creature in this area, second only to the great Lord Tianji. And it has already reached the realm of congenital unity. This world truly opens my eyes. I can't help but wonder if dragons exist here. Chu Chen, seeing Ling Zhao in high spirits, felt himself lighten. Fool, there are definitely no true dragons here. Why would they be found in such a place? But if we venture further, you might just catch a glimpse of a foolish dragon. Ling Zhao feigned disdain. A foolish dragon? Such a creature exists? I must witness it someday. Chu Chen expressed his curiosity. All right, there will be a time for that. Let us hurry. Once we cross into the territory of the enraged ape, the elders should not pursue us any longer. The girl patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. All right, let us set off. Chu Chen slightly crouched down and hoisted Ling Zhao onto his back. However, As he turned around and lifted his head, his body suddenly stiffened. A young native stood not far behind a thicket, holding a grayish-white bone spear, quietly observing them. "Hachimu, have the elders sent you to hunt us down?" Chu Chun exclaimed upon noticing him, and Ling Zhao, too, had sensed his presence. She looked at the native and calmly spoke. "Yes, Miss Ling Zhao." The young native nodded but remained still, showing no intention of attacking. "However, I have not found any trace of Miss Ling Zhao." Hachimu's next words left Chu Chin momentarily bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind the native's statement. Ling Zhao also appeared slightly taken aback. She sighed softly. "Are you not afraid of being punished by the elders upon your return?" "Punished? It's not the first time." Hachimu shook his head slightly. "The elders' minds have already been clouded by dust. I have come here merely to speak with Miss Ling Zhao." "Speak then." Ling Zhao regarded Hachimu with a hint of regret. "I believe your choice is correct. Leaving my clan offers a slim chance of survival, far better than waiting idly." Hachimu said earnestly, bowing deeply to Ling Zhao. "If you ever return here, please forgive my kin. Most of my people cherish the grace shown by you and Lord Aming, but we possess little authority within the clan. I understand your sentiment, Hachimu. If that day ever comes, I shall remember your words." Ling Zhao extended her right hand, palm facing upward. "Thank you, Miss Ling Zhao." Hachimu bowed once more. "But how did you find this place?" Ling Zhao, shifting her focus, inquired about her curiosity. "My father once mentioned that the ghost flame bees detest the scent of sour eucalyptus fruits. If one carries such fruits, as long as there is no malicious provocation, the bees will not attack fiercely. I surmise you must have employed a similar method, and I detected the scent of the sour eucalyptus fruits while in the bees' lair. Which led me here," Hachimu recounted sincerely. "You are indeed the finest young hunter in the tribe." Ling Zhao praised wholeheartedly. "You flatter me, miss. The elders dispatched nearly everyone to capture you, so if you wish to depart, please do so promptly," Hachimu urged. "I understand." Ling Zhao nodded, recalling something. "By the way, did anyone suffer losses in the tribe last time?" "Over a dozen died, and more than 40 were severely injured. However, you need not feel guilty. They brought this upon themselves through their greed. If possible, please convey my apologies to their families." Ling Zhao's expression darkened, as if this were not the outcome she desired. "When the time is right, I shall inform them." "Miss, you should leave as soon as possible." Hachimu pressed once more. "Very well. Should we have the opportunity in the future? Farewell." Ling Zhao waved at Hachimu. "Let us go, Chu Chun." Chu Chun cast a deep glance at Hachimu, nodding in gratitude before swiftly departing. "Young master, I believe you have regained some of your divine energy. I hope you can overlook the disrespect shown by my kin and protect Miss Ling Zhao." Hachimu called out loudly as he watched them leave. "I will do my utmost." Chu Chun replied without turning back, understanding that Hachimu's words were directed at him. Unbeknownst to Hachimu, he was merely a strong figure caught in a misunderstanding. As for the notion of recovery, Chu Chun surmised that Hachimu must have seen the remains of those fierce beasts. There was no need for him to explain. Regardless, he would remember the native named Hachimu. Hachimu was the son of the former chieftain, and not long ago, he had been sacrificed to the gray flood serpent. His sister, Hachali, was well known among the tribe. Although the tribe's folk understood his plight, they could not jeopardize the safety of the entire clan for one individual. After all, who among the kin of sacrificial victims had not faced similar circumstances in recent years? Ling Zhao, nestled on Chu Chen's back, softly recounted the story of Hachimu, her warm breath occasionally brushing against Chu Chun's ear, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. "What is the connection between you and Uncle Aming with them?" Chu Chun, while traversing the shaded path with Ling Zhao on his back, asked, albeit at a slower pace than her. "One year, Uncle Aming brought me into this wilderness to escape. Coincidentally, Hachimu's clan had mistakenly killed the young son of the Deer King nearby, and was subsequently besieged by numerous giant beasts. Uncle Aming, not wishing to see humanity fall, intervened and drove away the Deer King, allowing them to settle within the domain of the great Lord Tianji. In that battle, Hachimu's chieftain father was gravely injured and soon passed away, leaving the clan temporarily under the elders' governance. Yet they have yet to elect a new chieftain." Ling Zhao briefly recounted her connection to Hachimu's clan. 2 years later, Uncle Aming received news from some tribesmen and quietly ventured out to investigate, never to return. Before he left, the elders promised that even if the entire clan faced annihilation, they would ensure my safety. Yet, when the gray flood serpent appeared, their attitude changed entirely. Ling Zhao spoke gently, her tone laced with resignation, devoid of any resentment in her heart. What about the great Lord Tianji? I feel Uncle Aming should be much more formidable than them. Did he not have any reservations? Chu Chan admired the girl's character, suddenly contemplating crucial questions. Uncle Aming and I were merely seeking refuge here. When he visited the great Lord Tianji and the initial stonefish sovereign, he concealed his true power, presenting himself as an equivalent being. How could the great Lord Tianji be willing to intervene on my behalf? The girl, remarkably astute, instantly grasped his implications from his succinct inquiry. No wonder. Chu Qin nodded, finally achieving a more precise understanding of the situation Ling Zhao faced. Leaving was indeed the only option that offered her a glimmer of hope. However, he remained uncertain about the mysterious mark left on her by the gray flood serpent, which made Ling Zhao hesitant to act recklessly. Certainly, he had never contemplated how he could resolve a problem that even Ling Zhao found insurmountable. He merely felt that in this desolate wilderness, formidable beings akin to the esteemed Tianji and the fearsome gray flood dragon must exist, suggesting that they were not anomalies. If he could strategically leverage their power, once he escaped the gray flood dragon's perception, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. Were there any formidable entities nearby that were comparable to Tianji or the gray flood dragon? Chu Chen pondered this intriguing thought. I'm not certain, Ling Zhao replied. Uncle Aming has never mentioned it, and the Hachimu clan, being weak, knows little about such matters. I see. Then we can only depart from the territory of the angry ape and take it one step at a time, Chu Chen said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. It seems we have no other choice. Ling Zhao appeared to understand Chu Chen's thoughts, realizing that she too had no viable solutions. Otherwise, she would have already devised a means to escape. Chapter 28. Captured as night deepened, the two sought refuge in a narrow tree hollow. After ensuring there was no imminent danger, they squeezed inside, preparing to rest for the night. The space was cramped, and while they managed to fit, Chu Chun, clad only in a beast skin around his waist, found himself unavoidably pressed against Ling Zhao. During their tense stealth earlier, it had gone unnoticed, but now, in the stillness, the proximity felt different. Strangely enough, Chu Chen mused, he had not felt hunger throughout the day. Ling Zhao offered a patient explanation, noting that once a being attained purity, their need for sustenance diminished significantly. Even going without food or water for 10 days or more would not pose a serious issue. So this is a benefit? Chu Chen pondered, a dazed expression crossing his face. Had he possessed such an ability on Mars, perhaps he would not have suffered so greatly. Maybe he could have swiftly fulfilled his wish to return to Earth. Do not think too far ahead. You must start with your true self, for that is the foundation of everything. However, the initial step requires a quiet and safe environment. Here, we cannot proceed. We must wait until we leave this wild forest. Ling Zhao interrupted Chu Chen's daydream, her gaze drifting past him. Months without a haircut or shave had left Chu Chen's features obscured, and his efforts to play the fool had led him to neglect his appearance, rendering him even less presentable than the people of the Hatta tribe. Yet, with his hair and eyebrows burned away, his rugged visage was now fully revealed, presenting a stark contrast to his previous state. As Chu Chun remained lost in thought, oblivious to the change in Ling Zhao's expression, the next day dawned with the first light. The two set forth once more. As they advanced, the ancient trees thinned, and their surroundings opened up. The path was tranquil, with only a few ferocious beasts evaded, likely frightened away by the nearby raging apes. Once we pass that red beech tree, we shall have exited the territory of the angry apes. Ling Zhao pointed ahead, indicating a towering beech tree whose leaves blazed like fire, standing out remarkably. The wild grass, now waist-high, grew wildly, making movement more challenging than in the dark forest. Chu Chan could only follow a trail presumably frequented by beasts, making their progress slightly quicker. He recalled Hachimu's warning that the Hadu had sent more pursuers after him. If Hachimu could locate him, others would not be far behind. Thus, he resolved to run with all his might, hoping to shake off his pursuers before turning his attention to the complications posed by Ling Zhao. As he gazed at the distant mountains, Chu Chun calculated that exiting the angry ape territory would lead them into the mountains, a place where ferocious beasts might dwell. Yet it could also offer better opportunities for escape. The thought of soon confronting the gray dragon demon filled his heart with trepidation. Suddenly, while his vigilance was momentarily distracted, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and he stumbled uncontrollably into a deep pit. "Be careful," Ling Zhao exclaimed from his back, but it was too late. They tumbled into a large net. "Ha! Just as the elder predicted, I have finally captured you here." A triumphant voice echoed from nearby. It was Ha Tong. Chu Chun's anger surged, realizing he was just moments away from the red beach when Ha Tong intercepted them. He struggled violently within the net, desperate to escape. But the trap was suspended in a pit 3 or 4 meters deep, rendering him unable to find leverage, and the net's elasticity made it impossible to climb out. Ling Zhao struggled momentarily before surrendering, her face pale. "Chu Chun, I fear we may not escape. Why aren't you running now? Even the beasts trapped inside cannot escape. Let me see how you intend to climb out of this beast sinew net." Ha Tong mocked as he and several others encircled the pit. As he looked down at Chu Chun, Ha Tong paused in surprise, recognizing the bare-headed figure. "Wait, who are you? Where are your hair and beard?" It was no wonder, since boarding the Xuanwu No. 1 and departing Earth over half a year ago, Chu Chun had not groomed, resembling a primitive man. The flames had consumed his hair, leaving him almost unrecognizable. "Ha Tong, mark my words, you shall rue this day," Ling Zhao retorted fiercely, looking up at him. "I'll be waiting. Upon returning to the tribe, I shall personally present you to the Dragon King. Let us see what you can do then." A fierce glint shone in Ha Tong's eyes. "First, pull them up here." Chu Chun lapsed into silence. Realizing that words were futile, not only would he face a dreadful fate, but Ling Zhao would also suffer. He gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury as he glared at Ha Tong. Ha Tong, meeting Chu Chun's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively stepping back. The look in Chu Chun's eyes was no longer that of a fool, but rather one filled with unmistakable hatred. Has he regained his senses? Fear gripped Ha Tong, his face paling at the thought. Yet, as he saw Chu Chun still restrained, he felt his heart settle somewhat. "Quick, hurry and take them back." Ha Tong averted his gaze, eager to distance himself from Chu Chun. Dozens of natives found a long stick, securing the net and lifting Chu Chun and Ling Zhao as they hurried back. Chu Chun sighed inwardly, realizing it was not merely his carelessness. The elder had anticipated their intentions and set a trap along this unavoidable path. Bound tightly within the net, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao were pressed against each other, sharing a glance that reflected their mutual despair. Familiar with the terrain, Ha Tong and the others dashed along a narrow path, and within a day, they spotted a cluster of wooden houses on the horizon. "Quick," informed the elder. "I have captured them," Ha Tong shouted as they neared the settlement, eager to showcase his triumph. Many residents looked up, and some rushed out of the wooden houses, drawn by Ha Tong's voice. With a thud, the natives dropped the stick, unceremoniously throwing Chu Chun and Ling Zhao to the ground. Through the net, Chu Chun saw a crowd gathering, their expressions a mixture of anger and fear. Among them stood Hachimu, his face reflecting disbelief. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 29. True Identity. An elder of the clan has arrived. A voice rang out among the crowd, parting them to create a path for the elder's slow approach. To Chu Chun's surprise, his energy gun was strapped to the elder's waist. If he had managed to escape with the weapon, perhaps he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret for not having devised a way to reclaim his weapon when he had feigned ignorance. After all, it was a weapon designed to be unlocked by his fingerprint. In the hands of the elder, it was akin to a child's toy. Had he possessed it, even in the heart of the wilderness, it might have offered him a greater chance of self-preservation. However, it was now too late for such thoughts. "Well done." The elder's face, lined with wrinkles, brightened as he patted Ha Tong on the shoulder in approval. "Where did you capture them?" The elder's wisdom was indeed commendable. It was precisely as you instructed, using traps in front of the red beech tree. Hatong rarely displayed humility. That was their inevitable path. The elder laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with his own strategy. But elder, he doesn't seem foolish at all. Furthermore, his hair and eyebrows appear to be burned away. Hatong cautiously remarked. Is that a disguise? His hair? The elder paused, turning to regard Chu Chun, who was ensnared in a net. His expression suddenly frozen in shock. How could this be? The elder, who had previously maintained a nonchalant demeanor, hastened forward, crouched down, and reached out to touch Chu Chin's bald head, trembling slightly. Quick, release them. The elder's agitation was palpable as he shouted. A dozen robust tribesmen surged forward, hastily extracting Chu Chun and his companion from the net, binding their hands and feet with beast sinew, and pushing them before the elder. The elder's eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly drew a short bone knife from his waist and approached Chu Chun. What do you intend to do? Let me go? Chu Chun struggled in fear and anger, but was firmly restrained by the tribesmen behind him. What do I intend to do? I want to know who you truly are. The elder's voice rose to a fever pitch, and he plunged the knife into Chu Chin's left arm. Ah! Chu Chun cried out in agony as blood splattered from the wound, his arm pierced through. There's no need to test him. He is not at all the person you imagine. Ling Zhao suddenly interjected from the back. What is happening? What is going on? Was there not a terrifying celestial phenomenon that day? The elder had completely lost his composure, his voice rising in fury. He is merely an ordinary person from a fallen clan who accidentally stumbled upon the sacred lake. That is his true identity. The girl appeared to have relinquished all pretense. Speaking calmly to the elder. You knew all along, didn't you? The elder glared at Ling Zhao, his eyes filled with malice. Yes, Ling Zhao replied fearlessly, her voice steady. Very well. You are quite something. The elder's expression twisted into a snarl as he suddenly kicked Ling Zhao in the abdomen. Bound and unable to evade, Ling Zhao was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground in pain. You old fool. Chu Chun, bleeding profusely from his arm, could not contain his fury at witnessing this act. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Humph. And what of it? You should be more concerned about your own fate. The elder seemed to be slowly reconciling with the harsh reality, straining to control his breath. Elder, this course of action is inappropriate. From the crowd, Hachama stepped forward, confronting the elder from a distance. What are you? How dare you speak to the elder like that? The elder squinted, about to respond, but Ha Tong interjected, pointing an accusing finger at Hachama, as if ready to strike at any moment. Just because he is the chieftain's son. Several more individuals emerged from the crowd, aligning themselves with Hachama, one frail elder raising his voice in protest. At this moment, nearly everyone from the settlement had gathered, and following the brief exchange, the crowd began to divide into two factions, with nearly two-thirds rallying behind Hachama, predominantly the elderly, women, and children, creating a tense atmosphere. What do you intend to do? The elder's eyes darkened, his voice icy and sharp, as if on the verge of eruption. We simply believe that Miss Ling Zhao has rendered great service to our clan. Even if we cannot protect her, we should not treat her thus. Hachemu clenched his fists, standing resolutely before the elder. Yes, I may have acted impulsively earlier. Assist Miss Ling Zhao to her feet. The elder's gaze flickered, and at last, he waved his hand. Those behind him promptly stepped forward to lift Ling Zhao and loosen her bindings. Elder, please release him as well. Hachemu gestured towards Chu Chun. Hachemu, your request is excessive. The elder could no longer contain his rage, rebuking Hachemu. The essence of our clan, preserved for years, has been drained by him. Do you expect me to simply let him go? We mistakenly believed him to be the powerful figure responsible for the celestial phenomenon. He has not deceived our clan. Hachama countered. He clearly feigned madness, merely because he could not comprehend our language. Is that not deception? The elder's voice rose again. In that situation, anyone might have acted in a similar manner. What did the elder intend to do? Hachama sighed. What to do? Of course, we must recover the essence. The elder's gaze shifted to Chu Chun, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Chu Chun felt his heart sink. His identity as an ordinary person had been exposed, and judging by the elder's expression, His fate appeared grim. Recover? Hachamu faltered, seemingly unable to grasp the elder's intent. But as he watched the elder reveal a small object from his palm, his face changed dramatically. Ling Zhao was right. You have long claimed that the divine cauldron and secret text were lost during the escape. At this moment, not only Hachamu, but also the frail elder behind him and the crowd of tribesmen erupted in a chorus of disbelief, many with eyes blazing red. Glaring at the elder, "Silence," the elder commanded, raising his hand. "The reason I concealed the truth was for the entire clan. In this wilderness, there are many powerful beings. If our clan's treasures are exposed, we may not only be unable to protect them, but could also bring immense peril upon our entire tribe. Are you intending to use the divine cauldron to extract the remaining essence from him? That is utterly cruel." Hachamu's expression turned grave. "The essence is invaluable. It's worth rivaling that of the divine cauldron. I am acting for the sake of the clan's recovery from a significant loss. Do not entertain any notions of misguided compassion." The elder scoffed. The elder's insistence on acting for the benefit of the clan left Hachamu and the others at a loss for words. For he spoke a truth that could not be denied. An ailing clan, the relics of their ancestors were indeed precious. "Hatu, do not drive matters to the extreme, or you shall not end well." Ling Zhao, standing at the back, finally grasped the elder's intentions, her face paling instantly. However, she was blocked by a dozen strong tribesmen and could not advance. "Are you threatening me? Your own situation is precarious. Even if your Uncle Ameng learns of this in the future, what of it? Lord Zhao Wang is not a mere deer king. Should he return, it may be merely to deliver a meal to Lord Zhao Wang." The elder had completely cast aside his facade, showing no regard for Ling Zhao. At this moment, despair engulfed Chu Chun. He realized that he was at the mercy of the elder, who had resolutely decided to end his life. Ling Zhao wished to intervene, but was powerless to stop it. Hachamu's intentions remained unclear, yet given the circumstances, his own life was also at stake. Reflecting on the trials he had endured to arrive at this point, Chu Chun had once hoped to return to Earth, but now it seemed that all was in vain. Gazing at the elder's cold visage and recalling Hachamu's mention of extraction, he shuddered at the thought of the horrific fate that awaited him. As she glanced at the energy gun at the waist of the clan elder, Chu Chun was engulfed in profound regret. If only the energy gun were in her possession, she would have eagerly severed the old man's head without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 30. The appearance of Tianji. Do not cast such a gaze upon me. You can only blame yourself for squandering the precious essence of my clan. Yet, the elder of the clan paid no heed to Chu Chun's expression, which did not affect him in the slightest. Chu Chun remained silent, recognizing that any words spoken at this moment would be futile. In truth, I had hoped you were indeed the one responsible for this anomaly. Alas, fate has played a cruel trick on us, revealing you to be a mere impostor. At this juncture, the elder seemed exceedingly vexed, declaring, "Today, you shall pay the price you deserve. You old fool, go to hell with your price." Upon hearing the elder's words, even facing death, Chu Chun could not suppress his disdain and uttered a curse. The old man was utterly shameless. Even at the brink of death, he dared to speak thus, "And I shall today refine you before all our kin." The elder appeared not to comprehend Chu Chun's insult. Momentarily bewildered before realizing it was not a compliment, his face flushing with embarrassment and rage. As he spoke, he raised his hands to cradle a small object, closing his eyes and beginning to chant. To Chu Chun's astonishment, the diminutive item in the elder's grasp began to swell, gradually enlarging until it fell with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble. It was a dilapidated ancient tripod, half a person's height, its surface marred with dark red splotches akin to a clay pot. The original engravings nearly obscured, and one ear of the tripod was missing. Yet, this seemingly worthless vessel captivated the gazes of the thousands of onlookers, who appeared as if they were beholding their ancestors, prostrating themselves, not daring to lift their heads, including Hachamu. Chu Chun stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the transformation of this object from the size of a fingernail to its current stature. The elder opened his eyes, surveying the crowd of his kin, pride radiating from the wrinkles of his aged face. With a forceful clap upon the tripod, he bellowed, "I summon the divine tripod." Boom! The tripod quaked, emitting a thunderous roar, and a brilliant light erupted from its opening, shooting skyward, while a strange, delicate fragrance began to permeate the air. Though others were oblivious, Chu Chen noticed that before the elder's shout, he had swiftly retrieved a small stone-like object from his leather pouch and cast it into the tripod. What is this commotion? The elder paused, a flicker of panic crossing his features, as if the unfolding scene exceeded his expectations. However, his exclamations were barely audible, heard only by Chu Chen, who stood closest to him. The tripod roared, its fragrant essence filling the air, prompting the prostrated natives to raise their heads in curiosity, their eyes now tinged with reverence toward the elder, as if he had achieved something remarkable. Suddenly, a piercing bird call echoed, a sound Chu Chen heard each morning, familiar to the natives as well, yet today, it resonated with an intensity unlike any before. This is not good. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed to the ancient tripod, resuming his incantation. The tripod trembled, its light dimming, and it began to shrink, stopping only when it reached a height of 2 feet. Despite the elder's cold sweat and trembling lips, it refused to diminish further. Blood sacrifice, the elder shouted. He spat a mouthful of blood upon the tripod. It quivered once more, shrinking slightly, as if the blood had compelled it to obey. However, this had little effect. When it reached just over a foot in height, the tripod ceased to change, leaving the elder in a state of shock. At this moment, the gathered natives sensed something amiss, many gazing skyward, as if fearing some dreadful entity might descend upon them. Chu Chen, snapping out of his stupor, though unsure of the tripod's nature, began to speculate about the elder's erratic behavior. Old man, have you truly lifted a stone only to crush your own foot? You have no control over this object. Having manipulated it through trickery to enlarge it, now it refuses to revert, a spectacle that is laughably tragic. When the formidable one arrives, I shall relish your predicament. Chu Chen laughed heartily at the elder's flustered state, alleviating some of his pent-up frustration. I shall deal with you later. The elder's face contorted in rage, cold sweat dripping, yet he had no time to confront Chu Chen. I believe the blood you just spilled was insufficient. Perhaps a bit more would yield results. Aware of his impending demise, Chu Chen chose to mock the elder further. The elder's lips quivered as he cast a resentful glance at Chu Chen, suddenly drawing the bone dagger that had previously wounded Chu Chen, slashing it across his left hand. The elder howled, seemingly in extreme agony. Yet he followed Chu Chen's suggestion and decisively severed a finger. Blood sprayed onto the tripod, producing palpable effects, causing it to shrink to the size of a basin. Chu Chen was taken aback. This old man truly was resolute. Observing the tripod now reduced to basin size, the elder trembled, seemingly forgetting the pain of his severed digit, letting out a despairing wail. How could this happen? Quickly, everyone, come and help me lift it away and hide it. Hachimu, ever the sensible one, began to rally the strong natives before the elder could even speak. Hey, everyone, put in your strength. Lift. The tripod was too small. Even with a dozen individuals surrounding it, only 4 or 5 could reach out, yet the tripod felt unusually heavy, immovable despite the efforts of the burly men. A sudden gust of wind swept through, blinding their eyes, and the sky seemed to darken momentarily. When they reopened their eyes, a gaudily adorned, lecherous old man had appeared among them, clad in a bright red robe embroidered with golden threads and wearing a tall crown. His attire was extravagantly out of place amongst the native populace, who were dressed in animal skins. Unfortunately, the finery was draped upon a diminutive figure with a monkey-like face, his eyes glinting with a mischievous shine, rendering the sight even more incongruous. Do not busy yourselves. Let me see what this is. The lecherous elder spoke boldly, entirely dismissing the assembled crowd. Dita-zun. The elder's legs buckled, causing him to kneel, while Hachimu and the others followed suit, revealing the tripod encircled by several individuals. Is this the object? The lecherous elder approached, extending a hand and effortlessly lifting the shabby tripod. This fellow is Dita-zun. Chu Chen was no fool. He deduced from the elder and the others' reactions the true identity of the man before him. However, He could not fathom that the formidable Tianji Dazun, as described by the girl, would appear in such an unkempt guise. Perhaps sensing Chu Chen's scrutiny, the lecherous elder suddenly turned, regarding Chu Chun with an expression that oscillated between intrigue and flattery. Are you the esteemed one from before? How is your recovery progressing? The lecherous elder seemed to forget the tripod in his grasp, speaking with an oddly ingratiating tone. Chapter 31. The Reversal Report to the Great Lord. He is an impostor. Just as Chu Chun hesitated to speak, the clan elder had already crawled on the ground to the side of the Great Lord Tianji, eagerly explaining. However, as he looked at the broken cauldron held by the Great Lord, his face was filled with anguish, as if it were far more significant than the finger he had just lost. How could it be fake? You fools! You dared to bind him with ropes, and even harm the esteemed one's sacred body? Do you all wish to perish? To Chu Chen's astonishment, the Great Lord Tianji had only just realized that he was bound and injured, seemingly unable to believe the elder's words as he reprimanded him sternly. In the end, he lifted a foot and kicked the elder. Bang! The elder flew over 10 meters, crashing into a large tree, which trembled violently, shedding a flurry of leaves. This kick was far more forceful than the one the elder had delivered to Ling Zhao earlier, serving as a fitting retribution. Chu Chan watched with immense satisfaction. He couldn't help but glance back at Ling Zhao, only to find her looking in his direction, her eyes filled with doubt. The elder fell beneath the tree, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Great Lord, this is unjust. What I said is true. I gently pricked him with a bone knife, and his arm was wounded. If he were truly that esteemed one, how could this be? The elder was near tears, never having anticipated that the Great Lord Tianji would accuse him of error and reprimand him so harshly. Was it possible that he was indeed mistaken? You know nothing. The Great Lord Tianji, with a righteous expression, refused to engage further with the elder and turned to Chu Chun, his small eyes glinting. Esteemed one, may I assist you in unbinding those ropes? Very well. Chu Chun was perplexed by the intentions of this lecherous old man. But his hands had been bound by the flexible beast's sinews for quite some time, and with his left arm pierced by the elder's knife and still bleeding. It was indeed a relief to have them freed. The Great Lord Tianji discarded the broken cauldron at his feet, moved behind Chu Chun, and carefully began to untie the beast's sinews. However, his hands, whether intentionally or not, brushed against Chu Chen's back several times. Chu Chun felt a warm current surge through the touched areas, accompanied by a tingling sensation, unaware that the old man's eyes were gleaming with increasing excitement. Once freed, Chu Chun moved his body and looked at the Great Lord. Thank you for your assistance, Great Lord. Esteemed one is too polite. Your arm has been injured by that fool. May I assist you in staunching the bleeding? The old man's demeanor grew increasingly cordial. Before Chu Chen could respond, he extended his bony hands to gently rub Chu Chen's arm. Miraculously, warmth emanated from the wound, and the gaping flesh slowly constricted, forming a hard scab. Chu Chun found this astounding. It was nearly comparable to the rapid healing and scabbing achieved through microwave therapy at a hospital, perhaps even surpassing it. The esteemed one is now out of danger. As long as you refrain from exerting yourself too much in the next couple of days, you will recover swiftly. The old man lifted his head, seemingly wiping his forehead, but inadvertently smeared the blood on his lips. There's blood on your mouth. Chu Chun was at a loss for words and could only awkwardly remind the old man of the bloodstain. It's nothing, the old man said, extending his tongue to lick away the bloodstain. In that moment, his eyes sparkled even more brightly. Finally, he pointed at the elder and the others, asking, Esteemed one, how do you think we should deal with them? Them? Chu Chun was truly at a loss. Had the Great Lord Tianji misunderstood, allowing the situation to reverse so that he had suddenly become the ruler here? Unsure of what to do, he helplessly looked toward Ling Zhao. Like Chu Chun, Ling Zhao was the only one among the crowd who had not knelt. She seemed to have observed everything and, upon noticing Chu Chen's gaze, gracefully approached him. Esteemed one, this old fool has harmed your newly formed sacred body. While your mercy may wish to spare his life, I believe he deserves to suffer for his crimes. We should either exile him to the wilderness, allowing him to fend for himself. The young woman respectfully addressed Chu Chen. Oh, and that Hatong. He should be treated the same. Chu Chun was further bewildered by the young woman's words. Why was she speaking like this? At that moment, she had walked closer, turning her back to the great Lord Tianji as she reached out to support Chu Chun, simultaneously giving him a knowing wink. Oh, then let it be as you say. I find Hachamu to be an excellent choice. With the clan leader vacant, he would be a suitable candidate. As for those who have offended me, let Hachamu deal with them as he sees fit. Chu Chun was not foolish. He was merely an outsider and felt hesitant to make a rash move in this situation. The young woman's hint was unmistakable. She was staging a performance to present him as a true power, all for the great Lord Tianji's benefit. In that instant, Chu Chun thought of Ling Zhao's potential salvation, prompting him to exert more effort. He turned to the lecherous old man and said, "Great Lord, you are the landlord. How do you find this arrangement?" "Excellent, excellent. Everything as the esteemed one desires." The old man coughed lightly and nodded in agreement. These words left Hachamu astounded. He had not anticipated such a swift change in circumstances, nor that Chu Chun would demand the elder's expulsion, making himself the clan leader, leaving him with a myriad of mixed emotions. No, great lord, they did not say this before. This girl previously admitted that this lad is an ordinary person, not a powerful being. The elder, still lying beneath the tree, was horrified upon hearing their conversation and immediately jumped up to expose the truth. "You old fool, you were the one who sought to refine the esteemed one's sacred body to uncover his secrets. Had I not spoken up, you would have acted immediately. Fortunately, the great lord arrived in time. Otherwise, the sacred body painstakingly formed by the esteemed one would have been ruined by your foolishness." Ling Zhao, perhaps inspired by Chu Chen's earlier words, found it quite fitting to call the elder an old fool. In this brief moment, she repeatedly referred to him as such, causing Chu Chen to smile. "That is not the case. Great lord, please see the truth." The elder, refusing to give up, pleaded desperately, hoping for a reversal of fate. "You simpleton, the esteemed one is already a pure being. While you may harm him, that does not mean you can do as you please. If it truly comes to the point of assaulting the esteemed one's sacred body, your entire clan would likely face immediate annihilation. I have arrived just in time to save you, and yet you still speak such foolishness." Before Ling Zhao could respond, the great Lord Tianji had already grown somewhat impatient. Who is that Hachamu?" The great Lord Tianji stood tall, surveying the kneeling crowd. I am Hachamu." Hachamu stood from the crowd, trembling slightly in the presence of such a formidable being. "From now on, you shall be the leader of this clan. Hurry and send someone to throw these two fools into the forest." The great Lord Tianji seemed displeased with Hachamu's lack of perception. "Oh yes, I will handle it immediately," Hachamu replied hastily. "Uncle Halantai, take people now to bind Ha-Tu and Ha-Tong and expel them into the forest to fend for themselves." Soon after, more than a dozen individuals emerged from the back, rushing up to restrain the elder and Ha-Tong. Ling Zhao, at Chu Chen's signal, retrieved the energy gun, and as it hung at his waist, Chu Chen felt a bit more at ease. The elder and Ha-Tong were filled with despair, unable to distinguish whether they had misjudged or if even the great Lord Tianji had been deceived. From where did the notion of a pure being arise? They offered no resistance, not because they did not wish to, but out of fear that angering the great Lord Tianji might lead to their immediate demise. Chapter 0032. Borrowing a blade from a brother in the wake of a stunning reversal, the clansmen who had once followed the patriarch trembled with regret, lamenting their foolish choice of allegiance, fearful of the repercussions. "My lord, this clan has long since declined. This cauldron holds some intrigue. Perhaps you should keep it," the esteemed Tianji observed Chu Chun, who was tapping the energy gun at his waist. While he found it somewhat novel, he paid it little mind, instead recalling the broken cauldron on the ground. This cauldron? Chu Chun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. Though the cauldron was indeed remarkable, it was an unwieldy behemoth that several strong men had failed to lift. How could he possibly manage it? Although this cauldron is damaged, it must still possess some significance. "Do take a look, my lord," Tianji urged, extending his withered hands to grasp the remaining ear of the cauldron and pulling with all his might. Buzz! The cauldron seemed to possess a spirit of its own, vibrating in response, and despite Tianji's efforts, it showed no signs of damage. So sturdy? Chu Chen mused, perplexed by Tianji's apparent strength, as even this seemingly ceramic cauldron refused to budge. It appeared that the cauldron indeed held some mystery. Perhaps I should test this? A thought crossed his mind, and he reached for his energy gun, recalling how it could pierce even the skin of the formidable remains spoken of by Ling Zhao. Was this cauldron truly more resilient? In that moment, he retrieved the energy gun, adjusting it to maximum power and aiming at the cauldron ear. Zzz. A faint plume of smoke rose, followed by a sharp crack. The ear fell from the cauldron. Now it was Tianji's turn to be astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the ear, which he could not break despite exerting all his strength, would so easily snap in Chu Chen's hands. And the fracture was remarkably clean. In that instant, a chill ran down Tianji's spine, and his gaze toward Chu Chen shifted from cautious to one of profound respect. Chu Chen remained nonchalant, for his actions were deliberate. First, he sought to gauge the lethality of the energy gun to see if it could rival Tianji's prowess. Second, if he could sever the ear, it would compel Tianji to acknowledge his true identity, for he deeply desired to rescue Ling Zhao, and Tianji was the most suitable ally at this moment. This is a small trinket I carried with me. I thought it lost during my misadventure, only to discover it was taken by Hatu. Chu Chen remarked casually. May I have the honor of examining it, my lord? Tianji asked with great care. He could clearly discern that this was not merely Chu Chen's innate ability, but a small device he carried, possessing formidable power that left him baffled. Certainly, Chu Chen agreed, allowing Tianji to handle the energy gun. The device was fingerprint locked, ensuring it could not be turned against him, and his calm demeanor would further instill confidence in Tianji's judgment. Tianji, elated, toyed with the energy gun for a considerable time, but ultimately remained perplexed, sensing its profound intricacy far beyond his comprehension. My lord, you are indeed extraordinary. This small object has left me utterly confounded. I am truly in awe. Tianji returned the energy gun with a deep bow, sincerity evident in his words. He had been aware of Chu Chen's predicament and, like the gray flood dragon, sensed a terrifying aura that had once descended, prompting his cautious distance. Yet when the clan elders sought his assistance, he guided him to refine the essence, subsequently learning of this unexpected visitor who seemed to be in a state of confusion, which piqued his curiosity. Seizing the opportunity presented by the broken cauldron, he finally gathered the courage to approach, hoping to discern the truth, only to find Chu Chen in a perilous moment as he feigned benevolence, probing twice during the moments of unbinding and staunching blood. The result was unexpected. Chu Chen's physique was astonishingly pure, yet his consciousness remained unrefined, exceeding Tianji's understanding. Later, when Ling Zhao spoke of a rebirth treasure, it suddenly reminded him of an astonishing rumor. Coupled with the extraordinary energy gun, he became truly convinced of his assessment. After all, this is merely a fleeting memory. Chu Chen sighed deliberately, yet within, he reflected on the hardships endured during a month on Mars, genuine emotion surfacing on his face. My lord need not be anxious. Temporary tribulations are inevitable, yet the future is undoubtedly promising. Should you find yourself physically inconvenienced in the near term, I shall serve you diligently, Tianji proclaimed, thumping his chest with resolve. You speak too highly, my friend. Our meeting here is serendipitous. Henceforth, let us regard each other as brothers. Chu Chen replied calmly. Though his heart raced, he had anticipated Tianji's words, masking his excitement with a facade he had cultivated over the past 2 months of playing the fool. My lord. No, brother, please allow your humble servant to bow before you. The lecherous old man flushed with excitement, his joy evident as he bowed deeply to Chu Chen. There is no need for such formality. Chu Chen feigned lifting Tianji, smiling at Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao, I am grateful for your care during these days. I promise to take you back to the clan. Have you considered when we might depart? Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled, fully aware of Chu Chen's intentions. She immediately feigned a troubled expression. My lord, I cannot leave this place. Oh, why is that? Do you not wish to return? Chu Chen feigned surprise. My lord is unaware. The gray flood dragon in the sacred lake has marked me. Should I attempt to leave, it may retaliate, putting you in a difficult position," Ling Zhao expressed with a hint of grievance. "A gray flood dragon, merely at the Yuan realm?" Chu Qin frowned, appearing troubled. "B brother, Ling Zhao's elder, Brother Aming, has some ties with me. He entrusted me to look after her, and I had no idea that the old dragon harbored intentions toward her. For Brother Aming's sake, I must confront him today." Tianji's gaze flickered, surprisingly stepping forward. He then turned to Ling Zhao. "Alas, my dear, though your uncle has been gone for nearly a decade, we were once friends. Why did you not mention your troubles sooner? Now you burden my brother." "My lord, I merely feared that the vile dragon is ferocious and did not dare." Ling Zhao's expression bore worry. Speaking of that old dragon, he was indeed formidable. Should a conflict arise, perhaps I would not come out unscathed. The girl's words seemed to resonate with Tianji, who furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting toward Chu Chen's waist. Is there no other way? Chu Chen felt a pang of concern. If Tianji hesitated to confront the gray flood dragon, it could indeed pose a problem. "Brother, as you know, the blood mark is beyond my current strength to break. Ultimately, it is highly likely that a confrontation will ensue. However, I am not afraid of that great serpent. It is merely a precaution. If brother could lend me that small device of yours, I believe even defeating him would not be overly difficult." Tianji glanced awkwardly at Chu Chen. Chapter 33. The Rooster. This is simple. Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The esteemed Tianji seemed to be testing the capabilities of the energy gun. Truth be told, Chu Chen was self-aware. Wielding this energy gun to slice through an inanimate object was no challenge for him. However, should he truly encounter a being like the Tianji, it might prove utterly ineffective. After all, when the Tianji had appeared previously, Chu Chen had not even discerned how he arrived. How then could he launch an attack? Thus, Chu Chen readily unfastened the energy gun from his waist, making some simple adjustments to the system and disabling the fingerprint lock. "Give it a try, but be mindful not to aim it at yourself," Chu Chen demonstrated briefly. "All right, I will be cautious." The Tianji was elated, carefully taking the energy gun and aiming at a fallen piece of the cauldron. Ziz! A beam of white light shot forth, cleaving the cauldron ear in two. Indeed, it was impressive. The Tianji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed hard. "Brother, let us go? We shall seek out that great serpent now. Am I coming too?" Chu Chen felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, this was his first genuine encounter with the Tianji, an elderly figure who might not stand a chance against the terrifying claw in the sacred lake. What if this fellow were to falter? Would he not be in peril? "My lord, let us depart." To Chu Chen's surprise, Ling Zhao was eager to join, asserting that the Tianji was no weaker than the gray serpent demon. "Very well." Chu Chen resignedly acquiesced. He dared not appear too timid. Should this lecherous old man discover his ruse, it could be far worse than facing the clan elder. "Fear not. I am aware of your condition. You and the girl may observe from a distance. I shall not disappoint you," the Tianji assured with a pat on his chest. "By the way, be sure to keep that cauldron safe. Though it is damaged, it may serve well for boiling soup in the future." Before Chu Chen could respond, the Tianji picked up the broken cauldron. With a slight tremor of his hand, the large cauldron instantly transformed into a miniature version, no bigger than a thumb. Chu Chen, feeling a bit awkward as the old man handed him the tiny cauldron, grasped it tightly, fearing he might drop it. However, to his surprise, the diminutive cauldron was surprisingly light. "I shall keep this for now." He weighed it in his hand before stowing it in the beast skin pouch borrowed from the clan elder. "Now let us seek out that old serpent." The Tianji, seeing Chu Chen was prepared, waved his grand crimson sleeves dramatically. Whoosh! A cloud of dust billowed forth, as if a gust of wind had swept in, lifting Chu Chen and Ling Zhao into the air, making them vanish in an instant. "Farewell, esteemed elder," the prostrated natives chanted in unison. This sensation. As Chu Chen was whisked away by the Tianji, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation wash over him. It was as if gravity had ceased to exist, and he was being swept through the air by a whirlwind, the dense forest beneath him rapidly receding. Aside from the exhilarating speed, this experience mirrored the sensation of weightlessness encountered during training in a space station. Could it be that the Tianji was defying gravity with his own power to achieve such flight? How was this accomplished? A profound question etched itself into Chu Chen's mind, accompanied by boundless curiosity and excitement. More intriguingly, wisps of mist surrounded them, reminiscent of the vapor produced when a fighter jet breaks the sound barrier. At that moment, Chu Chun was struck by a revelation. In Earth's mythologies, deities and demons soared through the clouds, traversing vast distances, strikingly similar to what he was witnessing now. Ling Zhao had mentioned that similar powerful beings might have existed on Earth. Could it be that they were indeed real? This notion had crossed his mind before, but now he felt increasingly convinced of his assessment. In but a fleeting moment, the trio had landed by the Great Lake. The Sacred Lake, a place Chu Chun had visited before, lay before him, its boundless tranquility enveloped in a thin mist. Had it not been for the occasional chirping of small birds in the nearby woods, the silence would have been eerily unsettling. "Brother, you and the girl stay here and watch. I shall confront that old serpent," the Tianji declared, gesturing dramatically as he traced a circle in the ground around Chu Chun and Ling Zhao. Unexpectedly, a translucent membrane appeared around them, distorting the view from within. The Tianji wasted no time. After completing the circle, he strode directly toward the sacred lake. In that instant, the Tianji transformed, his presence swelling with confidence. He walked tall and proud, his crimson robes billowing, truly embodying the demeanor of a formidable warrior. To Chu Chun, the Tianji resembled a proud rooster striding into the sacred lake. Indeed, it was a rooster. Chu Chun distinctly perceived a vague silhouette of a rooster accompanying the Tianji, its form growing progressively clearer. Wait, the Tianji is actually the rooster Tianji? Chu Chun stood in astonishment. Did you just realize that? Ling Zhao, seemingly in high spirits due to the Tianji's forthcoming confrontation, teased Chu Chun playfully. Her bright eyes sparkled like countless stars, drawing Chu Chun's attention entirely, making him oblivious to everything else. You look truly beautiful when you smile. Chu Chun was momentarily entranced by Ling Zhao's radiant expression. Focus. This is a rare opportunity. You might witness a spectacle unlike anything you've seen in your life. The girl blushed and quickly turned her gaze toward the sacred lake. Oh, Ling Zhao, do you think the Tianji can contend with the gray serpent? I have a nagging feeling that this fellow might be unreliable. Chu Chun felt an inkling of unease. Uncle Amon had once mentioned that despite the Tianji's seemingly lecherous demeanor, his strength was indeed formidable in this wilderness. The gray serpent demon was a later arrival. Though it had defeated the stone fish, it likely did not surpass the Tianji in power. Otherwise, it would have ventured into the starry expanse for training rather than linger in this remote area. Is that lecherous old man truly so powerful? Chu Chun felt slightly reassured by Ling Zhao's explanation. The serene surface of the lake was shattered, waves crashing and roaring as mist billowed outward. The Tianji seemed to have orchestrated this tumult, evidently compelling the gray serpent to reveal itself. Old serpent, come forth. The Tianji's thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder across the sacred lake. Roar! You grand rooster, we have no quarrel. What do you seek today? A massive, menacing gray serpent head emerged from the water, towering over the Tianji. I have heard that you have placed a mark upon the niece of my brother Amon. I wish to inquire your intentions. The Tianji hovered above the lake, his presence matching that of the colossal serpent head. This is my affair. It concerns you not. I advise you to mind your own business. The gray serpent's cold, elongated eyes glimmered with disdain. You old serpent, I am only looking out for you. Do not harbor any unworthy desires. My brother Amon is not someone you can provoke. Withdraw that mark, and perhaps you can avert disaster. The Tianji scoffed, his eyes narrowed. Humph, I know not of any trivial matters. Do not spout threats. I see you have designs on that girl. The gray serpent glared fiercely. Are you truly unwilling to relent? Let me inform you. This is the will of a certain esteemed individual from months past. Do you dare to defy it? The Tianji invoked Chu Chen's name, seeking to intimidate the gray serpent. He has recovered? Was that commotion caused by him? The gray serpent's pupils constricted sharply, nearly becoming a line. It seemed the old serpent had indeed sensed the previous disturbance caused by the clan elder, but had been too cautious to investigate. Why ask so many questions? I shall inquire once more. Will you release that girl or not? The Grand Master Tianji fixed his gaze upon the colossal serpent's head. No, you deceive me. If that esteemed individual harbored such intentions, A mere thought would suffice for me to perceive it. Why then would you be the one to convey this message? The immense serpent's head cast a distant glance towards the lakeside, as if it had long since sensed the presence of Chu Qin and Ling Zhao. There are matters you fail to comprehend. I shall pose the question one final time. Will you release her or not? The Grand Master Tianji remained non-committal and commenced his coercive tactics. Huh, you boastful rooster. I see your true colors. You are indeed here to seize the fortune from me. If that is the case, let us engage in battle. The gigantic serpent's head swayed as it spoke with a cold smirk. Without awaiting a response from the Grand Master Tianji, its massive tail surged forth from the water, striking directly at him. Chapter 34. Slaying the Serpent. Boom. The surface of the lake erupted, and towering waves surged into the sky. The massive serpent's tail crashed into the water, yet the figure of the esteemed Tianji had already vanished. Gah! Are you seeking your own demise? The esteemed Tianji roared, now hovering above the serpent's head, while the previously lecherous figure in the red robe had completely dissipated. In an instant, it coalesced into a magnificent rooster towering over 100 meters, its immense claws striking like lightning towards the serpent's head. Do you think I fear you? The gray serpent demon bellowed, as the serpent's head plunged into the depths. Suddenly, a gigantic gray-white claw, over 10 meters long, shot forth from the water to confront the esteemed Tianji. Boom! The colossal clash sent water splattering 100 meters away, enveloping the scene in a dense mist, obscuring the two titanic figures locked in battle. This is the true form of the esteemed Tianji, Ling Zhao remarked, observing the fierce struggle from afar, turning to Chu Chun. Does he know the secrets of your Uncle Amon? Though Chu Chun was astounded, he had experienced much, and his nerves had grown steadier, no longer reacting with the same shock as before. He was unsure if it was intentional, but the exchange between the esteemed Tianji and the gray serpent demon had been loud enough for him to barely catch snippets of their conversation. Surely not. I believe Uncle Amon would never act that way. Perhaps he merely wanted to intimidate the esteemed Tianji into sparing me, revealing just a fraction of his aura. Ling Zhao shook her head, her conviction unwavering. I truly cannot fathom the strength of your family's adversaries. Your Uncle Amon cares for you so deeply, yet remains so cautious. Chu Qin pondered, filled with immense curiosity. My family, Sai, their power is indeed formidable. The girl hesitated, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. You must also remember, no matter where we are or what we hear in the future, do not mention me or Uncle Amon. All right, I will remember. Chu Chun replied helplessly, his curiosity piqued, yet he turned his gaze back to the tumultuous lake. At that moment, Chu Chun's vision had sharpened significantly compared to before, but the battle between the esteemed Tianji and the gray serpent demon was still too distant. The swirling mist obscured his view, and he could only discern two massive gray figures soaring and roaring, seemingly with the esteemed Tianji struggling to gain the upper hand. How long must they fight? Chu Chun watched the minutes tick by, anxiety building within him. Despite Ling Zhao's reassurances, he remained unsettled, knowing the outcome of the esteemed Tianji would directly affect their lives. Soon, if the gray serpent demon lacks other means, it will likely fall. Ling Zhao appeared more perceptive than Chu Qin, her expression relaxed. That is good. That is good. Chu Qin exclaimed with delight, squinting his eyes, yet the scene remained blurry. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. I owe you my gratitude. The girl's mood brightened, a smile lighting her face as she thought of escaping the crisis posed by the gray serpent demon. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who can truly define them? Now I find myself troubled about how to confront the esteemed Tianji in the future. Chu Qin spoke his thoughts candidly, feeling as if he could conceal the truth for only so long. Time could reveal his vulnerabilities. Do not worry, I will assist you, but for a while, you must also exert yourself. The girl seemed to have already devised a plan. Me? How can I exert myself? Chu Qin asked, puzzled. Your true self. You must refine your true self at the fastest pace possible. This will alleviate the esteemed Tianji's suspicions to the greatest extent. Ling Zhao looked at Chu Chun with eager anticipation. Roar. Just then, a piercing howl erupted from the sacred lake, shaking the very air around them. The sound reverberated, causing the ethereal membranes surrounding them to tremble, and Chu Chun felt his consciousness blur, his body nearly losing control. Is it truly ending like this? Ling Zhao's face lit up with surprise as she dashed through the membranes towards the lake's edge, which vanished the instant she passed through. What is happening? Has the gray serpent demon perished? Chu Chen stood momentarily stunned before following, gazing at the settling waters of the sacred lake, still in disbelief. Yes, the mark upon me has begun to dissipate. In truth, the gray serpent demon could have fled, but perhaps the esteemed Tianji employed some tactic. Or the gray serpent simply refused to escape, resulting in its true self being utterly annihilated. Ling Zhao exhaled deeply, the shadows that had loomed over her heart finally lifting, illuminating her countenance with joy. At long last, a worry has been resolved. Chu Chen marveled at the turn of events. Elder brother, I have returned. From afar, the esteemed Tianji quickly approached, calling out with enthusiasm. What is this? Chu Chen regarded the current state of the esteemed Tianji with a mix of pity. Even Ling Zhao was momentarily taken aback. This old serpent has truly shown himself unworthy. Despite being on the cusp of the Yuan realm, he remained coiled here, nearly leading me astray. Thankfully, with my elder brother's intervention, I risked my life to pierce its brow, ultimately managing to defeat it just in time. The esteemed Tianji now appeared tattered, his red robes in shambles, his face marred with bruises, his left eye swollen to a mere slit. Yet he spoke with a vigor that belied his injuries, handing the energy gun back to Chu Chen with reluctance. As long as the matter is resolved, all is well. But you, are you unscathed? Chu Chen inquired, stowing the energy gun, his face pained at the sight of the esteemed Tianji. Do not worry. This minor injury will heal in a few days. The body of the old serpent shall serve as a gift to bolster your health, the esteemed Tianji proclaimed, shaking out his tattered sleeves. With a pop, a 3-foot-long gray serpent body materialized in the esteemed Tianji's grasp, though its head was mostly missing, and curiously, it bore a pair of claws at its midsection. Indeed, the esteemed one is astute. Aware that the Master's body requires nourishment from true essence crystal to aid in its development. Surely, the Master will remember today's act of the esteemed Tianji. Chu Chen contemplated, admiring the odd serpent body. Before he could voice his thoughts, Ling Zhao curtsied gratefully to the esteemed Tianji, joyfully lifting the serpent body, seemingly thanking Chu Chen on his behalf. Oh right, thanks to the girl's reminder, I almost forgot about the essence crystals. The esteemed Tianji's face twitched slightly with reluctance as he produced an object. It was a crystal, translucent like a diamond, small enough to fit on a fingernail, yet radiating an exquisite brilliance. This essence crystal is indeed remarkable. Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with genuine admiration, envisioning how it could be polished and set into a ring, a treasure beyond measure even on Earth, eclipsing the most renowned heirloom diamonds. Of course, the esteemed one's skills are unparalleled. Were it anyone else, obtaining such a complete essence crystal would be no easy feat. It would have exploded and vanished upon the gray serpent's demise. Ling Zhao praised the esteemed Tianji, simultaneously explaining matters to Chu Chen. Ling Zhao speaks truthfully. Chu Chen grasped her implication, nodding subtly to the esteemed Tianji. I owe it all to my elder brother's trinket, otherwise I would not have easily pierced the old serpent's brow and acquired this complete essence crystal. The esteemed Tianji shared a moment of reflection. Chu Chen, piecing together Ling Zhao and the esteemed Tianji's words, began to understand that the essence crystal originated from within the gray serpent demon's head. Not an easy prize to claim. It seemed the esteemed Tianji had already planned for this when he requested the energy gun earlier. Now that this matter is settled, shall we return? Chu Chen stowed away the U-engine and cast a glance at Ling Zhao, for he was reluctant to linger any longer in the presence of the esteemed Tianji. In truth, he harbored a desire to explore the depths of the lake, to unravel the mysteries of the enigmatic black statue that had brought him to this place. As he contemplated the matter, the statue became increasingly mysterious, hinting at the possibility of hidden secrets yet to be uncovered. However, with Tianji's presence and the lurking threats of the black serpent and colossal fish within the sacred lake, not to mention the potential for other unknown dangers, he hesitated to embark on such an endeavor. Very well, let us depart together. Tianji gestured for Chu Chen to proceed ahead. Are we returning? Chu Chen inquired in astonishment, recalling that their arrival had been by flight. Chapter 35. The planned Chu Chen was taken aback. When they had journeyed from the Hachimu tribe, the esteemed Tianji had effortlessly transported them in an instant. Was it not possible to return in the same manner? My lord, please consider the great respect due to the esteemed one. After all, the realm of Rongyuan is far inferior to your former level. The Great One is just engaged in a fierce battle with the Grey Flood Dragon and is indeed quite exhausted. Carrying us along while flying would be quite taxing. It would be better for us to walk and appreciate the scenery along the way. Ling Zhao seemed to be advocating for the esteemed Tianji. Indeed. The scenery here is actually quite delightful. The esteemed Tianji's face flushed with embarrassment, and he looked at Ling Zhao with deep gratitude. However, this gratitude was fleeting, suddenly. His gaze sharpened as if he had recalled a matter of great importance, pondering as he gazed at the girl's silhouette. Well then, let us proceed on foot. Chu Chen realized that it would not be as simple as before to have the esteemed Tianji carry him and Ling Zhao through the air. Initially, the esteemed Tianji had likely intended to showcase his prowess and ingratiate himself. Unaware of this, Chu Chen nearly revealed the truth but was fortunate that Ling Zhao's keen intuition had seamlessly filled the gap with her words. Otherwise, the esteemed Tianji might have harbored suspicions. Chu Chen raised his gaze to ascertain their direction, recalling their route, and stepping forward. He was aware that Ling Zhao was still quite weak, so he immediately extended a hand to support her arm. Ling Zhao struggled slightly, but, seeing that Chu Chen did not release his grip, she ceased to resist, as it indeed made her walking significantly easier. The three of them ambled back, content to converse about the Hachimu tribe along the way. The esteemed Tianji was well informed about this tribe. It turned out that they had entered the wilderness over a century ago, seemingly to escape some calamity. At that time, their numbers were far greater than now, and they had some formidable warriors. However, later on, outsiders emerged, relentlessly pursuing this tribe, leaving only a few mortals to languish in survival. As Ling Zhao had mentioned, due to their unfamiliarity with the local environment, a tribe member had inadvertently slain one of the fawns of the Deer King while hunting, inciting the king's wrath and prompting him to seek the extermination of this human tribe. By chance, Ling Zhao and Uncle A Meng intervened, and after Uncle A Meng drove away the Deer King, they were settled near this polar region, where the esteemed Tianji and the Stonefish Sovereign were relatively more amicable. Chu Chen naturally had his own interpretations, having witnessed the brutal survival of the fittest in this wilderness. He suspected that the esteemed Tianji and the late Stonefish Sovereign were not as peaceful as portrayed. Most likely, Uncle A Meng had exhibited comparable strength, which allowed the Hachimu tribe to subsist within their domain. However, Chu Chen kept these thoughts to himself and did not pursue the truth. The dwelling of the Hachimu tribe was at least 20 to 30 miles from the sacred lake. After a leisurely half-day's walk, they finally spotted the wooden huts. Greetings, esteemed one. Some tribe members had already noticed the trio and promptly called out to their kin. As Hachimu approached, they were astonished by the esteemed Tianji's appearance and could only lower their heads, pretending not to see. Enough. My elder brother finds this environment quite agreeable and wishes to rest here for a while. You all must take good care of him. The esteemed Tianji waved his tattered red robe, seemingly unconcerned. This was a decision Chu Chen had made on the way. He informed the esteemed Tianji that they should wait until Ling Zhao's health was restored before considering leaving the wilderness. Fortunately, while the esteemed Tianji had warmly invited the two to his treasure mountain, he did not press the matter further. Please rest assured here. No one dares to cause trouble on my territory. In a few days, when I have recuperated, I shall pay my respects to you, elder brother. With everything arranged, the esteemed Tianji clasped his hands in farewell to Chu Chen and Ling Zhao. Thank you for your efforts, brother. Do take care of yourself. Chu Chen eagerly hoped for the esteemed Tianji to depart swiftly. Ha, elder brother, I shall not intrude on your rest. The esteemed Tianji appeared pleasantly surprised. Although Chu Chen had spoken courteously before, his tone had been rather indifferent. This was the first time he referred to him as brother. With that, the esteemed Tianji waved his ragged sleeves and merrily headed towards the mountains, quickly disappearing from sight. Chu Chun let out a long breath. Being in the company of the esteemed Tianji had made him somewhat anxious. Now, he felt his entire body relax. Younger master. Hachimu approached, kneeling before Chu Chun. Previously, someone from our tribe, Hadaha, showed you great disrespect. I implore you not to hold it against my kin. Should there be any punishment, let it fall solely upon me. Hachimu, rise. Since Hadaha has already been exiled, the esteemed one will not punish the innocent. You have shown kindness to him. How could he possibly retaliate? Ling Zhao stepped forward to assist Hachimu, effectively becoming Chu Chen's spokesperson. She had already meticulously planned how to maintain Chu Chen's image as a temporarily fallen powerhouse in external matters. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Miss Ling Zhao. Hachimu was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Moreover, the Gray Flood Dragon is dead. Your tribe may now rest assured and develop here at ease. Should you one day return to prosperity, do not forget the favor of the esteemed one. Ling Zhao delivered another piece of good news to Hachimu. The Gray Flood Dragon is dead. Hachimu froze, his eyes growing misty. Alas, this news comes too late. Otherwise, Hachili. Ling Zhao sighed, patting Hachimu's shoulder. Let us continue to reside in our previous location. All affairs within the tribe may proceed as usual. Just do not disturb the esteemed one lightly. With that, Ling Zhao took Chu Chen's hand, and the two made their way towards the wooden huts. Should we leave secretly? Outside the wooden hut, Chu Chen gazed longingly towards the mountains where the esteemed Tianji resided. It is not advisable for the moment. After all, he has already recognized you. There should be no change. If we depart without a word, it may arouse his suspicions. Moreover, with our current strength, escaping the wilderness would not only take an inordinate amount of time, but also pose constant dangers. Ling Zhao shook her head, dismissing Chu Chen's idea. Do you have any plans? Chu Chen looked at the girl. Plans may be too grand a term. However, whether we choose to stay or leave, our foremost task now is for you to quickly refine your true self. Only then will the esteemed Tianji dispel his doubts. If you ever leave this wilderness, you will have a chance for self-preservation. Besides, you are the only one I truly trust and can rely on. Ling Zhao spoke earnestly. I am uncertain of my capabilities, but I hope not to disappoint you too much. Chu Chen felt genuinely unsure. By the way, what lies beyond the wilderness? It is merely an exceedingly ordinary starland. Due to its proximity to the main star, aside from the polar regions being relatively verdant, other areas are quite scorching. The Sand Tribe is the most powerful ruler on this planet. The Sand Tribe, is it formidable? Chu Chen felt a surge of curiosity about the outside world. I cannot say for certain, as Uncle A Meng brought me to this star land called Shan Meng and did not venture elsewhere. However, one thing I must correct you on, never judge strength by race. The progression of life can lead to unimaginable outcomes. Some races may be innately stronger, but once one enters the stage of life advancement, the distinction between strength and weakness becomes utterly unpredictable. Ling Zhao spoke with great seriousness. Understood, I will remember that. Chu Chen nodded. Then let us begin preparing to refine your true self, starting today. You have already grasped the introduction. The essence lies within the spiral shell I provided. Take your time to ponder over it. This essence is more about comprehension than description. If you encounter anything unclear, I shall explain it to you later. Ling Zhao appeared somewhat fatigued. All right, you should rest for a while. Seeing Ling Zhao's weary expression, Chu Chen refrained from further probing into her reflections and insights. Instead, he gently assisted her back to the wooden cabin. After a spirited exchange of words, he ultimately persuaded the young woman to rest upon the wooden bed. Chapter 36. The crisis of perception. Closing the door of the wooden cabin, Chu Chun sat on the grass outside, lost in contemplation. Over 4 months had elapsed since his fall from Mars, and after enduring various perils, this could be regarded as a form of rebirth, for on Earth, he had long since perished. Now, on this planet known as Shan Meng, a mere wilderness, his worldview had undergone a profound transformation. Life on Earth was not solitary. Beyond it lay a far more expansive realm, where phenomena dismissed or unexplained by science did indeed exist. So where lay his path? If he were to identify a provisional goal at this moment, it might be to return to Earth. Strangely, at this instant, he felt an overwhelming desire to discover the identities of his parents, a question that had haunted him countless times in his youth, shedding tears beneath the covers in contemplation. In that fleeting moment, it consumed his entire being. If one day he could return to Earth, he would seek them out and ask, "Why did you so callously abandon me?" Yet, for now, he must focus on cultivating his true self. Otherwise, the future he envisioned would remain unattainable. Chuchen removed the exquisite conch from around his neck. Its pure white bone felt warm and smooth to the touch, offering an extraordinarily comfortable sensation. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, gradually cradling the conch in his palm. Suddenly, a resonant chime echoed within his consciousness. Although his eyes were shut, he sensed an immense, boundless aura enveloping him. Countless specks of light seemed to rush forth from the depths of the universe, ultimately coalescing into the form of a valiant man, seated in an unusual posture, reminiscent of Ling Zhao's nightly meditations on her blanket. Though seated, that figure exuded an imposing presence, as if he occupied the entirety of existence. A solemn voice resonated. In the universe, all things that move are alive. Those who live possess spirit, and spirit is the essence of life. Life is rooted in spirit. The path of creation begins with the true self, advances through the essence, emerges from the sun, and culminates in the heavens. The true self encompasses both form and essence, where all living beings unite to achieve great fulfillment. Bloodline inheritance, through spiritual mediums, may either be bestowed by the heavens or derived from parental teachings, nurturing and strengthening one's spirit, while external guardianship protects the self. The intertwining of spirit leads to perception, observing form, bone, and bloodline, discerning the minutiae, and understanding the source of one's flaws. As the divine sound reverberated, the figure dissipated, and infinite light transformed into a brilliant text that floated amidst the dark cosmos. Strangely enough, despite having never studied those characters, Chu Chan felt as if he inherently understood them, grasping the essence of their descriptions. However, while comprehensible, the expression was somewhat obscure, akin to a modern individual grappling with classical literature. Chuchen perused this passage repeatedly, savoring its meaning until the night deepened and the stars filled the sky. Gradually, he began to glean some understanding. It appeared that to commence the refinement of the true self, one must possess either a spiritual object or blood as a catalyst, akin to a seed or yeast. As for the underlying principle, it was utterly unfathomable, entirely at odds with known science. Ling Zhao had just mentioned he already possessed the catalyst, and it suddenly dawned on him that his act of drawing poison from the girl might be what she referred to. Yet, he still could not comprehend how contact with blood could be considered having such a seed. What, then, was the way forward? The posture of the seated man, combined with Ling Zhao's nightly meditations upon the animal hide, had already indicated a direction. At this moment, the dwelling of the Hachima tribe had descended into silence. Save for the nocturnal calls of birds and the distant roars of beasts, Chuchen's heart settled as he recalled the postures of Ling Zhao and the valiant man. Fidgeting for a while until he finally assumed a semblance of the position and began to meditate with closed eyes. However, this posture felt peculiar, invoking an entirely different sensation. It seemed as though many blood vessels in his body were slowed by the pressure of his limbs, and in mere moments, his body gradually transcended into a state of ethereality. The sounds of night creatures grew clearer, and the rhythmic beating of his heart echoed in his ears. The night breeze caressed him, every hair standing on end, as he acutely sensed the gentle caress of the wind swirling around him. The fragrance of grass accompanied his breath, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil. Chu Chin soon became enveloped in this extraordinary state, feeling an unparalleled comfort throughout his mind and body, his senses remarkably heightened. Though his eyes were shut, it felt as if he could see himself quietly meditating on the grass beneath the starry sky. A sudden bird call shattered the morning tranquility, rousing Chu Chun from his reverie. He looked up just in time to see the silhouette of the great deity Tian Ji standing atop a distant mountain, radiating brilliance amidst swirling clouds. "How did you begin like this?" came Ling Zhao's voice from beside him. Chu Chen turned to find her sitting with a worried expression. "When did you arrive?" he asked, astonished. "I've been here all night," she replied. "Did I not tell you to first contemplate the essence within the conch? Your hasty initiation could lead to problems." Ling Zhao seemed somewhat agitated, her tone stern. I thought you meant for me to follow what it said. Chu Chun felt embarrassed, noticing the dew on the strands of her hair, causing him to grow increasingly uneasy. To recklessly commence without understanding could lead you astray. At best, it results in a disordered consciousness. At worst, it could plunge you into eternal darkness. What have you perceived from last night until now? Ling Zhao's expression grew tense. I sensed many sounds, my heartbeat, the flow of my blood, and I felt the wind swirling around me, along with the scent of the grass, trees, and earth. Chu Chun replied candidly. What did you see? The girl pressed further. I kept my eyes closed. Chu Chun replied, puzzled. Did you truly see nothing? Was there no darkness? No flowing light or misty apparitions? Ling Zhao continued to inquire, her concern palpable. None. Absolutely none, Chu Chun asserted with certainty. His experience of the night being enigmatic, caught in a state of semi-consciousness as he quietly sat beneath the starry sky. This thought stirred something within him. Perhaps he could not say it was entirely absent. I felt as though I was observing myself sitting here for an entire night. What? You saw yourself? Ling Zhao, who had been frowning, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. I don't know if that counts as seeing, but it certainly felt that way. What does this mean? Chu Chun was taken aback by her reaction, sensing something might be amiss. Such a phenomenon truly exists. Ling Zhao gazed at him with disbelief. Is it serious? Chu Chun's heart raced with anxiety, regretting his impulsiveness. If something were wrong, all his aspirations would be dashed. Serious. Incredibly serious. Ling Zhao's voice carried an unusual weight. Is there any way to remedy this? I truly wish to pursue this path. Chu Chun felt a surge of urgency, having just glimpsed a sliver of hope for his future. There is, but it is exceedingly difficult. Ling Zhao blinked, finally nodding gravely. As long as there is a way, I am willing to try anything. Chu Chun's heart leapt at her words. Like a drowning man spotting a lifebuoy, he gazed at Ling Zhao with fervor. Rumor has it that others have experienced what you have, though the truth of it is uncertain. It is said that only by swiftly completing the observations of bone and blood vessels can one slightly remedy the previous issues. Ling Zhao spoke slowly. Chapter 0037, Calculation. What constitutes observing the bones? What must I do? At this moment, Chu Chun was eager to commence immediately. He regretted his previous reckless actions that had nearly obliterated his path forward, leaving him with a deep sense of remorse. Do not rush. First, you must replenish your strength. Bring forth that cauldron from Hatu. The young girl seemed to have regained her composure. Chu Chun did not dare to delay. Promptly retrieving the miniature broken cauldron from the animal skin pouch at his waist and presenting it to her. Fetch some clean water. Ling Zhao instructed once more. Soon, Chu Chun returned hurriedly, carrying a full water pouch that he had procured from Hachimo. The girl was already there, holding the remains of the gray flood dragon. Chu Chun was taken aback. Are we going to consume it? Of course. Otherwise, how do you suppose I would provide you with a substantial supplement? Ling Zhao remarked casually, without even lifting her gaze. Will there be any issues? Chu Chun's heart raced as he observed the lengthy serpent's body, over a meter in length, and recalled the terrifying sight of its massive claws rising from the lake. Rest assured, it is not venomous. I would not harm you. To Chu Chun's surprise, Ling Zhao rolled her eyes dramatically. He refrained from further questioning, recognizing that Ling Zhao was endeavoring to safeguard his future. To doubt her now would only dishearten her. Very well, you handle the cleaning of the serpent. Strip off the skin and cleanse it thoroughly. I shall focus on extracting the cauldron's essence. As she spoke, she tossed the serpent's body towards him. All right. Chu Chun was not particularly timid, yet he harbored a natural aversion to serpents. He dropped the water pouch and clumsily caught the serpent's body, only to discover that the gray flood dragon's flesh remained astonishingly supple, as if it had just been slain. Rather than the typical fishy odor, it emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. This revelation astonished him, significantly alleviating his initial discomfort. Attempting to tear the skin from the broken head, he found it tightly adhered to the flesh, proving resistant to his efforts. How do I proceed? Chu Chun scratched his bald head, glancing at Ling Zhao, who sat cross-legged, eyes closed, seemingly pondering something of great importance. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his energy gun, adjusting its focus and power before carefully slicing into the serpent's head, finally separating a portion of skin from flesh. With a decisive tug, the entire skin was ripped away, resembling a complete sheath, revealing immaculate, pristine flesh beneath. Setting the skin aside, Chu-chun prepared to cleanse the innards, only to be taken aback. The gray flood dragon's organs were not the filthy mass typical of common animals, but rather translucent and flawless, akin to jade. Is this truly an organ? He found himself at a loss, ultimately pouring some clean water over them and placing them within the bone bowl. It is done. Suddenly, Ling Zhao exclaimed joyfully as the small cauldron in her hands trembled and expanded to the size of a cooking pot before thudding onto the ground. Prepare to ignite the fire. Her face was alight with joy. How does this cauldron transform in size? Chu-chun, unable to contain his curiosity after witnessing the cauldron's 2 transformations, inquired. Once the essence is successfully extracted, it can naturally alter its size at will. Ling Zhao replied, seemingly proud of her recent accomplishment. Extraction? Chu-chun was astonished. How to explain it? It is akin to deciphering a password. Once you achieve a true understanding of yourself, you will comprehend. Ling Zhao elucidated. A password? Extraction? Decompression? Chu-chun was suddenly struck by a revelation. Could it be that a tangible object could be manipulated in a manner akin to virtual data compression and decompression? Enough daydreaming. Bring the serpent meat over, the girl urged, her impatience evident. For reasons unknown, Chu-chun felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Perhaps it was due to his struggle with self-realization, while Ling Zhao's eagerness for the serpent meat left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. In truth, Ling Zhao owed him nothing. She need not share in his despondency. Chu-chun reassured himself. Is this acceptable? Chu-chun presented the clean serpent meat. My apologies, I did not mean to sound inconsiderate. Ling Zhao observed Chu-chun's somewhat melancholic demeanor, her eyes reflecting regret. It is fine. Chu-chun forced a smile, feigning nonchalance. Indeed, do not be so pessimistic. Though your situation is uncommon, it is not the worst. Some individuals become utterly lost, mere shells of their former selves, so you must maintain your confidence. Ling Zhao quickly resumed her supportive demeanor, encouraging him once more. I will certainly do my utmost. Chu-chun felt a measure of comfort from her words, while simultaneously reflecting on how long it had been since someone had shown him care, rendering him unexpectedly sensitive. Yes, let us strive forward. But for now, please lend me your animal skin pouch. Ling Zhao shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, Hada knows nothing of the cauldron's mysteries, nor how to manipulate it. His attempt to refine it by tossing in a chunk of raw niter was nearly disastrous. It was fortunate that it did not explode at that moment, for even a small amount is sufficient. As she spoke, Ling Zhao produced a gray, clay-like substance from the animal skin pouch. Pinching off a grain-sized piece and tossing it into the cauldron, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The broken cauldron trembled, not radiating the same brilliance as before, but instead, white light surged and churned within, with the scene above the cauldron distorting as if subjected to extreme heat. Add water, place in the serpent, Ling Zhao commanded, and Chu-chun complied. However, as he poured in the water and turned to fetch the pristine serpent meat, he was astonished to find the water within the cauldron already boiling, steam rising yet not overflowing, a most peculiar sight. Place it in, the girl urged. How is the water boiling so rapidly? Chu-chun exclaimed, just before tossing in the pristine serpent body. This is a life-refining cauldron. Though it may be of lower grade and quite damaged, its fundamental functions remain intact, Ling Zhao remarked nonchalantly, tossing in some herbal leaves. Very well. We shall wait for it to cook and then feast. The girl clapped her hands, turning to reclaim the serpent skin Chu-chun had cast aside. This is a valuable item. When the esteemed Tianji arrives, let him craft you a soft armor. Is that all? Chu-chun gazed awkwardly at the serpent skin, estimating that it might be barely sufficient for a small pair of undergarments. This is merely its original state. Have you forgotten how immense the gray flood dragon's true form was? Ling Zhao, sensing his confusion, could no longer suppress her laughter. Now, while we have this time, allow me to share some essential knowledge about observing the bones. Certainly. Chu-chun's interest was piqued at the mention of observing the bones. Chapter 0038. New heights. To observe form is to discern the external, while to perceive the bones is to understand the internal. This does not merely pertain to one's own skeletal structure, but encompasses other bodily compositions as well, setting aside unique species like the insectoid. The primordial state of most races consists of flesh and blood encapsulated by skin and bone. For the standard human, like you and I, there exists a multitude of bones within, providing the framework for our physical form. The young girl began to elaborate. Typically, there are 206 bones. Chu Qin naturally recalled the biological knowledge he had once acquired. Ah, indeed, it is predominantly 206. Ling Zhao paused momentarily before nodding, continuing. Beyond the skeleton, a myriad of muscular tissues are connected, enabling the body to perform an array of intricate movements. The clearly defined skeletal muscles number approximately 639. Chu Chun found no novelty in this information. It did not constitute new knowledge. Yes, over 600. Ling Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly. It appeared that your kin possess a rather profound understanding of their own anatomy. In fact, within living beings, there are two even more crucial components: blood vessels and nerves. Simply put, blood vessels are responsible for transporting nutrients, while nerves transmit information. The internal organs each serve distinct functions. The brain governs memory, judgment, and decision-making. The heart fuels the circulation of blood throughout the body. The lungs facilitate respiration, supplying oxygen to the blood and expelling carbon dioxide. The liver. Chu Chun interjected, successfully this time, leaving Ling Zhao speechless, gazing at him in silence for an extended moment. Wait a moment, I shall check if the snake meat is cooked. Ling Zhao rose. After a brief interval, she returned slowly, and Chu Chun inquired with curiosity, Ling Zhao, is the snake meat ready? Oh, not yet. Let us wait a bit longer. The girl appeared somewhat distracted. I understand all that you just said. Let us discuss something else. Chu Chun wished to continue the previous topic. Well, if we delve further, we would touch upon the observation of the bloodline. So let us combine them. The primordial state of life is exceedingly complex, beyond operating as a self-contained system. Impurities play a pivotal role, existing in minuscule forms throughout the entirety of the initial state of life. Ling Zhao spoke while cautiously glancing at Chu Qin. This should be what we refer to as bacteria, Chu Qin remarked, and this time, he paused to listen to Ling Zhao's explanation. Even with current technological advancements, our understanding of the various microbial communities within the human body remains limited, and their roles are still a matter of considerable debate. Has your kin studied how many of these bacteria exist within the human body? Ling Zhao timidly inquired. That, I truly do not know. Chu Chun was taken aback by the question, as it seemed no one on earth had ever counted them either, so he could only shake his head. Oh. The girl's expression relaxed, and she regained some confidence. The observation of form, bones, and bloodlines is fundamentally about using one's consciousness to perceive oneself. Through the continuous exploration of self, the alignment between consciousness and body significantly enhances, allowing the true self to gradually solidify. But what is consciousness? And what is the true self? After a considerable time, Chu Qin began to comprehend that the so-called true self phase entails an intuitive examination of oneself from the outside in, yet he remained unclear on certain concepts. Consciousness is the true self. The true self can be regarded as consciousness that has matured to a certain degree, Ling Zhao replied after a thoughtful pause. Is consciousness akin to a tangible entity? Can it grow? Chu Chun was astonished, for in the realm of science on Earth, consciousness has never been perfectly elucidated, and he had assumed the two were entirely distinct concepts. The primordial state of life cannot perceive consciousness, as it lacks any form. It only materializes through the refinement of one's worldview, gradually revealing itself as life continues to progress, much like the ethereal silhouette of the rooster that you observed yesterday, which was, in fact, his true self. The girl elucidated. Have you achieved the completion of your true self? Chu Qin remained uncertain about the girl's capabilities. I attained the completion of my true self at the age of 7. However, during the critical moment of advancing towards purity, an unforeseen incident occurred within my clan, and my father forcefully interrupted the process, allowing Uncle Amon to lead me to safety. Ling Zhao's mood sank as she recounted this. 7 years? Chu Chun felt a sense of dismay, nearing 25, and just beginning his journey. The feeling was akin to an adult entering kindergarten. What purpose does that serve? Over a decade has passed, and I remain stagnant in that phase. Ling Zhao seemed equally frustrated. Is there no way to proceed? Chu Chun felt sympathy for the girl. In truth, the restrictions upon me were not imposed by Uncle Amon. They were left by my father when he halted my advancement towards purity. He feared that adversaries might locate me through my bloodline resonance. So even Uncle Amon cannot assist in lifting them. Ling Zhao sighed. If that is the case, does it mean you must return to your clan or find your father to continue? Chu Chun frowned, increasingly aware of Ling Zhao's extraordinary background. That is essentially the case. Now, let us not dwell on such heavy matters. The snake meat should be nearly ready. And the most important thing is for you to overcome this trial. The girl rose, steering the conversation away from such burdensome topics. Beside the cauldron, Ling Zhao carefully ladled out a thick, milky broth, a fragrance that penetrated the senses wafting through the air, invigorating Chu Chun entirely. Where's the meat? Why are there no bones, but rather an abundance of colorful little stones? Chu Chun gazed at two large bowls filled with broth in the cauldron, now containing only a handful of vibrant pebbles, astonished. After refining in the cauldron, what remains besides a few bone beads is all contained within the broth. The girl presented a bowl to Chu Chun, urging, drink up. After finishing, rest for half a day. By nightfall, we shall attempt to observe the bones. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Previously, Hada had intended to treat him in a similar manner. Fortunately, the unexpected presence of the great venerable Tianji had altered the course. Otherwise, he might have ended up as a thick, viscous broth himself. Ling Zhao took a sip from another bowl, murmuring, it is so fragrant. Chu Chun watched the girl revel in her delight, momentarily unable to bring himself to drink. However, eventually contemplating his future, he suppressed his discomfort and gulped down a large mouthful, the rich aroma instantly flooding his senses, making his tongue feel as though it were rejoicing. This flavor was even better than the true essence he had consumed before. Indeed, while the bone segment provided by Hadu was of a higher grade than that of the gray flood dragon, it had aged considerably, and the quantity was scarce. Thus, it could not compare to this. Had I been given such a bowl back then, I dare say you would have been lively within 3 to 5 days. The girl savored another sip, her face radiating pleasure as she relished this long-lost delicacy. These bone beads are quite beautiful. Chu Chun mused. It seemed the girl had a penchant for food as well. He bent down to pick up a colorful bead from the cauldron, holding it against the sky, and discovered it possessed a certain translucence. However, the gray flood dragon's impurities in the state of purity are merely residual filth trapped within the bones. They bear no significant value. Ling Zhao remarked dismissively. So it is merely impurity. I had thought it some treasure. It does bear resemblance to the relics left behind after the cremation of ancient monks on Earth. Chu Chun expressed his confusion. That cannot be definitively stated, generally. After entering the state of purity, the inner flames will continuously scorch, resulting in such bone beads. That cannot be right. I have never heard of anyone in modern times pursuing the path of life advancement on Earth. Is it possible that someone is clandestinely traversing this path as well? Chu Chun found himself perplexed, even doubting whether he had been too ignorant. As the existence of relics is a tangible reality, if they share the same nature as these bone beads, it becomes difficult to reconcile. It is not as you might imagine. Many lives commence their journey of progression unconsciously. However, in the absence of ancestral lineage and systematic guidance, it becomes exceedingly arduous to advance further, and perfection remains an unattainable goal at every stage. Ling Zhao remarked. Is that so? Then can one still proceed to the next phase despite imperfection? Chu Chun inquired, bewildered. He had always believed that advancement was akin to pursuing higher education, necessitating a complete mastery of prior knowledge. How can one expect perfection in everything? Although some tirelessly strive for flawlessness, the majority of beings cannot afford to wait in such a manner. Primarily, the pressure of competition is immense. If you do not progress, others will surpass you, posing a threat. Furthermore, each subsequent stage continuously reinforces what has been previously acquired. Thus, most lives in this world do not squander excessive time rectifying minor imperfections. Ling Zhao gently shook his head. This somewhat clarifies the matter. Perhaps they indeed unwittingly embarked on their evolutionary journey, oblivious to their own state, Chuchen mused, feeling a mix of realization and sentiment. If someone were to distill insights from this, or if those elusive beings of myth and legend were to leave behind a legacy, perhaps the civilization of Earth would tread an entirely different path. Having witnessed and heard so many incredible phenomena, he had yet to recognize that he had entirely ascended to a new height, one that transcended the confines of earthly civilization, leading him to contemplate matters from an elevated perspective. Chapter 0039, Observing the Bones Within the Wooden Cabin. Chu Chun and Ling Zhao sat facing each other in a meditative posture. Do you feel it now? The girl inquired. Yes. It feels as though warm currents are coursing through my veins, Chu Chun replied, nodding. Just after consuming a bowl of creamy soup, he sensed a peculiar change. A gentle warmth seemed to blossom in his stomach. This warmth was soft and entirely different from the savage tumult he had experienced days prior in the wild forest. This time, the heat emanated from his abdomen, gradually permeating his organs and spreading towards his head and limbs. Blood appeared to serve as the principal conduit for this warmth, coursing rapidly through the major arteries, transmitting through the smaller vessels to various muscles, causing them to quiver involuntarily. Precisely. Adjust your breathing and relax your body. Calm your mind to feel this warmth spreading to every part of your being. This process will be prolonged, likely lasting a day, but it will reach its peak in 3 to 4 hours, marking the optimal moment for you to observe the bones. Such an opportunity is rare. You may not encounter a supplement of this caliber again, Ling Zhao advised Chu Chun, then closed her eyes to meditate herself. Understood. I comprehend. Chu Chun felt a tinge of anxiety, especially considering the previous night's mishap. If he failed to rectify this time, his future might be irrevocably altered. Yet, he was also puzzled, uncertain why observing the bones could mend the earlier incident. According to conventional wisdom, a gradual approach should yield better results. Ultimately, he chose to set aside this doubt. The world before him was filled with mysteries he had yet to grasp. Since Ling Zhao had asserted it, he could only take one step at a time, which seemed more reliable than aimless exploration. Observing the pained expressions that occasionally flickered across the girl's face, Chu Chun felt a surge of compassion. Ling Zhao's original environment must have been exceedingly privileged. Now, she was stranded in this wilderness, surviving like a primitive being. This stark contrast mirrored his own plight, and it was no small feat for a girl to endure such hardships. I must persist on this path. Perhaps inspired by Ling Zhao's resilience, Chu Chen's resolve intensified. He endeavored to clear his mind of distractions and gradually attune to the changes within his body. As time progressed, night descended. Chu Chun noticed his neurons were exceptionally alert, enabling him to perceive subtle movements within his body that he had never sensed before. Each heartbeat reverberated through his chest, causing a tremor in his bones. The arteries expanded slightly under the pressure of blood surging from the heart, flowing into the branches of blood vessels and ultimately returning through the veins, creating a discernible sensation of blood coursing through countless vessels. With each breath, fresh air flooded into his lungs, oxygen greedily absorbed by the alveoli, merging with the blood and then distributed throughout his body. It seemed even his bones began to feel that warmth, as the abundant neurons within his body rhythmically contracted and relaxed with his breathing, transmitting sensations from the brain to the cervical spine, then along the vertebrae, extending to the shoulders, arms, palms, fingertips, and downward to the lumbar spine, pelvis, femurs, tibias, and soles. In that moment, Chu Chun felt as though he had undergone an extraordinary, enhanced CT scan, perceiving the anatomical structures he usually overlooked. It was as if he were gazing at himself through another's eyes, a nearly transparent body, with every bone, blood vessel, muscle tissue, and organ vividly visible. The warmth had a profound impact, stimulating every nerve cell, amplifying his perception of every detail. His prior knowledge of human anatomy began to deepen, allowing him to comprehend precisely where each sensation originated. In that instant, he suddenly grasped a new realization. So, this is what I am. This was not merely a theoretical understanding. It was a tangible awakening. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Chu Chun entertained the notion that if he returned to Earth, he could become an exceptional surgeon. Through his own body, he had discerned the operational patterns of each organ, the connections of every muscle, the pathways of each blood vessel, the coordination of every bone, and the influences of every nerve. He was beginning to piece it all together. As time slipped away in Chu Chin's gradual introspection, the cycle of day and night continued. When the sky once again brightened, Ling Zhao remained in the cabin, sitting motionless as she gazed at Chu Chun. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance, mingling confusion, anticipation, pride, and a hint of excitement. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed through the mountains, penetrating the cabin, causing Chu Chun to open his eyes abruptly. Those familiar with Chu Chun would instantly notice a transformation in his gaze, no longer burdened and restrained. It now radiated openness and enlightenment. "You have awakened. How do you feel?" Ling Zhao asked, a smile gracing her lips. "Nothing too extraordinary. I merely feel as though I have been reacquainted with my body throughout the night," Chu Chun replied, though internally he felt a thrill, sensing that he had gained immeasurable insight. Even if he had not achieved his anticipated goal of observing the bones, he would harbor no regrets. "Could you elaborate?" Ling Zhao, already sensing something, suppressed her inner excitement and spoke as calmly as possible. After Chu Chun offered a brief description, he inquired, "Does spending an entire night like this count as observing the bones?" He felt uncertain. Ling Zhao had only vaguely outlined the method, leaving the specifics of success unspoken. "A night?" Ling Zhao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "This is the 4th day? What? Has it been that long?" Chu Chun was taken aback. "Well, although your aptitude is somewhat lacking, taking 3 to 4 days to manage observing the bones is a form of diligence compensating for shortcomings," Ling Zhao remarked, dismissing the issue of time. "Oh, then I shall continue tonight. By the way, to what extent must I reach to consider the observation of the bones successful?" Chu Chin's face flushed when he recalled that Ling Zhao had succeeded in observing blood vessels at the age of 7. He felt somewhat embarrassed. "There is no need to continue. The average person takes 3 to 5 years to master observing the bones. You have already grasped the method. You can practice it at your leisure in the future. Tonight, I want you to attempt observing blood vessels instead." Ling Zhao revealed an unexpected plan. "But I haven't yet succeeded in observing the bones. Wouldn't that be too hasty?" Chu Chun voiced his unease in a low tone. Although he was just beginning to grasp the concept of life progression, his perfectionist tendencies made him reluctant to advance without thorough preparation. I have encountered formidable experts in the transformation realm. Do you still doubt my arrangements? Moreover, the priority is to dispel the last remnants of doubt in the mind of the Grandmaster Tianji. You must condense your true self as swiftly as possible for our genuine safety." Ling Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. "Oh, you make a valid point. Then, I shall proceed as you suggest." Chu Chun felt a tightening in his chest at the mention of Grandmaster Tianji, who evoked a sense of trepidation within him. After all, he had essentially deceived that formidable being into accepting him as an elder brother. The consequences of exposure could be unimaginably dire. Being boiled into a pot of white soup would be the least of his concerns. Chapter 40. The son of the day after tomorrow, observing the bloodline, is the most arduous step in the realm of the true self. There exists no shortcut. One must exhaust every effort to scrutinize oneself with utmost consciousness, identifying all impurities within one's body to deem the endeavor successful. Ling Zhao began to elucidate slowly. In a strict sense, the first step in observing the bloodline is to materialize consciousness, forming a preliminary model of the true self. This is not an endeavor to be accomplished in haste. Most who ultimately succeed dedicate years, even decades, to this phase. Initially, one may refer to the meditative postures practiced within the Yingxua technique, which is akin to my nightly meditations. First, enter a state of deep contemplation, concentrating your consciousness at the third eye, seeking the origin of the true self. From there, embark on a gradual exploration, connecting all pathways to forge a stable embryonic form of the true self. The entire process unfolds in an orderly manner, commencing from the third eye to the spiritual crown, then to the dual platforms, subsequently extending down to the dragon spine, and finally to the 4 extremes, thus shaping the torso. Once these foundations are secure, One begins to explore the organs, muscles, and skin, integrating the insights gained from observation to perfectly align the embryonic true self with one's physical form. There exists, in fact, a slightly accelerated method. Upon completion of the true self's physical manifestation, the most critical phase of impurity seeking commences. At this moment, your consciousness can roam freely within the embryonic form, necessitating total focus as you begin from the heart, traversing the pathways of the bloodline to meticulously examine every part of your being. This is the essence of bone observation. Along the way, you will encounter numerous impurities that do not belong to your body, akin to invaders gradually eroding your being. Identify them without omission. Am I not already pure? Chu Qin interjected, unable to restrain himself. Although you have undergone a process of burning impurities, it was an incidental gain and thus lacks perfection. In truth, the majority of advanced beings ignite their inner fire multiple times in pursuit of purification, so you must tread this path, Ling Zhao explained. The process of seeking impurities is fraught with peril, as operating consciousness at its limits can be exhausting and easily lead to fatigue. Everyone believes they can endure and surpass their limits, yet the reality often diverges. Many succumb to the pursuit of extremity, resulting in their consciousness shattering during the quest for purity. This time, Ling Zhao spoke with great detail and thoroughness, a stark contrast to her previous casual discourse on observing forms and bones, which took Chu Qin by surprise. I have shared the dangers with you. Although the essence crystal of the gray serpent can offer some protection, its rank remains too low for absolute safety. Contemplate carefully before making a decision. Ling Zhao's expression turned serious, her gaze fixed on Chu Qin, no longer urging him. Chu Qin felt a tumult of emotions. Initially, he believed that with the guidance of a mentor like Ling Zhao, hailing from a prestigious lineage, diligent effort would eventually lead him to the stars in search of the elusive Earth. However, at this moment, he realized his naivety. Merely at the first stage of life advancement, the true self realm requires one to endure life and death trials during bloodline observation. According to Ling Zhao, the ordinary seekers of breakthroughs find most unable to realize this through consciousness, left barred from entry. The remaining few who do gain access must strive to push their limits, compressing their awareness to observe the minutiae of their being in search of impurities, and therein lies the danger. Should one's will falter or be disrupted, consciousness may collapse in an instant, confronting life and death. If I fail, then I shall simply die once more. After a prolonged silence, Chu Qin raised his head and spoke calmly. This is not a gamble with life. It is his pursuit of the meaning of existence. Returning to Earth. This is Chu Qin's paramount objective. Otherwise, even if he were to languish for decades, what significance lies in ultimately perishing on this unknown planet? Moreover, he has developed an insatiable yearning for the profound subject of life advancement that he has only recently encountered. If he does not embark on this journey to uncover the truth, it would be a lifelong regret. This is the spirit of inquiry cultivated over many years of study. A resilient character that refuses to concede or abandon hope. I will do everything within my power to protect you. Ling Zhao's eyes gleamed with admiration. She had not anticipated that, in such a short span, Chu Qin would arrive at such a resolute decision when confronted with the possibility of life and death choices. Thank you. Chu Qin responded sincerely, suddenly recalling something. By the way, earlier you mentioned you had encountered a master of the transforming sun realm. What did you mean? Is that the most formidable life form in the world? The transforming sun realm. Ling Zhao knelt, wrapping her arms around her legs, resting her chin gently on her knees, her eyes reflecting longing and reverence. To transform the body into a star. Chu Qin gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Ling Zhao's words finally provided Chu Qin with a more concrete understanding of the journey of life advancement. Life advancement begins with the true self, where the focus is on honing consciousness. Through the observation of forms, bones, and bloodlines, one materializes consciousness, achieving unity with the body to shape the true self and seek impurities. The true self does not confer any enhancements, yet it serves as the vital foundation for all subsequent stages, as every realm that follows is intrinsically linked to the true self. Purity represents the second step, where a unique method invokes a wondrous energy to incinerate the impurities within the body. Based on Chu Chen's current understanding, these so-called impurities are likely the myriad bacteria residing within. Once these bacteria are eliminated, the body becomes pristine, preparing for the subsequent realms. As for whether a body devoid of all bacteria can continue to survive or what issues may arise, he is utterly unaware. After all, according to Earth's medical theories, the bacteria within the human body coexist symbiotically, each serving a purpose. Without them, the human body would likely be unable to sustain itself. Although Ling Zhao claimed he had achieved purity, he felt no discomfort. Rather, the increase in his physical strength was evident. The power, speed, and acute sensory perception have undergone significant transformation, and these changes appear to be gradually intensifying. This is the primary reason for his firm resolve to pursue the path of life advancement, as he has personally experienced the remarkable transformations that accompany it. Following purity comes the realm of container of essence, a transformative stage where the enhancement of physique and abilities escalates exponentially. Much like the esteemed Tianji, the true self and body expand to towering heights, capable of shape-shifting and soaring through the winds. Chu Chen grows increasingly convinced that life forms capable of advancement must have existed on Earth. For countless myths and legends from both East and West speak of beings that could traverse the skies or possess immense power. Yet, perhaps they ultimately vanished due to some unknown reason. Beyond the container of essence realm lies the starry sky realm, where one may escape the confines of planets to roam the cosmos, a prospect Chu Chen eagerly anticipates. Although he cannot comprehend such abilities, nor has he witnessed them, he chooses to trust Ling Zhao's words. According to Ling Zhao's description, beyond the starry sky realm lies the sun-surpassing realm, followed by the transforming sun realm, with even more unfathomable existences beyond that. The transforming sun realm, where a life form can illuminate a portion of the cosmos like a star. At this stage, one can almost be regarded as possessing an immortal body. Should they face imminent demise due to unforeseen circumstances, they may erupt in a blaze, instantly extinguishing their existence, or gradually dissipate their power, becoming a statue. There exists yet another choice. In the final moment, one may transform the true self into a furnace, igniting all their strength to become an everlasting giant star, suspended in the cosmos like the sun, benefiting others in the endless years to come, potentially giving rise to new life around them. Thus, this choice of becoming a celestial body is revered as the sun of the day after tomorrow. The sun of the day after tomorrow, Chu Chen murmured, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. Having become an almost immortal being, one must still confront the inevitability of death. The psychological disparity that arises is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In such circumstances, to remain unperturbed and selflessly contemplate the future rather than succumb to existential despair truly warrants the admiration of all sentient beings. What is one to think? Those concerns are still a distant reality. The paramount focus now is to safely complete this phase of observing the bloodline. Ling Zhao playfully tapped Chu Chen's forehead, a hint of mockery gracing his expression. Oh, I understand. Chu Chen regained his composure, about to articulate a thought, when he suddenly sensed faint footsteps from outside. Simultaneously, Ling Zhao turned to gaze at the closed door. Elder brother, I have come to see you. Chapter 41. The Tsar's invitation, brother, I have come to see you. The voice of the esteemed Tianji resonated from outside. Chu Chen's heart tightened. At this moment, he least desired the presence of this ancient figure, as he felt utterly unprepared to face one so revered, akin to a mythological being on Earth. However, Ling Zhao remained unperturbed. She extended her slender hand to rest upon his shoulder, offering a subtle nod to calm him, before rising to open the door. Esteemed one, you have arrived. Ling Zhao adopted a respectful demeanor. The master is within, having just concluded his cultivation. Good morning, Tianji. Chu Chen stepped out, striving to maintain an air of tranquility. He had noticed during Tianji's previous departure that the elder seemed fond of a more intimate form of address, and thus he ventured to speak in kind. However, as he emerged, he found that behind the newly adorned Tianji, a motley collection of deer, fowl, and other creatures lay trembling on the ground, utterly silent. He was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, I wish to present you with a few useful items, knowing that your physical form has recently matured. However, as I am but a wanderer with little to offer, I only have this peculiar bone claw to show you." Tianji seemed somewhat embarrassed by Chu Chen's inquiry, his wrinkled visage tightening as he cautiously extended a pale yellow object, adding, "These wild creatures are simply local delicacies I brought along, to spare you the trouble of worrying about such trivial matters." "I see," Chu Chen replied nonchalantly, accepting the item. It was evident that the pale yellow object was undoubtedly a claw from some wild beast. He turned it over in his hands, contemplating its significance. "Do you recognize its origin, brother?" Tianji inquired with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, while Ling Zhao leaned in closer. "Well, it does have a certain backstory." "Where did you acquire it?" Chu Chen paused, feigning an air of mystery. He could not possibly recognize the object, yet he felt compelled to maintain the pretense. He reasoned that since Tianji appeared to value it highly, it must be of considerable worth. In such a situation, he could not ascertain Tianji's intentions. Was he genuinely offering a treasure or merely testing the waters? Thus, he resorted to an act of ignorance, reminiscent of many so-called experts on Earth who, despite their lack of knowledge, could deceive others with their grandiose titles. His previous experiences of feigning madness would prove useful now. "I discovered this claw in a mountain ravine when I first ascended to the Rongyuan realm. Over the years, I found it to be incredibly resilient. Attempts to destroy it led only to my own near injury. It may be a valuable item, which is why I thought to show it to you," Chu Chen remarked, while Tianji's eyes shimmered with contemplation. "Are you implying that?" Chu Chen suddenly grasped the implication, instinctively reaching toward his waist. "My lord, that might be unwise." Ling Zhao interjected urgently, winking at Chu Chen. "You have yet to fully recover, and should the original owner still be alive, it could pose a significant risk to you." "Ah, Ling Zhao has a point." Chu Chen's hand froze mid-motion. Though he did not fully grasp her meaning, he clearly understood the gravity of her warning. "Ah, you actually comprehend these matters, little girl?" Tianji turned, astonished. "Ah, esteemed one, you may not be aware, but our clan suffered dire consequences for disturbing the remnants of a powerful being. I recall my uncle Aming recounting a tale from when I was 4, about an elder from our clan who encountered a desolate planet." Ling Zhao's eyes reflected sorrow as she began to weave an elaborate tale. Chu Chen listened, taken aback by Ling Zhao's storytelling prowess. He had not anticipated her ability to spin a yarn without so much as a flutter of her eyelids. Even though he had previously heard her recount her own background, he now found himself questioning the veracity of her claims. Yet, as he pondered, he recalled how Ling Zhao had deftly extracted his name and pierced through his facade of madness, revealing her exceptional intelligence beneath her seemingly ordinary exterior. At that moment, however, he was disinterested in Ling Zhao's theatrics. He merely wished to return the item he held to Tianji and shift the conversation away from this topic. "Ahem, Tianji. On the surface, this claw may not seem remarkable, yet its origins remain elusive, and we cannot ascertain whether the original owner is still alive or their current state of being. It is wise to avoid unnecessary complications." "Perhaps you should keep it for now," Chu Chen interjected, returning the claw. "This, brother, do you find this gift unworthy? Is it too meager?" Tianji's expression shifted slightly, his words tinged with a feigned humility. "No, Tianji, that is not my intention. Well, I suppose I shall keep it. It may prove useful in the future." "I thank you for your thoughtful gesture," Chu Chen said sincerely, wishing to spare Tianji any embarrassment. After all, regardless of Tianji's ulterior motives, returning a gift would certainly appear ungracious, a sentiment shared across both realms. "Brother is far too courteous." Tianji's weary face finally softened, as he leaned a bit closer to Chu Chen. "In truth, I have another matter to discuss with you." "You wish to consult me?" Chu Chen inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. Yesterday, the Tsar of the Sand Dunes sent someone to find me, stating that in 3 months, a grand feast will be held to celebrate the 100 days since the Sand Queen's offspring was born, and I am invited to attend," Tianji explained. "That is hardly a matter for discussion. You should simply go." Chu Chen responded casually. Yet internally, he grumbled, "What does it matter who the Tsar is? I wish he would never return from such an event. I truly do not wish to confront this ticking time bomb that is Tianji." "Oh, My intention was to convey that this feast will not only include the majority of local cultivators from the Rongyuan realm, but also powerful figures from the neighboring star regions. Furthermore, the Star Lord Qi Qing of this expanse will send emissaries, ensuring a lively gathering. Thus, I wondered if you might also wish to join us. Tianji hesitated. Ah, really? Such an event is truly rare. Ling Zhao suddenly exclaimed, rushing to Chu Chen's side, her face alight with excitement. My lord, why don't we join in the festivities? Chu Chun was resolute in his desire to avoid the event, yet he was taken aback by Ling Zhao's enthusiasm, leaving him unsure of how to respond. My lord, let us go and witness the spectacle. Ling Zhao pressed, disregarding Chu Chen's hesitations. To be honest, I have little interest in such trivial matters. In my day, never mind. How about this? Since there is still time, I shall assess my current recovery status. I cannot afford to let such trivialities disrupt my cultivation. I will decide in the coming days. Chu Chun resolved, determined to evade Tianji's company, yet perplexed by Ling Zhao's intentions. That is agreeable. I shall not intrude further, brother. I bid you farewell. Tianji quickly sensed Chu Chen's change in demeanor and, feeling uneasy, prepared to take his leave. Very well, rest assured, esteemed one. I shall handle these minor matters. I will take good care of my lord. Ling Zhao seemed in high spirits. Farewell, Tianji. I shall not see you out. Chu Chun sighed in relief, eager for the elder to depart. Chapter 42. The Origin of the Bone Claw. Soon, under Ling Zhao's subtle suggestion, the esteemed Tianji promised to forge a piece of armor within 3 months, departing with the utmost respect while carrying the skin of a dragon. Chu Chun, bewildered, sank onto the grass before the door and, with a lowered voice, questioned Ling Zhao. You frighten me. Why did you accompany Tianji to that banquet? Aren't we supposed to maintain our distance from him? Do not fret. Allow me to explain. Ling Zhao replied, her countenance gradually calming as she settled beside Chu Chun and gazed into the distance. Do you remember when I mentioned that I arrived here at the age of 7 with Uncle A Ming? It has been 12 years now. In the initial 2 years, Uncle A Ming would venture out periodically to gather news about our clan. The last time he spoke, he mentioned that circumstances outside seemed to be changing, and he intended to verify this. Since then, he has not returned. I have been confined here, rendered blind and deaf to the fate of Uncle A Ming and the current state of our kin. Are you suggesting we seize this opportunity to gather information from the outside? Chu Chen finally grasped Ling Zhao's intention. Observing the sadness and concern in her eyes, he made a resolute decision. Indeed, firstly, to see if I can learn about my fellow clansmen, and secondly, I wish to search for some necessary items. Ling Zhao's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Very well, let us accompany that old fellow Tianji on this journey, and I shall also get a glimpse of the outside world. Chu Chun exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the young woman beside him. Had it not been for Ling Zhao's initial care, his recovery would not have been so swift. Without her assistance in concealing his identity and teaching him the local language, Hatta might have long since seen through his charade. And in the event of Hattu's wrath, had Ling Zhao not fought for their escape, he would have been cooked in a pot. Their bond had evolved into that of teacher and student, with Ling Zhao guiding him along an entirely different and wondrous journey of life. All that he possessed was a gift from Ling Zhao, so he felt no reason to evade her needs. He must assist her without hesitation. This was the essence of Chu Chen's character. Thank you. Ling Zhao glanced at him, her eyes sparkling. Though she said little, the heartfelt gratitude she felt was palpable. Isn't it merely a stroll? We have already weathered greater crises. As long as we exercise caution in our words and actions, there is nothing to fear. Chu Chun gradually relaxed, ready to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Hey, don't take this so seriously. It's not as terrifying as you imagine. Ling Zhao chuckled at Chu Chen's solemn demeanor, which suggested he was prepared to face imminent sacrifice. Am I really that anxious? Chu Chun felt embarrassed. Realizing that perhaps he had been too tense, he instinctively reached up to touch his head, which was no longer as bald. His hair had begun to grow over the past few days. Your concerns are unfounded. You see, those who embark on the path of advancement often become increasingly fearful as they age. So, take it easy. Ling Zhao seemed unconcerned about the venerable Tianji. Consider this. When you first arrived here, you were in close proximity to the gray dragon demon. Why did you not dare to move? Instead, allowing him to disperse the two large fish in the lake for you? You have been here for quite some time, and neither he nor Tianji has dared to spy on you, for the same reason. Otherwise, without your innocence, your facade would have been exposed long ago. Noticing Chu Chen's silence, Ling Zhao continued. I understand your point, but to quell my worries is quite challenging. When Tianji merely showed me that bone claw, I nearly revealed my true form. Chu Chun lamented with a wry smile. This expansive knowledge may pose a significant vulnerability for you, yet I trust he would not recklessly test you. Should such a situation arise again, we can only adapt accordingly. Ling Zhao nodded in agreement with Chu Chen's insights, then suddenly laughed. However, it must be said that he did, in fact, deliver a treasure this time. A treasure? You mean that bone claw? Chu Chen queried, intrigued. That is no ordinary bone claw. Did you notice the 6 spiraled golden patterns faintly etched upon its surface? Most importantly, the tip of the claw bears a distinctive fork. Ling Zhao spoke mysteriously. What does that signify? Chu Chen inquired, genuinely curious. He had observed the details Ling Zhao mentioned, but remained unaware of their deeper significance. This indicates that it likely belonged to a powerful being of the Golden Luan, a creature of the transformation Yang realm. Ling Zhao's voice brimmed with pride. The Golden Luan is an exceedingly rare variant within the Qing Luan clan, possessing potential rivaling that of the Phoenix tribe. Furthermore, this claw was shed while its owner was already in the transformation Yang realm. Would you not agree this is indeed a treasure? Tianji has suffered a great loss. When I initially offered to return it, he outright refused, likely oblivious to its true value. Chu Chen chuckled. Though he remained uncertain of the claw's ultimate utility, he recognized the significance of its origin. If he were to recognize it, it would indeed be remarkable. I came to know this through first-hand experience. A descendant of a Qing Luan master under my father's command was of this same rare breed. Although he was merely at the Starry Sky realm at that time, my father held him in high regard and personally sent him forth. I happened to witness that event from the sidelines. Ling Zhao paused mid-sentence, casting a furtive glance at Chu Chun. Then, what utility does this claw possess? Chu Chen mused, examining the pale yellow bone claw, turning it over in his hands, seemingly oblivious to Ling Zhao's peculiar demeanor. You are not yet ready. You must reach the Rong Yuan realm and employ certain special techniques to unlock its latent powers. Tianji was merely flailing about blindly, which is why he inadvertently harmed himself. Ling Zhao casually remarked. That renders it rather useless for me. Tianji's visit was essentially in vain. Chu Chen's expression faltered upon hearing this. One cannot say that. At the very least, it still holds potential value. Ling Zhao laughed, gesturing towards the group of deer and colorful chickens still lying motionless upon the grass before the house. Somehow, Tianji had managed to render them completely still and silent. Ling Zhao gathered 2 to 3 dozen clansmen, and within half a day, a fence was erected beside the wooden house, securing all the wild creatures within. In the end, Chu Chun enlisted Hachamu to select a few pairs of them to take along, and Hachamu gladly accepted Chu Chen's proposal, preparing to raise some herbivorous wildlife for breeding, which would later serve as a supplement to their daily provisions. Subsequently, the two engaged in a lengthy discussion. Chu Chen found Hachamu to be a commendable candidate for clan leader. Though young, he exhibited maturity and composure, paired with a fair judgment that led Chu Chun to believe that their clan might one day emerge from the wilderness and reclaim prosperity. Meanwhile, Hachamu grew increasingly respectful towards Chu Chun, as Chu Chun graciously offered to return the broken cauldron and the secret tome. Hachamu, hesitant, ultimately accepted the clan's secret tome only after Ling Zhao's persuasion, while he steadfastly refused the broken cauldron, leaving Chu Chun with no choice but to retain it. Chapter 43. An unforeseen crisis regarding the ancient texts of the Hachamu clan. Xu Chen harbored a desire to peruse them to augment his understanding. However, he found himself utterly at a loss, for the script was entirely foreign to him. After all, Ling Yao had only instructed him in spoken language, neglecting the written form. Consequently, Xu Chen sought counsel from Ling Zhao, only to discover that Ling Zhao, too, possessed limited knowledge of the text, unable to decipher it entirely. as it was a script unique to this planet. Although he could not comprehend the characters displayed within the Lingluo, a curious sensation lingered, as if he could vaguely grasp some meaning. We refer to it as the consciousness script. Any life form, regardless of rank, can comprehend it. Once the true self is shaped, the consciousness script becomes entirely transparent, for it is fundamentally rooted in the true self, enabling seamless communication across all races, Ling Zhao explained. According to Qiuqin's reasoning, it was perplexing why he could not understand the consciousness script, yet after the formation of his true self, he would grasp it intuitively. Reflecting on the countless hours he had invested in mastering foreign languages, which he could only utilize in limited contexts, he recognized the arduousness of such a pursuit. Conversely, he mused, this was the only means by which ordinary individuals could pass down civilization. Otherwise, humanity might still be living in a primal state, foraging and tilling the earth. The notion of life advancement filled Qiuqin with increasing yearning. Thus, he resolved to persevere. Since he had decided to accompany Ling Zhao to the Sand Tribe's grand feast, a sense of urgency grew within him. He instructed the Hachimu to deliver his spacesuit, and after connecting the energy gun for a full charge, he modified parts of the suit to craft a compact solar charger for ease of transport. This became his most reliable asset. Once he secured the energy gun at his waist, his unease abated somewhat. As night fell, Qiuqin and Ling Zhao sat facing each other in the wooden cabin. Are you ready? Ling Zhao inquired, gazing at Qiuqin. I am, he replied with a nod, excitement brewing within him. Observing bloodlines was the most crucial step in achieving the true self. Crossing this threshold would open a world of possibilities, while failure would mean the end of his journey, leaving him to perish on this desolate planet. Ling Zhao produced a transparent crystal, placing it before Qiuqin. It was the essence crystal of the gray serpent demon. Let me reiterate. Our objective today is to locate the origin of consciousness. This process is generally devoid of peril, but we must not be reckless to avoid excessive depletion of consciousness. Ling Zhao cautioned. Understood, Qiuqin affirmed, adopting a meditative posture and gently closing his eyes. In that moment, he cleared his mind of all distractions, striving to concentrate his awareness at his brow. 1 minute passed, then 2. Gradually, he sensed a burning discomfort at his brow, a sensation that urged him to open his eyes. Yet he knew this was an essential ordeal that required perseverance. Time slipped away unnoticed until, at last, he felt a remarkable shift. The darkness before him gradually began to unveil itself. This sensation was peculiar. Although his body remained seated within the cabin, he felt as though he were adrift in an infinite expanse of stars, surrounded by boundless emptiness. Where am I? He ventured forth in search of boundaries, only to find none. It seemed as if this was an infinitely vast space. After adjusting his direction and seeking upwards, he found nothing, then to the right. Thus, he wandered aimlessly, attempting various paths, yet he still failed to uncover the origin Ling Zhao had described. Impossible? Qiuqin halted his mental exploration, entering a state of quiet contemplation, akin to grappling with a perplexing academic problem, which ignited his resolve. Inside the cabin, Ling Zhao observed Qiuqin's furrowed brow, her expression tinged with anxiety as she murmured. This shouldn't be. Everything had gone so smoothly before. How can a simple origin take so long? Her gaze shifted to the essence crystal, now shimmering with a gentle luminescence, swirling around Qiuqin, which offered her a modicum of reassurance. In stillness, there was boundlessness. In motion, there was infinity. Uncertain of how long he had pondered, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Qiuqin. The only possibility was that the boundary shifted as consciousness moved. At that moment, the previously infinite expanse seemed to reveal walls, emerging from the void, rushing towards him from all directions. Boom! In Qiuqin's consciousness, a thunderous sound reverberated. Within the endless darkness, a beacon of light ignited, and that light was himself. In that instant, he perceived the presence of numerous colossal entities surrounding him. I have found the origin, Qiuqin exclaimed in joy, yet before he could react, he suddenly noticed vibrant streams of color surging from the depths of the void, racing towards him. These streams approached with astonishing speed, vanishing silently within his radiant light, as if they had never existed. Did I misinterpret? He pondered, recalling that Ling Zhao had never mentioned such colorful streams. Just as his confusion arose, an overwhelming wave of dread enveloped him, as if he were destined to disintegrate into nothingness. The universe, vast and unfathomable, trembled as if it were a colossal living entity. 10. A low, dreamlike whisper cascaded throughout the cosmos. Deep within a colossal nebula, two brilliant points of light suddenly flared to life, akin to twin suns igniting. Only after drawing back could one discern that they were, in fact, two extraordinarily radiant eyes. At last, it has manifested again. Where might it be? A thunderous murmur echoed through the nebula, lingering in the air. Countless eons away, upon a somber asteroid drifting through the void, a figure resembling a statue sat cross-legged. This figure trembled slightly, revealing three eyes, one perched at the brow, its pupils starkly different from the others, a black void swirling within. Years have passed, yet what is destined will inevitably arrive. The figure murmured, gradually closing all three eyes once more. On a thriving life planet, at the edge of a great city, an old blacksmith paused mid-swing, his hammer suspended in the air. He lifted his flushed face to the sky. Oh, it has come again. How much blood and tears will be shed beneath this endless starry expanse? With a sigh, the old man resumed his toil. In the midst of a supernova's eruption, the celestial body abruptly dimmed and vanished without warning, its crimson glow flickering out. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Yet a woman's light laughter echoed softly in the air. Even a meal is fraught with instability. How strange. I wonder if this is my opportunity. Almost simultaneously, within the boundless universe, several life forms stirred, as though they sensed a shared presence. This phenomenon was unfathomable, as if someone had plucked a string, igniting an inexplicable resonance. Inside the cabin, Lingtu sat with a furrowed brow, her gaze fixed intently upon Yuchen. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed, and she looked down, her face paling in an instant. The once transparent essence crystal lay shattered, reduced to dust. This unexpected turn left Ling Zhao's body paralyzed, as if caught in a spell. Yuchen. Ling Zhao slowly straightened, lifting her gaze to the unmoving Yuchen, softly calling out. Yuchen remained in his meditative pose, seemingly oblivious to her voice. I am so sorry. Truly, I am sorry. Perhaps I should not have hastened you into this, she murmured, a tear rolling down her cheek. She gently raised her hand, her trembling fingers slowly caressing Chu Chen's face. Chapter 44. The Hunt. What's the matter with you? Just as Ling Zhao's delicate fingers grazed Chu Chen's face, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ah! Ling Zhao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. You're all right. You're not hurt. Ling Zhao, what's wrong? What do you mean I'm not hurt? Chu Chen blinked, casting a puzzled glance at the girl. He had just endured a terrifying ordeal. An inexplicable feeling of dread that shattered his consciousness, and it took him quite a while to regain his composure. To his surprise, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the scene before him. I thought something had happened to you. The girl lowered her head, avoiding Chu Chen's gaze, appearing somewhat bashful. It was truly frightening just now. I cannot even articulate that sensation. Wait, what is this? Chu Chen sighed, preparing to inquire about his experience with Ling Zhao, but as his gaze fell, he discovered that the gray serpent demon's essence crystal had transformed into a small pile of white powder. You saw that too. It nearly scared me to death. I've never heard of anyone experiencing such a phenomenon when seeking the origin of their consciousness. Ling Zhao brushed aside the hair that had fallen across her forehead, seemingly to calm herself, and then slowly asked, what exactly did you go through? Chu Chen did not withhold anything, recounting his experience in detail. Why did I feel such terror when I found the consciousness origin you described? At this moment, he realized that a cool sweat had formed on his back and forehead. He felt a tinge of doubt because Ling Zhao had assured him that this step was safe, whereas his experience was entirely contrary. I truly cannot explain this. Moreover, I have never encountered the kind of colorful radiance you described. Perhaps it is because I left my family too early, and I am not well versed in many peculiar circumstances. Ling Zhao pondered, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and spoke with uncertainty. Oh, it might also be due to the fact that I come from Earth. We are somewhat different, after all. Chu Chen was at a loss, finding little solace in his own reasoning. You thought I had a problem because you saw the essence crystal shatter, right? It's all fine now, see? I'm still alive and well. When Chu Chen noticed the girl remained silent, He stood up and stretched his body, diverting the topic. The essence crystal served as a medium for communicating consciousness with the external world during bloodline observation. There were very few who experienced a shattering of the crystal during this process, which was a matter of life and death. Yours has turned to powder. The girl also stood, seemingly still shaken. Perhaps I am just an anomaly. Chu-Chen was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the peculiarity of the situation, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Although it is still early, I dare not practice anymore tonight. We can continue tomorrow evening." "That sounds good. Let us do it this way. You should rest and relax for a few days first," the girl suggested, slowly regaining her usual demeanor as she patted Chu-Chen on the shoulder. Chu-Chen sensed that Ling Zhao was genuinely concerned for him this time, as she had changed her previously urging attitude to grant him a break. However, these thoughts remained unvoiced, as he still felt a lingering fear from his earlier experience. Early the next morning, Ling Zhao led Chu-Chen to the residence of Ha Chamu. "Miss Ling Zhao, is it truly appropriate for the master to accompany us on the hunt?" Ha Chamu hesitated, whispering to Ling Zhao, "The master has been practicing diligently lately. He wishes to clear his mind. You need not worry. After all, this is still the domain of the great Tianji." Ling Zhao reassured him. "Just ensure you don't wander too far." "Well, very well." Ha Chamu, though visibly worried, ultimately agreed and began making arrangements. "Master, your body has yet to fully recover. It is best to only observe and not to exert yourself." Before long, with a beaming smile, Ling Zhao waved goodbye to Chu-Chen and the hunting team of 4 to 5 dozen people. "I am aware of what I am doing." Chu-Chen nodded, patting the black bough slung over his shoulder. This was the bough that hung in the wooden cabin, which Ling Zhao claimed belonged to Uncle Amon. He was merely carrying it to appear authentic. At this moment, he felt a twinge of excitement, as participating in such a primal hunt was something he had never envisioned. The past half-year of fear and uncertainty had indeed taken a toll on his nerves. And joining Ha Chamu and this remarkable group of hunters to experience the thrill of the hunt seemed quite appealing. The dense forest was profound, and Chu-Chen's group had trekked over 10 miles. Apart from the occasional chirping of small birds, the only sounds were the rustling branches of ancient trees. As they navigated through the thick vines, Chu-Chen gradually felt his strength and agility noticeably improve compared to the previous days. Following closely behind a group of hunters, he dashed and leapt without any apparent strain. "Hush!" The lead hunter suddenly halted, parting the thorns and wild grass to peek ahead. He then gestured to the left and right, and the group of dozens immediately fanned out, encircling the area quietly. Chu-Chen, alongside Ha Chamu, peered through the foliage. Approximately 30 to 40 meters away, beside a small ravine under a large tree, a creature about 4 to 5 meters long was rubbing its backside against the trunk. "Is that a wild boar?" Chu-Chen's eyes widened. He had seen wild boars on Earth, but compared to this one, the creature appeared more elongated, robust, and powerful. Unlike the stocky wild boars he was accustomed to. "Prepare to strike." Ha Chamu signaled to the other hunters. The group quietly drew their arrows from behind, knocking them on their bows. Chu-Chen awkwardly touched the black bough he carried, realizing he had no arrows at all, though he wanted to shoot. It seemed he had no opportunity to do so. Would you like to give it a try, master?" Ha Chamu, sensing the awkwardness, tentatively offered an arrow. "Well, I haven't tried this in quite some time." Chu-Chen hesitated verbally but reached out to accept it. Ha Chamu was momentarily taken aback. He had only intended to ease the awkwardness, yet it seemed the master was genuinely interested in the hunt. The enormous wild boar remained oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to rub itself against the tree, unaware that 40 to 50 arrows were already aimed at it. Chu-Chen glanced around, mimicking Ha Chamu's stance as he drew the black bow. However, the bowstring was incredibly taut. He could only pull it back a short distance before feeling utterly fatigued, his left hand trembling slightly from the effort. While he had received training in firearm shooting and had performed quite well, he had never even touched a bow, especially not one as primitive as the single-string bow. Seeing this, Ha Chamu shook his head slightly. Yet, at that moment, hunting was paramount. He called out, "Shoot." As the bowstring vibrated, a barrage of arrows flew toward the massive wild boar. "Go!" Before the arrows even struck the wild boar, Hachamu had already leapt from the brush with a spear in hand, followed by dozens of hunters with shouts of excitement. At the moment the bowstring released, Chuchin thought to himself that something was amiss. He had aimed for the boar's head, but the weight of the bow had caused the arrow to veer slightly to the left, heading straight for the boar's rear instead. However, there was no time for hesitation. He flipped the black bow and dashed out of the thicket alongside the indigenous hunters. Ah! Ah! The wild boar let out a piercing scream, leaping 2 to 3 meters high before crashing into the tree. After landing, it writhed on the ground, covered in arrows, and did not immediately flee. At this moment, Hachamu and his companions, who were hunters, had scarcely run a dozen meters when they came to a halt, for the wild boar before them exhibited an unusual demeanor. Typically, their customary method of hunting involved unleashing a barrage of arrows to injure the prey, causing it to bleed and impair its speed. They would then relentlessly pursue it, launching another volley of spears until most prey, like the wild boar, became incapacitated. However, this time, the situation felt markedly different. Chapter 0045. The charm of that arrow. The immense wild boar continued to wail beneath the tree, but the onlookers observed that, for some unknown reason, it was supported only by its 2 front legs, wildly shaking its head, while its massive hindquarters and powerful back legs hung limply like a sack, showing no signs of movement. Cautiously, they approached, noting that the beast was still deeply embedded with 2 or 3 dozen arrows, one of which had pierced through its ear and nearly penetrated halfway into its skull. Perhaps this was the source of its relentless cries. "Chief, your shot was indeed fierce. If it had gone any deeper, it might have fallen outright," remarked a young tribesman with a chuckle, while others nodded in agreement. "Uncle Haji, let it suffer less." Hachamu waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the wild boar's hind legs, a hint of confusion in his eyes. A middle-aged tribesman stepped forward, thrusting his spear into the back of the boar's head, stirring it vigorously. The creature emitted a deafening howl once more, its front legs flailing wildly before gradually falling still. "Who shot this arrow?" Hachamu inquired, gesturing toward a bloody hole near the boar's lower back. "I don't know. It wasn't me." The tribesmen exchanged puzzled glances. "This arrow penetrated the boar's thick hide and shattered its backbones. That is why we were able to subdue it so easily," Hachamu mused, his heart racing with astonishment. To achieve such a feat of piercing through the sinewy flesh and bone of this wild boar required immense strength. To his knowledge, only his father, the former chief, could accomplish such a shot. Had a new warrior of such caliber emerged among the tribe? The thought gnawed at him. Perhaps this unassuming chief would soon have to yield his position. "Wait, Hachamu, isn't that your arrow?" called out the middle-aged hunter who had earlier dealt with the wild boar, now standing beside a large tree. He pointed incredulously at an arrow embedded half a foot into the tree trunk, its shaft stained with blood. Yet the distinctive white feathers at its end were still visible. "That is Hachamu's arrow, the unique shaft used by the chief. Everyone in the tribe knows. Such skill. One arrow might have subdued this beast," Hachamu admired. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, Hachamu suddenly turned and bowed deeply to Chuchun. He understood the situation all too well. His archery was precise, targeting the back of the boar's head, striking true. However, the other white-tailed arrow had been given to Chuchun. Such prowess! The hunters exclaimed in realization, understanding that the unusual events of the day stemmed from this esteemed guest residing among them. A wave of astonishment washed over the group as they recalled how, earlier on their journey, a proud young hunter had hastened his pace in an attempt to shake off this seemingly unremarkable young man, while the others had stayed silent. Yet, Chuchun had resolutely kept pace, not falling behind. "Ah, it was merely luck," Chuchun replied, feeling sheepish. While he spoke the truth, he was also surprised by his newfound strength. Ultimately, 8 members of the party remained to escort the wild boar back to the tribe, while the others continued onward. Along the way, Chuchun reflected deeply. Archery, akin to shooting, required consideration of distance, wind speed, resistance, bowstring tension, arrow weight, and initial velocity to hit the target with precision and power. He assessed his earlier shot, realizing that while he had sufficient strength, his aim had been lacking. Perhaps if he had drawn the black bow less and steadied his hand more, the shot would have been better. To test his hypothesis, He requested several more arrows from Hachimu and, drawing on his previous experiences with firearms, practiced shooting as they traveled. Remarkably, within just half a day, his accuracy soared. This surprising outcome left Chu Chun in disbelief. It seemed to stem from the recent changes in his body, with his strength, coordination, sensory acuity, and judgment all markedly improving. The scene did not go unnoticed by Hachimu and the other hunters, who were left in awe. This young man's archery had reached heights they could scarcely comprehend. Hours later, they successfully hunted 2 massive spotted sheep and several smaller beasts. As the sky darkened, they neared the boundary of the Night Monarch's domain and prepared to return to the tribe. With such a fruitful hunt, excitement surged among the group as they made their way back. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed through the dense forest. "Bad news, it's the night leopards," Hachimu exclaimed. The party hastily set down their catches, ceasing their jubilant chatter, and formed a protective circle, with Chuchin positioned at the center at Hachimu's direction. Roars from various directions filled the air, sending Chuchin's heart racing. The night leopards, the very creatures that had recently ambushed the tribe, had been responsible for the deaths and injuries of hundreds that fateful night. Now, with fewer than 40 hunters present, the balance of power seemed to have shifted. Fear crept into their hearts. "Do not panic, they are still far away. It is not yet night. If we remain cautious, we can safely depart," Hachimu urged, gripping his spear tightly to rally the others, knowing that panic could spell disaster for them all. "We are near their territory. Let us carry our prey and leave slowly," the middle-aged hunter Haji suggested quietly. Several strong hunters stepped forward, lifting 2 spotted sheep while the others held their spears protectively around them as they began to retreat cautiously. Chu Chun, armed only with his black bow, notched an arrow and followed the group. As they had not traveled far, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket, as if something was swiftly darting through the underbrush. "Stay alert," Hachimu shouted. The hunters dropped their prey again, crouching low as they scanned their surroundings. Through the dappled shadows of the trees, Chuchin caught a glimpse of a dark figure darting past and raised his hand. There, just as he spoke, faint crackling sounds of dry leaves echoed from several other directions. Hachimu's voice rang out. "Careful, the night leopards are coming." A deafening roar erupted as 7 or 8 dark shapes sprang from the now shadowy forest, lunging at the group of indigenous people. "Attack!" the hunters shouted, thrusting their spears forward. One night leopard, struck by a spear, let out a pained howl. Chuchin aimed to draw his bow, but with the indigenous people surrounding him and the leopards moving with incredible speed, he found it difficult to lock onto a target. Chaos ensued. With cries of alarm mingling with beastly roars, the night leopards seemed frenzied, and the scene devolved into disarray. Suddenly, the sound of a bone spear snapping pierced the air, followed by a native scream that tightened Chuchin's heart. He turned just in time to see a night leopard seize a tribesman by the thigh and fling him into the air. "Harold!" Someone screamed as 7 or 8 tribesmen charged forward, raising their spears to stab at the leopard, which nimbly dodged and leapt aside. "Stay calm," Hachimu shouted desperately. But it was too late. A gap had formed as several people moved away, allowing 2 night leopards to slip through. The once cohesive defensive formation crumbled into disarray, forcing the hunters to fend for themselves. In an instant, chaos erupted as foliage flew and leopards dashed about. Dozens of indigenous hunters were compelled to scatter, grouping in 3s or 5s to confront the leopards. Chuchin found himself surrounded by only 2 young hunters, who cautiously shielded him, crouching low among the vines at the base of a large tree. The situation in the thicket shifted rapidly. Another tribesman was struck by a leopard's paw, sent flying backward into the brush, uncertain of his fate. "Die!" Hachimu roared, his spear piercing a night leopard's neck with lightning speed. The wounded leopard howled in agony, thrashing wildly and knocking Hachimu to the ground as it fled into the dense forest, still bearing the spear lodged in its neck. "Chief, be careful!" a youth exclaimed as he leaped towards Hachimu, thrusting his spear with fervent determination. Before him, a nocturnal leopard lunged at the recently risen Hachimu. Chu Chun turned his gaze, catching sight of another shadow darting forth from the dense thicket, its target likewise Hachimu. The 2 leopards were alarmingly close. Even if the youth managed to thwart one, the other would inevitably strike Hachimu, who stood defenseless. "Hurry and assist your chieftain," Chu Chun, perceiving the dire situation, urged the two companions beside him. He then dashed forward, breaking through the underbrush with remarkable swiftness. Drawing his dark bow, he grounded himself and propelled his body into the air, tilting slightly as he soared, all the while glancing towards Hachimu, poised to unleash his arrow. As the two hunters surged forward in response, they beheld Chu Chun in that moment. Their eyes widening in admiration, his stance was undeniably captivating. Releasing his grip, the bowstring trembled with a resonant hum. A beam of dark radiance shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 0046. A single gulp within the chaotic thicket, furious roars echoed relentlessly. Faced with a fierce pack of night leopards, several indigenous people had already suffered injuries, with two collapsed and uncertain of their fate. Hachimu was in a precarious position. Suddenly, a chilling cry erupted from one of the night leopards. No, it was two cries, almost simultaneous, hence it seemed like a single wail. Thud! Two night leopards fell mere meters from Hachimu, thrashing wildly as they let out desperate growls, yet they no longer posed a threat to anyone. The pitiful cries appeared to instill fear in the remaining leopards, prompting 6 or 7 others to retreat from the indigenous people, ceasing their assault. Their attention drawn to the two struggling kin in the underbrush. "Come back quickly," Hachimu commanded, taking a spear handed to him by a tribesman. Scanning the surroundings as he spoke loudly, the hunters cautiously retreated, reforming a defensive circle. Around them, the remaining night leopards emitted low growls, their glowing eyes like lanterns fixated on the indigenous people. After a moment's hesitation, they diverted their gaze from the two slowly calming comrades and fled back into the dark forest. "Thank you, my lord, for saving our chief." Two young hunters suddenly prostrated themselves before Chu Chun. "Was it you who struck just now?" The others, astonished, were too engrossed in the chaos to notice the events unfolding, save for these two who had witnessed Chu Chun's awe-inspiring arrow that felled 2 leopards. Their hearts brimmed with profound respect. In this brief skirmish, aside from the leopard initially wounded by the collective efforts of the tribe, only Hachimu had managed to severely injure another with his spear. Chu Chun's feat of slaying 2 leopards with a single arrow was nothing short of extraordinary. An arrow piercing the heads of 2 beasts. They surely won't dare return. The middle-aged hunter Haji exclaimed as he inspected the dying leopards, raising his arms in jubilant laughter. "Thank you, my lord. Now, stay vigilant. It's time to head home." Hachimu bowed to Chu Chun and turned to summon his people. The battle had left one tribesman with a severed thigh and another with grievous wounds to his chest. Yet miraculously, neither was in mortal danger. After a treacherous journey, the weary group of nearly 40 returned to their settlement. Though half were gravely wounded, they also brought back substantial spoils: a massive wild boar, 2 plump deer, and 2 night leopards measuring over 4 meters in length. In celebration, the tribe hosted a grand feast. Groups of women dragged the colossal beasts for butchering, while children surrounded the carcasses, their excited shouts echoing in the air. The leopard's fangs were severed and presented to Chu Chun, who received 2 from Lingtu, who carefully tied them to his waist, explaining it was a tradition of Hachimu's clan. Amidst the laughter and joy, the tale of Chu Chun's miraculous shot spread among the tribe's people. Sitting by the fire, he could distinctly feel the reverent gazes of the hunters upon him, a testament to the respect afforded to a formidable figure. "My apologies. I truly did not anticipate such peril during a routine hunt," Lingtu murmured. "What is there to apologize for? No one could have foreseen an encounter with night leopards. And we returned safely, did we not?" Chu Chun replied with a carefree smile, his spirit still ablaze with excitement. This had been an exceptional experience for him, deepening his understanding of life in this world and allowing him to reassess his own limits. The purity of this encounter had brought him immense benefits. In just a few days, his physical capabilities had surpassed those of the average person, putting him ahead of many tribesmen. Why have they not embarked on the path of life advancement? Chu Chun pondered. This path is not as simple as you might think. The clan has been in decline for many years, and with the elders like Hadu hoarding knowledge, many of the tribe's people are entirely unaware of what life advancement entails, let alone the qualifications and opportunities required to pursue it. Lingtu sighed. Perhaps under Hachimu's leadership, this tribe can rejuvenate. The ancient texts have now returned to him. It will be interesting to see how he proceeds. Chu Chun reflected, lamenting that the selfishness of Hatu and his cohorts had further exacerbated the tribe's decline, making recovery increasingly difficult. I hope he can succeed, Ling Zhao nodded, seemingly harboring admiration for Hachimo. My lord, we come to raise a toast. As the two conversed, a large group of hunters approached, led by Hachimo. Perhaps due to the day's events, the indigenous people exhibited less of their previous aloofness towards Chu Chun and displayed a newfound warmth and admiration. Please, my lord, drink. Hachimo and the others raised their bone cups high, proclaiming in unison. Cheers. Chu Chun, invigorated by the roaring bonfire, seized a bone cup filled with fruit brew and downed it in one go. Bravo. My lord is mighty. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. You drank it all in one go? Ling Zhao stared at Chu Chun, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. What? Is there a problem? Chu Chun responded, puzzled, as drinking was just what one did during celebrations on Earth. Ling Zhao merely smiled, as a platter of roasted meat was brought forth and presented to the two. Enjoy, my lord. Hachimu and the others respectfully withdrew, but Chu Chun noticed that the others had only taken tiny sips. This brew. Chu Chun examined his empty cup, perplexed. He had tasted it before. Though its flavor was unusual, it was sweet and quite enjoyable. My lord has an impressive capacity for drink. Allow me to refill it. A group of young maidens approached, their eyes sparkling with admiration. I'll do it. One particularly tall maiden rushed forward, filling Chu Chun's cup once more. Will my lord indulge in another cup? The young maidens, some squatting and others sitting, surrounded Chu Chun. He felt awkward, suddenly encircled by so many girls. An experience he hadn't encountered in months, leaving him somewhat flustered. Drink, drink. The maidens began to cheer him on. Chu Chun glanced at Ling Zhao beside him, seeking assistance, but she merely observed with a calm demeanor, offering no words. Ultimately, unable to withstand their persistent coaxing, Chu Chun blushed and downed the contents of his cup yet again. Incredible! Another cup, my lord. The tall maiden laughed, her eyes sparkling as she filled his cup once more, drawing closer to him, one hand playfully gripping his calf. How audacious! Hainua, do not act disrespectfully towards my lord. Just as Chu Chun felt overwhelming embarrassment, Ling Zhao suddenly interjected sharply. Yes, Miss Ling Zhao. The young maidens jumped, startled by her sudden reprimand, and hurriedly rose. My lord no longer wishes to drink. Please attend to the other tribespeople. Ling Zhao's tone was unfriendly. The maidens left, somewhat sheepish, yet even as they departed, they glanced back with smiles. Why were you so angry? Chu Chun curiously asked Ling Zhao, having never seen her so upset in the months they had spent together. It's nothing. You are a high and mighty lord. Should I not help maintain your image? Ling Zhao turned away, avoiding his gaze, though her tone was somewhat rigid. You. Chu Chun observed her silhouette illuminated by the firelight, and unexpectedly, a name flashed through his mind, prompting him to quip, Are you feeling jealous? Jealous? That sourness. I do not enjoy such things. Ling Zhao glanced back at Chu Chun, seemingly not grasping his meaning. Once upon a time, in my hometown, there was a ruler named Li Shimin, who wished to arrange 2 additional wives for his minister, Feng Xianling. Chu Chun's storytelling skills were rather lacking. He meandered for quite some time before concluding his tale. Strangely, Ling Zhao remained quietly attentive throughout. After Chu Chun finished, he noticed Ling Zhao's silence and felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wondering if his jest had perhaps gone too far. If it were me, I would have unhesitatingly finished my drink. Ling Zhao fixed his gaze on Chu Chun and, after a prolonged pause, remarked with a blank expression. Chapter 0047 The New Sacred Lake. Chu Chun stared in astonishment. If it were most girls on Earth, they would likely respond with either a dismissive "Pa, what a rogue," or an exasperated "Boring. Can you be more klitsch?" However, it was rare to find someone like Ling Zhao who could answer so earnestly and empathetically. I was just joking. Please don't be upset. Chu Chun scratched his head, attempting to explain, but suddenly realized his tongue seemed to have a mind of its own. My tongue. He shook his head, sensing something was amiss. Humph, has that fruit wine from Hainua knocked you out? Perhaps noticing Chu Chun's current state, Ling Zhao finally revealed a hint of a smile. Is this even human? Chu Chun grimaced, feeling increasingly unable to control his tongue. The concoction they made from a mix of various fruits and beast's blood, usually used for pain relief after injuries, was also savored during celebrations due to its pleasant flavor. Though excessive consumption could be quite intoxicating, Ling Zhao could no longer contain her laughter as she explained. "Oh, so I actually have a limit." Chu Chun reminisced about his days on Earth, recalling a time when he had outdrank his classmates, downing 2.5 bottles of liquor and still managing to return to his dormitory awake. "I doubt this will be a problem. You'll find out soon enough." Ling Zhao's smile grew brighter. "Don't worry, even if I drink more, I doubt I'll go crazy," he said. But he felt a rising warmth coursing through him, prompting a desire to find a secluded spot and cool off. The natives' bonfire celebration persisted, with young men and women dancing and singing around the fire while children frolicked in the crowd, creating a scene of tranquility. Chu Chun, however, was not in the mood. After devouring some roasted meat, he found the heat within him increasingly unbearable. "I can't stand this any longer," Chu Chun finally admitted. "Go on, just wander around here. But don't stray too far. I'll wait for you at the wooden house." Ling Zhao seemed to have anticipated this, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The wind swept through the treetops, stirring the leaves into a rustling symphony, while below, it could not reach the ground. Yet, Chu Chun still heard the wind whistling in his ears. He had run countless laps between these ancient trees, feeling the heat within him become almost unbearable, as if only through vigorous exertion could he find relief. In this process, he felt his speed increasing, his body slicing through the air with ease. Compared to the pace he maintained while hunting with Ha Cha Mu during the day, he found himself moving even faster. He dashed past low shrubs and thorns, the air swirling around him causing the grass to rustle as he leaped, catching a sturdy branch 5 meters high, then swinging forward to grasp another limb, darting through the trees like a monkey. Soon, he discovered that other natives had arrived nearby, seemingly with the same intent. Some sprinted while others brandished bone spears. When they spotted Chu Chun, leaping agilely among the branches, they initially mistook him for a wild beast, but quickly recognized him as their esteemed hero, prompting cheers and calls of admiration. One by one, they began to mimic Chu Chun's movements, attempting to climb the ancient trees to practice, resulting in an array of thuds and the snapping of branches around them. Observing this scene, Chu Chun understood it was already deep into the night. The moonlight in the forest was dim, nearly obscured by darkness. He concentrated, managing to discern the thickness and position of the branches accurately, a skill that the natives had yet to master. His senses had sharpened remarkably, as evidenced by his first detection of the night panther's tracks during a hunt, a testament to the benefits bestowed upon him by the purity he had attained. This only heightened his anticipation for the future. As the heat within him gradually dissipated, Chu Chun leaped down from the treetops, no longer interested in the reveling natives, and prepared to return to his wooden house. At that moment, he felt a rumble in his stomach. Looking around, he discreetly resolved his physiological needs behind a clump of wild grass. When he picked up his animal skin attire to depart, he suddenly paused, sniffing the air. Strange, when did it start to smell? Odorless. After muttering to himself, he shook off the thought and hurried towards the wooden house. "Have you lost your mind?" Ling Zhao, sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, opened her eyes, seemingly forgetting the earlier discomfort by the bonfire, her face alight with a smile. I suppose so," Chu Chun replied awkwardly, recalling how he had previously assured Ling Zhao that he would sleep peacefully if he drank too much and would never cause a scene, only to have turned around and joined the natives in their revelry. This fruit wine was indeed beneficial for strengthening the body. They typically reserved it for significant occasions, relying on it to bolster the physical resilience of their tribe, allowing them to endure the wilderness's wild beasts. Ling Zhao's explanation relieved Chu Chun's confusion. He had always found it peculiar that the natives, despite their modest living conditions, were all robust individuals. That night, Chu Chun, following Ling Zhao's guidance, refrained from continuing his exploration of bloodlines and instead enjoyed a restful sleep on the animal hides laid upon the ground. The next day, Chu Chun arose early, eager to venture out for another hunt, only to be informed by Ha Cha Mu that they must wait a few days. as the previous day's catch was sufficient for the tribe's sustenance for several days, and a few hunters, though slightly injured, also needed rest. Disheartened, Chu Chin was soon surrounded by a group of children. These young ones, having grown familiar with him during their playful interactions, were oblivious to the reverence that adults held for him. They only knew that Chu Chun had felled 2 panthers with a single arrow and now regarded him as a hero, clamoring to visit the sacred lake. Chu Chun exchanged glances with Ling Zhao, considering that there were no longer any gray serpents in the area, and the path to be traversed had been confirmed as safe by the natives. Realizing there was no real danger, he agreed to their request. He had already made the journey to the sacred lake once, and thus the path felt familiar. After 2 to 3 hours of walking, they finally arrived. How has this changed? Chu Chun stood transfixed upon catching sight of the sacred lake. Previously, on his first visit, and even during the second when Tianjita Zun had vanquished the gray serpent, the area had been shrouded in a thick, unyielding mist. But now, that once omnipresent fog had vanished entirely, revealing a vast expanse of water that mirrored the blue sky and white clouds, with a small island faintly visible at the lake's center. This was indeed the true visage of the sacred lake, only obscured by the presence of the gray serpent before. Ling Zhao seemed to share a sentiment, as if she had visited this place before. Everyone, stay away from the lake's edge, Chu Chin called out, eyeing the children frolicking near the small woods beside the lake, feeling a twinge of unease. Although the gray serpent had been eliminated, he still felt a lingering apprehension regarding the large fish and the black serpent he had seen in the statue. Fear not. The creatures in the lake generally do not cross boundaries. Let them play there. Ling Zhao appeared to discern Chu Chen's concerns. Is that so? Ling Zhao, I actually wish to dive into the water and take another look at the statue, Chu Chen said, settling onto a high ground and glancing at the girl beside him. Chapter 0048. The trail of the werewolf. The thought of diving into the lake once more to investigate the statue had long been in Chu Chen's mind. After all, the circumstances had changed, and his departure had been rather hasty. He had yet to fully comprehend whether there were any secrets concealed within that statue. Moreover, he was quite curious to take the tome inside the statue out to show Ling Zhao, to discover what was inscribed therein. However, that was not feasible at present. Ling Zhao delivered her response with conviction, stating that the creatures in the water seemed less ferocious than the night leopard, yet with Chu Chen's current capabilities, he would be no match for them underwater. The prospect of delving to the lake's depths appeared utterly hopeless. When will that be? Chu Chun inquired, somewhat disheartened. Yet he trusted the girl's judgment. Once the true self is fully cultivated and the pure realm is solidified for a while, then entering the sacred lake will be absolutely foolproof, Ling Zhao assured him. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the children below, exclaiming, "Wow! Come look! A huge grilled fish!" Chu Chun, eager to discuss the black statue further with Ling Zhao, was momentarily distracted by the children's jubilant cries. Grilled fish. Chu Chun and Ling Zhao exchanged incredulous glances. It was not unusual to encounter dead or living fish by the shores of the sacred lake, but grilled fish. Was it possible that these children were speaking nonsense in broad daylight? Let us go see. Without a second thought, Chu Chun took Ling Zhao's hand and dashed down the grassy slope. Ling Zhao struggled briefly before relenting, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Indeed, it was a grilled fish. Both Chu Chun and Ling Zhao were astonished. In the small grove by the lake, a fish measuring 3 to 4 meters long lay upon a bed of ashes from a campfire, its skin golden and glossy, yet somewhat desiccated. The most succulent portions of its belly had been devoured, evident from the clean cuts, as if made with a sharp blade. There are outsiders nearby, they both concluded in unison. This footprint is peculiar. Chu Chun crouched down to examine the chaotic ground near the ashes of the campfire, beckoning to Ling Zhao, who was inquiring about the children. These are not human footprints. They appear to be left by a beast. Chu Chun furrowed his brow, pressing his hand into the soft earth, calculating internally. Judging by the softness of the ground and the size of the prints, this creature must weigh at least 1,200 pounds. Such a hefty beast. It can't be that heavy. If I am not mistaken, this should be a beast man. Specifically, a werewolf. They typically weigh between 400 to 500 pounds when fully grown, far stronger than us humans. These tracks were left 2 or 3 days ago. Ling Zhao approached, inspecting the surroundings, yet she did not fully endorse Chu Chen's assessment. It cannot be that light, Chu Chen insisted, adding, unless they walk on 2 legs. Indeed, they do walk on 2 legs, Ling Zhao replied, somewhat taken aback. You guessed quite accurately. Of course. I scored full marks in physics and mathematics during my college entrance examination, Chu Chen said, a hint of pride in his voice. But what exactly are werewolves? Are they wolves or humans? They are half-wolf, half-human. I encountered one in my youth, but I have not heard of werewolves in this vicinity for years, Ling Zhao confessed, momentarily perplexed by Chu Chen's earlier remarks. Werewolves are generally very violent, and with the days growing shorter, it would be wise to return and inform Hachimu about this. Ling Zhao appeared somewhat concerned, glancing around apprehensively. All right, little ones, it's time to head home. Chu Chun called to the group of children. The days had indeed grown shorter. Chu Chun had sensed this change distinctly in recent times. During his initial 2 months here, daylight had dominated, with night occupying a mere fraction of time. Gradually, over the next 2 to 3 months, the day and night became nearly equal in duration. Recently, however, daylight had shrunk to about 1/3 of the time, while night stretched out interminably. This phenomenon resembled the polar conditions on Earth or Mars. But the axial tilt of this planet was more pronounced, resulting in prolonged daylight at its poles. Upon returning safely with the children to their dwelling, they immediately sought out Hachimu. Werewolves? That clan is not to be trifled with. How could they appear here? Hachimu exclaimed, clearly surprised and somewhat knowledgeable about the subject. There aren't many. Based on the footprints, there should only be 2. Chu Chen added. Even with only 2, I fear our 20 elite hunters may not be a match. Let us hope they are merely passing through. Hachimu expressed his concerns. In the meantime, we should assign more personnel to patrol the area to prevent any untoward incidents. If we happen to encounter them, we must strive for peaceful coexistence, Ling Zhao advised Hachimu. Additionally, inform Tianji Dazuan, for he is present here. After Hachimu departed, Ling Zhao turned to Chu Chun. You should refrain from wandering too far in the coming days. Continue your training diligently and prepare to solidify your true self as soon as possible. That way, you can eventually venture into the lake's depths once more. Very well, Chu Chen nodded. As night fell, Chu Chen settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Deep within, he felt a twinge of unease. Recalling the terrifying experience from 2 days prior, he and Ling Zhao were uncertain if they would encounter such feelings again, especially since the crystal from the gray serpent had been destroyed. Be cautious. The essence crystal from the night wolf is of low grade and lacks potency. Thus, you must remain vigilant. Without the shielding power of a crystal, the risks are comparatively higher. If you sense anything amiss, withdraw promptly. Do not overexert yourself. Ling Zhao's soft voice urged him. I understand. Chu Chun nodded slightly, dispelling distracting thoughts as his consciousness began to focus on his brow. In a state of emptiness, he felt a profound stillness, as if all sensory perceptions had been severed. Within this void, a flicker of radiance gradually emerged, representing the true self's origin. Chu Chun felt as if he had transformed into this glimmer of light, observing everything before him from a third-person perspective, an inexplicable sense of awe washing over him. It was an extraordinary realm. Under the gentle illumination of the faint light, enormous entities materialized in the surroundings, resembling irregularly shaped liquid-filled sacs. These sac-like forms rhythmically quivered, gently compressing against one another, occasionally shifting out of alignment. 2 days prior, Chu Chun had hastily sensed this scene. Yet the sudden onslaught of fear had compelled him to flee without the opportunity to scrutinize them closely. Now, as he gazed intently, he felt an even deeper sense of astonishment. From this perspective, it appeared akin to observing Earth from an orbiting satellite, yet multiple irregularly shaped Earths surrounded him, arranged randomly in all directions, interconnected by thick strands that intertwined. The overwhelming contrast between the colossal entities and his own insignificance evoked a profound sense of reverence. Fortunately, he did not suffer from a fear of giants. Otherwise, he would scarcely be able to endure a moment in this place. The enormous form swayed gently, seemingly distorting the very fabric of this space. Chu Chan examined his surroundings for a considerable time, when suddenly, his consciousness jolted. This is a cell? In that instant, Chu Chan grasped the true significance of the true self's realm, observing form, bone, and bloodline. This constituted a self-examination process from the outer to the inner, from the grand to the minute. A complete understanding of oneself is the foundation of all life as progression and an inevitable path. Thus, it appeared that his previous comprehension of purity was akin to expelling bacteria from within the body, perhaps not far from the truth. With this realization, Chu Chan felt increasingly invigorated. Since it was indeed a cell, Chu Chan slowly approached the nearest massive entity, and as he drew nearer, the oppressive sensation of its immense size intensified. As the distance diminished, Chu Chan discerned the intricacies of this colossal entity's surface, a fluid-like membrane, subtly translucent and gently undulating, within which resided coarse strands and amorphous shapes in constant, languid motion. "It's a cell membrane," he exclaimed inwardly, and within, the nucleus, Golgi apparatus, lysosomes, mitochondria, ribosomes, endoplasmic reticulum. Chu Chan was beside himself with elation, witnessing a human cell with such microscopic fidelity. Confronted with this architecture, he felt intimately familiar with every component. The most exquisite aspect was the sensory experience itself, surpassing the sterile observations of electron microscopes in the laboratory. The details were infinitely clearer. He could even perceive the cytoplasm's flow and the cytoskeleton's rhythmic oscillations. Immersed in this awe, Chu Chan felt his understanding of biology deepen, marveling at the ingenuity of creation. After a long while, he gradually regained his composure. His purpose was to observe the bloodline, and he must now attempt to communicate with these behemoths. As Lin Zhao had meticulously described, bearing the glimmering light, he surged forward once more, hurtling toward the gargantuan cell like a meteor striking a planet's surface. Buzz. Buzz. As Chu Chan perceived the cell membrane's touch, he seemed to hear a profound, resonant hum in his consciousness, like the ocean's roar, but amplified to an immeasurable scale. Simultaneously, the once translucent membrane, centered on the point of contact, seemed to ignite with the tiny light, radiating a brilliant glow that swiftly diffused across the entire spherical structure. In that instant, Chu Chen's consciousness seemed to gain a sense of control over the colossal object, akin to the awareness one has of their own limbs. This sensation was peculiar. With its advent, his perceptual range expanded exponentially. The immense cell gleamed resplendently, its light transmitted through the robust strands connecting it to neighboring cells, the plasmodesmata, Chu Chen realized. In mere moments, the first radiant cell had ignited 7 or 8 adjacent cells, which in turn propagated the glow outwards. With this exponential increase, the surrounding area grew ever brighter, and Chu Chan gleaned an even greater understanding of his surroundings within these luminous cells. All right, now upwards. From the starting point to the spiritual apex. At Chu Chen's command, a wave of light, as if guided by an unseen force, began to ascend rapidly. From his perspective, the speed was astonishing, traversing vast distances in an instant. It seems this bloodline observation isn't as arduous as I thought, Chu Chen mused, wondering if Lin Zhao's initial assessment had been overly cautious. The radiant glow ascended swiftly, guided by Chu Chen's will, but as time elapsed, he began to feel a sense of heaviness. His consciousness felt strained, as if it had absorbed too much and struggled to maintain control. Just a little further. Despite the fatigue, Chu Chen was driven by the desire for progress. Chu Chen, perhaps more than most, felt a sense of urgency. The life and death crises he had faced from Earth to Mars to this savage forest had instilled in him a heightened awareness of danger and a relentless drive to improve. The radiant glow continued its ascent, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Chu Chen's consciousness quivered, and he sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was his limit. He would have to proceed step by step, as Lin Zhao had advised. He had already persisted 6 times, summoning a final burst of energy from the depths of his exhaustion. However, he had finally sensed the danger signals Lin Zhao had warned him about. The radiant glow he had painstakingly cultivated was beginning to dissipate in scattered sparks, a sign of potential peril. I should stop here, Chuchen decided. Just as he was about to relax his mind and withdraw, he noticed that the scattered sparks were returning, and a sense of distension arose within his consciousness, as if something were about to burst forth. No, did I push myself too far? Chu Chun exclaimed in alarm, regretting his recklessness. But it was too late. He could no longer perceive his physical body. Boom. The distension was sudden and overwhelming. Before Chu Chun could even finish his thought of regret, a torrent of searing energy erupted within his consciousness, flooding the path of radiant light he had so painstakingly created. It's over. That was Chu Chen's only thought in that instant, without even the time to contemplate resistance. A dazzling radiance. Like a path. This was the path to the spiritual apex, painstakingly carved out by Chu Chun, now surging with luminous energy, seeking a breakthrough. What's happening? Chu Chun transitioned from terror to bewilderment. He could still think, still perceive his existence, and the fatigue that had plagued him earlier had vanished. Instead, he was filled with a vibrant energy yearning to be unleashed. The reason? He had no clue, but the outcome was clearly not detrimental. Rather, it was a stroke of fortune. With such lucidity and vitality, he couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. If he didn't seize the moment, any future changes might rob him of this advantage. Without further hesitation, he began to guide the path of radiant light forward, and to his delight, he discovered that the speed of his expansion had increased exponentially. If before it was traversing thousands of miles in an instant, now it was traversing hundreds of thousands, millions, or even more. His perception of the countless cells within his body grew stronger, more numerous, and more expansive. The spiritual apex. Leaving the spiritual apex, the path of radiant light descended along the back of his head, soon bifurcating. The double platforms. The path of radiant light continued its descent along the central route. Inside the wooden hut, Lin Zhao paced anxiously, glancing at Chu Chun, who sat motionless, his face filled with concern. It's been a whole day, she muttered. I warned you not to push yourself, but you didn't listen. I shouldn't have explained things in so much detail. The young woman began to regret her actions. Bloodline observation was not the same as ordinary cultivation. It was highly susceptible to disturbances. If the formation of the true self was interrupted by external forces, it could lead to serious problems. Therefore, Lin Zhao was currently helpless. In her mind, only a true master could intervene and awaken Chu Chun from this state. But where could she find such a master? Celestial pivot is not powerful enough, she exclaimed. What should I do? Howl. Just as Lin Zhao was in despair, she faintly heard a low wolf's howl from outside. Chapter 50. Old friends. The radiant light surged forth, resembling a magnificent white dragon, deftly navigated by Chu Chun as it cleaved through the waves, traversing from Lingding to Shuangtai and then to Longji, before splitting into four, each heading towards the four cardinal points. Hands and feet. The four cardinal points determined the universe. At this moment, Chu Chen's self-awareness ascended to an unprecedented level. His consciousness, no longer a chaotic mass, began to take on a rudimentary form, as if a new incarnation of himself was gradually taking shape. He felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens, to unleash his exhilaration. Yet, he found himself still ensnared in a meditative state, unable to do so. Time slipped away, and in this tumult, he seemed to have forgotten Ling Zhao's prior instructions. Gradually, Chu Chun regained a semblance of calm. Although he sensed he still had strength to spare, this velocity had far exceeded Ling Zhao's earlier expectations. Could there be latent dangers? A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind, especially with the cautionary tales of the past lingering ominously. With that thought, he immediately dispersed his mental focus. With a whoosh, the sensation was akin to plummeting from the heavens to the ground, the solid feeling of his body returning. Chu Chun clenched his fist, opened his eyes, and was taken aback to find Ling Zhao absent. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a peculiar sound echoed faintly. It seemed something heavy had fallen from a great height, crashing down to the ground nearby. Chu Chun, puzzled, rose and ventured outside. It was still nighttime. Gazing up at the star-speckled sky, Chu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated that a significant amount of time had passed, but it appeared otherwise. Voices echoed from the direction of the indigenous dwellings, as if someone were calling out loudly. Chu Chan turned to see a vibrant bonfire illuminating the area, suggesting a lively gathering. What were they up to? Curiosity piqued. He made his way towards the commotion. The wooden cabin was only a few hundred meters away, but as Chu Chan approached, he sensed an odd atmosphere. It appeared that the indigenous people were all gathered there. A large crowd encircling the bonfires, yet they emitted no sound. It was then that he noticed, amidst the flickering flames, a tall figure standing conspicuously at the center of the crowd. At that moment, the crowd suddenly parted, and several hunters hurriedly emerged, carrying someone with them. Ling Zhao was among them. Ling Zhao, what is happening? Chu Chan rushed forward, only to see a middle-aged hunter, bloodied and groaning on the ground, while Ling Zhao held a cup of fruit wine, preparing to feed him. You're awake? Ling Zhao looked up at Chu Chan with a hint of surprise. Then quickly explained, the two werewolves have arrived. They've injured many. You feeble humans, had it not been for the elder's warning, you would have fared far worse today. A coarse voice boomed, filled with disdain. It was the enraged voice of the middle-aged hunter, Haji. What? Do you still wish to fight? Excellent. I would welcome the opportunity. The towering werewolf turned, revealing a sinister grin. Haji, put away your bone spear. Hachimu's voice trembled with urgency. As Chu Chan squeezed through the crowd, he finally caught a glimpse of the werewolf's true form and was momentarily astounded. This creature resembled the werewolves of Western folklore, with a wolf's head, human body, and wolf-like limbs, clad only in leather trousers, towering over 3 meters in height, its body covered in thick white fur. What is this? Chu Chan slapped his forehead, bewildered. How could the entities of Eastern and Western myths manifest in such a wild land? Enough dawdling. You promised me 20. We have only seen 17 so far. Who's next? The werewolf taunted. I'll take him. A young hunter, seemingly unable to contain himself, leaped forward, fists clenched, glaring at the towering werewolf. Little one, you have spirit, but I shall not go easy on you. The werewolf replied, grinning menacingly. Come on. The young hunter dashed forward, swiftly maneuvering to the werewolf's side and delivering a fierce punch to its waist. It was a futile endeavor, as their height difference was staggering. The impact sounded like a fist striking ancient wood, the werewolf's waist bending slightly in response. Yet the creature was so robust that the effect was negligible. It swiftly retaliated, its massive hand reaching out towards the young hunter. The young hunter, agile, evaded the grasp and vaulted behind the werewolf, delivering a powerful knee strike to its spine. The blow was forceful enough to stagger the werewolf, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. You little pest. The werewolf roared, its face contorted with rage, as it lunged at the young hunter. The young hunter, sensing danger, retreated swiftly but was unprepared for the werewolf's quick recovery. It sprang up with renewed speed, forcing the young hunter to brace himself for impact. Chu Chan, initially intent on finding Hachimu, was captivated by the unfolding battle. Yet, he found it peculiar that the seemingly formidable werewolf moved sluggishly, while the young hunter, who had previously excelled in agility during their hunts, now appeared clumsy. His peripheral vision caught the flickering flames, and suddenly, he understood. Their movements were not slow. His perception had sharpened. Crack! A sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated through the air. As the young hunter collapsed to the ground, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, curling up in agony. It appeared the werewolf's fists had brutally shattered his arms. Stop! Shuaku! Hachimu bellowed, halting the werewolf's impending strike. Are you conceding, leader? But I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Don't forget, you promised. The werewolf retorted with a sinister chuckle. Very well, I shall step in next. Hachimu's face paled, fully aware of his limited strength compared to the beast. Wait, Hachimu, allow me to give it a try. Chu Chan interjected as Hachimu prepared to enter the fray. My lord, you mustn't. Hachimu exclaimed, frantically shaking his head. He feared granting Chu Chan's request, knowing the dire consequences if anything went amiss in a confrontation with the werewolf. Fear not, in truth. This werewolf is an old acquaintance of mine. Chu Chan reassured him, patting Hachimu on the shoulder. What? You are friends? Hachimu blinked in disbelief, uncertain. Rest assured. Why would I jest with you? Chu Chen dismissed Hachimu's concerns and strode towards the werewolf. By now, the young hunter had been carried away, his arms likely irreparable for at least a year or more. Hey, big guy, your name is Shueku? Chu Chen approached, tilting his head slightly upward, smiling at the werewolf. Indeed, and who might you be, little one? Before I lay you flat, tell me your name. The werewolf sneered, its eyes brimming with contempt. My name is inconsequential. However, I seek information regarding an individual. In your homeland, are there any vampires? Chu Chen carefully chose his words. Chapter 51. Transforming Conflict into Harmony, the Vampire? The werewolf, Shueku, appeared momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Chu Chen as if trying to comprehend. A pale face, with wings, capable of flight, fond of drinking blood, Chu Chen elaborated thoughtfully. Ah, I understand now. You must be referring to that rascal, Felena. Shueku's eyes suddenly sparkled, and with a hearty slap of his furry hand against his thigh, he burst into laughter. What? Do you know him? Well, not exactly well. But I've seen him a few times, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Hey, that fellow is far from honest. He constantly sneaks in to drink the blood of my family's long-haired cattle. If I were stronger, I would have taken him down already. Shueku expressed his displeasure, his eyes wide with indignation. Alas, one cannot change a dog's nature. Come, tell me what happened. Chu Chen took a seat, gesturing for Shueku to come closer. Indeed, that lad is a true rogue. You see, Shuejia and I adore long-haired beef. The ancestral elder raised them specifically for us. But that Felena is utterly shameless, regularly sneaking over to drink the cattle's blood, leaving them sickly and emaciated. Shueku was unreserved, settling down heavily across from Chu Chen, as if he had finally found a confidant. This scene left the surrounding indigenous people bewildered. The once arrogant werewolf had toppled a dozen hunters, and they had expected Chu Chen to unleash his fury upon him. Instead, the two seemed to be engaged in casual conversation by the campfire. Ling Zhao, having stabilized the injured young hunter's broken hands, pushed through the crowd in search of Chu Chen, only to be equally astonished by the sight before her. Hachimu, what is happening? I have no idea. The Lord mentioned he was an old friend of the werewolf. After a brief exchange, they just sat down. Hachimu looked perplexed, both amused and exasperated. Doesn't your ancestral elder take action against that Felena? Chu Chen inquired, intrigued. The elder wishes to intervene. But that old fellow from the Felena family has had a long-standing relationship with our elder in the Arctic snowfield. He finds it difficult to confront him, often settling for mere words, Shueku lamented. I see. So how did you two end up here and get into a scuffle? Chu Chen questioned. Having gleaned that Shueku hailed from the other side of the mountain star, known as the Arctic snowfield, there had to be a reason for their long journey. Alas, it was the elder again, insisting that he sensed something significant had transpired in the southern wilderness forest 6 months ago. After much hesitation, he could no longer resist and brought us along. Shueku complained with a forlorn expression. And your elder? Is he here as well? Chu Chen asked in surprise, realizing that the werewolf had brought another old companion along, seemingly in pursuit of him. Brother, I've finished eating. At that moment, another werewolf, Shuejia, ambled over, patting his belly. Shuejia, come here. Shueku called out to him. The elder said he had matters to attend to, seeking a large rooster for a chat, and instructed us to roam nearby. My brother grew hungry, spotted them roasting meat, and took a piece to sample. The locals were displeased, and a commotion ensued. Shueku seemed aware of his slight culpability, chuckling sheepishly while attempting to downplay the situation. Oh, I see. Chu Chen felt somewhat relieved. The old wolf recognized the esteemed Tianji, which was a good sign. However, it was evident that the brothers had likely taken the meat without permission. Brother, who is this? Shuejia meandered closer. Brother, this is my good friend, his name is. What was it again? Shueku affectionately draped his arm around Chu Chen's shoulder for the introduction. Chu Chen, he replied with a smile. Yes, Chu Chen. My dear brother, you should call him Big Brother. Shueku beamed. Oh, Big Brother. Burp. Shuejia seemed quite full, flashing his white teeth in greeting while letting out an audible belch. Since they had eaten and fought, and fortunately without any fatalities, Chu Chen decided to regard the incident as a misunderstanding. He discerned that despite their fierce appearances, the two werewolves had a certain innocence. He beckoned Hachimu over, wishing to resolve this farce, for these werewolves were indeed formidable, and their elder might be an equal to the Tianji. This was not a conflict to be trifled with. Hachimu, quick-witted, observed his lord's stance and naturally offered no opposition. Several tribesmen had sustained injuries, but aside from the two most severely affected, one had been thrown high into the air, breaking several ribs, and the other had fractured both arms. The others were not gravely harmed. It would be ideal to quell this dispute. He understood that should they truly antagonize the two werewolves, it would be his own kin who would suffer the consequences. Thus, he instructed his tribesmen to bring forth the meat they had hunted a few days prior, inviting the Shui brothers to join them. The surrounding indigenous people, witnessing the farce come to an end, gradually dispersed, leaving only a few curious children peering from a distance. By the campfire, Chu Chun, Ling Zhao, and the Shui brothers, along with Hachimu and several elders from their tribe, roasted meat and engaged in conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Ling Zhao gazed across the campfire, where Chu Chen's golden-red visage flickered with an unusual radiance. She was perplexed as to how he had formed such a close bond with these werewolves, at least. It seemed they held him in high regard. Moreover, she sensed a subtle change in Chu Chen. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have been compelled to inquire further. At that moment, Chu Chen felt a wave of happiness wash over him. This was the most relaxed he had been in the past 6 months. The tension that had gripped him for so long finally began to ease. As he conversed with Xueku and Xuejia while roasting meat, it felt reminiscent of gatherings during his university days or those moments at the space training base when he and Gao Rui would sneak out to a tavern, sharing secrets over drinks. Yet, a melancholy clouded his thoughts. He silently wished for the well-being of Gao Rui's family, scattered somewhere on Earth, especially since Gao Rui now had a 4-year-old daughter, of whom Chu Chun had seen photographs. "Brother, what troubles you?" Xuejia noticed Chu Chen's subdued demeanor and inquired with concern. "Nothing much, just reminiscing about past events," Chu Chen responded, giving Xuejia a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This Xuejia was quite innocent, though less verbose. He was more observant than Xueku. "Hey, why dwell on the past when we're having such a good time? How about we brothers put on a little show to entertain everyone?" Xueku laughed heartily. "Sounds good." Xuejia joined in the cheer. Hachimu, however, looked a bit apprehensive, glancing at Ling Zhao. "Well, you may. Give it a try, but do keep it light. No heavy blows." Ling Zhao looked at Chu Chun, her heart stirring as he met her gaze with a smile. Of course, her words were primarily directed at Xueku. While she noted Chu Chen's confident demeanor, she still harbored concerns about unforeseen accidents. "All right, let us do this." Chu Chen rose and moved to face Xueku. Chapter 0052. The little rooster let the games begin, my brother. Xueku burst into laughter, suddenly extending his large hand towards Chu Chun. "Xueku, your movements are far too sluggish." Chu Chen's feet shifted slightly, and Xueku's powerful hand barely grazed his shoulder. Xueku twisted his body, his other hand forming a fist to sweep horizontally. The distance was so close that it seemed too late for Chu Chun to retreat. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Chun did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, closing the gap with Xueku and thrusting his hands forcefully against Xueku's waist. Thud, thud, thud. Xueku lost his balance, stumbling several steps to the side, nearly toppling over. No. Brother, your tactics are quite similar to that fellow Fu Lai's. Dodging and hiding won't do. Let's get down to business. With that, Xueku suddenly bent forward and lunged, both fists aimed straight at Chu Chen. The speed was even faster than during his earlier encounters with the natives. However, Chu Chun was no mere hunter. He had the confidence to match Xueku's strength. A confidence that was not unfounded. He had sensed it before. Under concentrated focus, the changes in his surroundings appeared to slow down. In other words, Chu Chun's own reaction speed had accelerated. Indeed, he had effortlessly dodged the previous 2 attacks, confirming his assessment. Now he was eager to test his power. He slightly withdrew his feet, braced himself, and with lightning speed, he met Xueku's fists with his own. Oh no! Ling Zhao, by the campfire, gasped in alarm. Werewolves were known for their brute strength, If Chu Chun were to falter, he could be seriously injured. Bang, bang, bang. The two pairs of fists collided, creating a series of explosive sounds, and Shueku's aggressive momentum was abruptly halted. He was sent sprawling backward, landing on the grass with a thud. The onlookers were taken aback. Chu Chun, who had assumed a defensive stance, was now buried into the ground by Shueku's powerful fists, his calves sinking into the earth. They were astonished not only by Chu Chen's ability to topple Shueku with a single punch, but also by the sheer force of Shueku's blow. Well done. Impressive, Shueku exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and shaking his arms, his excitement palpable. Hey, couldn't you lend me a hand? Chu Chen stood upright, forcing a smile. Shueku's punch had been overwhelmingly powerful, leaving his own fists aching, and he found it difficult to extricate himself from the ground. All right, let me help you. Shueku laughed heartily, grabbing Chu Chen's arm and pulling him out like a stubborn vegetable. Is your hand all right? Chu Chun, now on solid ground, noticed the noticeable blood between Shueku's fingers, his whole arm trembling slightly. It's nothing. It'll be fine in a bit. Shueku waved dismissively, then bent down towards Chu Chun, grinning. Let me guess your identity. You must be the apprentice of that old rooster, right? Huh? Chu Chun was taken aback. Otherwise, in such a small tribe, how could someone like you emerge? Do you admit it? Shueku pressed on. Well, all right then, you got it right. Chu Chun thought for a moment and nodded slightly, finding it a reasonable deduction. Haha, I knew it. You are definitely a little rooster. Shueku's joyful laughter filled the air as Chu Chun confirmed his guess. Little rooster? Chu Chun rubbed his nose, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, even Ling Zhao and Hachimu, who were spectating by the campfire, couldn't help but chuckle, while several elders in the tribe discreetly coughed to mask their mirth. Hachimu urged the two to continue feasting on the roasted meat, and the meal only concluded when Shueku, clutching his stomach, lay back on the grass, the night stretching long ahead. Hachimu gazed at the remnants of the half-eaten leopard, his eyelids twitching. The group had devoured nearly the entirety of it. It was clear that Shueku and his brother had taken the lead in this feast. Were these two werewolves akin to pigs? Ling Zhao took Chu Chen's hand, preparing to return to the wooden cabin, while Hachimu and the others bid farewell. The Shueku brothers, however, were carefree, laying down some hay beneath a large tree, immediately falling asleep. Chu Chen had barely taken a few steps before the sound of snoring reached his ears. Inside the wooden cabin, Ling Zhao looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. I can sense that your true self is beginning to take shape. After a whole day and night. Where do you stand now? You haven't already reached the spirit summit, have you? Ling Zhao had made the most astonishing guess. She was genuinely curious why Chu Chen had been so diligent for so long, hoping for a satisfactory outcome. Has it really been a day and night? Chu Chen thought, feeling quite pleased. But the spirit summit. At this moment, Chu Chen felt lighthearted, wanting to tease Ling Zhao. I'm not quite sure. It feels like I've been running in circles for ages, and now I'm completely dizzy. What? You didn't follow my step-by-step instructions? Ling Zhao exclaimed in shock. This was truly a serious faux pas in shaping one's true self. Oh no, I completely forgot in the moment of confusion. Chu Chen feigned a dazed expression, regretting his oversight. You're going to drive me to madness. Ling Zhao, fuming, smacked Chu Chen's fluffy head and turned away, as if she could no longer bear to look at him. Ling Zhao. Chu Chen gazed at the silhouette of the girl under the yellow light, suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia. Time seemed to rewind to a few years ago when this delicate girl often lost her temper over trivial matters. Back then, Chu Chen would go to great lengths to elicit a smile from her. However, time had passed. The girl was no longer his, and he was now on Earth, perhaps having become a hero dedicated to the aviation cause. In that moment, the similar silhouette stirred a gentle warmth within Chu Chen's heart. Ling Zhao, please don't be angry. I can change next time, can I? Chu Chen found himself resorting to familiar tactics, gently tugging at the girl's arm. Even he was unsure if he should do this or whether it was right. It seemed to stem from a deep-seated intention within him. Change. Do you think this is a game? Your haphazard practice may seem fine now, but as you delve deeper, it could lead to significant trouble. Ling Zhao turned to Chu Chen, her expression a mix of disappointment and frustration. Oh, how can I remedy this? When I encountered problems with my observation earlier, didn't you have a solution? Surely you can help now, right? Chu Chen looked at the girl, still determined to carry on and surprise her. Remedy? The path of cultivation is about steady progress and continuous accumulation. There is no such thing as a remedy. In fact, I was misleading you earlier. Ling Zhao sighed as she slowly sat down. Misleading me? Chu Chen was taken aback. Your observation was quite successful. There were no issues at all. A night of observation is something I've never heard of because I genuinely hope for your growth. I feared you might be discouraged from steadily progressing and thus deliberately said there was a problem, Ling Zhao confessed, opening her heart. And what about the subsequent observation of the bones? Chu Chun was utterly astonished to learn that the situation was like this. Likewise, I found your successful observation of the bones equally incredible. Ling Zhao paused briefly. I was worried that you might approach the observation of bloodlines in the same chaotic manner. So I preemptively disclosed all the potential issues. I never anticipated that you would still veer off course. Once such matters go awry, not even I, let alone Uncle Amon, could rectify them. Ling Zhao sighed again, perhaps unable to fathom that the usually serious Chu Chun would play such a significant prank on her. Well, can you help me assess how serious the problem is? Chu Chun recalled Ling Zhao mentioning that such inquiries were possible if it were a being of the celestial level. Merely a glance could reveal whether one had successfully shaped their true self. Very well, I shall confirm this. I hope the issue is not overly severe. Ling Zhao glanced helplessly at Chu Chun, signaling him to take a seat. Relax your mind and refrain from resistance. Ling Zhao spoke softly, raising his hand to gently press the curved side of his knuckles against Chu Chen's forehead. Indeed, when I enter the observation, you should be able to sense it. During that time, do not move recklessly. Ling Zhao seemed to suddenly recall something, gazing intently into Chu Chen's eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. Chapter 0053. That sensation, this time I shall certainly remember. Chu Chun was uncertain why Ling Zhao suddenly emphasized this point, yet observing her serious demeanor suggested its significance. He immediately became attentive, making sure not to move. Very well, let us commence. Ling Zhao slowly closed her eyes. Chu Chen followed suit, swiftly returning to his original position. The radiant framework resembling a human form instantaneously illuminated the path of brilliance, and he quietly awaited Ling Zhao's arrival. This delightful surprise was undoubtedly something Ling Zhao was eager to witness. He could feel it. Before long, Chu Chun sensed a gentle stirring within his consciousness, as if something was approaching and influencing him. Do not move, he admonished himself, recalling Ling Zhao's earlier instructions. This was undoubtedly crucial, and he could not allow his carelessness to affect her. Chu Chun concentrated, steadily regaining control over his awareness. At that moment, he gradually perceived a new presence nearby, akin to a soft mist slowly wafting towards him, gentle and unhurried. It must be Ling Zhao's true self cautiously peering at him, he surmised. The mist swayed lightly, seemingly confirming something, before trembling again. Suddenly, the mist thickened rapidly, as if pouring forth endlessly from the void, transforming in a brief moment into the form of a young girl. Although her features were obscured, Chu Chen instantly recognized her figure as Ling Zhao. Once her silhouette solidified, it remained motionless, as if meticulously scrutinizing everything around her. Yes, she was observing everything here. But this was Chu Chen's own body. In that instant, a thought jolted through Chu Chen's mind, causing him to shiver. Am I being exposed? In that fleeting moment, although he managed to keep his consciousness perfectly still, he felt something deep within him stirring, on the verge of breaking free, and the once gentle radiance flared up suddenly. Chu Chun watched as Ling Zhao's form flickered, seemingly pulled by some unseen force, distorting slightly, before gradually drifting towards him. What is happening? He was at a loss, wanting to inquire of Ling Zhao, but unable to utter a sound. As they drew closer, Chu Chun noticed that Ling Zhao's true self had turned away from him, seemingly struggling against something, and the intensity of that struggle was escalating. At this point, even if Chu Chun were oblivious to the situation, he could discern that Ling Zhao was in grave peril. Simultaneously, he realized that his own radiant human framework was equally immobile, as if he had lost control over it. As the distance between them diminished, Chu Chen was horrified to observe that Ling Zhao's white form began to disperse into countless sparkling flecks, fluttering down onto his radiant framework and melding with it. Flee! Chu Chen's consciousness screamed, acutely aware that the issue lay within him. Although he was unaware of its specific nature, yet all was in vain. Despite Chu Chen's urgent anxiety and Ling Zhao's desperate struggle, they continued to draw closer. The white flecks from Ling Zhao's form multiplying. Go! In a burst of determination, Chu Chen finally managed to move one arm of the framework, straining to push towards Ling Zhao's white form, only to find that he inadvertently directed his push toward her rear. At that moment, he did not consider the implications of this misdirection, nor had he forgotten Ling Zhao's instructions. It was merely a primal reaction to the bizarre scene before him. The instant his arm structure made contact with Ling Zhao's white form, an indescribable sensation surged through him, akin to being electrified, tingling yet devoid of pain. Instead imbued with an inexplicable, pure joy, reminiscent of an intimate connection with someone dear, even more unforgettable. Chu Chen's movements ceased. He found himself suddenly able to move again, yet he refrained from advancing towards the white figure. Ling Zhao's white form had abruptly ceased its struggle, trembling as it surged forward. After drifting away, it continued to quiver, pausing momentarily but not looking back, gradually fading until it vanished without a trace. Ling Zhao is gone. Chu Chen remained bewildered by the recent events, pondering briefly before releasing his mind to drift away. Who exactly are you? As Chu Chen opened his eyes, he was met with Ling Zhao's expression of sheer terror, her voice trembling. I am Chu Chen. Ling Zhao, what is the matter? Chu Chen was taken aback. Then tell me what just transpired. Speak quickly. Ling Zhao's voice was raised, her emotions evidently unstable. I felt you slowly manifest, then sensed some tension. And then you flew towards me. Chu Chen could not fathom why Ling Zhao posed such a question and could only recount the events as they unfolded. Was that truly you? How could you, upon initially coalescing your true self, possess the ability to annihilate me? Upon hearing Chu Chen's account, Ling Zhao's gaze softened gradually, though her brow was still furrowed with confusion. Annihilate? I do not understand. Indeed. Fortunately, you pushed me away in the end, and that terrifying power emanating from you dissipated. Otherwise, I would have been unable to converse with you now. Ling Zhao sighed in relief, offering little explanation, but her words carried a tone of gratitude. I still do not comprehend what exactly transpired. Chu Chen pressed for answers. Let me put it this way. The true self you shape possesses some unique abilities, seemingly capable of extinguishing the true selves of others. Such special abilities are typically cultivated over time, although a rare few are born with them. If these events unfolded unbeknownst to you, the only possibility would be that there exists another formidable entity within you. Thankfully, that is not the case. Ling Zhao spoke, a hint of lingering trepidation evident in her tone. Ling Zhao, can you assure me there is no other person? Chu Chen's scalp prickled at the thought. He had spent a considerable amount of time within that statue. Rest assured, I can guarantee that if another were in control, you would have no memory of it. Perhaps sensing Chu Chen's palpable tension, Ling Zhao could not help but chuckle. To be honest, were it not for witnessing your pure transformation right before my eyes, I might even doubt that you truly are a powerful being reborn from the sacred body. I swear I traveled from Earth to Mars, and then inexplicably found myself here. Chu Chen grimaced, raising his right hand, still haunted by Ling Zhao's earlier words. Then why did you, while clearly shaping your true self according to the orthodox method and at such remarkable speed, intentionally deceive me? Ling Zhao appeared somewhat irked. Ahem. I merely intended to play a jest, to surprise you abundantly. Besides, you tricked me previously. Chu Chen admitted awkwardly. A surprise? You startled me. Ling Zhao retorted, her irritation palpable as her brows furrowed. All right, this time I concede my fault. I promise not to deceive you again. Chu Chen, recognizing her expression, could only yield. At that moment, he himself had not realized that in his interactions with Ling Zhao, a semblance of the past with Fan Lianxue was gradually resurfacing. Another time? Ling Zhao's annoyance intensified. Slip of the tongue, purely a slip of the tongue. I meant to say I will certainly not deceive you in the future. Chu Chen hastily corrected himself. That is more like it. Ling Zhao pouted, seemingly satisfied with Chu Qin's response. By the way, why did I feel that electrifying sensation when I pushed you earlier? That sensation was so delightful, almost transcendent. Chu Qin shifted the topic, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, yet forgot the origin of her previous statement. What was that? Ah, you. If you do not understand, it is best not to inquire further. You will comprehend in due time. Ling Zhao suddenly became somewhat hesitant, a faint blush grazing her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin couldn't help but blink in surprise. Her words sounded remarkably familiar. It was reminiscent of the admonitions often heard in childhood from adults, telling children not to ask indiscreet questions, assuring them that they would understand when they grew older. Chapter 54. Living for oneself on the following morning. Before the crow of the celestial rooster could be heard, Chu Qin was roused by the distant howls of wolves. As he and Ling Zhao pushed open the door of their wooden abode, they caught sight of the Snoko brothers, striding with flamboyant, splayed feet as they dashed past. What could they possibly be up to so early? Chu Qin followed their line of sight and noticed two figures emerging from the morning mist, one tall and the other shorter. It was indeed the revered Tianji, accompanied by the elder of the Snoko clan. "Elder, we have missed you dearly," Chu Qin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the imposing Snoko brothers, who were now clinging to an even more formidable old wolfman. The venerable Xuedong from the Arctic tundra. Tianji furrowed his brow as he observed Chu Qin approach, his eyes suddenly alight with recognition as he quickly stepped forward. "I have met the elder." Chu Qin and Ling Zhao bowed respectfully, acknowledging the elder's esteemed rank akin to that of Tianji. Xuedong, towering above the Snoko brothers, regarded Chu Qin with an odd gaze before turning to Tianji, asking, "Who is this?" "Elder, this is Chu Qin, the disciple of the old rooster." Tianji barely managed to interject before Snoko interposed with his introduction. "Smack! You little rascal, how do you speak?" The old wolfman glared fiercely, delivering a sharp slap to Snoko's head. "Ah, yes, indeed. My little disciple." Tianji momentarily faltered, glancing at Chu Qin before cautiously continuing. This disciple of yours is commendable, far superior to my two wolf cubs." The old wolfman praised, baring his teeth in approval. "Indeed, last night I sparred with the little rooster, and I found myself unable to best him." Snoka chimed in once more. "How dare you speak like that? Claiming to be unable to defeat anyone. You've made me lose face." The old wolfman glared at the Snoko brothers, frustration evident in his expression. Enough, Brother Xuedong. They're still young. Let us not be too harsh on them," Tianji interjected diplomatically. "Sigh, among my entire family, these two are the only ones worth considering. If I do not take better care of them, my lineage may very well perish," the old wolfman lamented. "Well, you are still better off than I." Tianji spread his hands, indicating his own lack of resources. "All right, now that I have found them, I shall take my leave. We shall meet again in 3 months at the Sand Clan gathering." The old wolfman bowed farewell to Tianji. "Brother, until we meet again," Snoko called back to Chu Qin as he departed. "You little rascal, you know nothing. That boy is a human, not some little rooster." Only after the 3 wolves had nearly vanished from sight did Chu Qin and the others hear the old wolfman's grumbling voice. "Brother, what I said earlier was truly unavoidable." Tianji's eyes twitched as he glanced at Chu Qin, his gaze somewhat evasive. "It's all right. Let us just explain our relationship this way in the future. By the way, what did the old wolfman want with you?" Chu Qin inquired, dismissing the earlier incident. "Oh, Elder Xuedong possesses a spirit resonance pearl, a remarkable treasure that can perceive exceedingly subtle changes in the external world. Half a year ago, when my elder brother descended, the disturbance was not significant. Only I and that old dragon truly sensed it. However, Xuedong, with his pearl, detected the anomaly. He was initially reluctant to come, but during this Sand Emperor banquet, he took the opportunity to gauge my intentions. Rest assured, I have successfully deceived him," Tianji assured, patting his chest. "Ah, I see. Speaking of the Sand Emperor banquet, I was just about to ask you. After some contemplation, I believe we should indeed attend. Ling Zhao and I will accompany you." Chu Qin recalled his promise to Ling Zhao. "Excellent. I will make the necessary arrangements." Tianji nodded earnestly. After some casual conversation, Tianji took his leave, stating he needed to continue crafting armor for Chu Chun. You conversed quite naturally with the elder today, Ling Zhao remarked with a light chuckle once Tianji had departed. Did I? Chu Chun replied, momentarily taken aback. Of course. Ever since yesterday when the Snoka brothers arrived, you seem to have become more spirited. What is going on? Ling Zhao queried, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it is the benefits brought by the initial formation of my true self, Chu Chun replied uncertainly. I don't think so. I feel as though the you from yesterday is the true you, Ling Zhao asserted, shaking her head. Yesterday was indeed the happiest day since my arrival here. Perhaps it was the Snoka brothers' carefree nature that allowed me to relax, Chu Chun reflected with a hint of nostalgia. In truth, I believe this state suits you well. It embodies the essence of a living being, Ling Zhao mused, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Since I was cast out from my family, I have remained here for 12 years. I now realize that the pursuit of ascendance is merely a part of life. Even if one reaches the highest realms, one must still confront myriad challenges, and that is no different from the lives of ordinary people. In fact, one might even miss out on many delightful experiences. Her words resonated deeply within Chu Chun, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples within his heart. From the moment of his birth, it seemed he had been burdened with a heavy load, striving to live, to learn, to train. All efforts appeared directed towards liberating himself from an invisible shackle, yearning to live as an ordinary person. Yet, this was not the destiny life had bestowed upon him. Rather, the invisible shackles were those he had forged for himself. Why should I live? Chu Chun found himself at a moment of confusion, softly questioning his own existence. For yourself, Ling Zhao whispered. For myself? Yes, for myself. In a fleeting instant, Chu Chun felt the clouds of uncertainty parting, revealing the sun. Clarity surged within him. I shall live for myself. I shall live for myself. I shall live for myself. He shouted joyfully towards the distant mountains. The mountains echoed back his voice, reverberating through the valleys, growing ever more distant, as if the peaks themselves were affirming this seemingly ordinary yet profoundly significant wish, living for oneself, though imbued with a meaning entirely different from before. Ling Zhao turned to gaze at Chu Chun, her eyes suddenly sparkling with a unique brilliance. Amidst the mountains, the venerable Tianji, gliding through the mist, caught a faint echo of someone shouting and nearly stumbled, almost plummeting from the clouds. Which fool is that? Living is not for oneself, but for others? What utter nonsense! He muttered as he gradually drifted away. Chapter 55. Wild man, come here. In the indigenous settlement, Hachimu, who was diligently crafting a spear, curiously glanced in the direction of the wooden house. What does this mean? To live for oneself? No, I live for my people. With a resolute gaze, he resumed his focused work. From today onwards, anyone willing can come together to observe and learn the sacred traditions of our tribe. Soon, this news spread like wildfire among the indigenous people, and in a short time, nearly 2,000 individuals gathered around Hachimu's residence. Indeed, Hachimu is a remarkable talent. In recent years, this tribe has been hindered by Hatu and his companions, mused Ling Zhao and Chu Chun as they strolled over. He has already embarked on his own path. It remains uncertain whether he will succeed. Chu Chun concurred with this sentiment. Shall we take a walk a bit further? Ling Zhao suggested. Certainly. This marked the second occasion Chu Chun and Ling Zhao departed from the indigenous tribe, wandering amidst the ancient forest. Reflecting on the not-so-distant past when Chu Chun was dragged by Ling Zhao to flee in this wild expanse, they exchanged a knowing smile. Had we not been captured by Ha Tong that day, who knows where we would be now? Ling Zhao reminisced as he surveyed the familiar scenery. Just a few days have passed. I imagine we haven't traveled far, perhaps still hiding in some tree hollow from wild beasts, Chu Chun chuckled. But I suspect the greater likelihood is that I have been recaptured by the gray serpent, and you have already been swallowed whole. Ling Zhao teased, making a face at Chu Chun. Not necessarily. Perhaps upon seeing me, the gray serpent would be weeping and begging me to take it as my subordinate. You are mistaken. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, you cannot recruit the gray serpent as your subordinate. Oh, why is that? Because the gray serpent is actually an old hag. Huh? What? It's female? Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Perhaps she would be eager to warm your bed. Oh, mysterious one. Ah, please, Ling Zhao, don't disgust me. Their cheerful laughter echoed through the tranquil forest, growing fainter with distance. Chu Chun felt no concern at that moment. After a brief exchange with the werewolf Shueku, he had gained confidence in his current strength. Here, unless he encountered beings like the gray serpent or the furious ape, he believed he could protect both himself and Ling Zhao from harm. Such formidable creatures possessed clear territorial boundaries and would never intrude upon another's domain. I truly look forward to attending the Tsar's grand feast soon. Ling Zhao seemed to recall her kin. It won't be long now, just a couple of months. Chu Chen reassured her. By the way, you mentioned wanting to find something useful aside from gathering intelligence. What is it? Well, it's a tiny creature called the spirit worm. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment before speaking, describing it as resembling an ordinary earthworm, but entirely golden in hue, leading some to call it a golden worm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice its surface covered in fine, golden hairs. Spirit worm. Can this assist you in breaking the bloodline seal? Chu Chun noted this down, voicing his speculation. Not exactly, but your guess is quite close. Ling Zhao met Chu Chun's gaze, understanding that he genuinely wished to help her, thus feeling it necessary to clarify many things. I've mentioned before that my bloodline is sealed by my father. However, at a certain cost, I can break this seal myself, and I have been striving for this for at least 7 or 8 years. I can sense that as long as I desire, it won't be long before I can break free. Ling Zhao leaned against an ancient tree with a sigh. Yet, I hesitate to do so lightly, for I am completely unaware of the circumstances outside. I do not understand why Uncle Amon has not returned after 10 years. Nor do I know the whereabouts of my parents and other tribespeople. If there are still those who have not given up on hunting my tribe, once I break free, they could easily track me down through bloodline sensing. The spirit worm, being a creature that thrives on the essence of bloodlines, would significantly obscure my bloodline's aura, thus ensuring my safety. Ling Zhao laid bare her intentions. Can you truly ascertain that this method is effective? Chu Chen asked, a hint of concern in his voice. He was uncertain of the adversary's strength, but from the subtle hints Ling Zhao had dropped over the past days, it was clear they were dealing with formidable forces. Could a mere worm truly suffice to evade their search? Every life possesses its own marvels. The cosmos is vast, and countless beings evade powerful foes. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous little worm serves as their lifeline. Many owe their survival to it. Ling Zhao gazed upwards through the leafy canopy towards the sky. If the power disparity is too great, even proximity might not guarantee detection. This is something I heard from my father. However, the conditions for the spirit worm's hatching and growth are extremely rigorous. It is said that the eggs must lie dormant beneath the sand for a century. And once hatched, the larvae must immediately consume essence blood to survive, nourishing for about 100 years before transforming into a true golden adult. Ling Zhao elucidated for Chu Chun. That sounds incredibly difficult to find. Chu Chun remarked, clicking his tongue. Let us just say we'll have to try our luck. Ling Zhao said wistfully, aware that such a treasure was indeed rare. If necessary, we shall remain within the Tsar's territory a bit longer, hoping to uncover some clues. Chu Chun naturally patted the girl's shoulder, offering a measure of comfort. Enough of that. I am quite curious about how you and that Shueku fellow became friends that night. Ling Zhao, wishing to divert the conversation, quickly shifted topics. Well, actually, the first time I encountered the werewolf, I was just as intrigued. Your homeland has tales of such races as well. Not just that. I've long wanted to ask you, in your understanding, is there such a figure as the Buddha? Or the god Zeus? No, I've never heard of them. The universe is vast, and the realms of many top-tier beings are quite limited. Then, where are the boundaries of this universe? Has anyone ventured there? This, I genuinely do not know. As Chu Chun and Ling Zhao conversed under the grand tree, their dialogue grew more animated and meandering, unaware that dusk had fallen around them. Hey, you two wildlings, come here. Just as they prepared to conclude their discussion and return, a haughty voice rang out from nearby. Who? Chu Chun abruptly looked up. He beheld a young man clad in a pristine blue robe, standing under another grand tree, gazing at them with an air of arrogance. To Chu Chun's astonishment, He had no idea how long the young man had been standing there. Though the young man's words were quite rude, Chu Chun was uncertain of his origins or intentions and did not wish to provoke a conflict recklessly. He pulled Ling Zhao to her feet and approached, asking, "Are you calling us?" "Of course. Are there others here?" The young man seemed displeased with Chu Chun's demeanor and immediately began to berate him. "You." Chu Chun was about to respond when he felt a gentle kick at his heel from Ling Zhao, causing his gaze to drop. In that instant, his pupils constricted. The young man appeared to be standing naturally, yet his feet did not rest on solid ground, merely poised upon the grass, suspended in a half-airborne state. A chill crept down Chu Chun's spine. This was undoubtedly someone he and Ling Zhao could not afford to provoke. Chapter 0056. Transformation, what do you want? The young man spoke coldly, regarding the two like mere ants. "I am in a rather good mood today. Answer a few questions honestly, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, you may remain here forever. What is it that you wish to inquire?" Chu Chun, aware of the vast disparity between them, suppressed his anger and responded, "I believe you are the branch of the human race that sought refuge here over a century ago. Some years back, a man arrived with a little girl and stayed with you, correct?" The young man asked. "Indeed," Chu Chun replied, furrowing his brow, uncertain of the young man's intentions but reluctant to provoke him further, fearing for Ling Zhao's safety. "I've heard that man left 10 years ago and has not returned. Is that true?" The young man pressed. "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Chu Chun hesitated before answering truthfully. "Do not ask so many questions. Just respond." The young man snapped. "Now, tell me, is that little girl still among your people?" Chu Chun's heart raced at the implication. The young man was after Ling Zhao? His hands clenched beneath the animal hide. "Answer me." The young man's voice rose sharply when Chu Chun remained silent. "Why, yes, she is still here," Chu Chun stammered. But before he could speak, Ling Zhao interjected, "She is truly here. Yes." "Wonderful," the young man exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "Are you looking for that girl?" Ling Zhao asked, curiosity evident in her voice. "This is of no concern to you. Today, you are fortunate, but, The young man's demeanor shifted as his gaze fell upon Ling Zhao, his eyes sparkling with newfound interest. "How unexpected. A mere fallen human tribe possesses such a gem. You, come here and follow me." "What do you intend to do?" Chu Chun exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Ling Zhao. "How tiresome. Step aside," the young man commanded. And with a wave of his hand, Chu Chun was struck by an immense force and hurled against a tree several meters away. "Chu Chun," Ling Zhao cried, rushing toward him. "Thinking of fleeing? Come here." The young man beckoned with a raised hand, and in that moment, Ling Zhao appeared ensnared by an invisible force, floating helplessly towards him despite her desperate struggles. "Let her go, you scoundrel!" Chu Chun shouted, horrified, realizing the young man's intention to abduct Ling Zhao. He sprang into action, channeling all his speed as he charged toward the young man. "Do you seek death? Very well, I shall grant you that," the young man sneered, raising his hand to meet Chu Chun's approach. Chu Chun felt his body lifted as if weightless, a vice-like grip constricting his chest, the pressure causing his bones to creak, blood rushing to his face, turning it a deep shade of purple. In an instant, the young man disregarded all resistance, effortlessly binding both Chu Chun and Ling Zhao in midair, rendering them utterly immobile. With a contemptuous gaze, he regarded Chu Chun. "I had considered sparing your life, but since you do not cherish it, do not blame me for what follows." Who are you? What do you want?" Chu Chun gasped, struggling against the invisible bonds, unwilling to accept the terrifying reality of the situation. "Who am I? Allow me to enlighten you. I am Lu Qing, the eldest son of the Deer King. I have trained under the venerable master of Qian Mountain since childhood. 12 years ago, my younger brother was slain by humans. His death mattered little to me. But that father-daughter pair humiliated my father, forcing him to bow his head in disgrace. Now that I have returned, should I not seek retribution?" The young man articulated with a calm demeanor. "So you are the son of the Deer King. Are you not afraid of the great Jinji?" Chu Chun, bound by the unseen force, found it increasingly difficult to breathe, desperately attempting to invoke the name of the great Jinji to deter the young man. "The old rooster? I certainly do not wish to provoke him, but at this moment, He is likely occupied, enjoying tea with my father, leaving him no time to intervene. Once I complete my task, who would know it was I who acted? Lu Qing replied with a mocking smile. You are despicable. Chu Chen's heart sank. If Lu Qing spoke the truth, then they were indeed trapped without hope. He gasped for breath, unable to contain his anger any longer. You are still alive? Then allow me to send you on your way. Lu Qing, both surprised and enraged, reached out with his right hand, clutching Chu Chen's throat. Chu Chun. Ling Zhao, suspended in midair, turned to see the scene and gasped in horror. She hastily grasped her hair, her delicate fingers trembling as they clutched the golden hairpin atop her head. Chu Chun felt excruciating pain as Lu Qing tightened his grip, nearly snapping his neck. He flailed his arms, desperately trying to reach for his energy gun, but instead, his fingers brushed against the bone claw at his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized it and plunged it into Lu Qing's arm with all his might. Oh, you dare to harm me! Lu Qing exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his arm. His anger flaring, he raised his left hand, glowing with white light, and struck Chu Chen's hand with a resounding slap. Ah! Chu Chen cried out, the pain radiating from his hand as though his bones were being shattered. In that instant, however, Lu Qing's expression shifted to one of horror as he slowly lowered his gaze to his right arm. Chu Chun felt a sudden release, plummeting to the ground with a thud, while Ling Zhao fell beside him, coughing violently. Clutching his agonized right hand, Chu Chun looked quizzically at Lu Qing, bewildered by the sudden release. What is this? Lu Qing's face paled as he pointed at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with terror. Chu Chen noticed with astonishment that Lu Qing's fingers had become unnaturally shriveled, unlike before. Even his face appeared to be changing. The once arrogant Lu Qing seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, growing increasingly emaciated until, ultimately, he appeared as nothing more than a flat skin draped over a blue robe, slowly descending to the ground. In mere moments, Lu Qing transformed into a lifeless skin, devoid of any sound, as Chu Chun watched in shock. Cough, cough. Stop sitting there in a daze. Quickly collect this skin. Cough. We must find a place to hide, or we will face great trouble. Ling Zhao, clutching her chest and coughing, staggered towards him. Understood. Chu Chen replied, his skin crawling as he bundled Lu Qing into a small roll and retrieved the bone claw from the grass, stashing it away in his waist pouch. He turned to Ling Zhao. What shall we do now? To the Holy Lake. Ling Zhao seemed to have already devised a plan. Chapter 0057. The division of spoils. What on earth is happening with Lu Qing? As Chu Chun raced alongside Ling Zhao towards the Holy Lake, he voiced his inner turmoil. It is the bone claw of the Golden Lawn. Ling Zhao replied, explaining that the Golden Lawn possesses a unique ability to absorb the blood and flesh of other beings. Lu Qing must have inadvertently triggered the residual power of the claw. This is extraordinarily terrifying. Chu Chun was aghast, never anticipating the true horror of that claw. The thought that it remained within the leather pouch at his waist sent chills down his spine. After all, it was the very instrument that had abruptly claimed a living person's life before his eyes in such a bizarre manner. Chu Chen found it difficult to come to terms with it, and momentarily, he felt as if his mind had short-circuited. However, reflecting on the fact that had it not been for this unfortunate accident, he might have met his own demise at Lu Qing's hands, and Ling Zhao's fate would not have been any better, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Lu Qing's death could be viewed as a form of indirect suicide. This was the only way he could console himself. By the Holy Lake, Ling Zhao discovered the roasted fish left by the Shueku brothers several days prior. She tore off a substantial piece of fish, wrapped it in Lu Qing's remains, secured it tightly, and handed it to Chu Chun, instructing him to throw it into the center of the lake, as far as possible. All right. Chu Chun grasped the parcel and prepared to hurl it into the water like a shot put. Wait. As he tightened his grip, he suddenly felt something hard. Turning his head, he noticed a finely crafted leather bag partially protruding from his green robe. He casually yanked the leather bag off and tossed it to Ling Zhao, suggesting she inspect its contents for potential use. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement as she caught it, nearly forgetting about it. Thankfully, you spotted it. With a flick of her wrist, the exquisite leather bag spilled forth a collection of trinkets. Without a moment's hesitation, she stuffed them into her waist pouch, tossing the empty bag back to Chu Chun, insisting it was best discarded. Chu Chun shoved the empty bag back into his robe and, summoning all his strength, hurled Lu Qing's remains far into the distance, where it landed with a splashing thud upon the lake's surface. Soon after, bubbles began to rise on the water's surface beneath the starlit sky, and a shadow of a large black fish leapt from the depths, engulfing Lu Qing in one swift motion before plunging back into the depths, disappearing from sight. That should suffice. Let's head back, Ling Zhao remarked, clapping her hands and exhaling deeply. Although we have erased all evidence, the Deer King is undoubtedly aware of Lu Qing's fate. I wonder if this will stir any further trouble. Inside the wooden cabin, Ling Zhao sat on a blanket, her brow furrowed in thought. Perhaps we can only rely on Tianji now. Chu Chen shared her concerns. He had been apprehensive since Lu Qing's demise. We must be cautious from here on. Ling Zhao sighed, acknowledging that this incident had originated from her actions. Can you discern Lu Qing's realm? Chu Chen suddenly recalled Lu Qing standing upon the blades of grass earlier and felt a twinge of envy. Speaking of which, Lu Qing was indeed a talent. He appeared quite young, yet achieving such a feat is no small accomplishment. Based on his previous performance, I estimate he must have reached the pinnacle of purity, having just stepped half a foot into the realm of container. Otherwise, the grass beneath him would not have bent. Ling Zhao stated, her tone lacking enthusiasm. When will I be able to achieve that? Chu Chen inquired, now intrigued. You? Well, that is hard to say, Ling Zhao replied, glancing at Chu Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. She truly could not provide an answer, as Chu Chen's current performance had shattered her previous understanding. He had already attained a state of purity without fully realizing the self, coupled with a night of observation and 3 days of assessing his bones. During his first observation of the bloodline, he had already formed a basic structure throughout his body. This was simply unheard of. If he continued at this alarming pace, it was not out of the question that he might begin advancing into the realm of container within half a year. Regardless, you should follow the steps I previously outlined and proceed gradually. The journey of life advancement requires diligence, but must not be rushed, nor should one rely on external forces, such as that bone claw. Ling Zhao advised Chu Chen, imparting the principles that had been instilled in her since childhood by her clan's elders. I understand your point. After all, external forces are merely a means of assistance. Only by strengthening oneself is the foundation truly established. Chu Chen nodded, though he still grasped only a vague understanding of the path of life advancement. He could comprehend some of its key aspects. By the way, what was in that leather bag? I noticed you poured out a multitude of items. Chu Chen suddenly recalled, his curiosity piqued. You'd be surprised. That fellow had quite a few treasures. Ling Zhao giggled, her expression blossoming with delight. With that, she retrieved her pouch and, with a flourish, emptied a collection of small items onto the ground. This is... Chu Chen stood in astonishment. Among several jars, bottles, and assorted debris, one particularly captivating object caught his eye, a green crystal about the size of a jujube rolling nearby. Though this essence crystal is not as impressive as the one from the previous gray flood dragon, it is still usable. Ling Zhao smiled as she placed the green crystal into Chu Chen's hand. These are refined medicinal pills. The girl lifted several small white bottles, scrutinizing the inscriptions. This one appears to be for healing external injuries. This one should aid in accelerating the absorption of essence. This one seems a bit strange. I'm not quite sure. Let us set it aside for now. This is a sweatbone stone. This is a dark ink. This is a weak gold. These are all materials necessary for refining artifacts. Ling Zhao continued, examining the collection of small stones one by one. Are these 2 toys also treasures? Chu Chen asked, staring at the lone crimson feather and the 3-inch-long purple toy sword on the ground, utterly bewildered. These are indeed treasures, Ling Zhao remarked, admiring the red feather. It likely belongs to a venerable elder of the realm of container. It holds great utility. Here, take it. She handed the red feather to Chu Chen, her admiration evident. Venerable feather? Isn't this just an ordinary bird feather? Chu Chen scratched his head in confusion. You really know nothing. Ling Zhao rolled her eyes at him. A venerable feather is a unique feather possessed by avian creatures. They are quite rare, typically no more than 10 or 8 at most. Doesn't that make it valuable? What use could it possibly have? How do I utilize it? Chu Chun inquired, perplexed as he held the light feather. Don't worry. Once you achieve the state of true self, you will be able to wield it effortlessly, and I will explain it to you then. Ling Zhao, at that moment, was examining the purple toy sword with a sense of fondness. What about this little toy? Chu Chun leaned in, finding the craftsmanship of the small sword quite exquisite, though he could discern nothing more. This is no mere toy. Allow me to show you its true form. Ling Zhao cradled the purple toy sword in one hand, slowly closing her eyes as if in contemplation. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips. Watch closely. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a brilliant purple radiance shimmered, and in an instant, the small sword was transformed into a gleaming short sword, exuding a chilling light. The short sword measured about 3 feet in length, its blade slightly translucent yet remarkably sharp, adorned with a colorful tassel that danced gracefully at the hilt, creating an aesthetically pleasing sight. This is a transformation. Chu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been immensely curious about Ling Zhao's previous transformation of the Grand Cauldron, and witnessing a similar spectacle now only intensified his yearning. If everything could transform in such a manner, he stroked his chin, lost in a realm of boundless imagination. You're overthinking it. Not everything can change at will. Only those that have been refined can undergo such transformations. Ling Zhao cast a sidelong glance at Chu Chun, pulling him back to reality with a single remark. This sword belongs to me. With another flick of her wrist, the short sword reverted to its miniature form, which she gleefully tucked away along with the jars and stones. Chapter 0058. A shave. How did I suddenly discover your obsession with wealth? Chu Chun remarked as he watched Ling Zhao sweep a multitude of items into her bag, unable to restrain his curiosity. What obsession with wealth? I am currently destitute, with nothing to my name. Is it not prudent to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate a dowry? Ling Zhao replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. That is puzzling. If your family is indeed affluent and your uncle A Meng so formidable, why has he not bequeathed you anything of worth? Even something for self-defense in perilous times would suffice. Chu Chin pondered, struggling to comprehend. Alas, I departed in haste and left all my belongings behind. Later, Uncle A Meng did provide me with some items, but they were beyond my grasp, so I left them with him. When he departed, he took everything with him. Perhaps he too did not anticipate that he would never return. Ling Zhao mused, idly adjusting her delicate golden hairpin. Thus, I must rely on myself now. She continued, slowly settling down and casting a profound glance at Chu Chun, adding, of course, there is also you. I apologize, Ling Zhao. It was not my intention to bring up such matters. In truth, I have long considered that my life is a gift from you. As long as it is within my power, I would gladly brave any danger. Chu Chun observed the sudden shift in the girl's demeanor, feeling a pang of regret for his words. Thank you for saying that. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would often reflect on these matters. To be honest, ever since you arrived, I have found myself contemplating these issues less frequently, Ling Zhao replied, her spirits lifted once more. From a psychological perspective, that is indeed the case. Sometimes, harboring thoughts within can be quite burdensome. When shared, such pressures tend to dissipate, and you are a prime example of this, Chu Chun stated earnestly. That sounds quite reasonable. What exactly is this psychology you speak of? Do enlighten me, Ling Zhao inquired, intrigued. Oh, that topic is rather complex. In essence, it is a discipline dedicated to understanding the mental activities of others, Chu Chun confessed, feeling slightly awkward. He had studied psychology during his university years, but only at a superficial level, and struggled to articulate anything profound. I see. It appears that your kind is not entirely lacking in merit, Ling Zhao mused thoughtfully. Perhaps that is a fair assessment. Chu Chun conceded, although he found it difficult to make precise comparisons. Earth's civilization indeed possessed advantages, including a well-ordered society and greater equity in life, though this was primarily true for humans and not necessarily for animals. Regardless, you are here now. And you must choose a path that better suits you moving forward, Ling Zhao commented, withholding judgment on the merits of Earth civilization. In fact, the road ahead should not pose great difficulty for you. Provided you are not overly impatient, the dangers should be minimal, Ling Zhao continued. Though this applies only to the phase of true self-discovery. I understand. A delicate line of luminous brilliance traced out a perfect human form, akin to a constellation, connecting Ling Zhao's celestial spine to the four poles. Chu Chun was deep in thought at that moment. Ling Zhao had previously presented him with two paths. One was conventional, based on the observation of bones, expanding outward from the existing skeletal structure, encompassing the internal organs, muscles, and skin, a relatively secure approach. The other path involved expanding directly from the celestial spine downward, which, while faster, lacked the foundational support akin to bone observation and could easily lead to discrepancies in expansion. A misstep could result in significant flaws in the final manifestation of the true self. Fewer individuals chose this latter path, yet many had succeeded. Chu Chen certainly hoped for quicker advancement and greater strength in the future. Moreover, he felt this path resonated more with him, as his understanding of self was informed not only by bone observation, but also by knowledge gleaned from Earth. Thus, he chose the latter. At the celestial spine, countless colossal cells coalesced, emanating a gentle glow. At that moment, this light rippled outward from the center in expanding waves, leaving no detail overlooked. From Chu Chen's perspective, this process felt exceedingly rapid, yet he was aware that, in reality, it was quite slow. He had nearly concluded that this method of true self-cultivation, when viewed through a quasi-scientific lens, involved consciousness expanding and transmitting among bodily cells, allowing awareness to attach itself to every cell in the body, thereby endowing consciousness with a corporeal vessel. This realm of spiritual domain had never been addressed in Earth's scientific discourse. It was well known that the scientific community had yet to define human consciousness clearly. No one understood what consciousness truly was, how it existed, or how it operated. Many still perceived consciousness as akin to the continuous code running within a computer's memory, vanishing entirely upon shutdown. Although Chu Chun could not yet elucidate all of this, the fundamental framework was beginning to take shape. Since the aim was to anchor consciousness to the bodily cells, a profound level of self-awareness was essential, which should encapsulate the essence of bone observation. However, for him, bone observation was merely an embellishment. The knowledge of human anatomy acquired on Earth played a pivotal role. This seemingly swift advancement paled in comparison to the vast number of trillions of cells in the human body, yet this process could not be expedited further. Chu Chun sensed that the transmission of consciousness among the cells required time. With this thought, Chu Chen's mind grew increasingly tranquil, an assurance of mastery overall. As the radiant structure of awareness shone even brighter, a sudden clarity began to blossom within Chu Chen's consciousness. Perhaps this world was not as mysterious as he had once imagined. At long last, the celestial spine's structural framework was complete. Chu Chun felt a hint of fatigue within his consciousness, and thus, calmly withdrew his focus. I say, could you be a bit more reliable during your cultivation sessions? You keep disappearing for 2 or 3 days at a time. It's quite alarming. Chu Chun opened his eyes to find Ling Zhao looking at him with an expression of exasperation. Did I exceed my time again? Chu Chun awkwardly rubbed his chin, only to notice it felt somewhat fuzzy. Do you not realize today marks the 4th day? Had I not observed that the essence crystal appeared undisturbed, I would have risked waking you myself. Ling Zhao sighed, her demeanor one of resigned despair. But I truly had no idea time passed so swiftly. Chu Chun admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt, realizing Ling Zhao must have remained vigilantly by his side in the cabin these past few days. Fortunately, you awoke in time. Otherwise, we could have encountered trouble, Ling Zhao remarked. What has happened? Chu Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Earlier today, the esteemed Tianji visited and cautioned us to be especially vigilant these next few days in our dealings with the Hachamu clan, advising us not to stray from this area. The reason being, the Deer King has discovered the disappearance of Lu Qing. Ling Zhao's gaze grew serious. After much contemplation, I decided to inform the esteemed Tianji about Lu Qing, though I omitted the details regarding the bone claw, merely stating that you had utilized some contingency measures to eliminate Lu Qing. It is beneficial for the esteemed Tianji to be aware, as it may prompt additional precautions. Now we must see how the Deer King responds. Chu Qin nodded in agreement with Ling Zhao's decision. By the way, may I borrow your small sword? Chu Qin suddenly asked. Huh? What do you need that for? Ling Zhao was taken aback by the abrupt change in topic, looking at Chu Qin with a puzzled expression. Oh, I just need to shave. Chapter 0059. The old deer learns a lesson. Shave. Shave your beard? Ling Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. What is the fuss about shaving a beard? Chu Chun replied, exasperated, as he reached out towards the girl. Fine, but make sure to clean it up afterwards. Ultimately, Ling Zhao reluctantly retrieved the small purple sword. With a swift motion, the sword glided effortlessly across his cheeks and chin, leaving them impeccably smooth. This sword is remarkably sharp. How about I trade it for that feather? Chu Chun said, a hint of reluctance in his tone while holding the small sword. No way. Not trading. Ling Zhao seemed a bit flustered, snatching the sword back and stowing it away in his pouch. All right, perhaps next time, Chu Chun conceded, shaking his head. You seem a bit different, Ling Zhao observed, casting a peculiar glance at Chu Chun. Different? In what way? Chu Chun paused, stroking his smooth chin. I can't quite articulate it, but it feels as if you've let go of something inside and discovered a sense of purpose in living. Ling Zhao pondered with a tilted head. Perhaps that's it, Chu Chun finally responded after a moment of silence. Since encountering the Shuaku brothers, he had relaxed after 6 months of tension. Ling Zhao's words had awakened him to the realization that he needed to live for himself. This moment of choosing during the bloodline observation had granted him an inkling of understanding about this world. His mindset had indeed transformed. Ling Zhao's insight allowed him to recognize his own changes. I think this is wonderful, Chu Chun declared. I share that sentiment. Ling Zhao nodded, and they exchanged a smile. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the ground, accompanied by a thundering crash. Is that an earthquake? Chu Chun exclaimed in surprise. No, it must be the Deer King, Ling Zhao shouted as he dashed outside. Chu Chun, awestruck, stepped out of the wooden hut, and his eyes widened at the sight of a colossal reindeer towering nearly 100 meters high. The creature had a single antler, measuring over 20 meters, protruding from the left side of its head, while the right was broken off at the base, creating an odd appearance. The giant reindeer loomed near the indigenous people's settlement, with ancient trees nearby that barely reached its chest height. This was Chu Chun's first encounter with the Deer King, and the overwhelming visual impact of witnessing a true powerhouse up close was unparalleled. Tianji, you will answer to me, or I shall raze these human settlements to the ground. The Deer King's bellow echoed thunderously. With a mighty stomp of its front hoof, thicker than the ancient trees, the ground shattered, sending dust and debris into the air, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and shed their leaves. The indigenous people gasped in terror, many fleeing in panic. Yet it seemed they were trapped by an invisible barrier preventing their escape. Deer King, what do you intend? Finally, the furious voice of the great master Tianji resonated as his massive form appeared not far off, confronting the Deer King. Do not feign ignorance, Tianji. My son, Lu Qing, vanished within your territory days ago. You must provide me with an explanation. The Deer King's voice reverberated through the mountains. How absurd. Just days ago, you were here drinking tea with me. When did you see me leave? I wonder, what was your son doing sneaking about in my territory? The great master Tianji retorted defiantly. He was merely passing through. The Deer King stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. If he was merely passing through, then he must have gone where he intended. Why come here to raise a ruckus? The great master Tianji countered. I'll tell you this. My son intended to visit this human tribe. His absence is suspicious, so who else could I turn to for answers? The Deer King's words revealed his true intentions. Oh, this is intriguing. While I want to delve into his purpose for coming here, you recently boasted about your eldest son, Lu Qing, having achieved the unblemished stage at the tender age of 30. Do you truly believe this small human tribe harbors a master of the unblemished stage who could best him? You need only look around to see if such a person exists. The great master Tianji scoffed. You pompous rooster. How am I to know whether you have hidden some means here? The Deer King, feeling cornered, grew increasingly enraged. Humph! Your son, Lu Qing, stealthily entered my territory. Not only have I never seen him, but if I had, perhaps I would have taken him for myself. The great Master Tianji, feeling provoked by the Deer King's insults, began to seethe. Are you admitting to something? Speak. Where's my son? The Deer King, anxious for his son's safety, became agitated. Old dear, why the rush? I merely stated a hypothetical. Let me assure you, with my 3,000 years of cultivation, I have neither seen nor harmed him. The great Master Tianji shot a glance at the restless Deer King, fully aware of the situation regarding Lu Qing and deftly controlling the unfolding events. Do you dare to assert that you know nothing about my son? Do you dare to swear? The Deer King hesitated, taken aback by the great Master Tianji's boldness. Yet his urgency still left him with doubts. Deer King, we have both embarked on the path of advancement. How can we swear so lightly? Such acts could damage our Tao heart. Your demands are excessive. The great Master Tianji's voice rose sharply, clearly indicating that the Deer King had crossed a line. I am not forcing you. This concerns my son's life and death. I must be cautious. The Deer King roared, unwilling to show weakness. Deer King, it seems you are determined to challenge me. Very well, I had gained some insights when I defeated that gray flood dragon, and today I shall test them on you. The great Master Tianji appeared to be both furious and amused, his aura surging. What? The flood dragon is dead? Wasn't she supposed to have fled? The Deer King gasped, filled with uncertainty. Not long ago, the tumultuous battle between the great Master Tianji and the gray flood dragon had reverberated even to the Deer King's far-off territory. He had sensed the formidable strength of his old neighbor and had been taken aback by his underestimation of him. Seeing that recent arrival of the flood dragon, who had previously slain the stone fish master, he was aware of her terrifying power. Now, hearing that the great Master Tianji claimed to have slain her was a monumental revelation, as it implied an incredible disparity in strength. The Deer King's heart raced with trepidation. Flee. That depends on whether she could escape. The great Master Tianji sneered, raising his hand to reveal a nearly 100-meter-long strip of dragon skin. That's dragon skin? The Deer King's single horn trembled, his composure faltering. Great Master, misunderstandings abound. I was merely anxious about my son's whereabouts and harbored no intentions of conflict. It was my folly. The Deer King's tone shifted abruptly, now tinged with genuine apprehension. Deer King, I understand your feelings and hope you find your son. However, one must not act in haste, for that could lead to greater harm. Though there is currently no news of Lu Qing, it is quite possible that he simply had urgent matters elsewhere and will return in a few days. The great Master Tianji, clearly reluctant to engage in actual conflict, waved his hand to retract the dragon skin, slightly tempering his aura. Indeed, your words are wise. Old Deer has learned from you. I shall visit my old friend the monkey shortly. The Stag King's 4 legs trembled slightly, secretly relieved that the temperament of this magnificent rooster was not overly irascible. Chapter 60. The escape. Recently, I have been keeping a watchful eye on this vicinity. Should there be any news regarding your son, I shall ensure that someone informs you. The esteemed Tianji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, immediately providing a way out. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Tianji. This endeavor was indeed reckless, and I hope you can be forgiving. The Deer King transformed into a burly figure with a thick beard, landing before the esteemed Tianji and clasping his hands in respect. We are old friends, so there is no need for pleasantries. The esteemed Tianji, reverting to the guise of a lecherous old man, waved his hand dismissively. Then, I shall take my leave. The Deer King dared not linger any longer, swiftly departing with his tail tucked between his legs. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known that this old rooster was so formidable, he would not have come so hastily. Nor would he have considered venting his frustrations on the daughter of that man from years past, especially now that Deer Qing had inexplicably vanished, leaving him in utter disgrace. Where could that little rascal have gone? The indigenous people of Hachimu erupted in cheers as they witnessed the Deer King's departure, ultimately expressing their gratitude to the esteemed Tianji for rescuing them from a dire situation. The esteemed Tianji waved his hand to disperse the crowd. then entered a wooden hut alongside Chu Chun and Ling Zhao. Brother, the matter of Dear Qing has been settled, so you need not worry. In this wild expanse of the South Pole, I still hold some influence, perhaps bolstered by his recent encounter with the Dear King. The esteemed Tianji spoke with a hint of pride. Indeed, you handled that situation quite well. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Brother, I actually have another request. The esteemed Tianji suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. Oh, a request? Chu Chun was taken aback, unsure of what the esteemed Tianji intended to convey. Well, to be frank, I have been stuck at the container origin stage for over 2,000 years. However, as a solitary cultivator without familial support or any formidable backing, despite my continuous efforts, I have been unable to break through. The esteemed Tianji's face turned somber, and his demeanor suggested sincerity. So that is the case. Chu Chen's heart sank upon hearing this, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, and he could only respond with a vague remark. The esteemed Tianji had presented himself with a monumental challenge. The realm he aspired to transcend was akin to a celestial body in Chu Chen's eyes. He had never even encountered such an existence, let alone offer guidance. Was he jesting? Originally, I did not wish to trouble you, brother. But after the Dear King's recent commotion, I find myself concerned. After all, during the Emperor of Sand's banquet, many powerful cultivators from the surrounding regions will be present. Should any complications arise, it could indeed pose a significant issue. Thus, I was hoping you might provide some guidance that could enable me to break through within the next few months, thereby ensuring a smoother experience at the banquet. The esteemed Tianji gazed at Chu Chen with eager anticipation, revealing his true intentions. Ahem, dear brother, this matter is not insurmountable. Yet neither is it something that can be resolved with mere words. Chu Chun felt a silent pang of distress as his thoughts raced. Struggling to devise an appropriate response to the esteemed Tianji's predicament, he discreetly glanced at Ling Zhao, only to find her equally dumbfounded, as if she had not anticipated the esteemed Tianji's sudden request. Oh, does my brother have a solution? Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to give it a try. The esteemed Tianji's eyes lit up with excitement at Chu Chen's words. Well, there is a saying that one must treat the ailment with the appropriate remedy, which implies that to solve a problem, one must understand its root cause. Therefore, consider what has primarily hindered your breakthrough over the years, and I shall help analyze it. Chu Chen found himself at a loss for time, desperately trying to delay the conversation. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to cleverly dismiss the esteemed Tianji, intending to confer with Ling Zhao about their escape as soon as the esteemed Tianji departed. He had already prepared for a hasty retreat, after all. If no practical solution emerged, the esteemed Tianji would undoubtedly uncover his masquerade, leaving him trapped in a dire situation. Treating the ailment? In truth, I have discussed this issue with fellow cultivators over the years. While I cannot claim to have reached the pinnacle of absorbing and condensing the spiritual essence from the world above, few can rival my efforts. However, each time I attempt to harness the cosmic power, I am met with excruciating pain. 700 years prior, I once forced myself to endure, resulting in severe injury that took over a century to recover from. Since then, I have refrained from making such attempts. The esteemed Tianji pondered for a moment, genuinely beginning to articulate the bottleneck he faced. I see. Do not fret, brother. The path to ascension requires steady progress. One must not be complacent, nor overly zealous. The best breakthroughs occur when the time is ripe. Have you ever heard the adage, great things come from accumulated efforts? Chu Chen strove to maintain his composure, resembling a charlatan as he recounted the principles Ling Zhao had instilled in him, embellishing them further. I have not heard of this. Could you elaborate? Although the esteemed Tianji yearned for immediate guidance on how to break through, he found Chu Chen's words somewhat enlightening. The essence of great things come from accumulated efforts lies in establishing a solid foundation before attempting to ascend to a higher realm. You must do everything possible to excel in your current state, which will serve as the basis for your next breakthrough. Therefore, I must commend you, despite your prolonged stagnation. You have cultivated your container origin stage to remarkable perfection. Once you do break through, you will soar to unprecedented heights. Chu Chen spoke earnestly. Is there truly such an advantage? The esteemed Tianji's eyes widened with delight, detecting the evident praise in Chu Chen's words. Here is my suggestion. Return home for now. And tomorrow, come find me. I shall contemplate this matter tonight and devise the most prudent approach, aiming to help you cross the threshold of the cosmic realm in the shortest time possible. Chu Chen interrupted the esteemed Tianji, confidently asserting his stance. He did not afford the esteemed Tianji any opportunity to pose further inquiries, maintaining control over the conversation's tempo, as he had done earlier with the dear king. He painted a promising picture, elevating the esteemed Tianji's spirits before preparing to make his exit. Chu Chen's objective was simple. He desired the esteemed Tianji to depart with a joyful heart, leaving him free to consider the next course of action. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your time today, brother. I will return tomorrow for further guidance. Despite his intense eagerness, the esteemed Tianji complied with Chu Chen's wishes, as thoughts of a prudent strategy and a shortened timeline made his heart race with anticipation. He had long awaited the day of his breakthrough. The esteemed Tianji departed with utmost respect, buoyed by uncontainable excitement and anticipation, almost unable to suppress a jubilant shout. At last, I am on the verge of breaking through. Quickly, gather the necessary items at once. Chu Chan exclaimed upon returning to the wooden hut. What are you planning to do? Ling Zhao asked, bewildered. We are escaping. Chu Chen replied hastily. Chapter 0061, a bit absurd? Fleeing? Ling Zhao seemed genuinely taken aback by Chu Chen's intentions. If we do not leave now, then when? We must hasten, Chu Chen declared, swiftly retrieving the black bow from the wall and securing it to his back. Wait. Ling Zhao grasped Chu Chen's arm. Certainly. We can depart, but what awaits us afterwards? Where shall we go? How shall we survive? Will Hachimu and the others bear the brunt of this? Have you not pondered these matters? Sighing, Chu Chen replied, Of course I have considered them. However, if we do not leave, it is likely that we will both suffer. After all, we have indeed played him for a fool. He paused, reflecting. In this wild forest, I believe I can manage. After we leave, we can seek opportunities in the territory of the Sand Tribe. As for Hachimu and the others, based on my observations of the great Lord Tianji, he may be angered and punish them, but he should not directly harm them. Actually, I believe we may not need to flee, Ling Zhao suggested, her uncertainty evident as she deliberated. Are you capable of assisting the great Lord Tianji with his ascension to the starry realm? Chu Chen looked at her, understanding dawning upon him. Though I cannot teach him, I have heard my elders speak of the issues surrounding each stage of ascension during my time in the tribe. I vaguely recall them discussing the transition from the container origin to the starry realm. It seems it is not as the great Lord Tianji understands. The girl explained. Although Ling Zhao had attained her true self's perfection at the age of 7, subsequent events had resulted in her bloodline being sealed, preventing her from taking the crucial step towards ascending to purity. Thus, she possessed limited knowledge of the realms that followed. At this moment, she was relying more on her past insights to draw conclusions. What do you propose we do? Chu Chan furrowed his brow, aware that this was a daunting decision. He knew that fleeing would expose them to numerous uncertainties, yet remaining could lead to a life-or-death crisis should the great Lord Tianji fail to overcome his challenges. Perhaps we can research the essence of ascension contained within the Ying Luo and see if we can offer the great Lord Tianji some guidance. Then you could utilize your skills, Ling Zhao suggested, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she regarded Chu Chen. Is that feasible? Chu Chen hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the matter at hand. Let us try. Regardless of the outcome, the process will require time, and we can depart later, Ling Zhao replied, biting her lip. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Chu Chen declared after a moment of silence, determination gradually emerging in his eyes. Within the wooden cabin, Chu Chen and Ling Zhao sat facing each other, each raising their right hand to clasp the pure white Ying Luo that hung around Chu Chen's neck between their palms. Slowly closing their eyes, Chu Chen had intended to return the white Ying Luo to Ling Zhao after the demise of the gray flood dragon, but she had resolutely refused, leaving him no choice but to keep it safely around his neck. A resonant chime echoed in their consciousness, and Chu Chen once again beheld the silhouette of the valiant figure formed by countless specks of light. However, unlike the first encounter, he could now see himself alongside Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's form radiated purity, resembling a dense mist coalesced into existence, while Chu Chun, by contrast, felt a sense of shame as he observed his own outline, merely a crude representation of a human form, with only his head adorned in white. Resembling a matchstick figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat, he understood that what he was witnessing was the true essence of both of them. Compared to the first time when he saw nothing, he had indeed made significant progress. Yet, gazing at Ling Zhao's immaculate form, he could not help but feel a deep envy. In comparison to the valiant figure, the two of them appeared diminutive, like ants beneath a towering tree, utterly insignificant. At that moment, a solemn and majestic voice resounded. In the universe, all things that move are alive, and the living possess spirit. Spirit is the essence of creation, and life is the foundation of spirit. The path of creation begins with the true self, advances through the container origin, emerges in the radiant sun, and culminates in the myriad heavens. Chu Chen recognized these words, having encountered them before. He knew they would repeat endlessly until he exited this state of listening. And he had recently forgotten to inquire with Ling Zhao about her thoughts on the subsequent content. Just then, Ling Zhao's pristine form suddenly raised her hand, gently swiping through the void, and the scene transformed dramatically, revealing massive spheres of light that resembled suns surrounding them. In the beginning of life, there is filth nurturing the origin, coexisting in symbiosis. However, while one may achieve through filth, one may also perish by it. To proceed on the path, one must first break free from it. The grand voice resonated, yet it was no longer the same as what Chu Chun had previously heard. Oh, so that is how it is, Chu Chun realized. Ling Zhao's gesture had been akin to manipulating a holographic screen, seamlessly switching the content displayed within the Yingluo. He had never anticipated such an action was possible. Ling Zhao waved her hand once more, and the scene shifted again, enveloped in endless mist, immersing them as if they were in a celestial realm. Origin, born of self-sufficiency, is also a product of heaven and earth's creation. The ascension of life commences here, drawing upon the spirit of heaven and earth to incorporate it into oneself. This is the essence of the container origin realm. Chu Chen understood. As the celestial mist dissipated, millions of stars twinkled, stirring Chu Chen's heart. This sight was strikingly reminiscent of the starry expanse he had observed while aboard the Xuanwu No. One en route to Mars. Yet, merely half a year had passed, and everything had long since faded. He now found himself lost in an unknown distance from Earth. The void beyond is also a grand realm of life. Only by entering the void can one transcend, like a newborn emerging from the womb. That which survives independently is called a living being. The void is vastly different from the initial barrier. It is frigid to the bone and tumultuous in force. Those who force their way in will be harmed. Thus one must approach it with the method of fusion. The method of fusion is practiced by all races, its effects varying between heaven and earth. This is the method of the 3 stages and 9 refinements. Those who achieve 9 refinements will attain great success. However, those who have not reached the radiant sun may not enter the silent void. Remember, in the first refinement, one binds the body with cold and tempers the skin with force, advance when strong, retreat when weak. In the second refinement, one draws cold into the bones, force penetrating the 5 organs. In the third refinement, the true self lies beyond, concealed within oneself. First refinement of the void. Second refinement of the void. The solemn transmission of teachings finally commenced. Chu Chen and Ling Zhao sat as if beneath the starry sky, meticulously memorizing and racking their brains to comprehend the meaning of these words. The same essence was reiterated over a dozen times, and Chu Chen felt he had committed everything to memory, certain there would be no omissions. At that moment, Ling Zhao's white form suddenly turned her head and beckoned with her hand. Chu Chen understood that it was time to leave. How do you feel? Any thoughts? As Chu Chen opened his eyes, Ling Zhao had already withdrawn her hand, eagerly inquiring. The content is exceedingly obscure for us in the realm of true selves. It is akin to deciphering an ancient script, Chu Chen replied bitterly. His statement was truthful. Each realm possessed its own distinct approach to cultivation, and the issues involved were numerous and varied. For him and Ling Zhao to truly grasp the essence of ascension to the starry realm was a daunting challenge. akin to scaling the heavens. However, we do not need to fully comprehend it. If we can identify some key factors and relay them to the great Lord Tianji, that would suffice. Whether it succeeds depends on our understanding and his own insight. Ling Zhao reflected before speaking slowly. Indeed, you make a valid point. Let us examine it phrase by phrase, word by word, and together we shall discern some insights. Chu Qin nodded in agreement. All right, let us begin. Ling Zhao's excitement was palpable. Chu Qin, however, felt a pang of anxiety. This endeavor felt akin to two elementary school students sneaking a peek at a high school textbook, intending to teach a new lesson to the high schooler using their own limited understanding. It seemed rather absurd. Chapter 0062. The 9 linked rings. The situation was indeed absurd. Two individuals at the true self stage dared to guide a 3,000-year-old elder in his ascension to the starry sky. If this were to come to light, it would undoubtedly leave many in shock. Yet here were Chu Qin and Ling Zhao earnestly engaging in this extraordinary endeavor. The preceding remarks seemed like mere preambles, likely devoid of substance. What, then, did Jikong signify? Chu Qin glanced up at Ling Zhao. I have not heard of it either, Ling Zhao admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Let's begin here. Jin Shui Lian. I understand that Jin Chu refers to the vicinity of the starland within the cosmos. As many places also refer to the starland as Chu Tuesday, I have heard Uncle A Meng mention this. Oh, so that is what it means. The remaining part about Yi Lian should be quite straightforward. It likely refers to the first stage, correlating with the previously mentioned 3 stages of the 9 refinements. It aligns perfectly. Conducting the first stage of training near the starland. Yes, that makes sense. The next phrase, what was it again? It se Han fat. I remember that. Yes, ihan fat, Han. It must denote cold, given the frigid nature of the starry sky. Fat, binding the body. No, that can't be right. It must imply covering or enveloping the body, suggesting that the entire being should feel icy. Could Fa be a homophone? That seems a stretch. Chu Qin, what is a homophone? Oh, that's a term from Earth. Well, I believe your interpretation is correct. What about the next phrase, Ili Lian Pai? Ling Zhao, does this imply that one must vigorously strike their own body? Perhaps allowing the esteemed Tianji to soar into the upper atmosphere, where the body becomes solidified with cold, followed by a vigorous self-pummeling? I can't shake the sense that this understanding feels rather odd. Indeed, your explanation does seem to stray from the essence of cultivation. Oh, I've realized. The Li here doesn't refer to exerting oneself, but rather harnessing the omnipresent forces of the cosmos to temper the exterior of one's being. Exactly. Your insight is commendable, Ling Zhao. This must refer to utilizing the cosmic rays to condition one's skin. It cannot be anything else. What are rays? Rays. They must be the forces you just mentioned. I believe we are on the right track. Let us proceed. Sheng Erjin, does that mean that as the power in the starry sky intensifies, one must advance? That doesn't seem quite right. No. It's the opposite. Sheng must refer to one's physical state. If one feels robust, then they may progress and withstand more potent rays for refinement. Indeed, that makes far more sense. Chu Qin, your comprehension skills are impressive. You have deciphered such an obscure sentence with remarkable clarity. Actually, I was quite adept at classical literature in the past. What is classical literature? Time flew by, and before long, it was deep into the night. Engrossed in their spirited yet seemingly aimless discussion, they had managed to sketch out the 3 stages of the 9 refinements. Ling Zhao, how do you find our summary? Chu Qin raised his head, his eyes red and puffy, resembling a severe infection, and his voice slightly hoarse. I think it's quite perfect. The esteemed Tianji would hardly detect any flaws. Ling Zhao lifted her head, her eyes resembling those of a rabbit. Very well then, I shall present it this way. Chu Qin nodded firmly. I believe you should maintain an air of obscurity, allowing him to grasp only 70 to 80%, leaving some for him to ponder. Ling Zhao, albeit somewhat dazed, added, yes, he should indeed be made to think. This fellow has truly put us through the ringer. Chu Chan gritted his teeth, speaking with fervor. It was not that Chu Chan possessed a poor mindset. The process of intense mental exertion was utterly exhausting. After a day of relentless study, they were both mentally drained, feeling as though their heads might spin off. Chu Chen had stepped out several times to vomit, and Ling Zhao was not faring much better. All right. Since we have a bit of time left, let us rest for a while, Ling Zhao said, already lying back. It was the first time in 6 months that Chu Chen had seen her recline instead of sitting cross-legged, indicating the toll this endeavor had taken on her. Then I shall take a brief nap. Chu Chen collapsed onto the blanket, while Ling Zhao remained silent, either too exhausted to speak or already asleep. Within the wooden cabin, only the soft glow of the night wolf's essence crystal illuminated the space. Suddenly, a resounding call echoed through the mountains, resonating with greater vigor than before, brimming with youthful exuberance. Ling Zhao, wake up! The rooster has crowed. Chu Chen, still in a dreamy state, jolted upright upon hearing the call. Oh, I see. Ling Zhao stretched lazily, slowly rising, still mumbling about the disturbance to her peaceful slumber. I suspect Tianji will arrive shortly. We must awaken and prepare. Chu Chen urged anxiously. I almost forgot about that. Ling Zhao seemed to just recall their arrangement from the previous day. They sat together as Chu Chen reviewed the draft he had painstakingly compiled throughout the day, while Ling Zhao offered supplementary insights. Let us proceed with this. The 9 segments are interconnected. We will present the first segment today, and if the esteemed Tianji succeeds, he will encounter new challenges in his practice. When he returns for guidance, we can then introduce the second segment. This way, we shall have no lingering worries. Ling Zhao and Appo's face lit up with a smile. In truth, if the esteemed Tianji can indeed break through, it would greatly benefit us. I find myself rather looking forward to it now, Chu Chen mused, suddenly gaining clarity on several matters, his previously tense demeanor softening. Brother, I have arrived. Before long, Tianji's voice echoed from outside, and given the timing, it seemed he had hastily rushed over after his call. Chu Chen and Ling Zhao quickly straightened their attire, exchanging encouraging glances. Come in, Tianji. Chu Chen sat firmly, exuding confidence. Brother, what is this? Tianji entered with a cheerful demeanor, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Chu Chen. Esteemed one, yesterday, my brother toiled through the night, contemplating your training issues, which is why he appears this way, Ling Zhao remarked, her eyes still slightly red. Brother, your dedication to my cause overwhelms me. How can I ever repay you? Tianji grasped Chu Chen's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. There is no need for such formality, Tianji. I have merely exerted a little effort. In truth, I fervently wish for your swift breakthrough into the realm of Yuan, so you may ascend to the starry skies. Chu Chen's heartfelt sentiments resonated with genuine emotion. Brother, your kindness is something I shall never forget. Should you ever require anything in the future, I would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Tianji's voice quivered, on the verge of breaking into tears as he gazed at Chu Chen's swollen eyes. Chapter 63. The cock crows at daybreak. Brother Tianji, rise, do awaken. Chu Chen tugged at the venerable Tianji, who was half reclined on the ground. Our meeting and the bond of brotherhood is indeed a matter of fate. There is no need for excessive formalities. However, I must speak candidly about one matter. Please, elder brother, I am all ears. Tianji wiped the corner of his eye. The journey of life advancement is inherently a monumental act of defying destiny. While some achieve great success, many others falter along the way. In this endeavor, talent, perseverance, and opportunity are all indispensable. Today, I can offer you guidance, yet I cannot facilitate your cultivation. The outcome ultimately lies beyond my influence. Do you understand? Chu Chen feigned profundity, reiterating the teachings of Ling Zhao to preempt any resentment Tianji might harbor should his aspirations not materialize. Your words are most sagacious, elder brother. I comprehend fully. Today, I have come seeking an opportunity to test myself. After all, I am no longer young. If, in a few hundred years, I remain in the same state, I would have reached my fated age. Regardless of the outcome, I am deeply grateful for your instruction. Tianji spoke with utmost sincerity. Very well. Then listen closely. Chu Chen straightened his posture and began to unfold the first ring of the 9 linked rings. Advancing into the cosmos is not a simple feat. It requires a gradual approach. One must understand that the outer realms differ vastly from the initial lands. The cold is bone-chilling, and the forces are wild and unruly, requiring temperance through refinement. Those who force their way in will surely suffer injury. Thus, one must first dwell near the initial realms, enveloped by the frigid power, advancing with the strength of the cosmos to temper the physique, expanding in strength, contracting in retreat. Chu Chun had meticulously prepared his discourse, elucidating the contents of the Ling Luo in a manner more accessible, interspersed with fragments of the original text that they found somewhat obscure. This approach allowed them to remain close to the original while ensuring that Tianji could comprehend the essence of the teachings, establishing a reliable path. Should their interpretations diverge, Tianji could rely on his insights to make corrections. Ah, I see now. With Chu Chan's continuous recitation, Tianji's eyes sparkled with understanding. Brother Tianji, do you grasp the concepts I have laid out? Chu Chen cast a glance at Tianji, who appeared to be in a trance. Indeed, your words are pearls of wisdom, illuminating my mind. I regret not recognizing you 2,000 years ago. Perhaps Chu Chen's discourse had truly sparked some revelation within Tianji. For this once uncouth elder was now brimming with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Brother Tianji, I have said all I can. From here on, it is up to your own fortune. Chu Chan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This performance had concluded splendidly. I understand. I shall make further attempts in the coming days. With your guidance, the advancement to the cosmos is within reach. Tianji was now emboldened, akin to a rooster prepared for battle. Excellent. Chu Chen nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Please rest well, elder brother, and let us not forget the treasured armor of our Lord. Ling Zhao chimed in. Rest assured, in 49 days, the armor shall be complete. Tianji assured, thumping his chest with pride. The elated elder departed, and shortly thereafter, a resounding cry emanated from the direction of the mountain. Jie. This sound reverberated far beyond the morning's call, slicing through the sky and scattering the few clouds above the mountain. In the native settlement, Hachimu was in the midst of sharing his recent insights from studying the sacred texts when he heard this sound and instinctively touched his ear, his face a mask of confusion. Didn't Tiwi just hear this call earlier today? In broad daylight. Today's performance was simply perfect. Ling Zhao was nearly leaping with excitement. Indeed, I am quite pleased with this outcome. Chu Chen laughed heartily. We can continue to remain here for a while, and it is a good opportunity for you to focus on solidifying your true self. Ling Zhao began planning their next steps. I will do my utmost. Chu Chen nodded, fully aware that the journey to shape his true self had only just commenced. Achieving Ling Zhao's level would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. In the following days, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao refrained from venturing outside, dedicating themselves to meditation within the wooden cabin. Chu Chen's goal was clear. He needed to hasten the solidification of his true self, for facing the imperial banquet in 3 months without relying solely on Tianji was essential. As he observed the younger Ling Zhao, a pang of concern mixed with astonishment filled him. Over the past few months, she had been meditating almost every night, seemingly battling the seals of her bloodline. Chu Chun often noticed her pained expressions, yet recently, ever since her decision to accompany Tianji to the Sha tribe, her struggle appeared to have intensified. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, and a faint mist surrounded her form. The occasional spasms of her body were minor concerns, but what truly astonished Chu Chun was the faint red glow emanating from her third eye during her meditation, an extraordinary sight. Ling Zhao, if it becomes too much, do not push yourself. Chu Chun urged gently as she slowly opened her eyes, drenched in sweat. Fear not. I am aware of my limits. I have been employing the methods imparted by Uncle Amon for 7 or 8 years. Although this process is arduous, I can sense that the day of breakthrough is not far off. Ling Zhao calmly replied, wiping her brow. Will this approach expose you to dangers like that of the gray flood dragon? For instance, Tianji. Chu Chen expressed his concern. It should not come to that. I have considered this as well. Without you, I might indeed have had some reservations, she reassured him, shaking her head. Me? Chu Chen was taken aback. 2 years ago, the gray flood dragon discovered the secret within my bloodline. Tianji likely sensed something as well. It would be quite normal for him to harbor greed. Yet he has remained inactive until now. In hindsight, I suspect Uncle Amon had provided him with some subtle hints. Now that you have appeared, he sees new hope. which diminishes the likelihood of him taking risks against me. Ling Zhao displayed confidence in her analysis. Your reasoning appears sound. As long as my identity remains concealed, Tianji should not pose a significant threat. What about the Deer King or the Angry Ape? Chu Chen inquired. The Angry Ape is closer, but his level is still relatively low. He should not perceive anything. The Deer King and similar entities are far enough away that they pose no concern. Ling Zhao assured him with a smile, signaling Chu Chen to relax. With your assurance, I feel considerably more at ease. Shall we take a stroll outside? He suggested. Certainly. I am indeed feeling a bit weary, she agreed. As twilight descended, the sky darkened, and through the sparse shadows of the trees, the first stars began to twinkle, signaling the diminishing daylight in this wild forest. Chu Chen observed the trees, reminiscent of autumn on Earth, as many leaves began to turn yellow and fall. The drop in temperature was not overly pronounced, perhaps due to his increased tolerance to such changes. In the native settlement, a bonfire had been ignited, and hundreds of people were silently prostrating in a peculiar formation, with Hachimu at their center. Hachimu was already imparting lessons to his kin. Chu Chen and Ling Zhao watched from a distance, feeling a sense of nostalgia. As night deepened, the flickering firelight illuminated the natives, who seemed to have completed their practice and were beginning to rise and prepare to depart. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated from the distant sky. Everyone, taken aback, looked up in astonishment, only to behold a brilliant fireball descending from the heavens, heading straight for the treasure mountain where the esteemed Tianji resided. Chapter 0064. Farewell. Little brother, what is that? A native exclaimed in surprise, while Chu Chen and Ling Zhao exchanged puzzled glances. The falling firelight was dazzling, resembling a meteor roaring down from the heavens. What a coincidence that it struck the treasure mountain of the esteemed Tianji. Could it be? Chu Chen and Ling Zhao shared a knowing look, both sensing the unease in each other's eyes. We must return immediately. Chu Chen's eyelids twitched violently. Brother, are you there? The voice of the esteemed Tianji called from outside the wooden house. Esteemed one. Ling Zhao hurriedly opened the door to greet him, only to be momentarily stunned at the threshold. Tianji, what happened to you? Chu Chen was equally taken aback upon seeing the esteemed Tianji. I am quite ashamed, little brother said. I arrived in the initial realm for cultivation a few days ago, and indeed felt an entirely different celestial force gradually accumulating within me. I was unharmed, but as this energy increased, I felt as though I might explode. After 3 days, I ultimately failed and fell from the initial realm. The esteemed Tianji appeared somewhat aggrieved. At this moment, the esteemed Tianji looked more disheveled than during his battle with the gray flood dragon. His body was covered in soot, with only a glimmer of white teeth and 2 rolling white eyes visible. His garments were in tatters, and but for the gleaming red undergarments, he might as well have been naked. Alas, brother, are you injured? Chu Chen quickly approached to express his concern. Fortunately, I only have some superficial wounds, nothing serious. The esteemed Tianji replied, somewhat dejected. Brother, do you think I am truly fated to be without the celestial realm? Tianji, do not rush. While advancement requires both talent and opportunity, there is also a saying that diligence can make up for shortcomings. Do you recall what I shared with you a few days ago about the essence of progression? Chu Chen, though his heart raced, maintained a facade of calm. I remember it all. Not a word has escaped my mind, replied the esteemed Tianji. Very well. Return and thoroughly contemplate what I spoke of. For in the path of cultivation, some truths can only be comprehended, not articulated. Do you understand? Chu Chen adopted a mysterious demeanor. Only to be comprehended. Only to be comprehended. Yes, I understand now. I was indeed too hasty the other day, without fully grasping those concepts before diving in. No wonder I encountered difficulties. The esteemed Tianji suddenly raised his head, and though his expression was obscured, the surprise and realization in his wide-open eyes were unmistakable. Ah, it is good that you understand. Chu Chen nodded in approval. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I shall return immediately to study diligently. Farewell. The esteemed Tianji seemed revitalized, brimming with vigor. Tianji, take care. Ling Zhao, what do you think is going on with him? Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling that his initial confidence was waning. I am not certain. Ling Zhao appeared equally perplexed. Could it be that we misunderstood? Chuchen pondered. I think it is acceptable. This approach aligns with my previous half-understandings. Even if there are discrepancies, it shouldn't leave him without any progress. This was Ling Zhao's thought. Then he shall have to contemplate it on his own. In recent days, the natives had grown somewhat anxious. Strange white objects occasionally fell from the sky, dissolving into little puddles of cold water, something they had never encountered before. This is snow. An elder in the tribe had heard of such a thing and informed the others. The children were filled with excitement, while the adults occasionally glanced towards the treasure mountain of the esteemed Tianji. For several nights, the dark sky had erupted with flashes of brilliance, and the familiar crowing of a rooster, which had been heard daily for years, had gone silent for many days. Could something have gone awry with the esteemed Tianji? The natives could not help but speculate. Has he been mastering the key to his breakthrough for the past 5 or 6 days? Ling Zhao sat on the grass, resting his chin on her hands, gazing at the stars. To be honest, I hope it is as you say. Chu Chen echoed her anticipation. Whoosh! Before Chu Chun could finish his thought, a sparkling streak of light suddenly appeared from the sky, tracing an elegant arc downward, seemingly destined for the esteemed Tianji's treasure mountain once more. Oh no! Chu Chun and Ling Zhao exchanged glances, a sense of resignation washing over them. Thud! 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 A sound akin to stones crashing to the ground approached rapidly from a distance. What is that sound? Chu Chun inside the wooden house looked perplexed. Let us go outside and take a look. Ling Zhao, too, was curious. Brother, help me. Outside the wooden house, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao stood dumbfounded as they observed a large block of ice pulsating red, bouncing towards them, with the faint sound of the esteemed Tianji's trembling voice emanating from within. Tianji, is that you? What on earth happened? Chu Chen asked in bewilderment. Brother, please, help me break the ice. The esteemed Tianji's voice was weak and intermittent. All right, just a moment. Chu Chen and Ling Zhao hurriedly procured 2 large bones and began to strike the ice with fervor. Crack! The ice finally shattered, revealing the esteemed Tianji's body. Though he appeared pale and weak, his lips tinged with blue, occasionally rolling his eyes back. Tianji, how are you feeling? Chu Chun felt a pang of guilt and quickly moved to support him. Brother, I am feeling much better, but it is quite cold. The esteemed Tianji looked exceedingly feeble, his body trembling incessantly. Do not worry, I will start a fire to warm you. Ling Zhao quickly gathered wood to ignite a fire. Brother, what happened this time? After a moment, Chu Chen asked as he observed the esteemed Tianji regaining some color. Brother, I returned last time and studied diligently for an entire day. I felt I had gained some insight, so I attempted again, and indeed, I made progress this time. I persevered for 5 days, but my body could no longer contain the celestial powers, and ultimately, I fell, encased in a massive block of ice. The esteemed Tianji shivered as he spoke. Brother, through relentless forging, one becomes steel. Progress signifies that your path is correct. However, some crucial points remain elusive. Chu Chen consoled him. You are right, brother. I will return and continue my studies. I believe the next outcome will be even better. Farewell. After Chu Chen's encouragement, the esteemed Tianji regained his confidence and trudged stiffly towards the mountains. Tianji, take care. Chu Chen waved goodbye. Esteemed one, keep pushing forward. You can do it. Ling Zhao also cheered him on. However, something feels off, Ling Zhao. I cannot shake the feeling that there is still an issue. Perhaps we should study further? Chu Chen sat beside the fire, reflecting on the esteemed Tianji's state, feeling a twinge of empathy. I agree, it seems necessary. Ling Zhao nodded vigorously. Chapter 0065. Personal reflections. As the initial stage of refining approached, with the body bound by cold and strength refining the skin, the essence was gathered and then withdrew. Chu Chun and Ling Zhao were filled with remorse towards the great Lord Tianji, repeatedly scrutinizing the content of the initial stage of refining. It was perplexing. Despite their understanding seemingly being correct, there appeared to be a discrepancy when it reached the great Lord Tianji. After some time, Chu Chun lifted his gaze to the girl across from him. This is an absolute secret within my family, inscribed by masters. The content cannot possibly be erroneous. Ling Zhao was equally baffled. Could it be that my embellishments misled the great Lord Tianji? Chuchen suddenly considered a possibility. No, you merely simplified our understanding. The content remains accurate, unless... Ling Zhao furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to voice her thought. Unless what? Chuchen inquired. Unless we overlooked something. Ling Zhao finally articulated her inner thoughts. Impossible. We have meticulously studied every word. There is no way we could have missed anything. Chuchen was confident in this. But do you remember, we skipped over the content at the very beginning? Ling Zhao looked at Chuchen. The beginning. Could it be? Chuchen felt awkward, as it was he who suggested skipping those parts earlier, deeming them insignificant. Then let us examine the initial content. It's merely a small portion. Ling Zhao proposed. The realm beyond the void. This is easily understood. Beyond the void refers to the areas between the star realms. Those who forcefully intrude will be harmed. Oh, this seems to corroborate the current predicament of the great Lord Tianji. He has repeatedly suffered injuries due to his reckless advances. Chuchen suddenly realized. Indeed, the subsequent phrase, thus one must approach it with the method of fusion refining, may be the key. Ling Zhao instantly recognized the crucial point. Fusion refining? What does that entail? Chuchen frowned. Fusion refining is the third tier of the 9 refinements. Has it already been mentioned? Ling Zhao glanced up at Chuchen, somewhat puzzled. No, what I mean is the term fusion. Could it possess a special meaning? Chuchen shook his head. Fusion? Fusion? Chuchen, why is the fusion here the same as melting, rather than the fusion of magma? This feels somewhat peculiar, doesn't it? Ling Zhao murmured to herself. Chuchen's eyes suddenly brightened. Ling Zhao, do you know how one in the realm of container yuan typically strengthens step by step? The realm of container yuan? To my knowledge, it involves continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accumulating it within the body, and gradually refining it into one's own power. How is this related? Ling Zhao pondered, not grasping why Chuchen posed the question. Precisely. The issue must lie here. Chuchen leaped up. I still don't understand. How can the problem be here? Ling Zhao was puzzled. The great Lord Tianji is in the realm of container yuan. He has always followed the steps of absorption and refinement in his cultivation. However, the starry realm is different. One must first dissolve and decompose the chaotic forces within the starry void before absorbing and utilizing them. The great Lord Tianji has reversed the direction, thus. If he insists on forcibly holding onto the tumultuous starry power, he will gradually become unable to bear it, ultimately exceeding his limits and failing. Chuchen, at this moment, suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. Yes, it must be so. Hearing you say this, I vaguely recall having heard a similar notion before. Chuchen, you are simply remarkable. Ling Zhao finally awoke to the realization. Her gaze towards Chuchen transformed. You flatter me. Ha. Chuchen was inwardly elated, feeling at least 90% assured that the primary reason for the great Lord Tianji's inability to advance for 2,000 years lay here. Let us wait. If the great Lord Tianji fails again this time, you can help him identify this critical point. Of course, it would be best if he could comprehend it on his own. After all, such matters should ideally be understood personally. Ling Zhao, being from a prominent family, had some understanding of these fundamental principles. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Chuchen nodded, unaware of the nuances involved, as he was eager to rush and remind the great Lord Tianji. For several consecutive nights, Chuchen and Ling Zhao often ventured outside the wooden house to gaze at the starry sky. Yet curiously, they found no anomalies. Could it be that he has already discovered his own issue? Chuchen scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncertain. This is indeed a possibility. After all, what we imparted to him is the most precious technique accumulated by my family over countless years. In this vast starry expanse, there may be few better. Ling Zhao spoke with pride, yet this thought led her to reminisce about Uncle Meng and her family, a hint of melancholy surfacing in her eyes. Well, this truly counts as extraordinary fortune for the great Lord Tianji. If he cannot progress even with this, he can only blame himself for his lack of ambition. Chuchen nodded. He harbored some doubts about Ling Zhao's unwavering confidence, pondering how in such a vast starry realm, few could compare. Suspecting it might merely stem from her belief in her family, akin to a child's admiration for their parents. By the way, How has your progress in shaping your true self been lately? Ling Zhao suddenly recalled this matter, filled with anticipation. It has been over 10 days since I completed the layer from Lingding, but the progress has been rather slow. Chu Chun said with a hint of helplessness. It is not that he set his expectations too high. Rather, during the initial construction, the pace was so swift that he believed he could surpass Ling Zhao's anticipated timeline. Yet, reality proved to be a harsh wake-up call. Do not rush. This process requires time. As far as I know, the vast majority of people take several years to several decades to complete it. Your speed is quite normal. Ling Zhao comforted him. Ling Zhao, is there truly no faster method? Chu Chen asked, refusing to lose hope. If one becomes an old man like the great Lord Tianji, even upon completing the shaping of the true self, it would be rather unremarkable, wouldn't it? A quicker method? I have heard that some individuals with extraordinary innate qualities can indeed complete it in just a few months. However, I do not know the specifics of how they achieve this. Their methods must certainly differ from what I have taught you. After all, the starry sky is boundless, and countless predecessors have discovered various paths. Ling Zhao seemed unable to provide a definitive answer. Various paths? So, can I interpret this to mean that the ultimate goal of shaping the true self is essentially to enable one's consciousness to permeate every corner of the body, fully understanding oneself while creating a vessel that perfectly aligns with both the body and consciousness? Chu Chen pondered for a moment before pressing further. This question had crossed his mind when he chose the second method earlier, as he believed the first approach fundamentally relied on the observation of bones. The entire shaping process depended on the understanding of oneself through this observation, gradually completing the true self. In contrast, the second method relied less on such observation and more on the perception of form, allowing consciousness to perform a high-precision CT scan from head to toe, akin to high-precision 3D printing. Perhaps both processes occur simultaneously. Combined with what Ling Zhao just said, he suddenly formed some personal insights. Chapter 66. The assistance of Ling Zhao. Do you wish to carve out a different path for yourself? In an instant, Ling Zhao grasped Chu Chen's intention, and after a brief moment of contemplation, her brow began to furrow. Indeed, Chu Chen nodded slowly, then gazed earnestly at the young girl. If someone else can achieve greater heights, then why shouldn't I? His conviction was not mere rhetoric. He had navigated life's currents under immense self-imposed pressure since childhood. From the moment he consciously sought to secure his future, he had never entertained the notion of defeat. Through his recent experiences, he had begun to discern deeper insights into the realm of the true self. Every step towards shaping the true self was deliberate. Observing form and structure served as a foundation for understanding one's bloodline and forging the true self. These preparatory measures were merely embellishments for him, as he possessed a clear comprehension of human anatomy and its superficial principles. Hence, his observations of form and structure proceeded with an almost miraculous ease. Given such advantageous conditions, the fact that he lagged behind others was somewhat difficult to accept. Thus, he yearned for a breakthrough, a path that was more suitable, swifter, and more effective for himself. Ling Zhao remained silent. My understanding of this world is limited. There are too many elements that clash with my prior knowledge. Yet, I firmly believe that all paths are forged through the gradual journey of life. Chu Chen continued, I can empathize with your sentiments, but forging a new path is an arduous endeavor fraught with the unknown. Ling Zhao did not outright oppose him. After more than half a year of acquaintance, she recognized that Chu Chen was not a capricious individual. Do not be overly anxious. I merely wish to experiment. If it truly proves unfeasible, I shall retreat with understanding. Chu Chen observed the earnest expression on the girl's face, and warmth blossomed in his heart. I will not hinder your endeavor, but you must exercise utmost caution. If you are resolute in your decision, I might offer you some assistance. Ling Zhao gently bit her lip, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Assist me? Chu Chen looked at her with confusion. I can allow you to witness the true self, which may aid you in discovering your own path. Ling Zhao averted her gaze from Chu Chen. That is not permissible. Chu Chen instantly recalled how Ling Zhao had probed into the structure of his true self, and such an action would mean exposing herself entirely before him. For someone like Chu Chen, who had experienced years of romantic involvement without crossing the final threshold. This was an exceedingly awkward proposition. In his heart, this barrier seemed insurmountable. I truly have nothing else to offer. If you are determined to pursue that path, this is my sole contribution. Ling Zhao's gaze gradually grew resolute. But Chu Qin hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. There are no buts. Compared to the time you nudged me, this is trivial. Ling Zhao raised her head confidently. That incident was serious? Chu Chun was taken aback. Days had passed, and the girl had never mentioned it. He had assumed it to be akin to mere physical contact, but now it seemed far more significant. I know it was merely an accident. It is in the past now. But you must control your consciousness. The last encounter was indeed perilous for me. Ling Zhao, thank you. A wave of emotion surged within Chu Chun. He could only imagine the resolve Ling Zhao had summoned to make such a decision. I do not wish for you to falter on your path of innovation. Ling Zhao gazed deeply into Chu Chen's eyes. I shall not disappoint you. After a moment of silence, Chu Chun met the girl's gaze, internally resolving to pursue his path. Inside the wooden cabin, the crystal of the night wolf emitted a soft yellow glow. You must control that instinct to consume. Ling Zhao reminded Chu Chen one last time before gently closing her eyes. Chu Chen observed the serene countenance of the girl, his heart a tumultuous sea. After a prolonged moment, once clarity returned to his gaze, he closed his eyes and raised his hand to press his middle finger against her forehead. In an instant, the cabin and all surrounding elements vanished, as if he had been transported into the vastness of a pitch-black void. Yet, a figure of immaculate whiteness radiating a gentle luminescence dispelled the darkness. She stood amidst the boundless blackness, resembling a colossal statue of a goddess, immobile. This pristine statue did not possess a hard texture. Rather, it was as soft as mist, its surface undulating with wisps of white vapor. This marked Chu Chen's third encounter with Ling Zhao's true self, but this experience was entirely distinct from the previous two. Perhaps due to the nature of the setting within Ling Zhao's body, what he witnessed now was even more vivid and perfect than before, with features and expressions discernible in exquisite detail. Perhaps intentionally, certain key areas of the white statue were enveloped in swirling mist. Even so, Chu Chen's consciousness stirred, ultimately settling into a tranquil state. In this silent realm, all thoughts seemed to gain a certain purity. Chu Chun remained mindful of his purpose, concentrating all his energy to reign in his consciousness, and the restless sensations deep within eventually surrendered. He circled the radiant statue, observing it closely, increasingly awed by Ling Zhao's perfected state of true self, which shone like a celestial being. Cautiously, Chu Chun drew nearer, and as he did, he realized that Ling Zhao's true self was rapidly expanding, becoming so vast that its entirety was obscured from view, ultimately resembling his own origin, surrounded by colossal, boundless cells. However, Ling Zhao's essence was entirely different from his own. It resembled an endless sea of light, where countless cells floated and swayed. Between those cells, threads of connection occasionally sparkled with electric brilliance, and whenever the light flickered, all surrounding cells illuminated in unison. This wondrous spectacle left Chu Chen momentarily dazed. As he ventured deeper, he discerned that while each cell connected to Ling Zhao's true self appeared unified, the flickering of light was not entirely synchronized. In fact, certain areas exhibited brightness that surpassed others. This revelation deviated significantly from Chu Chen's initial assumptions. He had believed that upon achieving the true self, all sense cells would resonate in perfect harmony. Yet, the reality was far more complex than he had envisioned. It seemed that there were still unknown intricacies hidden within. Did you glean any insights? After an indeterminate period, Ling Zhao opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Chu Chun. I have a general direction now, but I still need to validate it myself. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence. This observational experience had provided him with an extraordinarily vivid understanding of the true self's perfection. But before that, Ling Zhao, I wish to pose a question to you. Chu Chun continued. What, to your knowledge, is the greatest significance of the true self? Significance? Ling Zhao paused, momentarily taken aback. After considerable reflection, she spoke again. Initially, all advanced beings perceive the true self as a means to expunge impurities. For without the true self, one cannot cleanse the filth. However, I once heard Uncle Amon mention that upon entering the starry expanse, and even higher realms, the ability to harness one's power during cultivation and combat fundamentally relies on the operation of the true self. The role of the true self is even more pronounced at higher realms. Chu Chen's eyes brightened at her words. Precisely. But contemplating such matters at this stage may be premature, Ling Zhao remarked with a hint of perplexity. Perhaps this is the true essence of the acupoints. Chu Chen seemingly ignored Ling Zhao's response, lost in contemplative musings. Chapter 67. The Peril of Tianji Acupoints, commonly referred to as pressure points, number 52 single points, 309 paired points, and 50 extraordinary points outside the meridians, totaling 720 points throughout the human body. Initially, Chu Chun was a novice in the realm of medicine. His knowledge gleaned solely from textbooks and casual observations, as this was not his area of interest. His aspirations lay in the boundless cosmos, the uncharted seas of stars. However, he later became quite knowledgeable in this domain. During his sophomore year, Fan Lianxu had developed an intense passion for yoga. The rigorous exercise left her with frequent aches and pains, leading her to believe in the efficacy of traditional Chinese massage for relief, often insisting that Chu Chun assist her in acupoint massages. Chu Chun, being inherently cautious, worried that such amateur massage practices might prove detrimental. Thus, over the course of more than 6 months, he diligently studied every available resource on human anatomy and acupuncture he could find, and surprisingly, he reaped significant rewards. While he may not rival professionals, his knowledge was certainly enough to surpass all amateurs, a testament to his formidable learning abilities. Previously, while observing Ling Zhao's true self, he had vaguely sensed that certain areas emitted a brightness more intense than others. Initially, he dismissed it as mere coincidence, but as he noted more such points, he discovered their locations corresponded with human acupoints, a revelation that astonished him. Acupoints are also known as transport points, but what exactly do they transport? Within human civilization, no perfect explanation exists, and even the existence of acupoints is debated, with many questioning their effectiveness due to the lack of scientific evidence supporting the esoteric theories of traditional Chinese medicine. Sometimes, their effects are undeniably real, while at other times, no apparent results are observable, which is why the theory of acupoints in traditional Chinese medicine has struggled to flourish and is gradually declining. Could the subtle manifestations in Ling Zhao's unconsciousness truly be meaningless? Chu Chun did not believe so. He firmly held that existence must have its rationale. What are acupoints? Ling Zhao's inquiry interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts. Perhaps they are rather special points on the human body. Have you ever heard of anything like this? Chu Chen asked. No, not at all. Perhaps my years here have left me out of touch with such information. Ling Zhao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being caught unaware by Chu Chen's question. Perhaps it truly does not exist. If the hypothesis holds, then perhaps that path may be somewhat unique. Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ling Zhao regarded Chu Chen, who seemed lost in thought, feeling somewhat speechless. I wonder how Tianji is faring. She mused aloud. Let's go take a look. Chu Chen responded, rising to his feet. Their nightly ritual of gazing at the sky had recently become a habit, and he moved towards the door ahead of Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao paused at Chu Chen's action. Throughout the past 6 months, she had always been the one to open the door for him. This was the first time it was reversed. For some inexplicable reason, a sweet sensation coursed through her heart, and a faint smile graced her lips. Just as Ling Zhao was savoring that moment of joy, Chu Chen suddenly shouted, jerking back and colliding with her, nearly causing both to stumble. Chu Chen, what are you doing? Ling Zhao exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, feeling a twinge of pain in her chest from the impact. Tianji. Chu Chen urgently pulled Ling Zhao behind him, pointing towards the doorway. Great master. What is wrong? Ling Zhao followed Chu Chen's gesture, her heart racing with fear. At that moment, Tianji stood at the door, disheveled, his eyes devoid of their usual vitality, resembling the lifeless gaze of a dead fish as he stared blankly into the room. Great. Master Tianji. His throat convulsed as he struggled to articulate those 2 words. This is bad. It seems his true self has been severely damaged. Ling Zhao cautiously stepped out from behind Chu Chun, her expression grave. True self damaged? What can we do? Chu Chun was taken aback. Upon opening the door, he had seen Tianji's pale visage, his expression eerily lifeless, which had startled him. It was only then that he realized the gravity of Tianji's condition. First, let's get him inside. Ling Zhao rushed to support Tianji, and together with Chu Chun, they managed to guide him into the wooden cabin, finally getting him to sit on the ground. The damage to one's true self is a serious matter. At best, it leads to a sudden drop in cultivation, and at worst, it can result in the loss of life. Worry flickered in Ling Zhao's eyes. Perhaps we should not have been so reckless in using him as a subject for our experiments. Had we known, we should have informed him of the critical issues days ago. Chu Chun felt a wave of regret wash over him. The more time he spent with Tianji, the more he sensed that although this lecherous old man posed a subtle threat, he was not inherently malevolent. At times, he was even somewhat endearing. Witnessing his current state stirred a sense of compassion within Chu Chun. This cannot be blamed on anyone. The journey of life is fraught with peril, and no one can traverse it unscathed. Tianji's predicament may simply be a matter of fate. Ling Zhao sighed. Is there truly no hope? Chu Chun's anxiety surged. This was a life-and-death crisis for Tianji, intricately linked to their own fates. Should they lose him, the likes of the Deer King would likely retaliate swiftly, and their plans to approach the Sand Clan would be rendered futile, plunging their future into uncertainty. Unless a being of my Uncle Amon's caliber intervenes, where can we find such assistance? While spontaneous recovery is not entirely impossible, the odds are indeed slim. Regardless of the level, severe damage to one's true self is a grave matter, with survival being a rarity. Ling Zhao provided a clear response. Tianji, can you hear me? Chu Chun felt a heaviness in his heart. If Ling Zhao was powerless, what could he do? He attempted various methods, pinching the philtrum, massaging the brow, slapping the crown point, and even performing bloodletting at the fingertips. He exhausted every idea, yet Tianji remained motionless, only managing a few simple sounds. Chu Chun was bewildered at how Tianji had persevered to reach the cabin door. Stop it. This is futile. His true self is compromised, and many chaotic thoughts are beginning to invade, usurping his control. Ling Zhao recognized Chu Chun's urgency, but knew that the situation was beyond her capabilities. What do you mean? What does it mean to lose control? Chu Chun halted immediately, confusion etched across his face. This is something Uncle Amon mentioned. Within every living being's consciousness, there exist many chaotic thoughts. These are merely subservient entities that we, as the primary consciousness, typically do not perceive. However, when our primary consciousness is weakened or damaged, those chaotic thoughts can suddenly emerge and seize control, undermining the primary consciousness's authority. At such a time, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the primary consciousness to regain its original state amidst the turmoil, and it may ultimately lose its grip, spiraling into madness from which there is no return. Ling Zhao explained. Chaotic thoughts? What exactly are those? Chu Chun's confusion deepened. They are akin to entities similar to our consciousness, but I cannot articulate it precisely, Ling Zhao replied helplessly. Entities akin to consciousness. Chu Chun struggled to assimilate Ling Zhao's explanation, finding it difficult to comprehend. Is there no way to expel those chaotic thoughts? He inquired, looking to Ling Zhao. Indeed, there is a way, but it is beyond our means. Only beings of Uncle Amon's caliber can accomplish that. Ling Zhao shook her head. What if we were to eradicate them? Chu Chun fell silent for a moment before posing the question. Chapter 0068, Chaotic Recognition and Annihilation. Ling Zhao, upon hearing the words, abruptly lifted her gaze towards Chu Chun, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Are you suggesting that we employ your unique ability? Indeed. Do you think it feasible? Chu Chun inquired, nodding with a hint of uncertainty. I can't believe I overlooked this. Perhaps it is worth a try. Ling Zhao's spirit was instantly revitalized. I shall attempt it immediately, Chu Chun declared, preparing to take action. Wait, Ling Zhao interjected, her voice tinged with concern. However, your true self has only just begun to take shape. Undertaking this could very well backfire on you. Well, when you examined my bloodline progress, did you not also face a considerable threat? Chu Chun pondered, furrowing his brow. I am on the same level as you, But the great master Tianji is different. He is on the verge of transcending into the astral realm. Ling Zhao's worries stemmed from this distinction. But could his condition not worsen over time, potentially leading to a state from which he may never recover? Chu Qin suddenly recalled instances on Earth where individuals suffering from severe accidents or illnesses succumbed to confusion or even a vegetative state, strikingly similar to the plight of the great master Tianji. In such cases, doctors often stated that those who could recover would do so within a few months. Beyond that, hope was nearly extinguished. It may, but what you propose is exceedingly perilous, Ling Zhao expressed with a bittersweet tone. She, too, yearned to rescue the great master Tianji, yet the idea of Chu Chun risking himself in the process was hard for her to accept. The great master Tianji has become this way due to my actions. If I do not at least try, I might forever bear the weight of that burden. Chu Chun was acutely aware of the immense risk involved, but as the instigator of the issue, he felt he could not retreat. You shall decide this matter. If it must be attempted, do so with utmost caution. Do not act recklessly, for not only might you fail to save the great master Tianji, but you could also endanger yourself. Ling Zhao discerned Chu Qin's resolute determination and ceased to obstruct him. Then let us proceed swiftly. Chu Qin nodded, settling himself in front of the great master Tianji, raising his hand to press his middle finger against the center of his brow. Be careful, Ling Zhao cautioned nervously, reiterating her concern. Chu Qin nodded, falling silent as he gradually closed his eyes. What is that? The moment Chu Qin's human form began to enter, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In this boundless realm, countless white light forms of various sizes darted about like independent streams of luminescent mist, swirling together to create a colossal white light sphere. The sheer density of these forms resembled a swarm of white flies, causing his scalp to prickle with unease. Chu Qin steadied himself and scrutinized the scene. Through the gaps in the white light, he discerned the figure of a white bird-like creature, flapping its wings in a disoriented manner. That is the true self of the great master Tianji, Chu Qin realized instantly. The myriad of white light forms surrounding him were indeed what Ling Zhao referred to as chaotic recognition. After observing for a considerable time, Chu Qin finally identified an issue. The chaotic recognition appeared to be incessantly assaulting the great master Tianji's true self, leaving him struggling to cope. While the smaller light forms were easily deflected upon contact, causing no apparent harm, the larger white forms were considerably more menacing. Each impact sent the great master Tianji's true self into violent tremors, indicating substantial distress. Moreover, the great master Tianji's attempts to retaliate bore little fruit. No matter how he struggled against them, those light forms seemed immortal, returning relentlessly to assault him again. How should one tackle so many? Chu Chun felt overwhelmed by the multitude of white light forms, having arrived with immense resolve, only to be met by such a horrifying spectacle. Perhaps I should attempt to engage a smaller one first? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Chun steeled himself and moved forward. Having gained some understanding of controlling his unique ability while probing Ling Zhao's true self, he felt as though this power was an innate instinct. Once he approached another's true self, it would begin to stir. Yet, if he maintained his consciousness, he could still exert control. During his first encounter with such a situation, he had not contemplated the necessity of control, and thus, his instinct had dominated his awareness, nearly causing harm to Ling Zhao. Now, he sensed a restless urge akin to a primal hunger deep within his consciousness, compelling him to restrain himself from acting impulsively. As he drew closer, the massive luminous sphere loomed ahead, yet Chu Qin found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. The sheer number of darting light forms dazzled him, and their speed was disorienting. Whenever he finally locked onto a target and raised his hand to grasp it, the light form had already slipped away. While rushing into the light sphere might present numerous opportunities, Chu Qin subconsciously felt that such an approach was perilous, causing him to hesitate. Whoosh! Just as Chu Qin was at his wit's end, a streak of light suddenly darted directly towards him, seemingly launched away by the great master Tianji's flapping wings. A fortuitous opportunity. Chu Qin's heart soared. The light form, measuring over a foot in length, appeared oblivious to Chu Qin's presence as it turned to charge back towards the great master Tianji. Seizing the moment, Chu Chun lunged forward, successfully capturing it. His human form was characterized by a circular light cap atop his brow, while the rest of his structure was slender and delicate, resembling a toothpick, with his hand comprising merely a single finger. Yet, at that moment, this solitary finger clutched the light form with unwavering grip. Boom! The instant Chu Chun seized the light form, his consciousness reverberated like thunder, inundated with a torrent of chaotic information. A large fish pursued a school of smaller fish, opening its mouth wide to consume an unknown number of vibrant little fish in an instant. The large fish leapt high, breaking the surface of the water. And in the distance, islands appeared and vanished like a mirage, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. A colossal claw descended, shattering the water's surface, while a blinding red hue began to obscure his vision. The onslaught of disorganized information rocked Chu Chen's true self, causing the once stable radiance to flicker wildly. In alarm, Chu Chen released the binding of that restless instinct within his consciousness. At that moment of silence, Chu Chen seemed to hear a piercing cry. As the light form ensnared by his fingertip began to thrash violently, and an even more chaotic array of images surged forth. Is this a fish's memory? Chu Chen struggled to withstand the onrush of these images, gradually cultivating an incredulous sense of bewilderment. Chaotic recognition? Chaotic recognition? Disordered consciousness? He gazed towards the immense light sphere, deep in thought. At this juncture, the once foot-long light form was rapidly diminishing, as if it were being ground away by his fingertip. Meanwhile, the flickering radiance of his human form began to stabilize, even appearing to brighten slightly. If even a small one is so challenging, how will I manage the multitude? And there are larger ones still. How long must I endure this? Chu Chan observed a light form stretching like a massive serpent, swiftly passing by, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Chapter 0069. Devouring within the immense sphere of light, countless chaotic entities flitted about, yet they remained oblivious to the figure of Chu Chan, who resembled a mere stickman. After wandering aimlessly for a moment, Chu Chen seized the opportunity to capture a small creature, approximately 7 to 8 inches long. Its tender yellow beak gently pecked at the eggshell, as the slick little head desperately pushed its way through the crack, its eyes still not yet opened. A large bird swooped down, clutching a green caterpillar, and with a swift motion, it swallowed the small bird whole before retracting its head and resuming its slumber. Heavy rain poured down relentlessly, while distant purple lightning illuminated the night sky. The little bird, drenched and famished to the point of emaciation, struggled to lift its head and open its eyes, yet it found no sign of its familiar large companion. After a few feeble attempts to move its small legs, it lay still. This is a bird. As time passed, Chu Chun felt his movements becoming increasingly adept, his speed surpassing that of earlier attempts, as he successfully captured 6 or 7 chaotic entities in succession. Through this process of annihilation, he gradually comprehended certain revelations, which astonished him further. These chaotic entities were akin to fragments of memories or the chronicles of lives. Upon initial contact, they appeared disordered and baffling. But as he connected the images throughout the slaughter, it was as if he were witnessing the entirety of a life-esque journey, from birth to growth, culminating in death. Among these chaotic entities, there was a fish, a bird, 2 insects, 4 plants, and 1 entity that remained shrouded in darkness, its nature completely unknown. Individually, these chaotic entities did not seem particularly fearsome. Although their assaults were vigorous, they were still manageable. However, this assessment pertained solely to the entities Chu Chun had captured, each no longer than 2 feet. The thought of contending with larger entities, those measuring several dozen meters and moving like the wind, filled him with trepidation. Surprisingly, despite his prolonged exertions, Chu Chun felt no fatigue. Rather, he sensed a burgeoning vitality within him. Upon introspection, he discerned that the luminosity of his human form had markedly intensified. Could it be that annihilating these chaotic entities provided such unexpected benefits? This was not something Ling Zhao had mentioned. As he captured another chaotic entity and proceeded to annihilate it, Chu Chun began to savor the intricacies of the process. With each passing moment, the chaotic entity he grasped in his hand diminished in size, and suddenly he was struck with astonishment. He realized that once the chaotic entities had transmitted their information, they did not simply vanish into thin air. Instead, They flowed along his fingers, cascading into his human form until they shrank into oblivion. As these chaotic entities integrated into him, his human form glowed even brighter. Had he truly consumed them, digested them? Chu Chun stood frozen, recognizing that this scenario was far removed from what Ling Zhao had described as annihilation. If a term were to be assigned, perhaps devouring would be more fitting. Yes, devouring, consuming and transforming them into his essence. To validate his hypothesis, Chu Qin acted once more, capturing over 100 chaotic entities, which entirely corroborated his previous conjecture. This outcome seemed even more ruthless than mere annihilation. A vague sense of unease stirred within him. Yet, Ling Zhao had not characterized this ability as such. Was this outcome an unforeseen anomaly, or was there another explanation? He found himself unable to decipher. After the continuous devouring of over 100 chaotic entities, he sensed a disquiet within his consciousness structure. The once gentle luminosity now shone with an intensity akin to a brilliant beacon, filled with an explosive vigor, as if yearning for an outlet to be released. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Perhaps it was time to depart and return to his corporeal form to begin shaping his true self. With this thought, Chu Qin resolved to take action. Was leaving the only option? Just as he was about to depart, he hesitated, casting a final glance at the colossal sphere of light. The crisis presented by the Tianji Great Venerable had yet to be resolved, and should he return without this newfound ability to devour, it could prove a significant loss. This situation mirrored the initial stirrings of consciousness he had felt, and his awareness now radiated with brilliance. If the two were indeed analogous, then the goal of shaping his true self appeared within reach, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Caught in this dilemma, the only course of action might be to begin here. This decision veered somewhat from Chu Qin's original plan. Initially, he had intended to forge his path based on his physical form, aiming to shape 720 acupuncture points, and subsequently expand outward from those points, ensuring a speed that would far surpass the two proposals offered by Ling Zhao. Now, he felt like a plant without roots, lacking a physical body as a reference point. The viable approach might be to use his current structure as a foundation, identifying those 720 acupuncture points, as the definition of acupuncture points merely pertains to regions rather than specific anatomical constructs. The surging power within his consciousness became increasingly challenging to control. Chu Chan dared not delay any longer. He decisively distanced himself from the vast sphere of light, clearing his mind of all distractions, and began to tread the unique path he envisioned. As Chu Chun prepared to embark on this journey, he had already devised a plan in his mind. The 720 acupuncture points could not be established all at once. He would have to approach them one by one, starting with the Baihui point, located at the top of the head, followed by Xinting, Taiyong, Ermin, Jingming, Rinzhong, Yamen, Fengqi, and Renning. Thus, his initial target was Baihui. Having previously followed Ling Zhao's guidance to form a light cover atop his spiritual crown, he promptly located the position of Baihui. The vigorous energy within his consciousness surged forth, crashing toward Baihui like a tidal wave. Unlike previous attempts, this was not merely a matter of communication. Chu Qin sought to establish a stable point here, storing excess energy at the location of these acupuncture points. What exactly is an acupuncture point? It should be a hole, a cavity, or perhaps a pouch. He had observed some clues in Ling Zhao, and now was the moment to validate whether his deductions were correct. As the tumultuous energy in his consciousness continued to surge, the already formed spiritual crown shone even more brilliantly, resembling a radiant sun overhead. Until, at a certain moment, that area suddenly reached a critical threshold. All the brilliance contracted sharply, concentrating entirely in the small region of Baihui, forming a dazzling sphere of light, while the original spiritual crown vanished without a trace. This sphere of light resembled a sun amid boundless darkness, appearing remarkably radiant, as if illuminating the entire world and providing it with a center. The second acupuncture point was Xinting, and the surging energy within his consciousness continued to swirl, racing toward its destination. Shortly after, a second sun began to rise. At this point, Chu Qin finally felt a sense of fatigue. He sensed that the power accumulated from capturing over 100 chaotic entities had nearly been depleted. As he felt the two brilliant suns suspended above him, an overwhelming joy filled his heart. The path he had envisioned began to take shape, and the outcome closely aligned with his expectations, if not exceeding them. Once again, his gaze turned toward the distant, immense sphere of light. In the wooden hut, Ling Zhao watched as Chu Chun and the Tianji Great Venerable sat across from each other, her eyes flickering between concern and anticipation. 3 days had passed. How long would this continue? The young girl murmured to herself as she sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. Chapter 70. This is inappropriate in the wooden cabin. Ling Zhao sat in a daze. Over the past few days, she had grown somewhat numb. Chu Chun and the esteemed Tianji had seemingly transformed into statues, remaining motionless in their seated positions for 17 days. Had it not been for their slow, steady breaths, she would have believed them to be lifeless. Should this continue for another couple of days, I shall have no choice but to take the risk of awakening you, the girl murmured softly. Suddenly, a sound echoed, thud, thud. I am utterly exhausted. At that moment, after many days of silence, both Chu Chun and the esteemed Tianji unexpectedly fell backwards, with Chu Chun muttering a weary complaint. Chu Chun, how are you? The girl rushed forward, only to find that Chu Chun seemed devoid of the strength even to open his eyes. Wait, let me sleep a bit longer, Chu Chun murmured dreamily. Yet a smile of joy graced his lips. All right, rest for now, Ling Zhao sighed in relief, her heart finally easing. Ling Zhao? Chu Chun slept soundly for 3 days, and when he finally awoke, the first sight that greeted him was the girl. You're awake, Ling Zhao exclaimed joyfully. Turning to him, are you all right? Just fine, just a bit hungry, Chu Chun replied with a grin. Oh, wait here, Ling Zhao responded, both amused and exasperated, before swiftly exiting. Before long, she returned with a generous spread of roasted meat and wild fruits, placing them before Chu Chun. Eat up. By this time, Chu Chun was ravenous, and upon seeing the food, his eyes sparkled. He devoured the meal voraciously while Ling Zhao sat quietly across from him, her face serene. The burden that had weighed heavily on her heart was finally lifted. Everything went smoothly. It seemed to have succeeded. It was only after Chu Chun had finished every morsel of roasted meat and fruit that he wiped the grease from his mouth and turned his gaze to Ling Zhao. Tell me what happened. Hearing this, Ling Zhao's heart soared. Chu Chun's expression suggested that the esteemed Tianji was indeed saved. Upon entering, I encountered an immense orb of light. Chu Chun collected himself and began recounting his experiences over the past days. You consumed them all. Ling Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief as she stared at Chu Chun, utterly astonished. Well, not entirely. There were still many left. Perhaps it was due to my excessive noise. Or maybe Tianji resisted too fiercely, causing them to scatter, and I could no longer find them. Chu Chun scratched his head, chuckling. Oh, however, I have never heard of such a form of devouring. According to Uncle A Meng, once life ascends to a higher level, it begins to learn certain true self-attack techniques. Yet, as you describe, directly absorbing another's consciousness for one's own use. This is something I have never heard of. Whether you indeed possess such an ability, or if there is some special reason, I cannot ascertain, Ling Zhao pondered with a myriad of questions. Yet her own understanding was limited, still trapped in the realm of true self. Regardless, whether this ability is genuine or a fluke, at the very least, there are no more chaotic thoughts around Tianji's true self, and that is a tangible fact. Chu Chun felt immensely satisfied with the outcome of his endeavor, having not only expelled those chaotic thoughts, but also gained significant benefits for himself. Yes, as long as you are safe. We now await the awakening of the esteemed Tianji, Ling Zhao nodded. Yet I wonder when he will awaken. Chu Chun glanced at the still motionless Tianji, feeling a twinge of concern. After all, he had heard many tales of comatose individuals on Earth, some never awakening in their lifetimes. And he could not predict Tianji's fate. Let us remain patient for now. After all, he has cultivated for 2,000 years and has no chaotic thoughts to disturb him. He should be able to recover, Ling Zhao encouraged. That seems the only course. Chu Chun nodded. By the way, may I see what your true self looks like now? Ling Zhao, intrigued by Chu Chun's previous descriptions, was eager to witness it. as it had far surpassed her imagination. Very well. Chu Chun hesitated but ultimately agreed without further ado. After a considerable time, Ling Zhao slowly opened her eyes to gaze at Chu Chen, her expression a mix of helplessness and concern. Chu Chen, is this truly your true self? Isn't it? Ling Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, as Chu Chen's true self completely overturned her understanding. In her knowledge, any true self at various realms resembled a physical form, differing only in solidity and capabilities. Yet, what she beheld, Chu Chen's so-called true self, was merely a collection of hundreds of dazzling light points surrounding a structure akin to a stick figure, intertwined with seemingly chaotic, curved lines that vaguely formed a human shape. At first glance, the sight of those glimmering points was akin to a small starry sky. Yet it bore no relation to a true self that had reached maturity. In truth, this is merely a foundational form. Had those larger chaotic thoughts not fled, I might have been able to condense all my meridians. Chu Chun felt a bit wronged, having anticipated praise from Ling Zhao, only to receive this reaction. This time, he had not only expanded all 720 acupoints, but had also opened 4 yang meridians: the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian, and the foot Taiyang bladder meridian. Had it not been for the hasty escape of those chaotic thoughts, he believed he could have completed the last 2 foot Yangming stomach meridians, the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian, as well as 6 yin meridians and even the 8 extraordinary meridians all at once. Chu Chun, I do not intend to undermine your efforts, but forging your own path is indeed challenging. Look at this infinite starry sky. How many lives have attempted to carve their own way, yet how many have succeeded? The methods for shaping the true self that have been passed down are limited, not to mention the differences in quality. Ling Zhao shook her head, evidently losing faith in Chu Chen's unique path. Perhaps Chu Chen began to articulate his vision, but was interrupted by Ling Zhao. The true self must exist in conjunction with the physical body. The fact that you can condense those so-called acupoints apart from your body is already miraculous. However, to this point, aside from a basic structure, what have you built upon the foundation of your own being? It may still be possible to revert to your original path. Ling Zhao spoke earnestly. Chu Chun hesitated as Ling Zhao's words struck a chord. Indeed, she was correct. The current acupoints and meridians lacked any root, entirely disconnected from his essence, rendering his efforts futile. What path should he take? He suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Big brother. Just as Chu Chun was lost in thought, a robust voice rang out from beside him, belonging to the esteemed Tianji. Tianji, you have recovered? Chu Chun exclaimed joyfully, turning around and rushing to Tianji, concern etched on his face as he tightly embraced his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing, girl? This is inappropriate. To Chu Chen's surprise, Tianji forcefully shook off his arm, rebuking him with a serious expression. Chapter 71. No turning back. What? The actions of the esteemed Tianji left Chu Chen utterly bewildered, his arms raised in confusion, unsure where to place them. Brother, it must have been you that I sensed earlier. I felt someone aiding me in dispelling some dreadful entities. You truly saved my life. The esteemed Tianji shook off Chu Chun and hurried towards the dazed Ling Zhao, grasping her hands tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Please, do not rush. Allow me to ask you, do you remember who I am? And who you are? Ling Zhao inquired tentatively. You are my elder brother. And I am a duck. The esteemed Tianji gazed blankly at Ling Zhao. Is he daft? Ling Zhao and Chu Chun exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. This fellow not only mistook identities, but also claimed to be a duck? Foolish, indeed. My brother is truly foolish. The method you taught me was abundantly clear. It must be refined. It must be refined. However, I initially failed to grasp this crucial aspect. During my 7 days in the realm of near beginning, it was not until the final moment that I realized I must first merge and then refine. Alas, by then it was too late. My true self was on the brink of explosion. I desperately raced back to seek your aid, only to lose consciousness entirely. The esteemed Tianji appeared to comprehend nothing of Chu Chen's and Ling Zhao's discourse, descending into a lament. All right, cease your weeping. How do you feel now? Ling Zhao extracted her hands, mustering the courage to pat the esteemed Tianji's shoulder. I am fine now. Aside from a slight dizziness, there are no significant issues. Brother, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. The esteemed Tianji exclaimed, becoming animated once more. Oh, that is splendid. You have lingered here for over half a month. Perhaps it is best to return and rest. Ling Zhao, at a loss for how to proceed, prepared to send the esteemed Tianji away before discussing matters with Chu Chen. Very well, I have troubled you greatly, brother. I shall take my leave now. Please rest well. The esteemed Tianji, though unable to distinguish who was who, understood this sentiment. Yes, yes. Ling Zhao nodded, escorting the esteemed Tianji to the door. Take care, young master. Chu Chen also bid farewell. Hey, girl, how dare you speak so? Do not disrupt the hierarchy. The esteemed Tianji stumbled, nearly falling, turning back to glare at Chu Chen without a hint of politeness. Oh, yes, esteemed one, take care. Chu Chen sighed, feeling defeated. What do you think is going on with the esteemed Tianji? Ling Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety. I do not know. The chaotic entities have evidently fled. I waited a long time before emerging. Chu Chen replied, equally puzzled. Is there truly nothing amiss? Ling Zhao scrutinized Chu Chen, somewhat skeptical. I observed the esteemed Tianji's true self to be lively and vibrant. If I had to say he is, ask you. Chu Chen furrowed his brow. Ask you? Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened. When I departed, I felt he was not aligned with me, as if standing on a different plane. Chu Chen rose, attempting to tilt his body to demonstrate. Ah, so that is the case. You startled me, Ling Zhao exclaimed, a smile spreading across her face as she patted her chest. What is happening? Chu Chen, noticing Ling Zhao's relief, felt a glimmer of hope and inquired curiously. This should merely be his true self, yet to fully realign. It will resolve itself in due course. Ling Zhao declared, her laughter returning. Just not realigned? Chu Chen stroked his already fuzzy chin, surprised by this peculiar issue. Do not worry. I assure you that when the esteemed Tianji next appears, he will surely be back to normal. For now, focus on your own matters. Ling Zhao resumed the previous topic. Let me ponder this further. Chu Chen felt somewhat uncertain, yet he was loath to abandon the path he had envisioned, having already traversed much of it. 720 points gleamed like stars illuminating the night sky, 6 beams of light interwoven, all encircling a humanoid structure, forming a silhouette. Should one continue forward, or heed Ling Zhao's counsel to retrace their steps? Chu Chen found himself in deep turmoil. Just moments ago, he had attempted to draw forth stored power from various acupoints, illuminating nearby cells in his mind, but the endeavor had failed. As his consciousness stirred, the points of light at the acupoints flickered violently, yet could not connect to any cells. If this was the result, then this path was indeed futile. Was the path flawed, or was it due to the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels being incomplete? Chu Chen yearned to shape his true self swiftly, aspiring to carve out a path rivaling the strongest, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. After much contemplation, he attempted to condense his true self using the methods from the Ling Luo, only to be astonished that both approaches bore no fruit. It seemed he had embarked on a one-way street, with no possibility of retreat. Both methods failed. What exactly is this path you envisioned? Ling Zhao was astonished and filled with regret, realizing she should not have permitted Chu Chen to experiment so recklessly. Having witnessed Chu Chen's rapid progress in observing form and bone prior to achieving his true self, akin to a prodigious talent, she had been elated, envisioning a strong individual rising swiftly. Yet, a hasty decision had seemingly buried it all. I shall consult Hachimu and see if their clan's sacred texts contain viable methods for condensing the true self, Ling Zhao suddenly thought, hastening to depart. Half a day later, Ling Zhao returned triumphantly, her findings revealing that the Hachimu clan's technique for condensing the true self was entirely different, yet relatively simple, involving a connection with the earth starting from the hands and feet. Chu Chen understood Ling Zhao's anxiety, as he felt the same. Thus he was eager to try the Hachimu clan's secret method. However, contrary to expectations, after 3 or 4 days, he found himself utterly exhausted, unable to perceive even a hint of connection, falling short even of the indigenous peoples. It was said that even a 7 or 8-year-old child among the Hachimu had gained insights under Hachimu's guidance, while Hachimu himself had successfully condensed his hands and feet within a month. Chu Chun was left despondent, feeling as if he had reached a dead end. At present, it seemed the only option was to press on and see if any miracle might unfold. Chu Chun felt disheartened and lost. A miracle? With no other path available. All he could do was continue onward. Ling Zhao, equally resigned, sighed deeply. Brother, I have returned. A month later, the voice of the esteemed Tianji resonated once more outside the wooden house. Chu Chun and Ling Zhao looked up to see the esteemed Tianji, beaming with vitality, draped in new garments, clutching a large package at the door. Esteemed one, have you fully recovered? Ling Zhao ventured to inquire. Yes. Dear girl, please take these. I recently ventured out and procured some garments for my brother. Upon my return, I happened to acquire the treasure armor and brought it along. The esteemed Tianji seemed in high spirits. The treasure armor has been forged? Ling Zhao beamed with joy, stepping forward. She took the package and opened it, revealing a gray-scaled armor that shimmered with a chilling radiance, instantly captivating her gaze. Chapter 72. The peculiarities. At the moment Chu Chun beheld the armor, a tremor coursed through his heart. The armor, resembling a vest, glimmered in a silver-gray hue, its meticulously layered scales devoid of any gaps, radiating an inexplicable cool sheen that seemed to flow across its surface. Tianji, your craftsmanship is quite impressive, Chu Chun exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. The aesthetic alone of this armor was remarkably appealing. To be honest, I initially intended to forge it in red, but due to limited materials, I had no choice but to create it in its original color. As long as my elder brother is pleased, it is worth it. Frankly, the effort I expended pales in comparison to the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. Tianji, the esteemed elder, beamed with joy upon hearing Chu Chun's praise. It was merely a trifling task. Chu Chun waved his hand dismissively, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. After all, Tianji's earlier actions were somewhat attributable to him as well, yet he feigned nonchalance. In a month, we shall embark on our journey to the desert tribe. With this armor for protection, I shall feel more at ease. By the way, you should also try on these garments to see if they fit. Tianji's eyes gleamed as he glanced at the package, his expression radiating pride. These are styles I meticulously selected. I hope they please my elder brother. Garments? Chu Chun set down the armor and looked down at the package, momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, since arriving on this mountainous planet, he had lost the intimate clothing from his protective suit, which had been carelessly discarded by Hadu, and he had never managed to recover them. Consequently, he had been donning the primitive animal skin attire of the natives, which he still found uncomfortable. If only he could wear something akin to Tianji's ancient earth-like clothing, it would be a more tolerable situation. However, his gaze fell upon the contents, and he was at a loss for words. All he saw was a vibrant red ensemble. How could he possibly wear this? Moreover, recalling Tianji's earlier statement about transforming the armor into red, he cast a glance at the lecherous old man across from him. Did this fellow have an unusual fondness for red? Or perhaps he harbored some peculiarities? What do you think? Are you satisfied, elder brother? Tianji rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. It's acceptable. Chu Chun touched the red fabric, discovering it to be exceedingly comfortable, even softer than silk. Don't wear that expression. There is something for you too. Tianji chuckled as he noticed Ling Zhao standing at a distance. Really? There is something for me. Thank you. Esteemed elder. Ling Zhao exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to retrieve two smaller pieces from the package, which indeed looked different from Chu Chun's. However, there was a tinge of disappointment. They were still a bright red. Nevertheless, Ling Zhao's face radiated sheer delight. Elder brother, during the upcoming month, I shall endeavor to break through to the astral realm, and I may not be able to visit again. If anything arises, you may send the natives to find me, Tianji declared as he prepared to return to his treasure-laden abode. Very well, I hope you succeed in your endeavors. Chu Chun sincerely offered his blessings. Take care, esteemed elder. Ling Zhao joyfully bid farewell. That's more like it. We must not be lax in our hierarchy. Tianji nodded with satisfaction, seemingly recalling Chu Chun's earlier impertinent address. In the wooden cabin, Ling Zhao and Chu Chun both donned the vibrant red garments, exchanging glances for a while before bursting into laughter together. What is it with this Tianji? Why does he have such an affinity for red? Chu Chin's eyes brimmed with tears of mirth. I suspect he must have endured some trauma in the past. Otherwise, how could he possess such a peculiar preference? Ling Zhao mused, rubbing her belly from laughter. This is quite plausible. Chu Chin straightened up, suddenly struck by an idea as he gazed at the smiling Ling Zhao. At that moment, he envisioned the scene with candles lit and Ling Zhao draped in a red veil. Wasn't he that a quintessential wedding night? What are you daydreaming about? In truth, Tianji is rather reliable. This armor is indeed a remarkable treasure for you. Ling Zhao remarked casually, unaware of Chu Chin's thoughts. By the way, I wanted to ask, what benefits does this armor actually provide? Chu Chin was reminded of his inquiry by Ling Zhao. For specifics, you might have to consult Tianji. However, it undoubtedly enhances your defense, allowing you to withstand several strikes from an opponent in the Yuan realm. Furthermore, it likely possesses water-repellent properties. Considering that ancient dragon lived in water for millennia, Ling Zhao explained with a smile. Water-repellent? What does that mean? Chu Chun had no concept of enduring blows from the Yuan realm, but was intrigued by the mention of water-repellent properties. It means that when you wear the armor and enter the water, it will keep you completely dry, and you won't experience any difficulty breathing underwater for a short period. In truth, it's not particularly useful once you reach the Yuan realm. These issues will become trivial, Ling Zhao stated lightly, as if attaining the Yuan realm were a piece of cake. Oh, so during rain, I need not worry about getting soaked. Now that's quite useful. Chu Chin thought of another matter. In his time here, he had only encountered a few rainstorms, but there were no umbrellas, and wearing animal skin clothing meant returning home drenched, which was quite uncomfortable. Indeed. Ling Zhao was speechless. A piece of Yuan realm armor had somehow become a raincoat in Chu Chin's eyes. The two of them tried on the garments for quite some time, but still found it difficult to accept Tianji's grand red robes, feeling that traversing the wild forest in such attire would be cumbersome. Ultimately, they reverted back to their animal skin clothing. However, persuaded by Ling Zhao, Chu Chun decided to keep the armor on. Fortunately, despite its cold and sharp appearance, it was remarkably flexible and comfortable once worn. In recent days, the natives had gradually settled down. Although the hours of sunlight dwindled, the familiar crowing of roosters had returned after 2 months of silence. Yet, something seemed amiss. The sounds that once emanated from the mountains now appeared to come from the heavens, causing many to look upwards, wondering if something would fall from the sky. Since acquiring the armor, Chu Chun had seldom ventured outside, spending several consecutive days in quiet meditation within the wooden cabin. He understood that he had no path of retreat. He had shared his thoughts on forging his true self in detail with Ling Zhao, and after much discussion, they concluded that this path possessed a glimmer of feasibility. Perhaps only upon completing the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels could they truly validate the correctness of this path. Amidst the 720 shining orbs, a slender, crystalline thread began to extend forward. This was the 5th meridian of the Yang pathways, the stomach meridian of the foot Yangming. This meridian had already commenced its formation while assisting Tianji in expelling chaotic consciousness, but the process was interrupted when the chaotic consciousness fled. Now, after more than a month, Chu Chun was relying solely on his mental strength to advance, yet he had barely completed even half of it, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of urgency. At this rate, the remaining dozen or so meridians would take 3 to 5 years to complete, leaving him utterly despondent and fatigued. Chu Chin stepped outside the wooden cabin, strolling beneath the night sky in contemplation of a solution to his dilemma. Before he knew it, he found himself at the dwelling of the natives. At this hour, every native had closed their doors and was resting, and the surroundings were enveloped in a dim, tranquil silence, occasionally interrupted by the low call of a night bird. As he wandered, Chu Chin suddenly halted in his tracks. He fixed his gaze on the darkness ahead, his initial curiosity transforming into disbelief and eventually morphing into sheer terror. Chapter 0073, The Shadow Spirit. At this moment, Chu Chun felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a chill rising from his feet and racing toward his forehead. In the darkness, there appeared a once familiar small figure, somewhat ethereal for reasons unknown, peering through the window of a wooden cabin. At that moment, the figure seemed to sense Chu Chen's gaze, slowly turning its head in his direction before drifting closer. "Who are you?" Chu Chen's pupils dilated abruptly, cold sweat breaking forth instantly. "Brother, it's me, Amu." The small figure floated toward him, seemingly unanchored to the ground. "Amu, you're not?" Chu Chen struggled to articulate, his tongue betraying him. "But I can't bear to leave my mother." "Brother, can you help me?" The small figure drew closer, a note of sorrow in its voice. "Amu, is that truly you?" Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Amu had often played with him and a group of other children months ago, sharing tales of the sacred lake and the young girl Hachimo. Tragically, on that fateful night when a pack of night leopards attacked the indigenous settlement, Amu had been fatally bitten. Now, this child, long departed, reappeared in such a bizarre manner, evoking both fear and disbelief in Chu Chen, for he realized that Amu was but a shadow, lacking a corporeal form. "Amu, how can I assist you?" Chu Chen endeavored to regain his composure. "I miss my mother. I truly can't bear to leave her, but she can't hear me. Will you tell her for me? I've been here for many days and feel increasingly weary. I might not last much longer." Amu began to weep, reaching out to grasp Chu Chen's hand. Before Chu Chen could respond, he felt a sudden chill in his hand, and Amu gasped, retracting his small hand. "What happened?" Chu Chen asked, astonished. "Brother, I forgot. I can't touch your body." Amu's ethereal visage displayed regret, his form growing ever more translucent. "It's all right. I promise to convey your message to your mother." Chu Chen waved his hand, the terror in his heart gradually dissipating. "Thank you, brother." Amu bowed deeply in gratitude. "Come with me. I will go now." Chu Chen had begun to discern Amu's condition and immediately made his way toward the wooden cabin. "Hamuing, please open the door." Chu Chen gently knocked on the wooden door, recalling that Amu's mother bore this name. "Who is it?" "Wait a moment." A woman's voice called from within. Moments later, with a creak, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman. "Greetings, esteemed one." The woman, recognizing Chu Chen in the faint starlight, gasped in surprise and immediately bowed. "Mother," Amu exclaimed, but Hamuing could not hear this joyful call. "Hamuing, no need for such formalities. I have come to relay a message from Amu." Chu Chen helped the middle-aged woman to her feet. "Amu?" Hamuing gasped, tears welling in her eyes. "Do not panic. Amu is right here. You simply cannot see him or hear him speak." Chu Chen gestured towards the intangible Amu. "Amu, come here." "Amu, are you truly here? Can you hear me?" Hamuing began to weep. "Mother, I'm here. I'm right here. I miss you so much. I truly do not want to leave you." Amu knelt on the ground, aware that Hamuing could not hear his cries. "Hamuing, you are now holding Amu's hand. He wants you to know that he misses you dearly, does not wish to leave, and loves you immensely." Chu Chen felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if witnessing another version of himself, and instinctively brought their hands together tightly. "Child, your mother longs for you as well." "Mother." Though mother and son could not perceive each other, they wept together in sorrow, and Chu Chen silently bore witness. "Brother, I am weary. I must depart." Amu slowly released his grip on his mother's hand, looking toward Chu Chen. "Very well, Amu. Do you have any final wishes? I will fulfill them if I can." Chu Chen sighed. "No, thank you, brother." Amu's form grew increasingly insubstantial, and he glanced back at the still weeping Hamuing before vanishing completely. In that moment, Chu Chen suddenly felt a warm flow coursing through him, gradually dissipating. "Child, may your journey be smooth." Chu Chen whispered. "Hamuing, rise. Amu's wish has been fulfilled, and he has departed." Chu Chen helped Hamuing to her feet. "Has he truly gone?" The woman sat despondently on the ground. "He expressed his hope for your well-being in the future." Chu Chen gently patted her shoulder. "I will take my leave. Thank you, esteemed one." Hamuing sobbed. Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to comfort the grieving mother, and chose to depart instead. Nearby, several households, roused from slumber, emerged to investigate, only to be signaled away by Chu Chen's gesture. "That was Amu's shadow spirit. I never imagined the child S will to be so resilient." It is truly a pity. Ling Zhao sighed upon hearing Chu Chen's account. What is the nature of these shadow spirits? Chu Chun queried, perplexed, for similar tales existed on Earth. But in this age of technology, they had been debunked as mere myths. Every land is imbued with spiritual energy, akin to a purified cosmic force. This energy pervades all places, and every living being absorbs it slowly throughout their lives. Ling Zhao explained, our cultivation of the true self, as practiced by revered masters, follows this principle, albeit at a much accelerated pace. A Mu may have been innately attuned to this energy, absorbing more than the average person. His strong attachment after passing prevented the dispersal of this energy, transforming him into a shadow spirit. He was indeed a pitiable child. I see, Chu Chen reflected. After a Mu's departure, I felt a warm sensation enveloping me. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that my fifth meridian was nearing completion, likely a boon bestowed by that child. His mood darkened. By your account, that seems plausible. Furthermore, it suggests that there is hope for your path to the true self. Otherwise, you would not have encountered a being like a Mu. Ling Zhao suddenly remarked. I believe that to be true. Otherwise, Hamuing should have been able to perceive a Mu. Chu Chen replied, though this revelation brought little solace, as he remained profoundly affected by the poignant reunion between mother and son. A child, lingering for days to express a longing, was a deeply moving sight. This experience led Chu Chun to a newfound certainty. Earth was undoubtedly more complex than he previously understood. The mysteries science had yet to unravel often concealed an unknown reality. The mythic tales and extraordinary accounts from the past, some of which were undoubtedly true occurrences, may have been embellished over time, yet their essence remained. But why had these truths seemingly vanished? Where had they gone? Such questions were beyond Chu Chen's capacity to ponder at this moment. Chapter 74. Departure in just a few days. We shall embark on our journey to the Sand Tribe. How are you preparing? Ling Zhao glanced at the dejected Chu Chun, her concern evident. Since a Mu's departure, Chu Chun had been somewhat melancholic, a change that Ling Zhao observed but felt powerless to alleviate. As Chu Chun had briefly shared his background, possibly indicating that a Mu's situation had struck a chord within him. In truth, there isn't much to prepare. I will simply bring my black bow, Chu Chun replied with a lackluster tone. Indeed. By the way, I suspect that the esteemed Tianji is on the verge of a breakthrough. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment before bringing up another matter. Oh, is he about to ascend to the astral realm? Chu Chen's attention was suddenly piqued. This was significant news. Should Tianji succeed in his advancement, both he and Ling Zhao would gain greater assurances. Today, I observed the sky closely, and I noticed colorful halos appearing intermittently. They are likely the result of his fusion with the power of the stars, causing a phenomenon during the collision with his true form. Ling Zhao nodded, a smile gracing her features, as it was clear that this revelation had sparked Chu Chen's interest. Let us go outside and take a look. Chu Chen sprang to his feet. Outside the wooden cabin, the night was thick and rich. Many of the indigenous people had emerged from their homes, gazing up at the starry sky, occasionally gasping in awe. Chu Chen followed suit, lifting his gaze to the profound night sky, where stars twinkled brightly. However, in the direction of the esteemed Tianji, a red and green light pulsated like the aurora, appearing extraordinarily mystical. These lights hovered high above, not manifesting as a continuous halo, clearly indicating that they were not auroras. Thus, the only possibility was that they were phenomena caused by Tianji. Chu Chun gazed at the sky, his heart racing, unconsciously clenching his fists. The astral realm, where one could roam freely among the stars, was his loftiest aspiration. When would he reach such heights? In that moment, he felt an intense envy towards Tianji. After some time, Chu Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to the girl beside him. Ling Zhao, we must strive harder. Absolutely. Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded slightly. Human nature is peculiar. Often, when one is mired in a singular fixation, logical reasoning falls on deaf ears. However, seemingly unrelated factors can awaken one from their stupor in an instant. In this moment, Chu Chun, as seen through Ling Zhao's eyes, had shed his recent gloom. his gaze now shining brightly. 5 days later, as the first light of dawn seeped into the sky, Chu Chen and Ling Zhao donned their vibrant red garments and sat quietly in the wooden cabin, awaiting their departure. This was the day they had agreed upon with the esteemed Tianji. Together, they would set forth to the Sand Tribe. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distant mountains. "I'm coming." Chu Chen looked at Ling Zhao, feeling a swell of excitement. For over half a year, he had remained in this wild forest. Although he had gleaned some understanding of the differences in this world, this secluded corner was but a small fragment. Stepping beyond the wilderness promised an array of unimaginable wonders. Remember, once we leave here, if you encounter anything novel or perplexing, resist the urge to inquire immediately. I will find a way to explain it to you. Ling Zhao cautioned Chu Chen once more. Understood. Chu Chen nodded. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to utilize your yet immature true self to communicate with the dragon armor. This will provide additional protective strength, Ling Zhao added, anxious to ensure nothing was overlooked. Ling Zhao, this dragon armor seems a bit small. I feel as though I can hardly breathe in it. Perhaps I should let you wear it instead. I will have Tianji procure a larger one next time. Chu Chen said, his gaze softening as he glanced at the girl, taking a deep breath to ease his discomfort. Small? Please stop. Don't tease me. Such crafted items possess self-adjusting properties. Ling Zhao, initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Self-adjusting? I don't feel that at all. Tianji must have botched the crafting process. You should give it a try. Chu Chen seemed quite vexed and was determined to continue his complaint. All right, what is this? Ling Zhao tilted her head slightly, as though examining a rare treasure, her eyes brightening as she opened the collar of her red garment. What is that? Chu Chen followed her gaze and was astonished to see a shimmering, delicate inner armor revealed beneath the fabric. This was crafted from a bug demon I defeated while fleeing from pursuers with Uncle A Ming. I haven't worn it in years, but I retrieved it after the last chaos caused by Ha Tu, Ling Zhao explained softly. Oh, I see now. Chu Chen felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, his ears warming. So, your dragon armor can be snug. It's fine. Ling Zhao smiled mischievously. Ahem, all right. Chu Chen awkwardly adjusted his bright red attire. Brother, are you ready? We must set off. Soon, the voice of the esteemed Tianji rang out from outside the cabin. Ready. Chu Chen slung his black bow over his shoulder, stepping out with Ling Zhao to find Tianji already resplendent in his attire nearby. Not bad, not bad. Brother, you truly look distinguished in that outfit. And you, young lady, look splendid as well. The esteemed Tianji circled around Chu Chen and Ling Zhao, much like an artist admiring his masterpiece. Chu Chen felt somewhat speechless. To him, the red attire seemed rather gaudy. Yet he had no choice but to make do with it for now. Esteemed one, shall we set off early? The journey is long, and it won't be easy. Ling Zhao felt slightly overwhelmed by Tianji's scrutiny. Fear not, Ling Zhao. How could I allow my brother to suffer on this journey? Tianji replied with a smug expression, tossing a translucent red feather into the air. Although this feather appeared similar to the one Chu Chen had received, it suddenly swelled upon landing, transforming into a massive plume measuring 5 to 6 meters long and over a meter wide, hovering a foot above the ground. This is remarkable. Ling Zhao's eyes widened in surprise as she gracefully leapt onto the enormous feather. Brother, please. Tianji gestured to Chu Chen with an inviting motion. This is indeed impressive. Chu Chen, unable to discern the quality of the feather, echoed Ling Zhao's praise and stepped onto it. Of course, you have no idea. I invested considerable effort to acquire this. Tianji seemed to reminisce about an illustrious past, his face glowing with pride. All right, let us prepare to depart. Tianji called out, and the enormous, shimmering red feather soared into the sky, racing towards the sun. At that moment, a mystical illusion of a fiery bird materialized around the red feather, flapping its wings as though it were semi-tangible, surrounded by swirling mist, creating the sensation of riding on clouds. As Chu Chen gazed down at the rapidly receding wild forest beneath him, he was astounded by the speed, which surpassed that of the previous journey with Tianji 3 months prior. Although the crystalline red feather moved at a terrifying velocity, the three of them remained seated atop it as steady as a rock, feeling no turbulence or gusts of wind. This feather is truly extraordinary. Chu Chun marveled inwardly, pondering whether the small red feather in his beast skin pouch possessed similar extraordinary abilities. Chapter 75, The Pyramid Master. Could this possibly be the legendary true feather of the Golden Crow? While Chu Chun was lost in reverie, Ling Zhao eagerly inquired of the esteemed Tianji. This little girl has quite the discernment. Tianji, visibly pleased, revealed, to tell you the truth. This is indeed a true feather of the Golden Crow from the sun-soaring realm. My cultivation is too low to refine it properly. If only I possessed sufficient strength, I could transform it into a supreme starship. Is it truly from the sun-soaring realm? Ling Zhao gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is a genuine artifact from the sun-soaring realm. Back in my day, I paid a significant price to acquire it. Tianji puffed his chest with pride, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. If it were refined into a starship, what transformations could it undergo? Ling Zhao queried. That would be nothing short of extraordinary. As Ling Zhao persistently sought knowledge from Tianji, Chu Chun gradually began to grasp some concepts regarding the crafting of items. The wild forest is located at the southernmost point of the mountain region, while their destination lies in the northern hemisphere. According to Tianji's estimation, even at their current speed, it would take at least half a day to reach their goal. Bored, Chu Chun gazed down at the earth beneath. After more than an hour of flight, the towering mountains were left behind, and hills began to emerge ahead, with greenery gradually diminishing. Chu Chun calculated that if the wild forest were a circle centered at the polar point, its radius would extend at least 1,500 kilometers. No wonder Ling Zhao had mentioned it would take her 2 to 3 months to depart. As he looked down, he was startled to see enormous figures moving between the hills. However, due to their high altitude, he could only discern that they were humanoid shapes. Master, are those ancient giants down below? They look so tall. Ling Zhao exclaimed. Little girl, don't speak carelessly. Ancient giants cannot simply be seen in this desolate land. Those are hill giants. Once grown, they can reach heights of 40 to 50 meters. Though they are quite large, they are nothing but foolish brutes. Tianji scoffed. Wow, then ancient giants must be even taller? Ling Zhao seemed incredibly curious. Ancient giants? It is said that upon maturity, they can reach heights of 1,000 meters. Wouldn't that be impressive? Tianji appeared to relish answering the questions of an innocent girl, sharing knowledge freely. After flying for a while longer, the hills gradually vanished, and an endless expanse of yellow began to fill their view. They had evidently arrived in the desert. Sparse, rudimentary structures, resembling houses, dotted the vast sandy sea, hinting at the presence of life struggling to survive in this harsh environment. These must be the Sand Tribe, right? It's incredible that they can survive in such conditions. Ling Zhao marveled. My dear girl, you misunderstand. The Sand Tribe is merely a collective name. They are divided into numerous groups. What you see now is merely the outskirts of the desert, where only a few nomads reside. In the desert's heart, it is quite lively. Those folks live comfortably amidst their grand city-states, teeming with life that will surely astonish you. Tianji laughed heartily, in high spirits. As Tianji had indicated, as they ventured deeper into the desert, Chu Chun indeed began to encounter town-like clusters, with an increasing number of living beings. Even in the sky, some flying creatures appeared, but the swift, crystalline red feathers quickly distanced themselves from the bat-like birds. Under Ling Zhao's incessant prompting, Chu Chun began to comprehend many things. Pretending to be entranced, Chu Chun suddenly spotted a familiar structure near the distant grand city amidst the sandy expanse. Despite Ling Zhao's repeated reminders, he could not help but utter a low exclamation. There stood a colossal pyramid-like edifice, an extraordinary sight on this unfamiliar planet, reminiscent of something from Earth. Wow, the scale of this teleportation tower is truly impressive, Ling Zhao exclaimed, glancing at Chu Chun. Indeed, this place is already somewhat secluded. Without it, this land would be utterly isolated. Tianji remarked casually, however, we should descend now to attend to some matters. As he spoke, the crystalline red feathers slowly descended. Brother, this is the 7th major city of the mountain region, Kabang. We shall rest there before proceeding to Hanluo City, where the Sand Emperor resides. Tianji gestured towards the distant city after stowing away the true feather of the golden crow. All right, that sounds good. As Chu Chen stepped onto the golden sands, feeling the searing heat wash over him, he felt as though he had returned to Earth, becoming momentarily lost in thought. Brother, for the sake of convenience in our endeavors, I would like you and the girl to present yourselves as my disciples to avoid any complications. What do you think? Tianji looked at Chu Chen with a hint of apprehension. I had the same thought. Chu Chen nodded. He had just contemplated this issue and found it somewhat troublesome, so this suggestion was quite agreeable. Very well, my dear girl, remember this. Tianji sighed in relief at their agreement, leading Chu Chen and Ling Zhao at a leisurely pace towards Kabang City. As they drew nearer, Chu Chen's astonishment grew. The pyramid was constructed just outside the city, appearing a mere few miles away. From the outside, it bore a striking resemblance to the Egyptian pyramids, but was even more grandiose and imposing. It is worth noting that the largest pyramid in Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza, measures only about 150 meters. In contrast, this towering structure appeared to be nearly 1,000 meters tall. The only distinction was the presence of enormous doorways on all four sides. Reflecting on Tianji's earlier mention of a teleportation tower, Chu Chen found himself increasingly skeptical of Earth's historical narrative. According to incomplete statistics, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of pyramid-like structures discovered across Earth. Were these mere coincidences, or was there a deeper significance? Or were they simply imitations? Around the Great Pyramid, various bizarre creatures made their way toward it. Chu Chen also noticed formations reminiscent of an army. Groups of hill giants, towering at 40 to 50 meters, patrolled the pyramid's surroundings, their armored six-armed beings perched upon their shoulders, seemingly maintaining order. Those poor giants have been captured by the Sand tribe to serve as mounts. Ling Zhao turned and sighed. Such is the law of the jungle. If a lone Zhuan Na soldier were to stumble into the hill giant's domain, they would likely become a snack. Tianji remarked nonchalantly. Now, let us prepare to enter the city. Kabang's enormous city gates were 100 meters wide, with no arrow towers in sight, while the walls, rising dozens of meters, were partially buried in the yellow sands. As they approached the city gates, Chu Chen found his eyes overwhelmed. Though there were many humans, a myriad of exotic races crowded toward the gates, dazzling him. Just as Tianji had said, the desert was indeed bustling. However, despite the apparent order, Chu Chen sensed an undercurrent of danger lurking nearby. A plump yellow worm with a human face, shouldering a white fox, rode atop a camel-like six-legged beast, strutting boldly through the gates. A 4 to 5 meter tall black spider scurried by, its 8 legs moving rapidly, with a dozen dark-skinned humans seemingly bound by webs, stumbling along in its wake, sending a shiver down Chu Chen's spine. Make way! Make way! Dozens of humans mounted on colossal lions, each measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, thundered past. The leader brandished a robust spear, its tip skewering a bloodied bird's head the size of a grinding stone. Chapter 0076. A sweep through the city. These city guards truly exude an air of grandeur. Ling Zhao remarked with envy. Indeed, they appear formidable in their daily duties. However, one mustn't overlook the dangers that accompany such responsibilities. Did you not notice the vacant mounts behind them? Tianji Dazuan seemed to impart wisdom upon Ling Zhao. As Chu Chen observed the receding figures, he realized, as Tianji Dazuan had indicated, that these city guards likely functioned akin to modern-day police or ancient officials, tasked with maintaining order and executing official duties. The trio engaged in conversation as they strolled into the city, navigating along the broad thoroughfare flanked by towering shops, the air vibrant with a cacophony of vendors' calls. This place is filled with miscellaneous goods. Let us visit the materials yard and see if we can procure some quality materials. Tianji Dazuan appeared well acquainted with the area, leading the two down a different path shortly after entering the city. As Chu Chen glanced at the shops lining the streets, he was reminded of ancient marketplaces depicted in films. This locale resembled an expansive version of such a market, replete with every conceivable item: food, drink, clothing, and necessities. The only notable addition was the plethora of stone suppliers, numbering at least 4 or 5 dozen along the route. Make way! Make way! A commotion erupted behind them as a group of individuals riding wolf-headed steeds rushed past, the leader brandishing a creature resembling a large golden rat, seemingly on some urgent errand. What on earth is happening today? Tianji Dazuan stroked his beard, perplexed. They must be apprehending someone. Ling Zhao interjected. Indeed, that seems plausible, but something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so frequently mobilized. Tianji Dazuan furrowed his brow. Regardless, let's proceed to the materials yard. Ling Zhao appeared disinterested in the unfolding events. After much wandering, the trio finally arrived at a grand entrance bustling with people, more lively than any place they had previously encountered. Tianji Dazuan carefully maneuvered the two through the crowd, and Chu Qin soon discovered that they had entered a vast marketplace, seemingly boundless, filled entirely with various ores. Qianyan stone. Freshly arrived Qianyan stone. Interested parties. Come take a look. Datai Song mine, Qiren stone, Huangjiao Ra stone. Come inside for a look. This one's a bargain. I will trade it for dragon bone rock. Upon stepping into the materials yard, Chu Chun was overwhelmed by the clamor of vendors hawking their wares and the sounds of bargaining. After casually perusing a few stalls, Chu Chun felt his breath quicken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He sensed he was nearing a breaking point. The ground before the stone shops was strewn with countless golden and silver fragments, left to be trodden upon. Initially curious, he bent down to examine a few pieces, only to be startled upon closer inspection. These were raw gold and silver ingots. Gazing at the gold and silver scattered about, his eyes gleamed with desire. These precious metals, revered on Earth, lay discarded as refuse in the streets. If the inhabitants of Earth were to learn of this, they would surely be driven to madness. However, Tianji Dazuan did not linger on the outskirts. Pulling the two deeper into the marketplace, Chu Chun, while observing the surroundings, gradually became desensitized. Not only gold and silver, but also radiant gems resembling diamonds and crystals were carelessly discarded, while many unremarkable, dull stones were revered as treasures. Great Lord, I knew you would come. Please, come in. At last, before a particularly grand stone shop, they halted as a flustered elderly man with a flushed face hurried out to greet Tianji Dazuan. Have the items I requested been gathered? Tianji Dazuan casually seated himself in a spacious hall at the back of the shop, adopting a posture befitting a dignitary. Yes, everything is ready. We are merely waiting for your arrival to collect the goods. The elderly man, appearing human yet possessing 4 arms, seemed exceedingly anxious, his limbs twisting in agitation. As he spoke, 2 young attendants arrived, bearing a large chest. Tianji Dazuan opened the chest, squinting as he scanned its contents, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Old 2, you have done well this time. Not at all. It took me over a decade to gather these materials. I feel I have failed to meet your expectations. The elderly man immediately bowed, apologizing profusely. Forget it. You have done more than enough. As for the expenses, Tianji Dazuan patted the exquisite beast hide pouch at his waist. Great Lord, you mustn't. My humble shop would never dare accept payment from you. That would be an affront. The elderly man retreated repeatedly. Come now, let us not be formal about this. As Tianji Dazuan spoke, he waved his hand, causing the entire chest of materials to vanish in an instant. All right, I shall take my leave. With that, Tianji Dazuan clapped his hands, leading the astonished Chu Chun and Ling Zhao away. What just happened? Ling Zhao finally could contain his curiosity after exiting the stone shop. Cough, cough. Over 800 years ago, when the 7th city changed its lord, I was destined to ascend to the position. However, I was solely focused on my pursuits and chose to relinquish my claim to the current lord, the Golden Camel King. The elders of this materials yard all recognize me. Hence, Tianji Dazuan spoke leisurely. Ah, great lord, you had such a glorious past. No wonder. Ling Zhao expressed his astonishment. Those are merely tales of yore. It is best not to dwell on them. Tianji Dazuan waved his hand dismissively. Chu Qin listened with skepticism. He found it hard to believe that Tianji Dazuan was as unambitious as he claimed. As they continued onward, Chu Chun was astonished to see Tianji Dazuan sweep through over a dozen prominent stone shops, each more resplendent than the last, with the owners treating him with utmost deference. offering materials without charge. This left Chu Chun perplexed. Could it be that Tianji Dazuan's words were indeed truthful? Very well. We shall conclude our endeavors for today and make our way directly to Hanluo City. Tianji Dazuan finally appeared content as he patted the pouch at his waist. Brother, when you recover to the realm of Yuan, feel free to request any materials you need. Whatever is available here, I will procure for you, Tianji Dazuan promised, thumping his chest. I will mention it when the time comes. Chu Chun felt awkward. He couldn't even identify a single stone, let alone know its purpose. As he listened to Tianji Dazuan's choice of words, he found it somewhat unsettling. Yes, indeed, there is no rush for now. Tianji Dazuan nodded, guiding the two back. How dare you act so brazenly in public? Do you wish to court death? Before the trio had ventured far, a commotion erupted ahead, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Curious, Chu Chin and his companions approached to find a burly man with a lion's head berating someone while hoisting a petite figure into the air. I did not steal anything. Which of your eyes saw me take your materials? The small figure squeaked, struggling to reach the lion-headed man's hair. You little rascal, your very appearance reeks of deceit. My materials were right there, and the moment I turned away, they vanished. Who else could it be but you? Frankly, I even suspect you are the infamous thief who plundered the Tsar's treasury. The lion-headed man dismissed the small figure's protests entirely. Chu Chun involuntarily glanced at Tianji Dazuan, who was grinning beside him. The lion-headed man's words seemed rather harsh. Tianji Dazuan, sensing Chu Chin's gaze, abruptly tightened his expression, glaring fiercely at the lion-headed man. Chapter 0077. The theft of the treasury. You are utterly outrageous. How dare you suspect me based solely on my appearance? I shall not back down, the diminutive figure shrieked, flailing helplessly, yet his struggles proved futile as the lion-headed man tightened his grip around his neck. Suspecting you based on looks? Just take a glance around. Who else here resembles your scrawny, rat-like visage? Can you blame me? The lion-headed man guffawed, mocking the small figure while surveying the onlookers. However, as his gaze fell upon Chu Chun and his companions, his laughter abruptly ceased. His mouth agape, he froze. For among the crowd stood an individual whose appearance was strikingly similar to his own, as if custom-tailored. What are you staring at, Lionhead? The esteemed Tianji, initially somewhat uncomfortable, felt a surge of irritation under the scrutiny of this ruffian. Hey, old man, what is it to you if I steal a few glances? I must say, you do bear a striking resemblance to this lad. Could he be a relative of yours? The lion-headed man, seemingly a local from the stone yard, appeared emboldened by his own stature and began to jest at Tianji's expense. Indeed, it's uncanny. They couldn't possibly be in cahoots, could they? The crowd erupted in laughter. You audacious little rascal, how dare you speak to me thus? Tianji's face flushed with indignation, clearly displeased at being associated with a thief. Boom. His aura erupted, sending a terrible force sweeping through the crowd, causing everyone to be flung backward, crashing to the ground in disarray. The once boisterous stone yard fell into an eerie silence. Countless eyes now fixated on this spectacle, while the pillars of the stone yard cracked and collapsed under the pressure, leaving half the structure in ruins. Amid the cries of dismay, the lion-headed man found his garments shredded, leaving him trembling in fear, his face ashen. Master, I was blind to offend you. I implore your mercy. He collapsed to the ground, begging for his life. You are the esteemed one from 8 centuries ago. Please, forgive this wayward child. Just then, a more robust elder lionhead emerged from the fallen stone yard, his expression shifting in horror upon seeing Tianji, and he promptly prostrated himself before him. Forgive him? Tianji surveyed the gathering crowd, his expression darkening further. My dear esteemed one, please select any stones from my shop. I beseech you to show mercy upon this child. The elder lionhead's urgency was palpable. Select any stones? Tianji's eyes sparkled with interest, his demeanor softening noticeably. Yes, take as much as you desire. The elder lionhead hastily added. Dear proprietor, you are far too kind. As a dignified figure, I certainly cannot hold a grudge against a mere child of the true self-realm. Come, let us explore the treasures within. Without waiting for a response, Tianji strode past the elder, entering the stone yard as if returning home. Inside, a vast courtyard was filled with an array of stones. In mere moments, Tianji swept through, and to Chu Chun's astonishment, nearly half of the stones had vanished. "Thank you kindly, old proprietor." Tianji waved his hand, leading Chu Chun and the other companions away, leaving behind the elder lion head, who stood alone, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Old man, wait for me." Not long after they departed the ruckus, a small figure hurried after them. "Oh, why is this little thief still following?" Tianji turned to find it was the very individual previously captured by the lion-headed man. Chu Chun now noticed the fellow's resemblance to the earlier description, small in stature, with a mouse-like face and oversized ears. "I am Yin Ning of the Fuxia tribe. I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed elder." The diminutive figure's eyes sparkled as he expressed his gratitude. "Enough. It was merely a casual act. Why do you linger instead of leaving?" Tianji inquired, puzzled. "I became separated from my elder brother a while ago and am uncertain where to go. I noticed your remarkable skills and hope to learn from you." Yin Ning spoke cautiously, yet his demeanor suggested he was not overly intimidated by Tianji, intriguing Chu Chun further. "Oh, you possess discerning eyes. This is merely a trivial interest," Tianji remarked, surprised as a magnificent azure beast skin pouch slipped from his sleeve. "What is this?" Chu Chun's vision dimmed momentarily. He recalled that the elder lionhead had a similar pouch at his waist, suggesting that Tianji had pilfered it without notice. Yin Ning, having witnessed this, reflected on their earlier encounters with a sigh, recognizing this was likely Tianji's true nature. From the initial acquisition of the Hachimu tribe's sacred cauldron to his eager attention toward the energy weapon and subsequent aspirations to obtain the spirit crystal of the elusive gray flood dragon, it seemed he was ever inclined to seize opportunities for gain. Chu Chun regarded the self-satisfied Tianji with growing skepticism, glancing at the shifty-eyed Yin Ning, instinctively placing a hand on his waist. "Old man, fate has brought us together. As fellow practitioners, could you not share a few skills with me?" Yin Ning approached earnestly. "Cough. This gathering is rather crowded. Let us retreat elsewhere to converse." Tianji assumed an air of superiority, reveling in his newfound sense of importance as he indeed led the recently acquainted thief away from the stone yard, chattering incessantly. "Yin Ning, what was that talk of the Sand Emperor's treasury?" Chu Chun suddenly recalled. "Oh, that. You two have just arrived, so you may not know. Just over 10 days ago, the Sand Emperor's treasury was robbed, and a significant item was reportedly lost. Consequently, the lords of the 10 major cities are in a frenzy, dispatching people to apprehend the notorious thief. This has wreaked havoc on our band of brothers." Yin Ning lamented, his face drawn with worry. Who would dare to steal from the Sand Emperor? They must be courting death. Tianji expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the outside world has become perilous. Yin Ning's eyes darted around the crowd apprehensively. Has the culprit been apprehended in the days since? Chu Chun mused, realizing that Yin Ning likely sought security by clinging to Tianji, the formidable ally. Unlikely. Otherwise, would the city guards be in such disarray, scouring for suspects? The Sand Emperor himself has issued a bounty, and the rewards are substantial, prompting the guards to be particularly zealous, vowing to catch 1,000 innocents rather than let a single guilty one escape. Yin Ning's tone grew increasingly disgruntled. It's no wonder we saw 2 groups of city guards rushing back earlier. Ling Zhao nodded in agreement. As the 4 conversed, they gradually exited the city gates. "Then you shall accompany us to Hanluo City." Tianji unexpectedly extended this offer, appearing rather considerate of the loquacious Yin Ning. "Very well. I can't locate my brother anyway. Oh dear, I hope he hasn't been captured by the city guards." Yin Ning exclaimed suddenly. If captured, he's as good as doomed. If not, he's likely enjoying himself somewhere. Worrying here is futile. Tianji consoled him, patting Yin Ning on the shoulder. With a rumble, the adventure continued. At that moment, a sudden tremor shook the ground accompanied by a resounding roar. Chu Chun turned around to witness the enormous pyramid in the distance, surrounded by swirling sand and dust. A brilliant beam of light surged towards the heavens amidst the cacophony, gradually dissipating after a considerable time. If only there were sufficient ore, I would yearn to leave this mountain-mang star and explore the world beyond. Yin Ning's eyes shimmered with longing. Enough of such fanciful thoughts. Let us proceed to Hanluo City. With a wave of his hand, the esteemed Tianji summoned Chu Chen and the others, and they vanished instantaneously from the city gate. Chapter 0078. Accompanying thieves. Even among thieves, there exists a code of conduct. One cannot succeed without the harmony of timing, geography, and human connection. Timing refers to the opportune moments of day, while geography pertains to the concealed and shadowy havens. Human connection can be cultivated or even summoned from the void. To Chu Chen's astonishment, the esteemed Tianji chose to abandon him and Ling Zhao, engaging in a profound discourse on thievery with Yin Ning. Their conversation was steeped in expert jargon, leaving Chu Chen and Ling Zhao to stand by, bewildered. Perhaps carrying 3 individuals was proving burdensome. As Tianji descended after an hour of flight, and the group continued their journey on foot through the sea of sand. Thud, thud, thud. Behind them, a colossal, shaggy elephant, towering over 10 meters, lumbered past, its broad back occupied by diminutive figures of the Anar tribe, who squealed in excitement, directing their odd cries toward Chu Chen and his companions. What are they saying? Ling Zhao inquired, curiosity piqued. The Anar dwarves are warning us of an impending sandstorm, urging us to flee. Yin Ning squinted into the distance. Chu Chen followed her gaze, noting a faint black line on the horizon that quickly expanded in size, indicating the formidable power of the approaching storm. Old man, should we flee or take cover? Yin Ning looked to Tianji for guidance. We should move. Though I am uncertain how long this sandstorm will persist. Tianji stroked his beard, his complexion revealing a hint of embarrassment. Then let us take shelter. There is no rush. Yin Ning, perceptive as ever, chimed in. In this vast expanse of endless yellow sand, where can we hide? Ling Zhao scanned the area, finding no suitable refuge. Watch and learn. Yin Ning grinned mischievously, scouring the vicinity until he pinpointed a location. He then crouched down, employing both hands and feet to begin digging. At that moment, Chu Chen observed that Yin Ning's limbs bore flat, bony claws that had previously been concealed beneath his skin. Now revealed, they swiftly excavated the sand. In mere minutes, a slanted burrow had emerged, and Yin Ning had already wriggled inside, continuing his excavation. Moments later, he emerged from the tunnel, beckoning, "Come in." Chu Chen glanced at the darkening sky. The fierce wind whipped up clouds of sand, and he dared not linger. He promptly followed Tianji, crouching to enter the burrow. This sandstorm is remarkably swift, Ling Zhao remarked. Ahem, if I were alone, I would have fled far away. But with you both, it is wiser to err on the side of caution. Tianji coughed lightly in the darkness. The 4 of them had now reached the bottom of the tunnel, the entrance blocked by Yin Ning. Inside, it was pitch black, but the space was ample enough for breathing. The walls felt slightly damp, indicating that Yin Ning had deliberately chosen this location with some moisture to prevent collapse. Chu Chen felt immense admiration for Yin Ning, who had adeptly identified a suitable spot and excavated such a spacious hole in such a short time. Outside, a faint humming sound echoed, suggesting the storm had reached their location. Yin Ning, what of your brother? How did he get lost? Bored, Chu Chen inquired. The one-eared fellow isn't truly my brother. He is notorious in our tribe for his mischief. Long ago, he often ventured out to indulge in debauchery. A few years back, he returned to inform me of lucrative opportunities beyond our realm, luring me into the outside world. Yet, upon arriving in cabin, he merely taught me thievery. Alone and unable to survive, I had no choice but to comply with his demands for 2 or 3 years, until he vanished a few months ago, leaving me to wander aimlessly. Yin Ning's voice trailed off, tinged with melancholy. So, you intend to seek him out in Hanluo City? Chu Chen asked. Finding him is not of great concern. However, the Sand Emperor's birth celebration is imminent, and I expect that place is bustling. I plan to take a look, gather some funds, and return to my tribe. Yin Ning's eyes gleamed with mischief, even in the darkness. Well, just don't get caught. Chu Chen sighed, recognizing the persistent, thieving spirit within Yin Ning. Likely tempted to strike a fortune beneath the Sand Emperor's nose. Rest assured, after learning from the old man, I feel my skills have significantly improved. Yin Ning was visibly excited. After some time, the low, humming sound outside had nearly dissipated. Yan Ning climbed to the entrance, listened intently for a moment, and began to dig again. Let us go. The sandstorm has passed. When the group emerged once more onto the surface, the storm had indeed subsided. Though the wind still stirred the sands, it was now safe to proceed. Let us move quickly. I will lead the way. Tianji unfurled his sleeves, swiftly ushering the three onward. After several instances of walking and flying, a vast city-state came into view. At last, we have arrived. Tianji landed, signaling that they were close and suggesting they proceed on foot. Whoosh! Just as Chu Chen set foot on solid ground, a gust of wind swept overhead, accompanied by laughter. Look, that poor fool has arrived. Chu Chen looked up to see a group of 6 or 7 individuals perched atop a green bamboo pole, swiftly departing toward Handuo City. Their laughter echoing, mocking, poor fool. That scoundrel. Tianji's brows furrowed, evidently recognizing one among them. Who is that, riding a rickety pole with such arrogance? Chu Chen couldn't help but inquire. Humph, an old rival. Tianji's disdain for that individual was palpable. Handuo City, the largest metropolis on the Shanmang Star continent, is home to the Sand Emperor, the pinnacle of power in this realm. As dusk settled, the grand city illuminated in a dazzling display, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Before the city gates, patrols of fierce beasts ridden by various tribesmen circled continuously. Even as night approached, many still hurried from all directions to enter the city. Chu Chen glanced upward, noticing a faint shimmering barrier rippling above the city. They have activated the city's defensive array. Ling Zhao exclaimed. A robbery at the treasury likely prompted this precaution, but it seems somewhat excessive, doesn't it? Tianji regarded the shimmering barrier with bemusement. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Let us enter the city. Yan Ning was eager to proceed. Young man, remember, entering the city is easy, but exiting is a different story. Have you considered this? Tianji shot a cautionary glance at Yan Ning, pointing ahead. Are they really that stringent with inspections? Both Yan Ning and Chu Chen turned to follow Tianji's gesture. At the entrance, the passageway for entry was wide open, unimpeded. However, a long queue had formed for those exiting, each individual undergoing scrutiny. This hardly concerns me. Let us just go inside. Yan Ning grumbled, striding toward the city gates. Tianji shook his head slightly, and Chu Chen and Ling Zhao followed swiftly. The interior of the city was far more vibrant than cabin, perhaps due to the upcoming festivities for the Sand Emperor's birth, or perhaps a consequence of the tight exit inspections, as an array of diverse tribes thronged the streets. Old man, thank you for your guidance along the way. We shall part here. I hope to visit you at your southern treasure mountain someday. Yan Ning courteously bid farewell to Tianji. Walk your own path. Go on. Tianji waved his hand. Farewell, brothers and sisters. Yan Ning gradually blended into the crowd. Young man, take care of yourself. Tianji murmured as he watched Yan Ning depart, then turned to Chu Chen. Brother, shall we find a place to rest for a while? Indeed, indeed. Let us grab a bite to eat. Ling Zhao cheered. Then let us do just that, and take a moment to rest. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 0079. The Celestial Dining Hall of Shaheqianzi. Towering like a colossal spire, the hall with 19 levels was chosen by the esteemed Tianji for its street-facing position, offering a view of nearly half of Hanluo City. The hall was bustling with patrons, each table filled with guests, and the atmosphere was vibrant with chatter. After the three settled in, a server quickly arrived, presenting an array of meat and vegetables that filled the table. Was this a treat from the esteemed Tianji? Chu Chen, observing the familiar scene, found his thoughts wandering. Although the dishes appeared simply prepared, the myriad of enticing aromas was undeniably appetizing. The thought of sharing a few crates of beer with a few friends was delightful. 7 taels. The server stood beside them, holding a black circular plate. The esteemed Tianji casually retrieved a gray stone from his pouch and tossed it onto the plate, causing several rings to illuminate at its center. 7 taels, precisely. Enjoy your meal. The server respectfully departed. Was that a spirit stone? And it can measure weight? Ling Zhao inquired, intrigued. Not at all. Spirit stones are quite rare here. That was merely a crude or containing a small amount of spirit crystal, without the measuring plate. Most wouldn't be able to accurately gauge it, Tianji remarked, savoring the translucent snail in front of him with satisfaction. How do you always get it right? Ling Zhao asked, perplexed. Practice makes perfect. Tianji replied, pride evident on his face. Chu Chun understood that Ling Zhao was merely seeking clarity on the matter. Haha, that woman from Shahu is truly remarkable. To give birth to over 1,000 offspring at once. How did she not burst? A nearby table of 4, featuring a bird-headed, human-bodied blue-crowned alien, laughed heartily without regard for the surrounding diners. Chu Chun nearly spat out his mouthful of meat at the absurdity of the statement, hastily covering his mouth and swallowing. Over 1,000 at once? Is that even human? He thought, realizing that both Shahu and the Emperor were spider cultivators. Yet, these individuals spoke so brazenly. Tianji's expression darkened as he leaned closer to Chu Chun, muttering, indeed, their words lack restraint, as if summoned by the blue-crowned alien's words. The once lively hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned in astonishment. It makes sense now. Chu Chun relaxed his stiff neck, realizing that if they were spiders, then 1,000 offspring was indeed plausible. A bunch of timid natives. We should keep our voices down. Another plump figure glanced disdainfully at the now quiet hall, lowering his tone slightly. What does it matter? I just feel a bit resentful. My woman took years to lay a single egg. Once this is over, I'll definitely confront her. The blue-crowned alien dismissed the concern. At that moment, it became apparent that the other diners sensed that these 4 were no ordinary patrons. Although some continued to observe discreetly, the hall gradually regained its former clamor, with the quartet's conversation becoming increasingly animated. It is quite peculiar. The treasures from the celestial court were just delivered a few days ago, yet they vanished. Is it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? The plump one voiced his confusion. Regardless, we're just here for the spectacle. Whatever the reason, there are those who will deal with the repercussions, a bull-headed alien replied, devouring his meat. The Emperor is indeed in a precarious situation, with over 1,000 new offspring and the Empress still in slumber. To add to that, the treasures from the celestial court have been stolen and have yet to be recovered for over 10 days. My elder brother is here as an envoy primarily to address this issue. If he fails to manage it well, it will certainly be a considerable embarrassment. The blue-crowned alien chuckled coldly. The Empress brought this upon herself. I heard from my uncle that she sustained severe injuries in the past. It's likely that this risky endeavor to bear children has left her incapacitated. The plump figure seemed to possess some insider knowledge. Oh, I recall now. I vaguely heard that 10 years ago, an unknown powerful being fought fiercely with the northern Kuxing King and the Lango Xing King nearby. Many Star Lords even came to assist, but the disparity in their realms was vast, leaving many Star Lords gravely injured and countless others dead. The Empress must have been wounded during that encounter. The blue-crowned alien exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and lowering his voice. Chief Easy, did your father tell you this? The only woman at the table, who had remained silent, seemed curious. Oh, he himself was bedridden for 4 to 5 years before he could see anyone. Besides, he doesn't even acknowledge me as his son. You all know that only my mother occasionally shows concern. The blue-crowned alien expressed rare frustration. He was also injured? No wonder he hasn't shown his face in years. The woman gasped. Whether he shows up or not makes no difference. He doesn't and oppose. Care about me. If not for my mother's lingering affections, I'd likely be relegated to surviving on the star continent like my 17th brother. The blue-crowned alien's bitterness grew with each word. Let it be. We are all in similar situations. They say we are unambitious, merely indulging in feasting and revelry. Yet I too yearn for advancement. The plump figure began to share his grievances. Why don't we place a bet on who can reach the pristine state first? The loser pays each of us 1,000 spirit stones. The blue-crowned alien suddenly perked up. I don't have that much, at most 500. Fine. 500 it is. Let us agree on that, but no cheating. As their conversation became increasingly tangential, Chu Chun lost interest. There were many aspects of their dialogue he found perplexing, with mentions of the Emperor, the Empress, Star Kings, and Lords, as well as the Celestial Court and envoys, all of which left him utterly bewildered. Strange, I haven't heard of any issues with the Empress. Tianji seemed to have been eavesdropping, his expression mirroring Chu Chen's confusion. Brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. Esteemed one, those individuals seemed to have significant backgrounds. Ling Zhao, who had been listening intently, leaned closer to Tianji and whispered, "We'll discuss it later." Tianji cast a sidelong glance at the table before falling silent, an air of caution enveloping him. The three of them hastily concluded their meal and departed from the dining hall. Time to find a hotel. Chu Chen observed Tianji bustling about, escorting him and Ling Zhao to a quiet residence, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. After more than half a year of residing in humble wooden huts and consuming rudimentary roasted meats and wild fruits, the prospect of dining out and lodging in a hotel made him long for the days back on Earth. "Big brother, you two stay put. I need to verify a few matters." After ensuring Chu Chun and Ling Zhao were settled, Tianji hurriedly left. What were those individuals about? They seemed rather formidable. Chu Chun turned to Ling Zhao. Just a bunch of spoiled brats from a minor celestial court. Nothing of great significance. Ling Zhao appeared somewhat distracted. A minor celestial court? Chu Chun queried, intrigued. Simply put, it is an organization that governs a region of star continents. Typically, a minor celestial court oversees several to dozens of star continents. From the tone of those individuals today, they likely belong to the offspring of key members of a minor celestial court, Ling Zhao elucidated. Such organizations exist. Realizing that the celestial court from Earth's mythology might resemble these minor celestial courts, Chu Chun felt a surge of excitement. The increasing clues hinted that Earth's civilization might not be as distant from this place as he once thought. Perhaps many ancient tales had simply been lost to the sands of time. The titles of emperor and empress were merely self-bestowed names among these individuals. In the presence of a minor celestial court, they were merely lords of a star continent. The Star Kings, however, were a different matter. Do you remember what I mentioned about the transformation of the Yang realm? Only those who reach that level can become Star Kings. Otherwise, they cannot possibly command a star system. Ling Zhao succinctly clarified Chu Chen's lingering queries, yet she herself fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 0080. A lack of understanding. Do you have something on your mind? Chu Chen observed Ling Zhao's prolonged silence with a hint of confusion. Not much. We should take a stroll in the coming days. Ling Zhao seemed to ponder. Indeed, the Emperor's grand banquet is in 3 days. We should use this time to gather information about your kin and Uncle Aming. Chu Chun comprehended the girl's plan. We must find a suitable excuse to go out tomorrow. We cannot allow the esteemed Tianji to follow us constantly. Ling Zhao appeared troubled, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Let us brainstorm this matter together. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Yet, as they deliberated, they found no solution. After all, the esteemed Tianji held Chu Chen in high regard and would not easily part ways. While Ling Zhao's solitary venture would not be approved by him, causing Chu Chen to feel uneasy. Perhaps it would be best if I went alone. Ultimately, Ling Zhao found no other option but to decide thus. Perhaps due to the day's exertions and exposure to countless wonders, Chu Chen slept particularly soundly that night. The bed, adorned with thick furs, made him feel as though he had returned to Earth. It was not until dawn that the esteemed Tianji returned. Tianji, what has transpired? Chu Chen inquired, noticing the somber expression on Tianji's face. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on the old man. Brother, there is indeed an issue with the Empress. Tianji's voice was somewhat hoarse. The Empress? What has happened to her? Chu Chen was puzzled. The Empress. She is nearing her end. Tianji sighed heavily. Difficult labor? Chu Chen could not help but blurt out. Something like that. Tianji hesitated before nodding. Weren't we here to attend the Emperor's centennial celebration? Why are you concerned about the Empress? Chu Chen was bewildered, unable to grasp Tianji's thoughts. Oh, I was merely speaking out loud. Tianji stammered, as if he had some unspeakable secret. Brother, with 3 days until the grand banquet, I have other matters to attend to. You and Ling Zhao should rest here for a couple of days. That's fine. If you have important matters, do not let us hold you back. Ling Zhao and I will explore the vicinity and await your return. Chu Chen was elated upon hearing this. Very well, but do not wander too far. The situation here is quite complex. The largest material market and treasure market are nearby. You may visit those places. Tianji offered guidance and even sketched a rough map. By the way, brother, Should you encounter any troublesome situations, do your utmost to navigate through them. Seek out an old man selling snails. He will assist you. Tianji pointed to a spot on the map, cautioning them once more before hastily departing, leaving behind a cerulean beeskin pouch. This fellow seems quite thoughtful. There are many spiritual stones here. Ling Zhao chuckled as she weighed the pouch. This small bag can hold but a few? Chu Chen shook his head. What do you know? This is a Qinquan bag. Ling Zhao grinned, flipping the pouch, and a multitude of stones spilled forth onto the table. Oh, this is similar to that broken cauldron. Chu Chen suddenly understood that the pouch was a tool for refining items. Now that the esteemed Tianji is away, we can act more freely. Let us go to the treasure market. Ling Zhao eagerly pulled Chu Chen out of the courtyard. By early morning, the main street was bustling with activity, as various tall and short beings from different races brushed past one another. We must be cautious while we are alone. Chu Chen observed that many individuals, both human and alien, bore fierce expressions, feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all, without the esteemed Tianji, he and Ling Zhao felt somewhat out of place in such surroundings. By the way, what do you think is the situation with the esteemed Tianji? He seems quite concerned about the Empress. Ling Zhao appeared curious. Perhaps they are old acquaintances, Chu Chen casually suggested. It is inevitable they have met. But I sense it is more than that. Could it be the Empress is Tianji's former lover? Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly jumping up. Could it be? Chu Chen gaped in astonishment at Ling Zhao's words. Yes, it must be so. No wonder his expression was so peculiar when he first heard the news last night. Ling Zhao seemed increasingly convinced. The esteemed Tianji, does he still have such desires? Chu Chen began to scratch his head. Alas, you understand nothing. Ling Zhao shot Chu Chen a sidelong glance, shaking her head and sighing. The treasure market, though not as grand as the material market and cabin, featured splendidly independent treasure buildings, far surpassing the humble stalls of the material market. Let us go to that one. Just as Chu Chen faced a dilemma in choosing among the opulent buildings, Ling Zhao had already pointed to the tallest one in the distance. Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today? At the entrance of the treasure building, a group of girls with fluffy white tails approached them. In that moment, Chu Chen recalled seeing a person from the insectoid race carrying such a girl at the entrance of Cabin City yesterday. He had thought it was merely a white fox then, and now he could not help but gaze at them a moment longer. Each girl was strikingly beautiful. Their movements graceful like swaying willows, their figures exquisite beyond comparison. It seemed this race shared such elegance, leaving him in awe. We wish to first see treasures suitable for the innocent realm, followed by some extraordinary items. Ling Zhao appeared quite at ease, while Chu Chen felt like a bewildered follower. Certainly, please follow me. A girl stepped forward with a smile, introducing herself as by who tribe member you. Feel free to ask me anything. Though it was early, there were already many people present, and the fox girl led Chu Chen and Ling Zhao through the crowd towards the central spiral staircase. Upon reaching this area, Chu Chen suddenly felt a sense of incongruity as the cultivators around them, whether human or alien, wore dignified attire. Black, white, yellow, and blue were the dominant colors, while gold, silver, purple, and dark hues were not uncommon. However, there was no sign of the bright red attire that he and Ling Zhao wore. This did not seem significant on the bustling main road, where eccentric clothing and towering beasts were abundant, making even vibrant red appear less conspicuous. Yet here, it was entirely different. 2 words could describe it: garish. The first floor housed common items for the true self realm, which, though attractive, were not particularly practical. Aspiring cultivators seeking to advance to the innocent realm would naturally ascend to the second floor for suitable treasures. The fox girl was quite eloquent, seemingly aware that the two were not yet of the innocent realm, and casually praised Chu Chen and Ling Zhao. As they spoke, the trio ascended the stairs. The crowd on this floor was somewhat sparser, but each group was accompanied by a fox girl. Hey miss, what is that? As soon as Chu Chen stepped onto the second floor, he spotted a massive bear specimen suspended in the center of the hall. The bear specimen seemed to stand at least 30 to 40 meters tall, its fur resembling sharp, rusty brown steel needles that gleamed with a menacing sheen. Had it not been for the missing section of its face, Chu Chen might have mistaken it for a bear demon standing there. The fox girl paused. covering her mouth as she chuckled. Young master, that title is truly peculiar. I have never heard it before. Is that inappropriate? We call young girls that way back home. Chu Chun felt embarrassed, glancing at Ling Zhao, only to find her cheeks puffed out as she stared at him. Well, that is quite a nice way to address someone. It sounds very endearing. The Fox Maiden, with a smile, returned to the topic at hand. The subject to which the young master refers possesses a remarkable history. This is the hide of the Fire Bear Demon King, the most notorious villain of the desert 7 centuries ago, who has since ascended to the realm of the stars. In those days, the Fire Bear Demon King, in a fit of madness, sought to massacre the 9th city, but was swiftly vanquished by the esteemed Tsar, who struck him down with unparalleled might. The hide was subsequently stripped and fashioned into this resplendent golden fire armor, which our esteemed proprietor procured as a treasured artifact to be displayed here. Chapter 0081. The first weapon in the vast expanse of the starry realm. Chu Chun felt a chill in his heart. He understood the simple truth of survival of the fittest. This world, much like Earth, adhered to the law of the jungle. The Fire Bear Demon King had fallen, becoming a treasure, and had he emerged victorious, perhaps the throne of the Tsar would have changed hands. This treasure was not unmarketable, yet its price was exorbitant, which explained why it had remained here for so many years. The Fox Maiden gazed at Chu Chun, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps mistaking his curiosity for desire. Oh, how much for this? Chu Chun snapped back to reality, intrigued by the value of such an item. 3 million spirit stones, the Fox Maiden replied with a gentle smile. Too high, too low, rather a waste. Ling Zhao remarked nonchalantly. Let us take a look over there. Certainly, this way, miss. The Fox Maiden's eyes sparkled with understanding. She realized that the girl before her was knowledgeable. Items that low-tier cultivators could not afford and high-tier cultivators would dismiss were utterly unappealing to those who truly understood. Brother Fu Gui, this way please. A robust elder led a group of vividly dressed individuals from the first floor directly to the third. Isn't that the old rival of Lord Tianji? What a common name. Is it Wang Fu Gui or Li Fu Gui? Just as Chu Chun turned, he spotted a tall elder among the crowd, leaning on a jade-green cane as he ascended the stairs. Although Chu Chun did not recognize him, the segmented green bamboo staff was unmistakable. Young master, over here are the weapons such as swords and spears, which are quite popular among young cultivators. In contrast, those over there are unique alternatives, each with its own charm, and quite well received. At the very back are defensive items like armor and shields. The Fox Maiden explained simply as she observed Chu Chun's dazed expression. Chu Chun turned his attention to the display stands, where each showcased a miniaturized treasure, exquisitely crafted. He felt a surge of excitement. Even as collectibles, these items were delightful. Oh, this one. Quite nice. As he strolled, he suddenly spotted a familiar object among the displays, a crystalline purple sword, adorned with a colorful tassel at the hilt. Nearly identical to the small sword Ling Zhao had acquired from the deer green beast skin pouch. You have a discerning eye, young master. This Ziyu sword is the masterpiece of Lord Gong's son, the second alchemist of Hanluo City. He forged a set of 32 swords, and this is the last remaining one. If you are interested, I can offer you the best price. The Fox Maiden's eyes gleamed, sensing a potential sale. So it was an entire set. Chu Chun stroked his chin, realizing that Ling Zhao's sword must have been purchased here as well. The highest price for this Ziyu sword was 1,200 spirit stones. Now, I can offer it to you for 800 spirit stones. What do you think? The Fox Maiden earnestly attempted to close the deal. This is too delicate for you. Let us explore other options. Ling Zhao remarked, glancing at the purple sword with mild curiosity but little enthusiasm. What is the price of that spear? She seemed to notice the fervor in Chu Chun's eyes, finally taking the inquiry seriously as she pointed to a black spear. Miss has an excellent eye. This black frost spear is a new creation by the foremost alchemist of Hanluo City, Lord Shangyun. The listed price is 1,800 spirit stones. The Fox Maiden maintained her smile. Young master, I believe this spear suits you perfectly. How do you feel about it? In that brief moment, perhaps due to Chu Chun's flattering address of Miss, the Fox Maiden grew increasingly familiar with him, and they engaged in light conversation about the origins of the treasures. Chu Chun learned that there existed a profession dedicated to crafting items, Alchemists. This one is impressive. Chu Chan examined the black spear closely, growing more satisfied with each moment. I'll take this. Ling Zhao directed her gaze toward the Fox Maiden. How fortunate to connect so well with you and young master. I can offer this item at a preferential price of 1,600 spirit stones within my authority. The Fox Maiden beamed, turning to summon someone to fetch the spirit testing plate. This price is quite reasonable. Ling Zhao nodded, retrieving the beast skin pouch left by Lord Tianji to make the payment, while Chu Chun, like a child, gleefully handled the Black Frost spear, his first weapon in this world. Now, let us see more extraordinary treasures. Ling Zhao tucked away the pouch, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as that was the primary purpose of her visit. If Miss wishes to see extraordinary treasures, you must have specific needs. I am well versed in the unique items in our building and can guide you directly, the Fox Maiden cheerfully suggested, her mood elevated following the successful transaction. I am seeking something rather rare. Do you have any spirit worms? Ling Zhao hesitated before asking. To Chu Chun and Ling Zhao's surprise. The Fox Maiden suddenly gasped, her expression turning tense as she lowered her voice and glanced at Ling Zhao. Sure, keep your voice down, miss. Why do you want that? That is a forbidden item. Forbidden item? Is it not for sale? Ling Zhao inquired, perplexed, seemingly unaware of this situation. Who would dare to sell such things? Moreover, those items are exceedingly rare. I have never even seen one. The Fox Maiden appeared both amused and exasperated. Do you know where one might procure such an item? Chu Qin, realizing how crucial the spirit worm was to Ling Zhao, pressed on with hope. Young master, regardless of your reasons for seeking it, I advise against continuing your pursuit. It is impossible to find such items in Shanmang. Furthermore, it is best not to inquire too freely, lest you attract trouble. The Fox Maiden kindly warned. Is it impossible even to search for it? Chu Chun felt a deep sense of disappointment. Artisan building is among the best in the area. I would not deceive you. I heard that over 200 years ago, a spirit worm was discovered in the Qixiao Ridge, but it was swiftly claimed by the Tsar's men. Such items are virtually impossible to come by. And if someone were to acquire one, it would likely spell disaster. The Fox Maiden sighed softly, leaning in to whisper to Chu Chun. Thank you for the information. Chu Chun bowed slightly, recognizing the Fox Maiden's goodwill in providing this knowledge. All right. Young master and miss should explore other items. The Fox Maiden waved her hand with a smile, guiding them to another section. Since we seldom venture out of our clan, do you know if any significant events have transpired recently? Chu Qin casually inquired. Significant events? The cosmos is vast, and indeed, many occurrences abound. To mention a few. 67 years ago, the fall of the first powerful being in the falling feather immortal realm, Emperor in Shaoxing, led to a decline in its status. Additionally, 12 years ago, the Great Xia Divine Clan met its sudden demise overnight. These are among the most notable events in the past century across the cosmos, which you should surely know. The Fox Maiden replied with a smile. I have heard of that. What about more recent events? Chu Qin nodded awkwardly, wishing to delve deeper but unsure how to proceed. In the past 20 years, I cannot speak for distant places, but within our Beak Star system, there was a significant incident 7 years ago when the Star Path son of the Great Jin Divine Clan was defeated and killed by a human of the same rank during his travels here, causing quite a stir. 5 years ago, a mysterious ancient treasure emerged from the birth star, leading to the deaths of many sun-soaring realm cultivators. This too had a considerable impact. Of course, these are merely tales I've overheard from cultivators here, and there may be more, the Fox Maiden reflected, covering her mouth with a laugh. Has any supreme being visited here in recent years? Ling Zhao suddenly queried. I am but an ordinary attendant, so I truly have not heard of any, the Fox Maiden replied. The Fox Maiden felt a twinge of embarrassment, but suddenly recalled an event from nearly a decade ago. On that particular night, I witnessed 3 celestial bodies, radiant like the sun, racing across the firmament, illuminating half of the earth as if it were broad daylight. This was an experience I beheld with my own eyes, and I later learned that it was the aftermath of a fierce battle between powerful beings in the heavens. 3 suns, you say? Ling Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 0082, The Facade of Humanity indeed. Many witnessed that terrifying spectacle that fateful night. Furthermore, It was said that in the latter part of the night, dozens of entities resembling suns traversed the night sky. The fox maiden asserted with conviction. Dozens of entities resembling suns? How can you be so certain they were supreme beings? Could they not have been meteors or something of the sort? Chu Chan expressed his skepticism, finding the notion of so many suns streaking across the heavens rather incredulous. Well, I heard it from others, the fox maiden replied, her face flushing slightly, her words faltering. Previously, I had seen thousands of meteor showers. Does that imply they were all supreme beings? Chu Chan chuckled, reflecting on how hearsay often distorts the truth, realizing that this world was no exception. What do you know about the falling feather immortal realm and the Disya divine clan? Ling Zhao inquired casually, picking up a resplendent golden bracelet. The events concerning the falling feather immortal realm are rather antiquated and simplistic. I seldom hear mention of them. However, the sudden demise of the Disya divine clan has spawned numerous rumors. Some say it was due to the madness of the Xia clan's divine emperor before his fall. Others claim it was internal strife, while some attribute it to power struggles within the celestial court. There are so many theories that discerning fact from fiction is nearly impossible. The fox maiden observed Ling Zhao's actions, her thoughts becoming more agile, her responses considerably clearer. Have there been any recent rumors regarding them? Ling Zhao scrutinized the golden bracelet with great interest. A couple of years ago, I did hear a tale about the divine emperor of the Xia clan and the descendants of the Deshang divine clan causing quite a stir in the celestial court. But that is too distant for us, and no one can accurately state when it occurred. The fox maiden racked her brain, finally managing to extract some information. How much for this Qian Kuan bracelet? Ling Zhao inquired, raising her hand. Miss, please take care. The fox maiden cheerfully bid farewell to Chu Qin and Ling Zhao as they exited the treasure tower, the two of them glancing back at each other from a distance. Shall we return? Ling Zhao appeared somewhat fatigued. Not going to wander about any longer? Chu Qin, holding a silver dagger, looked at her with curiosity. The silver dagger was a trinket Chu Qin had come across on the first floor, which he thought would serve well for shaving, prompting him to purchase it. I was rather naive in my thoughts. It seems finding what I need in such a place is virtually impossible, Ling Zhao lamented. By the way, are there any black markets around here? Chu Qin asked, his own vexation creeping in, suddenly reminded of the dark organizations on Earth that wielded considerable power. Black market? What is that? Ling Zhao queried, puzzled. It involves clandestine dealings, those that cannot see the light of day. Do such things exist here? Chu Qin endeavored to elucidate. I'm not sure about that either. But even if we were aware of something we needed, our meager strength would render us incapable of pursuing it. The risks are far too great. We might not even return in one piece, Ling Zhao reasoned, shaking her head. Ah, your point is valid. Chu Qin nodded, just as he was about to turn away when a voice from behind ignited a spark of irritation within him. Hey, aren't those the impoverished children from the beggar's family up ahead? Chu Qin suppressed his annoyance and turned around, instantly recognizing the voice as belonging to the insolent character from yesterday's city entrance. However, upon glancing back, any trace of anger on his face solidified into incredulity, transforming into a bemused smile. It was, in fact, 5 large monkeys. Fluffy and disheveled, they stood in a row, adorned in vibrantly colored garments, bedecked with a myriad of glimmering trinkets hanging from their necks, ankles, wrists, and even their fingers, not to mention the strings of gold rings dangling from their tails that jutted above their heads. Hey there, little rooster and hen. The tallest monkey grinned broadly at Chu Qin and Ling Zhao. Step aside. I am no little rooster. I am a human, Chu Qin retorted, his recently quelled anger flaring once more at the monkey's taunt. Oh, come on, little rooster, there's no shame in it. Our master knows everyone. Who doesn't know whom? Another monkey chimed in, brazenly trying to befriend them. You all look so ridiculous, yet your words are irritating. Chu Qin snapped, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, little rooster, you're mistaken. We aren't ridiculous. We are simply monkey-like. Another monkey quipped. Goodness, you 5 are utterly foolish, Chu Qin exclaimed, nearly speechless. Indeed, little rooster is right. We are monkey-like, not ridiculous at all. One monkey leaped up, laughing heartily. You continue to call me little rooster? I see clearly now. You are indeed ridiculous. Chuchen ground his teeth in frustration. No, little rooster. Ridiculous is quite different. We truly aren't. The shortest monkey pleaded, pointing to the side. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, and as Chu Chun followed the short monkey's finger, he too was taken aback. There truly were individuals embodying ridiculousness. At the forefront of the throng were several beings with dog heads, glaring menacingly at them. Behind them loomed a massive black dog, towering over 3 meters. Its fangs bared and its crimson tongue hanging low, with a small dog-headed figure clad in golden garments perched atop its back. The small dog-headed figure, evidently furious, trembled as it raised its hand, pointing toward Chu Chun and the 5 monkeys, yelling, "Attack! Bite them to death!" Woof! The black dog roared, its front legs coiling as it prepared to pounce. Bite them to death! The small dog-headed figure leapt off the dog's back, shrieking in a fit of rage. Run! Chu Chun, startled by the ferocity in the black dog's eyes, seized Ling Zhao and turned to flee. Oh no, that dog wants to devour the monkeys. Quick, run! The monkeys sprang into action, dashing forward. Wait for us, big brothers. The shortest monkey, seemingly slow to react, finally realized and began to flee, but by then, the black dog had leapt, its fangs snapping at the short monkey's tail. Bang! Bang! A series of explosive sounds erupted as the black dog shook its head, bloodied. Yet the short monkey managed to escape unscathed, albeit with several golden rings missing from its tail. Woof! The black dog howled in anguish, raising its paw to wipe its mouth before charging forward, hot on the heels of Chu Chun, Ling Zhao, and the 5 monkeys. Before long, they had fled the treasure market and found themselves on a bustling street, dodging through the crowd in a frantic attempt to elude the black dog, which pursued them relentlessly. Accompanied by a throng of dog-headed figures, drawing the attention of countless onlookers along the way. Why won't you all run in another direction? Chu Chun, hearing the black dog's furious barks behind him, turned to see the 5 monkeys sticking closely to him like shadows. Little rooster, you're being foolish. More monkeys mean greater strength. Together we can outrun the black dog. The tallest monkey shouted as they ran. Chapter 0083. Side by side as brothers, you wretched monkey. Are you foolish, or am I? Chu Chun was on the verge of madness due to these troublesome monkeys. Initially, everything was going smoothly, but now they were forced to flee desperately. The fierce black dog posed a significant threat, and given their circumstances, they could not contend with it. However, these monkeys continued to pursue them relentlessly, making it impossible to shake them off. Ling Zhao, equally breathless from their frantic escape, expressed a hint of frustration. Let us run a bit farther and find a place to hide when that dog is out of sight. Chu Chun had already decided. That is futile. This little celestial palace's specially bred howling dog has an exceptionally keen nose, Ling Zhao remarked. What? Howling dog? I thought this creature was called Howling Sky. What about Erlangshan? And what of Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother? Chu Chun stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Erlangshan? Buddha? I've never heard of them. Ling Zhao shook his head. What then shall we do? Chu Chun listened to the raucous commotion from 5 monkeys trailing not far behind. Feeling his head throb. Do you still remember the place that Grandmaster Tianji mentioned to you? If all else fails, we should head there, suggested Ling Zhao. I just wonder if that place is reliable. Chu Chun felt uncertain. We can only try. Otherwise, we might as well run around Hanluo City all day without purpose. Ling Zhao felt equally apprehensive. Very well, that's our only option. Chu Chun pulled Ling Zhao into a narrow path. Quick, 4th and 5th brothers, keep up. The little rooster has led them this way. The monkey leader shouted, chasing after them. Why don't you go find your master? Chu Chun glanced back, gritting his teeth in frustration. Then why don't you go find the old rooster? The monkey leader retorted, hastily pursuing them. He went off to attend to personal matters. I have no idea where he is, so could you kindly stop following us? Chu Chun attempted to calm his rising irritation. My master left after buying treasures for us, telling us to wander around this vicinity, and thus we encountered you. The monkey leader declared. Encountered us? Fine. How about we split up and run separately? Chu Chun continued to persuade with patience. No. My master always said that many monkeys bring strength, and brothers united can cut through gold. We must go together. The monkey leader insisted, shaking his head vigorously like a drum. No, I meant you 5 brothers should unite. Don't drag us along. Chuchen felt his patience nearing its limit. Don't, little rooster. We are brothers too. Therefore, we must run together. The monkey leader remained adamant. I find it strange. How can we be brothers when we just met for the first time? Chu Chun was at a loss for words, turning to enter another narrow path. I am a monkey, you are a rooster. Being beside each other makes us brothers. The 12 zodiac signs have no issues, right? That is why the fierce black dog is chasing us. It is because we rank before him, and he is dissatisfied. The monkey leader argued with conviction. What kind of logic is that? I am ranked next to that fierce black dog too. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Chu Chun was about to counter the monkey leader when he suddenly turned to Ling Zhao. Do you have the 12 zodiac signs here? Indeed, we have rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Why do you ask? Ling Zhao seemed puzzled. The place I come from has the same zodiac signs. 1 for 1. Chu Chun struggled to articulate his feelings, realizing this could not simply be a coincidence. Enough of this useless talk. Let us hasten to the place your master mentioned, Ling Zhao urged, hearing the furious growl of the black dog drawing nearer. All right, we are almost there. As Chu Chun spoke, he turned into a small alley. The alley was surprisingly quiet, as if few had ventured there. Chu Chun pulled Ling Zhao forward. His gaze fixed ahead, suppressing the urge to curse. In such a secluded place where not even a ghost could be seen, how could there possibly be a vendor selling snails? What was Grandmaster Tianji thinking? Snails for sale? Sizzle. Snails for sale? Suddenly, Chu Chun heard a faint cry of a vendor ahead. We're here. Chu Chun exclaimed joyfully, bursting forward with all his might. Little rooster, don't run so fast. Wait for us. The monkey leader shouted from behind. A small door in the high courtyard wall opened, revealing a toothless old man lounging against the threshold, sucking on a snail while weakly calling out, Old man, we are disciples of Grandmaster Tianji. Chu Chun froze at the sight before him, struggling to find his voice. Oh, that rascal Tianji? The old man looked up, squinting through cloudy eyes at Chu Chun and Ling Zhao. Go on in. The old man shifted his body, leaning back against the door, gesturing for them to enter. Little rooster, why are you running so fast? The monkey leader and his 4 brothers arrived, panting and complaining, only to lift their eyes and recognize the old man leaning against the door. Hey, bird ancestor, why have you moved here? No wonder we've been unable to find you for years. Let us in quickly, that black dog is in pursuit. The monkey leader surprisingly recognized the old man. What are you little monkeys doing here? The old man displayed a displeased expression. Please, just let us in first. Oh dear. Second brother, quick, help me, I'm stuck. The monkey leader was impatient, pushing the old man aside, only to find the door too small to fit through. Get in quickly. I will help you. Monkey's second brother kicked the monkey leader from behind, forcing him through the doorway, and then followed him inside. Third brother, hurry up. One by one, the 5 brothers were shoved through the small door, with the last, monkey fifth brother, being dragged in by his 4 siblings. The old man, looking helplessly at the commotion, resumed his position on the threshold, sucking on a snail. Snails for sale? Sizzle. Snails for sale? Woof. The black dog howled as it barreled through the small door, followed closely by several dog-headed beings. Yet moments later, they turned back. Hey, old man, did you see 2 roosters and 5 monkeys run past? A small dog-headed being inquired, glaring at the old man. I did see them. They are inside the door, the old man replied, shaking his head as he slurped another snail, discarding the empty shell at the feet of the black dog. Didn't he see them? Could they have flown out? The small dog-headed being looked up at the sky in confusion, then continued onwards. With that, the group quickly departed. Do you know him? Chu Chun looked curiously at the monkey leader and his siblings. Of course, we've known him for a dozen or so years. His snails are delicious. Monkey fifth brother nodded, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. What is his background? Chu Chun was intrigued. This old man had effortlessly sent those dog-headed beings away, suggesting he was not ordinary. Bird ancestor, monkey leader exclaimed. You little rooster, do you not recognize him? That can't be right. Typically, a title consists of 4 characters, yet his has 5, Ling Zhao remarked, looking skeptically at the monkeys, unconvinced by their claims. Ah, little hen, Your lack of education is truly terrifying. The first character is simply Jia. Monkey's second brother shook his head, filled with nostalgia. Chapter 0084. The Snail Realm Bird's Hell Ancestor? What a peculiar name. Ling Zhao was momentarily speechless. All right, you little ones, come out. The old man called from the entrance. Thank you for saving us, ancestor. After stepping outside, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao immediately bowed respectfully to the old man. Their earlier disdain completely vanished. Oh, there's no need for such formalities among us. Come, eat, eat. The eldest monkey, along with his 5 brothers, was far less reserved than Chu Chun and Ling Zhao, snatching the plate from the old man's hands and stuffing their mouths with the snails. The 5 monkeys sat at the entrance, noisily slurping the snails while calling out, "Little rooster, come and taste it. It's delicious. Go ahead, have a few. Otherwise, these little monkeys will finish them all." The old man smiled benevolently at Chu Chun and Ling Zhao. At that moment, Chu Chun realized that this old man knew the great venerable Tianji and was quite familiar with the monkey's master as well. He and Ling Zhao nodded in gratitude, and each took a snail, placing it in their mouths. As the snail entered, Chu Chun felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as refreshing as a spring breeze on a clear autumn day. His thoughts became remarkably lucid. He gazed in wonder, sensing that these snails possessed immense benefits for the mind. No wonder the eldest monkey and his brothers enjoyed them so much. However, the snails appeared no different from the ordinary ones. Could there be something extraordinary about them? Chu Chun looked down at the shell in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as his surroundings seemed to vanish, leaving him in a dizzying void, akin to being trapped in an endless spiral tunnel with no sense of direction. What was happening? Chu Chun was alarmed. He tried to call out to Ling Zhao, but no matter how loudly he shouted, there was no response. As if he were in a secluded realm, entirely isolated from the outside world. The spiral seemed infinite, and Chu Chun had a foreboding sense that if he could not escape this spiraling world, he might be trapped forever. How could he get out? After a moment of shock, he gradually calmed his mind and contemplated the rapidly spinning spiral pattern. This was a 3-dimensional conical spiral. He could either find the apex to break through swiftly or trace back along the spiraling tail. However, both options appeared nearly impossible at the moment. As he was ensnared in this endless cycle, a flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps the only way out was to seek the conical surface. Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he gazed at the swiftly rotating spiral, every distinct pattern and contour seemingly freezing in time as they passed before him. A year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. This was the place. He exhaled deeply and took a confident step forward. The world shifted, and everything returned to normal. Chu Chen raised his gaze. The eldest monkey and his brothers were still absorbed in slurping snails, while Ling Zhao savored the peculiar taste, and the old man continued to watch him with a smile. Had he merely imagined it? Chu Chun shook his head vigorously, involuntarily glancing at the snail once more. The spiral world reappeared, yet this time it was entirely different. After an indeterminate time, Chu Chun took another step. He looked up again. The eldest monkey and his brothers remained engrossed in their snails, and Ling Zhao was still enjoying the unique flavor, while the old man maintained his earlier cheerful demeanor. Time seemed to have stood still, as if centuries had passed in the blink of an eye, the only discernible change being the old man's gaze. Now, his once still eyes sparkled like stars. Ancestor. Chu Chun retracted the shell and bowed respectfully once more, his heart clear as glass. He understood that he had just received immense benefits. Come with me. The old man turned and entered a small door, prompting Chu Chun to follow. Ling Zhao glanced back in confusion but remained silent. Incredible. A disciple of Tianji. What is your name? The old man regarded Chu Chun with keen interest. Chu Chun replied with reverence. Oh, Chu Chun, how did you emerge from that spiral world? The old man inquired, nodding slightly. I walked out of the pattern. Chu Chun answered, just as I thought. Do you know the significance of calculation? The old man asked again. I do not. Chu Chun replied honestly. Although he had seen Ling Zhao decipher the broken cauldron and the small sword, the details of how it was achieved had not been thoroughly explained. Good. The old man seemed increasingly delighted by Chu Chen's responses. Calculation and pressure calculation are both forms of arithmetic, governing the spiritual body and any refined substance. Those who excel in calculation can master formations and alchemy. You are pure and untainted, perhaps benefiting from this. If you can harness your strengths, the future is promising. Please guide me, ancestor. Chu Chen's heart trembled. He realized that he possessed no secrets from these old sages. There is nothing for me to instruct you on. I was once a mere duck. In my youth, I encountered a snail, and it resonated with my heart. Since then, I embarked on my own path. It is not a profound technique, but rather one snail, one world. Each entry reveals a layer of heaven. I call it the snail realm. Do you understand? The old man gazed skyward, seemingly reminiscing, and only after sharing these words did he turn back with an expectant look. One snail? Just one snail. After a long pause, Chu Chen spoke slowly. Excellent. The old man exclaimed, his hands trembling slightly. You may leave. Thank you for your teachings, master. I shall remember them for eternity. Chu Chen's heart surged with emotion as he bowed deeply. In what seemed like a fleeting moment, the old man had imparted all his knowledge to him. This was a recognition of consciousness, or rather, of the true self, ignited by the taste of the snail, leading to practical insights within the snail realm, culminating in an epiphany derived from the old man's own experiences. Should the day come when his true self reaches completion, his understanding and mastery will surpass that of anyone else. Keep this in your heart, for there is no need for worldly titles. Remember to safeguard that shell. It may temporarily conceal your untainted secret, but once you achieve your true self, its effect will naturally fade. The old man spoke softly as he exited through the small door. Thank you. Chu Chen trembled all over. The unsettling detail that had lingered in his mind had been silently resolved by the old man. Now, return the plate to me. The old man reached for the empty plate from the eldest monkey's hands and resumed his seat on the threshold, his eyes returning to their previous murkiness. You may leave. Ancestor, farewell. Ling Zhao bowed. Chu Chen also bowed, but remained silent, casting a deep glance at the old man before turning to leave with Ling Zhao. We're leaving. Ancestor, we will come to visit you again in a few days. The eldest monkey earnestly licked his finger and began calling to his four brothers. Do not come. I will soon be moving again, the old man chuckled. Chu Chen paused momentarily, sighed, and then quickened his pace to follow Ling Zhao. What are your names? Ling Zhao asked, glancing at the 5 monkeys who had followed them. Yuan Yi, Yuan Air, Yuan San, Yuan Si, and I am Yuan Wu. The smallest monkey jumped in front of Ling Zhao, cheerfully introducing himself. Your names are quite memorable. Ling Zhao chuckled at their simplicity. At the intersection, the eldest monkey finally decided to return to find their master, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. Little rooster brothers, we will come to find you in a few days. Do not come. I will also be moving soon, Chu Chen retorted candidly. Chapter 0085. The living stone must not be moved. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Ling Zhao appeared somewhat melancholic, sitting silently beneath the pavilion. The matter of the Ling vermin had to be temporarily set aside, the news regarding her kin. Chu Chen hesitated to speak, for he had promised Ling Zhao not to inquire about her family. In truth, he harbored a remarkably astonishing conjecture, one that he himself found rather absurd. Yet the thought lingered persistently in his mind. The beings we can encounter here are merely the most rudimentary forms of life. They are utterly incapable of providing any useful information. My earlier assumptions were indeed overly naive. Ling Zhao sighed. What type of person would possess such knowledge? Chu Chen ventured cautiously. At this point, it seems that at least someone of the stature of the little heavenly court would be required. Ling Zhao mused after a brief contemplation. Little heavenly court? Chu Chen stiffened, as those simple 3 words bore down upon him like a massive mountain. One must understand that the little heavenly court governs an expanse of starry skies, holding dominion over realms like Shan Mang, rendering them a near deity in existence. Not to mention, individuals like himself and Ling Zhao, who had yet to transcend the realm of true self-purity, were but insignificant figures in comparison. If one could achieve the level of the great Lord Tianji, perhaps there might be a sliver of possibility. Ling Zhao, I believe that as a being, one must rely on oneself to realize any aspirations. Chu Chen recalled a classic line from an ancient film. One must depend upon oneself. Depend upon oneself? Ling Zhao lifted her gaze to meet Chu Chen's, a flicker of clarity igniting within her, yet moments later, a veil of despondency once again clouded her eyes. Without the Ling vermin, I cannot dare to hope for my future. Fear not, you still have me. Chu Chen spoke gently. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhao involuntarily shuddered, yet remained silent for a prolonged moment. Is there a way to use this black frost spear right now? Chu Chen broke the silence, playfully examining the miniature black spear he had taken out. Indeed, Ling Zhao accepted the mini black spear, her thoughts stirring, and in an instant, the spear elongated to over 5 feet. What do you think? Does this seem appropriate? This transformation was remarkably swift, Chu Chen remarked, intrigued. This is newly acquired. The calculations are quite elementary, Ling Zhao replied casually. Factory settings initial password? Chu Chen had grown accustomed to the notion. Yes, your analogy is quite vivid. Give it a try. Ling Zhao's face finally revealed a hint of a smile, as if she were gradually emerging from her previous gloom, extending the black frost spear toward him. Not bad. Chu Chen assessed the spear, feeling that its dimensions and weight were just right. Holding the black frost spear, he gazed at its exquisitely carved patterns, suddenly reminiscent of the youthful duels he had witnessed among the Hachamu clan, and thus began to mimic their movements. The spear is not wielded in that manner. Ling Zhao chuckled at Chu Chen's clumsiness. Then, how should it be done? Chu Chen felt embarrassed. Having never handled such ancient weaponry akin to those of Earth, the spear is the epitome of strength among all weaponry. It should ideally be at least close to double your height to be aptly called a spear. The size I have calculated is merely for your convenience of carrying it. It would be more appropriately termed a war lance, Ling Zhao explained with a smile. She stood, taking back the black frost spear, and showcased its basic techniques through a flurry of thrusts, sweeps, and strikes. See, this is the fundamental application of the spear. It is revered as the embodiment of strength due to its unparalleled ferocity, whether in solitary combat or in groups. If it were as long as you suggested, how could one possibly wield it here? Chu Chen questioned, perplexed. Fool, do you think the great Lord Tianji stands on the ground when battling the Grey Flood Dragon? Ling Zhao found it somewhat amusing. Once one reaches the realm of containment, who still stands firmly on the ground during a battle? Ah, Chu Chen smacked his forehead. Practice on your own. Tomorrow we shall visit the materials site casually. Ling Zhao tossed the black frost spear back to Chu Chen and retreated to her quarters to rest. That evening, the great Lord Tianji did not return. Chu Chen practiced with the spear until late into the night, remaining invigorated. Upon seeing Ling Zhao emerge from her room, he promptly approached her, and together they headed straight for the materials site. By the way, I forgot to ask you yesterday. What did the old ancestor of the bird shell want with you? Ling Zhao inquired curiously along the way. He shared some arithmetic questions with me, and it was quite enlightening. Chu Chen replied without reservation. Such a brief encounter cannot resolve significant issues. Once your true self is perfected, I will impart everything I know to you. Do you know anything about his background? Ling Zhao appeared skeptical. He mentioned he was once a duck. Chu Chen admitted awkwardly, for the old man had indeed provided him with substantial benefits. A duck achieving enlightenment? Ling Zhao could not help but laugh, finding it comparable to the great Lord Tianji. No wonder he relishes eating rice snails. The day I witnessed the great Lord Tianji savoring them, it was likely learned from him. Perhaps so. Their relationship seems quite amiable. Chu Chen nodded, adding, moreover, he helped conceal the secret of my unformed true self from being discovered, though I'm uncertain how effective it was. Oh, he was able to accomplish such a feat? Ling Zhao expressed her surprise. Although he hails from humble origins, I believe he is a remarkable practitioner. Chu Chen felt a deep admiration for the birdshell ancestors' serene and unassuming nature. Indeed, the journey of life advancement knows no distinctions of high or low. Apart from one's innate talents, it largely depends on perseverance and opportunity. Ling Zhao reflected thoughtfully. At the materials site, while the scale of the Han Luo City materials site was slightly smaller than that of Ka Bang, the quality of the stones here was incomparable to that of Ka Bang. Most of these stones were rough minerals, with significant variation in quality. Should you wish to purchase materials for your future crafting endeavors, you must be capable of discerning and refining them, as it is the foundation of crafting. As Ling Zhao sifted through the stone piles, she elaborated on the methods of discernment, imparting a wealth of knowledge to Chu Chun in a short span of time, prompting him to attempt discerning various stones himself. One fundamental rule to remember in stone opening and refining is a basic tenet, or rather, a taboo that must not be transgressed. Ling Zhao stated earnestly. Oh, there are taboos? Chu Chun inquired, intrigued. The living stone must not be moved. Ling Zhao fixed her serious gaze upon Chu Chun. The so-called living stone refers to stones that can engage in genuine communication with your true self. There truly exists such a stone? Chu Chun gasped in astonishment, suddenly recalling Ling Zhao's prior mention of a type of being that was birthed from the intertwining of metal and stone within the world. Though exceedingly rare, they indeed exist. High-quality metals and stones, steeped in spiritual energy for countless years, may give rise to life. These naturally nurtured beings are the Ling clan. Ling Zhao affirmed. Is violating this taboo really perilous? Chu Chun asked. The first layer of reason is not danger, but morality. The life of the Ling clan is exceedingly precious. A stone buried deep for countless years may, through fortuitous circumstances, gain sentience. Can you bear to extinguish such an unborn life? Ling Zhao countered. Such an act is indeed beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Chu Chun finally comprehended that this was a moral safeguard for the Ling clan. And precisely because the lives of the Ling clan are so rare, they are incredibly united. If a living stone were to be slain, the Ling clan would pursue the perpetrator relentlessly upon discovering it. This constitutes the second layer of reason behind the taboo, Ling Zhao elucidated. Chapter 86. The authentic devotee the Ling clan is so formidable? Chu Chun was somewhat taken aback. Although the emergence of the Ling clan is exceedingly challenging, once this race matures, they often become incredibly powerful beings. Otherwise, how could they possibly survive in this world? Ling Zhao sighed, perhaps reflecting on his own predicament. What happens if such living stones are uncovered? Are they to be discarded? Chu Chun inquired, perplexed. The number of excavated living stones is actually quite limited. Some individuals, harboring good intentions, will seek out a suitable location to bury the stones deeply, allowing them to grow naturally in the future. However, many others might take risks, either nurturing the stones themselves or directly refining the unborn Ling clan members into artifacts. Ling Zhao set down the material in his hands and continued, stating that many major powers would choose to nurture the stones, patiently awaiting the birth of the Ling clan, ultimately claiming them for their own. Although other Ling clan members might not approve of this practice, it seldom leads to outright conflict. Refining the Ling clan, however, is considerably more ruthless, as it would completely sever the future of their existence, sealing them for eternity within artifacts to enhance their potency. Such cruelty? Chu Chun felt a chill in his heart. Human nature is driven solely by profit. Not everyone possesses kindness. If one day you venture into the cosmos, you must remain vigilant against all forms of life. Let us move on to the next establishment, Ling Zhao earnestly advised Chu Chun as they walked forward. The two meandered through the material yard for the better part of the day, and Chu Chun emerged with a wealth of knowledge. An entirely new realm had opened up in his mind. At this moment, he was even contemplating what kind of artifacts he might forge in the future. Having wandered for an entire day, shall we return? Ling Zhao stretched her body, and her graceful silhouette caused Chu Chun, trailing behind, to momentarily lose his breath. His heart racing. What are you staring at? Ling Zhao seemed to perceive Chu Chun's unusual demeanor as she glanced back, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. A graceful lady, a gentleman's delight. The appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment, merely a moment of admiration. Chu Chun's spirits were high today, and he jested with Ling Zhao for the first time. Is that so? Then what do you think of those few ahead? Ling Zhao pointed toward a gathering in the distance. Not far off, 3 snake women stood upright, their upper bodies resembling voluptuous human females, swaying enticingly as their elongated serpent tails undulated on the ground. Chu Chun looked over and felt goosebumps rise instantly, awkwardly laughing. This truly does not suit my taste. Oh, I see. It was the fox woman from yesterday who captured your interest. Shall we visit that treasure house again? Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized Chu Chun. No, I. Chu Chen's face flushed, regretting his audacious jest. Yet, just as he was about to finish his sentence, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. Yanning, wait, he exclaimed, hastily pursuing the figure. The diminutive silhouette in the crowd appeared to pause briefly but did not stop, continuing onward. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a hat? Chu Chen caught up, laughing as he reached out to pat the small figure's shoulder from behind. What do you want? The small, mouse-like head turned around, revealing a pair of fiercely glaring yellow eyes beneath the hat, coolly regarding Chu Chen. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Chu Chen stared at the unfamiliar face, momentarily stunned and feeling extremely awkward. Next time, be more observant. The small figure snorted coldly, choosing not to engage further with Chu Chen and swiftly turning away. Just a member of Yanning's clan, and you couldn't even recognize that. Thankfully, their temper isn't too volatile. Ling Zhao teased, a smirk gracing her features. As the two began their return, Chu Chen reflected on the multitude of things he had learned that day. However, he had not gleaned a single piece of information regarding Ling Zhao's kin. The topic most frequently discussed by the crowd remained the theft of the Sand Emperor's treasury, with increasing apprehension surrounding recent efforts to apprehend suspects, many of whom had been unjustly afflicted. As midnight approached, the long-absent Tianji Dezun finally reappeared. Brother, I am in distress. I implore you to assist me. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Tianji Dezun immediately bowed to Chu Chen, lamenting sorrowfully. Tianji, what troubles you? Please, rise and speak. Chu Chen observed the disheveled and haggard appearance of Tianji Dezun, feeling uncertain. It had only been 2 days since their last meeting. Yet this individual appeared utterly transformed. Brother, this concerns a life. You must help me. Tianji Dezun clung to the ground, his voice increasingly pitiful. Tianji, what are you doing? Speak up. You know my circumstances. Even if I wish to help, I may not be able to. Chu Chen sighed, feigning difficulty. At this moment, a sense of foreboding gripped Chu Chen's heart. The commotion surrounding the Tianji clan could very well create complications for him, potentially exposing his own secrets. However, the situation was pressing, leaving him no choice but to muster the courage to soothe Tianji Dezun. No, I know you can achieve this. You can surely bring her back to life. Tianji Dezun cried out, tears streaming down his face. Bring her back to life? You hold me in too high regard. Perhaps it was possible in the past, but now. Chu Chen truly felt alarmed, realizing that this individual was indeed expecting him to perform a miraculous rescue. What could he possibly offer? Was this a jest? Brother, all you need to do is use the method you employed to save me, allowing her to escape her predicament. You need not worry about the rest. Tianji Dezun, eyes filled with tears, implored Chu Chen earnestly. The method to save you? Chu Chen was taken aback, realizing it was indeed a matter concerning the true self. He felt slightly relieved. Calm down. First tell me who this person is and what the specifics of the situation entail. She is. Tianji Dezun's face suddenly turned peculiar, and he began to fidget. Who is it? Speak. Chu Chen was astonished, wondering if Tianji Dezun harbored some untold secret. She is the Sand Empress. Finally, Tianji Dezun seemed unable to contain himself, exclaiming suddenly, The Sand Empress? Both Chu Chen and Ling Zhao gasped in unison, utterly astonished. They had never imagined that the person for whom Tianji Dezun so desperately pleaded was none other than the Sand Empress, the pinnacle of power in the Star Realm. Tianji, you must be mistaken. Why would you want to save her? What business is it of the Sand Emperor to involve you in this matter? Chu Chen felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Brother, there are matters here you do not understand. It cannot be explained in a moment. Tianji Dezun wiped away his tears, his face reddening slightly. No. This matter must be clarified. You cannot drag me into something so bewildering. Chu Chen felt increasingly bewildered. Ahem. Let me put it this way. The Sand Empress is currently in a perilous situation, yet the Sand Emperor seems disinclined to see her restored to her former self. For months, he has shown no concern, leading to a worsening of the Sand Empress's condition. Tianji Dezun lowered his gaze, seemingly unable to meet Chu Chen's eyes. All right, even so, this couple's affairs have nothing to do with you. Why are you so concerned? Chu Chen pressed further. Brother, I simply cannot stand by. Tianji Dezun seemed to shed all reservations, passionately denouncing the Sand Emperor, his lips trembling with indignation. Countless heroes have once bowed before the Sand Empress, willingly submitting to her, yet the one she ultimately chose, the Sand Emperor, is so ungrateful. Such a heartless wretch deserves to be struck by lightning. My goodness, to be so devoted to a married woman, you are the quintessential devotee. Chu Chen could only stare in astonishment. Chapter 0087. The expert Chu Chen felt he had seen through the facade of the esteemed Tianji. Though he appeared to be a respectable figure, deep down, he harbored rather sordid intentions, fixated on the married Xiaohou. Tell me, Tianji, are you perhaps involved with Xiaohou in a more intimate manner? Chu Chen suppressed his disdain, eager to gauge the extent of Tianji's infatuation. No, my brother. I am not deceiving you. There is truly nothing. Tianji vehemently denied. Then why are you so invested? That seems rather odd. Chu Chen stroked his chin, while Ling Zhao beside him watched with keen curiosity, her expression brimming with intrigue. Indeed. I sense there is more to this story, Ling Zhao nodded, her interest piqued. My brother, let me be candid. Years ago, I was on the verge of becoming the Sha Huang. Alas, I cannot blame anyone but myself. The esteemed Tianji finally succumbed to the mounting pressure and began to confess. At that time, when the former Sha Huang stepped down, Xiaohou was considered the prime candidate for succession. However, she was disinterested in managing affairs and sought a husband to share power. I, being quite presentable and capable, caught her eye, and I harbored affection for her as well. Yet, as the selection date approached, I became arrogant, indulged in foolish behavior while intoxicated, and in her wrath, she chose another from the Spider clan as her husband. Consequently, I have been hiding in the wilderness ever since. Chu Chen and Ling Zhao were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that this seemingly lecherous man had such a dramatic backstory, and they found themselves regarding Tianji with newfound respect. Therefore, my brother, you must assist me this time. It is a debt I owe her. Tianji implored Chu Chen with a somber expression. Let me make this clear, Tianji. If it is merely a matter of expelling some unruly entities, I believe I can manage that. However, whether we can actually rescue her is beyond my control. Chu Chen felt reassured in his decision. His willingness to assist stemmed from other motivations as well. The previous encounter where he helped Tianji had yielded significant benefits, and he wondered if aiding Xiaohou would produce similar results. As he pondered this, his excitement grew. Brother, does this mean you agree? Tianji exclaimed, tears of joy in his eyes. I can offer you no more than this. Let me know when the time is right, and I shall accompany you. Chu Chen replied nonchalantly. My lord, we should act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen changes with Xiaohou. Ling Zhao interjected, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she glanced at Chu Chen. Chu Chen understood that Ling Zhao had reached the same conclusion. She is correct. We must proceed at once. Tianji urged hastily. Very well, let us depart immediately. Brother, why do I feel as if I no longer see through your pure persona? As Tianji hurriedly led Chu Chen and Ling Zhao toward the heart of Hanluo City, he realized that Chu Chen seemed somewhat different from before. Yesterday, I met with the ancestor Niao Jia, who helped me with a minor disguise. What do you think? Chu Chen replied calmly. Niao Jia. He did not suspect anything, did he? Tianji asked, a hint of alarm in his voice. Not at all. You need not worry about that. Chu Chen assured him. Oh, that is a relief. If I cannot discern my brother's pure persona, then others certainly cannot. This will make our endeavors much more convenient. Though Tianji had his doubts, he was too preoccupied to inquire further. Hanluo City was indeed vast, even with Tianji's impressive speed. It took nearly half an hour to reach the city center. This was the residence of the Sha Huang, the highest authority in the entire Shanmang Starland, where towering structures loomed in a continuous expanse. In the very center, atop the tallest building, which offered a panoramic view of the city, Tianji gracefully descended. Why does this feel so secretive? Chu Chen muttered to himself. At last, you have arrived, my lord. A young woman resembling a maid rushed forward. seemingly having waited a long time for their arrival. What of Xiaohou? Tianji sensed an ominous undertone. It has worsened. During your absence, her condition has deteriorated. You must see her at once. The young woman appeared frantic. My brother, quickly. Tianji urged Chuchen forward. My lord, who are these two? The young woman questioned, puzzled by Tianji's decision to bring along two young men of mere true self realm. Oh, CC, these are my guests. Tianji hesitated, unsure how to introduce Chuchen. In his haste to arrive, he had overlooked this detail and found himself momentarily speechless. I am an expert on the ailments afflicting Xiaohou, Chuchen proclaimed with a smile. Yes, an expert. We must hurry inside. Tianji nodded fervently. Expert? What does that mean? The young woman CC muttered, still confused, yet she led the way as directed by Tianji. The night wind in the desert caressed Chuchen's agitated heart, calming him. If Xiaohou's affliction was indeed as Tianji described, he would soon discover whether his path toward true self was righteous or misguided. Having explored various methods of consolidating his true self without success, he felt lost. Though Ling Zhao's encouragement had somewhat uplifted his spirits, initially he estimated that without a solid 3 to 5 years of diligent practice, he would be unable to ascertain the viability of his chosen path. But now, it seemed an opportunity had arisen. Xiaohou resided in an extraordinarily opulent chamber, its ceiling soaring to dozens of meters, adorned with shimmering stars that resembled a celestial sky. In the center of this lavish room, a woman lay upon an exquisite bed, while two elderly men stood nearby. Upon noticing Tianji and his companions enter, they hurried toward them. Tianji, is the person you sought here yet? One elderly man with a golden crown asked anxiously. This is him. Tianji gestured toward Chuchen. Him? This young man? Tianji, you cannot be serious. The other elderly man, with a refined appearance, stared incredulously, his beard fluttering in disbelief. Do not rush. Allow me to explain. This is my disciple, Chuchen. His innate path is the way of slaughter, the only means to counter those intrusive entities. Tianji spoke confidently, having prepared this narrative during their journey. The way of slaughter? That is remarkable. His future is limitless. The two elderly men widened their eyes in astonishment, circling Chuchen with fervor. Tianji, where did you find such a treasure? It would be a waste to keep him with you. Let him be my disciple instead. My lord, is he not the expert you invited? CC was bewildered, confused by the sudden shift from calling Chuchen brother to referring to him as a disciple. CC, he is indeed the expert, my disciple Chuchen. Tianji replied earnestly. Oh, I see. Although still perplexed, CC began to grasp Tianji's intention. Chuchen, these are the ancestors Huang Qi and Yin Pu. Do not mind them. Let us proceed. Tianji disregarded the two elderly men and addressed Chuchen. I am speaking to both of you. Step aside. There is no room for rivalry. We must attend to the urgent matter at hand. Tianji impatiently pushed the two elderly men aside and led Chuchen to the grand bed in the center. Very well, let us focus on the matter at hand. The two elderly men conceded, not at all offended. On a magnificent bed, a woman of graceful demeanor lies quietly on her back, a pristine white blanket draped over her. Even with her eyes tightly shut at this moment, her extraordinary beauty remains subtly apparent. She is the Empress Xia. She has been in this deep slumber for 7 months. The Grand Master Tianji gazes intently at the woman on the bed, his voice unexpectedly gentle. Chapter 0088, The 12 Meridians as Chuchen approached. He noticed that Xiaohou's once fair visage now bore a faint ashen hue, resembling that of a patient teetering on the brink of demise. Allow me to assist. Let us raise her to a sitting position. Chuchen, mindful of the urgency, felt compelled to act swiftly, especially given the fervent pleas of the esteemed Tianji. Should Xiaohou's condition deteriorate further, he would undoubtedly find himself in an awkward predicament. Let me help. The young maiden CC stepped forward, gently aiding Xiaohou into an upright posture. Her careful movements indicated a genuine concern for Xiaohou's well-being. However, Chuchen was taken aback when Xiaohou's arms slipped from the white blanket. At that moment, her fingers were embedded in her palms like 10 sharp steel spears. A sight most disturbing. Perhaps this was the transformation CC had alluded to earlier. Indeed, I must not be interrupted during my task. I wonder, could the Sha Huang possibly intrude? Chu Chun suppressed his alarm, preparing to proceed, when a thought struck him. This was the queen's main residence. The Sha Huang seldom ventured here. Moreover, with the celestial envoy already present, it was unlikely he would concern himself with the queen's affairs. CC appeared to harbor considerable resentment. Rest assured, the three of us old fellows are here. No one shall disturb our efforts, Tianji reassured. Very well. Chu Chun nodded, casting aside hesitation as he climbed onto the grand bed beside Sha Ho, pressing his middle finger against her forehead. Indeed, Chu Chun felt an exhilarating joy as he encountered an immense luminous orb, strikingly similar to that which he had witnessed with Tianji. The only discernible difference was the faint outline of a colossal spider lurking within the chaotic energies surrounding him. Having dealt with such chaotic energies before, Chu Chun now navigated this realm with ease, watching as the tendrils of disorder writhed in his grasp, gradually dissipating. His heart swelled with elation, as he marveled at the rapidity with which he could forge his true self through this method, far surpassing the pace of conventional cultivation. The foot Yangming stomach meridian was nearly fully illuminated, followed by the completion of the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. Suddenly, as the smaller chaotic energies began to wane, Chu Chun noticed an exceptionally thick strand among the chaotic energies encircling Sha Ho's true self, its hue a subtle gold, distinct from the rest. This golden chaotic energy was ferociously potent, each assault forcing Sha Ho's spider-like true form to retreat, a feat no other chaotic energy could achieve. What set this apart? Chu Chun scrutinized for some time, but could discern no clarity, feeling hesitant to probe further. Thus, he shifted his focus to capture the remaining chaotic energies. Beside Sha Ho's grand bed, the three elderly men paced anxiously, while CC furrowed her brow in concern. Only Ling Zhao remained relatively composed, leisurely sipping tea and nibbling on fruits. A day had elapsed, yet Chu Chun remained silent, while outside, the resounding call of horns heralded the commencement of the Sha Huang's grand feast. I say, Tianji, are you certain your disciple possesses an innate propensity for the path of slaughter? Huang Qi, the venerable elder, frowned, skepticism etched across his features. Do you suspect I jest regarding such matters? Tianji's countenance darkened, his eyes glaring at Huang Qi. Do not take offense, Tianji. We are all concerned for Sha Ho. The celestial sage Yinpu interjected hastily to defuse the tension. His concern is disingenuous. He clearly doubts my capabilities. Tianji, perhaps feeling irked, could no longer contain his frustration. This matter concerns the very life and death of Her Majesty. May I not inquire? Huang Qi retorted, equally agitated. Enough. Both of you have received the Queen's benevolence. Neither wishes for her demise. I trust Tianji. He would not harm the Queen. Can we not resolve this amicably? Yinpu interposed, fearful that the disagreement might escalate into a confrontation. Humph. Out of respect for Yinpu, I shall refrain from further argument. Tianji turned away, his silence a clear indication of his displeasure. Huang Qi's eye twitched, but he ultimately quelled his ire under Yinpu's firm grip on his shoulder. Han Taiyin Lung Meridian, Han Shaoyin Heart Meridian, Han Juyin Heart Protector Meridian, Foot Taiyin Spleen Meridian, Foot Shaoyin Kidney Meridian, Foot Juyin Liver Meridian. As Chu Chun swiftly captured the chaotic energies, he completed the 16 meridians. At that moment, all 720 acupoints within him, alongside the 12 meridians, radiated brilliantly, outshining even the swirling chaotic orb. His excitement was palpable. Only the 8 extraordinary vessels remained unconnected, and given his current state, it seemed a matter of time before they too would be completed. Unbeknownst to Chu Chun, the brilliance of his aura had become so intense that the chaotic energies surrounding Sha Ho's true self began to slow. Suddenly, a smaller chaotic strand veered sharply, darting away into the void. This action triggered a chain reaction, with the remaining chaotic energies following suit. First the smaller ones, and then the larger ones began to flee. Not good. They are all escaping. Chu Chun's heart raced. Should these chaotic energies vanish, it would be nearly impossible to locate them again. He still had the 8 extraordinary vessels to complete, and at his usual pace, it would take years. Do not leave. Chu Chun's consciousness screamed silently. In that moment, he disregarded everything else, unleashing his full strength towards the remaining larger chaotic energies hovering nearby. They appeared to hesitate, torn between continuing their assault on Shao's true self or fleeing with the smaller ones. As Chu Qin approached rapidly, they ultimately made their decision, scattering in disarray. Stay? Chu Qin's mind thundered in fury as he lunged, his singular finger grasping the tail of one chaotic energy. Yet, despite its frantic writhing, it managed to break free, leaving only a small segment of its tail behind as it escaped. Chu Qin's heart brimmed with frustration, helplessly watching the chaotic energies dissolve into the void. Overwhelmed with despair, he realized that he had missed this opportunity with Xiahou. Finding such an opening again would be a distant hope. Just as he began to turn away, he noticed an ethereal golden shadow lingering beside Xiahou's true self, motionless. No, an unsettling feeling gripped Chu Qin. That golden shadow was the largest chaotic energy he had observed earlier. And what unnerved him was that this golden chaotic energy was no longer fixated on Xiahou. It was now focused on him. This was unprecedented. Up until now, chaotic energies seemed oblivious to his presence, yet this one defied that norm. The more Chu Qin gazed, the more alarmed he became. Though the golden chaotic energy bore no head or eyes, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, a profound sense of danger washing over him. I must flee. This singular thought consumed Chu Qin as he began to retreat slowly. However, just at that moment, the golden chaotic energy erupted violently, abandoning Xiahou's true self and lunging towards Chu Qin at breakneck speed. Not good. Someone is approaching. CC, seated at the edge of the grand bed, supported Xiahou while glancing upward at the brilliant lights, suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Who could it be at this hour? The three elderly men pondered, perplexed. Ordinary individuals do not come here uninvited. It must be the Sha Huang. CC whispered anxiously. Chapter 0089. The peril of chaotic recognition. The pale golden chaotic recognition surged forth like a colossal serpent of mist, lunging directly at Chu Qin. Startled, Chu Qin instinctively recoiled, his mind racing to escape. In the face of such an extraordinary chaotic recognition, a profound sense of dread took root within him. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the pale golden chaos would suddenly erupt, transforming into a radiant stream of gold that collided with him in an instant. Chu Qin felt an excruciating pain in his consciousness, as if countless arrows were piercing through him, ready to explode. Even more terrifying was that he had just begun to sense his physical form, but with the impact of the chaotic recognition, that connection vanished entirely, leaving him unable to return to his body. How could this happen? Chu Qin was engulfed in despair. Had he stumbled upon an existence far beyond his means? The vast pale golden chaotic recognition began to orbit him slowly, akin to a giant serpent fixating on its prey. A chill ran down Chu Qin's spine. He dared not move recklessly. With no path of retreat, he found himself unable to communicate with his true self to escape, leaving him with no choice but to wait and see what this fearsome entity intended. The misty form of the pale golden chaotic recognition circled around him, hesitant yet drawn forward. After a prolonged moment, to Chu Qin's astonishment, it began to tremble and sprout 4 diminutive legs. Indeed, it appeared to grow them, as 4 protrusions emerged from its smoky body, gradually taking on claw-like shapes, a phenomenon utterly inconceivable for a form devoid of any tangible shape. While Chu Qin was still reeling from shock, the chaotic recognition lunged at him, its 4 small legs firmly grasping his humanoid structure and beginning to tear at it with ferocious strength. Pain surged through him as he felt his form threaten to unravel. In a panic, he retaliated, stabbing with his 2 fingers into the body of the pale golden chaos. However, this weapon, which had proven effective against other chaotic entities, seemed insufficient now. Although each thrust caused the misty form to convulse, it failed to inflict any lethal damage. Chu Qin's resistance seemed to incite the wrath of the chaotic recognition, which intensified its assault on his humanoid structure. 2 claws seized his arms while the other 2 latched onto his spine. With a sickening crack, Chu Qin suddenly felt as if he had lost something vital. Looking down, He was gripped by a frigid terror upon realizing that his humanoid structure had been forcibly broken at the lumbar region. Was this pale golden chaotic recognition intent on dismantling him? Watching his severed lower halves glow dim, Chu Chun was consumed by regret. Had he not been so greedy, attempting to confront those larger chaotic entities, and instead left immediately, he would not have attracted the attention of this terrifying being. Now, he found himself utterly outmatched, unable to flee. Desperation took hold as he clutched one of the chaotic recognition's claws, and after a prolonged struggle, he managed to make one small leg disappear. Countless chaotic images flooded his mind, most of which seemed to depict battles, as if this chaotic recognition had spent its entire existence in conflict. Crack! Chu Chen's momentary distraction allowed the chaotic recognition to seize one of his arms, twisting it violently until it snapped. His heart sank to the depths of despair. How could he resist with only one arm remaining? Indeed, moments later, the final arm of his humanoid structure was severed, leaving him completely defenseless. It was not that he did not wish to fight back. It was simply that all that remained of his humanoid form was his head, and with limbs lost, he found himself utterly immobilized. He attempted once more to connect with his body, but to no avail. It was over. This single thought echoed in his mind. Heaven has not forsaken me. Ha ha ha. Chu Chun faintly heard an ancient voice cackling with glee, and the next moment, the pale golden chaotic recognition surged toward his head. Within moments, it enveloped him entirely, forming a luminous sphere, akin to a vast, glowing golden cocoon. Chu Chun felt a terrifying power assaulting the remnants of his consciousness, as if it sought to invade him. He could do naught but desperately cling to his awareness. Do not resist, you are already mine. The ancient voice rang out again, filled with insatiable pride. Who are you? Chu Chun despaired. Yet he suddenly realized he could communicate with the chaotic recognition. Who I am is no longer your concern. Rest assured, I will ensure you live well, making all bow beneath your feet. Oh no, beneath mine. Ha ha ha. The chaotic recognition laughed triumphantly. You intend to usurp me. Chu Chen's heart turned cold at the revelation. He recalled hearing Ling Zhao mention that some cultivators, due to their own crippled bodies, would seize the bodies of others to continue existing. He could hardly believe he was now embroiled in such a situation. I have struggled to survive for countless years, nearly extinguished. Yet today I encounter a mere child who has not even completed his true self. Do you not possess devouring talents? Yet, you remain unable to oppose me. To express my gratitude, I shall endeavor to minimize your suffering. The ancient voice dripped with mockery. Chu Chun suddenly felt a portion of the remaining structure of his head brutally torn open, as something dreadful sought to burrow within. Ah! Chu Chun screamed in agony, filled with boundless resentment, yet utterly helpless. With his limbs gone, he could not resist. He recognized that the outcome was beyond his control. Just as despair enveloped him entirely, an unprecedented change occurred. The 720 acupoints within him radiated simultaneously, bursting forth with resplendent light, piercing through the chaotic cocoon to break free. Ah, how is this possible? The ancient voice shrieked in disbelief, immediately halting its assault on Chu Chen's head structure and retreating in alarm. Yet, the 720 acupoints now resembled tentacles of an octopus, latching onto the misty form of the pale golden chaotic recognition, rendering it weak and powerless to escape. The chaotic recognition sensed an overwhelming crisis and flailed its 3 claws desperately, but it could not budge the seemingly delicate tendrils. This is... Chu Chun observed the chaotic recognition's frantic struggles and then looked at his 720 acupoints, suddenly enlightened. Although these acupoints could not maneuver as deftly as limbs, the chaotic recognition's enveloping presence was akin to a feast laid before him. Now, the 720 luminous tendrils firmly ensnared the chaotic recognition, and he could see a milky white substance flowing into the acupoints. Who exactly are you? Release me, and we can have a proper discussion. The chaotic recognition, realizing it could not escape, sought to communicate with Chu Chun. You need not know who I am. Once I have drained you, should you still be alive, I may consider divulging my identity. As Chu Chun witnessed the tide of battle shift dramatically, a sense of calm washed over him, mingled with an intense hatred for the chaotic recognition. Chapter 0090. The true self achieved within the tumultuous chaos of my consciousness lies a tremendous secret. Release me, and I shall impart this secret, capable of leading you to unparalleled greatness. The pale golden chaos consciousness, in a state of urgency, immediately proposed an exchange. Once I consume you, all your secrets will be mine to know, so you might as well accept your fate. Chu Chun remained unfazed, possessing absolute advantage at this moment. He dared not release this being casually, for any unforeseen change could jeopardize his chance to turn the tide. The knowledge that does not reside within my memories is beyond your comprehension. It pertains to the secrets of the former epochs. Observing his form diminish in size rapidly, the pale golden chaos consciousness grew increasingly terrified, casting out clues in an attempt to sway Chu Chun, regardless of the past or future. Even if that secret could elevate me to the heavens, I shall not relent. You should abandon such hopes, Chu Chun declared coldly. You ungrateful wretch. Countless individuals in this vast cosmos yearn for that secret, yet it lies before you, and you refuse it. The pale golden chaos consciousness shrieked in a mix of fury and desperation. Enough of your prattle. Do not disturb me, for I seek tranquility. Chu Chun dismissed him, continuing to invigorate his 720 meridians, exerting every effort to engulf the pale golden chaos consciousness. You fool, you cannot fathom the significance of that secret. As Chu Chun remained indifferent, the chaos consciousness grew more frantic, resorting to furious insults. However, regardless of the chaos consciousness's outbursts, Chu Chun remained steadfast, redoubling his efforts to activate the 720 meridians. As the 720 meridians became increasingly luminous with the infusion of pale golden energy, Chu Chun's heart swelled with joy, for it seemed the energy contained within this pale golden chaos consciousness was vastly superior to that of ordinary chaos consciousness. Cursed be you. My words are but a futile endeavor. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The pale golden chaos consciousness howled in despair, lunging once more at Chu Chun. Yet, under the combined force of the 720 meridians, his movements had become agonizingly slow and feeble before he could come close. He was ensnared by numerous tendrils of light. Ah, you wretched being, that secret has been heavily sealed away. Even if you consume me entirely, you shall never acquire it. The pale golden chaos consciousness, seemingly aware of its impending doom, continued to scream. What could that secret possibly be? Even in the face of death, this entity clung to its obsession, leaving Chu Chun puzzled. Fear not, once I am finished, you shall naturally reveal your past. Claiming that you cannot unravel your so-called seal is far from certain. Chu Chun taunted deliberately. You are exceedingly naive. I am merely one of the countless shards shattered from the true self of your. To witness my complete past is but a dream. Let us converse. Aside from that secret, I can impart upon you many top-tier techniques from the realms of the cosmos, including the sun-illuminating realm and even the supreme techniques of the celestial realms. The pale golden chaos consciousness, sensing Chu Chun's willingness to engage, was elated, feeling as though it had been granted a new lease on life. It appears you truly cannot be spared. Chu Chun's heart trembled at the implication of the chaos consciousness's words. If it spoke truthfully, its origins were indeed formidable, for even Ling Zhao had never mentioned such realms. He ceased to speak, realizing that such a terrifying entity must not be granted a moment's respite. Who could predict what astonishing abilities it might possess? Hey, why have you fallen silent? I will reveal all the locations of past treasures. Is that acceptable? Young man, if you desire, I can divulge every preference and secret of those ancient beings. I am privy to all their scandals and gossip. You scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Noticing Chu Chun's silence, the pale golden chaos consciousness observed its form had diminished by nearly half, growing increasingly anxious, and resumed its tirade against Chu Chun. However, Chu Chun had resolved to not relent until this being was fully consumed. Little brother, let us converse. If you could spare me a sliver of life, I can tell you everything I previously promised. The voice of the pale golden chaos consciousness grew faint. Impossible. Chu Chun gritted his teeth. This was not born from a deep-seated hatred for the entity, but rather from the sensation that his 720 meridians were on the verge of explosion. overwhelmed by the terrifying energy contained within the pale golden chaos consciousness, which he estimated to be magnitudes greater than any other of its kind. What to do? Chu Chan gazed at the remaining fragment, now less than 1/10 of its original size, astonished and delighted. He was astonished that he had yet to fully consume this remnant, while simultaneously feeling that he could hardly contain such fearsome power, leaving him at an impasse. Yet, he was elated, for as the pale golden chaos consciousness shrank, the golden hue became more pronounced, suggesting the presence of something extraordinary within. Perseverance is the key to triumph. Chu Chan could only provide himself with mental encouragement. You foolish wretch. The pale golden chaos consciousness uttered its final curse before all sound ceased. With a sudden pop, a tendril detached from the chaos consciousness, followed by another, and then a third. The golden light became increasingly distinct. Finally, the last tendril released, signaling the complete disappearance of the chaos consciousness, at which moment the golden radiance fully revealed itself, manifesting as a luminescent orb, no larger than a walnut. However, Chu Chan had no time to examine it closely. The instant the golden orb emerged, he commenced the shaping of his extraordinary meridians. He focused intently, as the 720 meridians emanated brilliance, beginning to coalesce within the governing vessel, which soon took form. Following that were the conception vessel, the belt vessel, the penetrating vessel, the yin linking vessel, the yang linking vessel, the yin heel vessel, and the yang heel vessel. His progress relentless until the extraordinary meridians were fully established. Yet the 720 meridians remained swollen and strained. What now? Chu Chan found himself perplexed. The surplus energy lingered within the meridians, which did not seem beneficial. The human form would undoubtedly require reconstruction, yet there was no way to expend such an excess. Should he then sculpt a complete skeletal structure? Continuous capture of chaos consciousness left him feeling that having merely one finger was rather inconvenient. Drawing upon his understanding of human anatomy and the observations he had made, a perfect skeletal structure radiating pure white light rapidly took shape, until at last, the 720 meridians finally settled back into their normal state. Upon the complete formation of his skeleton, a peculiar sensation surged through his consciousness, making him feel as though he had fused intimately with the world around him. True self. Achieved. Chu Chan was overwhelmed with exhilaration, though he was not enveloped in the misty essence as Ling Zhao had described. The sensation was strikingly similar to what Ling Zhao had recounted. At this moment, he reflected upon his true self, which appeared as a radiant white skeletal frame, traversed by 20 primary extraordinary meridians, with the 720 points of brilliance scattered throughout his body, rendering him an oddly distinct figure. A golden orb continued to hover before him. Chu Chan scrutinized it but could not discern its true nature. He was unable to consume or destroy it. This must undoubtedly be the secret spoken of by the chaos consciousness. It must be taken, but where to place it? After contemplation, he raised his hand, grasping the orb and pressing it against the right eye socket of his skull. However, the brightness proved a bit overwhelming. So he released a gentle glow from the meridians to envelop it layer by layer until only a soft golden hue remained visible. That seemed satisfactory, Chu Chan thought. Feeling content, just as he prepared to depart, his gaze caught sight of a massive spider not far away. At this moment, the true self lay upside down in the sand, having completely overturned, thrashing its 8 long legs in vain. Perhaps I should turn it over? Reflecting on the past encounter with the celestial sovereign, he could not help but entertain the notion. He approached slowly, controlling the innate urge to devour, then seized one of the spider's legs and forcefully flipped it over with ease. Then, surveying the surroundings with a careful gaze, I gradually adjusted the spider's legs a few times. Satisfied that the sand had indeed been smoothed out, I clapped my hands together in contentment and departed. Chapter 91. The Sand Empress and the Sand Sovereign. Upon awakening, Chu Chan opened his eyes and, finding himself alone in the room, was filled with astonishment. Neither the 3 elderly men nor the maid CC and Ling Zhao were present. Curiosity piqued, he rose from the bed and approached the window to investigate further. Little brother, is it pleasant for you to touch my feet so tenderly? A sultry voice suddenly wafted from behind him. The Sand Empress has awakened? Just as Chu Chan was about to take a step forward, The enchanting words froze him in place. He dared not turn around. Sand Empress. This was the Sand Empress's private chamber, and with the Grand Master Tianji absent, even the maid CC was nowhere to be found. If the Empress decided to act on a whim, a mere flick of her finger could spell his doom. Why are you so frightened? Turn around and let me see you. The alluring voice beckoned again, seemingly devoid of malice. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Chuchen finally turned to face her. The Sand Empress, no longer in her previous slumbering state, appeared radiant, her skin as smooth as cream, with a delicate face and enchanting eyes that sparkled with life. Dressed in a simple white fur robe, her stunning figure remained undeniable. Chu Chun was momentarily entranced by the Empress's beauty. He had seldom encountered such perfection in reality. Even the so-called starlets he had known paled in comparison, often merely products of clever marketing. Your Highness, I was summoned to assist you. Chu Chun mustered his courage to speak, seeking to ensure his safety. There's no need for explanations. I sensed your presence even as you aided me in restoring my true essence. You saved my life this time, I assure you. I shall not treat you poorly in the future. The Sand Empress responded with an elegant laugh, her gaze flitting curiously over Chu Chun. You knew already? Chu Chun was taken aback by her revelation. The Empress, having awakened as soon as her essence was restored, was clearly different from the Grand Master Tianji's situation. The fact that she had sensed him before he even departed was indeed extraordinary. Of course, you little one-eyed skeleton are quite intriguing. Your innate abilities are rather rare. The Empress remarked with a smile. Indeed, my true essence is rather peculiar. Chuchen replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. By the way, who brought you here? Where has my maid gone? The Empress inquired casually while stretching her limbs. It was my master, the Grand Master Tianji, who brought me here. They were present earlier, but may have gone to attend your celebration, Chu Chen explained, equally curious about the whereabouts of Tianji and Ling Zhao. Tianji, he is your master? The Empress's expression momentarily faltered, as if the mention of his name stirred something within her. Yes. He took me as his disciple just a few months ago, Chu Chen replied cautiously. Oh, but you just mentioned my celebration. When did I give birth? The Empress's demeanor quickly returned to normal, though a bemused expression crossed her face. This. Chu Chun was genuinely puzzled. Could it be that the Empress was unaware of her own childbirth? Or perhaps she had given birth while in a deep slumber? It seemed utterly absurd. Oh, I see now. He has orchestrated quite a spectacle. The Empress began to muse to herself, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated resentment. They seem to be causing quite the ruckus. Come, let us go and see. Without waiting for Chu Chen's response, the Empress waved her hand, and they vanished from the vast chamber. You are utterly insufferable. Not only have you invaded my lord's private quarters, but you also dare to obstruct my entry with the envoy. A stern-looking middle-aged man in brocade robes shouted fiercely. In the grand plaza beneath the Empress's residence, two factions faced off, the tension palpable. Baosha, your charade must come to an end. As the Sand Sovereign, you deceitfully claim the Empress has given birth to mislead the envoy and the entire star realm while confining her only maid. I demand to know what you intend to achieve in front of the envoy. The Grand Master Tianji, clad in a red robe, addressed the brocade-clad man coldly. Such nonsense. The Empress has been bedridden due to her old ailments, under the constant care of her maid. How can there be any mention of confinement? The Sand Sovereign retorted in anger, though his gaze flickered uneasily toward a silver-haired man nearby. CC has been by the Empress's side day and night. She has indeed never given birth. I implore the envoy to see reason. The maid CC, unable to meet the Sand Sovereign's gaze, bowed her head toward the silver-haired man. Ahem, this is merely your domestic affair. I came to observe the lady of the Lord, and it would be inappropriate for me to interject further. Baosha, please carry on. The silver-haired envoy seemed to disregard CC's remarks, turning away. Envoy. CC attempted to speak again, but was halted by Ling Zhao's grip. Tianji, I shall repeat myself. Step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The Sand Sovereign slowly levitated, looking down at the Grand Master Tianji and his companions, a phantom of a spider materializing behind him, its body glimmering with starlight. Impossible. Jing Yao has not awoken. No one is permitted to enter. The Grand Master Tianji also rose, a rooster's silhouette emerging with starlight cascading down. Haha. No wonder, Tianji, you possess such confidence today. It appears you've recently ascended to the star realm. But do you really believe your newly acquired skills can contend with me? The Sand Sovereign laughed heartily, disdain evident on his face. We shall see. To enter, you must first cross my dead body. The Grand Master Tianji, uncharacteristically resolute, showed no signs of retreat. Very well, then let me grant you that wish. And later you can reunite with that woman from a millennium ago. Let us strike. The Sand Sovereign sneered, an inexplicable flame igniting in his eyes, as his spider-like claws lunged towards the Grand Master Tianji's head. Beside him, four figures revealed their true essence, preparing to attack the silver-haired envoy and the ancient Huang Qi as a fierce battle loomed. Then I shall thank my husband for his kind intentions. Just then, a melodious voice resonated as countless crystalline threads descended from above, instantly binding the Sand Sovereign's true essence, even halting the thrust of the spider's spear. Empress. The four figures behind the Sand Sovereign gasped in unison, retreating in shock, no longer daring to make a move. The silver-haired envoy, too, looked up in disbelief. How is this possible? The Sand Sovereign's eyes widened in terror as he fell back to the side of the silver-haired envoy. Indeed, how could one survive the effects of the drunken true immortal? The Empress's eyes sparkled with amusement, chilling the Sand Sovereign to the core. What is this drunken true immortal? Chu Chun whispered to Ling Zhao, having approached her side. I do not know, but by its name, it seems to be a potent remedy against true essences. Ling Zhao replied discreetly. Bao Sha, I have treated you well, granting you the title of Sand Sovereign, aiding your ascension to the star realm, and permitting you to indulge in pleasures. What more do you desire that would compel you to seek my ruin? Speak, and if reasonable, I may spare your life. The Empress's voice grew cold. At this moment, nearly everyone present was rendered speechless. It appeared that the Empress's current predicament was not due to her old injuries, but rather a deliberate act by the Sand Sovereign. Satisfaction? What do I possess? Without your affection, the title of Sand Sovereign is but an empty name. As long as you remain, I must seek your counsel in all matters. After hundreds of years as a mere servant, would you not find it intolerable? Perhaps the Tsar is engulfed in despair at this moment. Or perhaps it is due to the promises made by the Tsarina that he suddenly reveals a ghastly visage and begins to roar, unearthing the innermost thoughts of his heart. Chapter 0092. Sister above. With a thud, the tranquil square fell into silence as the words of the Tsar echoed through the air. Even the Tsarina narrowed her eyes in contemplation, only to have the brief stillness shattered by a peculiar sound. Chu Chun turned to see the once suspended Tianji Dazuan inexplicably plummeting from the air. The lecherous old man sat on the ground, failing to rise immediately, instead rubbing his head and muttering foolishly, Not obtained. Not obtained. Not obtained, so you wish to directly replace me? Have you forgotten that these matters were long ago agreed upon? The Tsarina subtly shook her head. Indeed, initially, we had an agreement, but have you considered my feelings? The Tsar roared in anger. If you are unwilling to continue, you may express that at any time. This course of action is merely a reluctance to relinquish the power you already possess, and thus the responsibility lies with you. For the sake of our centuries-long relationship, I may spare your life, but I must sever the ties. The Tsarina spoke with clarity and remarkable decisiveness, delivering her verdict upon the Tsar. No, you have no right to do this. Lord Gizi, please save me. The Tsar howled, turning to the silver-haired envoy for aid. Cough, Lord Jingyao. This matter, the silver-haired attendant stepped forward to speak. Yet, before he could finish, the Tsarina interrupted, Lord Gizi, I have another matter to request. To my knowledge, Zue Zhenxian is a forbidden entity even in the little heavenly court. How could he have ended up here? Please investigate this matter thoroughly. Very well. I will report this to my father and ensure a thorough inquiry. The silver-haired envoy's eyelids twitched violently, no longer mentioning the Tsar. Lord Gizi. The Tsar displayed desperation, casting a glance at the Tsarina before suddenly transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. I said I would spare your life. Take your child and leave. The Tsarina raised her gaze slightly, and with a wave of her hand, Countless crystalline lights surged forth. Ah! A scream echoed from a great distance, causing the onlookers to feel a chill, regarding the Tsarina with awe. Lord Gizi, would you care to join me for a moment? The Tsarina smiled and gestured invitingly. No. I came here primarily to visit Lord Jingyao, hoping to lend assistance. Now that the Lord has recovered, I shall not impose further. I will return to the little heavenly court after tomorrow's banquet to investigate Zue Jinxian. The silver-haired envoy forced a smile. Very well, I too have just recovered. We shall discuss matters another time. The Tsarina nodded. As the silver-haired envoy and others departed, the Tsarina beckoned Chu Chun and the others to return to the tall tower. Chu Chun patted the still-sitting Tianji Dazuan, who appeared bewildered. He has gone. The Tsarina is calling us. Oh, right. Tianji Dazuan finally regained his senses, sweeping Chu Chen's Ling Zhao into the air. Inside the grand hall, CC attended to the Tsarina, who sat in the main seat while the others settled onto their respective cushions. Jingyao, I express my gratitude to you all for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I would surely have faced dire consequences. The Tsarina spoke softly. Not at all. Your Majesty, your protection and aid to us in the past were akin to a rebirth. How could we possibly accept such gratitude? Huachi Laozu and Inpu Daxian quickly waved their hands. Oh, Tianji, you too suffered for this. The Tsarina's beautiful eyes turned toward Tianji Dazuan, though she refrained from saying more. Jingyao, do we still need to speak of gratitude? I merely wish to check on you. Upon hearing from CC that you had been in a coma for half a year, I realized something was amiss and sought out these two old fellows to discuss how to rescue you. I hardly did anything. Tianji Dazuan feigned nonchalance. Yet pride glimmered on his face. The Tsarina did not inquire further and began to commend him. Indeed, the key issue lies with your disciple. How about we adopt him as my godson? The Tsarina chuckled, seemingly addressing Tianji Dazuan while gazing at Chu Chun. Absolutely not. Tianji Dazuan exclaimed in shock. The mere thought of Chu Chun posing as his disciple was already unsettling, and if Chu Chun were to call the Tsarina his godmother, it could provoke his ire. Chu Chun, equally embarrassed, found it difficult to accept being called brother by a beautiful woman who appeared only slightly older than himself. What could possibly be wrong? Am I not worthy? The Tsarina glared at Tianji Dazuan. No. Tianji Dazuan broke out in a sweat, feeling unable to articulate certain matters, as if he might explode. What is it? Give me a reason. The Tsarina regarded Tianji Dazuan with increasing curiosity. Because we must not disrupt the hierarchy. Tianji Dazuan suddenly had a flash of insight. Hierarchy? Your disciple is my godson. Is that not perfect? The Tsarina was perplexed. Though we are called master and disciple, we usually refer to each other as brothers. Tianji Dazuan said stubbornly. Is there truly such a thing? The Tsarina found his explanation both amusing and bewildering. Then let him be my sworn brother. That must suffice. This very well. Tianji Dazuan hesitated, glancing at Chu Chun, who appeared to relax and show no objection. Thus he acquiesced. Chu Chun found this arrangement acceptable, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a fortuitous development. If the Tsarina, who had lived for countless years, were to become his godsister, would he not be able to navigate the Mountain Mang star domain with ease? Moreover, it would facilitate his search for Ling Ruo and inquiries regarding his clan's news. With that thought, he stepped forward and bowed deeply to the Tsarina. Sister above, please accept this bow from your younger brother, Chu Chun. Tianji Dazuan was left speechless, never expecting Chu Chun to so readily acknowledge the Tsarina as his sister. Rise. In my presence, you need not bother with formalities. I have no other kin in this world. You shall henceforth be my true brother. The Tsarina beamed, lifting Chu Chen's bowed form, though a hint of sadness flickered in her beautiful eyes. Thank you, sister. Chu Chun felt a jolt in his heart, reminded of his own solitary existence. Under such sentiments, the simple four words were laden with genuine sincerity. Well, if not for your help, I would surely have faced calamity. There is no need for further thanks. Accept this waist pendant. You may traverse the Mountain Mang star domain at will. The Tsarina's expression softened further as she raised her hand, a purple jade pendant flying toward Chu Chun, landing perfectly in his grasp. Such a heartfelt gift from my sister. I shall humbly accept. Chu Chen rejoiced, for this was precisely what he needed, a universal pass. CC, please escort Brother Chun and this young lady Ling Zhao to rest. I have matters to discuss with these old friends. After conversing for a while, the Tsarina made arrangements. How is it that I perceive you have quite the charm with women? In the spacious guest room, Ling Zhao glanced at Chu Chun and remarked lightly, I did save her life. Is it unreasonable to acknowledge a sibling relationship? Moreover, with this, our future endeavors to find Ling Ruo and gather information about your kin will be much easier. Chu Chun toyed with the pale purple waist pendant, already contemplating how to proceed. You must remember, my affairs must never be disclosed. Ling Zhao was taken aback, realizing that Chu Chun's actions were indeed for her benefit. I understand this, and should an opportunity arise, I will subtly inquire. Chu Chun nodded. Has your true self reached completion? Ling Zhao suddenly asked. Indeed. This time has truly been a windfall. Not only have I resolved that Serena's issue, but I have also fully constructed my true self and experienced the enlightenment of understanding the heavens. As you described, Chu Chun recounted his previous experiences in detail. Do you comprehend the meaning behind the secrets of the former era mentioned by the chaos recognition? Chu Chun asked at last. Chapter 0093. The enigmatic sand disk. It is truly unknown, but I strongly advise against recklessly approaching that golden orb of light. I suspect that chaotic entity is an exceedingly ancient and terrifying existence. Ling Zhao, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression and solemnly cautioned Chu Chun. Yes, I understand. However, there may be some truth to what he said. Typically, the images within chaotic visions can be pieced together, yet this one is utterly disordered, making it impossible to form any coherent fragments. Otherwise, I might have found some clues, Chu Chun acknowledged with a nod. Let us take a break for now. Tomorrow marks the final day of the grand feast, and with the return of the Sand Monarch, it is bound to be a lively occasion, Ling Zhao remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued after these past few days. The next day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao accompanied the Sand Monarch and the esteemed Tianji to the banquet. Chu Chun observed the beaming countenance of the Tianji with curiosity. It seemed this rather unscrupulous elder had recently regained a youthful vigor, with noticeably fewer wrinkles adorning his face. Timong Valley. A vast expanse nestled within the confines of Huanluo City featured a central lake, flanked by a lush forest on one side and a sprawling sandy arena on the other, which served as the venue for the feast. In this moment, aside from the high platform by the lake that remained vacant, a multitude of powerful beings from various races had already taken their seats, and the outer circle was teeming with people, easily exceeding several 100,000 in number, all gathered to witness the spectacle. The envoy from the celestial court, Lord Gizi, has arrived. The Sand Monarch has graced us with her presence, proclaimed the heralds. As the resonant sound of long horns and thunderous drums filled the air, prompting the crowd to erupt into jubilant cheers. It was the last day of the feast, and no one had anticipated that the Sand Monarch, rumored to be gravely ill, would recover and attend. Yet, the expressions of the powerful beings in the stands were mixed with confusion. The Sand Monarch had arrived without the Sand Emperor, suggesting a shift in circumstances compared to previous days. After the Sand Monarch and the envoys took their seats on the high platform, countless attendants presented an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, and with the booming of the horns, the grand feast commenced. The central arena witnessed an exhilarating display of chaotic combat, featuring colossal creatures such as the mighty sand rhinoceros, ferocious eight-toothed lions, terrifying sand scorpions, and even mountain giants. Among these giants were numerous smaller beasts and humanoid creatures, creating a veritable spectacle of carnage. This was a banquet of bloodshed, with savage beasts roaring and clashing in a bloody frenzy, while the sea of spectators cheered and reveled, their excitement reaching a crescendo akin to the ancient arenas of earth. Chu Chun, seated on the high platform beside Ling Zhao, observed the brutal scene with a heavy sigh. Those are typically condemned to death. There is no need for pity. Their past misdeeds are likely more heinous than this, Ling Zhao whispered in Chu Chen's ear. Chu Chen nodded in silent agreement. The slaughter continued unabated. The mountain giant fell. A unicorn python was severed, and the sand rhinoceros had its belly ripped open, with countless smaller beasts and humanoids suffering grievous injuries. Ultimately, a minotaur wielding a steel fork pierced the brow of an eight-toothed lion, emerging as the sole victor, and the entire Tianmong Valley erupted in cheers. Distinguished guests from afar, it is my utmost honor to welcome you. However, this is a joyous occasion, and the bloodshed must come to an end. I have prepared additional entertainment and some small prizes to bring more opportunities to the young people present, and I wish for our Shanmeng star to flourish eternally. After the central arena was cleared, the Sand Monarch leaped into the air, her beautiful gaze sweeping across the crowd, continuing, "The enigmatic sand disk can accommodate 10,000 people. I have left behind 10,000 spirit stones, 3,000 pure essence pills, 500 pure essence artifacts, 50 essence-forming artifacts, 5 essence-forming techniques, and the ultimate reward, a forbidden flight shuttle. These treasures are for the fortunate among you. The only condition is that only young individuals at the true self stage may enter. The time limit is at sunset." Upon finishing her words, the Sand Monarch raised her hand, and a gray disk soared into the air, gradually expanding until it crashed down, transforming into a massive circular structure the size of 2 football fields. Oh. The Sand Monarch's proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, as the magnitude of her rewards was astonishing. Spirit stones are rare treasures, and the market standard currency is merely a mineral containing a trace of spiritual energy. Pure essence pills significantly increase survival rates in perilous realms, serving as vital lifelines. The pure essence and essence-forming artifacts are invaluable beyond measure. The essence-forming techniques were a novel concept to Chu Chun. Ling Zhao explained, "The essence-forming stage primarily relies on one's inherent strength in battle. But one can also learn some simple techniques to greatly enhance combat prowess. These techniques are what we call treasure techniques. The Forbidden Flight Shuttle is even more extraordinary, essentially a life-saving artifact. It is peculiar, though, that the Sand Monarch would offer such a precious item as a prize," she mused, appearing puzzled. "Perhaps she is simply in a good mood." "Ling Zhao, do you truly believe that this circular structure can accommodate 10,000 people?" Chu Chen inquired, growing increasingly intrigued by the treasures offered by the Sand Monarch. "It possesses its own spatial integrity." Ling Zhao waved her hand, akin to an elderly shopkeeper showcasing a storage bracelet, albeit of a more advanced nature. "It can be constructed to such an extent." Chu Chun was left speechless, contemplating that it could likely contain a small mountain. "Chu Chun, shall we also venture down to give it a try?" Ling Zhao began to encourage him. "We?" Chu Chun was taken aback. He had not considered that aspect. The ultimate reward. If your sister offers such substantial prizes, wouldn't it be a shame if they fell into the hands of outsiders? Ling Zhao smiled playfully. "You do make a valid point, but I..." Chu Chun hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Despite just achieving the true self-completion, he had already undergone one pure essence phase. Participating again might seem rather brazen. "I wonder about the capabilities of the bird armor ancestor. If I cannot pass the scrutiny of the true self-mirror, then so be it. If I can, there is no need to feel guilty about overpowering the weak. Just look at those who are signing up now." Ling Zhao gestured towards the throngs below the high platform. "Goodness!" Chu Chen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to the allure of the rewards. The 72 entrances surrounding the enigmatic sand disk were now overflowing with people from various clans. Some individuals towered at heights of over 10 meters, resembling hulking beasts. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly be crushed in a conflict with them. "How do you feel now? No psychological burdens, I presume?" Besides, this enigmatic sand disk merely presents a highly intricate maze, primarily testing the foundational computational abilities of the true self stage. Unless conflict arises, physical prowess has little bearing. Ling Zhao remarked with a grin. "Then I shall give it a try. You need not involve yourself." Chu Chun, spurred on by Ling Zhao's encouragement, found himself genuinely intrigued. "Very well, although such scenarios rarely present real danger, it is always best to exercise caution." Ling Zhao agreed without pressing further, though the two spoke softly. Their words were seemingly overheard by those in front of them, as the silver-haired envoy turned to glance at them, smirking without uttering a word. Once Chu Chun made his decision, he promptly slipped down from the platform, heading straight for the registration entrance. However, he had drastically underestimated the allure of the prizes. As not only the local true self cultivators surged forth, but even invited powerful figures from distant lands began preparing their disciples and juniors to partake in the bounty. In an instant, the area was abuzz with voices, a chaotic throng of diverse shapes and sizes jostling for space. Chapter 0094. The One-Eyed Skeleton. The speed of the entrance selection was remarkably swift. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Chuchen finally approached one of the entrances. Contrary to his expectations, the entrance to the mysterious sandboard was devoid of any doors. Instead, it consisted of several towering black mirrors, each 3 to 4 meters high, lining the walls of the chamber. These mirrors were peculiar. When a cultivator stood before them, regardless of their stature, their true form was instantly reflected in the obsidian surface. Those who met the criteria would be promptly absorbed into the mirror, disappearing without a trace, while those deemed unworthy would find themselves unceremoniously ejected by the overseeing guardians nearby. Chuchen's heart raced as he witnessed several figures screaming as they were flung out within mere moments. Anxiety gripped him, and he steeled himself for the worst. However, as he observed more closely, he began to feel reassured. The cultivators who successfully entered displayed shadows across their chest and abdomen, whereas those expelled appeared uniformly white, with only a few scattered dark spots. This resemblance reminded him of X-ray films, where the shadows represented residual impurities. Chuchen surmised that he likely possessed more darkness than light within him. "Look, a blue true form," someone exclaimed ahead. Chuchen, intrigued, leaned forward to see a young girl in a blue dress standing before the black mirror, her true form reflecting a humanoid shape suffused with a soft azure glow. "Ah, extraordinary. Is she the daughter of the esteemed Lord Bolai?" the supervising elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." The girl, no more than 13 or 14, replied sweetly. "Very well. You may enter. Be cautious," the elder advised sincerely. In an instant, the girl vanished. "Your true form is quite remarkable too," the elder remarked to Chuchen. "Remember, once you enter, your fate is uncertain. If you find yourself in peril, simply utter the word board to exit the mysterious sandboard instantaneously." When it was Chuchen's turn, the tall elder regarded him with an expression of bemusement. He had witnessed countless true forms, some missing limbs, others with crooked features, and many with bizarre appearances. Yet none resembled Chuchen and Appo's, which was akin to an eerily lifelike skeleton, adorned with numerous strings of tiny stars, and, peculiarly, a single eye. Laughter erupted from the crowd behind him. "Come and behold the one-eyed skeleton," someone guffawed, prompting a ripple of laughter from those around. With a scowl, Chuchen turned, his expression darkening. He longed to identify the source of such mockery. Just then, the black mirror flickered violently before finally drawing him in. As Chuchen looked up, the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. The throngs of people had vanished. He was utterly alone, suggesting that all others who had entered were now scattered across different locales. Ahead lay a vast corridor of yellow sand. The ground, walls, and ceiling all appeared to be composed of the same golden grains, yet upon touch, they felt as solid as iron. In this place, orientation became a challenge, as all directions seemed indistinguishable. However, there was but one path forward. With confidence, Chuchen stepped ahead, for navigating a maze relied heavily on luck and memory. While luck was uncertain, he possessed unwavering confidence in his memory. Having previously conquered the notoriously challenging Hell-level 55-layered Rubik's Cube, he felt assured that this maze would not defeat him. After approximately 100 steps, the corridor came to an end, presenting him with 2 passageways. He chose to turn left. After another 300 steps, he encountered a fork and turned right. Then 200 steps later, he turned left again, weaving through the maze. Chuchen sensed that the mysterious sandboard might not be as formidable as he initially thought. He was waiting for the moment he could retrace his steps, eager to return. However, an unexpected twist awaited him. After 30 intersections, he arrived at a junction with 5 options. Up, down, left, right, all were possible choices. Chuchen's heart tightened. The 2-dimensional maze had evolved into a 3-dimensional labyrinth, and the difficulty surged dramatically. He dismissed his earlier nonchalance and steadied his mind before making a choice. Heading toward the core region. This maze was peculiar. Even when opting to descend, his feet remained firmly anchored to the ground, with no sense of discomfort. Ascending, however, required navigating to the ceiling first. Chu Chen pressed on, yet each selection slowed his pace significantly. After passing through 30 turns, he gradually acclimated to this rhythm. Yet the end remained elusive. At the next junction, he suddenly felt the gravitational pull beneath him reverse, causing him to stumble and fall heavily onto the ceiling. After 5 intersections, he painstakingly rose, his expression grim. The enforced directional changes and gravitational shifts had increased the challenge yet again, and he finally grasped the true terror of the mysterious sandboard. At the 30th junction, he found no exit. Instead, there was a small stone pedestal with a blue crystal, no larger than a fingernail. Upon closer inspection, while the crystal was beautiful, it was evidently not the spirit stone spoken of earlier. Its purpose here seemed to be merely a confirmation marker. He pocketed the blue crystal and, after lingering in contemplation, began to sweat profusely. With 90 choices ahead of him, how could he possibly retrace each one? Moreover, time was not on his side. This was far more daunting than the spiral realm. The spiral realm. Chu Chen's eyes brightened at the recollection. When he first emerged from the spiral realm, it felt as though a millennium had passed. His method then was rapid memorization followed by deduction. Here, he realized he might have to employ a similar strategy, albeit at a greater physical toll. Glancing around, he gritted his teeth and bolted forward. At that moment, his true form radiated with 720 points of shimmering light. At this juncture, Chu Chun was not alone. Many cultivators had also entered the mysterious sandboard, all rushing forward, though the expressions on their faces were grave, and their pace was increasingly sluggish. Yet, amidst the throng, there were exceptions. A towering one-eyed figure maintained a steady stride, clutching 2 luminous crystals in hand. A girl in a blue dress bounded joyfully, already holding 3 crystals. A blue-crowned avian creature sported an air of triumph, brandishing a circular compass that clicked sharply with each turn, also possessing 3 crystals. Most peculiar was a diminutive figure wearing a conical hat, who, though empty-handed, paused at each junction to deliberate carefully before making selections. Strangely, on one occasion, his form gradually melded into the sandy wall, only to re-emerge moments later from the opposite side. Outside the mysterious sandboard in Tianmong Valley, the crowd gradually dispersed. If only I had decided more swiftly. I lingered just a moment too long, and now it's full. Someone lamented. I was mere moments away. How could it end just like that? Alas, it seems I am not fated for this. As the last of the attendees departed, the beautiful overseer surveyed the scene with a smile in her eyes. The process would require some time, and they could not directly witness the unfolding drama within. Seizing this opportunity, she suggested that everyone raise their glasses and indulge in fine food and drink while enjoying the enchanting performances of the dancers. A line of dozens of young maidens gracefully descended upon the enchanted sand platform, dancing in harmony with the rhythmic beats of the drums. At that moment, the figures of the dancing maidens were magnified nearly 100-fold above the sand platform, their forms rendered with exquisite clarity, allowing even the spectators at the outermost edges of the valley to appreciate every intricate detail. The Lady of the Sands slightly bowed her head and finally returned to her esteemed position on the elevated lakeside dais. Miss Ling Zhao, where has my younger brother gone? The Lady of the Sands inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she glanced at Ling Zhao. Oh, he has also entered. He was concerned that your precious belongings might be taken by others. Ling Zhao replied with a smile. Really? He has gone in too? What a folly! The Lady of the Sands exclaimed, taken aback. Do not fret, Lord Jingyao. My brother has entered as well, and the participants here are merely children of the true self-realm. Even if they encounter danger, they should be able to exit without issue. The silver-haired envoy turned to her with a grin, reassuringly. Chapter 0095. The three-dimensional coordinate system. Chu Chun continued to dash through the corridor at an astonishing speed, making choices at every junction without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, his true self, shimmering with 720 points of light, was emanating a faint mist, continuously converging in the cavity of his chest. It had begun to form intricate winding paths that extended further as he advanced. This was Chu Chen's ingenious method. employing his true self for simulation to perpetually construct his route, allowing him to traverse uncharted paths whenever faced with a choice. Simply put, he was establishing a three-dimensional coordinate system, much like CAD software used for three-dimensional modeling on Earth. Given sufficient time, he could sketch a complete labyrinthine model. However, as Chu Chun had anticipated, this endeavor was mentally taxing and physically exhausting. After running for what felt like an eternity, an inward glance at his true self revealed that he had scarcely traversed a small area. What was the purpose of this madness? He wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress his complaints. After all this effort, his only reward seemed to be 7 translucent, egg-sized crystal stones in his beast skin pouch. Although Chu Chun had never seen spiritual stones, he was nearly certain that these were indeed such treasures. At the end of every path, there was a stone platform, each adorned with a crystal stone, most of which were the small blue stones he had never encountered before, with only a few being these spiritual stones. At this moment, many cultivators sat despondently in the yellow sand corridor, their eyes filled with despair. The rules of this complex maze were far too challenging for those merely at the true self realm. After exhausting their efforts to memorize and calculate, their eyes were already bloodshot. The apparent rewards behind the sand seemed immensely tempting, but it was undeniably a daunting task to acquire them. This sentiment resonated among countless cultivators present. Almost there. Almost there. Chu Chun gazed at the densely packed routes within his true self. Feeling a tinge of regret for his abysmal luck, he sensed that he had traversed over 98% of the paths, yet still had not found the correct route. Leaving him utterly speechless, after relentless running, he felt his calves had thinned considerably. Yet he believed it was all worthwhile, for at this moment, his waist pouch contained over 40 spiritual stones, a gray elixir, and a small silver shield. Onward. When he thought of his gains, a sense of delight filled his heart. Leaning on his Black Frost war spear, he rose slowly and set forth once more. At last, I have found you. Shortly thereafter, Chu Chen's eyes caught sight of a black door at the end of the corridor. Elated, he sprinted towards it and pushed the door open with fervor. Behind the door lay a spacious hall, populated by hundreds of cultivators who had arrived before him. To his surprise, not a single person turned to acknowledge him as he stumbled through the entrance. Chu Chun was puzzled, wondering what gathered these individuals here. Esteemed ones, this wormhole maze has surpassed our capabilities. It seems that the intent behind the sands is for us to seek treasures based on our fortunes. A creature with a tiger's body and a human face proclaimed arrogantly from the front. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. We shall open the door together, and afterward, it will be a matter of luck. A blue-crowned avian being laughed heartily. It seems this is indeed the only course of action. Several others began to echo in agreement. Is it him? Chu Chin stared at the blue-crowned avian in surprise, recalling that this individual was named Chi Fizi, astonished to find him here as well. As consensus was reached among the crowd, hundreds began to approach a massive black door, which was secured by long chains on either side. The assembly dispersed, each grasping a chain and exerting their strength in unison. With a thunderous rumble, the black door slowly creaked open, revealing a circular entrance. Hundreds rushed forward, jostling to enter. Chu Chin, still bewildered by the situation, was left behind as the throng surged forward. It was only then that he noticed the bold characters inscribed on the black door, Wormhole Maze. In that instant, Chu Chun felt an inexplicable fondness for the words, yet he was certain he had never encountered them before. This is consciousness script. Perhaps due to the mastery of my true self, I am able to comprehend it. He instantaneously grasped the reason, though it was difficult to articulate. Chu Chun fixated on the 4 characters, gradually becoming entranced. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary sensation, as if those words transformed into fragmented information that settled within his true self, which then instantaneously reassembled it, providing him with a clear message. Wormhole Maze. Consciousness script might be akin to machine language in computers, a fundamental language that transcends all, while the unique languages of different races resemble high-level programming languages. This was Chu Chin's understanding. After pondering for a long while, he approached the black door and peered through the gap, only to be struck dumb as he finally comprehended the meaning behind Chi Fizi and the others' words. The yellow sand corridor remained, but it was no longer orderly. The corridor had morphed into a circular tunnel, twisting and turning ahead. Sister behind the sands, you are indeed ruthless. Chu-Chen clicked his tongue, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. This labyrinth was unlike anything he had ever encountered, with the circular tunnel's walls composed entirely of fine sand grains, rendering any discernible differences impossible. The angles of the twist were increasingly erratic, making it nearly impossible to rely on strong memory to navigate the route. At this moment, even Chu-Chen found it exceptionally challenging to delineate a three-dimensional route with his true self, as each step altered direction and angle unpredictably, making precise measurement unfeasible. Even if he forcibly sketched a path, it would likely be a mere inch off, resulting in a significant deviation. By now, hundreds of individuals had entered the circular tunnel, leaving Chu-Chen alone in contemplation. After a moment of fruitless reflection, he decided to follow suit and hastily entered as others had done. He felt disheartened, realizing that luck might be his only recourse. Having just traversed nearly every path to find the exit, such misfortune was not ordinary, if the same were to occur here. The circular tunnel twisted and turned, with a fork every 100 steps or so. Once inside, Chu-Chen could no longer see any other cultivators, as they had gradually dispersed with each branching path. The route his true self had inscribed was convoluted, and he had little certainty about its accuracy. After wandering for quite some time, he finally encountered another cultivator, who seemed lost, standing bewildered at a junction. "Brother, is that path impassable?" Chu-Chen inquired politely. "Humph, can't you try walking it yourself?" was the icy response he received, as the cultivator glared at him before choosing a path and departing. Why the hostility? Chu-Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Subsequently, he encountered several others, all behaving like headless flies, floundering about aimlessly. Yet, each encounter was met with indifference, even hostility. Chu-Chen surmised that they had ventured into a deeper region of the maze, possibly nearing the center of the sand labyrinth, where the most precious treasures, the 5 coveted treasures of the Yuan realm and the forbidden flight shuttle, might be found ahead. Hence, each individual regarded the others as potential threats. Soon, he stumbled upon a broken sword blade in the corridor, evidence of a previous conflict. He searched the surroundings for clues, but found nothing. In another passage, a patch of crimson blood caught Chu-Chen's attention, signaling that the entrance had begun to clash fiercely. This was not a good sign. At this point, he had yet to lay eyes on any rewards, and the thought of conflict arising over important items was deeply concerning. Chapter 0096. The Cyclops. From this moment on, Chu-Chen became increasingly cautious as he advanced, gripping the black frost spear that had been slung over his shoulder. Ultimately, reality confirmed his suspicions. A long-armed figure lay lifeless in a pool of blood ahead, its chest pierced by a blade, clearly deceased. After examining the body for a moment, he shook his head in disappointment. The individual had been thoroughly stripped of all possessions. Before long, a pale-faced cultivator, clutching a blood-soaked neck, encountered Chu-Chen. Upon seeing him, the cultivator panicked and retreated hastily, fleeing back to a fork in the path. As Chu-Chen continued on, he noticed that the number of individuals he encountered dwindled, and after walking for quite some time without sighting another soul, he began to feel lightheaded. The luminous points of energy within his true self, totaling 720, flickered more rapidly. Fortunately, after verifying the routes, it seemed that the differences in paths were not significant, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. After navigating a large curve, Chu-Chen beheld yet another terminus, a stone platform, atop which lay a sheet of silver paper. His heart raced as he hurried to seize the silver sheet, but it was smooth and devoid of any writing, leaving him perplexed. Had he misjudged the situation? Unable to discern its purpose, he reluctantly stowed it in his leather pouch and pressed onward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and a towering figure, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, materialized before him. A Cyclops? Chu-Chen was taken aback. This creature was a veritable replica of the Cyclops from the movies. With a powerful, muscular physique, its upper body bare, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. Its singular eye glimmered with malice, and a fresh gash marred its cheek, making it evident that it was no benign entity. Boy, hand over what you've acquired. Do so, and I may allow you to leave alive. The Cyclops bellowed, its voice laden with menace. Is such pillaging and slaughter permitted here? Chu Chen frowned, his steps instinctively retreating. He felt ill-equipped to confront such a foe. Isn't it obvious? Once you leave, who would know what transpired here? The Cyclops grinned, revealing its yellowed teeth. Ah, but those are things I need as well. I cannot oblige. Chu Chen's heart sank. The creature, despite its brutish appearance, displayed cunning. It harbored murderous intent, yet feigned the possibility of letting Chu Chen go, all the while turning and sprinting toward the fork in the path. This struggle seemed futile. Its objective was to break the restrictions of the flying shuttle. Wasting time here was counterproductive. He should seek an exit instead. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. The Cyclops cackled, accelerating as it pursued him with heavy strides. Chu Chen turned, startled. The Cyclops, despite its clumsiness, moved with surprising swiftness, matching his own pace. Buzz! A fierce gust of wind approached from behind. Chu Chen glanced down in horror as a massive shadow swept overhead, crashing with a resounding thud onto the sandy corridor, causing it to tremble. Chu Chen glared back at the Cyclops, who was now brandishing a weapon resembling a spiked mace, charging toward him. Do you think I fear you? Chu Chen shouted defiantly. Although the hulking figure's speed was impressive, its movements were somewhat sluggish. He believed he could hold his own. Indeed. He was curious to gauge his true capabilities. If it came to it, he could always retreat. As he spoke, he dashed along the corridor's wall, thrusting his black frost spear directly at the Cyclope's chest. This marked Chu Chen's first experience in combat, and he felt a mix of anger and anxiety at the Cyclope's bandit-like behavior. Despite his brave assault, a nagging feeling of unease lingered. However, he underestimated the Cyclops. Before the black frost spear could make contact, the massive mace swept in, blocking his attack. Bang! The spear collided violently with the mace, sending shockwaves through Chu Chen's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Chu Chen sidestepped. But before he could lift the spear again, the mace came crashing down. If struck, he would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. He rolled to evade the blow. Fool! Even werewolves dare not clash with my mace, and you think you can? The Cyclops roared with laughter. Werewolves? Where are they? Chu Chen suddenly recalled Shueku. What? Are they your friends? The Cyclops taunted, raising the mace once more. That little bat and the werewolves? I turned them into mush. What? They are dead? You killed them? Chu Chen gasped in shock. The mention of the werewolves and the little bat made him realize these could very well be Shueku and the one he mentioned, Fu Lai. Chu Chen narrowly dodged the Cyclope's next strike, his resentment intensifying. The Cyclops was brutal, each attack lethal. One misstep could result in his demise. And Shueku and Fu Lai might already be gone. To dare compete with me for spoils is to seek death. The Cyclops sneered ominously. Then you shall die? Chu Chen bellowed, pivoting close to the Cyclops, raising the black frost spear and thrusting upward with all his strength. If successful, the spear would pierce through the Cyclope's ribs and into its heart. Chu Chen had virtually no experience in combat. The few basic techniques he learned from Ling Zhao were insufficient. His courage to confront the Cyclops stemmed largely from his anger over Shueku's potential demise. His attacks and defenses were instinctual and lacked coherence. Though his approach was unconventional, the Cyclops was astute, evading Chu Chen's lethal strike as it twisted away, resulting in the spear grazing its left upper arm, drawing only a trickle of blood. You scoundrel! I will turn you into paste. The Cyclops howled in pain, wildly swinging its mace, forcing Chu Chen to rely on his agility to evade the onslaught. This was untenable. The Cyclops was too formidable. It was Chu Chen's first encounter with life-or-death combat, and he saw little hope of defeating such a foe. This entanglement contradicted his initial intent. Gradually, Chu Chen regained his composure, contemplating his next move. He observed the Cyclope's legs, noting their low frequency of movement during combat, yet they were surprisingly swift when running. Boom! The mace slammed down once more, shaking the ground. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He crouched low and, with a sudden burst of speed, charged toward the Cyclops. As he approached, he thrust the black frost spear with fierce determination at the Cyclope's calf. Thud. The spear pierced through the Cyclope's leg, emerging from the other side. And Chu Chun deftly maneuvered past the Cyclops, grasping the spear's tip and yanking it free from the Cyclope's leg. A howl of agony erupted from the Cyclops as it swung the mace backward. Chu Chun deftly avoided the blow, turning to glare at the Cyclops. This encounter would end here. If fate allowed, he would return to settle the score for Xue Ku and the others. "You scoundrel, don't run!" The Cyclops roared in rage. Chu Chun hastened away, not out of reluctance to avenge Xue Ku, but because this was his first encounter with life-threatening combat. He felt ill-prepared and realized his chances of defeating the Cyclops were slim. Moreover, he was psychologically unready for such a confrontation. As he sped through the corridor, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, the news of Xue Ku's death weighed heavily on him. Upon arriving at the Mountain Fong Star, it was the werewolves who had unlocked his tightly bound nerves. Otherwise, he may not have emerged from that state so easily. To Chu Chen's surprise, he soon encountered several cultivators. Although not many people inhabited this area, meeting 8 of them at once was indeed a rarity. 8 individuals, each possessing distinct appearances, from both human and alien races, unexpectedly converged to obstruct Chu Chen's path. Chapter 0097. Attack from both sides. To traverse this path, one must pay the toll. 8 cultivators, brimming with arrogance, brandished their swords and pointed them directly at Chu Chun. The foremost among them, a girl with yellow hair, spoke to Chu Chun with an air of superiority. Another robbery. Chu Chun felt somewhat speechless. Previously, they had coexisted peacefully, each seeking their own fortunes and opportunities. How was it that he now encountered 2 groups of bandits in such a short span? What is mine. You cannot take it. Since you block my way, I shall take a detour. Chu Chun had just emerged from a fierce battle and had no desire to engage in another, especially given the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries. Being surrounded would make escape near impossible. Thus, he turned to leave, convinced that he could evade them by choosing a different path. However, at the next fork in the road, 3 figures appeared, 3 goat-faced men from the same clan. "Is this a place where you can come and go as you please?" The girl with yellow hair regarded Chu Chun with disdain, resembling a petty ruffian in a marketplace. "What do you want?" Chu Chun sighed in resignation, preparing to part with his possessions to avoid disaster. "Leave everything on you, including storage bags, bracelets, necklaces, rings, and precious items, and we will let you go to seek your own fortune. Otherwise, HMPF." The yellow-haired girl, clearly the leader of the group, exuded an air of authority that Chu Chun found increasingly irksome, despite her decent appearance. "Impossible." Chu Chen's expression turned icy. Many of his belongings were of utmost importance and absolutely could not be relinquished. The Luo and energy gun were his most valued possessions, along with other valuable items like the dragon armor, broken cauldron, and red bird feathers, in addition to over 40 spirit stones. Initially, he had resolved to part with some spirit stones, but that was no longer an option. Gripping his Black Frost spear tightly, he prepared for a fight, though his primary intention remained to escape. "It seems you are quite determined. Allow me to remind you once more, leave your belongings behind, and you may seek your ultimate fortune. Otherwise, you will either be stripped bare or forced to leave this sand trap." The yellow-haired girl smirked. "The answer is clear." Chu Chun glared at the arrogant girl, growing increasingly frustrated at having encountered this group. "You refuse to heed our warning. Brothers, attack." The yellow-haired girl, Luo Bome, waved her hand, and the group charged at Chu Chun from both sides. The 3 men presented a more advantageous route for escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chun dashed towards them, his Black Frost spear aimed directly at the goat-faced men. "You cannot escape," they shouted, wielding scythes that effectively blocked Chu Chen's path. Clang! The Black Frost spear deflected one of the scythes, but just as he attempted to break through, the other 2 scythes came swinging from opposite sides. Chu Chun had no choice but to raise his spear in defense, but this delay brought the 8 attackers perilously close. Chu Chun's expression darkened. If he were truly ensnared by these 11 adversaries, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Remembering that Luo was a vital item and absolutely could not be lost, he gritted his teeth and thrust the Black Frost spear repeatedly, forcing the rightmost goat-faced man to retreat, enabling him to charge through. "Leave him," Another goat-faced man lunged forward, his scythe aimed at Chu Chen's torso. If Chu Chen continued fleeing, he would surely suffer a heavy blow. If he chose to counterattack, he would be delayed. This was precisely the intention of the three goat-faced men. However, Chu Chen disregarded the incoming scythe, directing his black frost spear towards the forehead of the nearest goat-faced man. The man's expression shifted dramatically. This was a life-or-death situation, and he had no choice but to evade. Chu Chen seized the opportunity to break through, but the scythe struck his back with a fierce blow. Crack! The sound was akin to swords slicing through steel, causing Chu Chen to stumble, yet still propel himself forward. Stop him! The yellow-haired girl cried out in desperation from behind. He possesses precious armor. The goat-faced man, anticipating a shower of blood, was taken aback when it did not occur. In shock, he yelled and immediately pursued Chu Chen. Don't run. If we catch you again, you're finished. Though their anger was palpable, they were unable to match Chu Chen's speed as he approached the fork in the path. To their surprise, Chu Chen suddenly halted, for the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. You rascal! You dare cross my path again, perish! A furious roar caused the three goat-faced men to stop in their tracks. Run! It's that one-eyed giant, Duff! One of the goat-faced men shouted in terror, turning to flee. What? Quickly, don't engage with that brute. The 8 remaining members of the group also turned tail, abandoning their previous intent to attack Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen found himself in a predicament. Having just broken free from the 3 goat-faced men, he was now confronted with the looming figure of the one-eyed giant. How can I escape now? As the giant brandished his spiked hammer, Chu Chen's heart raced, and upon hearing the shouts from behind him, he felt a surge of joy. He promptly turned and chased after the yellow-haired girl. Don't run, you scoundrel! The one-eyed giant roared, his previous leg injury igniting his fury to a boiling point upon spotting Chu Chen again. I'm quite busy and have no time for you. Chu Chen retorted as he fled, taking a moment to provoke the giant. Thus, the 11 members of the yellow-haired girl's group led the way. Chu Chen followed in the middle, and the one-eyed giant pursued from behind, all racing through the corridor in a chaotic chase. You scoundrel! Why do you keep following us? One of the goat-faced men yelled back at Chu Chen. Weren't you all trying to rob me? Come on then. Chu Chen replied with a grin. This is revenge. The goat-faced man's face twisted in anger. They had witnessed the giant's ferocity before and now regretted not having grown a couple more legs. They dared not slow down, sprinting for their lives. This one do. We must split up. The yellow-haired girl quickly devised a plan upon noticing the situation behind them. Split up. At the next fork, the 11 of them instantly divided into 3 groups, each darting in a different direction. Chu Chen raised his head and followed closely behind the yellow-haired girl's group. Why are you following us? Get lost. One of the scorpion-like creatures with 8 legs glared angrily at Chu Chen from the front. Your group is larger. Of course, I'll follow you. Chu Chen replied nonchalantly, maintaining his pace. Split up ahead. The yellow-haired girl, Luo Bame, gritted her teeth as she abandoned the remaining members and darted into one of the passages. Having formulated a plan, Chu Chen swiftly followed her in. Are you trying to sabotage me? The yellow-haired girl fumed as she noticed Chu Chen pursuing her. Indeed. You were the loudest earlier. I thought you might help me fend off the one-eyed giant. Chu Chen shot back, increasing his speed to close the gap between them. You're asking for death. The yellow-haired girl finally realized Chu Chen had been targeting her all along. Drawing a fiery sword from her waist, she aimed a diagonal slash at Chu Chen's head. Clang! Chu Chen raised his spear in defense, his speed surging as he matched her pace. Now is the time for you to fulfill your role. Help me fend him off. Chu Chen no longer held back, sweeping his black frost spear outward. You bastard! The yellow-haired girl was exasperated. As Chu Chen deliberately engaged her, the one-eyed giant drew ever closer. She had no choice but to continue running while retaliating with her sword. Go! Sensing the giant closing in, Chu Chen summoned all his strength and swept his spear towards the yellow-haired girl's waist. The girl, caught off guard, could only helplessly raise her sword to block the terrifying blow. Clang! The golden-haired maiden's body shuddered violently, her steps faltering as she spun around. nearly losing her grip on the fiery red sword. Thank you, thank you. Chu Chen laughed heartily as the black frostware spear, with its barbed handle, struck forcefully against the maiden's rear. Chapter 0098. The Ambusher. The golden-haired maiden cried out in pain as she unexpectedly collided with the pursuing Cyclops. Get away from me! The Cyclops bellowed, swinging his spiked hammer in an attempt to cast aside the obstructing girl like refuse, resolute in his pursuit of Chu Chen, a force of nature that would cleave through any divine or demonic barrier in his path. Oh no! The maiden's face drained of color as she hastily raised her sword in defense, urgently shouting, "Out of the way!" With a swift motion, her figure vanished from the passage, leaving only her fiery red sword to be sent flying by the Cyclops' hammer. Chu Chen, glancing back, felt a surge of satisfaction. The brazen maiden had preyed upon countless souls along this route, and now she had met her just deserts. He quickened his pace, determined to elude the Cyclops completely. Having already observed the creature's blood-soaked bandages on its shins, there was no way it could endure for long. Indeed, before long, the Cyclops halted, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Chu Chen continued to navigate through numerous forks in the path until he finally paused, panting heavily. These rascals. As he introspected, he realized with dismay that despite having dealt with the golden-haired maiden and shaken off the Cyclops, his route had become utterly disarrayed. He was hopelessly lost. Fate would now be his only guide. With a sigh, Chu Chen began to cautiously explore forward, still contemplating if he could reclaim the route he had previously missed. Though he held no hope for his fortune, in one passage he suddenly halted. Spotting a corpse sprawled before him, this was the second cultivator he had found dead in this place. What? How could it be this fellow? As Chu Chen turned over the body, he gasped in surprise. This was one of the 3 sheep-faced men he had encountered not long ago. Puzzled, he examined the wounds closely, only to find that the cause of death mirrored that of the first corpse he had seen, a sword thrust through the chest. This was the work of the same assailant. Observing the protruding eyes of the sheep-faced man, Chu Chen felt an uneasy sensation, as if the man had been caught completely off guard, for the frozen expression on his face betrayed an emotion of utter disbelief. Could it be that his companion had been ambushed? Chu Chen could only speculate. After all, it was easy to sense danger and flee. Yet true peril would only manifest in unexpected circumstances. Upon further scrutiny of the wounds, he confirmed another critical detail. The sword had been thrust from behind. The sheep-faced man had also been thoroughly looted, indicating that the killer had sought wealth. Chu Chen shook his head with a sigh as he departed, never having imagined that this labyrinthine journey would claim lives in such quick succession. In another passage, a glimmer suddenly caught Chu Chen's eye. It appeared to be a spirit stone. Intrigued, he thought, who could be so careless as to drop such a rare find in a place where it is typically unattainable? He hastened to retrieve it, confirming it was indeed a genuine spirit stone. However, just as he prepared to stow it away in his leather pouch, a wave of danger surged from behind him. Instantly, his muscles tensed, and he crouched low, shifting to the side. Crack! A chilling light sliced past his shoulder, the sharp aura grazing his neck and drawing blood. Who goes there? Chu Chen shouted, turning sharply, his black frost spear raised defensively, only to witness an astonishing sight. There was no one behind him, but he caught a glimpse of a slender, furry arm gripping a cerulean sword, which darted back into the smooth wall of the passage. Chu Chen froze, stunned by the bizarre phenomenon of a wall manifesting an arm. Cautiously, he approached the spot where the arm had vanished, feeling only the unyielding sandy wall, devoid of any irregularity. That was an ambusher. He suddenly realized the previously seen sheep-faced man must have fallen victim to such a surprise attack. This individual must possess some unique ability to traverse through the sandy walls. Chu Chen was almost certain of this deduction. Growing increasingly wary, he recognized that this recent ambush had been utterly unforeseen. If not for the thought of the broken flying shuttle being a potential escape tool, he might have already chosen to retreat. Perhaps all his previous misfortunes had been exhausted, for after a brief interval, Chu Chen stumbled upon a silver door. With eager steps, he approached and pushed it open. People. This was a modest chamber, with a grotesque relief of an 8-armed demon adorning the front wall. beneath which lay a sandy stone platform holding a glimmering silver object. Before the platform stood a blue-crowned avian man, who turned to regard Chu Chun, seemingly engrossed in examining the item atop the platform. "Impressive. You managed to find this place," the blue-crowned man remarked, somewhat astonished. "Shouldn't you be faster?" Chu Chun replied casually, equally taken aback by this individual's prowess in reaching this location first. "Speed means little now. That last artifact is beyond our reach," the blue-crowned man said, scrutinizing Chu Chun intently, his gaze assessing. "Oh, how can you be so certain?" Chu Chun frowned, his attention shifting past the blue-crowned man to the shimmering object, finally noticing it was a small silver shuttle, about 3 inches long, surrounded by a faint, shimmering aura. This broken flying shuttle, though tantalizingly close, has been fortified by that woman behind the sand. Not even we, let alone those seasoned cultivators of the essence origin realm, could hope to access it. The blue-crowned man chuckled derisively. "Huh, is that so?" Chu Chun was taken aback. "We've all been played. You can check for yourself." The blue-crowned man generously stepped aside. Chu Chun approached cautiously, his guard up, unsure if this individual might prove as treacherous as the Cyclops or the golden-haired maiden. Though the blue-crowned man appeared casually to step back, he had unwittingly positioned himself between Chu Chun and the silver door. Chu Chun watched as the blue-crowned man distanced himself, reaching out for the silver shuttle. As he did, the aura flared to life, suddenly brightening and preventing his hand from penetrating its barrier. "What?" Chu Chun was astonished, tightening his grip on the black frost spear and thrusting it forward. Bang! A brilliant explosion of light erupted as the aura unleashed a tremendous force, violently repelling the spear away. "You fool! The protection set by that woman behind the sand cannot be breached by brute force alone. Your ignorance is astounding." The blue-crowned man scoffed. "Are you so clever? Aren't you equally at a loss?" Chu Chun retorted, his brow furrowing, as he began to suspect the blue-crowned man was not to be underestimated. "Indeed, I cannot claim that I can seize this treasure coveted by those of the starry sky realm, but—" The blue-crowned man looked at Chu Chun with a sly grin. "If someone were to present me with other treasures, I would not be opposed." "Huh, you wish to raid me as well?" Chu Chun sighed, exasperated, as yet another confrontation loomed. "You are mistaken. You stand no chance against me. Relinquish your acquired items and depart, while I await others." The blue-crowned man seemed to have already secured the upper hand over Chu Chun. "You overestimate yourself." Chu Chun inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the black frost spear, his demeanor unwavering. He may not yet grasp the depths of his opponent's abilities, but yielding after just a few words was out of the question. "Ah, so you wish to test your mettle." The blue-crowned man advanced on Chu Chun. "Then let us indulge your desires." Chapter 0099. The Group of Purity. The blue-crested birdman drew his sword, a brilliant golden light flashing forth, startling Chu Chun. The sword was formidable, far beyond the ordinary. Just a single glance left Chu Chun with the ominous feeling that his black frost spear would be utterly ineffective against even one strike. "Once again, I offer you a chance. Leave your belongings and depart, or face death." The blue-crested birdman's eyes glinted with a cold malice. "I intend to leave. Do you truly believe you can stop me?" Chu Chun, now hesitant, felt the urge to retreat. "I have stated it clearly. Only these two choices exist. Feel free to test your luck." The birdman's eyes danced with mockery. "Release the formation." Chu Chun furrowed his brow, sensing that this adversary was rather peculiar. He had no desire to remain, murmuring a phrase under his breath. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he found himself still rooted in place, unable to move. Chu Chun was taken aback. He had witnessed the yellow-haired girl leave effortlessly, yet here he was, trapped. "This space has been altered by my sword. You cannot escape. Prepare to meet your demise." The blue-crested birdman, perhaps merely to toy with Chu Chun, had achieved his goal and was no longer hesitant, delivering a fierce strike towards him with the golden sword. The room was filled with golden light, causing Chu Chun's vision to blur. In a moment of panic, he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The golden sword emitted immense force as it struck the sandy ground, creating a fissure. Chu Chun's gaze swept across the area, his body covered in cold sweat. The sandy ground and walls were remarkably solid. He had previously tested this with his black frost spear, leaving no trace behind. Yet the blue-crested birdman could shatter it with ease. This golden sword was indeed extraordinary. While he was quick to evade, would it truly be enough? The birdman sneered, raising his hand for another strike. Chu Chen, witnessing the might of the golden sword, found himself devoid of any thoughts of countering with his black frost spear. However, as the birdman missed his strike, he moved with ease, continuously swinging his sword, forcing Chu Chen into a perilous dance of evasion. Sweat began to bead on Chu Chen's forehead as he realized that his only hope lay in escaping through the silver door. Otherwise, he faced grave danger. As he continued to dodge, he noted that the birdman's movements were not particularly swift. His only reliance seemed to be that formidable golden sword. If he could create an opportunity, perhaps it was not impossible to rush towards the silver door with all his might. With this thought, he created distance between them, and as the birdman attempted to intercept, Chu Chen dashed towards another direction. Yet, the blue-crested birdman seemed to anticipate his escape, positioning himself near the silver door. Seeing no opportunity, Chu Chen's anxiety began to mount. Suddenly, the birdman's movements faltered, his golden sword halting in midair. He gazed in disbelief towards the stone altar, then suddenly raised his hand, a beam of golden light shooting forth as he bellowed, "Come forth." Chu Chen caught a glimpse of the reason behind the birdman's astonishment. An arm, covered in fur, had emerged from the 8-armed demon sculpture, breaking through the protective halo to grasp the silver dart that was retreating. Boom! A loud crash resonated as a small figure stumbled out from the sculpture, still clutching the silver dart. That is the ambusher, Chu Chen thought instantly. As the small figure steadied itself and removed its conical hat, Chu Chen's eyes widened in confusion. The figure, wearing the hat, was the one he had mistakenly identified as Yin Ning just days prior. What puzzled him was that upon removing the hat, the figure revealed a head resembling that of a rat, with only its right ear standing erect. One-eared, Chu Chen exclaimed involuntarily. "Why are you here again?" The small figure regarded Chu Chen with disdain, but did not deny his identity, confirming Chu Chen's suspicion that this member of the Fuxia tribe was indeed Yin Ning's senior. The one-ear. "Interesting, it appears you are acquainted. This simplifies matters." The blue-crested birdman expressed no concern and instead grew increasingly exhilarated. "You think you can contain us with just one sword? How overconfident." One-ear's gaze turned icy, deepening his animosity towards the birdman. "Not at all. You misunderstand. I cannot do it with merely one sword, but I possess other methods. It is a pity that the Cyclops did not arrive. Otherwise, I would be even more pleased." The birdman squinted slightly, taking a step back as if to prevent their escape. "Enough of your prattle," One-ear retorted coldly, pressing his hand against the wall to test it. "I know not what treasures or innate talents you possess, but now that you have emerged, do not think you can escape using the sand-dodging technique. You must now accept your fate." The birdman smiled mysteriously, suddenly tossing a gray pill into his mouth. What do you intend to?" One-ear's eyes widened in alarm. Chu Chen glanced at One-ear, utterly bewildered. He had yet to grasp the birdman's intentions. And now he was consuming a pill. Could it possibly enhance his abilities unexpectedly? The next moment, the birdman let out a pained howl, his expression contorting into a grotesque visage as he laughed maniacally. "Perhaps this time I shall win some spirit stones from those fools." At that instant, Chu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the birdman's body begin to emanate wisps of gray flames. "Purity," Chu Chen gasped. Finally understanding the birdman's intentions, he aimed to transcend into a state of purity while dragging others along with him. Having experienced the agonies of purity without preparation, Chu Chen recognized the terrors of such suffering. He could never have anticipated that the blue-crested birdman would choose to break through to the realm of purity under these circumstances. It was evident that he intended to annihilate everyone present with the flames of purity. No wonder he found the company insufficient. "Indeed, it is purity. You shall accompany me in achieving this state." The birdman cackled, clapping his hands together, causing the gray flames to surge violently, sweeping outward. "You madman, you are utterly insane." One-ear screamed in horror, slapping the wall desperately, yet he could not merge back into it. and the gray flames engulfed him instantly. Ah! The anguished cries of one ear echoed throughout the chamber. The gray flames engulfed the entire sandy room, and Chu Chun was not spared. The moment the flames enveloped him, he felt a terrifying agitation surge within him, an overwhelming heat erupting from his core. This sudden heat was even more terrifying than during his initial experience with purity. He sensed his bones and muscles melting, his vision filled not only with gray flames, but also shimmering silver. Second purity. Why are you experiencing a second purity? Chu Chin was overwhelmed by the assault of the terrifying silver flames when he suddenly heard the birdman's voice reeking of despair. Immediately, the entire room of gray flames seemed to transform simultaneously, morphing into silver flames. Ah! The silver flames surged, transforming the three individuals in the room into piles of silver bonfires, two of which were struggling desperately, their cries piercing the air. Chu Chun was equally in distress. The moment the silver flames ignited, his red robes turned to ash, his skin becoming searingly hot. Moreover, the silver flames seemed to reach deep into his consciousness, even scorching the recently attained true self. He sat cross-legged, laboriously raising his hand to retrieve the soul purity pill from his leather pouch, swallowing it whole. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but the dangers of purity had been repeatedly mentioned, and at this moment, he dared not overlook any opportunity for safeguard. Chapter 0100. He stabbed my rear. 3 clusters of silver flames raged fiercely, 2 of which flickered briefly before extinguishing, leaving only Chu Chin's flames still burning. However, even Chu Chun found himself in a precarious situation. Initially, he intended to discuss matters thoroughly with Ling Zhao, to completely identify and ignite his latent impurities. Yet, having just achieved true self-realization the previous night, he had not had the opportunity to prepare further and was now passively undergoing a second cleansing. In desperation, he bore the searing flames while mobilizing his true self to swiftly locate the impurities within. The 720 luminous points shone with an almost blinding brilliance, continuously emitting white mist that permeated throughout his body, swiftly saturating him. To Chu Chin's surprise, wherever the mist traveled, his bodily perception heightened to an extraordinary degree. It was as if every cell had become a vessel for his true self, granting him an increasingly clear sense of control. As time passed, the white mist thickened within him, and Chu Chin's true self reached a level comparable to the one he had witnessed in Ling Zhao, his entire being becoming vividly distinct, solidified like a finely carved statue of pure white jade. Eventually, he began to discern anomalies. Numerous tiny entities that did not belong to him swam throughout his body. Although they were few, they were dispersed widely, nestled between bones, mingled in his blood, and scattered throughout his muscles, with the chest and abdomen being particularly dense. Get out, all of you! Chu Chun roared internally, his countless cells vibrating in unison, gradually expelling those foreign substances from his body. With a thunderous blast, the silver flames enveloping him blazed with unprecedented brightness, rendering his visual perception nearly non-existent. After a considerable time, he sensed the heat dissipating, and his body temperature seemed to return to normal. Is this how it ends? Chu Chin opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented clarity of mind, as if he could merge with the surrounding air. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, even allowing him to feel intangible elements flowing through him, some lingering within, slowly accumulating. Purity. Perhaps this is the true essence of purity. Chu Chun felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He turned to glance around. He was alone, with only 2 piles of ashes nearby, the blue-crowned avian and the one-eared, both utterly obliterated by the silver flames. This is truly beyond my expectations. Chu Chun sighed lightly, as the events unfolded were entirely unforeseen. Rising to his feet, he suddenly felt a tad embarrassed. Apart from the conch hanging around his neck, he possessed nothing else. However, unlike his first cleansing, his hair and eyebrows remained unscathed. Whether due to the brevity of the ordeal or the nature of the second cleansing, he couldn't tell. Gazing down at the fallen beast-hide pouch and the black frost spear lying nearby, he felt a sense of relief that these refined items had remained unaffected. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. After retrieving a new crimson garment from the beast-hide pouch and picking up the black frost spear, Chuchen approached the two piles of ashes. Beside the ashes lay a golden longsword, a golden breastplate, and a golden beast-hide pouch, belonging to the blue-crowned avian. He likely never anticipated that what he deemed an infallible means of annihilation would ultimately lead to his own demise. Chuchen opened the beast-hide pouch, discovering over 1,000 spirit stones within. He selected a few items, transferring all the spirit stones and some materials to his waist, leaving the rest untouched. Knowing that this individual had considerable significance, what was not meant to be taken must remain untouched, just like the golden sword and breastplate that tempted him greatly. Yet he dared not entertain thoughts of greed, aware that such desires could lead to endless repercussions. Next to the other pile of ashes, he found a silver needle, a blue longsword, and another black beast-hide pouch. He opened the pouch and glanced inside, finding its contents far more chaotic than the blue-crowned avian's. Apart from several spirit stones and a purity pill, a half-foot-long square box suddenly captured his attention. The box appeared to be exquisitely carved from wood, and peculiarly. The relief of an 8-armed demon on the lid bore an uncanny resemblance to the one on the wall. Cautiously, Chuchen opened the box, revealing 3 translucent jade bottles inside. The first contained a half-bottle of silvery liquid, gleaming like mercury, with the inscription Blood of Duoma etched on its surface. The second bottle was more peculiar, containing a single drop of crimson liquid that alternated between coalescing into a droplet and transforming into a red mist. As Chuchen observed it closely, he felt his own blood begin to boil, as if it yearned to dance with the liquid. Startled, he swiftly placed the bottle back into the wooden box. Yet upon lifting his hand, he noticed that his left hand's skin had begun to seep a faint crimson hue. Blood of the Xia clan. Chuchen gazed at the small inscription on the bottle, astonished, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency regarding its importance. The third bottle shimmered with a golden hue, and upon first glance, Chuchen's face lit up with ecstatic joy. In that moment, he felt that even if he left the maze of sands with nothing else, possessing this item would outweigh countless treasures. Golden earthworm. The 2 characters inscribed on the bottle appeared to Chuchen as the most delightful symbols in the world. Containing a golden worm that continued to wriggle slowly, exactly what Ling Zhao had desperately sought. His heart racing, Chuchen swiftly secured the wooden box and picked up the shining silver needle from the ground, losing all interest in the remaining items. He hastily gathered all the contents from the one-eared's beast-hide pouch into his own waist bag and promptly made his way toward the silver door. Exit. Upon stepping through the silver door, he whispered softly. In the blink of an eye, Chuchen found himself outside the maze of sands. He looked around, noticing that the sky was nearing sunset, yet the surroundings remained tumultuous with uproar, the competition within the maze of sands still ongoing. In high spirits, Chuchen was ready to seek out Ling Zhao to share the news of the golden earthworm, but before he could take more than a few steps, he suddenly heard an enraged scream from a young girl. "Father, that guy used a long spear to stab me in the rear, forcing me out. Stand still, you brat." A furious male voice followed. "What do you want?" Chuchen turned back, startled. Before him approached a towering, golden-haired behemoth, enveloped in swirling yellow flames, with a furious yellow-haired girl trailing behind, glaring at him. "Which scoundrel's offspring are you? How dare you insult my daughter? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." The golden-haired giant's face twisted in rage as he reached out a hand the size of a fan toward Chuchen. Chuchen, aghast, stumbled backward. The giant radiated an overwhelming presence, clearly of the same caliber as a celestial venerable. If he were to grasp him, would he even survive? "King of the Golden Camel, what do you intend to do? Bully the weak?" Just then, a red figure descended with a thud, positioning itself protectively in front of Chuchen. "Tianji, is that you? Get out of my way." The golden-haired giant's fury seemed to intensify at Tianji's appearance. "You bully my disciple, and I shall not stand idly by." Tianji's voice rose in defiance, clearly offended by the giant's reprimand. "What? He is your disciple? You two wretched pair are indeed cut from the same cloth." The golden-haired giant's rage escalated. "Cough, I say, golden camel, that was many years ago. You are being rather petty." Strangely, the esteemed Tianji seemed to falter under the scorn of the burly blond man, his imposing demeanor diminishing as he awkwardly retracted his neck. Do you dare accuse me of pettiness after you brazenly groped my concubine in public, driving her to despair? Even if you relinquished your position as city lord, we might have settled our differences, yet your dog of a disciple has just insulted my daughter. How do you intend to make amends? The imposing King Jin Tua advanced menacingly towards Tianji, his thick finger nearly poking the latter's nose. Enough of the past, let us focus on the present. Tianji wiped the spittle from his face and turned to the curious Chu Chen, inquiring what has transpired with his daughter. She was inside, leading a group to rob me. When she became isolated, I merely jabbed her with my spear to fend off the pursuing Cyclops, and that was that. Chu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. His earlier actions had been casual and devoid of malice, but now, confronted publicly over this incident, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Chapter 0101. The net behind the sand. Did you just poke her backside with the spear handle? The great Lord Tianji felt a shiver run down his spine as he regarded Chu Chen with a changed expression. It's not what you think. I merely prodded her a little. Chu Chen suddenly realized he had been led astray by the words of the golden-haired girl and quickly corrected himself. Oh, then it's nothing. Nothing at all. The great Lord Tianji sighed in relief and turned to the Golden Camel King, wearing a smile. Golden Camel, you just heard it. He merely poked her with the spear handle. It's not as serious as you imagined. What did you say? Not serious? Then let me poke him with a finger and see. The Golden Camel King's eyebrows shot up as he extended his right middle finger menacingly. Tianji, Golden Camel, you may want to pause for a moment. Just as the great Lord Tianji and the Golden Camel King were embroiled in their dispute, the Lady of the Sands gracefully approached. Lady of the Sands. Both Tianji and Chu Chen immediately quelled their anger and respectfully bowed. I overheard your earlier argument from afar. Golden Camel, let me say this. My brother Chu Chen did not act with malice. To show goodwill, I permit your daughter to select a suitable treasure from the vault. Shall we? The Lady of the Sands smiled. Huh, your brother? Him? The Golden Camel King was taken aback. He had been here for centuries and had never heard of the Lady of the Sands having a brother. Indeed, the Lady of the Sands nodded. Very well. I shall abide by your arrangement, my lady. The Golden Camel King was completely deflated. Let us go. The Lady of the Sands pulled Chu Chen along toward the lakeside platform. Thank you, sister. With the farce resolved, Chu Chen finally felt at ease. Why are you being so polite? By the way, why are you out so early? The Lady of the Sands casually inquired. I took your treasure. Why leave it behind? Chu Chen chuckled, retrieving the silver shuttle and presenting it to the Lady of the Sands. In truth, Chu Chen had initially intended to keep the silver shuttle. But considering the scale of the competition, it felt inappropriate to secretly retain such a prize. I knew it was with you. The Lady of the Sands accepted the silver shuttle with a serene smile. Come with me. I have something to ask you. With a wave of her hand, Chu Chen felt a flash before he found himself in a small chamber. Brother Chen, tell me the truth. Did you acquire this cursed flying shuttle? The Lady of the Sands asked suddenly, her tone serious. No. Chu Chen shook his head and recounted his experience with the mysterious sand plate, omitting the details about the exquisite wooden box. It turns out it was the work of the Fuchsia clan. No wonder they left no traces. However, it is unlikely that the Fuchsia clan alone could have orchestrated such a perfect heist. The true mastermind remains unknown. The Lady of the Sands listened quietly, deep in thought. What do you mean by that? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. You are aware of the theft from the vault, correct? The Lady of the Sands inquired. I've heard of it. What does it have to do with this? Chu Chen was increasingly confused. After awakening, I familiarized myself with the recent major events. About a month ago, during the reign of the Sand Emperor, an important item was sent from the Heavenly Court. Strangely, just days after the Sand Emperor took possession of it, it was mysteriously stolen. Such an event would lead to accountability for the Sand Emperor from the minor Heavenly Court. The Lady of the Sands explained softly. They wouldn't hold you accountable, would they? Chu Chen's heart tightened at the thought. What she described seemed to relate to the wooden box he possessed. He hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal it. Not likely. As I had been in slumber for half a year, it wouldn't make sense for them to blame me. The Lady of the Sands shook her head. That's a relief. Chu Chun felt slightly reassured, but was still plagued by guilt. The cursed shuttle was forbidden. He feared that if he presented the wooden box and the Lady of the Sands refused to return it, his hopes for Ling Zhao would be utterly dashed. Otherwise, he had no reason to keep the box. Honestly, I am indifferent about what was lost. What intrigues me is who orchestrated this event behind the scenes. The Lady of the Sands revealed a contemplative expression. Are you suggesting that someone did this on purpose, aiming for the Sand Emperor's throne? Chu Chun suddenly grasped the implication. You are indeed perceptive, Brother Chun, to deduce my meaning so quickly. The Lady of the Sands praised. Not at all. It was merely an inkling. Chu Chun curiously asked, are there any leads? The Fuchsia clan member should be the lead, but it has already gone cold. The Lady of the Sands smiled at Chu Chun. The Heavenly Court's significant item was protected by formations, which would react to strong presences nearby. Thus, it is likely that it was stolen by an inconspicuous individual with minimal abilities, as ordinary people cannot access such a heavily guarded vault. Once the item was stolen, the Sand Emperor would have discovered it immediately and sealed off the entire city. It is likely that the item has not yet been moved. My original plan was to use this precious cursed flying shuttle as bait to ensnare the suspects and trace the matter further. Now, however, it seems unlikely that we can continue the investigation. Sister, how could the Fuchsia clan bypass the protective formations? Chu Chun felt a twinge of guilt under the Lady of the Sands' gaze. Many are unaware that the Fuchsia clan excels in the art of formations and possesses innate abilities in evasion. They can traverse underground freely and ignore many binding formations. The one-eared individual you encountered might be one such awakened talent, though he has not applied it for virtuous purposes. The Lady of the Sands elucidated. I only thought of this due to your earlier mention. It is the only plausible explanation for the vault's theft. Now I see. Chu Chun finally understood why the one-eared figure could navigate through the sandy walls of the mysterious sand plate. Such evasion techniques were indeed hard to fathom. Does sister know what was lost? Chu Chun could not help but probe further. To speak of it, it is not a treasure, a jar of silver blood from a notorious villain, a bug's skin, and finally, the significant item sent by the Heavenly Court. Originally meant for tracking down wanted criminals. Now that it is lost, it has spared me quite a bit of trouble. The Lady of the Sands looked at Chu Chun, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Silver blood. Could it be this? Chu Chun feigned surprise, rummaging through his beast skin pouch to retrieve a vial containing silver liquid. I found this in that Fuchsia clan member's pouch. The other two items, however, I did not come across. Indeed, it appears the Heavenly Court's item has been transferred elsewhere. No matter, this vial of blood is already centuries old and likely of no use now. You may keep it for future crafting or alchemy. The Lady of the Sands glanced at Chu Chun's waist, seemingly unconcerned. Oh, very well. Chu Chun chuckled awkwardly, trying to mask his unease. By the way, I also found a silver paper and a round shield in the sand plate. Chu Chun began to dig into his beast skin pouch again. No need. Those items are of no significance to me. You should keep them. They may prove useful when you advance to higher levels. The Lady of the Sands insisted, preventing Chu Chun from reaching for them. Also, this cursed flying shuttle, since you earned it through your efforts, it is yours to keep. But take care of it, as it is one of the few possessions left to me by my master. Sister, this is too precious. Chu Chun protested. My sister often spends much of her time away from this Shama Star land, delegating most matters to the Sand Emperor. With this, you can travel more freely without always relying on that fellow Tianji, the Lady of the Sands persisted. Very well, thank you, sister. Chu Chun felt warmth in his heart. Though he had only known the Lady of the Sands for 2 days, she already felt like family to him. Do not be overly polite. I owe you much more. The Lady of the Sands smiled. The grand feast outside is nearing its conclusion, and I have an announcement to make. Let us go. With a wave of her hand, the Lady of the Sands whisked Chu Chun back to the lakeside platform in an instant. Chapter 0102. The newly appointed Tsar. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The Sand Empress carefully settled Chu Chun before soaring into the sky, surveying the entire valley below. With a mere gesture, the Mirage Sand Disk whirled to life, releasing countless silhouettes. The trial of the Mirage Sand Disk has concluded. The rewards I set aside have largely been claimed, and each individual has their own predestined fortune. So there is no need to force matters. Although there were a few casualties, overall, this journey has been quite fulfilling. You may all return. The Sand Empress waved her hand, inviting everyone to take the remains and relics, and as a token of apology, the families of the deceased shall receive 10 spirit stones as compensation. A dozen corpses fell beside the lakeside platform, 2 of which remained as mere ashes. Faizi, the silver-haired envoy, who had been languidly seated on the platform, suddenly straightened up, gazing intently in that direction. Alas, what an irredeemable fool. He actually burned himself to death during the breakthrough to the Immaculate Realm. The silver-haired envoy shook his head, beckoning as the relics of the blue-crowned birdman flew toward him. It seems I cannot escape a scolding upon my return. He casually rummaged through the golden storage bag and stowed away the golden sword and armor, once again adopting a languorous demeanor. Esteemed guests, while we are gathered here for this grand feast, I have an important announcement to make. The Sand Empress surveyed the crowd, declaring that the heavy burden of the celestial court, which had been lost by the Tsar, has now been revoked. From this day forth, the esteemed Tianji shall serve as the new Tsar and will reside here permanently. Any matters of common concern may be discussed with him. A wave of astonishment rippled through the valley. None expected the ailing Sand Empress to arrive today with such significant news. The gathering of powerful figures, both local and from nearby celestial lands, were taken aback. Many wore contemplative expressions, sensing that there might be undisclosed intricacies beneath the surface. As the splendid feast concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, with numerous powerful figures bidding farewell to the Sand Empress and the newly appointed Tsar, Tianji. Chu Chun, to his astonishment, spotted the Shweku brothers. One-eyed giant said you were dead. I knew you were still alive and kicking. Chu Chun approached, warmly embracing the Shweku siblings. You too encountered that fellow? He was absolutely ferocious. Bat and I couldn't hold our ground against him. We barely managed to escape after leaving a mark on his face. Shweku laughed heartily, seemingly proud of his survival. Indeed, formidable. I too narrowly escaped. Chu Chun nodded. That fellow's gaze was extraordinary. It paralyzed me for a moment. Had it not been for Bat's timely pull, I might have become a mere pancake. Shweku expressed his relief, introducing a frail young man in black to Chu Chun. Fulai, you were merely too foolish, standing there like a statue when you saw his eyes change. Fulai retorted bluntly. Does he possess such abilities? Chu Chun was taken aback. He only used that gaze once. I suspect at ISN and Oppos. Easy for him to make his eyes shine like that. Fulai appeared already familiar with Chu Chun, showing no signs of restraint. However, a sudden remark left Chu Chun momentarily breathless. Shweku said you recognize me, but I can assure you this is our first meeting. The four engaged in light conversation for a moment before the Shweku brothers and Fulai departed with their respective elders. The ensuing throng of powerful figures left Chu Chun bewildered, a mix of locals and visitors from nearby celestial lands, until he could hardly distinguish one from another. However, one individual who left a lasting impression was a young girl in a blue shirt, appearing around 12 or 13, with strikingly European features. Her visage was beautifully sculpted and deep-set. The Sand Empress had not made a deliberate introduction of Chu Chun, yet his presence beside her drew attention, leading many to silently acknowledge that an important figure had emerged by her side. At last, Chu Chun encountered the one-eyed giant again, only to be astonished to learn that he was none other than the son of the Celestial King, the ruler of the second city of Shanmeng. This revelation sent a shiver down Chu Chun's spine. The title of Celestial King is a mark of respect for powerful beings in the starry realm. Before the Sand Empress, the one-eyed giant dared not act arrogantly, yet when he glanced at Chu Chun, a flicker of anger sparked in his eyes. Chu Chun also spotted the Deer King, who, oblivious to Chu Chun as the slayer of his progeny, was accompanied by a trembling red-haired elder. This elder's peculiar gaze sent chills down Chu Chun's spine, as if she recognized him. Later, through overheard conversations, Chu Chun's heart raced. This elder was none other than Honggu, the master of Lu Qing. Fortunately, she merely observed him without taking any overt action. Otherwise, Chu Chun might have suspected she was aware of his role in Lu Qing's demise. As the crowd continued to disperse, Tianmeng Valley gradually quieted down. At this moment, the silver-haired envoy approached the Sand Empress. Lord Jingyao, regarding the matter of that drop of essence blood, please continue your investigation. Although the primary responsibility lies with King Baosha, this matter is of great significance and must be treated with caution. Rest assured, I will clarify the details to my father, the silver-haired envoy stated. Very well. Then I shall trouble Lord Guizi with this matter. I will diligently pursue the investigation henceforth, the Sand Empress replied gratefully. Yet, the situation with the younger Fei Zi was unexpectedly troubling. I bear some responsibility in this matter. Once affairs here conclude, I shall personally visit the little celestial court to seek forgiveness from the Star Master. Your words are too grave, Lord Jingyao. That fellow Fei Zi is utterly incompetent, tarnishing my father's reputation. I originally came here at my father's behest to find him a safe haven to spend his remaining days. This is a matter only for us to know. The silver-haired envoy smiled with profound meaning. Then let it be as you say, Lord Guizi. The Sand Empress acknowledged with a knowing smile. Since the affairs here are concluded, I must return to report. We shall meet again during our patrol of the celestial realms in 2 years, the silver-haired envoy declared. With that, the silver-haired envoy departed, leaving the Sand Empress to return to her chambers with Tianji, Chu Chun, and Ling Zhao. However, Chu Chun and Ling Zhao were soon dismissed by the Sand Empress, who wished to discuss matters with Tianji. Tianji has transformed into the Tsar? Why does this feel so frivolous? As CC left, Ling Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. This will have a significant impact on us. What shall we do moving forward? Chu Chun pondered, his brow furrowed. Continue your path of life advancement. Although I cannot ascertain the mysteries of your true self, your ability to communicate with the grand world indicates that you are on the right track. You have already crossed into the true self stage, Ling Zhao said, her playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. Does this mean I can begin my training in the immaculate stage? Chu Chun, although already sensing this, felt exhilarated by Ling Zhao's affirmation. Indeed. However, I cannot guide you much in the immaculate stage. You must rely on your own understanding of the methods within the Ling Luo. Ling Zhao sighed, as if reflecting on her own concerns. Cough, Ling Zhao. Can you guess what I obtained from the Mirage Sand Disk? Chu Chun, noticing Ling Zhao's downcast mood, suddenly remembered the spirit larvae in the beast's skin pouch. His excitement surging. Oh yes, I haven't had the chance to ask you about it yet. Do tell. Ling Zhao raised her head, puzzled, sensing Chu Chin's unusual excitement. Let me show you something. Close your eyes for a moment, Chu Chin said, shrouded in mystery. What are you up to? Ling Zhao, increasingly curious, had never seen Chu Chun in such a state, but she complied and closed her eyes. Chu Chun gazed at the girl's closed eyelids, then reached into the beast's skin pouch to retrieve the vial containing the golden larvae, carefully cradling it and presenting it before Ling Zhao. All right. Open your eyes and see what this is. Chu Chin's voice trembled slightly. He could almost envision the girl's jubilant reaction. Spirit larvae? Ling Zhao gradually opened her eyes. When her gaze focused on the transparent little bottle before her, she suddenly gasped and leaped to her feet. Chapter 0103. A mix-up. How did you acquire this? Ling Zhao, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, stuttered, her delicate fingers trembling slightly as she gingerly took the small vial from Chu Chin's hands for a closer inspection. I encountered an old acquaintance in the sand maze. Can you guess who it was? Chu Chin thought about how he had resolved a significant dilemma for Ling Zhao, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction and yearning to share every detail of his experience in the sand maze with her. Wait a moment, Chu Chun. It doesn't seem right. Ling Zhao, scrutinizing the vial, suddenly hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Chu Chun. What? That cannot be. The label clearly states it. Golden earthworm. Isn't that the same as spirit worm? Chu Chun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, leaning in to point at the vial. No, what I mean is, this is not a living spirit worm. It appears to be merely a worm's skin. Ling Zhao's voice fell, her eyes filled with disappointment, the earlier excitement dissipating. Worm skin? Chu Chin's heart sank suddenly. He recalled that Sandho had mentioned a lost item that included a worm's skin. Could it be? He felt bewildered. the vibrant world around him instantly fading to monochrome. Slowly, he took the vial back, focusing intently, only to discover that the small worm was submerged in a clear liquid, with merely a thin outer layer. The previous movement he had observed was merely the liquid swaying the golden bristles on the worm's skin when he had shaken the vial. Lingzhao. Chuchen felt tears welling up, never anticipating such a blunder regarding this matter. Never mind, Chuchen. I know you tried your best. Let's put this aside for now, Lingzhao said, her spirits dampened after the emotional roller coaster, her voice lacking energy. Returning to her room, Lingzhao left Chuchen sitting there, clutching the vial, immobilized in thought. He even lost interest in the other crimson vial he had prepared to show her. The following morning, Chuchen hurriedly departed, instructing CC to inform Sandho that he had found the sand mace. Why the sudden interest in those things, Chen? Sandho asked with keen curiosity. I have been surviving in the wild forest for so long, with little understanding of the outside world. If I continue this way, my path will only become narrower. Chu Chun replied earnestly, voicing his true thoughts. You are absolutely right. It is essential to comprehend the fundamental rules of the grand world. Otherwise, focusing solely on personal cultivation will inevitably lead to significant losses in the future. Since you have already experienced much, you can begin to hone your physical body. It would be prudent to explore and acquire necessary knowledge. Sandho approved. Sister, what should I specifically do next? Chu Chen humbly sought guidance. Knowing Ling Zhao could not offer substantial help and feeling unable to approach the esteemed Tianji, I knew Tianji was unreliable. He doesn't even know the basics to teach. I will have CC take you to the library shortly. You will find most of what you need there, along with some techniques I have collected over the years. Feel free to replicate them, as long as you do not share them indiscriminately. Thank you, sister. Chu Chen exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Chen, I also need to devote considerable time to my own cultivation, so I cannot teach you extensively. However, you must remember one crucial point. Sandho's expression turned serious. Please, sister, go on, Chu Chen urged. In the path of cultivation, the method is the foundation of all techniques. You must strive for profound understanding. Do not become entrapped by various techniques, for it will be challenging for you to ascend to higher levels. Sandho's words bore great weight. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Chu Chen responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly grasping Sandho's intent, realizing it mirrored learning a skill where one must deeply comprehend the principles to innovate. In a nutshell, mastery of the method allows one to wield all techniques effortlessly. Sandho seemed concerned that Chu Chan might not fully grasp her message and added, the method is the bones, while the techniques are the flesh. Chu Chen looked at Sandho with gratitude, recognizing her sincere intention to mentor him. Your comprehension is commendable. Sandho expressed her joy, surprised by Chu Chen's understanding. After chatting for a while longer, Sandho summoned CC to take Chu Chen to the library and prepare some blank jade books. In this section, you will find detailed records of the star territory, including terrain descriptions, mineral distribution, and racial analyses. This section contains methodical texts, while that section holds technique manuals, and over there, you will find accounts of peculiar events. Inside the library, CC provided Chu Chun with a general overview before teaching him the replication method, gradually excusing herself. This is precisely what I needed. Chu Chen's heart soared as he surveyed the shelves filled with jade books. Since arriving in this extraordinary world, he had encountered many wonders but lacked a systematic understanding, which was what he craved the most. However, here, within a library governed by a lord overseeing the entire star territory, he found the perfect window to comprehend this world. Eagerly, he took down a comprehensive volume on the star territory, sitting cross-legged by the window, pressing the jade book against his forehead as he began to read intently. In the North Science Galaxy, the Heavenly Court comprises the 4 imperial heavens, 36 heavenly officials, and 1,800 heavenly generals, overseeing a total of 17,642 constellations. The star territory is part of the Huangji star, one of the 37 stars under the jurisdiction of the Qin Gang Small Heavenly Court, led by Qi Qing. The current lord of the star territory is the Crystal Yao Heavenly King, who administers 10 major cities. The first city is Han Luo City, ruled by the Bao Sha Heavenly King. The second city is Lu Ming City, ruled by the Shun Mu Heavenly King. The third city is Zhensha City, ruled by the Feng Wu Heavenly King. The fourth city is Xianwu City, ruled by the Bao Li Grand Master. After a considerable time, Chu Chun raised his head, finally gaining a general understanding of this world. The North Science Galaxy seemed akin to the Milky Way, with a celestial presence known as the North Science Star King. The planet he inhabited, the Star Territory, was merely an ordinary life-bearing planet on the periphery of the North Science Galaxy, with many similar planets existing within the galaxy. The Star Territory was not entirely composed of desolate sands. Nearly one-third of its area was covered by water, known as the Golden Autumn Sea. While the polar regions each harbored a wilderness, the southern wilderness forest and the northern snowfield, the 10 major cities functioned similarly to nations, surrounded by countless smaller settlements inhabited by diverse races. Chu Chen's attention was drawn to a particular location, the Red Cloud Ridge. The Red Cloud Ridge was the principal reason for Chu Chen's visit to the library, as he had finally pinpointed its exact location. He distinctly remembered that the fox woman in the Grand Mountain building had mentioned that over 200 years ago, a spirit worm had been found there, later retrieved by Sandho. Whether that was the same worm skin he had obtained remained uncertain, nor did he know how the spirit worm had transformed into a skin. Chu Chen simply thought that since a spirit worm had once existed there, the location must possess the necessary conditions for the hatching and survival of spirit worms. If the first had appeared, why not a second? While he had found the place, the brief description in the book left him somewhat alarmed. Within the Baihuan, Red Cloud Ridge, lies a perilous realm stretching 3,000 miles, where birds cannot cross and humans dare not tread. At night, danger lurks, while during the day, it is treacherous, where life is sacrificed for the precious red crystal, with bones littering the ground, gathering ominous spirits. This was one of the 3 treacherous areas alongside the mysterious Sand Sea and the Fallen Ruins Sea, renowned for producing the exceedingly rare fire red crystal ore. During the peak season of sand eruptions, many would venture there in search of treasure, yet many would remain lost forever. Chapter 0104. Within the book lies a house of gold. This place is utterly beyond my reach. Chu Chun felt a surge of fear mixed with profound frustration. Initially, he had hoped to accompany Ling Zhao to Qixia Ridge for a stroke of luck, but upon seeing the terrain, he immediately realized how naive his thoughts had been. Such a perilous location, given his and Ling Zhao's current abilities, would surely lead to certain death. Was there truly no alternative? His mind was in disarray. The previous day's mishap had sent Ling Zhao from elation to utter despair, and he could sense her overwhelming helplessness. This matter would not be resolved swiftly. After some time, Chu Chen finally calmed himself and faced reality. If the Ling clan's treasures were so easily obtained, how could they possibly fault him? He took a deep breath, relinquished thoughts of the Ling clan, and began to peruse other jade texts. For a whole 13 days, Chu Chun meticulously examined every book in the Shaho library, except for those on magical arts. Upon exiting the library, he appeared disheveled and bleary-eyed. He had managed to absorb the contents through conscious reading and rapid memorization. Had he approached the books in a conventional manner, he doubted he could have completed them even with a year of relentless study. His spirit was weary, yet his mind was brimming with newfound knowledge. Although his eyes were red-rimmed, the confusion and anxiety that had previously clouded his gaze had vanished. After investing over 10 days, he had finally dispelled his bewilderment regarding some fundamental aspects of this world. Indeed, the adage holds true. Within the book lies a house of gold. Though his eyes were bloodshot, clarity shone within them. Chu Chun, why have you been silent for so long in the library? As soon as he returned to his quarters, Ling Zhao hurried over, her expression filled with concern. I apologize. I left in haste that morning and forgot to bid you farewell. Chu Chen suddenly recalled that he had set out to find Sha Ho without so much as a word to Ling Zhao. That is not what I meant. If you expend too much energy worrying about me, it will only cause me distress. Ling Zhao regarded Chu Chun, her own eyes slightly reddened. Ling Zhao, please do not worry. I merely went to read some books. Chu Chun felt flustered. aside from their initial encounter when she mistook him for a formidable being and wept. This was the first time he had witnessed such emotion from her. Ling Zhao sat silently, her head bowed. I truly did go to read. If you do not believe me, let me share a story from a peculiar compendium. It recounts the tale of two sand turtles who wed. After their evening feast, the male turtle, inebriated, returned to their chamber only to find a four-legged sand snake nestled in their bed. Can you guess what happened next? As Chu Chun fumbled for words, he recalled the silly jokes he had once heard. The bride turtle was devoured by the four-legged sand snake. Or perhaps she was merely transformed from the snake herself. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment before responding to Chu Chen's jest. Incorrect. The four-legged sand snake lay in the bed, looking shyly at the male turtle and saying, "How rude. Did you not recognize me once I shed my clothes?" Chu Chen mimicked a feminine voice, performing earnestly. Uft. What nonsense. Did the sand turtle really turn into a four-legged sand snake? Perhaps it was the first time Ling Zhao had heard such a joke from Earth. Or perhaps Chu Chen's unexpected performance had struck a chord, but she finally broke into laughter, dispelling her earlier gloom. Of course, it was merely a jest. Yet those tales within the books truly possessed some intriguing elements. By the way, the esteemed Tianji came looking for you a few days ago. His expression hinted at some serious matter. Ling Zhao suddenly remarked. He did not say anything specific? Chu Chen inquired. Nothing. But I felt his gaze upon me was rather peculiar, Ling Zhao mused. Could it be related to you? I shall go see him shortly. Chu Chen frowned. After tidying up, Chu Chen promptly sought out CC. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, he had no idea where to find the newly appointed Sand Monarch, Tianji. However, upon encountering CC, he was unexpectedly informed that Sha Ho had departed. The lady has been bedridden for over 6 months and has gone to cultivate in the starry realm. Additionally, before she left, she instructed me to tell you, young master, that if you emerge from the library, you should seek out His Majesty the Sand Monarch. CC conveyed the message to Chu Chun. When will the lady return? Chu Chun was taken aback. The notion of cultivation in the starry realm felt immensely distant to him. Typically, the lady is away for about 6 months. CC replied. Very well. Where is the Sand Monarch now? Chu Chun felt a pang of disappointment. Sha Ho had treated him exceptionally well, and it would be quite some time before they could meet again. Please follow me. CC led Chu Chun away from the chambers of Sha Ho, heading directly toward the council hall. Brother, why have you been in the library for so long? I have been quite anxious. Tianji brought Chu Chun to a side chamber adjacent to the council hall. Sha Ho also asked me to find you. Is there something amiss? This matter pertains to Ling Zhao. Tianji hesitated. Her origins are rather mysterious. I noticed this some time ago. Recently, when I discussed it with Jing Yao, she suggested that Ling Zhao's background might exceed our understanding. Thus, she advised me to confer with you about possibly arranging for Ling Zhao to depart. Chu Chun, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, You need not worry about that. I am far more acquainted with her circumstances than you might think. When the time is right, I shall ensure her departure. You need not be concerned about this. By the way, you have not disclosed my identity to Sha Ho, have you? Chu Chun paused, then turned to Tianji. Certainly not. This matter is of utmost importance. How could I dare to share it with anyone? Brother, rest assured. I shall keep this secret close to my heart, Tianji assured him. That is good to hear. Chu Chun nodded. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? After all, I have been thrust into the role of Sand Monarch by Jing Yao, and I may have to remain in Hanluo City for the time being. This poses no issue. You may continue your duties as Sand Monarch here, while I will return to the wild forest in a few days. It is a more tranquil place, better suited for my recovery. Chu Chun had already formulated a plan, although he had managed to conceal his secrets for now. Remaining in close proximity to Tianji would not be wise. Now that he had fully consolidated his true self and successfully endured 2 internal purging phases, he was ready to embark on the foundational training of the Immaculate Stage. Chu Chun had gleaned a rough understanding from his readings in the library, and with the copies of the magical texts he had made, the path of life evolution was becoming increasingly clear. If you intend to return, I will make the necessary arrangements to ensure you are undisturbed. Tianji contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, that is a valid point. My only concern is with the Deer King. Chu Chun voiced his singular unease. This matter is simple. I shall summon him to Honluo City under the pretext of assigning him a task as Sand Monarch, ensuring he remains unable to leave at his leisure. For someone like him, a wandering cultivator, this will surely be an agreeable arrangement. Tianji's eyes gleamed as he devised a solution. Excellent. That seems quite feasible. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Moreover, I had a decent rapport with the angry ape. For your safety, I have arranged for him to reside on my treasure mountain. Should any trouble arise, it will facilitate assistance. You may present yourself as the brother of Xiaohou, and I assure you he will be most compliant. Tianji had thoughtfully considered everything, even arranging for protection. After departing from the council chamber, Chu Chen summoned CC, requesting her to accompany him in search of the revered bird armor ancestor. He had resolved that once the Deer King vacated the wild forest, he would return alongside Ling Zhao. Thus, prior to his departure, he wished to pay his respects to this enigmatic master. Regrettably, upon returning to the narrow alley, he found the small door securely locked, indicating that the bird armor ancestor had seemingly departed. Disheartened, Chu Chun made his way back. Chapter 0105. The sixth-generation aircraft. Days later, upon his return to the ancient nest in the wild forest, the Deer King had barely settled in when he suddenly received a summons from the envoys of Honluo City. Overwhelmed with joy, he hurriedly made his way to Honluo City. In the council hall, the Deer King wore a broad smile, bowing deeply before the esteemed throne of the emperor. How could the emperor overlook past grievances? The Deer King felt a deep sense of shame. Dear friend, there is no need for such formality. We have shared many years in the wilderness. Today, it is my fortune to occupy the imperial seat, and I cannot forget my old friends. Currently, the position of the Western Governor of Honluo City is vacant, and I intend to appoint you to fill this role. What do you think? The emperor inquired. What a generous offer. Chu Chen, seated nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard. The four governors of Honluo City managed the four cardinal directions, wielding considerable power, a position not easily accessible to a solitary wanderer like the Deer King. The Western Governor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your patronage. I, the old deer, shall forever be grateful for your kindness today. The Deer King could hardly believe his ears. This was an extraordinary opportunity to leave the wilderness behind and soar to new heights. Indeed, there is no need for gratitude. Assist me diligently, and your rewards shall be plentiful. What do you think of this arrangement, Chu Chen? The emperor gestured towards Chu Chen. Yes, the Deer King possesses remarkable strength. I believe he can certainly fulfill the role of Western Governor. It is up to your Majesty to decide. Chu Chen nodded, aware that the emperor was intentionally presenting a favorable image of the Deer King, given that Lu Qing had perished at his hands. Thank you for your kind words. Chu Chen. The Deer King glanced at Chu Chen, feeling a twinge of unease. Just days prior, he had learned that Chu Chen was the newly revealed brother of the Empress. Yet, he recalled encountering Chu Chen among the fallen human tribes in the wild forest. How had this young man suddenly transformed into the brother of the Empress? In that moment, he recalled various rumors surrounding the Emperor and the Empress. Could it be that this young man was their illegitimate child? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting recklessly at that time. If he had accidentally harmed Chu Chen, suddenly, it dawned on him why the Emperor had been so protective of that fallen human tribe. My Lord Chu Chen, I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions in the wild forest. The Deer King, now drenched in sweat, bowed once more. There's no need to dwell on the past. Just fulfill your duties well in the future. Chu Chen, oblivious to the Deer King's thoughts, waved dismissively. Lu Qing's demise had been at his hands. Yet he was now granting the Deer King a chance, thus resolving their mutual entanglement. The following morning, the Emperor personally escorted Chu Chen and Ling Zhao out of Honluo City. I've arranged for that rascal, the angry ape. You really don't need me to escort you further? Truly unnecessary. I have the treasure shuttle gifted by the Empress, and I can return swiftly. You, the newly appointed Emperor, have many matters to attend to. Chu Chen replied with a smile. I'm in no hurry. I want to see you off. The Emperor seemed reluctant to part ways. I'll walk ahead with Ling Zhao. You need not accompany us any further. Just head back. Chu Chen felt a bit awkward, as he had yet to figure out how to operate the treasure shuttle. Take care, elder brother. I will visit whenever I have the chance. Eventually, under Chu Chen's persistent urging, the emperor turned back towards Han Luo City. Why don't you use the shuttle to return directly? Ling Zhao asked with a smile as the crowd around them thinned. Ah, stop teasing me. You take over. Chu Chun grimaced, handing the silver shuttle to Ling Zhao. You really should start to understand this. When we return, I will explain the methods to you. Ling Zhao accepted the silver shuttle and tossed it into the air. The shuttle expanded in the wind, transforming into a silver vessel several meters long. Ling Zhao led the way, gracefully seated at the bow, beckoning Chu Chun. Come aboard, let's go. Chu Chun noticed that the vessel was perfectly sized for two, and he leapt aboard to sit opposite Ling Zhao. Hand me a spirit stone. Ling Zhao extended her hand. All right, just a moment. Chu Chun hurriedly rummaged through his beast skin bag, producing a handful of spirit stones. One is enough. Ling Zhao laughed at Chu Chun's clumsiness as she selected a single stone. With a casual gesture, the stone vanished into the vessel, which then shimmered with silver light and ascended rapidly, transforming into a beam of silver that disappeared beyond the city limits. As Chu Chun sat in the shuttle, watching the yellow sands race beneath him, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. It was far more comfortable than flying in an airplane, with no discomfort from acceleration whatsoever. This shuttle was quite impressive. It could even venture into the starry sky. How do you control this shuttle? Chu Chun was intrigued, eager to learn. Communicate with the shuttle using your true self. It's akin to all crafted objects. When your true self integrates, it becomes part of your being, allowing you to control it effortlessly. Spirit stones serve as the power source for the shuttle. Once you reach the container origin realm, you can channel your own energy to power the shuttle. But for now, we can only use spirit stones and similar items, Ling Zhao succinctly explained. Ah, I see. Chu Chun realized that the process of crafting objects bore similarities to their own cultivation as they continually refined their bodies and true selves. Exactly. Crafted objects are extensions of our bodies. In combat, we utilize these crafted items for offense and defense, as they are enhanced with various materials during their creation, offering superior capabilities compared to our own. If a cultivator could refine their body to be as resilient as a crafted item, they could forego the use of such tools and become even more formidable in battle. Are there truly bodies comparable to crafted items? Chu Chen's eyes brightened at the thought. Indeed, many exist. The cosmos is filled with methods for body refinement, but only high-tier cultivators can achieve such feats. After all, crafted items not only rely on materials, but also possess intricate formations that enhance their power, and inscribing formations onto the body is no simple task. Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled with aspiration. May I attempt it? Chu Chun inquired, touching the silver shuttle, which felt both solid and warm, exceedingly comfortable to the touch. Yes. That would be fine. Ling Zhao smiled. In a small desert town, a young boy suddenly looked up and shouted, "Wow! A meteor is falling from the sky." The bustling crowd, previously meandering leisurely, all glanced upward at the boy's exclamation. Run for your lives. It's about to hit. Panic erupted, and chaos ensued as cries filled the streets. What no one expected was that the brilliant meteor suddenly veered in midair, soaring horizontally above the town, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. Are you trying to kill us? Ling Zhao screamed in terror. Don't worry, I'll get accustomed to this soon. I've piloted a 6th-generation trainer before. Chu Chun fixed his gaze ahead as the shuttle surged higher. 6th generation, 7th generation? With your control skills, perhaps you should reconsider. Ling Zhao shook her head vigorously. Chapter 0106. The path of resolution, lush greenery began to spread beneath Chu Chen's feet, and he felt an unparalleled sense of joy as he controlled the flying shuttle. It was far simpler than piloting an aircraft or the Xuanwu spaceship. Ascending, diving, accelerating, decelerating, turning, and rolling, everything was a mere thought away. If this shuttle were equipped with missiles and machine guns, it would undoubtedly dominate the Earth. We're almost there. Prepare to descend. Ling Zhao weakly raised a hand to gesture ahead. The wild forest was still enveloped in night, but in the distance, a lake shimmered with starlight. Chu Chen's heart fluttered, and he maneuvered the shuttle in a swift 720-degree turn, diving directly toward the lake. Moments later, he executed a graceful drift, bringing the silver shuttle to a steady halt in front of a wooden cabin. Korchin grinned widely. He was home. However, Ling Zhao seemed even more anxious than Korchun. She hurriedly jumped out of the shuttle and squatted motionless on the grass in front of the cabin. Ling Zhao, what are you doing? Korchin exclaimed, jumping out to investigate. Stay back. Wow. Ling Zhao squatted and pushed Korchin away, but as she spoke, she let out another exclamation. Are you motion sick? Korchin stood there, stunned. Inside the cabin, Ling Zhao lay on the wooden bed, her eyes vacant as she spoke bitterly. I suppose I believe you have piloted one of those 7th or 8th generation crafts, but next time, let me handle the shuttle. Oh, fine. Korchin felt somewhat wronged as he tucked the forbidden flying shuttle into a beast-hide pouch at his waist. The next day, taking advantage of the brief dawn, Ling Zhao summoned Hachimu and briefly informed him that the revered Tianji might not return, and that their clan would henceforth be protected by the angry ape. Hachimu was unfazed. Upon learning of the Deer King's departure, he felt a profound sense of relief. With the greatest threat gone, their clan could thrive and await a resurgence. Not long after Hachimu left, a large black figure approached the cabin. Are you Korchin? I've grown up in these wilds and don't care if you're her brother or her elder. Tianji told me to look after your safety. If anything arises, seek me on Tianji's mountain. The imposing figure delivered his message sternly and departed without waiting for Korchin's response. So, this is the angry ape? He certainly appears to have quite the temper. Korchin watched the man's retreating figure, somewhat speechless. Perhaps this is for the best. His absence allows us to cultivate in peace, Ling Zhao reflected, though her thoughts diverged slightly. You have a point. Now, let us discuss the matter of resolution. I find it particularly intriguing. Korchin eagerly proposed, having heard the profound words of the ancient avian ancestor. He believed that the concepts of resolution and compression in this world might bear similarities to file compression in computers. Previously, he had been unable to delve into these matters due to his incomplete understanding, but now the time was ripe. Before learning resolution and compression, you must understand the distinction between crafting artifacts and other processes. Artifact forging is not merely about mixing various materials. The process is exceedingly complex. In essence, you first design the item you wish to create, then cast it layer by layer from the core outward. Each layer must correlate with the inner layer, allowing the inner layer to control the outer layer's expansion and contraction, continuing this nesting until completion, Ling Zhao explained after returning to the cabin and contemplating briefly. But how does that control size changes? Korchin questioned, puzzled. Let me rephrase, Ling Zhao suggested. You can envision crafting an artifact as akin to a seed. A seed can sprout and grow into a towering tree, which parallels how an artifact expands during resolution. However, unlike a tree, an artifact can also contract back into a seed, much like compressing a large tree back into its original seed form. Does this analogy resonate with you? Like a seed that can grow and revert back? I understand. Korchin murmured, his understanding suddenly illuminated. At that moment, he grasped Ling Zhao's meaning. The marvel of crafting artifacts lay in their ability to unfold or retract, akin to a folding fan that expands and contracts. Yet, crafting artifacts was infinitely more intricate, evolving from two-dimensional concepts to three-dimensional complexities. This describes the basic process of forging. For high-tier treasures, the intricacies multiply, and more advanced artifacts necessitate the engraving of various formations for enhancement, involving even more elements. Ling Zhao added. Thus, most forgers are also adept in formation techniques. Korchin's eyes gleamed with aspiration, recalling the ancient avian ancestors' assertion that those skilled in calculations often excel in formations and alchemy, igniting a profound yearning within him. Indeed, Ling Zhao affirmed, resolution is about identifying the initial point of crafting akin to the starting point of our consciousness. By controlling this point through our true selves, we can manipulate the size and shape of the treasure at will. Conversely, compression allows an already expanded treasure to revert to its seed state. Is that so? I recall Hada using blood to reduce the broken cauldron. How does that fit in? Korchin pondered, recalling his first encounter with the revered Tianji. That was merely Hadu employing a clever trick. He managed to locate the initial point of the life cauldron after years of exploration and recorded it using a blood imprint. Making it difficult for him to control, Ling Zhao chuckled, seemingly amused by the memory of Chun persuading Hadu to sever a finger. Resolution requires communicating with the treasure through our true selves, allowing us to delve deeper and discover the treasure's initial point, thereby enabling effortless control, Ling Zhao elaborated. Oh, I see, Chun exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. While the processes of resolution and compression in artifact crafting were not identical to file compression in computers, they bore striking similarities, albeit with added complexities primarily arising from the forging process. I shall attempt this, Chun declared, seizing the Black Frost War Spear, eager to put his newfound understanding to the test. With a steady grip on the spear, Chun calmed his mind, drawing upon his experience with the sand plate. The aura of the one-eyed skeleton's true self radiated outward in 720 points, enveloping the war spear. In that moment, the Black Frost War Spear seemed to fuse with his body, becoming an extension of his arm rather than a mere external object. Simultaneously, he beheld a radically different Black Frost War Spear, a complex mechanism resembling an exquisite work of art, with hundreds of petal-like layers intricately folded upon one another. At that moment, all the petals appeared semi-open, not yet reaching their full potential. The uniformity of the petals, while bewildering, revealed subtle distinctions in their interrelations, making it challenging to discern their layering. After careful observation, Chun realized that although the petals were strikingly similar, each layer possessed unique characteristics, and the interconnections varied slightly. Gradually, he began to grasp the underlying patterns of transformation. Thus, he ventured deeper into the layers, navigating the increasingly intricate structures until a small point resembling a spirit crystal emerged. Shrink. At the instant Chun's true self fully encompassed the Black Frost War Spear. He focused his thoughts inward, causing the petals to tremble and rapidly compact together. When he opened his eyes, the 6-foot spear had been reduced to the size of a pencil, a miniaturized treasure. I did it, Chun exclaimed joyfully, leaping in triumph. Chapter 0107. The Art of Concealment. Is the first calculation really completed so swiftly? Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. It appeared that the computation was not as intricate as anticipated. Chun grinned, filled with newfound confidence. One must not underestimate the art of weapon crafting and calculations. The Heishuang War Spear is merely a fundamental technique. Should one encounter more advanced treasures, an array of unimaginable methods would come into play. Even in the realm of container, honing oneself could be considered an alternative form of crafting. Ling Zhao seemed unwilling to let Chun bask in his triumph for too long and swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Speaking of self-honing, after our journey to Hanluo City, I can't shake the feeling that various alien species have an affinity for transforming into humanoid forms. Even that giant monkey we just encountered was no exception. Chun suddenly recalled that in Tianmong Valley, many formidable beings did not present their true forms, but instead appeared in human-like shapes. I cannot elucidate this matter in its entirety, but I can tell you this. Among the myriad races in the cosmos, humanity is, in fact, the life form most harmonious with the great principles of the universe. Though humanity may initially seem relatively frail, it possesses an acute sensitivity to the essence of the world. Thus, many powerful beings intentionally alter their offspring's forms to resemble humans or humanoids at birth. Those dog-headed, bull-headed, and sheep-faced beings you see are descendants of ancestors who once possessed great strength, resulting in a diverse array of peculiar humanoid races through generations of reproduction. Ling Zhao succinctly dispelled Chun's doubts. Is this akin to genetic modification? Chun inquired, astonished. Genetic modification? I have not heard of such a concept. While the offspring of these alien beings may appear altered, many of their original abilities remain intact, particularly in combat. Once their primal forms are revealed, their strength often receives a significant boost, Ling Zhao elaborated. So, you are indeed a true human, right? Chun glanced at Ling Zhao with curiosity and suddenly whispered, What are you thinking? How could you doubt me? I am undoubtedly a genuine human. Ling Zhao's face flushed at his words, and she swiftly raised her hand to deliver a sharp tap to Chu Chen's forehead. Ouch! I was merely asking. Chu Chen grumbled, cradling his head in pain. Humph. Instead of pondering such trivial matters, why not contemplate how to refine yourself during the purity stage? I'm going for a stroll. Ling Zhao appeared slightly flustered and exited the wooden cabin. All I did was ask, and she got angry. Chu Chun rubbed his head, suddenly pausing. Indeed, her true form is humanoid. How should I proceed on my path? Chu Chen steadied his thoughts and began reflecting on Ling Zhao's remarks. After a moment, he removed a leather pouch and scattered a myriad of items across the floor. Most of these were treasures acquired during their expedition in the mysterious sand plateau. Among the most valuable were a bone claw, a forbidden-breaking flying shuttle, silver parchment, an 8-armed divine wooden box, a small shield, a red feather, the Heishuang war spear, and dozens of technique jade books replicated from the Sandpost library, along with his own energy gun. The most plentiful items were spirit stones. Chu Chun counted approximately 2,300, primarily obtained from the blue-crowned birdman, with the remainder consisting of assorted mining materials. At this point, Chu Chun could recognize many types, and a cursory glance revealed they were essential materials for conventional weapon crafting. He began to categorize these items, placing them in different sections of the leather pouch for easier access later. Huh? What's this? As he sorted through the mining materials, Chu Chun unexpectedly discovered a dusty, broken stone tablet. Initially, he had overlooked it, assuming it was merely debris. However, he now realized it resembled a fragmented jade book. It was uncertain whether it had come from the blue-crowned birdman or the pouch of the one-eared beast. Chu Chun picked up the broken jade book and pressed it to his forehead. The art of concealment. Moments later, comprehension dawned on him. This was an incomplete treasure technique. According to the jade book's description, once mastered, this technique would allow one to traverse through earth, wood, metal, stone, water, and fire effortlessly, rendering ordinary formations and seals ineffective before its might. This is indeed a valuable find, albeit with incomplete content. Chu Chun lamented, already suspecting that it had been carelessly retrieved from the pouch of Yanzhen's kin, the one-eared beast, as the art aligned perfectly with the one-eared's ability to traverse through the sand walls. It also seemed to explain how the one-eared could penetrate the protective formations behind the sand to retrieve the forbidden-breaking flying shuttle. However, it now appeared that this ability was not a natural talent of the one-eared, but rather a result of mastering the art of concealment to a minor degree. An enhanced version of wall-piercing technique. Chu Chun could only interpret this peculiar treasure technique in such a manner, yet his interest was piqued. After all, it represented a remarkable means of escape. After briefly reviewing the contents of the broken jade book, Chu Chun was astounded to discover that this technique required a true self to resonate with the object being penetrated, harmonizing one's body to achieve a similar state, thus allowing free passage. Out of curiosity, he followed the method outlined in the jade book and placed a finger against the edge of the bed. As his true self stirred and resonated with the wooden bed, he gradually felt his finger sink into the wood by half an inch. Bang! Just then, Ling Zhao unexpectedly pushed the door open, startling Chu Chun, who quickly withdrew his finger. Clatter! The edge of the wooden bed splintered as he forcefully pulled away, a shard sticking to his finger. Huh, what are you doing? Ling Zhao inquired, noticing the commotion. I just found a fragment of a treasure technique and wanted to give it a try. Chu Chun awkwardly shook his hand, only to find the splinter stubbornly clinging to him. This technique is rather intriguing. Ling Zhao also took the broken jade book, her eyes widening in surprise after perusing its contents. She had not anticipated encountering something of such caliber in this place. Is it very advanced? Chu Chun asked, intrigued. One could say it is exceptionally exquisite. Ling Zhao nodded, though she lamented its incompleteness, as much of the latter content was lost. Is it all right if I practice a bit? Chu Chun strained to peel the splinter off his finger, finally managing to dislodge it. It should be fine. But your primary focus should still be on refining yourself during the purity stage. Ling Zhao regarded Chu Chun thoughtfully. I just took a stroll and devised a plan for you. Oh? What should I do? Chu Chun had initially intended to study the purity chapter within the spiral shell and refer to the jade book obtained from the Sandpost. seeking a suitable path for himself. It seemed, however, that all of that could be set aside. Move a mountain. Ling Zhao smiled gently, uttering just 2 words. Move a mountain. Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback. The small hill Ling Zhao referred to was at least 100 meters high. A pile of massive stones weathered and cracked over time, resembling a heap of rubble. Hand me your broken cauldron. Tonight, we rest, and tomorrow. Your journey into the purity stage will officially commence. Ling Zhao reached out her hand towards Chu Chun. Chapter 108. The foolish old man moves the mountain at the break of dawn the next day. Chu Chun, clad in a garment of animal hide, arrived at the base of the small mountain. He gazed up at the towering pile of stones, standing 100 meters high, for quite some time, until his expression gradually solidified with determination. In ancient times, the foolish old man dared to relocate the Taihang and Wanwu Mountains, surely. This mere mound of stones cannot thwart me? Ah, the foolish old man moving a mountain. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Chun. Could it be that the ancient practitioners were honing their physical prowess, rather than merely a motivational tale? And what of Kua Fu chasing the sun and Jingwei filling the sea? For a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Why are you still dawdling? Get started. From a distance, Ling Zhao called out as she sat atop a large rock. All right, I shall commence at once. Chu Chun gathered his focus, lifted a rock the size of a grinding stone, and set off towards the designated flat ground, several hundred meters away. The boulder was incredibly heavy. He estimated it weighed at least 700 or 800 pounds. In the past, such weight would have been unimaginable, but now, after advancing to the state of purity, both his strength and speed had reached unprecedented levels. Though the stone was burdensome, he still moved with remarkable agility. Thud! The stone hit the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble slightly. I shall challenge myself to see how long it takes to transport this small mountain over here. Chu Chun glanced back at the mound, his mind now devoid of distractions. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Before long, the flat area was dotted with numerous stones of comparable size. Chu Chun kicked aside a smaller stone, knowing he had the luxury of choice. Any stone too minuscule was deemed inconsequential and discarded. He focused on selecting stones weighing between several hundred to 1,000 pounds, choosing not to attempt those that were excessively large, which would prove too strenuous. The sun hung low, providing only 2 to 3 hours of daylight each day. As twilight approached, Chu Chun felt the pangs of hunger and thirst. Come and eat something. At that moment, Ling Zhao appeared, carrying a broken cauldron from the direction of the wooden hut. A half bowl of milky broth, exuding a fragrant steam, was placed beside Chu Chun. Where did this come from? Chu Chun inquired, intrigued. The great master brought some game previously. I selected 2 mountain antelopes, simmered them in the cauldron with a few herbs, and produced this meager broth. Make do with it. It is far better than resorting to roasted meat and wild fruits. Ling Zhao replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Won't you have some? Chu Chun asked, glancing at Ling Zhao. These hold no significance for me. They merely satisfy a fleeting appetite. You should partake. Ling Zhao shook her head. Then I shall not hold back. Chu Chun gulped down the broth, feeling a gentle warmth rise from his stomach and spread throughout his body, dispelling the fatigue he had felt moments before. I shall continue. Though he felt he had not eaten enough, the weariness vanished, urging him to resume his labor. As night fell, stars twinkled overhead, their light glimmering off Chu Chun's sweat like pearls. Ling Zhao observed him from a distance for a while before turning to leave. Hours passed, and the stone pile on the flat ground grew larger. Ling Zhao returned with the broken cauldron once more. Thus, Chu Chun toiled through the night, moving stones until dawn broke again, while Ling Zhao periodically delivered nourishing broth to ensure he had the strength to persist. However, after a day and night of relentless labor, he began to feel a sense of weakness. Lifting stones and running caused his legs to throb with a tearing pain. Chu Chun, take a moment to rest. These creatures are too small. The energy they contain cannot sustain your vigorous exertion. Ling Zhao observed Chu Chun's gaunt face, her concern growing. It is nothing. This is not only a test of physical endurance, but also a trial of willpower. Chu Chun shook his head and pressed on. On the 3rd day, Chu Chun attempted to lift a larger rock. His body swayed unsteadily, and though his hands and feet remained unbloodied, the agony of raw flesh was ever present. Thankfully, having experienced purity twice, otherwise he feared he would have collapsed by now, Chu Chen sighed. He inadvertently looked up and suddenly spotted a colossal figure sitting halfway up the mountain, the furious ape, keenly observing the scene below. Am I being watched by a giant monkey? Chu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, the furious ape soon lost interest and departed, sparing him further embarrassment. Move, move, move. Chu Chen remained focused, relentlessly transporting stones within his capacity to a small pile several hundred meters away, though his pace had notably slowed compared to the first day. Suddenly, from the depths of the distant forest, a series of ferocious roars echoed. Chu Chen immediately set down the boulder, climbed to the summit of the small mountain, and peered toward the source of the commotion. What could be happening over there? Just as Chu Chen was engulfed in uncertainty, a massive figure emerged from the thicket, each hand wielding a 7 or 8 meter long saber-toothed tiger with a 20-meter-long python draped around its neck. It was the furious ape. The furious ape approached the small mountain where Chu Chen stood, hoisting the 5 colossal beasts and crashing them to the ground. Tell that little girl to stew these. Eating one daily should suffice for your exertions, the furious ape declared before turning back toward the treasure mountain of the great master. Thank you, great ape, Chu Chen exclaimed with elation, bowing to the retreating figure. He was beginning to realize that Ling Zhao's words held truth. Without sufficient nourishment to bolster his efforts, he would only grow weaker. Now, with the furious ape providing sustenance, a significant problem was resolved. Shortly after, Ling Zhao arrived and was taken aback by the sight of the 5 colossal beasts. She hadn't anticipated that beneath the furious ape's brutish exterior lay a thoughtful nature. Unable to manage the 5 beasts alone, Ling Zhao enlisted the aid of several burly natives, and together they transported the massive creatures back to the vicinity of the wooden hut, where skilled women came to assist in the butchering. Ultimately, the natives joyously claimed the skins, scales, and claws, leaving behind a substantial pile of neatly butchered meat and bones. Chu Chen savored a sumptuous feast, and, after Ling Zhao's insistence, finally rested for a night. The following day, Chu Chen awoke feeling rejuvenated, and upon inspecting his skin, he noted its newfound resilience and smoothness. This extreme training seemed to yield discernible results. With renewed confidence, he sprinted back toward the small mountain. Through relentless labor day and night, complemented by Ling Zhao's timely provisions of restorative broth, the little mountain had diminished by half after 10 days. Meanwhile, a new mound had emerged on the previously flat ground, several hundred meters away. During this time, the furious ape had hunted additional beasts and casually smashed oversized boulders on the small mountain, facilitating Chu Chen's efforts in transporting them. Chu Chen keenly felt the transformation within himself. Stones that once weighed 2,000 to 3,000 pounds could now be lifted with ease, significantly enhancing his efficiency. He also felt fortunate that Ling Zhao had chosen a location comprised of rocky terrain, for had it been a muddy forest floor, his feet would likely have sunk deep into the earth. After another week or so, Chu Chen stood on a level surface, raising his arms and bellowing triumphantly. After 20 days of tireless effort, a nearly 100-meter-high small mountain had been entirely relocated several hundred meters away. At that moment, he felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, a stark contrast to the individual he had been 20 days prior. Chapter 0109. The pain of parting thus. Persevere, and your physique shall undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. Ling Zhao extended her delicate fingers, brushing against Chu Chen's arm, her face radiant with joy. How ticklish! Chu Chen felt as though a caterpillar had crawled over the spot where her fingers had glided, unable to suppress a laugh as he grasped Ling Zhao's hand, attempting to withdraw it. However, at the moment he held her gentle and warm palm, a long-buried stir surged within him, rendering his actions rigid as if struck by lightning. Ling Zhao, thank you for your unwavering assistance. Chu Chen raised his gaze, locking onto Ling Zhao's eyes that sparkled like stars. No one is helping anyone. We are merely 2 souls bound together by the grand tapestry of fate. Ling Zhao's hand made a slight movement before she relinquished it, gently tilting her head as she spoke softly. I cannot predict what you will confront in the future, but as long as I am here, I shall not permit anyone to harm you in the slightest. Chuchen remained silent for a moment, admiring the exquisite profile of the girl. Finally gathering the courage to express his innermost thoughts. Chu Chun was no saint, devoid of desires. Rather, those long-suppressed emotions had simply lain dormant within him. The challenges I face are indeed daunting, and if you wish to assist me, you must step beyond your own constellation, which will be exceedingly difficult and fraught with peril. A flicker of melancholy passed through Ling Zhao's eyes. I have never feared difficulties, but I require a goal that I can pursue eternally. Chu Chen's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhao abruptly lifted her head, her body involuntarily shivering, biting her lip as she gazed at Chu Chen, seemingly searching for answers deep within his heart. I can provide you with a goal, but you must promise me that regardless of what circumstances you may face in the future, your foremost priority must be to ensure your own survival. Ling Zhao's chest rose and fell dramatically. After a prolonged silence, she finally offered her response. Very well, I promise. At that moment, Chu Chun felt as though the entire world had transformed. The endless starry sky seemed to rain down blossoms, and the starlight cascaded like silk. The two fell silent, seated side by side on the grassy ground beneath the starry sky, gazing up at the profound expanse above. The night breeze wafted gently. The birds chirped softly, and the chorus of insects created a tender nocturne that played in the air. The following day, the pair returned to the small mound. We shall restore it in 10 days. Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled with mirth. Certainly, no hesitation on my part. Chu Chan exclaimed eagerly, rushing towards the mound. I will prepare food for you. Ling Zhao replied, her eyes twinkling with delight as she turned away. Today I want 3 large bowls. Chu Chen called after her. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed. Ling Zhao did not look back, joyfully running toward the wooden cabin. Time flew by swiftly. On the 8th day, the once flattened mound re-emerged, with only a few stones remaining on the other side. It seems we may complete the task a day early. Chu Chen mused cheerfully, glancing toward the wooden cabin where Ling Zhao should soon arrive with food. Since that profound conversation beneath the stars, he felt his future was awash with sunlight, and everything he beheld was breathtaking. It seemed nothing could pose a challenge to him, and every problem could be effortlessly overcome. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the direction of the Tianji Great Respects Baoshan. Chu Chen turned to look, and atop the mountain, an enraged ape had appeared, seemingly howling into the void. What is happening? An inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over Chu Chen. Silence. A chilling voice seemed to resonate from the infinite starry sky, reverberating from all directions like a thunderclap in the realm of true self. In that instant, Chu Chen felt an excruciating pain within, as if his entire being had been encased in ice, leaving him utterly immobilized. To his horror, the enraged ape began to sway and then plummeted from the mountaintop in a thunderous crash. The ape, Chu Chen yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. This is terrible. Ling Zhao. He watched helplessly as the massive form of the ape fell into the dense forest of the valley, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Chu Chen roared, but it felt as though time and space had come to a standstill. All his efforts were in vain. How could this be? Break free. Chu Chen's heart screamed in desperation. In the realm of true self, 720 points of brilliance erupted like the sun, solidifying into a form as pure as white jade, while a radiant glow began to emanate from Chu Chen's body. His muscles swelled, and veins bulged beneath his skin like dragons. Crack! A sound echoed in his ears as he managed to slightly turn his neck. Break free. The 720 points of brilliance grew even more dazzling as Chu Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, with several more cracks. He finally twisted his head to face the direction of the wooden cabin. Ling Zhao. Chu Chen's heart ached with rage. At this moment, a blinding light radiated from the direction of the wooden cabin, resembling a miniature sun that had fallen there, obscuring any sight of figures or sounds. The native settlement was equally silent, seemingly affected by the event. What on earth is happening? Chu Chen's rage reached its peak. Yet he could only manage to turn his body slightly. Even this simple movement felt as though it might tear him apart. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spewed forth. The vivid crimson transformed into a mist, dissipating and solidifying before his chest. What on earth has transpired? Chu Chen's consciousness began to blur, despair and helplessness flooding his mind, leaving him with no choice but to quietly watch the direction of the wooden cabin. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After an indeterminate period, the blinding light from the wooden cabin gradually faded. The cabin remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of disturbance. At that moment, Chu Chun felt a release throughout his body. The sensation of confinement vanished instantly. He stumbled, nearly collapsing, and braced himself against a nearby boulder to regain his balance. Ling Zhao? He could not wipe the blood from his lips before he staggered toward the cabin. A nightbird let out a low cry, seemingly startled by the earlier horrific scene, now emitting a fearful lament. The wooden cabin was intact, appearing as if nothing had ever transpired, yet Ling Zhao is nowhere to be found. Ling Zhao, where are you? Chu Chan shouted frantically, suppressing the pain coursing through his body as he searched around the cabin, but to no avail. My lord, what has happened? At that moment, Hachimu arrived with a large group of tribesmen, taken aback by Chu Chen's blood-stained and frantic demeanor. Ling Zhao has gone, Chu Chen mumbled, lost in thought. At that moment, he was certain that Ling Zhao had been abducted, yet he had no inkling of who the perpetrator might be. The only thing he could sense was that the entity responsible for Ling Zhao's disappearance was far more formidable than the Tianji Great Respect or the Sand Queen. It was an unimaginable presence. Miss Ling Zhao has left. I felt an ominous sensation just moments ago. Hachimu's face displayed palpable fear. Indeed, it was that very aura. Chu Chun replied, numb, as he slowly approached the cabin. My lord. Hachimu was filled with uncertainty, having never witnessed Chu Chun in such a state of despair, unable to fathom what could have caused such a transformation. Enough. You all may leave now. Chu Chun clutched his chest with one hand, gesturing to Hachimu with the other. Take care, my lord. Hachimu dared not disobey, promptly signaling to the tribesmen to retreat slowly. The broken cauldron still lay at the cabin's entrance, the broth within still bubbling. Yet the atmosphere had grown lifeless. Chu Chen leaned against the wooden door, swaying as he stepped inside, feeling an overwhelming chill in the air. His gaze swept across the wooden bed before he suddenly froze. At the bedside, a hide is inscribed with numerous characters, beneath which lies a leather pouch. That pouch belongs to Ling Zhao. Chapter 0110. I will bring you back. Chu Cheng hurriedly stepped forward and grasped the animal hide. Earlier, he had rushed into the room and, upon a fleeting glance, had not seen Ling Zhao, which prompted him to turn and seek her outside, completely oblivious to the hide resting on the bedside. Chu Cheng, my life is secure. This time, my elder brother is fulfilling our father's command to escort me back to the clan. Given the uncertainties ahead, I cannot allow you to accompany me. Remember your promise to me. If fate permits another meeting, we shall see each other again. Ling Zhao's words, written in sparse charcoal, made Chu Cheng's eyes brim with tears as he read them over and over, until he finally laid the hide down. This could not have been coerced from Ling Zhao, for there was no need for it, confirming that she had indeed left safely, which brought him a modicum of comfort. However, the hurried tone of her message, lacking a personal farewell, suggested that she felt powerless in the face of the one who came to take her away, a signal fraught with uncertainty. Reflecting on how just days prior he had vehemently vowed to protect Ling Zhao from any harm, he felt a bitter sense of folly wash over him. After a long while, he slumped onto the wooden bed, gently caressing Ling Zhao's animal hide pouch, as if it still bore her essence. Inside the pouch were remnants left by Ling Zhao, a few scattered mineral fragments and a set of pink garments. Were these her clothes from childhood? As Chu Cheng unfolded them, he recognized them as unmistakably those of a little girl, adorned with threads of gold and silver, exquisitely crafted, and featuring a particularly striking sun motif at the collar, as if it still burned with life. This must have been what Ling Zhao wore when she fled with Uncle Aming. Had she left it as a token of her longing? Considering her words, if fate permits another meeting, we shall see each other again. He sensed a profound lack of confidence in the future, intensifying the ache in his heart. Suddenly, a piece of wrapped hide fell from the garments, and as Chu Cheng unfolded it, he discovered a pale golden hairpin, the very one Ling Zhao had always worn in her hair. He recognized it at once. Scrawled on the hide were a few hastily written words, Emergency use. Do not move lightly. Xiuqing was taken aback. It seemed to imply that this hairpin possessed significant power. Why, then, had she not used it during the previous crisis with the gray serpent demon? He was left perplexed, filled with a sense of desolation. Xiuqing carefully stored away all that Ling Zhao had left behind and ventured out of the wooden hut, heading straight for the majestic Baoshan of Tianji. The enraged ape, seemingly injured, had left him in uncertainty. In the ravine, an ancient tree lay fallen, and the massive form of the enraged ape was curled atop the ruins. Great enraged ape. Xiuqing climbed onto its head and shouted into its ear, but the ape showed no reaction. Anxiously, he crawled beneath the ape's enormous arm, discovering blood flowing from its mouth and nose, obstructed by its massive hand. It appeared the ape had sustained severe injuries, yet there was still a breath of life escaping between its mouth and nose. Seating himself on a nearby fallen tree, Xiuqing felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his protection, the ape might not have suffered such grievous wounds. As dawn broke, weak sunlight filtering through the mountains, the enraged ape finally stirred. Slowly rising from the debris, wiping the blood from its mouth and nose, then letting out a fierce roar. Great enraged ape, are you all right? Xiuqing inquired, looking up. You have been here all along? The ape responded, its words veering off the topic. Yes, I didn't know how to assist you, so I stayed. Xiuqing replied candidly. I am fine now. I just need to rest for a few days. Do you know where that entity from last night came from? The ape gazed down at Xiuqing, its eyes filled with endless questions. I do not know. Xiuqing shook his head. It seemed to be after that girl. What has become of her? The ape, unusually loquacious, spoke again. She was taken by that terrifying entity. Xiuqing's heart ached anew. That being came solely to take her? The ape murmured, indicating that the girl's identity was indeed extraordinary. Very well, you must have been affected last night as well. Return and rest properly. I cannot care for you much in the coming days, so do not wander about. The ape's demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. Understood. I apologize for burdening the Great One. Xiuqing bowed respectfully. This is a fortunate turn for me. I have finally grasped how fearsome true strength can be, so you need not feel guilty. The ape waved its massive hand. Xiuqing returned to the wooden hut, staring silently at the bubbling white broth in the broken cauldron for a long time. Suddenly, with a determined grit of his teeth, he declared, Ling Zhao, wait for me. Even if I must traverse this starry expanse, I shall bring you back. He took a bone bowl and drank the broth in one gulp. Perhaps the tumultuous events of the night had drained him. For Xiuqing lay down on the wooden bed and fell into a deep slumber, awakening only the following day. My task remains unfinished. Xiuqing stepped out of the hut, returning to the small hill that was nearing completion. Soon, the hill returned to its original form. I have not missed the 10-day promise. All that has been altered shall ultimately return to its initial state. After casting one last glance at the hill, Xiuqing turned to leave. In the following days, Xiuqing did not venture outside, remaining seated within the wooden hut, thoroughly studying the pure chapter within the spiraling conch, and subsequently reading through the law texts he had replicated from the sands. My path should indeed follow this course. He lifted his head, his eyes clear and resolute. The pure chapter contained no specific methods for refinement, yet it clearly indicated that purity must be achieved as flawlessly as possible. Crafting every inch of the body to be as solid as gold and flawless as crystal, allowing no impurity to enter the body. Only then could one reach the best state for advancing to the container yuan realm. Otherwise, it would greatly restrict future potential. The jade texts from the sands offered various methods for refining the pure body, techniques for physical training, methods involving immersion in medicinal liquids, and even a procedure for enhancing the physique through cauldron refinement. After much deliberation, Xiuqing ultimately concluded that Ling Zhao's philosophy was correct. Most of those methods relied on the power of medicine and stones. While they might significantly bolster one's physique in the short term, the residual traces left behind would compromise purity. Thus, he resolved to adopt the most primitive method of body refinement proposed by Ling Zhao, supplemented by a training regimen focused on speed, day by day. Hua Fu perished in his pursuit of the sun, but Xiuqing sought to truly catch up to it. This was the goal he set for himself. As for the mountain, his gaze turned to the nearby bald stone mountain. which stood nearly as tall as the Bashan of Tianji, an imposing peak soaring over 1,000 meters. A long cry echoed through the air. The great enraged ape had returned. Ling Zhao was taken away by someone. Was it her uncle, Amen? The great enraged ape expressed its astonishment. I do not know. It must be someone else. Xiuqing suppressed the turmoil within and responded calmly, withholding further details. It is perhaps for the best. It seems her origins are indeed extraordinary. Remaining by my brother's side is not safe for her. But she is aware of my brother's true condition, could it be? The great enraged ape's expression darkened with concern. Rest assured, she will not leak anything. Xiuqing slowly shook his head. Let us do this, brother. I will contact the old werewolf and the old bat soon, and have them move from the icy plains to here. Only then will I feel at ease with you here. The great enraged ape suggested. That sounds agreeable. However, please leave the sacred lake for me. I may wish to spend some time there in the future. Xiuqing paused to consider, ultimately agreeing. Chapter 111. Friends from afar. The esteemed Tianji Dazuan paid another visit to the enraged ape and, upon returning, informed Xiuqin that the creature was unharmed before hastily departing. Xiuqin did not immediately embark on his own plans. Instead, he delved into the study of the art of concealment. Since that fateful night, he had abruptly realized that this world was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. The disparity between the strong and the weak was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Even beings of Tianji Dazuan's caliber could be effortlessly erased when confronted with a true powerhouse. Thus, ensuring his own survival became paramount, a notion that Ling Zhao had insisted he uphold. The art of concealment might prove to be an exceptional means of safeguarding his life. Xiuqin retrieved the tattered jade book and began his meticulous study. This was not a special technique grounded in cultivation levels. Any practitioner who had solidified their true self could commence their practice. However, as one's cultivation deepened, more transformations would arise. The art of concealment was categorized into 6 major types: the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the ultimate form of concealment. As Xiuqin continued his study, he gradually comprehended that the critical aspect of this art lay in the 6th form, concealment. The other 5 elements served solely as a foundation for this ultimate technique. It seemed that the one-eared figure had indeed expended considerable effort, not only in mastering earth concealment, but had also grasped the fundamentals of the art of concealment. Xiuqin set the tattered jade book aside, already feeling a sense of accomplishment. The practitioner of concealment traverses the realms as if entering an uninhabited domain, transforming into gold when encountering gold, becoming wood in the presence of wood, and altering their form to remain unrecognized, merging with heaven and earth. This encapsulated the essence of the art of concealment. The so-called earth concealment was merely a manifestation of the earth element. Xiuqin pressed his hand against the ground, unleashing his true self. A white mist surged forth, permeating every cell in his body while extending from his palm into the earth. At that moment, although the outward appearance of his hand remained unchanged, the internal structure of the bones and cells began to adjust gradually. Soon, Xiuqin's palm began to sink into the ground, until the back of his hand was also engulfed by the surface. This was not due to the ground's softness allowing his hand to be forced in, but rather an act of merging. At that instant, Xiuqin's hand appeared to be assimilated by the earth, becoming an inseparable part of the infinite terrain, seamlessly blending into its essence. Watching his right hand gradually vanish into the ground, he felt an indescribable thrill. This technique possessed unimaginable marvels. Although his hand had submerged beneath the surface, he felt no resistance when clenching his fist or extending his fingers, as if he were merely reaching into water. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his right hand. It was still his own, untouched by dirt, and the ground remained undisturbed, showing no signs of disruption. This technique was truly wondrous. Xiuqin could not help but exclaim in admiration. Of course, as he was just beginning his practice, the speed of his integration was still exceedingly slow, far inferior to the one-eared figure's agility in traversing the sandy walls. Nevertheless, he believed that with continued practice, he would surely achieve a performance not lesser than that of the one-eared figure. 2 days later, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the wooden cottage. Xiuqin stepped outside, taken aback to find several familiar faces awaiting him. The Shueku brothers, Fu Lai and Yuan E through Yuan Wu, along with two nearly identical, lovely young maidens appeared before him. "Little rooster, we have come to keep you company," Shueku exclaimed, affectionately draping his arm over Chu Chen's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Indeed. Little rooster, the five of us sought you out last time, but who knew you would return so quickly? By the way, where is that young lady who accompanied you?" Yuan Yi chimed in, chattering excitedly. She has left and returned to her family." Chu Chen's gaze dimmed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, she has gone. I was worried about her being alone, so I specifically asked the ancestor to invite the Bai sisters over." Shueku seemed somewhat regretful. Bai Zhuo and Bai Xiao, those two exquisitely beautiful twin maidens, swayed with their fluffy white tails behind them. They were the granddaughters of the Arctic snowfield's white-furred cave master. "You must be Chu Chun. I always hear Shueku calling you little rooster, but you don't look like one at all." The two maidens circled around Chu Chun, their curious gazes fixed upon him. "I am not a little rooster. I am a true human." Chu Chun felt somewhat speechless. Being referred to as a little rooster by two exquisitely adorned young girls was not the most pleasant experience. "I say, with 10 of us arriving at once, it may not be comfortable here," Fu Lai interjected, surveying Chu Chen's wooden cottage. "What does it matter? We only need a pile of hay." Shueku boldly declared that it was no problem whatsoever. "Or we could ask the ancestors for help to level the area behind, and I could build a small cottage myself," one of the charming maidens suggested. "That seems feasible. I believe that area is relatively flat, so let us settle there." Fu Lai nodded, pointing towards the back of the wooden cottage. "Are you all residing here? Aren't you staying with your respective families?" Chu Chen pondered, bewildered by the thought of being disturbed incessantly by the werewolf brothers and the 5 monkeys. Friends from afar, how delightful. Why do I not feel it? The ancestor mentioned that they have chosen to reside in the mountains that were originally the domain of the Deer King, and they have moved here to accompany you because they find these fellows too noisy. Fu Lai gestured towards the 5 boisterous monkeys. "Nonsense. Those old fellows clearly wanted to avoid seeing your sour face every day, which is why they sent us over." Yuan Air retorted, somewhat indignant. All right. Enough of the bickering. For the next few days, you all can tidy up that area and settle in." Chu Chun felt overwhelmed by the chatter. As the group conversed, a few figures approached from the distance. The enraged ape had transformed into a massive black figure, accompanied by the old werewolf, the elder bat, and a white-clad old man with an ethereal presence, followed by a flower-patterned elder wielding a green bamboo staff. This was the master of the 5 monkeys, the king of wealth. The unfamiliar white-clad elder was presumably the ancestor of the twin sisters, the white-furred cave master, Chu Chen surmised. Ancestor. The group immediately surrounded them. "You are Chu Chun, disciple of Tianji? Quite impressive, already at the level of purity, somewhat stronger than the 2 little wolf cubs." The white-furred cave master scrutinized Chu Chun with keen interest. "I have met several esteemed ancestors." Chu Chun hurriedly bowed in respect, aware that these elders stood on equal footing with Tianji Dazuan, although Tianji Dazuan may have now surpassed them by advancing to the starry skies. They were still formidable figures not to be underestimated. "Ahem, Tianji has invited us to relocate to this wild forest in the South Pole, which demonstrates his considerable regard for you. Rest assured, this polar expanse is a safe haven for you little ones, but you must strive diligently in your cultivation." The old werewolf seemed somewhat awkward as he swung his hand, delivering a firm slap to Shueku's head. "Ancestor, please speak without resorting to violence." Shueku grinned, hopping aside. "Ancestor, we wish to construct some houses in that area." The lovely maiden tugged at the white-furred cave master's hand, shaking it eagerly. "I shall take care of this." The enraged ape grinned at the 2 maidens, leaping into the air, revealing his true form mid-flight, and landing with a resounding thud where the maidens pointed. With a massive hand, he uprooted ancient trees as if they were mere blades of grass, swiftly clearing a spacious area, and even took the time to smooth out the disturbed earth with his enormous foot. "Thank you, esteemed enraged ape." The 2 maidens joyfully bowed in gratitude. "Handle matters here yourself. Cultivate diligently, and do not disturb us unnecessarily." The king of wealth finally spoke, seemingly eager to rid himself of the 5 little monkeys. The enraged ape departed alongside the elderly figures. Who dares to call him a bastard child? I find it rather unlikely. That old fellow is inherently quite lecherous. If not, how could he be so attentive? Chu Chun possesses keen hearing, and from a distance, he could still catch a few elderly gentlemen murmuring. Who were they discussing? Chu Chun wore a perplexed expression, sensing an underlying uncertainty within. Chapter 112. The Other Mountain, Taiyang. As several elderly fellows departed, Chu Chin found himself busy alongside Shui Ku and others. The Baizhua sisters aimed to erect a modest dwelling on a patch of wild land recently cleared by the enraged gorilla, while Fu Lai sought to create a cozy nook for himself. The Shui Ku brothers, however, took a simpler approach, swiftly transforming the fallen trunks into thick wooden planks. And in no time at all, they erected a quaint, A-frame shelter, with hay stealthily gathered by Shui Jia from the indigenous people under the cover of night. In contrast, Fu Lai was more meticulous, gathering a plethora of flexible branches to weave into a large basket. Chu Chun observed his craftsmanship with admiration. The most perplexing were the twin sisters, who incessantly proposed various plans, digging a hole for a small house above, which was deemed unsuitable, surrounding the area with a fence and adding a rain canopy, which lacked aesthetic appeal, or constructing a two-tiered abode, which no one wished to occupy on the lower level. I suggest you two consider a row house. Chu Chin finally interjected, unable to endure their indecision any longer. He approached with a branch in hand, sketching in the dirt. Here, we could build a house, separated on both sides, with 2 floors, an open lower level accommodating many, while the upper level could be divided into 4 intimate chambers, one for sleeping, another for meditation, a third for grooming, and the last for storage, along with a grand balcony in front. Below, we could enclose a spacious courtyard, dig a large pond for swimming, plant flowers along the edges, and create a small hill adorned with stones, perhaps even excavate a smaller pond for fish and turtles. Chu Chin spoke passionately, his mouth dry from excitement, while the 2 young women stood transfixed, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes, that's it. Fu Lai, still weaving the basket, joined in the preparations with Chu Chun and the 5 idle monkeys, estimating the necessary materials. Perhaps due to the current state of his true self, Chu Chun found it remarkably easy to calculate the various specifications of timber required for the envisioned house, an ability that even surprised him, as his computational skills now rivaled that of a computer. After a bustling night, all materials were finally ready. Chu Chun directed the 5 monkeys as they leaped about, swiftly assembling the house like building blocks, while the werewolf brothers erected a fence and excavated the pond. The Baizhua sisters foraged for vegetables and wildflowers, creating a vibrant garden, while Chu Chun scavenged for peculiar stones to construct an ornamental hill in the corner of the courtyard. He called upon Ha Cha Mu to fetch animal pelts and blankets from his clan to adorn the sisters' new home. By now, Fu Lai's large basket was complete, hanging elegantly from the nearest ancient tree branch, resembling a beautiful hanging basket. He too assisted, revealing his bat form and spreading his wings to gather spring water from a nearby mountain stream to fill the pond. A charming, pastoral-style 2-story row house was finally completed, and all gathered to admire their creation, even attracting the attention of many indigenous people who gazed with envy at this peculiar yet beautiful abode from a distance. Only Chu Chin sat apart on a large stone, lost in thought. In the past, when Ling Zhao was present, why had he not envisioned such a comfortable dwelling? Why did their home seem so humble in comparison? Shui Jia glanced at the Bai sisters' new home, then at her own humble shelter, a look of sadness on her face. Theirs is far superior. We have nothing. Yuan Wu comforted her with an embrace. Joyfully, everyone moved into their new homes, while the 5 monkeys, adorned with shimmering treasures, merely sought out branches on nearby trees to rest. That evening, Chu Chun prepared a barbecue in the sisters' courtyard using the wild game previously hunted by the enraged gorilla, while Ha Cha Mu joined the festivities, bringing along barrels of fruit brew. Perhaps the act of building a house for the Bai sisters fostered a sense of closeness among the young people as they gathered around the bonfire, roasting meat and laughing heartily. During this time, Chu Chun delved deeper into understanding his new friends. The Bai sisters and Yuan Yi and Yuan Air had already reached the state of purity, while Fu Lai had achieved true self and was preparing to ignite his first inner flame for purification. The others lingered near the completion of true self, with only Hachamu lagging behind, still far from their level. Tomorrow, I will begin refining my pure body. Feel free to do as you wish. Just refrain from excessively disturbing Hachamu and the other ordinary clansfolk. Chu Chun addressed the group. I am ready with the purity pills and will commence my attempts in the coming days. Fu Lai declared, expressing his clear intentions. We will wash with medicinal herbs daily and remain disciplined. Baizhuo pointed toward the large jade cauldron in the courtyard, glancing at Chu Chun. Would you like to join us? With slightly larger eyes, Baizhuo appeared more spirited, while Bai Xiao, with a rounder chin, was distinguishable to Chu Chun now. No thanks, he replied, a touch embarrassed, as he had no desire to use the bathing water of the two young women for his body refinement. He turned to Yuan Yi and Yuan Air. What about you two? Our approach is simple. We just need to whip each other, Yuan Yi said, already drawing a colorful whip from his waist and cracking it across Yuan Air's head with a resounding snap. Hey, leader, I wasn't prepared for that, Yuan Air exclaimed, startled, quickly pulling a pill from his pocket and swallowing it to regain composure. What path are you following? Bai Xiao inquired curiously. Mountain relocation, Chu Chun replied candidly, without any reservations. Mountain relocation? The group erupted in laughter. Why choose such a labor-intensive method? Though the power of medicinal stones is swift, I believe it leaves traces within the body. It is far purer to utilize this most primitive method. Chu Chun remained steadfast in his faith in Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao had mentioned that here, there were no superior medicinal materials to nourish the body. If one pursued the speed of cultivation by refining with ordinary medicinal stones, it would be a case of gaining less than the effort expended. Chu Chun's words rendered the group silent. Here, apart from Chu Chun and Hachamu, all hailed from beast clans, and their ability to awaken spiritual awareness was a blessing from their ancestors. Naturally, they all aspired to ascend to higher realms as quickly as possible. However, rapid advancement often resulted in an unstable foundation. Though many claimed that deficiencies in the early stages could be remedied later, this would demand even more energy, and whether it could be entirely rectified remained uncertain. I believe Chu Chun's strategy is correct. We have become overly reliant on medicinal stones. Perhaps we can strike a balance. After a prolonged silence, Baizhuo finally voiced her thoughts. These choices are ultimately personal, Chu Chun remarked, admiring Baizhuo's decisiveness in shaping her future in such a short time. The group continued to share insights about their cultivation experiences, which greatly inspired Chu Chun as he recognized the unique characteristics of various paths. Hachamu, in particular, benefited immensely from the diverse experiences shared, which would serve as fertile ground for his rapid growth. The following day, Chu Chun ventured alone towards the towering mountains. The 1,000-meter stone peaks soared high, with clouds drifting over their summits. Today, I shall name you the other mountain. Taiyang. Chu Chun gazed intently at the mountain for a long while before suddenly pointing at it and proclaiming loudly, Taiyang, Taiyang. His voice echoed among the surrounding peaks, and at that moment, the enraged gorilla peered out from the summit of the treasured mountain, catching sight of this spectacle. This young man is rather intriguing. Chapter 0113, The Great Respect of Wu Gang Chu Chun, in his endeavor to move mountains, set his sights not on a mere pile of stones as before, but on a genuine towering peak reaching 1,000 meters. This time, he eschewed the meticulous, piece-by-piece method of yore. Having acquired some proficiency in the art of earth manipulation, he submerged his hands and feet into the massive boulders, resembling a figure clad in stone boots, each time transporting 4 colossal stones, pushing the limits of his endurance. With every step he took, the earth rumbled beneath him, a testament to the arduous challenge that lay ahead, for the stones had to be transported several miles to a valley. Chu Chun flitted between the Taiyang Mountains and the stream like a bee laden with immense pollen, tirelessly shuttling back and forth. After 2 or 3 hours of relentless effort, he felt the exhaustion drain his strength, prompting him to pause by the stream to brew a pot of broth in a broken cauldron, replenishing his energy before resuming his monumental task. This process resembled a sponge being wrung out repeatedly, squeezing out the water, absorbing more, and then squeezing again. A a cycle of relentless labor. Over the course of several days, he noticed a rapid increase in his strength, enabling him to lift even larger stones, while his stamina grew as well, allowing him to endure for over 4 hours at a stretch. The furious ape once again delivered several beasts. Yet without the assistance of Ling Zhao, Chu Chun was left to handle the butchering and skinning by the stream, subsequently cooking the meat in the broken cauldron. After half a month, a significant portion of the Tying Mountains had been eroded away, as if a great beast had taken a bite out of it. While Chu Chun was preparing his soup by the stream, the furious ape, transformed into a large black figure, ambled over. "Kid, I have high hopes for you. Persist, and one day you shall carve out your own dominion in this starry land." This marked the first time in 2 months that the furious ape had initiated a conversation with Chu Chun. "Great respect, please take a seat." Chu Chun, perhaps accustomed to such beings, no longer felt the initial trepidation. "Don't call me great respect. It sounds too awkward." The black giant replied with a hearty laugh. "Then how should I address you?" Chu Chun inquired, feeling a surge of gratitude toward the ape, for without its regular deliveries of beasts, he would have faltered long ago. "In truth, I have never had a name of my own. They call me the furious ape, so I accepted it," the ape confessed, momentarily taken aback. "Why not give yourself a title? I see that the other elders have names," Chu Chun remarked, intrigued. "I was just an ordinary ape in the mountains. And through fortuitous circumstances, I awakened my intelligence. In my youth, I was often bullied by the likes of the stone fish deer king. And only with the protection of the great respect Tianji did I gradually grow stronger. In a sense, the great respect Tianji is both my friend and mentor." The furious ape reflected, lost in thought. Now it makes sense, Chu Chun realized. No wonder the great respect Tianji's whim had led the furious ape to this place. Yet, it seemed the ape had never considered bestowing a name upon him, consistently referring to him as the furious ape. Then why not create a name for yourself? Chu Chun suggested, still puzzled. Create a name? But I wouldn't know how. The ape appeared distressed, eliciting a chuckle from Chu Chun, who found it amusing that a powerful being was stumped by such a trivial matter. "I once heard of several strong individuals, one of whom belonged to your kin, named King Kong," Chu Chun mentioned. "King Kong? That's an imposing name." The furious ape's interest piqued immediately. "There is also a more formidable one. A stone monkey who sprang forth from a rock, named Wukong. He also has another title, the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. This fellow is incredibly powerful and dared to confront the heavenly court single-handedly." Chu Chun elaborated. "Wukong, Great Sage Equal to Heaven. That name is even more resounding. Yet, with my current strength, it feels somewhat unworthy." The furious ape scratched his head, clearly intrigued. "Actually, you don't have to use those exact names. You could create something similar, like Wu Gang, perhaps," Chu Chun gently guided. That sounds quite good. Wu Gang. Wu Gang. Yes, I shall be called Wu Gang." The ape's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted joyfully. "No, I was merely giving an example." Chu Chun was taken aback, realizing the giant had taken his suggestion to heart. No, this name resonates with me. 100 understandings become strong. It reflects the countless tribulations I've endured on my journey." The furious ape grew increasingly animated. "I am Wu Gang," he proclaimed, suddenly revealing his true form and pounding his chest as he roared toward the mountains. "Wu Gang. Great respect? Well, I suppose it shall be so," Chu Chun muttered, resigned. "Good lad. Thanks to you, I finally have my own title. Should you encounter any challenges in your practice, feel free to seek me out." The furious ape transformed back into his large form, affectionately draping an arm over Chu Chun's shoulders, laughing heartily. The meat is nearly finished," Chu Chun remarked awkwardly. Since Wu Gang acquired his title, Chu Chun found himself with an audience as he toiled, the ape frequently offering unsolicited advice. "Not just your legs, your back and core muscles must also engage. Hurry, pick up the pace. At this rate, when will you finish moving this mountain? Harmonize with your true self. Don't rely solely on brute strength. Coordinate your entire body's power." Chu Chun's ears nearly grew calloused from the incessant encouragement. Finally, salvation arrived. "Little rooster, you've been astonishingly vigorous. In just over a month, you've moved away nearly half of this mountain." Shueku, and the Bai sisters approached, astonished by the scene before them. "What brings you all here today?" Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Fulei successfully advanced to the state of Wugu. Bai Zhuo replied with a smile. "That's wonderful news." Chu Chen exclaimed as he continued to dash, with 4 colossal stones. "We thought about it, and found your method quite impressive. We'd like to try moving a mountain ourselves." Bai Sha finally articulated their intent. With a rumble, Chu Chen offloaded the stones and approached them. "This mountain is mine. If you truly wish to try, begin with that small over there." He led them to the modest mound that Ling Zhao had initially selected for him. Though laborious, Chu Chen believed the method yielded remarkable results. He could feel the profound changes within his body over the past 2 months. The transformation was a testament to his relentless toil under the stars, with his carrying capacity exceeding dozens of times his initial limits. Even while burdened, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, and his endurance had nearly doubled. Thus, he was more than willing to share this technique with his companions. "I'll give it a go." Yuan Yi stepped forward, hoisting a stone the size of a bed, weighing around 7 or 8,000 pounds, and staggered toward a flat area. This was already tenfold stronger than Chu Chen's initial attempts, leaving him astonished at the monkey's incredible strength. Soon, Yuan Air and Fu Lai joined the mountain-moving endeavor, and the 3 began to tackle the small hill together. Ultimately, the Bai sisters seemed intrigued as well, returning to don short animal skin garments that revealed their long, slender legs and fair arms, joining in the mountain-moving effort. "I can't take it anymore. I want to advance to Wugu." Watching the 5 work fervently, Shueku shouted and dashed back to their residence. The remaining companions exchanged glances, seemingly embarrassed, and followed Shueku away, tails between their legs. Chapter 0114 Departure on the Road. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Chen dashed across the colossal rocks, feeling akin to a humanoid mech. With 4 massive stones strapped to him, it was as if he bore the weight of a stone house, roughly estimated to exceed 200,000 jing. Yet, despite this staggering burden, he felt remarkably agile. However, the sheer size of the boulders obscured his path, and the ground beneath him threatened to give way. A pang of regret washed over him, unless his body could expand. Yet, such a transformation was beyond the reach of the pure realm. Chu Chen had gleaned sufficient knowledge from the jade tomes behind the sands, understanding that only after advancing to the essence realm could one's physique evolve like a treasured artifact. Thus, the only recourse available to him now was to quicken his pace. As he sprinted with the boulders, the wind howled past his ears, and upon returning empty-handed, his speed intensified, creating a cacophony akin to explosions in the air. A distance of 100 meters was traversed in merely a second. This was unimaginable on Earth. Who would dare believe that a human could achieve such terrifying velocity? Yet, this miracle was unfolding within himself. The resilience of his body had also undergone astonishing changes. The rocks crumbled effortlessly in his grasp with but a slight exertion. Over a month later, Chu Chen stood before a newly emerged mountain soaring 1,000 meters high in the ravine. He clenched his fist tightly, ready to bestow upon it a name, Wangwu. Gazing at the towering peak, his heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. The achievements of the past 3 months were nothing short of extraordinary. His strength had multiplied 100-fold, and his walking speed now approached half the speed of sound. His skin glistened, taut and radiant, and upon closer inspection, one could perceive a faint luminosity enveloping his entire being. Moreover, his mastery of the earth escape technique had also surged forward remarkably, honed through the relentless transport of massive stones. At this moment, he could traverse directly into the boulders with barely a pause. His prowess now rivaled that of the once formidable one-eared. Content, he returned to his wooden cabin, only to be engulfed by a wave of desolation as he crossed the threshold. Ling Zhao had been gone for over 3 months, and in her absence, Chu Chen had fervently trained himself, with only a few brief respites amid the ceaseless toil of moving mountains. The loneliness he felt had gradually settled deep within his heart. Yet, the familiar wooden cabin rekindled memories, and as he gazed at the spot where Ling Zhao used to meditate nightly, he seemed to glimpse her shadow. "Wait for me. I have already set forth on my journey," Chu Chen murmured softly. During Chu Chen's mountain-moving endeavors, Shueku successfully ignited his inner flame, overcoming the perilous phase of purification. However, Yuan San was less fortunate. The inner flame tormented him to the brink of death. Fortunately, several elder members of the wealthy king arrived just in time, expending great resources to preserve his life. This incident left Yuan Si, Yuan Wu, and Xuerjia quite shaken, prompting them to diligently continue refining their true selves, wary of recklessly attempting the pure realm. Meanwhile, the small 100-meter mountain had been shifted back and forth several times by Yuan Yi, Yuan Er, the Bai sisters, and Fu Lai Xueku. Indeed, many hands make light work, Chu Chun mused, recalling how he had labored alone for nearly 10 days to move the same mountain. Now, with 6 individuals collaborating, they could shift it in just a few days. Little Rooster, this is incredibly useful. My strength has multiplied threefold, Yuani exclaimed, lifting a boulder the size of a bed, weighing around 30 to 40,000 jin, and grinning broadly at Chu Chun. The forging is not yet complete. The monkey must continue to strive. Chu Chun replied, deftly lifting an even larger boulder with a flick of his toe, stabilizing it with his index finger while the other hand propelled it, making the stone spin like a basketball on his fingertip. Little Rooster, you are simply monstrous. Yuan Yi and Yuan Er stared in disbelief, while the Bai sisters stifled their gasps in astonishment. Back when we first met, your strength was far inferior to mine. Now you know, I must work harder to move mountains. Xueku declared, her eyes wide as she seized a massive stone and dashed away. If I build a body of muscle, will the ancestor cast me out? The slender Fu Lai pondered, shaking his head as he too lifted a boulder to chase after Xueku. You all carry on. I shall take a few days to rest. Chu Chun called out before departing. Perhaps it was time to explore the depths of the lake, for he was determined to pursue the sun. Chu Chun sat cross-legged in his wooden cabin, contemplating the path ahead. The statue at the lake bottom, the remains of that unknown powerful being, still left him with many questions. Whose remains were they? Why were they buried in the mountains of Mars' polar regions? Who was the person whose head had turned to dust? What had caused him to arrive here so abruptly? What secrets lay within the thin, semi-transparent tome? These remained mysteries. Ling Zhao had once mentioned that for safety's sake, one should wait until reaching the pure realm to stabilize before venturing into the lake's depths. And now the time had nearly come. Chu Chun slowly made his way toward the sacred lake. At the grassy edge of the lake, Chu Chun settled down, gazing into the boundless surface that shimmered like a mirror. Nearly a year had passed since he arrived in this foreign world, and he felt himself beginning to forget that he hailed from a civilization steeped in technology. The myriad wonders around him had gradually woven him into the fabric of this realm, rendering many once unimaginable phenomena no longer so extraordinary. Earth, without a doubt, harbored unknown facets. Perhaps those historical truths had been eroded by the currents of time, with only a few remnants of folklore surviving, transformed into the myths and legends of the land. These were the conclusions Chu Chun reached after nearly a year of experiencing the myriad wonders of this world. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why had Earth's technology never discovered extraterrestrial civilizations? Given that several life-bearing planets existed near the Mountain Mang, and numerous planets resided in proximity to Earth, it seemed implausible that no other forms of life existed. Lost in contemplation, Chu Chun set aside the thought and approached the water's edge. The crystalline lake gently lapped against the shore as he knelt down, immersing his hands in the cool water, slowly closing his eyes. He did not wish to rush into the depths. He needed to master water escape. Even if not as adeptly as Earth escape, it was essential to have a basic grasp, for the underwater realm differed greatly from the terrestrial one. His original swimming ability barely amounted to a dog paddle. The lake water, clear and invigorating, flowed continuously around his hands, and gradually, his submerged hands began to blur, losing their clarity. As moments passed, they faded further until they were completely invisible, as if they had vanished entirely. With a splash, Chu Chun abruptly withdrew his hands from the water's surface. An extraordinary sight unfolded. His hands, once submerged, now gleamed brilliantly, as if sculpted from the lake itself. Yet clenching his fist had no effect on their appearance, just as it should be. Now, let me experience this. Chu Chun observed his hands with satisfaction, rising to step directly into the lake. The water gradually reached his knees, then his waist, and eventually submerged him completely. In that instant, Chu Chun's true self stirred. Wisps of white mist began to flow from the 720 acupuncture points, dispersing throughout his body, finally enveloping him in a shroud of mist. Before long, his form began to fade, and soon he vanished entirely beneath the surface of the lake. Chapter 115. A deeper exploration of the lake. Chu Chun lingered at the lakeside for a full 3 days, rapidly acclimating to the transformations brought about by his mastery of water escape. Unlike earth escape, which had its peculiarities, water escape allowed him to breathe effortlessly while his body melded seamlessly into the water, as if becoming one with it. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the human body is largely composed of water, a notion Chu Chun could only surmise. The fragmented jade script had mentioned the technique of earth escape, indicating that at a certain level of mastery, one could entirely transform their body to mimic the surrounding soil and rocks, rendering them nearly undetectable. However, Chu Chun had yet to achieve such a degree of proficiency. Yet, during his initial practice of water escape, he had already begun to observe similar phenomena. On the 4th day, under the radiant sun, Chu Chun ventured along the lake bed, moving towards a direction etched in his memory. The depths of this sacred lake resembled an expansive, submerged forest, with colossal aquatic plants stretching towards the surface, swaying gently in the currents, and countless fish and shrimp swimming in schools. Fortunately, the days had grown longer, making it less cumbersome to navigate the lakebed during daylight hours. A thought that crossed Chu Chun's mind as he traversed the underwater realm. Having descended merely 2 or 3 dozen meters, the surroundings began to grow dim among the aquatic vegetation, yet his visual acuity had sharpened, mitigating any significant hindrance. Suddenly, a large black fish emerged from the aquatic foliage ahead, peering curiously in his direction. It expelled a stream of bubbles before flicking its tail and swimming away. This was the same large fish Chu Chun had encountered upon his initial arrival at the sacred lake, and now he could discern its full form, a massive carp, approximately 6 or 7 meters in length, adorned with a multitude of sharp, slender teeth and equipped with pectoral fins resembling claws, albeit somewhat smaller in proportion to its vast body. As the giant fish swam off, Chu Chun pressed on, confident in his ability to handle such creatures. Yet he preferred to avoid confrontation with these aquatic behemoths for the time being, as his primary objective remained paramount. With further descent, Chu Chun finally grasped the advantages of water escape. It allowed him to disregard the immense underwater pressure, rendering his body akin to a sponge, impervious to any discomfort. This made the protective armor he donned seem somewhat superfluous. The sacred lake had existed for an indeterminate number of years, cultivating a complete ecosystem teeming with diverse aquatic life, many of which bore striking resemblance to fish species found on Earth, granting Chu Chun the sensation of having stepped into an aquarium from his home planet. Yet, the lake was indeed profound. Chu Chun estimated he had plunged approximately 700 to 800 meters, with the lakebed still sloping downwards. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer of light amidst the endless aquatic vines. Curiosity piqued, he proceeded cautiously. A radiant orb, reminiscent of a small sun, floated serenely in the water, while a large fish swam nearby, seemingly drawn to the illumination, flicking its tail as it passed by. In an instant, it was as if a torpedo had detonated underwater. A massive claw emerged from the small sun, seizing the large fish, which flailed desperately to escape but could not break free. The small sun was then thrust upwards, revealing a colossal toad-like creature sprawled among the aquatic plants, its 2 forelimbs gripping the fish tenaciously. The small sun was merely a lure dangling from a single horn atop its head. This creature bore a striking resemblance to an anglerfish from Earth, yet its size was vastly greater. Chu Chun watched in fascination as the enormous toad devoured the large fish, the dark red blood swiftly diffusing through the water. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to quietly retreat. However, as he made the slightest movement, the small sun suddenly illuminated his surroundings, startling him into stillness. It appeared that the massive toad possessed an acute sense of awareness. Chu Chun remained motionless as the small sun gradually dimmed after surveying the area. The surroundings reverted to murkiness, compounded by the blood of the large fish, rendering visibility even more obscure. He waited patiently, sensing an eerie silence, as though the giant toad had departed. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously resumed his advance. Just then, a sudden disturbance rippled through the water. Chu Chun felt a constricting sensation around his waist, as if something was pulling him sideways. A small sun flickered above, and he was horrified to see a thick, dark red tongue tightly wrapped around him, its end leading to a gaping maw. Boom! Chu Chun propelled himself through the water, creating a series of massive bubbles. At that moment, his strength was formidable, capable of nearing half the speed of sound on land, and even in the water. The force he generated was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, he found himself unable to break free from the toad's grip, gradually being drawn closer. Gurgle! The toad emitted a low growl, causing a surge of bubbles to rise. Chu Chen's heart raced. This toad was no ordinary creature. It far surpassed the beasts found in the wild forests. He pondered how the gray dragon had permitted such a creature to exist beneath its watchful gaze, a perplexing contradiction. From his understanding, the realms governed by the great celestial beings were primarily inhabited by ordinary wild beasts, and even those of larger stature could not possess significant strength. However, this giant toad appeared to transcend those boundaries. Chu Chen attempted to draw out his weapon, Black Frost, but found his hand entangled by the massive tongue, unable to reach for it. In desperation, he extended his fingers like a blade and struck fiercely at the toad's tongue. Splat! Dark red blood spurted forth. The toad let out another low growl, and Chu Chen felt the tension around his waist loosen as the tongue released its grip. The small sun arced through the water, and instinctively, he reached out, swinging his hand to strike again. Crack! A sound akin to breaking bone resonated through the water. The toad emitted a series of pained growls, and with a powerful splash, it vanished into the depths. Chu Chun, momentarily stunned, held the small sun tightly. The toad's strength was undeniably formidable, yet its cowardice was equally evident. The small sun, a sphere roughly the size of an egg, began to dim as it drifted away from the toad's body. However, when Chu Chun tightened his grip, it radiated a brilliant light once more. This was indeed a remarkable find. He joyfully stowed the small sun into his leather pouch at his waist. Observing the surrounding murkiness, Chu Chun felt compelled to move on without delay. Yet, to his astonishment, he did not travel far before encountering another colossal shrimp, measuring nearly 20 meters in length, leaving him in awe. The shrimp's pincers clicked loudly, the sound echoing even underwater. And despite his cautious approach, it soon detected his presence. A struggle ensued between man and shrimp, stirring up a cloud of murky water. Ultimately, Chu Chen wielded Black Frost with precision, piercing the shrimp's head, causing it to retreat in haste. He found it perplexing that both encounters featured aquatic creatures of unusual strength. Yet they exhibited extreme timidity, fleeing at the slightest injury. This contradiction left him bewildered. However, these encounters had illuminated the reality that his practice of water escape was still in its infancy, fraught with considerable flaws. These aquatic beings, having thrived in their underwater habitat, possessed remarkably keen senses. Even the slightest movement on Chu Chen's part was easily detected, rendering him nearly invisible. Chapter 116. The transformation of the statue. The lake bed lay in tranquil silence, and as Chu Chen advanced, he became increasingly cautious. The previous encounters had instilled a sense of vigilance within him. This underwater realm seemed far more perilous than the wild forest above. At last, a colossal shadow gradually materialized in the murky depths. Chu Chen's heart surged with emotion. After nearly a year, he beheld again the statue that had once saved him from despair. He approached carefully, navigating around it, and finally, for the first time, he clearly discerned the full visage of this statue, or rather, the remains it encompassed. It appeared to be a middle-aged man, bald and tall, standing majestically at a height of 400 to 500 meters, with arms crossed over his chest. However, a massive wound marred his left thigh, and his abdomen bore a gaping hole as if pierced by some unknown force, yet the opening was blocked by something. Chu Chen suddenly recalled the door he had once reached. The statue's feet and calves were now entwined with numerous water plants, adding to the air of mystery in the dim waters. Let us explore further. Chu Chen circled the statue for a while before stepping into the water towards its neck. The opening he had uncovered a year prior remained unchanged, stirring deep reflections within him. He cautiously squeezed through the aperture. To his surprise, the edge of the hole suddenly cracked, a piece shattering away. Odd. Chu Qin mused, my strength does not seem to have increased to such a degree. He reached out again, gently prying at the opening, and once more, a fragment broke off. It was not that his strength had surged, but rather that the statue's outer shell appeared to have decayed. A wave of melancholy washed over him inexplicably. After pausing, he crawled through the hole, finding himself enveloped in darkness, devoid of the crimson light that had once illuminated the space. Chu Qin's thoughts stirred, and he retrieved the small sun he had recently acquired. Holding it tightly, light filled the statue's interior in an instant. How could this be? Chu Qin stood aghast as the light illuminated the interior. Once resilient strands now lay in ruin, akin to a tattered spider's web swaying in the water's gentle undulations. He reached out to gently tug at the filaments, and they disintegrated like fragile threads, slowly sinking beneath the surface. As he moved forward, the stout columns crumbled under his touch, collapsing like clay. As if everything here had endured eons of decay, shattering at the slightest contact. The heart, Chu Qin suddenly recalled. He immediately descended, for that had been the source of all the crimson light, and perhaps remnants remained. The vast chamber of the heart lay shrouded in darkness, as if charred. Chu Qin cautiously touched it, and the entire structure crumbled, transforming into a cloud of black dust that gradually sank into the lake. It seemed the damage here was even more severe. Chu Qin was utterly bewildered. What had transpired in this place? In just a year? How could it have deteriorated so drastically? What had become of the platform? Thinking of this, he ascended rapidly. He was particularly concerned that the semi-transparent book he had cherished might be ruined. If so, all would be shrouded in mystery. The platform remained. Yet it too was as blackened as the heart, the remnants of the once sitting figure's bones having been washed away by the lake's currents. Only the transparent book and a square paperweight remained. Chu Qin cautiously touched a corner of the book, and as he had feared, it disintegrated into fine powder. He dared not move recklessly and instead leaned in to scrutinize the text on the topmost page. I am Pani, having endured countless battles to acquire the myriad seeds of existence, yet having fled to this place, my true self is wounded beyond hope of life. In this moment of silence, I leave this book as a record. The seeds of this kind have been broken in battle. In the days to come, all beings shall arise here. I shall employ secret methods to allow you to revive in your fragmented form, awaiting the day of restoration, inscribing the inverted star-chasing formation upon my skull. Thus ended the first page, with the subsequent contents remaining forever unreadable. Chu Qin gazed silently at the semi-transparent book. Although some words faintly glimmered beneath, their meaning was entirely lost to him. There was no recourse. After a long while, Chu Qin sighed. A longing surged within him to uncover the complete secrets of these remains, yet circumstances had conspired against him. The key to unraveling all enigmas had transformed into a mere fragment of its former self. The book had entirely decayed, crumbling at a touch, leaving him unable to discern its contents, let alone speculate upon them. Then let it disperse with the wind, Chu Qin finally declared with regret, waving his hand as a current of water surged forth, instantly disintegrating the semi-transparent book into a cloud of dust. To Chu Qin's astonishment, the square paperweight remained utterly unscathed amidst the scattering particles of the book. He reached out cautiously to touch it. It was still intact. This was simply unbelievable. Everything around, including all within, had rotted away, yet this small cube had survived. Myriad seeds? Chu Qin's gaze snapped back to the dissipating remnants of the book. The term myriad seeds held no meaning for him. Could it be this small cube before him? How else could one explain its resilience in such a decayed environment? Chu Qin set down the small sun and grasped the tiny cube, applying pressure, then more force, until he strained with all his might, yet the cube remained unchanged. Even if it were not the myriad seeds, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Chu Qin quickly reached a conclusion. Suddenly, as he pondered, a swift current surged from behind. Chu Qin was startled, his feet pounding the ground as he leaped aside. Crack! A massive mouth lined with sharp teeth clamped down where he had just stood. Chu Chan turned to see, his pupils dilating. This was the dark serpent he had encountered upon first arriving at the sacred lake. However, it was now vastly transformed, its head appearing tenfold larger than before. In that instant, Chu Chan thrust his black frost spear fiercely, piercing through the serpent's skull. The serpent let out a chilling roar as its massive body lunged towards him. Die! Chu Chan bellowed, wrenching the spear with all his strength as he spun to evade the serpent's strike. Crash! The colossal head shattered into two, and the serpent writhed momentarily before growing still, while the platform was utterly destroyed in its dying throes. Just as Chu Chan exhaled a sigh of relief, he heard the rapid sound of another current approaching from below. He looked down to see two similar giant serpents drawing near. What is happening? Chu Chan's heart raced. These black serpents were exceedingly fierce, no less formidable than the previously encountered giant toad or shrimp. As both serpents lunged toward him, Chu Chan had no time to ponder. His gaze sharpened as he pressed himself against the deceased serpent, remaining motionless. Whoosh! As the two black serpents neared, they suddenly seemed to lose their target, their enormous heads scanning the surroundings. Chu Chan held his breath, blending with the bloodied waters, utterly still, while his black frost spear was poised, ready to strike. The small sun rolled away in the currents, yet its light still illuminated the scene clearly. The three serpents measured nearly 30 meters in length, their dark scales glistening with an eerie sheen in the water. One serpent appeared drawn to the small sun, twisting its body to swim towards it, while the other lingered around the lifeless giant. Just as the serpent lowered its head to search, Chu Chan unleashed his full might. The black frost spear plunged into the serpent's forehead, penetrating deeply, the spear vibrating violently. Before the second serpent could even emit a cry, its head was instantly shattered into fragments. Chapter 117. The enigmatic cube. As the last great serpent turned back upon Chu Chan's decisive action, it lunged swiftly towards him. Chu Chan's feet pounded the ground as he propelled himself from the lake's depths. However, the water belonged to the colossal serpent, which twisted and pursued him with alarming speed. As it opened its maw to strike, its tail lashed out from behind, aiming to ensnare Chu Chan. With no other choice, Chu Chan swung his frost war spear, delivering a fierce blow to the massive tail. Yet, being in the water proved less advantageous than on land. The serpent's ferocious assault caused his spear to tremble and force him backward. In that moment, the serpent's gaping jaws closed in, its razor-sharp teeth grazing Chu Chan's body. He swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch against the serpent's jaw. The creature let out a pained roar, coiling its body tightly around him. Its enormous head twisted, preparing to swallow Chu Chan whole. Seeking death, Chu Chan gritted his teeth. In an instant, his true self illuminated. And as the frost war spear thrust towards the serpent's mouth, it elongated into an 8-meter lance. The spear pierced through the serpent's mouth, emerging from the back of its skull, a fountain of crimson blood erupting forth. The serpent's anguished roar echoed as it clenched its jaws, bending the spear in agony while thrashing wildly in the water. With a resounding crash, the serpent's tail struck the statue's shell, shattering a large portion of it. Chu Chan gripped the spear tightly, and with a thought, it shrank to 6 feet in length. He leapt again, driving the spear into the serpent's forehead with renewed vigor. With a resounding crack, the serpent's head shattered under Chu Chan's might, a mixture of blood and white fluid scattering as the serpent's massive body convulsed before gradually sinking beneath the surface. Finally, it was dead. Chu Chan, spear in hand, surveyed his surroundings, his heart pounding. That brief encounter had been perilously thrilling. 3 giant serpents had ambushed him, and a moment's lapse could have cost him his life. This had undoubtedly been the most perilous battle he had faced since arriving in this world. As tranquility settled around him and the serpent's blood was gradually diluted by the lake, Chu Chan submerged, cautiously searching the area but finding no further anomalies. His taut nerves finally relaxed. He emerged from the shattered statue, glancing back with a sigh. The body of that formidable being had truly decayed. The dying struggles of the serpent had shattered half of its shoulder. Now, the statue leaned precariously, and soon it would surely collapse, entombed in the lake's depths. The mystery of the statue had come to an end. There was no longer any value in further exploration. Chu Chan turned back, stowing away the dimming small sun. only to dive once more to the lake's bottom, spearing the three massive serpents and dragging them towards the shore. Come help me. Chu Chun called out to Xue Ku and his companions who were laboriously moving a mountain nearby. You killed such a colossal beast all by yourself. The Bai sisters exclaimed, stunned upon seeing the three massive serpents by the lake's edge. More or less. Let's feast on serpent meat tonight. Chu Chun replied without elaborating further. The Bai sisters hesitated, yet ultimately, Yuan Yi and Yuan Er each took one serpent, while Xue Ku and Fu Lai carried another. And together they made their way back to their dwelling. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard of the row of villas. The pristine serpent meat sizzling and oozing oil over the flames. These serpents are no ordinary beasts. They seem close to gaining sentience, Baizhuo remarked, biting into the glistening meat. That seems somewhat implausible. Did these serpents arrive at Holy Lake recently? Fu Lai wiped the grease from his mouth, aware that the region had previously belonged to the Gray Flood Dragon. Honestly, I haven't figured that out either. Chu Chin shook his head slightly. However, a sense of uncertainty began to brew within him. The great toad, the giant shrimp, and the black serpents. If they had existed under the rule of the Gray Flood Dragon, they would have likely been eradicated by now. Logically, Fu Lai's speculation seemed most plausible, yet the simultaneous emergence of 5 similar beings felt too coincidental. If there was another possibility, it might be that they had only recently begun to grow stronger. Considering the statue's decay, Chu Chin pondered whether it could be the reason for their rapid growth. The 3 black serpents bore an uncanny resemblance to the first ones he had encountered, prompting thoughts to linger in his mind. At that moment, he was suddenly reminded of himself. Was his own uniqueness a result of the statue's influence? Chu Chin fell into a daze. My lord. My lord? Hachimu's gentle call snapped Chu Chin back to reality. What is it? Chu Chin turned. I heard you mention that Holy Lake seems unsafe? Hachimu inquired cautiously. Indeed, I nearly forgot. You must warn your people to avoid approaching Holy Lake to prevent any danger. Chu Chin instructed. That is precisely my intention. Thankfully, you have slain those 3 vicious serpents. Hachimu wiped his forehead. Since the Gray Flood Dragon was slain by the esteemed Tianji, they had relaxed their guard, believing Holy Lake posed no threat. In retrospect, it was indeed fortunate that nothing had happened in the past few months. Do not let your guard down. There are at least 2 more similar entities lurking within the lake, so it is imperative to warn your kin to steer clear of the water's edge. Chu Chun recalled the great toad and quickly cautioned Hachimu. There are 2 more. Hachimu gasped. Perhaps even more. Chu Chun took a piece of serpent meat from the bonfire and took a hearty bite. What are you worried about? Once we achieve our full forms, we will capture those creatures and feast on them. After sharing a substantial portion of the giant serpent, Chu Chun returned to his wooden cabin. Is this truly the so-called essence of all beings? He took out the small cube, examining it closely for a considerable time, noting only a chipped corner and nothing extraordinary about it. Could it be a treasure? Chu Chin suddenly speculated. He immediately activated his true self, directing it towards the cube in his hand. In an instant, as his true self made contact with the cube, it vanished from his grasp. Chu Chun was taken aback. With the cube's disappearance, he felt a stir within his true self, as if something new had emerged. Upon introspection, he discovered a brilliant golden point flickering within his chest cavity. This golden point appeared formless, shifting between spherical and cubic shapes, sometimes resembling a dragon and at other times a bird, constantly morphing in form. What is this? How did it end up within my true self? Chu Chun was astonished. The emergence of a foreign object within his true self was something Ling Zhao had never mentioned, nor was it referenced in any of the Jade texts. Get out of here! Chu Chun mentally roared, attempting to expel the golden point from his true self. However, before he could make any move, the golden point vanished, and the small cube reappeared in his hand. This, Chu Chun was utterly bewildered. Was that golden point his small cube? Moreover, it could freely transition between the tangible and the ethereal? What on earth is this? Enter. After a prolonged moment, he concentrated, causing the cube to disappear while the golden point re-emerged within his true self. Exit. Enter. Exit. Enter. This object, while he could not discern its benefits, it seemed to pose no harm. Chu Chen mused internally. Nevertheless, the golden point was quite conspicuous within his chest, with a thought. He raised his true self to grasp the light, enveloping it with the mist emanating from his acupoints before directly placing it into his left eye socket. In that instant, his skeletal form became complete. Although both eyes emanated a soft golden hue, they appeared remarkably harmonious. Chapter 0118. Off to practice running, the secrets surrounding the statue had become too elusive for further exploration, which was indeed a source of regret for Chu Chun. Nevertheless, the journey must continue. Chu Chun chose to disregard Xue Ku and the others, plunging deeper into the untamed wilderness. Within the dense forest, tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the occasional flapping of large birds taking flight and the soft rustle of small creatures, like badgers, stealthily moving through the underbrush, occasionally snapping twigs underfoot. Suddenly, a wild donkey, towering over 3 meters, ambled by, munching on the low grass. Out of the thicket, a flash of yellow darted forth, swiftly bringing the donkey down. Its mournful cries faded almost instantly. The yellow figure, a spotted leopard of formidable size, raised its head and surveyed its surroundings with caution. In the relentless cycle of nature, the strong prey upon the weak. Speed is an essential aspect, regardless of power. Chu Chun, pressed against a tree trunk, murmured to himself as he observed this scene. My speed is still insufficient. I am far from agile. Having spent several days in this region, he found the dense foliage of the ancient forest starkly different from the bare stone mountains. The overgrown trees and vines impeded his once proud speed. He had previously raced against the leopard and lost, and he had also been outmaneuvered by a black monkey. Watching those large birds soar effortlessly through the tightly knit branches without so much as brushing a leaf, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. He recalled the admonitions of the furious monkey Wu gang, emphasizing the need to harmonize with his true self, rather than relying solely on brute strength. During his prior efforts to move mountains, he had begun to grasp the immense power that arose from connecting with his true self. Yet in this forest of ancient trees, he struggled to express it due to a lack of coordination. Suddenly, a light flickered in Chu Chen's mind. The white mist of his true self dispersed, and he began to sense the subtle changes within each cell of his body. After a considerable time, he forcefully pushed off from the tree trunk, producing a resounding thud. Chu Chun launched himself like an arrow, leaving a deep footprint in the bark behind him. The leopard, caught off guard by the sudden noise, fled in panic. In midair, Chu Chun extended a foot, lightly snagging a thick vine that dangled from the treetops. He pivoted sharply and dashed in the direction the leopard had fled. Along the way, he landed heavily on another ancient tree. The leopard, hearing the continuous thuds behind it, assumed a colossal beast was pursuing and frantically maneuvered through the forest, tail tucked in fear. At that moment, Chu Chun experienced a stroke of inspiration, having grasped a hint of the coordination of his true self. He pursued the leopard with unwavering determination, ensuring he remained closely behind. The two of them raced through the forest, startling nearby birds into flight, while rabbits and deer took refuge in their burrows, peeking out cautiously. Chu Chen's speed increased, gradually closing the gap with the leopard, perhaps driven by its primal instincts. The leopard suddenly turned, crouched low, and raised its tail, fixating on Chu Chun as it prepared for a fierce counterattack. However, it was taken aback to find that the pursuer was merely a small human, leaving it momentarily stunned. The leopard shook its head and stood tall, seemingly relaxing its tense muscles, then let out a fierce roar as it pounced toward Chu Chun. With a smile, Chu Chun turned and sprinted away. The roles had reversed. Now Chu Chun was the one fleeing, with the leopard hot on his trail. It was not that Chu Chun feared the leopard. He was confident that he could easily subdue the seemingly fierce beast with a few well-placed strikes. Rather, he wished to prolong this newfound sensation of coordination with his true self. The chase continued until the leopard, foaming at the mouth, collapsed with a thud. Chu Chun did not relent, continuing to race through the wilderness, eventually leaping to the treetops like a monkey. Faster! I must go even faster. Not long after, in this dense forest, only the fleeting shadows of Chu Chun remained amidst the thick canopies. A month later, a figure flashed and collided with an ancient tree. half of it becoming embedded in the trunk. This won't do. The integration speed is still too slow. The figure slowly extracted itself from the tree, strangely leaving no trace behind. This figure was Chu Qin. Over the past month, he had relentlessly pursued leopards and monkeys, honing his coordination to its peak, moving swiftly without colliding with any branches. Yet he felt that constantly adjusting his direction was a waste of time compared to the freedom of running on flat ground. Finally, an idea struck him: to incorporate his wood escape technique into his speed training. Wood escape, as stated in the esoteric techniques, transform into wood when encountering wood. As he charged toward the ancient tree, the wood escape technique roared to life. After numerous painful collisions, he finally succeeded in embedding half his body within the ancient tree. The method seemed viable, though he acknowledged his lack of proficiency with the technique. 3 months later, Chu Qin erupted forth, crashing into a thick tree trunk at half the speed of sound, only to emerge silently from the other side moments later, leaving the ancient tree unscathed. It worked, he exclaimed, though he realized that his speed was still somewhat hindered while traversing through the trees. I need to adapt faster to my body's changes, otherwise this endeavor is meaningless. Amidst his joy, he recognized the core of the issue. 5 months passed. The forest had long been devoid of any beasts. The shadow that had flitted through the ancient trees for over half a year had terrified the local wildlife into fleeing the area altogether. With a long howl, Chu Qin darted through the ancient woods, leaving a straight trail of remnants, his speed now comparable to that of his earlier mountain-moving days. Not far away, atop a mountain, several elderly men gathered, wide-eyed and astounded. The eldest son of Tianji is truly remarkable. To achieve such speed in the pristine realm is simply unprecedented, an old werewolf exclaimed, astonished. How could such a being be born? It must be a genetic gift inherited from Shaho. The wealthy king, wielding a green bamboo staff, scoffed with a hint of jealousy. That's not even the main point. His ability to traverse through trees is the most astonishing. The master of the white fur cave stroked his beard, eyes gleaming with intrigue. No doubt, this technique was passed down from his mother, Jingyao. It makes me rather envious. The old bat, watching Chu Qin's vanishing figure, swallowed hard. Although they did not explicitly state it, the group of elders had nearly reached a unanimous conclusion. Chu Qin was indeed the illegitimate son of the great Tianji and Shaho. At this moment, Chu Qin had returned to the wooden hut, where Shui Ku and the others were present. Little rooster, where have you been for the past half a year? If it weren't for the old ancestors saying you were diligently training, I would have thought you were devoured by a beast in the wilderness. Shui Ku approached with a displeased expression. I went to practice running. Chu Qin replied cheerfully, jokingly. Running? You must be mistaken. If you don't work harder at moving mountains, I fear Yuan Yi might surpass you. Bai Xiao laughed. Running, like moving mountains, is a way to temper my pristine body. It's just a different approach. Chu Qin smiled. Have you mastered your running technique? Bai Zhuo inquired curiously. Not yet, but once I catch up to the sun in the sky, I will be close. Chu Qin said, pointing toward the heavens. Chapter 119. The Unruly Elder Chasing the Sun? The crowd was taken aback. To chase the sun, one must circle the planet in a single day. How is that even possible? Bai Zhuo widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Nothing is impossible. Though I cannot do it yet. It is akin to moving mountains. Initially, I could only lift stones weighing 400 to 500 pounds, yet in the end, 200,000 pounds became no challenge at all, Chu Qin declared with unwavering confidence. However, I have heard that only those in the realm of container can accomplish a full circle around the planet in a day. Bai Zhuo seemed skeptical. Perhaps I cannot achieve it either, but I wish to try. Chu Qin remained undeterred, asserting that he would commence his endeavor tomorrow. He had long since devised a plan and would not be swayed by mere words. After all, the tale of Quafu chasing the sun ended in exhaustion, and he doubted he would face life-threatening peril. After some further discussion, Chu Qin's heart swelled with joy. During his absence of over half a year, Yuan San, Yuan Si, and Shui Jia had all advanced to the pure realm, leaving only Yuan Wu preparing to ignite his inner flame. Witnessing the swift progress of his companions invigorated Chu Qin's spirit even more. The following day, the 8 members of Shui Ku set their course for the towering mountain. For more than half a year, They had tirelessly traversed the Taihang and Huangwu mountains, returning and forth, still relishing their endeavor. Chu Chun understood that these individuals, much like himself, had reaped immense benefits from their efforts, which explained their enthusiasm. He chose not to observe their toil. Instead, he awaited the moment the sun began its descent after noon. As daylight waned and night approached, noon arrived swiftly. Though the sun was positioned to one side, its departure was unmistakable. Chu Chun departed from his wooden cabin, his feet pounding the ground, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. The wind no longer howled but erupted in a series of resounding blasts. Chu Chun felt invigorated after 9 months of rigorous training in the wild forests. His speed had marginally improved. He had surely surpassed half the speed of sound. The primeval wilderness now seemed but a mere illusion, having no bearing on his progress. With the wood escape technique at his disposal, trees and vines appeared to dissolve into thin air. Countless wild beasts, upon hearing the cacophony from afar, stood bewildered until Chu Chun's figure blurred past them. Only after he vanished from their sight did they react, whimpering as they fled in terror. In the vast, untamed forests of the Antarctic, spanning 6,000 miles, the secluded ancient beings of the container realm were not limited to just the esteemed Tianji and the Deer King. Some terrifying entities sensed Chu Chun's unusual movement. As they quietly revealed themselves to observe, some recognized the young man who had once been near Shaho. Their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and caution as they concealed themselves without interference. However, a few who had not participated in the Emperor of Sand's feast, witnessing such a commotion from a mere human, were poised to intervene. Yet, a green bamboo pole flew in, and upon it sat 4 elders, exuding a formidable presence that compelled those contemplating action to retreat hastily. Chu Chun's frenzied dash covered 4,000 miles, yet the sun descended too swiftly. Just as he burst forth from the Antarctic wilderness and stepped into the hilly terrain, night enveloped the land. My speed remains insufficient. I must at least double it. Perhaps even exceed the speed of sound significantly, to have any chance of catching the sun. Chu Chun gazed intently towards the sun's setting path, his mind racing with calculations. This was no trivial matter. After more than a year of relentless honing, he had only achieved half the speed of sound. Further enhancement would be increasingly arduous. Brother, your performance is truly astounding. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated behind Chu Chun. Sister Shaho, when did you return? Chu Chun exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the figure he had not seen in nearly a year. I have been back for some time, though certain matters delayed my visit. Shaho gracefully descended from the high slope behind him. You need not have come all this way for me. Given your responsibilities as a leader, Chu Chun felt a warm surge in his heart. Shaho brought a familial warmth akin to that of true kin. Although I cannot personally instruct you, I have had some time to observe. Frankly, I am astonished at how much you have progressed in just a year. The more Shaho observed Chu Chun, the more she appreciated him, as though witnessing the brilliance of her own kin. Sister, you flatter me. My journey of advancement has only just begun. While Chu Chun felt a thrill at Shaho's praise, his years of humility kept him grounded. You need not be modest, dear brother. Among those in the pure realm, few can achieve your level of proficiency, and that is something to take pride in. Shaho smiled. Then, sister, do you know the ultimate extent of the pure realm? Chu Chun suddenly posed this question. In this vast world, who can claim to be the strongest? The cosmos is infinite, and countless beings exist. No one dares assert themselves as the foremost. If one must specify, I have known of individuals in the pure realm who have surpassed the speed of sound, and others whose single-arm strength exceeds 300,000 pounds. Furthermore, there are those who have shattered the shields of container realm practitioners with a single punch. How does one compare such feats to determine the strongest? Shaho chuckled at Chu Chun's inquiry. Indeed, it seems impossible to compare. My understanding is quite limited. Chu Chun felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had posed a rather foolish question. Many cultivators grapple with such doubts. After all, our experiences at this level are indeed limited, and this region is quite remote. Shaho sighed softly. Are there places in the cosmos more prosperous than here? Chu Chun's eyes brightened. Indeed, many such places exist. Shaho laughed lightly, then adopted a serious tone. Actually, I came to discuss a related matter with you. Related to me? Chuchen inquired, bewildered. Yes. 3 years from now marks the centennial recruitment of the North Science Battle Academy. I wish for you to join and hone your skills there for a century. Xiahou nodded slightly, her gaze warm as she regarded Chuchen. Battle Academy? What sort of place is that? Chuchen felt perplexed. The North Science Battle Academy is the most prestigious and powerful sanctuary for cultivating practitioners in the North Science system. There, you will encounter fellow practitioners of your level from myriad planets and learn numerous secret techniques. Would you be interested? A hint of nostalgia flickered in Xiahou's eyes. Behind a sand dune, four old men peeked out, clandestinely observing from a distance. What do you think? I told you this was a sure thing. Yet you all remained skeptical. The old werewolf whispered with a grin. Indeed, I cannot see it. That girl Jing Yao is actually involved with Tianji TSK. Master Baiqiu shook his head repeatedly. Let us go. They're just having a family chat. What are we doing here? Old Bat felt his neck straining from peering too long. Keep your voices down. Quickly, let us leave before they notice us. Wealthy King urged from the side. Soon, the old men vanished into the darkness upon their green bamboo poles. Those unabashed old men. Xiahou glanced back at the direction where the old werewolf and others had departed, her eyes flashing with mock indignation. Chapter 0120. The preparation of the sand after in the War Academy. Several unrestrained old men lingered. Chuchen expressed his astonishment. Oh, no. The sand after chuckled. What do you think of the proposal I just made? I am eager to give it a try. A glimmer of resolute light flickered in Chuchen's eyes. The news brought by the sand after was unexpected, as if the once hazy world had suddenly come into sharp focus before him. The Beak Star System, an enormous entity akin to the conscription of various nations on Earth, recruits practitioners of the pure and container realms every century. After 100 years of rigorous training, these cultivators are assigned to different starlands based on their progress. The Beak War Academy resembles a vast and formidable military camp, providing security for the entire star system. Within its confines, those of the pure realm exist as the most basic reserves, while the container and starry realms represent the true elite forces. The vivid scene of myriad races clamoring for supremacy and beings leaping in excitement encapsulated the essence of that place. Just hearing the sand after's brief description ignited Chuchen's blood, stirring a fervor that transcended any past imaginations of grandeur. Do you see that? That is the Lango star system. The sand after suddenly pointed to the night sky. The Lango star system. It is truly magnificent. Chuchen marveled, captivated by the brilliant starlight that surpassed even the sight of the Milky Way from Earth. In less than 200 years, it will collide with our Beak Star system. This is the primary reason I wish for you to enter the War Academy. The sand after's gaze remained fixed upon the starry expanse, but her tone turned exceedingly grave. What? An interstellar collision. And in just a century, how could it come so quickly? Wouldn't both star systems be doomed? Chuchen exclaimed in shock. The sand after's declaration, akin to a catastrophic revelation, rendered Chuchen utterly speechless. As the galaxies draw closer, their mutual attraction accelerates until the repulsive force of the birthplace of stars counteracts the impact. Thus, a century is not considered a short time. However, to speak of annihilation is an exaggeration. There will undoubtedly be decades of tumultuous chaos. The sand after sighed deeply as she regarded Chuchen. But once a collision occurs, won't countless stars and lands be destroyed? Chuchen questioned, bewildered. There will be destruction, but such scenarios are rare. The terrifying force of the birthplace of stars will prevent the two galaxies from merging completely, and they will soon separate again, the sand after replied, shaking her head slightly. Then what of this chaos? Chuchen's confusion deepened. War over resource plunder, the frenzied slaughter among practitioners at various levels between the two star systems. Now you should comprehend why I urge you to enter the War Academy. Only then will you have a greater chance of survival in the impending interstellar collision. The sand after's expression was serious as she gazed intently at Chuchen. Is our Beak Star King truly powerless against this? Chuchen could hardly fathom the terrifying future the sand after described. Collisions between galaxies are not uncommon and often lead to decades of turmoil. However, the collision with the Lango star system is bound to be far more devastating. The sand after shook her head slowly, for the Lango Star King is notoriously brutal. And both the Beak Star King and he are formidable figures from the Great Wall battlefield, rumored to have deep-seated grudges. Chu Chen opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but found no suitable words. He was unfamiliar with the Battle of the Great Wall, yet it seemed evident that the two-star systems were akin to rival nations. If their rulers harbored old resentments, any friction could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just keep these matters in mind and do not neglect your cultivation. Persist on your current path, as several old fellows will watch over you during your training. You need not worry about the other old monsters, the sand after said, her eyes softening gradually. Other old monsters. Chu Chen's heart tightened. He had been so focused on cultivation that he had overlooked the fact that this world was teeming with extraordinary beings. Having journeyed thus far without interference, he now realized, upon hearing the sand after's words, that perhaps the old werewolves had been protecting him all along, even with their presence. You must not let your guard down. The myriad container realm practitioners on this Mountain Mang Starland are numerous, and no one can precisely navigate the line between good and evil, the sand after advised. Thank you for your guidance, sister. I have indeed been somewhat reckless. Chu Chen acknowledged, feeling a slight chill down his back. My purpose for coming here today is primarily regarding the War Academy. Remember, you must not slack off in these 3 years. Additionally, I heard from Tianji that the young lady Ling Zhao has departed. The sand after inquired suddenly. Yes. Shortly after returning from Hanluo City, her kin came to take her away. Chu Chen's gaze darkened. That young lady is somewhat enigmatic. Her prolonged stay by your side may not have been a blessing. Now that she has left, do not dwell on it. If fate allows, you shall meet again. The sand after comforted him, sensing his unease. I understand, sister. Chu Chen took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. Well, I must set off for the little heavenly court tomorrow, so I shall not linger here. The sand after smiled gently and bid farewell to Chu Chen. Safe travels, sister. Chu Chen waved. There is no wind in the starry sky. The sand after chuckled lightly. Chu Chen watched as the sand after gracefully ascended into the sky and vanished in an instant, feeling a surge of longing. Reflecting on her previous words, he sensed the tumultuous waves of uncertainty ahead. If the day she spoke of truly arrives, where would he find himself? He sat atop a high hill, gazing at the stars. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed that the brilliance of the stars adorning the night sky had grown significantly brighter since his arrival over a year ago. In 100 years, those shining stars would come rushing like a torrent, and ultimately, the birthplace of stars would drive them all away. Such thoughts were beyond Chu Chen's imagination. Too many aspects diverged from the understanding of civilization on Earth. After a long while, Chu Chen rose and swiftly made his way towards the wooden cabin. Tomorrow, he would once again embark on the journey of chasing the sun. Squeak, squeak. It hurt so much. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Chu Chen heard the agonized cries of Yuan Wu from the direction of the Bai sisters' joint villa. He hurried over to find the old werewolf, the furious ape Wu gang, and several others gathered, while Xue Ku and the others stood nearby, watching with anxious expressions. At that moment, Yuan Wu was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, his body engulfed in gray flames, swelling like a balloon. I told you to eat less on usual days, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're suffering the consequences. The wealthy king scowled with irritation, yet remained anxious beside Yuan Wu. The old monkey occasionally dipped a branch into a brilliant blue bottle, then flicked droplets of water onto Yuan Wu, diminishing the gray flames engulfing him, as if those droplets possessed a power to counteract the gray flames. However, with each flick of the branch, a pained expression crossed the wealthy king's face, and he muttered incessantly, I traversed dozens of starlands to procure this jade essence, and you've wasted more than half of it. Once you recover, I will surely skin you alive. Enough. Let this little rascal focus on purging the impurities. If you keep this up, he might not be burned to death, but certainly scared to death. The White Shio Cave Master chuckled. Ah, squeak. I will never eat again. Ancestor, hurry, sprinkle more. It hurts so much. The gray flames leapt from Yuan Wu's body again, causing him to squeal in agony. You prodigal. The wealthy king cursed, but still flicked out more droplets. That night, the commotion continued until dawn, and finally, Yuan Wu grew quiet. At that moment, His fur had burned away completely, leaving only his smooth, red skin exposed, lying motionless as if on the verge of collapse. Yuan, please take good care of him. Fu Gui de Zun crouched down to observe for a moment, and after speaking, he departed with the other four. Chapter 121. The seventh escape. Yuan Wu calmly traversed the first tribulation of purity, and the crowd erupted in joyous chatter as they gathered together. After a considerable time, Chu Chen could not help but express his sentiments. The terrifying intensity of the inner flame during the ascension to purity was indeed as perilous as Ling Zhao had described. Among the original 6 brothers of Shueku, 4 had succumbed to the gray flames during their advancement to purity. Similarly, the Baizhua sisters had once had 3 elder sisters, but Yuan Yi, originally Yuan San, managed to preserve the latter 5 through his immense wealth, while Fu Lai faced the direst fate, being the sole survivor among 11 siblings. The pure human race, after all, holds a closer affinity to the heavenly path. Bai Xiao sighed as she regarded Chu Chun. It is not merely the affinity to the heavenly path. Perhaps more significantly, it is a matter of opportunity and self-cultivation. Chu Chun shook his head. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that his ability to endure the initial unexpected inner flame was inextricably linked to the black statue. However, regarding the second silver inner flame, it was his true self that had been refined to a deeper level, coupled with insights imparted by the venerable bird armor ancestor, and ultimately his own understanding of his body that allowed him to pass through it with ease. Thus, the dangers encountered along the path of life's ascent predominantly stem from one's own inadequacies. Upon voicing his thoughts, the crowd fell into contemplative silence. Therefore, we must hone ourselves to the utmost at every stage. Today, I shall continue to pursue the dream of the sun. Chu Chun proclaimed with resolute clarity. I wish to join you in this endeavor. Fu Lai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The group turned to Fu Lai, their expressions filled with astonishment. Count us in, sisters. After a brief pause, Bai Zhua added, Very well, let us all partake. Yuan, what say you? Shueku exclaimed, rising to her feet with a clap of her thigh. Are we to fear you, whelp? Yuan retorted disdainfully, nostrils flaring. As the sun climbed high, Yuan Wu stirred lazily awake, glancing at his bare body and hastily retreating into Fu Lai's large basket. At noon, Chu Chun waved his hand and took the lead, charging ahead with a thunderous gallop. Is he running too fast? Shueku and the others stood in stunned silence. Stop dawdling, let us go, Fu Lai shouted, dashing forward. Onward! Bai Zhua and the others hurriedly followed in the direction of the sun. In an instant, the mountains were alive with startled birds and howling beasts, all in chaotic disarray. What are these youngsters up to? From afar, the wealthy king's eyes widened in disbelief. It seems we must split up to care for them, the master of Baiqiu remarked with a smile. The 4 old fellows lifted their feet slightly, gracefully pursuing Chu Chun and the others, who had stirred up a tempest in the mountains. As the sun rose and set, stars flickered and faded. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed. Chu Chun stood outside the 7th city, gazing at the immense pyramid, where the lights were just beginning to twinkle, still bustling with activity. When I first arrived here under the guidance of the esteemed Tianji, it took about 3 to 4 hours. Now, I have taken over 6 hours, indicating that my speed has nearly halved. Chu Chun murmured to himself. Over the past 7 months, making daily round trips between the setting sun and the wooden cottage, he had gradually distanced himself. Today he finally stood here. However, human strength has its limits. He felt that his recent speed improvements were no longer as rapid as before. If he continued this way, perhaps there would be progress, but it would merely be quantitative, and the advancements would be exceedingly slow, unless a qualitative change were to occur. Recalling what Shaho had once said, that some could actually break the sound barrier within the realm of purity, Chu Chun felt a rebellious determination stir within. If others could achieve it, why could he not? He clenched his fists tightly, a sense of unwillingness brewing within him. At night, the desert wind remained hot, akin to warm water flowing gently over his hand. Water? Wind? Air? In that moment, he felt as if he had grasped something elusive, his entire being momentarily frozen like a statue. Yet, within him, a tempest was brewing. What is wind? Merely moving air. What is water? Perhaps it can also be seen as vaporized liquid. When employing would escape to its fullest, one can disregard resistance. Although he had only superficially explored water escape, he could still sense its gentleness while moving through it, and the same applied to earth escape. But what about in the air? If he could minimize air resistance, just as he did with wood escape? Chu-Chen suddenly shuddered. Air escape? No, wind escape seems more appropriate. In that instant, it was as if he had pushed open a window within his heart. Chu-Chen faced the wind, closing his eyes, and keenly felt the warm currents flowing around him. After a long while, he began to step forward, his true self emanating as if veiled in a delicate gossamer, moving with the wind. His steps remained steady, yet his speed gradually quickened, without a whisper of wind howling in his ears, as if he were merely gliding along with the breeze, without a hint of resistance. That lad. From a distance, the wealthy king gazed at Chu-Chen, who appeared to be in a trance, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chu-Chen wandered through the vast desert, eyes closed, without a fixed direction, continuing this way throughout the entire night. When dawn broke and the first ray of sunlight touched his face, he suddenly opened his eyes, sparkling with an unusual brilliance. The seventh escape of the forbidden technique. Wind escape, he softly murmured as he stepped down. Boom. The sand erupted into a deep pit, and his figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Boom! Another step. Chu-Chen raced towards the wild forests of the South Pole, and within just one night, his speed miraculously surged once more. The sound of air bursting around him growing louder. A fleeting shadow darted from the depths of the forest, appearing in the wooden cottage in an instant. Chu-Chen sat quietly, savoring the ethereal understanding he had gained the previous night, determined to etch that sensation deep within his heart. This was not merely the acquisition of a technique, it was an enlightenment of the law. For an entire month, Chu-Chen sat motionless in the wooden cottage, neither eating nor drinking. Snow Ku and the others, having not seen Chu-Chen for a long time, attempted to visit the cottage, only to be blocked by Wu Gang at the entrance, forcing them to leave with disappointment. Thank you, esteemed Wu Gang. Finally, after a long period of seclusion, Chu-Chen pushed open the tightly shut wooden door, bowed deeply to the angry ape, whose silent support allowed him to focus entirely on the insights he had gleaned that night, now comprehensively understood and memorized. Have you truly achieved the art of purity? Wu Gang asked urgently, his eyes wide with astonishment. I have made some progress, yet I must verify it further to be certain. Chu-Chen replied respectfully. Incredible. You have truly opened my eyes. The legendary art of purity can actually be attained, regardless of whether it is truly successful with this alone. You can already hold your head high among the stars of this realm. The burly black man leapt with excitement upon receiving Chu-Chen's affirmative response. As for the art of creation, I cannot claim such a title. I merely borrowed from other arts to seek a different path. Chu-Chen spoke with honesty. Over the course of the month, he absorbed and digested the insights gained in one night, ultimately summarizing a new approach. He had relied on the three techniques he had learned: earth escape, water escape, and wood escape. Each escape technique shared similar principles. The reasoning behind the application of his true self resonated harmoniously. During this month, Chu-Chen not only solidified the direction of wind escape, but also reinterpreted the three previously learned techniques, achieving a deeper, more thorough understanding than before. Thus, he grew increasingly convinced of the truth in Xiaoho's words. The law is the foundation of all techniques. Chapter 122. Balancing work and rest the following day. As the sun began its ascent, Chu-Chen did not wait for Shui Ku and the others. He set off, eager to verify the fruits of his labor from the past month. Utilizing his wood release technique, he navigated seamlessly between ancient trees, even when confronted by massive boulders. He charged forward without hesitation. The wild beasts he encountered only raised their heads in alarm upon hearing his approach, but by then, a fleeting silhouette had already swept past them, sending them scattering in panic. In the boundless desert, Chu-Chen deftly avoided bustling towns, opting instead for secluded paths where he sprinted, stirring up clouds of dust. As a sandstorm approached, he led the tempest forward, while a colossal falcon, mistaking him for prey, swooped down only to realize that the distance between them was rapidly increasing. The sun gradually rose from behind him, traversed overhead, and eventually moved ahead of him. making this day feel longer than usual. Crossing the 7th city and passing through the 4th, he finally found himself near the 9th city. On the brink of the Arctic tundra, yet he still lost sight of the sun. In the span of a single day, he had traversed half the continent, leaving the wealthy king of fortune trailing behind with a progressively numb expression. How could the offspring of Tianji be so formidable? I have ultimately succumbed to him. Reflecting on his own 5 little monkeys at home, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness welled up within him. As dusk fell and night enveloped the land, Chu Chun hastened his return. At last, as dawn approached, he arrived back at his wooden cabin, quickly preparing a simple broth before embarking once more with the sun. Days turned into weeks, and Chu Chun increasingly found himself unable to return to the cabin by sunrise. Consequently, he adjusted to venturing out every other day, spending the remainder of his time standing atop Wanwu Mountain, savoring the mountain breeze as it whispered past him. At this point, the slowest among them, Yuan Wu, was able to emerge from the wild forest before sunset, while the swiftest, Fu Lai, had already spotted the enormous pyramid beside the 7th city. I run the slowest. Someone else should follow that lad, the old werewolf declared from the mountain peak, weariness etched across his face. No way. We agreed to switch every 3 months. The other 3 old men protested in unison. I still prefer watching my 2 girls grow ever faster. The master of the white fur cave smiled, stroking his beard. Old Wu is rather disappointing, King of Fortune remarked, pacing anxiously, seemingly at a loss for a better solution. Let us be content. We must all thank that young man. For at least this group of youngsters will undoubtedly outpace us in the future. The old bat said cheerfully. Do you think Chu Chun might truly catch up to the sun in the Wuku realm? Wu Gang gazed longingly towards Wanwu Mountain, a hint of expectation in his eyes. This lad is indeed remarkable, but given the current circumstances, it remains quite challenging. He is nearing his limits. The old werewolf offered a candid assessment. This was indeed the case. Chu Chun could feel his speed approaching the sound barrier, yet he encountered yet another bottleneck. Perhaps I have been too eager for success. He mused atop the mountain, welcoming the wind. Balancing work and rest, perhaps I shall simply take a stroll. The next morning, Chu Chun did not rush to depart. He lifted his gaze towards the nearby mountain peak. Elder Xuedong, you need not accompany me today. I shall merely wander around the southern wilderness, he called out, raising his hand to wave the purple belt gifted to him by Sha. He was well aware that the old werewolf had been protecting him. And while he felt grateful to these elders, he could only repay them by helping Xue Ku and the others grow swifter. To that end, he imparted the crucial wind release technique to them without reservation. However, to his surprise, although the technique enhanced their speed temporarily, the improvement was far less significant than what he experienced. Upon reflection, he concluded that while Xue Ku and the others had also reached true self-mastery, they lacked the profound insight he gained from the bird armor ancestor. Their control over true self remained rather rudimentary, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Go now. But remember not to stray too far, otherwise your master will surely come looking for me. The old werewolf was overjoyed, finally able to take a breather, nearly letting slip a more familiar term. Chu Chun, oblivious to any oddity, bowed gratefully before stepping into the dense forest, intending to explore the hilly terrain to see the hill giants. Previously, he had only glimpsed them from afar and had never taken the time to observe closely. He yearned to investigate whether the deceased powerful being known as Pan Yi, found beneath the lake, might be connected to this race of hill giants. After nearly a year, the path from the cabin toward the setting sun had been forcefully trampled into a trail by Chu Chun and the others, leading directly out of the southern wilderness. Along the way, fierce beasts had become scarce, and even many birds had fled from the disturbances. At this moment, Xue Ku and the others had already set out, while Chu Chun ambled forward at a leisurely pace, enjoying the tranquility. As he progressed, the greenery began to dwindle, and the scattered yellow hills became increasingly prominent. He made his way toward the area where he had previously observed the hill giants. It resembled a labyrinth, with vast channels eroded by the wind and sand crisscrossing in every direction. Chu Chun realized that if he continued walking beneath them without looking towards the sun, he might easily lose his way. Many towering hills also harbored enormous cavities, leaving him uncertain as to whether they were naturally occurring were excavated by the giants. As he pressed on, he gradually discovered that the numerous openings between the hills seemed to multiply, at times revealing massive sand pythons coiling in dark corners. Chuchen approached cautiously, peering into the cavities, when suddenly, a creature larger than a person emerged from one, a gigantic spider. "Ah, a spider's nest!" he exclaimed in surprise, having initially thought it might be a sand python or a hill giant's work. As he continued on his path, a sense of perplexity began to envelop him. Previously, he would have spotted hill giants from a distance on 4 out of 5 occasions, yet today, despite his deliberate search, he could see none. Finally, in the afternoon, a low, rumbling sound echoed from afar, prompting Chu Chun to hasten toward the source. A deep roar resonated through the air as he neared the peak. Glancing down to see a group of over 20 individuals clad in various armors, wielding enormous hooks and ropes, having successfully toppled a hill giant to the ground. The giant's neck was ensnared by a long rope, its massive head pressed against the earth, heavy breaths stirring up clouds of dust. "Have you seen that big spider or not?" A leader among them cracked his whip, striking the giant's face with a resounding crack. "No, I haven't." The hill giant cried out. Agony etched across its massive visage as blood gushed forth from a newly inflicted wound. Despite its ability to speak, the giant's intelligence was limited. As the great Tianji had said, they were merely brutishly large beings. Chuchen studied them closely, ultimately confirming that these hill giants were not of the same lineage as the remains at the lake's bottom, though they shared similar towering physiques. The hill giants had flat foreheads and small eyes, distinguishing them from the other. "I gave you your chance, since you couldn't seize it. I will have to sell you to Kabang as a mount." The leader laughed boisterously, cracking his whip once more. "No, please," the giant pleaded in a low, pained voice. "Come, let us take him away. This trip has been in vain." The leader dismissed the giant's pleas, signaling his subordinates to drag out a dozen wild bulls from behind a hill, tightening the rope around the giant's neck as they prepared to depart. Laughing and joking amongst themselves, suddenly, from behind a hill, 7 or 8 dark figures shot forth like lightning. Ah! 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 8 warriors were pierced through the chest by a black spear-like object, instantly screaming as they fell off the backs of the cattle. "Who? Show yourself!" the leader bellowed, drawing his silver sword from his waist, fixating his gaze on a low peak to the right. Chapter 123, The Sand King. "You wretched scoundrels! How dare you come to add insult to my injury? You are utterly oblivious to your impending doom." From behind a low peak, a middle-aged man with a shadowed visage slowly emerged. The Sand Emperor? On another hilltop, Chu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would encounter the former Sand Emperor, the Sand King Baosha, here. "Baosha, how audacious of you to speak with such bravado, believing yourself to still possess the overwhelming power of your... Now, who in this entire mountain region does not know that your true self is destroyed, reduced to nothing more than a lost dog?" At this moment, the leader, upon seeing the Sand King Baosha, displayed no fear, but rather an insatiable greed gleamed in his eyes. "Huh, you all consider me a lost dog? Very well, then come and kill me." The Sand King Baosha's eyes glinted with ferocity as he scoffed. "Brothers, let us charge together. If we capture Baosha, we shall share all the spoils." The leader waved his hand, laughing maniacally, rallying the remaining dozen or so men to slowly encircle the Sand King. "Kill!" With a thunderous roar from the leader, a flurry of blades and spears gleamed menacingly as they descended upon the Sand King Baosha. "You pests keep coming after me one after another. It seems I shall never know peace until I eradicate all of you flies." The Sand King Baosha bellowed in fury, his pair of black short spears erupting in an instant, engaging in a fray with the desperate assailants. Indeed, he has fallen. Chu Chun, concealed behind the hill, shook his head after observing for a few moments. Although those dozen soldiers were fierce, they were clearly at the level of the unblemished realm. While the once mighty Sand King Baosha had lost all his former prowess, now merely relying on his physical strength to grapple with them like an ordinary brute. To plummet from the realm of the starry sky to this pitiful state, Chu Chun could only attribute it to the Sand King's insatiable greed. He was already aware that the reason the Sand Empress had been in slumber for over half a year was not due to a resurgence of old ailments. but rather that Bao Sha had covertly manipulated events, intending to seize control of the mountain's vast authority. Die! The Sand King Bao Sha roared, his short spears piercing through 2 soldiers simultaneously. At this moment, there were fewer than 10 soldiers remaining. Bring it on! Just as Bao Sha was engulfed in madness, a golden hammer suddenly flew from the leader's hand, shimmering with golden light as it expanded rapidly, transforming into the size of a millstone, crashing down upon Bao Sha's back. Uft! The Sand King Bao Sha coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, nearly toppling to the ground. Haha, Bao Sha, today is your day of reckoning. The leader cackled wickedly. Dream on. The Sand King Bao Sha allowed a massive blade to strike his shoulder, retaliating with a spear that pierced the throat of a soldier, leaving only a shallow wound on his own shoulder. Humph! While ordinary treasures may struggle to harm your starry sky physique, this divine crushing hammer I procured at great expense is your nemesis. Prepare to meet your end. The leader swung the golden hammer for another strike. Bang! Bao Sha raised his spear in defense, yet the hammer glowed brightly, causing one of his arms to hang limply at his side. Ah! The Sand King Bao Sha cried out in agony. Brothers, the final blow. The leader laughed triumphantly, leading the remaining 7 to furiously assault the Sand King with blades and hammers. You wretches, die? The Sand King Bao Sha's eyes blazed with madness as he suddenly opened his mouth, a radiant light shooting forth in all directions. Ah! In a chorus of horrific screams, 8 individuals, including the leader, staggered to the ground, each transformed into a blood-soaked sack, their lifeblood gushing forth violently. A few writhed and twitched, but soon fell silent. Chu Chen, watching from afar, initially believed the Sand King was doomed, but was taken aback when an unexpected turn of events caused the remaining assailants to perish instantly, leaving him astonished. One more shall join you in death. The Sand King, drenched in blood and exuding murderous intent, staggered to his feet, pointing his right hand spear towards Chu Chen's direction. Sand King Bao Sha. Chu Chen was surprised, unsure how Bao Sha had discerned his presence. Nonetheless, he stepped out from behind the hill and approached the Sand King. It is you. Upon seeing Chu Chen, the Sand King was momentarily stunned. That night, he had witnessed the Sand Empress with this youth, and there were whispers that he was her brother. Indeed, Chu Chen stood at a distance, not approaching Bao Sha, still wary from the earlier radiant attack. What a farce. I have known the Sand Empress for a millennium, yet never heard of her having a brother. Where did you emerge from? Bao Sha sneered. That is of no concern to you, since fate has brought us together today. There are matters I wish to inquire of you. Chu Chen fixed his gaze firmly upon the Sand King. Inquire of me? Speak. Although Bao Sha was bloodied and had a broken arm, he still exuded the air of an authority figure. First, I wish to know where you obtained the intoxicated golden immortal that you used to scheme against the Sand Empress. Chu Chen harbored significant doubts, realizing that the Sand Empress had not delved deeply into the treachery she faced, yet her subsequent words seemed to hint at the celestial court, which left him with an unsettling feeling. You are prying too deeply. In truth, even if I do not reveal this, the Sand Empress likely has her own suspicions. Why not ask her directly? Bao Sha scoffed. The Sand Empress knows? Chu Chen was taken aback. I care not whence you have come, but from this alone. It is evident you are a fool who knows nothing. Bao Sha's eyes bore a look of disdain. Then allow me to pose a second question. Do you know who orchestrated the theft of the treasure vault that day? This matter pertains to the Sand Empress and the esteemed Tianji. While Chu Chen was not well versed in political intrigue, he sensed the potential threat and wished to clarify it. Heh, orchestrated? Who was the yellow bird? Who was the golden cicada? Had it not been for the Sand Empress's sudden appearance back then, I would have likely extracted that eye and substantiated all evidence. That little mouse was surprisingly cunning, delaying the delivery of the goods. I can only blame my misfortune for overlooking the Sand Empress as an anomaly, ultimately causing my plans to fail. A strange bitterness flickered in Bao Sha's eyes. You know all of this. Chu Chen was shocked to learn that Bao Sha was aware of the existence of the one-eared figure. Matters seemed to differ from his initial assumptions. There are those who wish to usurp my position, yet I too desire to root them out and crush them. However, as the fisherman laying bait, I was unable to wait for the fish to take the hook. Bao Sha sighed deeply. So who is it? Chu Chen pressed, sensing that Bao Sha knew who the mastermind behind the theft was. Now I am rather curious. Who exactly are you, so eager to alleviate the Sand Empress's burdens? Bao Sha did not answer, but regarded Chu Chun with a strange gaze. Just as Chu Chun was about to speak, he suddenly saw a flash of white light shoot from Bao Sha's mouth, barely managing to turn his body slightly as a beam of white light whizzed past his nose. Die! Bao Sha roared, his entire being radiating lethal intent as he thrust a pair of black spears towards Chu Chun, one from each side. All of Bao Sha's earlier words, while sincere, had been a ruse to restore his arm and gather strength. It was only then that Chu Chun realized the true nature of the confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chun had no time to retrieve his spear, resorting instead to a bare-handed counterattack. Clang! Chu Chun's fist met the spear shaft, producing a metallic clash that astonished Bao Sha. Though his true self had been rendered ineffective, his foundational strength and keen sight remained intact. Chu Chun, merely at the unblemished realm, possessed a resilience that was astonishingly formidable. A flicker of trepidation unexpectedly crossed Bao Sha's mind. Chu Chun seethed inwardly. How could the Sand King, once a formidable figure in the starry sky realm, resort to such a sneak attack? Each clash of fist and spear sent waves of pain through his hands. He attempted to retreat to create distance, but Bao Sha, with his rich combat experience, pursued him relentlessly, leaving Chu Chun unable to unleash his full speed. Chapter 0124. The ancestor of the Red Valley Chu Chun, possessing scant experience in combat, found himself engaged in a fierce struggle against the king of Bao Sha. Relying solely on instinct and rapid adaptability, the atmosphere was fraught with peril. Had he not been clad in the armor of the Jiao, he would surely have sustained numerous grievous wounds by now. Conversely, the king of Bao Sha grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Although Chu Chun appeared disorganized and overwhelmed, the protection of his precious armor afforded him a measure of security. Strikingly, as the skirmish continued, his initial frenzy gradually morphed into a semblance of composure, as if he were swiftly attuning himself to the rhythm of the conflict. This cannot continue. I am already injured and cannot afford to prolong this engagement with this youth. The king of Bao Sha swiftly reached a resolution, a product of the crisis instincts honed over many years of battle. He unleashed his attacks with ever-increasing speed, forcing Chu Chun to retreat, gradually cornering him towards a colossal cavern at the foot of a hill. Bao Sha, what is the matter with the spirit worm skin in your treasure trove? Chu Chun, amidst their duel, unexpectedly inquired about the spirit worm, unable to suppress his curiosity. Worm skin? I could never find it back in the day. Do you still have designs on that treasure worm? The king of Bao Sha scoffed contemptuously. Then it is true that there was once a living spirit worm, Chu Chun exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Wait, how do you know about that worm skin? The king of Bao Sha was momentarily taken aback, his short spear faltering in his grip. Bang! At that moment, Chu Chun, immersed in the fast-paced battle, seized the opportunity as the king of Bao Sha hesitated, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Ugh! The king of Bao Sha felt an excruciating pain, as if Chu Chun's fist were a colossal hammer crashing down upon him. A warm sensation surged in his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, deepening his sense of terror. In that instant, he abandoned any thought of continuing the fight. After repelling Chu Chun with his dual spears, he swiftly darted into the massive cavern. Bao Sha, don't run. You haven't answered my question yet. Chu Chun, emboldened by the sound of armor cracking under his fist, pursued without hesitation into the cave. Inside the hilly cavern, the environment was a stark contrast to the outside world. The winding tunnels resembled a labyrinth of wormholes, filled with grotesque rock formations, causing Chu Chun's pace to slow considerably as he followed the sound of the king of Bao Sha's footsteps. He contemplated using Earth Escape to traverse the layered terrain, but found that the king of Bao Sha was adeptly evading him within the twisting passages. After several attempts, he nearly lost track of his quarry, perhaps effective for fleeing, but evidently not for pursuit. Chu Chun sighed in resignation, continuing his chase through the cave. Answer my question, he shouted, the matter of the spirit worm weighing heavily on his mind. The king of Bao Sha offered no response, consumed by frustration. Once a sovereign, he had fallen from grace, hunted by various cultivators since being dethroned. After sustaining damage to his precious armor from a golden hammer, He found himself pursued by this untainted novice, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. However, Chu Chen's call sparked a glimmer of realization in the king of Baosha. Hiss! The king suddenly emitted a peculiar sound. As Chu Chen continued his pursuit, he became aware of a cacophony of rustling nearby. Soon, a swarm of spiders of all sizes emerged from the shadows, encircling him without any avenue of escape. These spiders, however, could not deter Chu Chen. With a sweeping motion of his black frost spear, he sent numerous spider limbs flying, finally scaring off the wild creatures. Yet, when he turned to resume his pursuit of the king of Baosha, he found that his target had vanished. Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings with a heavy heart. He truly wished to catch up and inquire further, but it was clear that he was now powerless to do so. He resolved to utilize Earth Escape to break through the surface. After pursuing the king of Baosha for an extended period, Chu Chen found himself still in the hilly region. Reflecting on the golden hammer wielded by the earlier leader, he felt a twinge of temptation to return. However, as he lifted his gaze, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon a hill ahead, a gaunt figure stood resolutely against the wind, clad in fluttering garments, silently observing him. Chu Chen tightened his grip on the black frost spear, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Although the figure remained still, the penetrating gaze felt as if it were a venomous serpent fixating on him. "Who are you?" Chu Chen finally could not contain his curiosity. "Excellent. Truly remarkable." The gaunt figure, a youth, spoke in a tone that seemed disconnected from the inquiry as he began to approach. At that moment, Chu Chen felt a tightening in his chest. The youth appeared to walk upon the air. "Yuanli realm. I ask you again, who are you?" Chu Chen felt an intense sense of danger, raising his hand to reveal a violet waist pendant. "Ah, the token of the Sand Monarch. But what do I have to fear at this point in my demise?" The gaunt youth halted at a distance of 10 meters. At this juncture, Chu Chen noticed that the youth in Apos' voice bore an oddly ancient quality, his gaze filled with a sense of weariness, coupled with his earlier words. It was disconcerting to witness such attributes in someone so young, prompting Chu Chen to step back a few paces. "I am your disciple." The youth grinned enigmatically at Chu Chen. "What?" Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the statement. "I have been cultivating for nearly 3,000 years and am nearing my end. After considerable effort, I managed to acquire 2 somewhat usable skins. Yet the best one has been ruined. Do you think I should seek compensation from the individual responsible?" The gaunt youth posed a baffling question to Chu Chen. "Logically speaking, it should be compensated." Chu Chen retreated another step, mustering the courage to respond, utterly bewildered by the bizarre situation. "The skin that was damaged actually has a name. Do you know it?" The youth's inquiries grew increasingly peculiar. How would I know?" Chu Chen felt as though he were conversing with a ghost. "You do not know? Then allow me to enlighten you. The name is Lu Qing." "What?" Chu Chen felt a jolt of fear course through him. That Lu Qing was indeed quite ineffectual. How could he have fallen to you? The youth's tone grew ever more sinister. "By the way, the maternal and child divine eye technique only provided a vague image. And had I not seen you beside the Sand Monarch, I would not have been able to locate you. It appears that we are indeed fated. You are the ancestor of the Red Valley." Chu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. I find myself increasingly fond of you." The gaunt youth seemed to acknowledge Chu Chen's assertion, examining him from head to toe as if appraising a product. Chu Chen was horrified, unable to fathom how the ancestor of the Red Valley had transformed from a frail old woman into this youthful male figure. Yet, he understood all too well that this young incarnation of the ancestor harbored terrifying intentions toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot and bolted away, sprinting towards the wild forest. Why the haste to depart? The ancestor of the Red Valley smiled ominously, as if he had anticipated Chu Chen's actions. The moment Chu Chen moved, he gracefully positioned himself to block the path to the wild forest. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Chen, his back drenched in cold sweat, realized that seeking refuge in the wild forest was now futile. "My current guise is exceedingly crude and cannot endure for much longer. Therefore, I wish to borrow your exquisite skin for a while. Would you grant me this favor?" The ancestor's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. "You intend to seize my body?" Chu Chun was consumed by terror. Chapter 125. Sound Barrier. The art of possessing another's body is perhaps the most malevolent and ruthless of all techniques in this vast expanse of stars. Chu Chun had once heard Ling Zhao briefly mention it, and he had encountered similar descriptions in the ancient texts of the Shaho library. He had even faced an entity with similar intentions while assisting Shaho in expelling a chaotic consciousness. The true self forcefully enters the body of another life form, suppressing the original true self beneath, thereby seizing control of the body. Through prolonged adaptation, one can cultivate and grow as if it were their own body. However, for the original true self, it would be an eternal torment akin to hell, suffering until the body perishes. Possession? Such an intricate technique is far beyond my capabilities. What I possess is known as the corpse control technique. I will first strike you down, then commandeer your body, allowing me to continue my existence. I believe that with such a splendid vessel as yours, extending my life by 100 years will be a mere trifle. The ancient ancestor of Honggu licked his lips, his expression turning grotesque. The corpse control technique. Chu Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He had been contemplating whether his true self could devour, and perhaps he could still stand a chance against the ancestor of Honggu. Yet the words of the ancestor shattered his hopeful delusions. It dawned on him that Ling Zhao had once said that only superlative beings above the celestial realm could master the secret killing techniques of the true self. This was an inescapable dead end. With no options left, Chu Chen's true self erupted with utmost intensity, and he fled from the ancestor of Honggu like lightning. Leave it. Do not struggle, the ancestor of Honggu said leisurely, raising his hand to grasp at Chu Chun in midair. In that instant, Chu Chun felt an invisible, immense force tighten around him, as if he had been seized by a colossal hand, rendering him immobile in midair. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to when he had been captured by Lu Qing in the wild forest. But Chu Chun was no longer the same individual he once was. Release me. Chu Chen's true self rebelled, and he exerted all his strength, shaking his arms fiercely. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering echoed, and Chu Chun felt a release throughout his body, regaining his freedom. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward once more. What? The previously confident ancestor of Honggu widened his eyes in disbelief. He no longer dared to delay and immediately pursued Chu Chun into the air. Your strength and speed are indeed astonishing. I have never seen anyone at the Immaculate Realm achieve such prowess. However, I have been observing you around the South Pole for nearly a year, and today I finally seized my opportunity. Do you truly believe I have no certainty of capturing you? The ancestor of Honggu spoke with a hint of frustration. The air around Chu Chun crackled like thunder, drowning out the ancestor and Appo's words as he transformed into a blur, unleashing all his might in a desperate bid for survival. This was not merely a chase. It was a fight for his life. However, the disparity between realms felt as vast as the heavens and the earth. Despite Chu Chen's frantic escape, the ancestor of Honggu remained at ease, pursuing him as if playing a game of cat and mouse. This vessel is far inferior to Lu Qing's, making it exceedingly arduous to chase an Immaculate Realm practitioner. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, the ancestor of Honggu also felt some frustration. He longed to close the distance and resolve the matter with a single strike, yet it was not as simple as it seemed. He could only exert all his effort to gradually approach. As Chu Chun ran, he glanced back and saw the ancestor of Honggu drawing nearer. Regret flooded his heart. He had been warned by Shaho, and had foolishly allowed the old werewolf to tail him. But it was too late for regrets. As the ancestor drew closer, Chu Chen suddenly activated the earth escape technique, plunging into the sandy ground beneath him. Sand escape? The ancestor of Honggu was about to strike when he saw Chu Chen disappear into the sandy surface, leaving him astonished. Come out. The ancestor paused momentarily, raising his hand to slam down at Chu Chen's vanishing point. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted as the sandy ground collapsed several meters, leaving a massive handprint. As Chu Chun navigated through the sand, he felt a powerful force strike him, causing immense pain and forcing him back to the surface. Chu Chun was alarmed. Had the ancestor's blow not been for the protective armor of the Jiao, he might have suffered severe injuries. Without a moment's pause, he continued to sprint forward. He contemplated retrieving the forbidden flight shuttle, but upon reflection, he realized that the distance between him and the ancestor was too close. By the time he succeeded in activating the shuttle, he would likely be struck down by the ancestor. "You little brat, how are you still alive?" The ancestor of Honggu was astonished, gritting his teeth as he soared into the air in pursuit. Thus, whenever the ancestor approached, Chu Chun would burrow underground, forcing the ancestor to halt and strike the ground. After being compelled out time and again, Chu Chun was beginning to feel the strain, though protected by armor. Enduring continuous blows from a powerful being of the essence realm had left blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "My speed is still insufficient." Chu Chun felt a surge of anxiety. If this continued, he would surely be killed by the ancestor. However, he noticed that the ancestor's condition was not quite right. Though he was indeed faster, it was only marginally so. When escape? When escape? At this critical juncture for his life, Chu Chun had no other recourse and exerted every ounce of effort to activate his rudimentary technique. Perhaps it was the tremendous pressure of the crisis, or perhaps the accumulation of his arduous training had finally borne fruit, but he suddenly felt the air grow smooth and fluid. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out beside him, and Chu Chun was astonished to see a white mist materialize before him. "This is the sound barrier." Chu Chun momentarily paused before being overtaken by excitement. Bang! With another forceful step on the sandy ground, the white mist dissipated and the thunderous roar ceased. "You bastard! You can't escape." The ancestor of Honggu nearly went mad upon witnessing the white mist surrounding Chu Chun, the speed of an immaculate realm practitioner. To think that his prey had broken through such a barrier right before him was nothing short of astounding. He realized his pursuit was futile. A fierce glint flashed in the ancestor's eyes as he abruptly raised his hand, pointing toward Chu Chun. "Go!" Snap! The ancestor's finger exploded, and a red light shot forth from the shattered tip, aiming straight for Chu Chun. At that moment, Chu Chun felt an abrupt surge in his speed. When he looked back, he saw the ancestor's lips moving, but he couldn't hear any sound. However, the red light that the ancestor had unleashed was vividly clear to him. Whoosh! The red light instantaneously entered Chu Chun's body. What was that? Chu Chun was startled, fearing he had been struck, but he felt no pain. Though perplexed, he dared not pause, focusing on solidifying the sensation of the smooth air. The distance between him and the ancestor widened, until he could no longer see him. Chu Chun continued to dash forward in a straight line, the distant silhouette of a grand city gradually coming into view. The sixth city, distant Star City. Chu Chun reflected on his escape direction, realizing his current position. He did not alter his course, but surged past the outskirts of the city. People nearby noticed a cloud of dust rapidly advancing and gasped, drawing the attention of a crowd, yet the dust trail swiftly vanished from their sight. After crossing the sixth city, Chu Chun adjusted his direction slightly and continued to flee for some time before finally coming to a halt. He sat cross-legged beside a sand dune, meticulously examining his body, as the earlier red light left him with an uneasy feeling. After a moment, he looked up in confusion, astonished to find that there were no injuries on his body. What exactly was that red light? Chu Chun pondered, utterly baffled. He climbed the sand slope to gaze into the distance, only to be struck by surprise. He had unknowingly arrived at this location while randomly choosing his escape route. Chapter 0126. The ethereal sea of sand. As the sun approached its descent, Chu Chun gazed towards a desolate expanse of flat desert. Yet, hovering less than 10 meters above the ground was a dense layer of white mist, resembling vast, boundless cotton floating in midair. The ethereal sea of sand. This was one of the three notorious realms of the Mountain Mang Starland, also known as the Misty Sea of Immolation. With each step upon the clouds, life and death hung in the balance. A bewildering sea where souls may never meet again. This was the most vivid interpretation of the terror the Sand Clan had for this ethereal sea. Chu Chun had merely skimmed over a brief description in the Jade Scrolls. This was his first encounter with the three notorious realms in person. Was it truly as perilous as they claimed? Or were the ordinary members of the Sand Clan merely exaggerating? He found himself unable to discern the truth. After all, such treacherous places existed on Earth as well. often fueled by the unknown, instilling fear in the hearts of men. Chu Chan observed the white mist floating before him, lost in thought, having already mapped out his route back. After all, straying far from the untamed forests of the South Pole was hardly safe for him. The waste pendants of the Sand Clan were not omnipotent. When faced with someone as ruthless as the old ancestor of Red Valley, only strength could compel retreat. Throughout his journey, Chu Chun had come to a realization. The old ancestor of Red Valley was in a peculiar state, likely due to the body-manipulating technique he had mentioned. According to Chu Chin's deductions, the youth's body occupied by the old ancestor must belong to another disciple, aside from Lu Qing. The old ancestor's own frail form had likely passed away long ago. It was time to return. If he remained cautious for the next few months, he would likely be safe thereafter. He vividly recalled the old ancestor's earlier words. "You cunning little brat, let us see where you can run this time." Before Chu Chin could make a move, a familiar voice accompanied by a gaunt figure swiftly approached. The old ancestor of Red Valley. Chu Chin was taken aback. He had never anticipated that, despite fleeing so far and altering his path, the old ancestor could still find him. The most dire predicament was that the path ahead was blocked by the old ancestor, while behind him loomed the ethereal sea of sand. How could he have ended up in such a predicament? Chu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "Why don't you run now?" the old ancestor hissed, his gaze fixed on Chu Chun, as if terrified he might escape once more. "You vile old hag, engaging in such nefarious deeds will surely invite divine retribution." Chu Chen's anger surged, and with no recourse left, he could only vent his fury verbally. "Divine retribution? Ha! I, the old ancestor of Red Valley, have lived for over 3,000 years, and the lives I have taken number beyond count. I have never witnessed divine retribution. Come here obediently, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end." The old ancestor bellowed with maniacal laughter. "You, an elderly woman, occupying a man's body, do you not find it revolting? The thought alone makes me want to vomit." Chu Chen retorted, slowly retreating. He had come to understand that fighting the old ancestor would surely lead to his demise. Perhaps the ethereal sea of sand still held a glimmer of hope. A man? Isn't it wonderful? After being a woman for over 3,000 years, I have come to realize that being a man is far superior. This robust form of yours must possess delightful secrets that are utterly captivating. The old ancestor's eyes glinted with a peculiar malevolence. "You shameless old pervert." Chu Chun felt the urge to retch, unable to contain his outrage. "And what of it? I can still live for another 100 years. But you," the old ancestor was impatient, lunging towards Chu Chun. Having made a decision, Chu Chin swiftly retreated the moment the old ancestor charged at him, darting toward the thick mist behind him. "What are you trying to do, you scoundrel?" The old ancestor was alarmed and furious upon seeing Chu Chin's movements, his hands reaching out to grasp him. With a swift motion, Chu Chun had already preemptively struck out, breaking free from the constraining grasp. "Return. Once you enter, your demise will be even more tragic." The old ancestor roared in madness. Chu Chun remained silent, bursting forth with sonic speed as he plunged into the white mist. Boom! The moment Chu Chun dove beneath the mist, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat enveloped him, and the oppressive white mist cascaded down, burying him in a violent whirl. Chu Chun felt as though he had been thrust into a steamer, every inch of his body ablaze with excruciating pain. "You scoundrel! Do you wish to obliterate my hopes? I must possess your skin. You cannot escape my grip." The old ancestor's face twisted into a grotesque mask of madness, roaring as he followed Chu Chun into the ethereal sea of sand. Chu Chin's heart raced with terror. The scalding white mist enveloped him, propelling him swiftly away, disorienting him to the point where he could no longer discern direction. Was he to be cooked alive in this place? Moments later, Chu Chin realized that the white mist resembled searing steam. Once immersed, he felt akin to cold meat plunged into hot oil, provoking a violent reaction. Amidst the tumult, he sensed something strike him. Crack! The object shattered into countless fragments, swept away by the rolling mist. He forced himself to remain calm. If he continued to be swept along, he would surely perish, for he felt the temperature of the surrounding mist rising steadily, as if he were approaching an even hotter zone. With a sudden burst of energy, Chu Chun unleashed his true self, enduring the searing pain as he twisted his body. Feeling a faint gravitational pull, he struck upward with his palm. As he did, the mist above rippled, and his body sank slightly. Just like that, Chu Chun executed several more strikes, sensing his feet had finally made contact with the ground. However, just as he intended to stabilize himself, a more dreadful burning pain shot through him, causing him to be swept up once again by the white mist. Looking down, Chu Chun noticed the ground radiated a dim crimson glow, as if it concealed a bed of embers beneath. This was the light and frost effect. His eyes widened in shock, and upon glancing around at the churning white mist, a deeper dread gripped him. If this place truly harbored the intense heat he suspected, he could not afford to be carried forward by the mist any longer. Though he was uncertain of the cause behind this bizarre phenomenon, he could surmise that the central region must be even more terrifying. Swish! Another shadow dashed towards him. Chu Chun slightly shifted his body and seized it, glancing down to find an unsettling sight, a fragment of some unknown creature's skeletal remains. With a slight squeeze, the bone crumbled like decayed wood. These were the remnants of a life that had succumbed to the unrelenting heat of the white mist for an unknown duration, now utterly decomposed. A wave of terror washed over him. Having ventured into the ethereal sea of sand for less than half an hour, his skin began to pale and wrinkle, a result of the scalding steam. Were it not for his remarkably resilient body, he would likely have been thoroughly cooked by now. No wonder the old ancestor had warned that entering would lead to a most tragic demise. One could only imagine the torment of a person being steamed alive, akin to a crab in a steamer. I must leave at once. Chu Chun keenly felt the immense danger before him and dared not continue drifting along with the mist. With a few powerful strikes, he initiated an earth escape, embedding his feet into the dimly glowing ground. The agonizing pain surged through him, yet he managed to withstand the onslaught of the mist, precariously stabilizing himself on the ground. Feeling the direction of the currents, he began to tread backward, step by arduous step. Chapter 127. Bloodmark. Chu Chun's true self quivered with fervor, striving against the searing heat that enveloped him. He was acutely aware that if he faltered, his fate would be akin to being thrown into a cauldron for refinement. The blazing white mist surged around him, and he estimated that in less than an hour, he had traversed hundreds of miles. At this pace, it would take him 3 to 5 months to escape. Could he truly endure such an ordeal? Step by step, he staggered forward, his body and spirit utterly exhausted. He had been walking for 1 or 2 days, and as he raised his hand with great effort, he was horrified to discover that his hands had become pale and swollen, resembling pickled chicken feet, while his feet were charred black, with excruciating pain radiating through his legs. The prospect of escaping alive seemed more daunting than he had imagined. Yet, if there remained a glimmer of hope, it was that after this arduous journey, he sensed a slight decrease in the temperature of the white mist. I have much left to accomplish. How can I succumb to such a humiliating demise in this ethereal desert? Chu Chun's heart surged with defiance. The 720 points of brilliance shone with unparalleled intensity. And in that moment, his true self erupted, seemingly activating the vitality of every cell within him. The previously wrinkled skin began to emit vapor, slightly rejuvenating. I will survive. He reached into his leather pouch and extracted a piece of beast meat. This was something he had deliberately stored for the journey, and to his astonishment, it now proved invaluable. As he retrieved the meat, it instantly lost its color, appearing as though it had been steamed by the scorching mist. But Chu Chun paid no heed. He quickly bit into it, desperate to replenish his strength. On the 5th day, Chu Chun's pace quickened considerably. The temperature had dropped somewhat, but more importantly, his relentless struggle over the past few days seemed to have significantly enhanced his physical resilience, allowing him to adapt to the heat. His skin, though still wrinkled and unsightly, had shed its previous swollen state, and the intense pain in his legs had eased. There is hope of escape. Chu Chun's eyes began to shine with renewed determination. On the 7th day, Chu Chun moved even faster. The scorching white mist howled past him, unable to disrupt his stride. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boy, I have finally caught up with you. The booming laughter of the Red Valley ancestor echoed through the swirling mist as a corpulent figure slowly materialized before Chu Chen's eyes. The Red Valley ancestor. Chu Chen gasped in shock. He was not only astonished by the ancestor's discovery of his whereabouts, but also horrified by the ancestor's transformed appearance. The once slender youth now resembled a grotesque mass, his head swollen beyond recognition, and his limbs bursting through his tattered clothing, grotesquely robust. Were it not for the familiarity of the voice, Chu Chen could scarcely believe this was the same Red Valley ancestor. I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Surrender your life. The ancestor, devoid of patience, raised his hand and struck towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen attempted to evade, but battling the engulfing mist had already drained him of strength. In a moment of panic, he retrieved a circular shield from his pouch. It expanded instantly to protect him. Boom. The terrifying force of the ancestor's blow crashed against the giant shield before Chu Chen, sending both him and the shield flying a considerable distance. Coughing up blood, Chu Chen fell into the mist, which swiftly swallowed him whole, while pain surged through his arm as if it were about to break. Yet, the ancestor's strike had also separated them, and Chu Chen could no longer see his foe. Flee! Chu Chen wiped the blood from his lips, veering slightly from his original path and desperately quickening his steps. However, a profound confusion lingered in his mind. How had the Red Valley ancestor managed to track him in such a perilous environment? The blood mark. At that moment, Chu Chen recalled that Ling Zhao had been marked by the gray serpent, rendering her unable to escape its sensing abilities. The Red Valley ancestor must have employed a similar tactic. Remembering the fleeting red light that had entered his body days prior, Chu Chen became increasingly convinced of his assessment. That mark was indeed on him. With this realization, Chu Chen began to meticulously examine his true self. Previously, he had searched his entire being for abnormalities to no avail. But if there remained a possibility, it resided within his true self, a place he had not considered before. Here, as a thought coursed through him, he immediately identified the source of the issue, a vivid red mark emblazoned on the forehead of his skeletal true self. Get out of me! Chu Chen commanded his true self, fiercely assaulting the red mark for what felt like an eternity, yet it remained unmoved, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. However, with each impact, an unusual sensation began to blossom within him. He felt as though the Red Valley ancestor was closing in behind him, creeping ever closer. Chu Chen was bewildered. The blood mark seemed akin to a bidirectional sensor. You cannot escape, perish. Days later, as Chu Chen struggled onward, the Red Valley ancestor suddenly emerged from the rolling white mist behind him, striking without hesitation. Chu Chen sensed the blood mark's presence and knew the ancestor was near. He dared not delay, raising his shield once more to shield himself entirely. Boom! Chu Chen was once again thrust into the mist. He felt himself growing weaker. As he wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, confusion clouded his thoughts. This marked the 17th time the Red Valley ancestor had pursued and attempted to slay him. Perhaps the relentless heat had tempered his body, making him more resilient. Or perhaps the ancestor's own form was deteriorating. Regardless, Chu Chen felt that he no longer faced the ancestor with the same vulnerability as before. As he was sent flying, he glanced back to see the Red Valley ancestor's form increasingly deteriorating. Not only was his human shape indistinguishable, but even the flesh that resembled gelatinous tendons began to peel away. As long as I can endure, perhaps it is you who will meet your end. Chu Chen gritted his teeth, consumed by a profound rage. Over a month later, Chu Chen raised his shield. Boom! A dark green blade of light struck the giant shield with ferocity, forcing Chu Chen to stagger back several steps. Red Valley sorceress. How is it that you grow increasingly feeble? Chu Chen steadied himself, mocking the Red Valley ancestor, whose left leg and right arm were reduced to mere bones. You arrogant wretch. You have eluded me for over a month, and you dare to mock me? Once I seize your flesh, you will beg for death. The ancestor's visage had become a grotesque smear, and as he howled in fury, more of his decaying flesh fell away. Yet, in that moment, he did not strike with his palm, but instead withdrew a dark green dagger, seemingly weakened as his muscles continued to wither. Very well. Today I shall see what you can use to slay me. Chu Chen, with shield in one hand and the frost-black spear in the other, resolved not to evade any longer. This prolonged flight had stoked within him an unquenchable hatred for the Red Valley ancestor. Now, after more than a month of trials, his body had nearly fully recovered. Though still suffused with unbearable heat, he had improved significantly. In this ebb and flow, he yearned to confront the Red Valley ancestor head-on. "You seek death," the ancestor roared, the green blade of light slicing toward him in an instant. Chu Chun positioned his shield before him, bracing for the impact, while simultaneously thrusting the frost-black spear forward. "Ah! Ah!" Both cried out in pain as they staggered backward. Chu Chun felt sharp agony in his shoulder. The ancestor and Apos' methods were numerous, rendering him nearly impossible to defend against. Just as the ancestral figure of Honggu swung his blade downwards, he was horrified to witness a flash of silver light darting towards his chest. Although the blade's radiance was intercepted, that singular silver beam was utterly terrifying. It not only pierced through the massive shield, but also penetrated the dragon-scaled armor, embedding itself into Chu Chen's shoulder. It was a half-foot-long silver dart. Had he not sensed the imminent threat to his life and instinctively shifted his body, he would have surely fallen at that moment. Chapter 0128. Exhausted to death at this moment, the Red Valley ancestor found himself in a dire predicament. As Chu Chen's frost war spear struck his chest, a radiant red light shimmered as if protected by a magical armor. Yet, the overwhelming impact caused his entire body to convulse violently, and a significant portion of the decaying flesh on his face fell away, revealing exposed bones beneath. "Die!" The Red Valley ancestor screamed in madness, swinging his blade once more. Chu Chen's eyes glinted with determination. The Frost War spear suddenly expanded, striking the Red Valley ancestor's arm that clutched the dark green dagger. Crack! The Red Valley ancestor's right arm shattered, the dagger whisked away by swirling white mist. "Ah!" he howled in anguish, ignoring Chu Chen entirely. He turned to flee into the fog. "Think you can escape?" Chu Chen gritted his teeth, drawing a silver dart from his shoulder and pursuing into the billowing mist. The white mist swirled and roiled, visibility reduced to mere meters. Yet Chu Chen pressed forward resolutely in a determined direction. Through the crimson glimmer of his true self, he sensed the whereabouts of the Red Valley ancestor. "This time, I will eradicate you completely," Chu Chen thought fiercely. Soon, he spotted the silhouette of the Red Valley ancestor, now one-armed. With a sudden burst, Chu Chen unleashed a sweeping strike with the Frost War spear. "You wretched brat!" The Red Valley ancestor, filled with rage and astonishment, raised a gleaming long sword with his remaining arm to defend himself. In their furious clash, the Red Valley ancestor's disadvantage became evident due to his single-handed grip. Clang! The long sword struck Chu Chen's back, causing him to stagger. In retaliation, he reversed the spear, striking the Red Valley ancestor's wrist. Crack! The Red Valley ancestor cried out in pain, his wrist shattered, sending the sword flying. "Old witch, die!" Chu Chen pivoted and thrust the black spear, landing a thunderous blow on the Red Valley ancestor. Though the magical armor glimmered, rendering Chu Chen's full force ineffective, the strike still propelled the Red Valley ancestor deep into the endless white mist. Half a day later, Chu Chen reappeared before the Red Valley ancestor. "You, how did you find me?" The Red Valley ancestor resembled a skeletal figure, his remaining arm reduced to a mere fragment. His body barely clinging to a semblance of flesh, his voice tinged with fear. "I owe you gratitude for that bloodmark imprint. You hunted me for over a month. Now it is time for your retribution." Chu Chen hissed through clenched teeth. "Bloodmark imprint." The Red Valley ancestor paused, realization dawning, only to be overtaken by rage. "I possess magical armor. You cannot kill me. Once I escape and don a new skin, not just you, but all those little pests alongside you shall meet their end." With that, he attempted to flee on his skeletal legs. "Do you think I will allow your escape from the mysterious Sand Sea? I shall wear you down until your last breath." Chu Chen surged forward, blocking the Red Valley ancestor's path and thrusting the Frost War spear to send him deeper into the mist. Chu Chen had discerned that the Red Valley ancestor could still navigate the direction, desperately fleeing towards the edge of the mysterious Sand Sea. If he managed to escape and find a new vessel, Chu Chun would face imminent danger. Thus, he sent the Red Valley ancestor back into the depths of the Sand Sea. Chu Chun recalled the Red Valley ancestor's own words, claiming his current form would not withstand another 2 to 3 months. Half a month later, the Red Valley ancestor was reduced to hopping on a single leg, not from Chu Chun's doing, but seemingly on the brink of collapse. His bones were eroding under the scorching embrace of the white mist. Do you still believe you have a chance? Chu Chun coldly confronted him. Please, I beg you. Let me pass. I swear I will never trouble you again. Once I escape, I will leave the mountain of Mang and never return. The Red Valley ancestor's jaw moved as he pleaded, though how he managed to speak was a mystery. Given your treacherous ways, I believe it is best for you to remain here forever. Chu Chun had no faith in the old fiend's words and swung the spear once more, sending the Red Valley ancestor reeling. Another 7 or 8 days passed. During this time, the Red Valley ancestor had succumbed to madness, ultimately kneeling and begging for mercy, yet his fate remained unchanged. What's happening? Chu Chun suddenly felt the crimson light within his true self fading rapidly. He was losing the Red Valley ancestor's location. Panic surged within him as he quickened his pace toward the last sense direction. If the Red Valley ancestor escaped, he would face relentless harassment. Days passed in this search. At last, Chu Chun spotted within the mist a skull rolling across the ground. Red Valley ancestor, where is your body? He recognized the skull, now detached from its form, lost to the mist. His thoughts drifted to the Red Valley ancestor's elusive child-motherite technique. But hope seemed barren. He could affirm that the Red Valley ancestor was truly dead, for the crimson light had vanished entirely, echoing the sensation he felt when the gray dragon was slain. Recalling Ling Zhao, a shadow crossed Chu Chun's eyes. He cast one last glance at the skull before turning to leave, guided by instinct. 2 days later, Chu Chun finally emerged from the mysterious Sand Sea. He stood atop a sandy slope, glancing back. The area he had traversed, now devoid of his presence, saw the mist begin to settle, slowly rising and floating quietly at about 10 meters high. This place is indeed perilous. Chu Chun exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to his hands. Yet for me, it has proven an excellent trial. Where have you been for the past 2 months? Everyone was frantic. As Chu Chun approached the wooden cabin, the Bai sisters rushed toward him. I just went for a stroll. It's nothing serious. Chu Chun replied awkwardly, acknowledging the length of his absence. Nothing serious? A few old men have already come to blows. Bai Xiao exclaimed, exasperated. As they spoke, Shui Ku and others arrived. Fu Lai, you're the fastest. Hurry and inform those old men that Chu Chun has returned. Bai Zhou commanded. Fu Lai quickly complied, while Shui Ku patted Chu Chun on the shoulder. You'll see soon enough. Let's go. Has it escalated? Chu Chun observed the anxious expressions of those around him, feeling a twinge of concern. Before they had ventured far, 5 old men and the enraged Wu gang arrived, bickering loudly. Are you all right? Tianji, the fastest of the group, rushed to Chu Chun's side, grasping his hand with concern. Upon touching Chu Chun, his eyes lit up. Master, I'm fine. But did you really get into a fight? Chu Chun gazed at Tianji, unable to meet his gaze. The once wretched old man, after more than a year, appeared remarkably rejuvenated, with many wrinkles vanished. Yet now, he was disheveled, his red garments torn, his left eye socket darkened, and his cheeks swollen, resembling the aftermath of his battle with the gray dragon. It's nothing. They fared no better. Tianji replied with pride. Chu Chun turned to see the old werewolf, Old Bat, by Chiu and Apos, master, and the wealthy king, all looking equally disheveled. I told you it would be fine. The old werewolf limped forward, affectionately embracing Tianji. How can you say that? If something had happened to you, how would I explain to his sister? Tianji began to panic at the thought. Still putting on a show? Behind him, the affluent king, with eyes swollen to the point of being unable to open, turned his head and muttered disdainfully. Chapter 0129. Xiao Ridge upon Chu Chun's safe return. A profound sense of relief enveloped everyone. After a brief conversation, they dispersed, with several elders heading off to encourage their descendants. The esteemed Tianji Dezuan accompanied Chu Chun back to the wooden cottage, his eyes alight with excitement. I see my elder brother's physique is radiant. It appears he is recovering splendidly. Indeed, progress has been rather smooth, which is why I ventured out recently, Chu Chun replied, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He had chosen to conceal the experiences of the past 2 months, as they would be difficult to explain to Tianji Dazuan. Your recovery is ongoing. It is imperative to exercise caution when venturing out alone. Although the surface of the Shamong star is tranquil, various factions still lurk within, and one must remain vigilant. Tianji Dazuan advised. I understand. By the way, it seems the cosmic realm has stabilized since your absence of over a year. Chu Chan expressed his curiosity about Tianji Dazuan's transformation, though he hesitated to inquire directly. This is largely thanks to my elder brother's guidance. In the past 2 years, I have diligently balanced my duties, and I have made significant progress in my first refinement. My body is gradually regaining its youthful vigor, perhaps in a few years. I shall return to my prime. Tianji Dazuan spoke with pride, affectionately caressing his cheek. Oh, I have long declared that your misfortune has turned into fortune. Your rapid advancement is indeed a testament to your solid foundation in the Yongyuan realm, Chu Qin remarked with a smile. At that moment, he reminisced about the days when he and Ling Zhao had tirelessly worked through the 3-tiered 9 refinements, delivering the first segment to Tianji Dazuan, enabling him to break free from the Yongyuan realm after years of stagnation and leading to the subsequent events. He pondered whether he should also share the second refinement with Tianji Dazuan. Not quite. It was only after I ascended to the cosmic realm that I began to perceive the intricacies of the methods you imparted. Many of the concepts are profoundly meaningful, each word a gem. In truth, it was my own ignorance that held me back. Tianji Dazuan praised the teachings of Chu Chun. Your ability to grasp these subtleties signifies that you have embarked upon the right path. However, the true methods are arcane, and different practitioners yield different insights. You must not grow complacent. Let me impart the second refinement to you now, so you need not travel back and forth when the time comes, Chu Chin acquiesced, reciprocating Tianji Dazuan's concern for him. Ah, then I thank you, elder brother, Tianji Dazuan exclaimed with delight. Seated comfortably, Chu Chin shared the meticulously organized content of the second refinement with Tianji Dazuan. Remember, the method of the 3-tiered 9 refinements must be approached gradually. Do not be overly eager or rash, for it may hinder your future progress. Chu Chin reiterated Ling Zhao's previous counsel. I understand, elder brother. Tianji Dazuan beamed with joy as he received the second refinement. Have you been particularly busy with official duties lately? Has Sha returned? Chu Chin casually inquired after the discussion. Jing Yao had not returned since her previous trip to the Little Celestial Court. However, the affairs of Shamong had indeed become quite complicated. A year ago, the turmoil in the 10th city had just subsided, and now the esteemed Bali Dazuan of the 4th city sought assistance, claiming that there had been unusual occurrences at Qixiao Ridge, resulting in the demise of several Yongyuan realm experts. As Tianji Dazuan spoke, a look of concern crossed his face. Qixiao Ridge. What is happening? Chu Chin's interest piqued, for it was a place he had long desired to explore. The incidents began 4 months ago when the 3rd-level refiner, Guei Yazun, ventured to Qixiao Ridge in search of fire red crystals to forge precious artifacts. Unfortunately, he met his demise there. Witnesses reported that as Guei encountered trouble, the red light of Qixiao Ridge was extraordinary, as if a rare red crystal had emerged. Consequently, a multitude of Yongyuan realm practitioners rushed there, and within 2 months, a total of 13 Yongyuan cultivators perished. Strangely enough, however, all the Wugo realm practitioners who entered Qixiao Ridge recently emerged unscathed, Tianji Dazuan elucidated. So many powerful individuals have perished? Chu Chun was astonished, finally grasping the terrifying nature of the 3 great forbidden areas. Indeed, this is exceedingly abnormal. While Qixiao Ridge has always been daunting, it was primarily a threat to those below the Yongyuan realm. Over countless years, instances of Yongyuan cultivators dying there were rare, occurring only once in a century. The sudden loss of over 10 lives has deterred many from seeking the fire red crystals, and although the Wugo realm practitioners are safe, they can only obtain small quantities of red crystals during the moments of sand eruption, Tianji Dazuan added, his brow furrowed in confusion. Have you gone to investigate? Chu Chin inquired. I intended to, But the old wolf sent a message informing me of your 2-month disappearance, so I hurried here instead, Tianji Dazuan explained. How about we go to the fourth city together? Chu Qin suggested, his mind racing with possibilities. Are you going, elder brother? That would be splendid. Perhaps you can help me discern where the issue lies. Tianji Dazuan's eyes brightened at the prospect. I haven't witnessed these events firsthand, so I cannot provide clarity. We shall see when we arrive, Chu Chun replied, frowning slightly, as he merely wished to observe, yet Tianji Dazuan seemed intent on complicating matters. Tianji Dazuan bid farewell to Chu Chun and the other elders, only to find that the old men, upon hearing the news, became invigorated, with Shui Ku and others clamoring to witness the wonders of Qixiaorich. Thus, what was initially to be a journey for 2 transformed into an expedition for 16. As the illustrious Wang of Wealth's green bamboo staff swelled in size, accommodating all as they set forth towards the fourth city. The fourth city, Su Nw City, was governed by the esteemed Bali Dazuan, one of the 2 female city lords among the 10 cities of Shamong. Upon their arrival, Chu Qin and his companions found Bali Dazuan waiting at the city lord's residence, adorned in a flowing light blue gown, her tall and graceful figure exuding an air of elegance. Beside her stood a girl of about 15 or 16 years. Is that her? Chu Qin thought upon seeing the girl. He recalled her presence during the Emperor's banquet, where this azure true self girl had stood just ahead of him. Though 2 years had passed, her features remained largely unchanged, albeit her stature had grown considerably. This is my daughter, Lan Bauer, Bali Dazuan introduced with a smile. I have heard tales of the fourth city lord's daughter being born with a true self-manifestation. Seeing her today, she truly is extraordinary, exclaimed the Lord of White Fur, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Lan Bauer. You flatter me, esteemed lord. Since everyone is gathered, let us hasten to Qixiao Ridge, Bali Dazuan suggested, turning to Tianji Dazuan. Certainly. Qixiao Ridge lies within the jurisdiction of the fourth city, approximately 6,000 miles away, nearing the borders of the second city's territory. By the time Chu Qin and the others arrived, it was already afternoon. They stood atop the highest peak in the vicinity, gazing into the distance. As they approached Qixiao Ridge, Chu Qin marveled at the wonders of nature. Amidst the endless desert, a lush green mountain range emerged, with towering ancient trees rivaling the wilderness of Antarctica. The verdant mountain range spanned only a few dozen miles in width, yet it stretched endlessly to either side. And beyond it, the landscape gradually transformed back into desert, albeit not flat, but riddled with immense, boundless sandpits. Not long after reaching the summit, Chu Qin witnessed a mesmerizing spectacle. One of the sandpits suddenly began to convulse and roar, soon followed by a deafening explosion as a torrent of water surged forth from the sunken area. This deluge whipped up the surrounding golden sands, shooting high into the sky, where countless red lights sparkled, casting a rosy hue over the swirling dust that lingered in the air. On the edge of the ridge, an unknown large bird took flight in panic, only to be caught by the billowing sand, instantly staining its body with blood as it plummeted. Qixiao Ridge. So this is how it earned its name. Chu Qin marveled at the scene before him, recalling the descriptions from the Jade Scrolls. Between the cerulean rings and the crimson clouds of the red mist ridge lies a desolate expanse of 3,000 miles, where even the birds find it arduous to traverse, and where mortals dare not tread. The night is devoid of peril, and the day passes unremarkably. Yet, for the sake of the crimson crystal, one is willing to forsake life itself amidst the scattered bones that gather the spirits of the departed. The once treacherous sand pit has undergone a remarkable transformation, now vastly larger than before. What was once a place feared by all in broad daylight has now become a mere jest. The esteemed Bali stands nearby, wearing a pained smile,